I clearly awakened the strongest concept of the blood clan, but a few days later, vampires of my kind avoided me at all costs, only because I can not only be immune to the sunlight and termites that the blood clan fears, but also gain powerful abilities by devouring them. I was seen as an unclean being by the blood clan. Thus, I faced discrimination from the entire race. A few months ago, I was diagnosed with ALS. In order to continue living, I had no choice but to sell the factory my father left behind. I bought third-generation vampire blood on the black market. Although the vampire I became through blood injection is not recognized by my kind, I couldn't care less given my limited time. As the blood was injected into my body, my consciousness became hazy, and I could feel my heartbeat slowing down. When I woke up again, I quickly pressed my hand to my chest, and after a minute, a smile appeared on my face. Indeed, my heart had stopped beating, which meant I had successfully transformed into a vampire. A vampire's heart beats only once a year, and it is said that every 10 beats grants a minor talent, while every 100 beats grants a major talent. Thus, the longer a vampire survives, the stronger they become. Additionally, when food is plentiful, they can even have a heartbeat once every 6 months. This allows for faster power enhancement, which is why all vampires will feed even when not hungry. I just didn't know whether the initial talent I gained was active or passive. I was unaware of my abilities and instead felt a surge of hunger. I got out of bed and instinctively went to turn on the light, only to freeze in place as my body absorbed the light. How is this possible? While vampires fear sunlight, and even feel some discomfort under bright lights, I not only felt no discomfort but even felt a bit of comfort. Could my first talent be related to time? I looked up at the incandescent light, and my originally radiant face gradually revealed an expression of ecstasy. I immediately walked to the window and abruptly pulled back the curtains. The morning sunlight flooded in, and I bathed in its glow. I could clearly feel the hunger fade away quickly. I had become an anomaly among vampires, a light collector. At that moment, on the third-floor terrace, I was comfortably lounging on a deck chair, enjoying the sunbathing. After some deep contemplation, I reached for my phone beside me and called my homeroom teacher. I initially used the excuse that the factory needed me back to apply for a leave of absence, but, after learning about the power of the light collector talent, I sharply realized that being a student was undoubtedly an excellent cover. After all, what vampire would roam around during the day? After a detailed explanation and communication with my homeroom teacher, it was confirmed that I would soon return to school, just as I put down the phone. Suddenly, I felt my heart leap violently. I quickly pressed my hand to my chest, my eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't it said that a vampire's heart only beats once a year? I had just soaked up half a day of sunlight. Thinking of this, I took a sharp breath. This talent seemed far more powerful than I had imagined. If my heart beats twice or even once a day, then in 5 to 10 days, I could obtain a minor talent, and in 100 days, I would definitely gain a major talent. Even if the progenitor of the blood clan has lived for hundreds of years, I estimate that within 10 years at most, I will surely surpass this progenitor. For now, all I need to do is stabilize my growth. On a Monday morning, I slowly walked towards Silver City No. 3 Middle School. Is that really you, Xianyu? Didn't you take a leave of absence? My partner Zhang Shou rushed over, his face full of excitement. The problem has been resolved, so I returned to school early. Hey, what's going on over there? I asked while pointing to the diagonal opposite. At Silver City No. 3 Middle School, directly across is the wall of the Supernatural Academy, surrounded by men in suits patrolling back and forth. You mean those bodyguards? I heard that the Blood Clan princess was attacked recently, Zhang Shou said in a flat tone, with an indifferent expression on his face. There is an insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and those born with extraordinary powers. Although Silver City No. 3 Middle School and the Supernatural Academy are separated by a street, in reality, the students from both sides rarely interact. I gazed at the Supernatural Academy, a thought stirring in my heart. Could the blood I injected have been drawn from him? Since the birth of the progenitor, most members of the blood clan have been created through the initial embrace. The number of vampires born from natural breeding, transformed from humans, is exceedingly rare. There are a total of 6 vampire students in the Supernatural Academy, the highest ranking of which is the blood clan princess, Nora. It is rumored that because he is a second-generation vampire born of a human, it has caused significant controversy within the blood clan. Some believe the first blood principle should be followed, while others feel his bloodline is impure and should be eliminated by the self-liberators. In the end, his father overruled the opposition to protect him and sent him to Silver City, far from the blood clan center, to attend school. Due to his father's high status in the blood clan, he is honored as the blood clan princess in Silver City. By the way, Lao Zhang, what is the blood clan princess's talent ability like? I asked as I walked. Zhang Shou pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said he couldn't quite remember, but he thought he heard some gossip from a girl in class that it was quite special. I know his talent, it's the daywalker, at which point a girl walking ahead turned back to join the conversation. That's why he faces criticism from the Blood Clan. After all, he is the only vampire who can walk in sunlight. Zhang Shou gave a thumbs up to Chen Lin in jest, saying, "When it comes to gossip, I admit you're the best in our class." Hearing this answer, my heart jolted, further confirming that the blood I injected must have come from Nora. However, this means that the identity of a student may not be a sufficient cover. What if the Blood Clan suspects that a wild vampire transformed from Nora's blood also fears no sunlight? At this moment, in the basement of a villa in Silver City, over 10 men were blindfolded, all hanging upside down in the air. Not much skill, yet quite the bravado. Since you claim to be able to buy anything, I wonder if you can buy your own lives right now. A slender young man in a tailcoat with long hair gazed at the audacious group before him, his murderous intent growing stronger as he spoke. As Nora's guardian in Silver City, he bore great responsibility for the princess's attack. Nora possesses the Daywalker talent, allowing her to move freely in sunlight. He could only rely on human bodyguards for protection, and it wasn't his fault that he was attacked while out shopping during the day. After the incident, he quickly mobilized the entire vampire faction in Silver City and managed to intercept the group before they could escape. He was genuinely surprised that there wasn't a single extraordinary person among them. They were all just ordinary humans. "Speak up, who did you sell the stolen blood to?" Luo Qi approached a young man and gently patted his cheek. It was clear that he was the leader of the group. During the capture, he used silver weapons, nearly putting his own team in danger. The person he didn't recognize was wearing a mask, probably with makeup underneath. There are rules in our line of work. Probing into a guest's background is part of it. The young man answered calmly and truthfully. Luo Qi sneered, "Let me show you my rules," and soon, the basement echoed with cries of agony. After a long while, Luo Qi emerged from the basement, took a white towel from his assistant, and carefully wiped his hands, casually saying, "Tang Bo, you take people to investigate. The thief who obtained Miss Nora's blood should be around her age. Moreover, he likely has some assets at home and may have withdrawn over 25 million recently, so tracking him down shouldn't be too difficult. Remember to capture him alive so that the young lady can see the extraordinary event for herself." In theory, even if the bodyguard was shot, Nora, being an extraordinary being, shouldn't be easily subdued by ordinary people. Vampires possess physical abilities far beyond ordinary humans. Even if the adversaries have weapons, it shouldn't be difficult for Nora to escape. However, at that moment, Nora was terrified and panicked by the death of her bodyguard. She was so caught off guard that before she realized it, these ordinary people had killed her with silver weapons. If those people had targeted Nora's life, she would have undoubtedly been in grave danger. At that moment, I was sitting in the classroom, basking in the sun while reading a novel. With plenty of food around, vampires don't need sleep. During the day, I would stay at school and soak up the sun, then go home at night to practice various combat skills. My strength has been increasing these days. I can throw a punch with over a ton of force using just one arm. I could truly kill a bull with a single punch, but I'm not sure whether my strength is considered strong or weak among vampires. I wonder what talent I might awaken. If all goes well, I should be able to reach 10 heartbeats today and awaken my first minor talent. Among the vampire clan, most vampires awaken their first minor talent, which is typically sleep folding. This talent allows vampires to significantly reduce bodily consumption during sleep, maintain injury stability, and aid in bodily repair. The downside is that during sleep folding, their perception of the outside world becomes extremely dull, making them vulnerable to ambushes. The history teacher's lecture seemed to carry some sort of extraordinary magic. I wasn't even tired. Yet, listening to the teacher's voice, which was like a lullaby, I gradually started to feel drowsy. Suddenly, my heart jolted, as if a powerful force was bursting forth from within, coalescing deep within my soul through my veins. In that instant, I realized what my first minor talent was, the active talent known as silver blood. Vampires, besides fearing sunlight, also have a strong aversion to silver. Although silver is not as lethal as sunlight, it can inhibit a vampire's healing abilities. After school, I immediately returned home and rummaged through the cabinet for the silver ring I had used for verification. It is said that even just touching silver causes a burning sensation on a vampire's skin. However, as I held the silver ring in my hand, I felt none of that sensation, confirming my immunity to silver. However, the main effect of silver blood is not just immunity to silver's constraints on vampires. It allows me to dilute silver and transform all my blood into silver blood. My physical abilities will be further enhanced, and I can actively consume blood to form long edges or thin lines to attack enemies. Clearly, this talent is not just a good omen, it's an extraordinary one beyond measure. I opened my mouth, and my vampire fangs slowly elongated as I placed the crumpled silver ring against them, instinctively ready to strike. Once the silver entered my body, it quickly fused with my blood, bringing a wave of comfort. After adjusting for a while, my craving for silver intensified, but acquiring a large amount of it was not easy at the moment. The main reason is that the vampire clan has been buying it in bulk, driving the price higher than gold, and they typically only buy silver without selling it, so no one knows where they hide it. It's worth mentioning that the vampire clan has a rule: anyone who contributes over 10 tons of silver can qualify to become a vampire without passing any tests. Although becoming a vampire through this means does not grant access to the core of vampire power, the promise of immortality is enough to attract wealthy individuals who fear death. I considered going to the black market, but that place was too reckless. They even dared to attack the vampire princess, Nora. Now, contacting them again might expose me, so I decided to play it safe and slowly gather information from the public. However, the next day, I discovered something that sent chills down my spine. Early morning, Yu Xian was basking in the sun on the balcony as usual. However, for some reason today, a foul smell kept creeping into his nose, reminiscent of a dead rat in a garbage heap, making him feel nauseous. Strange, why is there such a stench? Getting up from the lounge chair, Yu Xian sniffed around, and suddenly the smell reappeared, only to vanish the next second. Wait, Yu Xian realized. It seemed that he only detected the foul smell when the flow of silver blood passed through his nose. In other words, the silver blood flowing through his nasal passages enhanced his sense of smell, allowing him to detect odors he usually couldn't. He then intentionally controlled the flow of silver blood to his nose, and sure enough, the stench returned. Following the smell, he looked down at the balcony below, and the source of the odor was from downstairs. The residents of this community were mostly middle-class families, and below lived a family of 3. The husband seemed to be a lawyer, the wife owned a clothing store, and they had a daughter in the 4th grade. Could it be that the whole family died in there? Yu Xian thought to himself, trying to endure the stench. However, he had seen this family leave just yesterday, so even if they had died, it shouldn't smell that bad so quickly. Forget it. Yu Xian didn't like to meddle in others' affairs, so he quickly abandoned the thought and decided it was time to go to school. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out. As he went downstairs, he happened to encounter the couple's daughter, who was also leaving with her backpack. He felt a stir in his heart and concentrated the little silver blood he had in his nose, instantly detecting a strong foul smell coming from her. So stinky. Yu Xian quickly shifted the silver blood from his nose to his right eye. The smell disappeared. But then, through his enhanced right eye, he saw what seemed like countless red worms writhing beneath her skin, entangled together. Hiss, I'm going to die. Yu Xian felt his trypophobia kicking in at that moment. Just then, she looked over, and as she said, "Good morning, brother," upstairs, silver light flickered deep in Yu Xian's pupils, and through her mouth, it seemed he could see countless worms wriggling like tentacles. "Good morning," Yu Xian forced a smile. He then quickly went downstairs and hurried away in the direction of the school. On the way, Yu Xian frowned, occasionally catching a whiff of the foul smell from passers-by. A year ago, a sensational news story broke out in Rong City, known as the Rong City tragedy. The specifics were that at a middle school in Rong City, all the teachers and students were unknowingly drained of their brains by a mysterious parasitic worm. If it hadn't been for a student who had secretly tasted the forbidden fruit and transferred to Rong City one middle school, discovering that the entire school was filled with living dead, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He remembered that a year ago, due to the Rong City tragedy, the Silver City authorities organized a nationwide health check, and it was during that health check that he was diagnosed with ALS. After that, because of ALS, he lived in a daze for an entire month, so he wasn't clear on whether anything significant was found during that check. He never expected that the parasitic worm from Rong City had silently invaded Silver City. This was a big problem. Should I report it? Yu Xian hesitated and thought. If he reported it, the authorities would definitely have enough power to eliminate the parasite. The problem was that while eliminating the parasite, they would surely conduct a second nationwide health check, and if he underwent the check, his identity as a wild vampire would inevitably be exposed. Salty fish? Salty fish, what are you thinking? So lost in thought. At that moment, Zhang Shou's voice interrupted Yu Xian's contemplation. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and saw that he had not been infected by the parasite, which relieved him slightly. Nothing, just didn't sleep well, Yu Xian replied lightly. Zhang Shou yawned and asked, "You weren't up all night on that forum, were you?" "What forum?" Yu Xian asked in confusion. Zhang Shou saw that Yu Xian really didn't understand, so he explained, "That forum is called that forum. You can check it out when you have time, especially the forbidden fruit section. where someone specifically records the patterns of forbidden fruit appearances and predicts where the next one might show up. If one day the predicted location is in our Silver City, I will definitely go and fight for it. Not everyone likes to be subordinate to others. Whether joining the Blood Clan or other forces, it is basically impossible to surpass the ancestors. Therefore, some ambitious people have turned their attention to the elusive forbidden fruit, leading to the creation of forums like that forum to provide services for these individuals. However, Yu Xian was not interested in such forums. He was more worried about the parasite issue. In the entire school, surprisingly, 30% of the students are parasitized. Yu Xian arrived at school and carefully observed all the students during the break, which made his heart sink. The situation in Silver City is probably even more serious than in Rong City, and exposure is just a matter of time. Once the parasites are exposed, it will only be a matter of time before he gets implicated. This matter is urgent, and the problem could explode at any moment. Something must be done. Yu Xian returned to the classroom and took out his phone to carefully check various reports on the Rong City tragedy. This parasite was officially named anomalous worm 6 months ago, but its transmission route is still unclear. However, according to research, once the eggs of the anomalous worm enter a host, they quickly enter the bloodstream and eventually take root in the heart, with numerous worm tendrils breaking out. These tendrils can release a liquid that paralyzes the host's pain perception, then silently devour the host's flesh and blood along the blood vessels, leaving only the host's brain. At this stage, the host of the anomalous worm still retains self-awareness but loses all ability to perceive the outside world, only able to feel fear and despair and endless darkness, which is an immense mental torment. When the host is at their most desperate, the anomalous worm gradually devours the host's brain, and after consuming the brain, it instinctively mimics all the behaviors of the host while they were alive, almost indistinguishable from the original. This mimicking behavior allows the anomalous worm to effectively hide itself. Moreover, during the process of mimicking the host, the anomalous worm gradually realizes that it is not the true host but an independent entity possessing the host's intelligence. If the parasitized host is human, the anomalous worm will gain human intelligence, becoming extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. This is the ultimate form of the anomalous worm. Because a large number of eggs are found within this form of the anomalous worm, it is named the adult form. In the Rong City tragedy, several adult forms appeared, and in the end, several ant-level combat police and a large number of special police sacrificed themselves to resolve the situation. But even so, many people still went missing. The authorities believe that these missing persons are likely adult forms of the anomalous worm and are still being hunted down, if she still has consciousness. After reading various materials on the anomalous worm, Yu Xian's mind inexplicably flashed back to the scene of the little girl greeting him in the morning. Subconsciously, he gradually tightened his grip, and the phone screen instantly appeared with many tiny cracks. Damn! Coming back to his senses, Yu Xian found that his phone had been squeezed to a black screen, and he hurriedly began to check it in a fluster. After selling the factory and the shop, his only source of income now was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house he was renting out. If he didn't save money, he didn't know when he would be able to gather enough to buy silver. Noon. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Then the classmates in the classroom all rushed out to see what was happening, looking down the corridor. Big news, that Blood Clan princess transferred to our school, Zhang Shou said excitedly as he came back in from outside. Yu Xian frowned and said, "Our school is just an ordinary school. What can she learn here?" The Super Ability Academy teaches knowledge from the extraordinary world, which is completely different from an ordinary school. Could it be that he was exposed, and Nora came to take revenge? I don't know, but she really came, and she's so beautiful, definitely the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, Zhang Shou said excitedly. At that moment, Chen Ling walked in from outside the classroom, her face full of excitement. "Do you guys know why the Blood Clan princess transferred to our school? You know again?" Zhang Shou looked at Chen Ling in surprise. Chen Ling proudly lifted her chin and smiled. "You don't even look at who I am. There's no news in Silver City, no. 3 middle school that I can't find out. As expected of our class's gossip queen, then hurry up and tell us, why did the princess come to our school?" Zhang Shou asked curiously. Chen Ling looked around and whispered, "This has to start from when the princess was attacked. You might not believe it, but the people who attacked her were all ordinary people. What does that have to do with the princess transferring?" Zhang Shou asked, confused. Chen Ling said smugly, "I'm best friends with Zhou Jie from the next class. Her second cousin works at the Public Security Bureau, and it's said that after the investigation, they found that the attackers didn't use any extraordinary means. They were just a group of well-trained ordinary people using silver weapons. This news reached the princess's school, and then she was ostracized." That does sound quite embarrassing, Zhang Shou understood. If he had extraordinary powers and was bullied by a group of ordinary people, he would feel ashamed himself. Students from the Super Ability Academy have a high opinion of themselves and have never experienced the dangers of the world. In their eyes, Nora losing to ordinary people is equivalent to losing face for the entire extraordinary world, so they would naturally isolate or even ostracize her. Nora's position in the Blood Clan was already awkward, and since the students weren't directly violent towards her, but rather used subtle bullying, even the Blood Clan couldn't do anything about it. The Blood Clan is powerful, but they are not the only force. Not to mention the official powers that can suppress the vast majority of forces. Even the Elf Clan, Witch Clan, cultivators, and martial artists all have the strength to contend with the Blood Clan. In the end, the result was that Nora transferred schools. Nora didn't choose to go to a Super Ability Academy in another city but transferred to No. 3 middle school here, mainly because even if she transferred to a Super Ability Academy in another city, the students there could still find out and might coldly isolate and ostracize her. Therefore, it was better to come to an ordinary school. After all, as long as vampires live long enough, they naturally become stronger. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the class bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Old Chen, walked into the classroom, and then, under the gaze of all the students, a girl with long golden hair, her right arm wrapped in bandages and a cold demeanor, slowly walked in. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the dream girl of all the boys in the class changed unanimously. Even the girls were captivated by Nora's flawless beauty. As an extraordinary being, Nora's beauty was too exquisite, her looks too high. Although No. 3 middle school had never elected a school beauty. Once Nora transferred, the boys tacitly reached a consensus that she was the undisputed school beauty of No. 3 middle school. From today on, classmate Nora will study with us. Old Chin coughed, waiting for the students to come back to their senses, and then began to chatter. Nora scanned her classmates and finally glanced subtly at Yu Xian. To be honest, 25 million is not like 25 yuan. Such a large amount of money flowing is not hard to trace. Coupled with age and gender, the Blood Clan quickly locked onto Yu Xian using their peripheral forces. Originally, according to the plan, it was supposed to be Tang Bo who would capture Yu Xian, and then Nora would kill him. But after learning about Yu Xian's identity, Nora's father changed his mind and ordered Roki and Tang Bo not to take action against Yu Xian. After all, Yu Xian had just recently transformed into a vampire, and his age was similar to Nora's, making him an excellent sharpening stone. If Nora could personally hunt and kill Yu Xian with her own strength, she would surely grow. At the very least, when faced with an attack, she could no longer wait for death like a sitting duck. Within the Blood Clan, the father's orders were absolute, which was why Nora transferred schools. The information channeling gathered was a mix of truth and falsehood. It was true that some classmates isolated Nora because of this, but Nora didn't care about those people at all. They were never in the same circle, and she never felt the need to please anyone. After introducing herself, Nora was assigned by the homeroom teacher to sit in the 4th seat of the right-hand row, right across from Yu Xian. Her first talent was Daywalker, and her second talent, which awakened the day after she turned 10, was Blood Flame. Although she wished she could burn Yu Xian, who had made her a laughingstock in the entire academy, with a blast of Blood Flame, she did not act rashly. In her opinion, Yu Xian possessed the same Daywalker talent as her, and likely had a high resistance to light and fire damage, so she wasn't sure if her Blood Flame could kill him instantly. If she failed, with a vampire's recovery ability and the strength advantage of male vampires, she might not be able to defeat Yu Xian. Therefore, she prepared a secret weapon, a silver short knife. What she needed to do now was to get familiar with the students around her, lowering Yu Xian's guard. When Yu Xian relaxed, she would swiftly stab the short knife into his heart. It would definitely be a one-hit kill. She endured until the class bell rang. Yu Xian silently walked out of the classroom, standing at the railing in the corridor, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. A cool breeze blew by, and he closed his eyes, but before he could breathe in the fresh air it brought, that foul smell flashed past again, and his momentarily relaxed mood turned heavy once more. He was very afraid of death, especially dying in the same painful way as his father. Because everything about his father was handled by him, he understood the agony and despair of needing machines to assist with breathing and swallowing, unable to move at all, being reduced to just a brain. Yu Xian could imagine that this was definitely a more terrifying way to die than his father's. Because he understood, he could empathize. Call the police. Yu Xian took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. Although he no longer lived as a human, he could not lose his humanity. A man of honor knows what to do and what not to do, even if faced with thousands. I will go forth. Even if his identity was exposed, at worst he would retreat into the deep mountains and forests, waiting until he was invincible before returning to human society. He didn't believe vampires could find him in the wilderness. After all, he didn't need to drink blood, nor did he even need regular food. As long as the sun rose as usual, he was not afraid of any war of attrition. Old Zhang, lend me your phone. Yu Xian walked to the window and said to Zhang Shou, who was bent over talking to Chen-Ling. "Where's yours?" Zhang Shou took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Yu Xian, casually asking. Yu Xian had no choice but to take out his broken phone and said helplessly, "The screen is broken. I don't even know if it can be fixed." After saying that, he returned to the railing with the phone and dialed the security bureau's number. "Hello, I want to report something." Yu Xian felt a bit nervous, and as soon as the call connected, he immediately spoke. "May I ask what you want to report?" the voice on the other end asked. Yu Xian steadied himself and said, "I want to report that the aberrant insects have invaded Silver City, and many people have already been parasitized by the aberrant insects. The situation is very urgent, please hurry." "Ah, exposed." Suddenly, the voice on the other end changed from a woman's voice to a sharp male voice. Yu Xian's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, unable to speak. Even the sunlight falling on him could not dispel the chill in his heart. Who was on the other end of the phone? "Since we've been exposed, let's play a game. Thank you for your call, little brother, don't die, okay?" The other party said leisurely, seemingly unconcerned about the exposure. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up, and Yu Xian gritted his teeth, instantly crushing the phone in his hand. Bastard, has the aberrant bug already invaded the Public Security Bureau? Before he could think of what to do next, a blinding light erupted from the chemical plant in the distance, followed by a loud bang accompanied by a violent tremor from afar. The school's windows shattered instantly, and the students all screamed in terror. At that moment, one by one, classmates parasitized by the aberrant bug stood up expressionlessly from their seats. They seemed to have received a unified command, 6 3-meter-long red tentacles sprouting from their backs, and the classmates who had just recovered from their fear widened their eyes in shock. Zhang Shou was originally talking to Chen-Ling when he saw the scene and immediately jumped out of the window into the corridor. A tentacle lunged at him in an instant, and before Zhang Shou could react, it wrapped around his neck. In the next moment, a flash of silver light appeared, and the tentacle was severed on the spot. Yu Xian gathered the little silver blood he had at his fingertips and said, "Get behind me." As he spoke, he leaped to the window, flipping into the classroom, and casually severed the tentacle that was wrapped around Chen-Ling's neck in midair. "Thank you," Chen-Ling gasped, still in shock. Yu Xian pushed her behind him and said, "Stay with Zhang Shou, don't stray too far from me." As he spoke, he cut through several tentacles reaching out, then picked up a chair with one hand as a weapon and knocked down an aberrant bug that charged at him. He stomped heavily on the creature's head, then quickly swung the chair, knocking down the aberrant bugs in his path. For him, the chair was too light, swinging it was completely effortless. With his usual strength of a ton, he wouldn't fear these aberrant bugs if he had a suitable weapon. The problem was that he didn't have a suitable weapon at hand. The chair would deform after a few hits and couldn't bear the responsibility. "Damn, has the salted fish eaten the forbidden fruit?" Zhang Shou, also holding a chair for defense, was stunned by the scene. Chen-Ling's eyes sparkled as she whispered, "Why didn't I notice before? Yu Xian is so handsome, so manly. Don't just stand there, hurry and save people." Yu Xian glanced at the two with the corner of his eye and said irritably, "Some students were knocked down by the aberrant bugs before they could react, and they still didn't know if they were dead or alive." Even more infuriating was Nora, the dignified vampire, who was actually suspended in midair by a tentacle wrapped around her neck, her long legs, which couldn't be hidden by her school uniform, flailing about. At first, Yu Xian suspected that Nora had transferred to deal with him, but seeing her pathetic performance, he dismissed all concerns. With such a display, even an ordinary person could easily handle her. Salted fish, help! At that moment, Zhang Shou blocked a tentacle with his chair, but it was instantly snatched away. Yu Xian turned back to look, his brows furrowing. It was clear that the students in the other classrooms had been wiped out, and the aberrant bugs from other classes were coming over. There were doors at both the front and back of the classroom, making it impossible to hold the line. They had to retreat to the rooftop where there was only one entrance. As long as they held that entrance, they could wait for official rescue. Prepare to retreat to the rooftop. Yu Xian threw the chair, instantly knocking down the aberrant bug that had snatched Zhang Shou's chair. Then he jumped over 2 desks, picked up a chair, and smashed the aberrant bug that was choking Nora, then carried the fallen Nora and rushed outside, with the surviving students following closely behind. They charged through, and any aberrant bug that stood in his way was either knocked away or killed by his brutal punch. Fortunately, the teaching building has only 6 floors, and Class 3 of the 3rd year is on the 5th floor, so within a minute, they rushed up to the rooftop. Yu Xian set Nora down and pushed her towards Chen-Ling, then turned to guard the door, kicking the aberrant insects that followed down the stairs. He closed the door. Yu Xian leaned against the door, soaking up the sunlight to regain his strength. The other students were also panting, each bending over with their hands on their knees, drenched in sweat. After resting for a moment, Zhang Shou couldn't help but ask, "Xianyu, what on earth is going on? How could there be so many aberrant insects in our school? No way, How could the aberrant insects from Rongqing end up in our school? A student said in terror. Chen Ling replied irritably, what do you mean no way? The situation is clear, those are aberrant insects, but what do they want? As she spoke, she looked at Yu Xian, hoping to get an answer from him. I don't know, Yu Xian sighed and shook his head. He truly had no idea what the aberrant insect's goal was, and the mysterious person on the other end of the phone cast a huge shadow over him. With just one word, they could command all the aberrant insects, a dangerous figure he couldn't afford to provoke. This place isn't safe. Once the aberrant insects take control of the entire school, they will definitely launch a full-scale attack on the rooftop. I can't hold it alone, so look around for anything we can use, Yu Xian said after resting for a moment, looking at everyone. Aberrant insects are not zombies, they can't just hide quietly without making a sound. How about we take down the barbed wire and wrap it around the door? Zhang Shou immediately suggested. There was barbed wire surrounding the edge of the rooftop, and with Yu Xian's brute strength, it could indeed be dismantled. Well, it's currently 4:30 in the afternoon, and there's still 2.5 hours until dark. If we can hold out until then, my guardian, Roki, will definitely come over, and then we'll be saved, Nora said weakly at that moment. To be honest, she felt like a waste right now. She had come to assassinate Yu Xian, yet she now needed him to save her life. She had been silent not out of shyness, but because she felt ashamed to face anyone. Clearly, her strength was not weak. She also had blood flame as a trump card, but when faced with an attack, she still acted like a dazed goose. It was too embarrassing. That's too long. 2.5 hours? By the time your guardian arrives, we might already be eaten clean by the aberrant insects. Yu Xian was very clear that he had already exposed his identity in front of Nora. By the time her guardian arrived, the others would be fine, but he would probably be in danger. Moreover, since the aberrant insects had actively revealed themselves, it had only been a little over 10 minutes, and many classes had already been wiped out. If the aberrant insects concentrated their forces for a strong attack, he was confident he could jump off the building and escape with 1 or 2 people, but the rest would likely die. Old Zhang, you and those few male classmates come over to hold the door. I'll try to find a weapon, Yu Xian said, looking at the barbed wire and thinking for a moment. As long as the barbed wire was rolled up tightly, it might be usable as a club. I have a weapon. Nora quickly spoke up at that moment. As she spoke, she revealed a bracelet on her wrist, and the next moment, a red handgun appeared out of thin air. Spatial equipment? All the classmates looked at Nora in surprise. Although there were introductions to spatial equipment online, it was the first time everyone present had seen the real thing. What other weapons do you have? Yu Xian took the handgun, tried to aim it at a distance, then returned it to Nora while asking. The handgun had only a few dozen bullets, and he had never used a gun before. He estimated that even if he fired all the bullets, he might not be able to kill a single aberrant insect. Nora was silent for a moment, then took out a half-meter-long short knife and said, "This is a silver knife. Although it's not particularly sharp, it has a great restraining effect on vampires, so be careful using it." A silver knife? Yu Xian took the knife and said with a half-smile. Nora immediately lowered her head, blushing. She knew Yu Xian must have guessed something. "Thank you, this knife came at just the right time." Yu Xian didn't say much more, and indeed, the knife had come at the perfect moment. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he squeezed the short knife into a silver ball the size of a shot put, opened his mouth, took a bite, and laughed. "Just in time, I'm hungry." Nora looked up at Yu Xian, as if she were seeing some incredible monster. Not afraid of the sun, treating silver as food, was this still a vampire? Could it be that Rocky and the others had made a mistake? This was too absurd. After absorbing all the silver, Yu Xian felt a warm sensation throughout his body, his senses fully enhanced. He could perceive any movement within a radius of several hundred meters with clarity. He then took a deep breath, and his body quickly turned black. "Yu Xian?" Zhang Shou exclaimed upon seeing this scene. Yu Xian spoke, "Don't worry, I'm fine, better than ever." To others, he appeared completely black, mainly because he had enhanced his ability to absorb light using the blood of silver. Previously, while he could absorb light, it wasn't perfect, so some light would still reflect out, allowing others to see him. Now, having enhanced his body's ability to absorb light with the blood of silver, no light was reflected from his body. It is well known that when an object reflects no light, it does not emit any photons detectable by our eyes, thus becoming what is known as a perfect black object. Yu Xian was in this state now. During the day, people could still see him, but at night, it was likely that no one would be able to observe him standing in the darkness. Additionally, in this state, his recovery speed was incredibly fast. Even if injured, he could recover in the blink of an eye because the food was simply too abundant. "I'll go down and deal with those aberrant insects. You all stay here and don't move." After getting used to this state, Yu Xian smiled slightly at everyone and then turned to leave. After Yu Xian went downstairs, Chen Ling curiously asked, Yu Xian must have eaten the forbidden fruit. What do you think his ability is? Yu Xian shouldn't have eaten the forbidden fruit to become an extraordinary being. Starting as an eagle level, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with the aberrant insects in the school, Nora couldn't help but say. Since the forbidden fruit came into existence, many lucky individuals had gained a variety of abilities through it. Different systems had their own unique levels and realms, and the classification of strength was quite chaotic. In the end, dozens of the strongest extraordinary beings held a meeting and established a unified classification system. That is, insect, ant, bee, sparrow, snake, eagle, wolf, tiger, dragon, god. Insect level is the lowest, and god level is the highest. Although the lowest insect level could easily kill ordinary people. But as a certain big shot said, don't think that just because you have some ability, you can act recklessly. Insect level. It was actually meant to remind those who had just gained extraordinary powers. In the eyes of stronger beings, you are still just an insect. So what level is a salted fish now? Zhang Shou looked at Nora and asked curiously. Nora thought for a moment and speculated, probably upper insect level or lower ant level. Do you think? Is it possible he is a vampire? A vampire? Ha ha ha, how could that be? Not afraid of light and loves to eat silver, how could he be a vampire? Everyone burst into laughter at this, immediately laughing heartily. Although Nora wanted to refute, she couldn't find a reason to do so. Not afraid of light could be explained by the daywalker. But not afraid of silver? Could it be that Yu Xian had a talent for consuming silver? But let's not forget, if Yu Xian really became a vampire using her blood, it had only been a few days. It was impossible for him to possess a second talent. Additionally, Yu Xian possesses the ability to turn his entire body black. That's 3 abilities now. It really seems impossible to think he could be a vampire. The more Nora thought about it, the more she felt that Rocky and the others had made a mistake in their investigation. Although Yu Xian had also used a large sum of money, perhaps it was spent elsewhere, like buying silver as food? Silver had been driven up in price by the Blood Clan to nearly that of gold, so Yu Xian spending a lot could be explained. Nora felt she needed to have a good talk with Rocky and the others. They couldn't wrongfully accuse Yu Xian. Downstairs, Yu Xian walked down the corridor on the 6th floor, his fingers dancing like he was playing the piano, and 3 aberrant insects were instantly dismembered. Although the blood in his body had not all been transformed into silver blood, at least 40% of it was already silver blood. With sufficient silver blood, he could release incredibly sharp silver threads. These silver threads were not pure silver but a special metal formed from a mixture of his blood and silver, possessing both softness and sharp, tough characteristics. Most importantly, the silver threads could move according to his thoughts, easily slicing through classroom walls or steel, feeling almost like cutting tofu. At this moment, more and more aberrant insects emerged from various classrooms, but before they could get close, Yu Xian used the silver threads to slay them. An aberrant insect that had been parasitizing a teacher saw this scene as it emerged, its eyes filled with fear, and it shouted, "Everyone come out, there are enemies, kill them." The aberrant insects from the classrooms behind rushed out, and upon seeing Yu Xian, they immediately shouted and charged. With a thought, a silver thread shot from his finger, sweeping through, and all the charging aberrant insects were bisected by the sharp silver thread, falling in 2 halves. Yu Xian looked towards the end of the corridor. The language teacher who had just shouted had already vanished. Indeed, compared to the aberrant insects parasitizing students, those parasitizing teachers were much more cunning. At that moment, gunfire echoed from a distance. Clearly, the Silver City officials had not been completely wiped out and had finally reacted, beginning to fight back. Great! Yu Xian felt invigorated. The sound of gunfire was like music to his ears. Having support meant no worries from behind, no need to consider subsequent issues. Now, all he had to do was to kill all the aberrant insects in the school. However, just as he was about to head downstairs, a painful groan reached his ears, and he immediately stopped. Were there still students alive? He turned and walked into a classroom, discovering a weak survivor in a corner filled with debris. Silver City, Songshan Psychiatric Hospital. A large number of aberrant insects were frantically devouring the medical staff, and the director, Chen Xingsong, was hiding in the office cabinet, not daring to breathe. He never expected there would be so many patients parasitized by aberrant insects in the hospital. Compared to those parasitizing normal people, the aberrant insects parasitizing the mentally ill were clearly more violent, less afraid of pain, and even more mobile than ordinary aberrant insects. The armed security guards in the hospital only managed to fire 1 shot before they were all killed in an instant. Now, he could only hope the officials would come to rescue them soon. Suddenly, the office door was violently pushed open, and a thin man in a hospital gown walked in with a relaxed stride. "Director? Director? Where are you? It's Joe Tai." The man lowered his voice, calling out around the office, and finally came to the cabinet, knocking on the door and muttering to himself, "Are you there? Not there? Are you there? Not there?" After a moment, he seemed a bit disappointed, mumbling, "Looks like the director really isn't here. I wanted to tell him a big secret." Saying this, he turned to leave, and Chen Qingsong's eyes widened as he let out a quiet breath. Zhou Tai. This was the most dangerous patient in their hospital. Zhou Tai suffers from multiple personality disorder, but the problem is that all the personalities, except for the main one, are extremely terrifying murderers, skinning artists, finger collectors, cannibals, and other perverse personalities. This guy is locked up in a hospital, almost restricted by restraints 24 hours a day. Chen Qingsong cannot imagine how Zhou Tai managed to break free from the restraints without being attacked by the aberrant insect, so whether Zhou Tai is human or an aberrant insect, he completely does not want to come into contact with him. However, things did not go as he wished. Just when he thought Zhou Tai had left, the cabinet door was suddenly yanked open, and Zhou Tai, with a smile, looked at Chen Qingsong and said, "Found you, my dear director." He then pulled Chen Qingsong onto the office chair and sat down on the other side. "What do you want? You better not do anything reckless, or, Chen Qingsong said in a panic. Zhou Tai interrupted him with a laugh. "Or what? Are you going to lock me up again? Ha 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 ha, from now on, no one can lock me up." Suddenly, his expression changed from madness to a bit of cowardice. "Director, am I sick? Can you help me check? Take my pulse." As he spoke, he placed his hand on the table, looking at Chen Qingsong expectantly. Chen Qingsong did not act rashly, and Zhou Tai seemed unconcerned, muttering to himself, "Director, isn't this world wonderful? A parasite wants to parasitize me. I'm so scared, but I didn't expect it to choose the most useless leader. After it replaced the leader, we ended up parasitizing it instead. This feeling is really amazing. Its body is so strong." Are you saying that the real Zhou Tai has been replaced by the consciousness of the aberrant insect, but you personalities have instead parasitized the consciousness of the aberrant insect and suppressed it? Chen Qingsong asked in shock, his eyes wide. Zhou Tai nodded repeatedly. "Yes, as expected of the director. You cleared things up in just one sentence. So do you think you are human or an aberrant insect?" Chen Qingsong asked, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, unable to help but ask. Zhou Tai's face gradually revealed a smile, and tentacles began to emerge from his facial features, his eyeballs almost coming right up to Chen Qingsong's face with the help of the tentacles. One tentacle split open and said, "Of course, I am human." Chen Qingsong looked at the terrifying scene before him, his pupils trembling violently, and he was so scared that he died on the spot. How boring. Zhou Tai slowly retracted his tentacles, looking at the dead Chen Qingsong with a smirk. Then he suddenly thought of something interesting and said with a laugh, "There's still some time, why not go find that little brother to play?" As he spoke, his expression kept changing, and finally, he looked at Chen Qingsong's corpse with a greedy look, clearly indicating that this body had switched personalities again. If Chen Qingsong were still alive, he would definitely guess that perhaps the aberrant insect originally possessed some kind of ability similar to a consciousness network, and Zhou Tai's personalities were like viruses, having infected all the aberrant insects through the consciousness network. These personalities could seize the body of any aberrant insect at any time, or even hide within the network to issue commands to all aberrant insects. Silver City No. 3 Middle School. Yu Xian carried a student with a broken leg back to the rooftop. He carefully set the injured student down and said, "Old Zhang, you boys come help. I've dealt with the aberrant insects on the 6th floor, and there are quite a few injured classmates who need our help." "Okay." Zhang Shou nodded. Then a few other boys gritted their teeth and decided to go down to help. Chen Ling said, "I'll go too. It's enough to leave 2 classmates here to take care of the injured." "Then I'll go too." Nora felt she should do something. Yu Xian did not refuse, as there were quite a few injured students, so having one more person would mean one more helping hand. However, when everyone reached the 6th floor and stepped into the classroom of Class 6, Grade 3, they couldn't help but turn around and run to the hallway to vomit. The scene in the classroom was too horrific. Some students had been eaten by the aberrant insects, leaving only half of their bodies, while others were left with only half of their faces. It was simply a hell on earth. Zhang Shou and the others, as clear yet foolish high school students, had never seen such terrifying sights before. "Are they okay?" Nora looked at Chen Ling and the others, asking with some concern. Yu Xian instead looked at Nora in surprise and laughed. "I thought they would react this way, but you, surprisingly, didn't throw up." "I'm a vampire. I don't have the ability to vomit." Nora shot Yu Xian a glare and continued. Only then did Yu Xian realize why he himself felt the classroom situation was so tragic and terrifying, yet he had no physiological discomfort. It turned out to be because he was a vampire. At that moment, an aberrant insect rushed up from the 5th floor stairs. Yu Xian flicked his finger, and a silver thread instantly sliced the rushing aberrant insect in half. He dared to let Zhang Shou and the others come down to save people, naturally confident in protecting everyone. Silver blood. Nora's eyes widened as she saw Yu Xian's silver thread attack, looking at the corpse of the aberrant insect on the ground, she thought in shock. This was the great talent her father awakened at the age of 150, but why was it appearing in Yuxian? She looked at him in disbelief, her mind a mess. In fact, she didn't know much about silver blood, namely, her father had never shown her the act of consuming silver. She only knew that silver blood was a power that could create silver threads, otherwise, she would have connected the dots when she saw Yuxian consume silver earlier. After a while, Zhang Shou and the others finally recovered. Yuxian took the lead into the classroom, and Zhang Shou gritted his teeth and immediately followed, with the others trailing behind. This way, she still has a heartbeat. Yuxian quickly found the first survivor, a girl who was missing her limbs and had a bite taken out of her face. Everyone present looked heavy-hearted upon seeing the girl at that moment. In the past, the Rongqing tragedy was just 4 words, and many people couldn't understand why the word tragic was used. Now, witnessing the tragic state of their fellow classmates firsthand, those present felt that the word tragic was insufficient to describe the horror of this disaster. After Zhang Shou and the others adapted, Yuxian did not stay on the 6th floor but prepared to go downstairs to continue clearing the aberrant insects. If it weren't for discovering that there were surviving students in the 6th floor classroom, some of whom urgently needed bleeding treatment, his original plan was to keep going down and kill all the aberrant insects in the teaching building. Now that Zhang Shou and the others were responsible for bandaging the wounds of the surviving students, what he needed to do was to quickly kill all the aberrant insects and save more classmates. Wait, I want to go with you, Nora said, mustering her courage. Yuxian looked at Nora, as if seeing a golden, silly goose, and was about to refuse her when Nora said, "If you let me go with you, I'll give you 20 pounds of silver next time." Deal. Yuxian immediately agreed. Silver was quite expensive now. 20 pounds of silver should be enough for him for a long time. The two went down to the 5th floor. Yuxian flicked his finger, and the silver thread instantly killed several aberrant insects that were tearing at students in the hallway. Nora was not idle either. She quickly took out her handgun and aimed at a distant aberrant insect. With a gunshot, the aberrant insect was blown apart on the spot. Yuxian was slightly taken aback, looking at the gun in Nora's hand. He hadn't expected the bullets from this gun to be so powerful. "I hit it! I hit it!" Nora exclaimed excitedly to herself as she looked at the fallen aberrant insect. She then aimed at the aberrant insects that came running out upon hearing the noise. Pulling the trigger repeatedly, one by one, the aberrant insects exploded under the gunfire. A class has about 25 to 30 students, but only 5 to 10 of them are infected with the aberrant insects. There are 4 classes on the 1st floor of the teaching building, so there are approximately 30 to 40 aberrant insects on each floor. Nora's handgun has a total of 15 bullets. After killing 15 aberrant insects in a row, she starts fumbling to reload. The aberrant insects naturally do not want to give her the chance to reload and rush out from behind the classroom cover, but before they can get close, they are cut down by Yuxian's manipulated silver threads. After confirming that all the aberrant insects on the 5th floor are dead, the two descend to the 4th floor. Again, Nora is allowed to use her handgun to kill some aberrant insects first, then they use the reloading as bait to lure the aberrant insects into a full assault, with Yuxian taking out the last wave of charging aberrant insects. "Do you have enough bullets?" Yuxian asks as they go down to the 3rd floor. Nora nods and replies, "Enough. I prepared 100,000 bullets." Ever since being attacked by ordinary people, she specifically prepared a handgun and bullets, and she has an ample supply. On the 3rd floor, the two work in perfect harmony, killing all the aberrant insects in just a minute. After confirming there are no stragglers, they continue down to the 2nd floor. "Are you also a vampire?" Nora, walking behind, glances at Yuxian with a complex expression and then quietly asks. Yuxian, walking ahead, replies calmly, "Yes, I have ALS. If I don't become a vampire, I will die. I heard that because of me, you were attacked by thugs and ostracized by other students at school. I'm very sorry." He had already mentally prepared himself when he called the police. Once this disaster is resolved, he would flee, never to return to human society until he is invincible. "I see." Nora looks at Yuxian, her expression complicated, murmuring softly. They reach the 2nd floor, and Nora immediately clears her mind, gripping her handgun tightly and continuously firing at the aberrant insects. Once her bullets run out, she takes out more bullets, reloading while watching Yuxian. The remaining aberrant insects seize the opportunity to launch a full assault, and with a wave of his hand, Yuxian sends a silver thread cascading down like a wave, instantly slicing the aberrant insects into various strange shapes. At that moment, a teacher who had previously fled bursts out from a classroom and leaps down the corridor, landing in the square below. Still trying to run, Yuxian sees this scene and immediately presses one hand against the railing, jumping down to the square from the 2nd floor. Before he can act, a gunshot rings out, and the teacher, parasitized by the aberrant insects, explodes from the waist up, collapsing in response. Nora, upstairs, holds her gun, and when Yuxian turns back, she reveals a sly smile. Just then, a gust of wind blows, and her golden hair dances in the breeze, momentarily dazzling Yuxian. He retracts his previous thoughts. This is not a golden, silly goose, but rather, a beautiful silly goose. Suddenly, Nora's eyes widen in terror, and she seems to want to say something. Watch out! As Nora's voice rings out, a shadow flashes by in an instant. Yuxian reacts quickly, already starting to dodge as Nora's eyes widen slightly, but he is still struck, losing an arm to the shadow. Thud! A rectangular sign crashes heavily onto the steps of the teaching building. Yuxian's blood flows down from above the sign, passing through the words "slow down ahead" before finally dripping onto the ground. Yuxian clutches his wound, glancing at the sign, and immediately turns around. He sees a woman in professional attire crouching on the school wall. "Hey there, little brother, I've come to play with you." The woman reveals a crazed smile, but her voice is that of a man. Yuxian's expression turns serious, silver light flashing in his eyes as he grits his teeth and says, "You are the bastard on the other end of the phone." Yes, I am that bastard." The woman jumps down from the wall, smiling as she introduces herself. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Joe Tai. I was once human, and now my identity is an aberrant insect." It slowly walked to the corpse of the teacher, who was parasitized by the aberrant insect, squatted down, and muttered to itself, TSK, clearly possessing such a powerful body, yet not knowing how to utilize it. What a waste. Bang bang bang! Upstairs, taking advantage of Joe Tai's crouch, Nora immediately fired 3 shots at him. However, there was no sound of an explosion. Instead, Joe Tai had 3 bullets in his hand. He stood up and laughed. The speed of the bullets isn't fast. In fact, all aberrant insects have the ability to dodge. They have pretended to be human for so long that even when their consciousness awakens and they realize they are not human, they still follow some of humanity's bad habits. Whether it's reaction time or speed, they are constrained by their subconscious. Humans have a self-protection mechanism that automatically sets a safety threshold when controlling muscle activity to prevent excessive use of strength from causing muscle and bone damage. Many aberrant insects are affected by this, so they can only exert about 50% of their strength. Joe Tai's personality is different. He inherently does not care about his body and belongs to the type that would harm himself to achieve his goals. Therefore, when his personality entered this body, its strength was fully unleashed. "Here you go, miss." At this moment, he flicked his hand, and the 3 bullets immediately shot towards Nora upstairs. Boom! In midair, the bullets collided with the silver threads and exploded instantly. Yuxian's body had turned pitch black, and at this moment, he waved his finger downward, causing the silver threads extending upward to slash towards Joe Tai. Joe Tai was using a tall female body, estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall. Normally, even if the body was filled with the tentacles of aberrant insects, as long as the skin was intact, the movements of the aberrant insects would still follow human patterns. But Joe Tai was different. Facing the slashing silver threads, his body twisted and dodged like a deflating balloon, easily avoiding Yuxian's attack. Then he raised his hand, and the skin on his arm instantly burst open, with countless tentacles intertwining to form a thick arm. "Here comes the fist." Joe Tai laughed heartily and leaped up, throwing a punch at Yuxian on the ground. Danger! Yuxian immediately jumped to the side and quickly rolled away upon landing. It must be said that losing an arm had a significant impact on him. If his right hand were still intact, Joe Tai would dare to jump, and he would be strangled in no time. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground where Yuxian had just stood shook violently. In the dust, Joe Tai's punch created a half-meter deep pit in the ground. If that punch had landed on a person, it would likely have punched a hole right through them. On the other side, Yuxian completed his roll and immediately knelt on the ground, inserting his left hand into the earth, manipulating the silver threads to penetrate the ground and swiftly attack Joe Tai. Instantly, a dense mass of silver threads emerged from the pit, weaving into a large net to cover Joe Tai and rapidly constricting. At the critical moment, Joe Tai still wore a smile on his face. His body exploded, transforming into a mass of disgusting tentacles, skillfully slipping out of one of the net's grids, even bringing human skin along with him. If someone had seen an octopus navigating through various small holes in seawater, they could probably imagine how Joe Tai emerged. Then all the tentacles quickly burrowed back into the human skin, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed back into the appearance of a young woman. This micro-manipulation, this speed. Yuxian could clearly see Joe Tai's movements and couldn't help but be astonished. Although Joe Tai's abilities did not exceed the limits of aberrant insects, his control over the body of the aberrant insect was too strong. Such maneuvers were likely beyond the capabilities of most aberrant insects. At this moment, Joe Tai noticed Yuxian's severed arm on the ground a few meters away. He glanced at Yuxian, and then the broken arm sprouted numerous tentacles, directly picking up the severed limb from the ground, with tentacles burrowing into the arm. That means he can use his tentacles to simulate the flesh and nerves of other creatures, thereby manipulating their bodies. This can be said to be the most basic ability of the aberrant insects. Otherwise, if they drained the host's body completely, the host's brain would suffer from oxygen deprivation and would have died long ago. "Little brother, your arm is really nice. Let's keep playing," Jotai said with a smile as he manipulated the tentacles to swing the arm continuously. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly charged at Yu Xian. So fast. Jotai's running speed was much faster than that of other aberrant insects, at least 3 to 4 times that of a typical aberrant insect, and his running path was not a straight line, making it impossible for Yu Xian to predict his route. Helpless, Yu Xian could only retreat frantically, trying to distance himself from Jotai. The two chased each other around the playground, and occasionally Yu Xian would use silver threads to block Jotai, but Jotai danced around, or seemed to be playing, easily dodging various attacks. At the same time, Jotai would also swing Yu Xian's right hand, occasionally extending it suddenly to punch Yu Xian. In fact, Yu Xian's attacks posed almost no threat to Jotai, although the silver threads were incredibly sharp. As long as they could cut Jotai's body, they would surely inflict serious damage. But Jotai was extremely agile, his body shape changing rapidly. Several times, when Yu Xian intentionally tried to form a large net with the silver threads, Jotai always managed to escape easily through the gaps. Instead, it was Yu Xian himself who narrowly avoided being hit by Jotai's fists several times. Although he managed to dodge, his body was scratched in multiple places, but as a vampire, these small wounds healed in the blink of an eye, so no obvious scars were left. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Jotai, who was chasing Yu Xian, immediately leaned back to dodge, the bullet flying past his chest and hitting the ground in the distance, causing an explosion. A good opportunity. At that moment, Yu Xian seized the chance, turned around, and waved his left hand, causing a large amount of silver threads to wildly swing in the air, slicing towards Jotai from different angles. Faced with the web-like silver threads, Jotai immediately employed the same trick, a large number of tentacles bursting out from his skin, choosing one of the gaps to escape. Bang! Another gunshot. Just as Jotai emerged from the web of silver threads, he was hit by a bullet from Nora, and a large number of tentacles broke apart in the explosion, with the remaining few quickly burrowing back into the woman's skin and rolling backward. Although Nora fired several more shots in pursuit, Jotai's speed was too fast, and all the remaining bullets missed. "Bitch, I'm playing with my little brother, you're so unnecessary," Jotai said as he performed a series of backflips, landing on a branch of a tree at the school, looking up at Nora with a face full of resentment. Neither Nora nor Yu Xian spoke. At that moment, they surprisingly shared a tacit understanding. Take advantage of the situation. Bullets and silver threads intertwined, and in an instant, the tree where Jotai had landed was blown apart by bullets, while countless silver threads shredded it into pieces. However, just before the attack arrived, Jotai quickly jumped back, already returning to the school wall. "Little brother, I'll come back to play with you next time, and, you dead bitch, you're dead for sure. I will kill you, I will definitely kill you," Jotai first said to Yu Xian with a smile, then suddenly changed his expression, glaring at Nora and shouting madly. As soon as he finished speaking, bullets and silver threads came at him again, and he immediately performed a backflip, disappearing outside the school. In fact, Jotai's original plan was to kill Yu Xian or to ruin this body, but after obtaining Yu Xian's arm, he sensed that it was not simple, so he decided to retreat in order to take Yu Xian's arm back. Yu Xian and Nora did not immediately let their guard down after Jotai left. They stood in place for a while, confirming that Jotai had truly departed before finally relaxing. Sitting down on the ground, Yu Xian felt utterly exhausted. Just now, he had nearly been killed by Jotai's punch several times, and now he was filled with lingering fear. Nora came down from the second floor at that moment, jogging over, and only slowed her pace when she got closer. Yu Xian turned to look at her, their eyes met, and suddenly they both smiled in tacit understanding. "That was terrifying. I've never seen such a scary monster," Nora said as she sat down next to Yu Xian, still feeling a bit shaken. Yu Xian nodded. "Fortunately, we scared it away." Suddenly, Nora pressed a gun against Yu Xian's lower back, and he had no choice but to raise his only hand in compliance. "There are people in the Blood Clan who are 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than that monster. My father's patience is limited. He sent me to kill you. If I don't make a move, he'll send someone stronger, and then you'll definitely die," Nora said, looking at Yu Xian. Unable to help himself, Yu Xian laughed and asked, "So you decided to kill me first? I'll give you a piece of advice. You'd better find a way to join the Qilin," Nora said, retracting the gun. Yu Xian quickly asked, "Qilin? You can't be saying that there really is a Qilin beast in the world, and I should join its ranks, right?" "Of course not. Qilin is the name of an official organization. I don't know the specifics, but I heard 3 years ago that a vampire like you joined Shilin, and the Blood Clan has already given up on cleansing him, Nora said. Shilin, an official organization. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. This option seemed more reliable than escaping to the mountains to live as a wild man. If one could be human, who would want to be a ghost? Yu Xian didn't really want to live as a wild man in the mountains. It was just a last resort. Do you have a phone? Yu Xian was curious about what Qilin really was, so he asked Nora beside him. Nora took out her phone and handed it to Yu Xian, saying uneasily, "The password is 66. Don't look at the photo album or browsing history, or I'll shoot you." "Don't worry, I'm just checking something," Yu Xian said with a smile. After unlocking it, Yu Xian opened the browser and searched for the word Qilin. The results showed various legends about Qilin, and someone even claimed in a post that they had seen a Qilin in the wild. Pfft, you don't really think you can find information about Qilin online, do you? Nora couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Xian returned the phone to Nora, his expression unchanged. Checking won't hurt, why not give it a try? At that moment, Nora took out a bag of blood from her bracelet, bit into it with her sharp teeth, thought for a moment, and then handed another bag to Yu Xian, as if sharing a snack. "No need, even though I'm a vampire, I don't drink blood," Yu Xian refused. Although his body was already that of a vampire, he felt it was better not to drink blood if he could sustain himself on light. "Don't worry, I'm not a traditionalist, this is all artificial plasma. Just give it a try," Nora said, licking her sharp teeth with her little tongue, encouraging him with a smile. The two pushed and shoved each other, and in the end, Yu Xian couldn't resist Nora and had to take the blood bag. Fine. Actually, he was a bit curious about what it felt like to drink blood as a vampire. He pierced the blood bag with his sharp teeth, and the next second, he felt a surge of vitality being drawn into his body, warming every cell. It felt amazing. It was a completely different sensation from basking in the sun. Gradually, he lost himself in this warm feeling, his mind going blank. When he came to his senses again, the entire school was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. "What did you put in the blood?" Yu Xian stood up, looking at the surrounding soldiers, unable to help but ask Nora beside him. After drinking the blood, he had lost consciousness. If Nora or these soldiers had wanted to do something to him just now, he would have had no chance to resist. Nora explained with a smile, "It really is just ordinary artificial plasma, but I didn't expect you to be like my cousin and get drunk on blood. Simply put, drinking blood makes you feel like you're drunk." After listening, Yu Xian was speechless. It turned out that vampires could also get drunk on blood. Fortunately, he discovered this weakness in time, otherwise, it would have been troublesome if he faltered at a critical moment in the future. The subsequent cleanup work was all handled by the soldiers who had rushed over. Under the arrangement of the surviving teachers, Yu Xian and Nora went to rest in a tent outside the school with Zhang Shou and the others. Currently, the entire Silver City had entered a wartime state, and going home was definitely out of the question. A night passed in silence. The next day, Yu Xian woke up from the wooden bed in the tent and couldn't help but stretch. Perhaps due to the significant energy expenditure from fighting Zhou Tai the day before, he actually slept until dawn. This indicated that vampires did not truly not need sleep. It was just that their energy recovery rate was greater than their consumption, creating the illusion that they didn't need to sleep. Of course, it could also be because regrowing an arm required a large amount of energy. Upon waking, Yu Xian noticed that his right hand had already healed. The newly grown right hand was almost indistinguishable from the original, and the reason he said almost was that this arm seemed even more perfect. In fact, many people have arms that are not exactly the same size due to being left-handed or right-handed. For example, a person who is right-handed. Upon closer observation, one would find that the right fist is larger than the left. Yu Xian used to be right-handed, so his right hand was slightly larger than his left, but now both arms were exactly the same size, making his balance much stronger whether throwing punches or performing other actions. Stepping out of the tent, sunlight hit him, and Yu Xian felt like a phone connecting to a power source, becoming more energetic and mentally agile, fully aware of everything happening around him. Not far away, Zhang Shou and the others were sitting in a row, watching as a group of soldiers in white protective suits were disinfecting the entire school to prevent abnormal insects from leaving eggs or other hidden dangers. "What are you looking at?" Yu Xian walked over and sat next to Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou said heavily, "I just heard that there are only a little over 100 survivors in the whole school, and most of them are left with lifelong disabilities. Among these survivors, half were saved by Yu Xian and the others. If it weren't for the cooperation between Yu Xian and Nora, quickly killing the abnormal insects in the teaching building, there might have only been 30 or 40 survivors." After hearing this, Yu Xian fell silent. So many students and teachers had only survived. Then, he didn't know who started it first, but several girls began to quietly sob, making the atmosphere even more sorrowful, and even Zhang Shou's eyes turned red. "Xianyu, do you think my parents are okay now?" By the way, where's my phone? Zhang Shou suddenly asked. Yu Xian immediately showed an awkward smile and said apologetically, your phone. You know, it happened so suddenly, so I accidentally broke it. That's true, it was chaotic at that time, and it's good to have you, otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. Zhang Shou recalled the situation from yesterday, understanding. If it weren't for Yu Xian, he knew he and the other students would definitely not be okay. Yu Xian had saved their lives, a mere phone was nothing. At that moment, Shen Ling and a male teacher came over with several bowls. She forced a smile and said, everyone, come eat breakfast. Oh, I've been hungry for a long time. Zhang Shou immediately perked up and stood up, speaking loudly. Shen Ling brought a bowl of noodles to Yu Xian, who took it and smiled. Thank you. Although he couldn't digest other foods and they tasted like chewing wax, he didn't want to refuse Chen Ling's kindness now. Holding the bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, Chen Ling then noticed that his right hand had grown back and exclaimed in surprise, Yu Xian, your hand is better? Yeah, it grew back after a good sleep, Yu Xian said with a smile after taking a bite of the noodles. At that moment, he frowned slightly and instinctively looked up at the male teacher who was distributing breakfast nearby. This teacher is. He looked at the other person and asked Chen Ling. Chen Ling introduced, Teacher Yue, the physical education teacher for the 3rd year, just happened to have no classes yesterday, so he was sleeping in the dormitory and thus didn't fall victim to the abnormal insect. Oh, teacher, you must have been sick yesterday, Zhang Shou said with a smile. Although the 3rd year is not as pressured as the senior year, the study pressure is still considerable, and physical education teachers often fall ill as well. Chen Ling shot Zhang Shou an annoyed glance, while Yu Xian scrutinized Yue, feeling somewhat uneasy. Although his enhanced sense of smell and vision from the blood of silver did not detect any issues, he couldn't shake the vague feeling that there was something off about this teacher. The people present should have been checked by the authorities, so there shouldn't be any oversight, right? Something's not right. Something's not right. Something's not right. Yu Xian lowered his head to eat noodles, but deep down, it felt as if a voice was constantly reminding him that Yue had a problem. Until noon, Yu Xian kept observing Yue. However, Yue showed no signs of weakness, his scent was that of a normal man, there were no tentacles wriggling beneath his skin, and his heartbeat was very normal, indicating that there were no foreign objects in his heart. Moreover, through long-term observation, Yu Xian also discovered that Yue suffered from kidney stones, lumbar muscle strain, and rhinitis. In summary, he was just a middle-aged man, showing some signs of exercise, but not much. This fit the profile of a 3rd-year physical education teacher. Strange. Yu Xian was puzzled. If Yue really had something wrong, what exactly was it? Zhang Shou couldn't help but speak up. Xian Yu, if you really think Teacher Yu has a problem, why not report him directly to the soldier brother? Once he's caught, a thorough check will reveal everything. Would they believe me if I reported him? What if nothing is found? By the way, where's Nora? Yu Xian looked at Zhang Wei and asked 3 questions in a row. Zhang Shou opened his mouth, realizing he could only answer the last question, so he told Yu Xian that Nora had a special identity. Her father was a diplomatic envoy of the Blood Clan, so she was taken away by bodyguards last night. Alright, Yu Xian said helplessly. He had wanted to ask for Nora's opinion. Although Nora sometimes seemed dazed, like a pretty silly goose, she actually had her own thoughts, or rather, it was precisely because she was too smart and had too many ideas that she appeared dazed at critical moments. Afternoon. All students were invited to separate tents for investigation and questioning. Yu Xian entered one of the tents, where the staff consisted of a man and a woman. They first told Yu Xian not to be nervous, then proceeded with the routine questioning. Name? Yu Xian, Yu as in abundance, Xian as in sage. Gender? Male. Age? 17. Race? Human? Vampire? Yu Xian said uncertainly. The female staff member smiled and said, as long as you believe you are still human, you can fill in human. Then I'll go with human, after all, I won't drink blood again in this lifetime. Yu Xian thought for a moment and said firmly. After filling out the basic information, they asked Yu Xian to carefully recall what happened yesterday and then narrate it in detail. At first, the 2 staff members were relatively relaxed, listening and writing, but as they listened, their expressions changed. What? This young man is the first to discover the abnormal insect? What? The Public Security Bureau has been infiltrated? What? He even encountered a suspected leader of the abnormal insects? After they finished writing, they couldn't help but glance at each other, then asked Yu Xian to wait there while they hurriedly left with the report. After spending about an hour in anxiety, the tent opened again. A middle-aged man with a square face and a very imposing young man entered together, and they sat down in front of Yu Xian. The young man spoke, I am Jin Shang, and this is Jin Dajuan. We came mainly to verify some issues with you. The moment the young man entered, Yu Xian felt as if he were facing the sun, and the heartbeat of the other party sounded like a lion roaring. clearly not an ordinary person. Alright, I will be honest, Yusian said nervously, taking a deep breath. Jin Dajuan couldn't help but laugh. Don't be nervous. We already understand the situation pretty well. Not only did you expose the conspiracy of the abnormal insects, forcing them to act prematurely, but you also saved so many classmates during the disaster. No one here dares to make things difficult for you. Yusian, listen to this voice. Is it Zhou Tai's voice? Jin Shang took out his phone and played an audio clip. The audio was very noisy, occasionally interrupted by screams. Yusian listened carefully, and a twisted male voice in the recording said, Dean, isn't this world wonderful? Chen Xingsan's office had been secretly equipped with listening devices by his wife, who intended to find evidence of his infidelity to secure more assets in their divorce. However, both Chen Xingsong and his wife ended up dead. Yet, this listening device recorded a crucial conversation that eventually fell into the hands of Jin Shang and the others. The voice is about 60% similar, but the tone is almost identical. I can be sure it's him, Yu Xian said seriously after listening to the audio. Jin Shang and Jin Dajuan both looked grave. Zhou Tai was already very dangerous as an ordinary person, and now those perverted personalities could not only control the abnormal insects but could even parasitize one of them, significantly increasing the danger. If not resolved quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Can I ask what the original plan of the abnormal insects was? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask. Jin Dajuan nodded and said, if you hadn't exposed the invasion of the abnormal insects, they would gradually devour the entire Silver City, and all ordinary people would become their food and hosts until Silver City turned into the lair of the abnormal insects. By that time, I'm afraid we would have no chance of completely exterminating them. Yu Xian, do you have any other questions? Jin Shang looked at Yu Xian, as if hinting at something. In fact, the two had come fully aware of Yu Xian's situation, a person suffering from ALS, who had to resort to illegal means to become a wild vampire, clearly struggling for survival but still harboring noble intentions, ultimately making the right choice. Because of Yu Xian's choice, at least tens of millions of people in Silver City survived, and this achievement was monumental. With this backing, the state would definitely not ignore him, let alone the Blood Clan forces. No force would dare to act recklessly. I want to ask if I have a chance to join Qilin? Yu Xian rubbed his hands together, revealing a look of longing as he asked. Jin Shang was taken aback, then glanced at Jin Dajuan, who quickly distanced himself, saying, Not me, I never said that. This is my first time meeting Yu Xian too. Yu Xian, who did you hear about Qilin from? Jin Shang asked. Jin Dajuan laughed, no need to ask. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Marcus's precious daughter, right? He then couldn't help but add, Yu Xian, you asked the right person. This kid is one of Qilin, ranked 89, codename Lionlight, and I am his father, ha 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 ha. Jin Shang looked at Jin Dajuan speechlessly. The reason he suspected Jin Dajuan right away was that Jin Dajuan had boasted about all his comrades, always telling people that his son had joined Qilin. Are you sure you want to join Qilin? Jin Shang sighed and then looked at Yu Xian and asked. He originally intended for Yu Xian to request official protection. The authorities only needed to inform the Blood Clan that this kid was under their protection, and as long as he didn't leave the country, the Blood Clan wouldn't dare to make a move. Although there has been much talk among the public about the power of the Blood Clan, in reality, at the national level, the Blood Clan, which doesn't even have a dragon-level powerhouse, is merely a second-rate force. Most of those wild vampires can be successfully cleansed by the Blood Clan mainly because those who become wild vampires are not good people to begin with, and there are even cases where they attack ordinary people for blood, so the state naturally turns a blind eye. For someone like Yu Xian, who has a clean background and has saved millions of lives in a city, the Blood Clan is nothing. The Blood Clan, or rather vampires, is actually a race with many weaknesses. They fear the sun, silver, garlic, and crosses, and their only food source is blood. If they go too long without feeding, they will fall into a deep sleep, their bodies gradually turning into mummies, until one day blood falls on them, giving them a slight chance of awakening. If becoming a vampire weren't one of the easiest ways to achieve immortality, the Blood Clan would probably not even be considered a second-rate force, at best a third or fourth-rate one. The Blood Clan's reputation among the public is mainly due to their wealth, particularly their immense wealth, which has led those wealthy individuals who have transformed into vampires to hire public relations teams to promote how powerful, terrifying, and mysterious the Blood Clan is. This creates an illusion for ordinary people that the Blood Clan is a first-rate force, making them truly believe that offending the Blood Clan leads only to death. In fact, the 5 major countries all possess the strength to easily suppress the Blood Clan, and there are also some extraordinary forces occupying many small countries that similarly have the ability to crush the Blood Clan. The reason the Blood Clan has survived to this day is not because they are powerful, but because they are sensible. Originally, Yu Xian thought joining the Qilin would be difficult or require various tests. However, the next day, Jin Shang placed the documents, a gun, and a special phone in front of him. Jin Shang looked at Yu Xian, suppressing a laugh, and said seriously, "From now on, you are a member of the Qilin's evil extermination team, rank 6330, codenamed Dried Fish." Yu Xian looked at the documents on the table, unable to help but pick them up and flip through them, incredulously asking, "Is this real?" "Of course it's real. As long as you present the documents, all public security bureaus across the country can verify their authenticity and will cooperate with your actions unconditionally," Jin Shang replied with a smile. Yu Xian put away the documents and asked, "How many people are in the evil extermination team, and who is the captain?" "I am the captain of the evil extermination team. Originally, there were 5 members, and with you, there are 6. However, the team usually does not act together. Instead, each member takes on tasks individually. Only for tasks of sparrow level and above do we gather as a team," Jin Shang explained. He then informed Yu Xian about the specific situation of the team. The teams under Qilin have a very high degree of freedom, mainly because most members who can join Qilin are extraordinary individuals with great potential. Since each extraordinary person's situation is different, forcing them to act together could actually lead to stagnation in some members' abilities. Generally, team members can freely take on bug and ant level tasks, and 2 or more members can collaborate on B level tasks, while sparrow level and above tasks must be taken on by the entire team together. "So what level is Silver City now?" Yu Xian asked curiously. Jin Shang replied, "The anomalous insect disaster is classified as tiger level, but not because of its strength, rather due to its harmfulness. Only by exterminating all anomalous insects can the task be considered complete, but this task is destined to be extremely difficult to accomplish, as we are uncertain about how it spreads and how many there are. Actually, I have a suspect. I suspect he might be an anomalous insect, but I can't find any evidence." Yu Xian inexplicably thought of Yu Wei and hesitated before speaking. Jin Shang immediately became serious and asked, "Who do you suspect?" "Yu Wei, teacher Yu. Although I observed him for most of the day and he showed no flaws, when I saw him again this morning, I still had that feeling, he's definitely not right." Yu Xian frowned and pondered. Jin Shang immediately turned to walk outside, saying as he walked, "Let's go. Since you think he is suspicious, we should control him first and check." The two walked out of the tent. Jin Shang instructed the soldiers to first control Yu Wei and confine him in a tent, guarded by several soldiers. Throughout the process, Yu Wei did not resist, he only looked somewhat frightened. Jin Shang and Yu Xian observed from a distance, and neither of them noticed anything unusual. "Do you still think he's not right?" Jin Shang asked. Yu Xian nodded, "Yes, he definitely has a problem, but with my current abilities, I can't pinpoint it yet." "Then let's keep watching. Come on." Jin Shang thought for a moment and still decided to unconditionally trust Yu Xian. The two entered the tent where Yu Wei was held. Upon seeing them, Yu Wei quickly spoke, "Officer, and classmate Yu Xian, what do you need from me?" Neither Jin Shang nor Yu Xian spoke. They circled around Yu Wei, and Jin Shang's eyes suddenly turned golden, while a silver light flickered deep within Yu Xian's pupils. "What are you doing? What's wrong with me?" Yu Wei felt frightened under their gaze, his body leaning back continuously. Jin Shang's golden eyes gradually dimmed as he shook his head at Yu Xian, clearly having found no issues. The silver light in Yu Xian's pupils also gradually returned to normal. He had not discovered anything either. "Are you sure?" Jin Shang asked randomly. Yu Xian understood what he meant and nodded, "Very sure. Especially now, he gives me a very strong sense of incongruity." He was not speaking nonsense. The distance between him and Yu Wei was only about 20 centimeters, and he felt an indescribable discomfort when looking at Yu Wei, as if everything was out of sync. "Then go ahead and do what you want. Even if you're wrong, I'll take the responsibility." Jin Shang paused for a moment before finally deciding to continue trusting Yu Xian. After all, Yu Xian was now a member of his team, and supporting teammates was one of a captain's responsibilities. There were cases in the Kirin files where a team member discovered a problem, but the captain did not believe it, resulting in only 2 survivors from the entire team. Since then, every captain under Kirin chose to firmly stand by their teammates. Yu Wei seemed to sense danger and cried out in panic, "What do you want to do? Help! Help! Murder! Shut up! Be quiet!" Jin Shang immediately glared. The next moment, Yu Wei's mouth was covered by a beam of golden light, and he could only make muffled sounds. "Let's begin. Do whatever you want. You can dissect him or chop him into pieces," Jin Shang said coldly to Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded, glancing at Yu Wei with some reluctance, and said, "Teacher Yu, bear with it. I'll try not to hurt you." He then concentrated and formed a thin silver thread with his fingers, which slowly penetrated into Yu Wei's neck and began to wander inside his body. After the battle 2 days ago, his control over the silver blood had improved significantly, and he was very careful to avoid hurting Yue. At the same time, he examined everything very thoroughly: blood vessels, internal organs, bones, and nerves, one by one. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes slightly, as the silver thread seemed to touch something that felt wrong. Before he could react, a change occurred. Ah, exposed again. Little brother, you really are the biggest enemy of the bugs. In an instant, Yue's head rotated 90 degrees, his entire face contorting into a wrinkled expression, and Jotai's voice came from his head. Following that, a large number of nerve fibers burst forth from his eye sockets, nostrils, and ears, rapidly stabbing towards Yu Xian. However, at this moment, Jin Shang radiated a golden light, effortlessly blocking Jotai's attack with one hand, while tightly gripping the aberrant insect disguised as Yue's nerve fiber. I see, no wonder I couldn't detect anything unusual, Jin Shang murmured to himself as he looked at the aberrant insect in his hand. At this time, Yu Xian also realized the problem and frowned, saying, "This level of infiltration is terrifying." In fact, the aberrant insect had not completely controlled Yue, it merely disguised itself as a segment of Yue's nerve fiber. Since Yue was still alive, Yu Xian could not smell anything foul, and because the aberrant insect mimicked nerve fibers, it was nearly impossible to detect unless one dissected the person. Yu Xian speculated that the reason he felt something was off with Yue was more due to Jotai observing him through Yue, causing him to instinctively sense something was wrong. Without Jotai's scrutiny, he probably wouldn't have noticed anything amiss with Yue either. This way, even if the aberrant insect infiltrated the entire country, it might go undetected, and their current discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. That night, several high-ranking officials from the Qilin headquarters parachuted into Silver City. Yu Xian followed closely behind Jin Shang and encountered several powerful figures whose presence felt almost demonic. Although these big shots greeted him with smiles, warmth, and even patted his head, praising him as a good child, Yu Xian remained tense and stiff, feeling like a chick that had fallen into a lion's den. Notably, the term parachuted was literal. These big shots had flown directly from the capital, descending from the sky. The next day, Yue's body and the aberrant insect captured by Jin Shang were taken away by one of the officials. It was believed that the Qilin headquarters would conduct various studies on them, and perhaps soon there would be a way to identify victims controlled by the aberrant insect hidden among the crowd. Noon. The sun radiated a scorching heat, and the soldiers stood under the blazing sun, maintaining a straight posture despite being drenched in sweat. Yu Xian sat outside his tent, basking in the sun while looking at his phone. This phone was a special device for internal use within Qilin, waterproof, dustproof, dropproof, fireproof, and electric-proof, capable of maintaining signal in most environments. Additionally, the phone had several official apps, among which the Qilin app featured many interesting panels, with Yu Xian's favorite being the file panel. This panel recorded numerous extraordinary events solved by various Qilin teams. For instance, there were cases of criminals who accidentally gained abilities or animals that committed crimes after consuming forbidden fruits, with each team outsmarting these extraordinary beings and ultimately resolving the issues. Of course, there were also cases of team discord or a lack of trust from the captain towards teammates, leading to mission failures and casualties. The reason these cases were publicly shared internally was primarily due to the severe and complex situation of superpowered crimes. Only by continuously learning and broadening their horizons could they avoid being misled by the diverse abilities of complex criminals and falling into mental dead ends. Yu Xian was currently broadening his horizons and learning a lot. For example, he had always believed that obtaining forbidden fruit would lead to soaring success. It was only after reading one of the files that he realized forbidden fruit was not omnipotent and had many limitations. One file detailed a boy named Chen Xing, who discovered a forbidden fruit on his family's balcony and became a god after consuming it. However, as the price for gaining power, his self-awareness was completely extinguished. Now, Chen Xing was sealed in the extraordinary containment facility of the Qilin headquarters, numbered 006, codename, God of Fortune. Anyone who worshipped him would receive a blessing of luck, but once they began to worship, they had to do so sincerely every day. Otherwise, if the worship was interrupted, misfortune would befall them, with the amount of good fortune experienced beforehand directly correlating to the amount of bad luck that would follow. Additionally, there is number 001, codename Pangu, who is in a similar situation, except he is trapped in eternal sleep. It is said that he will only awaken after the destruction of this world, and then he will create the heavens and the earth. In the Qilin app, the blood of Pangu in the merit store comes from him. The officials have already found a way to extract blood without harming his body. The more Yu Xian looked, the more he understood how deep the official background was. Compared to the official power, the blood clan was nothing. I wonder how much it would replenish me if I took a sip of Pangu's blood. After reading one of the files, a curious expression appeared on Yu Xian's face. The team that resolved the incident had a captain who was originally an ordinary soldier. Due to his outstanding merits, he was able to exchange for Pangu's blood and became a sparrow-level extraordinary being. Just one drop of Pangu's blood can create a small master at the sparrow level. Indeed, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Although Yu Xian swore he would never drink blood again, to be honest, he was a bit tempted by Pangu's blood. In fact, there were warriors in Silver City who had consumed Pangu's blood. That was the Security Bureau's riot police unit, but most members of the riot police had only consumed diluted Pangu's blood, with strength roughly at the insect level lower tier. Aside from having better physical fitness than ordinary people, they did not possess any additional abilities. Currently, the riot police were working alongside the armed police, systematically inspecting all buildings in Silver City to clear out any potentially hidden abnormal insects. With a permanent population of nearly 30 million, the inspection was not easy. In fact, Silver City's population was only a little over 10 million in the past, but after the Rongqing incident, a large number of people migrated here, leading to a population explosion. Currently, Silver City is one of only 2 cities in the country with a population exceeding 30 million. Speaking of which, because of the large influx of residents from Rongqing, the value of the few properties Yu Xian owned has increased. However, after this incident, it is estimated that the 2 remaining properties in Yu Xian's hands will likely depreciate significantly. Fortunately, he has now joined the exorcism team, which not only provides a salary but also a position, so that loss is just a drop in the bucket for him. As Yu Xian opened the next file to continue reading, Zhang Shou, Chen Ling, and other classmates came over. Zhang Shou leaned in and asked sneakily, Xianyu, there's a rumor online that the government is planning to popularize extraordinary education. Is that true or false? Popularize extraordinary education? Yu Xian was taken aback, then shook his head and said, I don't know, I haven't heard anything about it. In fact, the whole country was paying attention to the situation in Silver City, and major cities had begun nationwide health checks. Many people were on high alert, feeling anxious. Then news broke about the government's plan to popularize extraordinary education, and netizens immediately shifted their focus, discussing the pros and cons of such a move. If it's true, that would be great. I definitely want to become an immortal cultivator. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven, Zhang Shou said with a face full of longing. Yu Xian opened the contact list in the Qilin app and said, I'll ask, the captain might know. Over the past few days, he finally understood the significance of being ranked 89th. At various meetings at the Qilin headquarters, Jin Shang not only had a seat but also voting rights, allowing him to learn about many policy updates in advance. He clicked on Jin Shang's profile and typed away. Xianyu, Captain, are you busy? Lionlight, just dealt with some trash taking advantage of the chaos. What's up? Xianyu, there's a rumor online that the country is going to popularize extraordinary education. Is it true? Lionlight, it is indeed under discussion. In fact, it has been discussed since the Rongqing incident. This incident in Silver City just accelerated the process. After all, both times the abnormal insects were discovered by students in schools, and you and that classmate are both extraordinary beings. However, I estimate it won't be popularized so quickly. They will likely choose a few cities as pilot programs first. Xianyu, oh, got it. Yu Xian looked up at Zhang Shou and said, the captain said there is indeed such a matter, but they will probably select a few cities as pilot projects first. Since ancient times, heroes have violated prohibitions with their martial prowess. While the widespread promotion of extraordinary abilities may allow more potential talents to shine, it will also enable many unscrupulous individuals to gain power. Therefore, the authorities are certainly filled with concerns and cannot make a decision all at once. I've made up my mind. Once the authorities announce which city will be a pilot, I will go to that city to study, Zhang Shou exclaimed excitedly. Chen calmly analyzed, I think our Silver City and Rong City have a great chance of becoming pilot cities. After all, we are both victims of the aberrant insects, and the country will definitely pay a bit more attention to our 2 cities. If only it were Silver City, another female classmate sighed. In the past few days, there haven't been many good news, while bad news has been pouring in. It is said that the casualties at the first and second high schools are even more severe, and the aberrant insects seem to be infiltrating centered around schools, with students being the first to suffer. Especially in many elementary schools, it seems there isn't even a single survivor. It is still unknown how many families are facing devastation. Yu Xian looked at his anxious yet hopeful classmates, feeling a vague sense of empathy. Speaking of which, before he developed ALS, he was just like his classmates, yearning for extraordinary powers, but gradually accepted the reality of his ordinariness. Clearly, after narrowly escaping death, his classmates, like him who suffers from ALS, have a stronger desire for extraordinary powers, which is essentially a longing for the future and a fear of death. In truth, everyone is not that different. Even if he gained extraordinary powers, he would only become stronger. His heart remains human, and his emotions are just like everyone else's. The female staff member was right. As long as he considers himself human, no matter what extraordinary race he becomes, he will always be a person. A vampire is merely a lineage. Nighttime. Yu Xian sat outside the tent, basking in the moonlight. After midnight, dark clouds gradually obscured the moon, and a thin mist rose from the ground. Seeing that he could no longer bask in the moonlight, Yu Xian put his phone in his pocket, turned his body upside down, and began doing handstand push-ups. After joining the Kirin's exorcism squad, he should no longer be hunted by the Blood Clan, meaning he was safe. Moreover, as a vampire, his lifespan is endless. As long as he honestly basks in the sun, he can indeed live a carefree life. The problem is that his name read backward is Carefree Fish, but he himself is not a pleasure seeker. For the past few days, he has been contemplating how to live the rest of his life and what to live for. Because his father died of illness, he is very afraid of death, but precisely because of this fear, he loves life more than anyone else. The scenes in school, the classmates who were once serious about studying, those who loved to play, the shy and silent ones, the enthusiastic and cheerful ones, ultimately all became incomplete corpses, their faces frozen in terror, with tear stains faintly visible in the blood. All of this is imprinted deep in his heart. After reviewing a large number of files, he seemed to see brave souls silently guarding the ordinary lives of people, witnessing young lives falling in pools of blood. Why does Jin Shang trust him unconditionally? It is because predecessors paved the way for him with their lives as lessons. In the end, he already had the answer in his heart. He wanted to become a light. He wanted to dispel the fear in everyone's hearts. He wanted to protect the smiles on everyone's faces. This requires immense power, so he must become stronger, stronger, stronger. 1005, 1007, 1010, 1020. Yu Xian supported his body with one finger, quickly doing handstand push-ups. At this moment, Jin Shang returned from outside, holding several mice larger than adult rural dogs. He stopped and looked at Yu Xian. As Yu Xian prepared to continue, he stepped forward and invited, "Shall we go over there and practice?" While speaking, he pointed to the playground behind him, which was inside the school. Is this considered internal teaching guidance? Yu Xian's eyes lit up as he asked with a smile. Jin Shang smiled back. You can think of it that way. Do you want to go? Of course. Yu Xian immediately flipped off the ground and clapped his hands. After handing over the few mice to the soldiers, Jin Shang entered the campus with Yu Xian. The two distanced themselves on the playground, and Jin Shang said, "I will control my strength at the insect level." "Come on." "Then be careful, Captain." Yu Xian nodded immediately. He flicked both hands, and a large number of silver threads shot rapidly toward Jin Shang. Jin Shang stood still, his fingers wrapped in golden light. As the silver threads approached, he flicked his fingers just right, effortlessly blocking all the silver threads. "Is the movement of your fingers necessary?" "It's too obvious," Jin Shang curiously asked, watching Yu Xian's fingers manipulate the silver threads. Yu Xian controlled the silver threads to swirl, their tips quickly stabbing toward Jin Shang, while he replied, "This allows for better control, and the silver threads shot from different positions actually have varying degrees of flexibility. The threads shot from the fingertips are the most flexible, followed by the palm, then the wrist, forearm, elbow, and upper arm. The threads shot from other places are much harder to control. Because the silver blood within him was limited, he had to focus on the most flexible areas, which was also the reason he had his right arm severed by Zhou Tai, significantly reducing his strength. The difference between flexible and inflexible silver threads in battle was actually quite large. That's purely due to your lack of proficiency. I've seen Marcus use the same ability. He manipulates silver threads in countless ways, making it hard to defend against, even able to cover his whole body to form silver armor, much stronger than you are now. Jin Shang easily dodged the silver thread attacks while speaking. Yu Xian's eyes brightened. Indeed, the physical defense of vampires was not strong. If he could weave the silver threads into armor, it could provide decent defense. Perhaps later, he could learn how to knit. Theoretically, the two should be similar. However, the most important thing right now was to force Jin Shang to take action. So far, Jin Shang had been on the defensive, blocking all his attacks with just a finger. Facing Jin Shang, although the pressure was not as great as with Zhou Tai, he could clearly feel the huge gap in practical experience between them. Yu Xian continued to attempt to break through Jin Shang's defense from different angles, but it was as if Jin Shang had eyes on the back of his head. No matter from which angle he attacked, it was easily blocked. Realizing that continuing to attack would only waste energy, Yu Xian quickly retracted all the silver threads. He thought for a moment and immediately controlled the silver threads to wrap around his hands, forming a pair of rough silver gloves. Then he charged toward Jin Shang, wanting to learn more from him, whether in long-range attacks or close combat. Good idea, Jin Sheng smiled as he watched Yu Xian rush over. Then he became serious, a faint golden light appearing in the palms of his hands. Facing Yu Xian's punch, he easily blocked it with his palm. The two continued to spar on the playground, although each time ended with Jin Sheng's finger tapping Yu Xian's forehead as a conclusion. Have you learned any boxing techniques? Jin Sheng asked while fighting. Yu Xian answered honestly, I learned some online, but it seems useless. The fighting techniques online are meant for dealing with ordinary people. We possess extraordinary power, and many weak points don't work against us, which is why you feel they are useless. You have a long lifespan and should be open to all knowledge. As for techniques, they are just a matter of practice. You will improve over time, Jin Sheng said with a smile. After the exchange, he had already keenly sensed that Yu Xian was vastly different from ordinary vampires. Generally, vampires, in the first 100 years after becoming one, possess very average strength. They can bully ordinary people, but compared to the vast majority of extraordinary beings, they are no different from weaklings. This is the price of immortality. But Yu Xian? Every punch he threw was exaggeratedly powerful, feeling as if he were being charged by a rhinoceros. Simply put, Yu Xian's strength and speed had already reached the level of a low-tier ant, completely unlike someone who had just become a vampire. Instead, he resembled those old ghosts who had lived for 200 or 300 years. Alright, I have a pretty good understanding of your strength now, so be careful, Jin Sheng said with a slight smile as he blocked Yu Xian's thrusting punch. Danger! Yu Xian's body instantly tensed, and he quickly retreated. However, it was as if Jin Sheng anticipated every step he took. As Yu Xian retreated, Jin Sheng swiftly followed, and the distance between them did not widen at all. Then, Jin Sheng unleashed a flurry of punches, and despite Yu Xian clearly seeing the fists, he could not block them at all. One punch after another. Finally, with an uppercut, Jin Sheng sent Yu Xian flying into the air, declaring, the essence of tiger form fist, lion's radiance. In mid-air, golden particles burst forth from Yu Xian's body, forming a massive golden lion. With a single paw, the lion struck Yu Xian down to the ground. After a loud crash, Yu Xian slammed heavily onto the ground, his bones shattered, unable to move. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and bright moonlight fell upon the earth. Jin Sheng slowly walked over and sat beside Yu Xian, poking his hand with a finger, and laughed, still alive? Not dead, Yu Xian groaned, speaking with difficulty. Although his entire body ached, he was well aware that he had not sustained serious injuries. Clearly, Jin Sheng understood the characteristics of vampires very well and had not targeted any vital points. A few minutes later, Yu Xian sat up from the ground, his injuries mostly healed. TSK, you really are something else. I thought you'd be lying down for several hours, but you got up in less than 10 minutes, Jin Sheng remarked, feeling that Yu Xian was more abnormal than most extraordinary beings he had encountered. Is this still a normal vampire? Yu Xian looked up at the moon and smiled. If it were daytime, maybe I wouldn't even need a minute. Are you a vampire or a superhuman? Jin Sheng couldn't help but retort. What kind of vampire recovers better during the day? That completely turns things upside down. In the same team, trust is mutual. When Jin Sheng chose to unconditionally trust Yu Xian had already decided to give Jin Sheng the same level of trust. They seemed to be chatting casually, but Jin Sheng actually had a clear understanding. Yu Xian could recover his stamina by absorbing light, which was also the reason he did not need to drink blood. Captain, are you a superpower user? What was that lion just now? Yu Xian asked curiously. Jin Sheng looked up at the sky and replied, I am not a superpower user, but a pure martial artist. I started practicing Golden Lightboy skill from a young age, and after mastering it at 18, I switched to Tiger Subduing Divine skill. About 5 years ago, I consumed a drop of Pango's blood, and Tiger Subduing Divine skill mutated into Golden Light Lion Divine skill. This is my exclusive technique, and it was from that day on that I received my current codename, Lion Light. So you're a martial artist. No wonder you're so strong in close combat, Yu Xian realized. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, becoming excited and retorting, what do you mean martial artists are strong in close combat? Many martial artists actually have weak close combat abilities and rely purely on their strong internal energy for ranged combat. You'll understand once you see more. The only way to improve close combat ability is through practical experience, there's no shortcut. He had developed his solid combat skills from being beaten by the Jin army since childhood. This process contains so much blood and tears, how can it be overshadowed by a mere phrase, so you are a warrior? Yu Xian noticed Jin Sheng suddenly getting agitated, and he could vaguely sense the resentment in Jin Sheng's words, unable to help but laugh out loud. TSK. Jin Sheng looked at Yu Xian, finally letting out a helpless sigh, followed by a bitter smile and a shake of his head. In the following days, the control gradually loosened. The abnormal insects within Silver City had been cleared out, leaving only some areas outside the city that still needed to be cleaned up. Residents who had taken refuge in various sports halls began to return home one after another. On the fifth day, Yu Xian returned to his own house. He changed into casual clothes and immediately lay down on a chair on the balcony. He had been basking in the sun these days, possibly because the rebirth after losing his arm consumed a lot of energy, so it was only yesterday that he managed to gather 9 heartbeats. If all went well, he would awaken his second minor talent today. He opened his phone and clicked into the task section. After the control in Silver City was lifted, he could finally take on tasks. The merit store actually had quite a few good items, such as Pango's blood, silver, storage equipment, extraordinary weapons, and extraordinary armor. All of these required merit to exchange. Although Jin Sheng said that after the Silver City incident was completely over, he would receive a significant merit reward, Yu Xian felt that the more merit, the better. Plus, since he had nothing to do, perhaps before school started, he could gather enough merit from taking on tasks to buy 1 or 2 items. The tasks in the task section were varied, with official tasks released, but there were also tasks posted by other team members. Yu Xian limited the tasks to insect and ant levels, immediately blocking out all higher-level tasks, leaving only the low-level ones. He began to carefully search for tasks he could do. Insect-level task: capture frostlight snow weasels, 10 merit each, requirement, 100 weasels. Official insect-level task: collect mutated ghost hand greens, 15 merit per pound, requirement, 1,000 pounds. Ant-level task: collect zombie fangs, 25 merit each, requirement, 66 fangs. Official ant-level task: eliminate zombies appearing in Fengshui Town, 50 merit each, requirement, total extermination. Yu Xian found that as long as it was an official task, the rewards were relatively high, but the requirements were also considerable. Moreover, many official tasks overlapped with privately posted tasks, allowing him to take on 2 tasks at once and receive double rewards. Just as he was considering whether he could complete these tasks, his heart suddenly began to beat violently, a surge of heat flowing from his heart and quickly spreading throughout his body. Thanks to his previous experience, Yu Xian did not panic this time. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, quietly waiting for his new ability to take shape. About 10 minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression a bit strange. He spread his hand, and a blood-colored energy immediately formed in his palm, looking both like water and fire. Blood energy, this could be said to be the most classic and important ability of vampires. According to the introduction in the Chilinap science section, this ability has a very low probability of awakening only in vampires who have lived for over 300 years, making it a major talent. The science section also suggested that if encountering a vampire who possesses blood energy, members below the sparrow level should retreat immediately. Because once a vampire possesses blood energy, they can learn various blood spells, no longer being at the bottom among many extraordinary races. Even among magical extraordinary beings, vampires who master blood energy are considered quite difficult characters. If ordinary vampires are fragile assassins, then vampires who master blood energy are noble spellcasters, their status completely different. However, looking at the blood energy in his hand, Yu Xian's first thought was, who should he find to learn blood spells? As far as he knew, currently, only 2 races mastered blood spells, the Blood Elves and the Blood Clan. The blood spells passed down within the Blood Clan were something the ancestor had learned on his own, benefiting from the forbidden fruit during his growth. As a wild vampire, it was already a restraint for the Blood Clan not to kill him. They would never teach him any blood spells. As for the Blood Elves, since the ancestor had died in battle hundreds of years ago, their numbers were extremely scarce, mostly residing in Europe now, and they were even more exclusive than the Blood Clan, making it impossible for them to teach him blood spells. Did it mean he had to use the astonishing wisdom he had hidden for years to create various blood spells himself? Yu Xian looked at the blood energy in his hand, his eyes gradually becoming wise. Silver City, Zhang Xinya Courtyard, Building 3, Room 601. Zhang Shou rushed out of his room, hurriedly ran into the bathroom, and stood in front of the toilet as the sound of water echoed. He let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard a plop sound and couldn't help but show a look of confusion. He wasn't even defecating, so where did that plop sound of something falling into the water come from? He opened his eyes to look at the toilet, and then he saw a fruit emitting a red glow. Forbidden fruit? Zhang Shou's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly slapped himself. It hurt. So it wasn't a dream, it was real. Without caring about the dirt, he bent down and fished the forbidden fruit out of the toilet. He looked up at the ceiling, then glanced around, instinctively swallowing hard. Should he eat it or not? After all, no one would know he picked it up from the toilet, so eating it was the right choice. To avoid any long-lasting dreams, he quickly put on his pants, took the forbidden fruit to the sink, rinsed it off a bit, and then swallowed it whole. It still had a hint of urine smell, making it feel all the more real. Wishes can't be too big, just give me a system. I want a system. Zhang Shou had heard Yu Xian say a couple of days ago that the forbidden fruit was not omnipotent. The bigger the wish, the greater the cost. He didn't want to become a vegetable, nor did he want to sleep for 1,000 years, so he didn't ask for much, just having a system would be enough. Ding! Super Nurse System activated. Zhang Shou felt quite excited when he heard the ding in his mind, but then he was dumbfounded upon hearing the name of the system. Wait, that's not right. He wanted the Sword Immortal system. How did it turn into the Super Nurse system? Male nurse? No. Zhang Shou's expression shifted between crying and laughing, and after a while, when the system showed no signs of changing, he could only accept his fate with a bitter face. Attributes, Zhang Shou said with sorrow. Then a light screen appeared before him, and his attributes quickly unfolded. Name, Zheng Shou, gender, male, age, 17, occupation, super nurse, skills, beginner, healing spell, consumes some stamina to condense a light sphere to heal the target. Beginner, healing touch, consumes stamina to summon tentacles with healing, detoxifying, and disease-removing abilities. After touching the target, most abnormal states are removed. Passive nurse does not die from injuries. When receiving a fatal attack for the first time each day, he dies and immediately restores to full status. When receiving a fatal attack for the second time, he retains 1% of his health. When receiving a fatal attack for the third time, he dies and resurrects in place after 1 hour. Zhang Shou looked at his attributes, becoming more and more excited. A nurse is great, a nurse is wonderful, long live the nurse. 3 lives a day, who else has that? Zhang Shou couldn't help but laugh heartily, suddenly thinking of something, and immediately turned around to punch the wall. His face quickly turned red, then blue, and finally white. It hurt so much. After a while, he finally recovered, holding his fist and blowing on it. Didn't they say that taking the forbidden fruit starts at the eagle level? How can it be such a weak eagle level? Zhang Shou looked at his now red and swollen fist, his head filled with question marks. He ran back to his room, pulled out his newly bought phone from the bedside, and immediately dialed Yu Xian's number. Yu Xian's home. At that moment, Yu Xian was standing on the ceiling, studying more uses for blood energy. Since he couldn't learn orthodox blood spells, he decided to research it himself. After all, he already had the blood energy in hand, so why wouldn't he be able to develop spells? It was like having a generator. Couldn't he manually create a fan, a rice cooker, an electric bike, or even an electromagnetic cannon? For instance, Yu Xian had already developed several uses for blood energy. First, when it was attached to his body, he could move like Spider-Man, even hanging upside down from the ceiling without falling. Additionally, when attached to a silver wire, it could enhance the wire's hardness and even make it sticky like spider silk. Essentially, he was making the blood energy adhesive, and he could also use his mind to make the blood energy corrosive. A single drop could corrode a large hole in the floor. Isn't magic just about changing the properties of blood energy to create various miraculous effects? So, is fire fueled by blood energy? Yu Xian controlled the blood energy, imagining flames, trying to make the blood energy ignite. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the blood energy in his hand, then dropped down from the ceiling to the ground, picked up the phone on the table, and answered. Yu Xian, I ate a forbidden fruit. Zhang Shou's voice came from the other end of the line. Most of the time, Zhang Shou called him salty fish, and he called Zhang Shou old Zhang. Only when Zhang Shou was particularly nervous or serious would he call him Yu Xian. Yu Xian frowned slightly and asked, Are you sure it was a forbidden fruit? You're not dreaming, are you? I slapped myself. It hurt a lot, so it's not a dream. I'm already an extraordinary person now, but it seems there's a bit of a problem, Zhang Shou said seriously. Yu Xian thought for a moment and instructed, Don't move around at home. I'll come find you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He wasn't very convinced that Zhang Shou had eaten a forbidden fruit. He suspected that Zhang Shou had eaten some poisonous mushrooms at home and was hallucinating. It felt as unreal as if your best friend suddenly called to tell you he won the lottery. Yu Xian changed his clothes and hurried out. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the community where Zhang Shou lived, quickly went up to the 6th floor, and knocked on Zhang Shou's door. Salty fish, come in quickly. Zhang Shou opened the door with a sense of secrecy and said quietly. Yu Xian entered, and Zhang Shou quickly closed the door, even locking it behind him, as if that would give him more security. Alright, you said you ate a forbidden fruit, so what extraordinary abilities do you have now? Yu Xian asked, sitting on the sofa and looking at Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou slightly altered the location where he found the forbidden fruit, claiming he found it in the room instead of the bathroom, and then told Yu Xian everything else without reservation. Then try summoning the healing touch. Let me see, Yu Xian said after listening. Zhang Shou nodded and immediately activated the skill beside him. A phantom green tentacle appeared instantly, moving slowly like an octopus tentacle without suckers. Yu Xian's eyes widened as he watched the tentacle appear out of thin air, unable to deny that Zhang Shou had indeed struck it lucky. He stood up and walked to the tentacle, gently touching it, and in an instant, he quickly stepped back, realizing his hand had been burned. This tentacle had a restraining effect on vampires. He, now do you believe it? Zhang Shou asked with a smug expression. Yu Xian nodded and said, I believe it, but do you know why your power hasn't reached the eagle level? Yeah, why? Zhang Shou quickly asked. Yu Xian's expression turned serious, and he said irritably, because you're too greedy. Do you know that you almost didn't become a person with a system, but rather became the system? Just now he didn't take it seriously, so Zhang Shou's words only made him smile, but now that he confirmed that what Zhang Shou said was true, Yu Xian only felt terror. Zhang Shou thought his wish was not big, but in reality, it was enormous. The system he obtained had almost no side effects, and his professional skills were quite exaggerated, especially that passive ability, which was simply against the heavens. Yu Xian felt that this time, Zhang Shou had definitely used up all his luck for a lifetime. However, for safety's sake, he still decided to contact the captain. After all, discovering a forbidden fruit user needed to be reported, and it was just right to arrange for Zhang Shou to have a comprehensive physical examination. Nanchang Public Security Bureau, next door. Qilin has offices in every city, and the office in Yinchang is located in Nanchang, right next to the Public Security Bureau. Yu Xian and Jin Shang sat in the office, and through the window, they could see Zhang Shou being examined by several doctors in another room. Could it be that a freak's friend is also a freak? After understanding Zhang Shou's situation, Jin Shang looked at the energetic Zhang Shou next door and said with an indescribable expression, in the era of popular online novels, the imagination of the Chinese people has been increasingly expanded by online authors. The system is not a new thing. Hundreds of years ago, there were already people who, after consuming the forbidden fruit, wanted to obtain a system, attempting to use the system to become a deity or ancestor. As a result, his wish was fulfilled, but the side effect was that he himself became the system, only able to parasitize on others. Once the host died, he would perish along with them. The final result was obvious, he died with his host, and neither became a deity. Logically speaking, Zhang Shou's wish was similar to that person's, so Zhang Shou's ending should also be similar. But now Zhang Shou not only did not become a system but was also lively and energetic, which was very strange. After the examination, the results would only be known tomorrow. Zhang Shou came out of the room and saw Yu Xian waiting for him in the corridor, nervously asking, Xianyu, are my side effects very serious? We'll have to wait for tomorrow's physical examination report to find out, Yu Xian replied. Zhang Shou nodded and then optimistically smiled, thinking positively, maybe it's because I'm blessed with great fortune that I got such an incredible ability? Impossible, you should put away your wishful thinking. Although your ability is only at the insect level lower tier, its potential is too strong. Obtaining such a level of ability from consuming the forbidden fruit cannot be without side effects, Jin Shang said as he came out of the office, looking at Zhang Shou. After Zhang Shou left the room, Jin Shang could see the doctor's expressions through the glass. Although the report hadn't come out yet, he estimated that the results wouldn't be good. He retracted his earlier words. It turned out that only Yu Xian was the freak, and this fat guy was just a lucky unfortunate. Zhang Shou's smile suddenly froze. He felt he had been very restrained when making his wish, but he didn't expect Jin Shang's evaluation to be so high. Captain, can I transfer my merits to old Zhang and ask the country to help him? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask. Jin Shang replied calmly, he stays tonight. You can stay with him or go home to rest. Everything will wait until tomorrow's report comes out. The forbidden fruit can be said to be a chance, but it can also be a source of disaster. The vast majority of animals that consume the forbidden fruit will become a threat to human safety, while humans who consume the forbidden fruit may soar to great heights with good luck or harm themselves and others with bad luck. The ancestors of zombies, drought demons, ghouls, and so on all became sources of disaster in the world after consuming the forbidden fruit, losing their self-awareness completely. For example, after the ancestor of zombies was killed by dozens of Qilin teams, his body erupted with a massive amount of corpse energy. This corpse energy could not be completely eliminated and spread globally with the wind. Once a body was infected with corpse energy, it would mutate and eventually become a zombie. The Qilin has always been clearing out newly appeared zombies. Humans can reduce the likelihood of zombies appearing by timely cremation, but many animal zombies are quite troublesome and cannot be killed off completely. Because of this, whenever a new consumer of the forbidden fruit is discovered, the Qilin arranges for a physical examination, and they cannot leave until the report is out. I'll stay with old Zhang, Yu Xian said. Jin Shang nodded, yeah, it's better for you to stay, so he doesn't overthink and end up making an irrational choice. In the past, someone who had consumed the forbidden fruit was invited to the office for a physical examination, but that night he fell into internal conflict alone, becoming increasingly fearful of the results, and due to a lack of trust in the authorities, he quietly ran away. When they finally found him, he was already on the brink of death due to backlash from his abilities. Nighttime. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou shared a double room. "I'm restless, I can't sleep," Zhang Shou said, closing his eyes for a while before opening them to look at Yu Xian. Yu Xian was hanging upside down from the ceiling, calmly saying, "Don't think too much. If it comes to worst, I can turn you into a vampire. There are always ways to survive. I was blinded by the forbidden fruit at that time. I should have asked you first," Zhang Shou sighed. Yu Xian manipulated his blood energy to form threads, intertwining red bloodlines with silver lines to create a net. He dropped down from the ceiling into the net and lay down, saying, "It's impossible. The forbidden fruit itself has a tremendous allure for living beings. Your rationality couldn't hold out long enough to ask me at that moment. If two people discover the forbidden fruit in the wild, even if they are as close as brothers, under the influence of the forbidden fruit, they might end up killing each other. There have even been cases of fathers and sons turning against one another. This is why the forbidden fruit is referred to as the fruit from the abyss. Any living being that encounters the forbidden fruit will gradually lose their rationality, and Zhang Shou could not possibly hold out for long, so consuming the forbidden fruit as soon as possible while still rational was the correct choice." The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat on chairs in the corridor. Zhang Shou looked like a suspect awaiting judgment, his face filled with anxiety. At that moment, Jin Sheng came out from another office with a serious expression, sitting down next to Yu Xian and handing him the report. Yu Xian took the report and passed it to Zhang Shou, who waved his hand, saying, "You look first, I need a moment." "All right." From Jin Sheng's expression, Yu Xian could already guess that the results were not good. After he finished reading the report, his brows furrowed even more, worry etched across his face. "What's wrong? Is the result very bad?" Zhang Shou asked, feeling uneasy as he looked at Yu Xian's expression. Yu Xian pressed his lips together and replied, "It's worse than expected. Your body is now filled with a special energy, and your telomere aging rate is hundreds of times that of a normal person. Every time you expend physical strength, it's equivalent to burning your own lifespan. According to your telomere test results, you probably only have about a week left to live. What if I become a vampire?" Zhang Shou immediately pressed on. Yu Xian shook his head. "The energy in your body has a strong exclusivity. The blood of a vampire would likely disintegrate the moment it enters your body, so you cannot be transformed into a vampire. Similarly, other extraordinary powers that extend life will probably have no effect on you. So I will die in a week?" Zhang Shou's face turned pale. "There is no free lunch in this world. What good are 3 lives? If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, even 100 lives won't save you. The forbidden fruit has never been a magic lamp or a wishing pearl. Using the forbidden fruit always comes at a cost." In the corridor, the three of them remained silent. Jin Sheng felt a bit regretful because talents like Zhang Shou, who had extraordinary healing abilities, were actually in short supply all over the world. If Zhang Shou didn't have such a significant flaw, he would definitely have pulled Zhang Shou into the exorcism squad without hesitation. This way, the exorcism squad would have become one of the few teams in Qilin with a healer. "Captain, can Panga's blood save old Zhang?" Yu Xian asked, holding the report, unwilling to give up. Jin Sheng shook his head and said, "Panga's blood is ultimately just a product of forbidden fruit. Considering the severity of Zhang Shou's condition, the level is likely on par with Pangu. The exclusive energy in his body won't be lower than that of Pangu's blood." "Thanks, but there's no need to trouble yourself. Just let me be alone for the next week," Zhang Shou said, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile at Yu Xian. After saying that, he stood up to leave. Yu Xian, feeling uneasy, stood up to follow him, but Jin Sheng placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head slightly, and said, "Give him some personal space." Yu Xian watched Zhang Shou walk further away, his hands tightly clenched into fists. He wanted to become stronger, so that no matter what happened, he wouldn't feel so helpless as he did today. Zhang Shou wandered aimlessly, unknowingly arriving at a nearby park. He sat on one of the benches, staring blankly at the sky, feeling the world was a dull gray. The park was eerily quiet. Even in the morning, there weren't many elderly people out and about. The aftermath of the abnormal insect incident was clearly still lingering. "Thought I hit the jackpot, but in the end, not even a consolation prize." Zhang Shou thought of his ecstatic self from yesterday and couldn't help but laugh at himself. He sat in the park for a full half hour, then got up and strolled around the streets for quite a while before finally returning home and locking himself in his room. After sleeping until dark, he descended the stairs, feeling famished, and went to a steamed vegetable restaurant near his community. Just as he was finishing his meal, a piercing cry suddenly came from the back of the shop. He couldn't help but look back, only to see a little girl who had accidentally been scalded on the arm by hot tea from a server, her entire arm red. The server kept apologizing, while a young couple was flustered. The father was trying to comfort the little girl, and the mother was using a towel to wipe the burned arm. Zhang Shou looked at the little girl, paused for a moment, then stood up and walked over, saying, "Let me help, healing spell." He stepped past the server, pointing at the little girl's burned arm, expending his energy to activate the skill. A green light orb flew from his fingertips to the girl's arm, and as the orb landed, her previously red arm quickly healed. Thank you, little brother," the girl's father exclaimed, immediately expressing his gratitude upon witnessing the scene. Then the girl's mother and the nearby server quickly joined in with their thanks, and the onlookers around them all showed expressions of admiration. Zhang Shou suddenly felt that his mood wasn't so bad after all. He returned to his seat, took a couple more bites of food, then suddenly put down his chopsticks. He actually knew why his system was a healer system. The abnormal insect incident had caused such great casualties at school, deeply affecting not only Yu Xian but also him. He and Shanling searched through the remains of countless classmates for survivors, trying to bandage their wounds, trying to help them feel a little better, to hold on until rescue arrived. At that time, he didn't want to be a sword immortal, he wanted to be a doctor, he wanted to save everyone. Are you a coward thinking about death, or will you be a hero for once? Zhang Shou looked at the gradually warming street outside the restaurant, muttering to himself. He stood up, smiling as he walked out of the restaurant, his steps growing more resolute. "Sir, you haven't paid yet." At that moment, the waitress chased after him, shouting loudly. Zhang Shou immediately halted, quickly returned to settle the bill, and then hurriedly fled the restaurant. The next day, Yu Xian received a call from Zhang Shou early in the morning. After hanging up the phone, he hurried to the entrance of the vegetable market not far from the school. From dozens of meters away, he saw a large banner in front of the market that read, "Extraordinary healers, free online treatment, terminal illnesses, stubborn diseases, difficult conditions, cured on the spot." Below the banner, Zhang Shou sat in a chair, continuously casting healing spells on those who approached. For some special diseases, he directly used the healing touch. Yu Xian quickly stepped forward, interrupting Zhang Shou's spellcasting, frowning as he said, "Are you crazy? Did you forget what I said? The more skills you use, the faster you die. Xian Yu, I called you here hoping you could help me maintain some order in the crowd. Since we're all going to die anyway, at least I want my death to have some value," Zhang Shou said seriously, looking at Yu Xian. Yu Xian wanted to persuade him further, but Zhang Shou took a deep breath and said, "Yu Xian, if you consider me a friend, don't stop me. Life and death are fated, don't let me die without meaning." "Fine." Yu Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Next, Zhang Shou continued to treat the patients, while Yu Xian maintained order in the line, directly teaching a lesson to anyone who tried to cut in or cause trouble. The sun gradually rose to its zenith, and although Zhang Shou originally looked like a young man, he now appeared to be middle-aged, his hair graying, which was heart-wrenching to see. Yu Xian stood in the sunlight watching Zhang Shou. After each patient he treated, a smile appeared on his face, and before long, a crowd had gathered around them. Some brought umbrellas, some brought lunch, some brought cool tea, and some brought fans. Many people sincerely came to help maintain order, and Yu Xian found himself with little to do. As no one dared to cause trouble, everyone lined up obediently, waiting for their turn. On the roof of the building across from the market, Jin Sheng stood, watching the long line of people, his hands clenching involuntarily. "Doctor, your hair." "Young man, why don't you take a break today?" "Uncle, we won't be treated anymore, you should rest more. Look at your complexion." As time passed, more and more people noticed Zhang Shou's changes. By around 4 in the afternoon, he had transformed from a middle-aged man into an old man. The people around him began to worry, but Zhang Shou remained resolute, continuing to treat patients. He had cured hundreds of terminally ill patients today and helped dozens of classmates with disabilities, restoring health to many babies with genetic diseases. Since death was inevitable, he wanted to heal more people. He only needed to cast a skill once to restore someone's health, even changing their lives. He felt this trade was very worthwhile. Again and again. Gradually, he began to see double, even struggling to make out the faces of the patients. Fortunately, he was not a real doctor. Treating patients only required him to cast skills, so as long as he saw someone approaching, he could simply cast the skill. As night fell, he noticed the colors around him changing and immediately raised his hand to cast a skill, but his body suddenly weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. The people around him quickly supported him, and he trembled as he cast a skill on the patient in front of him. "That's enough, really enough." At that moment, Yu Xian rushed forward, holding the now emaciated Zhang Shou, tears streaming down his face. In fact, the people around had tried to stop him many times, but Zhang Shou had always refused, insisting on continuing. Many emotional people had already been secretly crying, and upon seeing this scene, they all began to weep again. Yu Xian, it's really strange, I clearly don't want to die. I should be very afraid of death, but now I seem to be completely unafraid. Is it because I know that what I'm doing is right? Zhang Shou heard Yu Xian's voice and weakly said, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Without waiting for Yu Xian to respond, his hand slowly fell, and Yu Xian couldn't help but cry out loud. His father was gone, his best friend was gone, and he didn't know what else he had left to lose. The crowd around them watched this scene, some silent, some weeping, as time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the center of the ocean of sorrow, Zhang Shou passed away amidst the crowd's embrace. Then, the passive skill Nanny does not die from injury or illness was automatically triggered. His shriveled, aged body quickly filled out, returning to its original state in just a few seconds. His paused heart immediately began to beat strongly, vitality rapidly spreading to every corner of his body. Yu Xian was holding Zhang Shou, so he was the first to notice the change in him. His crying stopped, and those around him felt something was off, turning to look at him, and then they noticed Zhang Shou's transformation. In fact, Zhang Shou regained consciousness the moment he stopped breathing, but seeing everyone so sad, he felt it would be rude to interrupt. At that moment, sensing that the atmosphere seemed a bit strange, he quietly opened his eyes and found everyone staring at him, unable to help but show an awkward yet polite smile. He swallowed hard and humbly asked, since the atmosphere is like this, it seems a bit unfair for me not to die. How about, I die again? Shut the hell up and come back with me to check your body again. Don't think you can mess around anymore. Yu Xian switched from holding him to lifting him, dragging him out as the crowd instinctively parted to let them leave. After watching the two leave, the people still hadn't come to terms with the confusion. Those who had just been immersed in sorrow now felt an inexplicable absurdity. If a few crows flew by, it would have been even more fitting. In the Nanchang Public Security Bureau, next door, Yu Xian brought Zhang Shou back and immediately called a few doctors to check Zhang Shou's physical condition again. He vaguely felt something was off. As a vampire, although he didn't drink blood, he was actually very sensitive to the life force of living beings. For example, he could easily tell if someone was sick just by the smell of their blood, and he could even discern whether a woman was a virgin. The legend that vampires prefer to drink the blood of virgins probably stems from their heightened sensitivity to the smell of blood, combined with psychological factors that formed this quirk. Fortunately, Yu Xian didn't like to drink blood, so this had nothing to do with him. However, he was certain that after Zhang Shou's death and revival, his life force was definitely problematic. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat side by side in the office. In front of them, Jin Sheng held the freshly released report and took a while to speak. The latest report finds that Zhang Shou's body has completely returned to the state it was in before the examination, which indicates that his side effects are significant, but not as severe as we thought. Let me see, Yu Xian immediately said. Jin Sheng handed the report to Yu Xian, who quickly skimmed through it. The report named Zhang Shou's side effects as 7-day life and death cycle disaster, which simply meant that without activating his skills, Zhang Shou would experience a cycle of life, aging, illness, and death every 7 days. If he used his skills, it would accelerate this cycle. Additionally, the report indicated that Zhang Shou's passive effect began recording as soon as the system was activated. Every time he died for the first time each day, his body's state would revert to what was recorded when the system was activated. In simple terms, as long as Zhang Shou didn't die, he would be forever trapped in a cycle from 17 to 77 years old. On Monday, he would be 17, and by Sunday, he would become a 77-year-old old man. This was also the reason Yu Xian felt that Zhang Shou's life force had a problem. The difference in the smell of blood between a 17-year-old and a 77-year-old would surely be enormous. Take a look, Yu Xian said, handing the report to Zhang Shou. After reading the report, Zhang Shou was momentarily at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, unable to help but ask, so, am I destined to die and come back to life for the rest of my life? It's not certain. For example, if you die 4 times in one day, even the gods won't be able to save you, Jin Sheng said, looking at Zhang Shou. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and warned seriously, Old Zhang, did you hear that? Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have several lives. I'm not saying you can't use your skills, but at least be aware of it and don't always leave no room for error. I was thinking that since I was going to die anyway, I might as well go out heroically. Now that I can live, I definitely won't act recklessly, Zhang Shou replied with an awkward smile. Just thinking about the emotional scene from yesterday made him feel embarrassed, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. At that moment, Jin Sheng took out a form and placed it in front of Zhang Shou, saying, fill out this form. Also, are you interested in joining us, Captain? Can I? Zhang Shou's eyes lit up. He knew that Yu Xian seemed to have joined some powerful official organization, but the problem was that he still didn't know the name of the organization, and this office didn't even have a nameplate. Since you called me Captain, of course you can, Jin Sheng said with a smile, feeling a little celebratory inside. His team finally had a healer. He then went on to explain the situation of the Qilin and the exorcism team, and after finishing, he asked, "So, do you want to join?" Join, I want to join. Can I be on the same team as Xianyu?" Zhang Shou nodded eagerly. Jin Sheng glanced at Yu Xian and smiled. "You and Xianyu are already on the same team. From now on, you are the healer of the exorcism team, rank 6340, codename Death Doctor. Your credentials will be given to you in a few days." "Death Doctor, heh, sounds a bit cool," Zhang Shou said happily. Yu Xian smiled and said, "Congratulations, fourth aunt." "What fourth aunt? It's Death Doctor." The tone is completely different, Zhang Shou immediately retorted. Yu Xian nodded repeatedly, laughing. Got it, fourth aunt. Captain, how about I just keep my code name as Old Zhang?" Zhang Shou was very clear that Yu Xian would definitely keep calling him fourth aunt, and if it spread, the whole team would be led astray. Rather than that, it was better to change the code name now. Jin Sheng helplessly said, "The code name Old Zhang has already been taken. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother coming up with another one. Fourth aunt is actually pretty good. It can confuse the enemy, so let's go with fourth aunt." No. As soon as Zhang Shou heard this, even the Death Doctor was gone, and he immediately cried out in despair. Indeed, happiness is built on the suffering of others, and at that moment, Jin Sheng and Yu Xian both revealed joyful smiles. 3 days later, at noon, Yu Xian sat on the balcony soaking up the sun, holding a phone and looking at the class group chat. Although many classmates had already met with misfortune, no one had removed the accounts of the deceased from the group. Chen Ling sent a voice message in the group. "Have you all heard? Your Majesty, just tell us directly. We can't keep up with your news," Zhang Shou replied in a voice message. Yu Xian smiled and sent a voice message. "Let me guess, school is about to start again, right?" "School is about to start, but you definitely can't guess where we're going to school," Chen Ling replied in a voice message. Yu Xian squinted and sent a voice message. "Super Ability Academy?" Almost all schools in Silver City had been invaded by abnormal insects. It was said to be almost because the Super Ability Academy had not been invaded. "How did you know?" Chen Ling asked in surprise. This was information she had spent several days trying to find out, yet Yu Xian had revealed it in one sentence. Yu Xian smiled and said, "Not only do I know we're going to the Super Ability Academy, but I also know that all the surviving students in the city will be concentrated at the Super Ability Academy." Now that he was a member of the exorcism team, he had access to a lot of information, which he could learn in advance through Jin Sheng or the Qilin app. There weren't many surviving students left in the city, and when gathered together, each grade could probably only have 2 classes. However, many students have psychological shadows and are too afraid to return to their original school. Coupled with parents' concerns about their children going back to school, the only option is to transfer to the Super Ability Academy, a school without victims, which can somewhat ease the parents' worries. Monday, Super Ability Academy, outside the school gate. Many students, carrying backpacks, stand in front of the wall on one side of the entrance. The name of the Super Ability Academy is well known. Most ordinary students have heard of it since childhood, and many even fantasized about attending the academy one day. However, at this moment, everyone feels a bit anxious. They are just ordinary people, while the students at the Super Ability Academy are all extraordinary beings, and the gap between the two sides is too vast. Ordinary people, without training, can't even break a brick, while extraordinary beings can easily smash a wall, and some powerful students can effortlessly knock down a building. If they were to be slightly bumped by these people, the lightest injury could be a sprain or fracture, and the worst could be catastrophic. Just thinking about it is a bit frightening. "Lazy fish, over here." At this moment, Zhang Shou saw Yu Xian coming over with his backpack and immediately smiled. Yu Xian strolled over and asked, "I was wondering why I didn't run into you on the way. Were you staying overnight at the office?" "Yeah, Dr. Shen said that although my body can't grow through training, it seems I still have a data attribute panel, and the data on this panel can be improved through training, thereby enhancing my abilities," Zhang Shou explained quietly to Yu Xian while looking around. Yu Xian nodded and didn't continue the topic. He glanced around and asked, "Aren't they going in? This is the Super Ability Academy. Aren't you nervous?" Chen Ling suddenly appeared, her head popping out from behind the two, curiously asking while pressing down on their shoulders. Yu Xian shook his head, saying, "It's still a school, and we aren't in the same class as the students from the Super Ability Academy. Let's go." He led the way toward the main gate of the academy, but at that moment, a car with a bat emblem stopped at the entrance. Nora got out of the car, and the students who had been quietly talking suddenly froze, all falling silent. The charm of the blonde beauty was too great for ordinary students to resist. Those from the 3rd middle school had at least seen Nora before, but students from other schools had not, and for a moment, they were all captivated by this perfect scene. At that moment, a voice pulled everyone back to reality. "Good morning, silly goose." Yusian smiled and greeted Nora upon seeing her. Originally pleased to see Yusian and the others, Nora's face darkened upon hearing his words. She quickly stepped forward, stomping on Yusian's shoe, and angrily retorted, "You're the silly goose." Snap! Many boys watching this scene of beauty and handsomeness felt their hearts shatter. "Nora, are you going back to your original class, or are you in the same class as us?" Chen Ling interjected at that moment. Nora flicked her hair, feeling she was too close to Yusian, and took a small step back, replying, "I've already transferred, so of course, I'm in the same class as you." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Yusian, not caring about the shoe print on his shoe, said with a smile. Yusian walked ahead, and everyone followed. Other students, seeing Yusian and the others enter the school, also followed suit. They hadn't walked far inside the school gate when the trees on both sides suddenly grew wildly, and dense flowers bloomed in an instant. A dozen students flew into the air, releasing colorful flames from their hands, creating dazzling fireworks in the sky, with lines of text appearing around them. "Hello, new students. Welcome to the Super Ability Academy. Adversity is the highest school for honing people. No matter how long the night lasts, the day will eventually come. Every fall is to stand up better next time." Students from the Super Ability Academy emerged from the dense woods, some presenting flowers to their classmates, while others gifted small trinkets. At that moment, many students from the academy stepped aside, and a tall, beautiful girl with long silver hair walked out among them. She smiled and said, "I am Yumarin, the president of the student council. Welcome to the Super Ability Academy, and if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to the student council to find me." Yusian, standing at the front of the ordinary students, politely expressed gratitude on behalf of them. However, as he looked into Yumarin's eyes, he felt a strange sensation. It seemed that there was no reflection of ordinary students like them in her eyes. A show? Yusian's heart stirred slightly, but he maintained his smile on the surface. Following Yumarin's lead, everyone walked towards the teaching building, where teachers were already waiting at the entrance. All the students gathered in the new classroom. At the classroom door, Yumarin repeatedly emphasized that if anyone had any issues, they could find her or the student council, and any difficulties would be resolved for everyone. Finally, Yumarin led all the extraordinary students away, and only then did Yusian and the others begin to separate into classes. The ordinary class of the Super Ability Academy had two classes for the third year, namely Class 1 and Class 2. Basically, all students from the same school were placed in the same class. Since Yusian had saved many classmates in time, Class 1 was mostly filled with students from their previous school, just not in the same class before. Due to the abnormal insect incident, everyone had already interacted, and they quickly became familiar with each other after taking their seats. Many students even brought gifts, coming forward to thank Yusian and the others for saving their lives, including more than a dozen students who had been treated by Zhang Shou, who held them in high regard. Yusian, Zhang Shou, Nora, and Chen Ling sat on the left side of the classroom, occupying the first and second positions in the third and fourth rows, respectively. "I didn't expect the students from the Super Ability Academy to be so warm and friendly. I thought they would look down on us," Chen Ling said with a smile, sitting to the right of Nora. Nora replied matter-of-factly, "They're not idiots. How could they do such a thing? If any student dared to discriminate against the newly admitted ordinary students today, they would be trending online by this afternoon, and by evening, they would likely face nationwide backlash, with official forces quietly stepping in to let such fools know who is in charge in this country." After all, the reason they were admitted to the Super Ability Academy was due to the Silver City abnormal insect incident, a shocking event nationwide. Anything related to it would definitely attract significant attention. Now, the student council organized a warm welcome for the surviving ordinary students, which not only could boost the goodwill of the national public but also give face to the student council president. Even if some students had different thoughts, Yumarin's methods would suppress them fiercely. "By the way, here you go." Nora, sitting in front of Yusian, turned around and placed a large silver ingot on Yusian's desk while wearing gloves. She had promised to give Yusian 20 pounds of silver earlier, but after being taken back to the manor by Rocky, she hadn't had the chance to give it to him until now, finally fulfilling her promise. "Wow, such a big piece of silver," Zhang Shou exclaimed, his eyes wide. The price of silver was now comparable to that of gold. Not only were blood clans acquiring silver, but various countries' officials were also purchasing it, and professions like wizards and Taoists needed silver as well. It was said that wizards could use alchemy to refine silver with several other metals and substances into secret silver. Due to all these factors, the price of silver in the international market was rising every year. "Thank you." Yusian picked up the silver and bit into it, confirming its purity, then smiled and said, "Rich lady, I'm hungry, let's eat." Zhang Shou said, looking at Nora with a flattering expression. Nora placed a bullet on Zhang Shou's desk and disdainfully said, I'm a vampire, I don't need to eat. There's no rice, but a bullet is filling. Do you want it? Well done. Chen Ling immediately laughed. Zhang Shou quickly showed his surrender after eating a loss, but then quietly put away the bullets. These were extremely expensive explosive rounds. The four of them played around for a while, and then Yu Xian and Zhang Shou's phones simultaneously chimed with text messages. They both took out their phones, and Chen Ling noticed that the two phones were identical, somewhat like official special use phones. After reading Jin Xingfa's message, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou exchanged glances and then nodded slightly. After school at noon, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou left the school and went to the South City Public Security Bureau next door. They walked into Jin Shang's temporary office, where Jin Shang was hunched over his desk eating fast food. Seeing the two of them, he quickly took a few bites and then closed the lunchbox. Wiping his mouth, he said, Sit down, I have something to tell you. Once the two were seated, he looked at them and said, Tonight I have to return to Beijing for a report, and I have a task to assign to both of you. He then began to explain the task in detail. During this time, the nights in Silver City had actually been quite unstable. Various extraordinary creatures were lurking, and some evil forces were taking advantage of the chaos to stir trouble. However, after Jin Shang's ruthless suppression a while ago, the vast majority of high-level extraordinary creatures and evil forces had been dealt with, leaving only low-level or minor threats. These minor threats were not strong, but they were numerous and still very dangerous to ordinary people. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou's task was to patrol the night during Jin Shang's absence and eliminate all these minor threats. In fact, such tasks used to be the responsibility of the Public Security Bureau, with the patrol officers covering the entire city at night. However, during the recent crackdown on the abnormal creatures, there had been casualties among the patrol officers, and now there was a shortage of manpower, so Yu Xian and Zhang Shou would be added as supplementary forces to the operation. I like this task. As the Night Owl Prince, I can finally stay up late with a good reason, Zhang Shou said excitedly. Yu Xian smiled without speaking. Ever since he became a vampire, he had only slept once, so he had no objection to this task, as he was just idle at night anyway. This task also counts towards merit. Killing low-level extraordinary creatures counts for 1 merit point, killing insect-level extraordinary creatures counts for 5 merit points, and killing ant-level extraordinary creatures counts for 10 merit points. Take it easy, don't push yourselves too hard for the merit, Jin Shang said with a smile as he saw both of them accept the task. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou nodded, and Zhang Shou patted his chest, saying, Captain, you can rest assured, I and the salted fish will definitely not mess up. By the way, this time returning to Beijing, the incident in Silver City is coming to an end, and the headquarters will definitely reward merit, but it can also be exchanged for other things. Do you have any rewards you want? You can mention them now, and I will try to negotiate for you, Jin Shang asked. Zhang Shou exclaimed in surprise, Captain, can I also have one? All students who participated in the rescue will have it, but they will likely be rewarded with bonuses, honors, and extra points for the college entrance examination. You and the salted fish are our own people, so the reward will definitely be exchanged for merit, Jin Shang explained. Zhang Shou quickly spoke up, I want a storage ring, Captain. Can it be exchanged for a storage ring? He had seen the prices of storage equipment in the exchange shop. Even a storage bag with only 1 cubic meter of space cost around 50,000 merit points. He felt that no matter how much the headquarters rewarded, it was unlikely to be 50,000 merit points. So if he could exchange the rewarded merit for storage equipment, he would have made a profit. I'll ask, it should be fine, Jin Shang nodded. After saying that, he looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian was silent for a moment and said, Can I have storage equipment, silver, and Pangu's blood? What are you dreaming about? Jin Shang retorted. He had accumulated merit in Qilin for 5 years and borrowed a lot of merit from Jin Dajuan before finally exchanging for Pangu's blood. Now he is still repaying the loan from the Golden Army, without even a storage item. Captain, don't be in a hurry to refuse, asking won't hurt. If it really doesn't work, I can do without the silver, and if that still doesn't work, I can do without the storage item, Yu Xian said with a smile. Jin Shang helplessly replied, Alright, I'll ask, but I estimate the issue with the blood of Pangu shouldn't be a problem. The other 2 items are a bit uncertain. He then sent the 2 a document on his phone, which was filled with students' names. He looked at the 2 and said, By the way, these are all students from the Super Ability Academy. Keep an eye on them at school, don't let them find out. Is there a problem with them? Yu Xian asked while looking at the list. Jin Shang looked at the list on his phone and replied, They themselves might not have a problem, but their parents are all extraordinary beings, many of whom walk the gray path. I'm worried they might cause trouble amidst the chaos. Simply put, these people's parents are extraordinary beings operating in the gray area. In the past, when the order in Silver City was good, they might not have had the courage, but now, with everything in disarray, it's uncertain. After Yu Xian and Zhang Shou finished reviewing the documents in the office, they stood up and headed back to school. Xianyu, do you think it's better for us to patrol in a car or go solo? Zhang Shou excitedly asked on the way. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and asked, don't you have a driver's license? My dad's car hasn't been sold yet. Let's go solo. He had been taking care of his father, who suffers from ALS, for years, so he never had the time to get a driver's license, while Zhang Shou got his after turning 16. Nowadays, many laws differ from ancient times, and the age for obtaining a driver's license is one of them. The two returned to school with half an hour left before class. They simply stood in the corridor, observing the students below. The uniforms of the Super Ability Academy were different from those of ordinary schools, making it easy to distinguish which students were from the Super Ability Academy. The blue uniforms and black uniforms now occupied opposite sides, with a clear divide between them, like a chasm. That student with horns, do you think he's from the Dragon Clan or has deer demon blood? Zhang Shou quietly asked Yu Xian, looking at a student walking below. Yu Xian replied indifferently, dragons mostly live along the coast. What do you think? He looked at the clearly divided students below, as if seeing a microcosm of society. In fact, extraordinary beings and ordinary people have always maintained a state of mutual non-interference. Most extraordinary beings live in the east of the city, while most ordinary people live in the south, and because there is no intersection between them, the aberrant insects could quietly invade Silver City, unnoticed until Yu Xian's arrival. Of course, the aberrant insects also learned from the previous failure in Rong City. This time, they were very cautious. Their actions avoided the areas where extraordinary beings were active, even selectively avoiding the ordinary human maids in the homes of extraordinary beings. This is also why the Super Ability Academy was completely unaffected by this invasion of aberrant insects. Look, Yumarin, Zhang Shou whispered at that moment. Yumarin is an extraordinary being who awakened the ability of Beast Master after dreaming of the Bai Zhe divine beast in her childhood. There are many extraordinary animals in the school, most of which are her summoned beasts. While the two were watching Yumarin, she looked up at them, then smiled slightly and nodded in greeting before walking into the teaching building. It is said that President Yu monitors the entire school. It seems there might be some truth to it, Chen-Ling said softly from behind the two. Zhang Shou was startled, moved half a body away, and exclaimed, Chen-Ling, are you a person or a ghost? You walk without a sound. At that moment, Yu Xian noticed a gloomy-looking girl, who was still wrapped in a scarf on a hot day, with most of her face covered, revealing only a pair of lifeless eyes. Yu Xian's eyes fell on the book in her hands, which exuded a bloody aura, the scent of human blood. Yu Xian's physical condition was improving almost daily. Along with that, his senses were also heightened. Even without using the silver blood to enhance his sense of smell, he could easily distinguish many scents, especially those related to blood, to which he was extremely sensitive. The girl downstairs seemed to notice Yu Xian's gaze, quickening her steps and soon disappearing into the teaching building. That's Wang Xian, a witch, seems to be quite good at curses. You two better not try to flirt with her, Chen-Ling said at that moment. Zhang Shou was shocked. Chen-Ling, you're really not an extraordinary being? How come it seems like there's nothing you don't know? Dog, you've changed. You don't even call me your majesty anymore, Chen-Ling said with an inscrutable expression, patting Zhang Shou's shoulder and speaking meaningfully. Zhang Shou immediately changed his expression, smilingly flattering, then, Your Majesty, are you an extraordinary being? Guess. Chen-Ling replied with a mysterious smile. In fact, she simply enjoyed gossip and had joined many student group chats. Yu Xian could discern whether someone was an extraordinary being through scent. He merely smiled at Zhang Shou's doubts, quietly watching the students downstairs. Hi, handsome. At that moment, a girl with an innocent yet alluring appearance suddenly looked up and greeted Yu Xian. She had short, wine-red hair, and there was a tail beneath her skirt. Yu Xian just nodded slightly without speaking. This girl was Hu Tuer, one of the targets Jin Shang wanted him and Zhang Shou to pay attention to. She had the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox, her family ran a bathhouse, and her father, Hu Weijie, was a well-known cleaner in the gray area. If anyone was likely to cause trouble, her father would definitely be one of them. However, today, Hu Tuer's scent posed no issues. If her father had indeed done something in secret, as long as there was contact with Hu Tuer, Yu Xian could find clues through the scent on her. Until the class bell rang, there were no issues with the other students. The only suspect was the witch, Wang Qian. Night fell. Zhang Shou was driving, and Yu Xian was in the passenger seat, knitting a sweater. 7:30 p.m., codename Salted Fish, codename Dead Doctor, starting patrol now. Zhang Shou clicked on his phone to open the patrol software from the Public Security Bureau, then focused on driving. The route near the city wall in Silver City had very few vehicles, and there wasn't even a shadow on the sidewalks. The car followed the patrol route for an hour, not to mention extraordinary animals, not even a single ordinary animal was seen. Zhang Shou yawned out of boredom, noticing Yu Xian was still focused on knitting, and complained, "I thought patrolling at night would be exciting, but it's really boring. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep." "It's fine, when you fall asleep, I'll give you a shot. You haven't died today, right?" Yu Xian laughed. Zhang Shou's state would refresh, and his day-night cycle would flip because his skills recorded his state in the morning, so after reviving, it was like he had just woken up from a nap, and his spirit would become full again. Of course, if he stayed up until tomorrow morning, he would probably sleep all day. "Wow, salted fish, when did you become so vicious?" Zhang Shou pretended to be terrified upon hearing Yu Xian's ruthless remark. Just as Yu Xian was about to respond with a smile, his ears twitched suddenly, and then his fingers, which were knitting, flicked, shooting a silver thread out of the car window. "Stop the car," he said. Zhang Shou quickly stopped the car. The two opened the car doors and got out, walking to the right side of the road. In the grass by the roadside, a 2-meter-long poisonous snake with a drill-like head had been cut in half, its lower body still writhing. 1 point of merit secured. Yu Xian first took a photo with his phone, then retrieved a collection bag from the back seat and used tongs to place the poisonous snake into the bag. Zhang Shou held a powerful flashlight, shining it into the grass while his other hand gripped a gun, ready to shoot at any moment. "No need to look anymore. There's only this one venomous snake here. I don't know how it got into the city," Yu Xian said with a smile. This was indeed quite strange. The outer wall of Silver City was built to be 15 meters high. Outside the wall, there were barracks, so logically, these animals should not be able to bypass both and enter the city. However, the reality was that animals had been appearing from who knows where, as if they materialized out of thin air. But it wasn't too surprising. It was like how many people's homes are in dozens of stories high buildings, yet cockroaches still appear, and no one knows where they come from. Perhaps animals always find a way to survive. The two got into the car and continued driving. About half an hour later, a shadow darted out from the grass, and Zhang Shou slammed on the brakes. They both jumped out of the car and started chasing the shadow. "A rabbit, it might be a mutated one, I'll go ahead," Yu Xian said, accelerating immediately and quickly leaving Zhang Shou behind. Zhang Shou ran for a while, finally stopping, panting, and complained, "Turn back, I want to eat rabbit meat." Before he could catch his breath, another shadow flashed by. "Another one?" Zhang Shou's eyes widened as he turned to look back. On the other side of the road was the grass, at the end of which was a river, beyond which lay a forest, extending to the city wall. "Where did this rabbit come from?" Zhang Shou muttered to himself, then turned back. He insisted on checking if there was a burrow somewhere in the grass. Meanwhile, the rabbit was fast, but Yu Xian was faster. The distance between them kept closing, and a trace of blood energy appeared in Yu Xian's hand. He flicked his finger, and a silver thread wrapped around the blood energy shot out, piercing through the rabbit in an instant. Then the silver thread quickly stirred, cutting through the rabbit's bones and muscles. The effects of blood energy were numerous, and he had been researching it. Just now, he had used blood energy to increase the kinetic energy of the silver thread, making it shoot faster and with greater power. The sensation just now felt a bit off. Yu Xian looked at the still twitching rabbit, slightly furrowing his brow. He slowly walked up to the fallen rabbit and used the silver thread to flip it over. The rabbit had 2 tusks and emitted a strong stench of decay. A zombie rabbit. Yu Xian was taken aback and quickly used the silver thread to bind it more securely. If this thing bit an ordinary person, it would be troublesome. He carried the rabbit back and saw Zhang Shou rummaging through the grass by the roadside. He approached and asked, "What are you looking for?" "A rabbit burrow." "Huh, why is there only one? I just saw another one run past behind. Didn't you encounter it?" Zhang Shou glanced at the zombie rabbit in Yu Xian's hand and then asked. Yu Xian was stunned. There was another one? He hurried to the front of the car, took out a body bag covered in talismans from the back seat, stuffed the zombie rabbit into the bag, and secured it before immediately running back. Usually, he didn't like to use blood of silver to enhance his sense of smell, mainly because the world was filled with too many foul odors that he couldn't stand. But now he had to use it, otherwise, it would be troublesome if the zombie rabbit bit someone, especially since some people, when bitten, don't immediately seek a doctor, holding on to a sense of luck, thinking they can save themselves, only to end up harming others and themselves, causing a disaster. Zhuo Jingzong, male, 45 years old, corpse burner, enthusiast of metaphysics. He had wanted to become an extraordinary person since he was a child and had worked hard for it, studying a large number of publicly available extraordinary systems. In the past, he had considered becoming a wild vampire, but at that time, the Blood Clan publicly executed several captured foreign wild vampires. After seeing that, he felt the risk was too great and chose to give up. From the ages of 20 to 35, he was fanatically obsessed with forbidden fruit. He spent a lot of money chasing his dreams, but in the end, it was all just an illusion, a complete waste. To pay off his loans, he had to work diligently for the next 10 years, but he never gave up on researching how to become extraordinary. Eventually, he came up with a foolproof plan. That was to become a zombie. Of course, he didn't want to become a mindless zombie. He aimed to be the world's first self-aware zombie. In many ancient texts, he found a way to compensate. First, he would buy a soul-fixing talisman to firmly anchor his soul to his body, then prepare a coffin with sealing effects against zombies. After being infected with zombie poison, he would find a place to nurture the corpse and lie down in the coffin, sinking into the nurturing ground. Because his soul was anchored to his body, when his body turned into a zombie, his soul would mutate into a vengeful spirit. A zombie that becomes powerful to a certain extent would develop a slight self-awareness and even become increasingly intelligent. At that time, he would take the opportunity to devour the consciousness generated by the zombie body, seizing control of himself, perfectly merging with the zombie form. In this way, when he emerged from the nurturing ground, he would become the world's only conscious perfect zombie. The plan was beautiful. He had even spent a year's salary to buy a real soul-fixing talisman. As long as he obtained a zombie tooth containing zombie poison, he would begin to prepare to execute the plan. However, as an ordinary person, he couldn't find a channel to buy a zombie tooth, so he was stuck at this step. One day, he rode his bicycle home after work. Recently, there had been quite a few corpses to handle, and he had to work overtime until 7 or 8 every day. However, overtime came with extra pay, and he was very willing to work more hours. With money, he could continue to chase his dreams. Who the hell is so malicious? When he returned home, he saw a basketball-sized hole in the corner of his front door. He hurriedly approached, took out his keys to open the door, and when he turned on the light, he saw a rabbit bouncing around in the corner. Frowning, he picked up a steel rod for self-defense and cautiously approached. Hey! With one swing, the recoil made his hand tingle slightly. He realized this was an extraordinary creature and immediately gritted his teeth, swinging wildly. After exhausting himself to the point of collapse, he finally managed to beat the rabbit into stillness and let out a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment, just as he was about to check what this rabbit was, Yuxian arrived. "Be careful, that's a zombie rabbit. Let me handle it," Yuxian quickly interjected. Zhuo Zhengzong was first surprised and then delighted, but he turned around and angrily said, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing in my home? Get out, or I'll call the police. I am the police, currently on night patrol. All extraordinary creatures are my responsibility." Yuxian took out his credentials and looked at Zhuo Zhengzong. Zhuo Zhengzong stared hard at the credentials in Yuxian's hand, suppressing his unwillingness, and stepped aside. "Thank you for your cooperation, and next time you encounter such a situation, it's best to call the police first and let the combat police handle it. Your actions are very dangerous. If you get bitten, it would be troublesome," Yuxian said, slightly relieved, as he approached and bound the zombie rabbit with silver wire before leaving, addressing Zhuo Zhengzong. Zhuo Zhengzong could only smile perfunctorily until he saw Yuxian leave. He turned around, and his smile instantly vanished, his expression becoming extremely grim. That was the zombie he had been longing for. This was definitely the closest he had ever been to the extraordinary. Back inside, he looked at the spot where the zombie rabbit had fallen, and suddenly he saw something. He immediately crouched down and carefully pinched a piece of bone smaller than a grain of rice. This should be a fragment of bone that came off the zombie rabbit when he struck it with the iron rod. He looked at the fragment, and a look of wild joy gradually spread across his face. According to the research report from the Extraordinary Alliance, since the birth of corpse chi, its scale has only increased, which is known as the famous corpse chi expansion theory. A tiny bit of corpse energy can create a zombie. As the zombie grows stronger, more corpse energy will be generated within it. After the zombie is eliminated, this corpse energy does not disappear. Instead, it disperses into the natural world. Therefore, the amount of corpse energy will only increase, ultimately dragging all of humanity into the realm of the dead. When Zhuo Zhengzong first read this theory, he felt as if the entire world was about to collapse. He was depressed for quite a long time because of it. Eventually, he came across the wisdom left by ancient sages online: if you can't beat them, join them. Suddenly, he felt as if his meridians had been unblocked. Since this world would eventually belong to the dead, why not become one of them ahead of time? Yuxian was walking down the street when he noticed a strong stench of decay coming from the man he had just seen, which made him a bit suspicious. He took out his phone and logged into the Public Security Bureau's app. Quickly, he found the man's identity based on the house number. He was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. Indeed, he had been overthinking it. A corpse burner, it was perfectly normal for him to smell bad. Yuxian hurried back to the road, where he saw Zhang Shou still searching for the hole. He first put away the zombie rabbit, then stood at the edge of the grass and asked Zhang Shou, "Old Zhang, did you find it?" "No, this is too strange. Where did they come from?" Zhang Shou stood up, full of questions, and looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian smiled and said, "This is one of the 3 great unsolved mysteries of the world. If I could answer it, I would be famous." In the extraordinary world, there are always many unsolved mysteries, and the sudden appearance of animals is one of them. Some believe it's a bug in the world, while others think it's the effect of some forbidden fruit. In any case, everyone is discussing it, yet no one knows how these animals suddenly appeared. The two returned to the car, and Zhang Shou continued to drive. Along the way, extraordinary animals occasionally appeared, and Yu Xian and Zhang Shou walked and stopped, slowly making their way to the east side of the city. Compared to other districts, the east side was undoubtedly much livelier. Even after 11 o'clock, many people were still walking on the streets, and all the shops were open. This was a scene not seen in other districts. "Xianyu, look, who tour," Zhang Shou whispered at that moment. Yu Xian, who had been knitting, looked up at the window and saw Hu Tuer mingling with a few young men, occasionally flashing a smile that captivated them. "Truly a vixen, she's really impressive," Zhang Shou sighed. Yu Xian's nose twitched, but he didn't notice anything unusual, so he said calmly, "Let's go, continue patrolling." In fact, the East District didn't really need their patrols. The extraordinary beings living here, the strongest of whom even reached eagle level, would be capable of handling any extraordinary animals that appeared. However, due to their duties, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou still drove around to patrol diligently. A sleepless night. During their first patrol, everything went smoothly without any surprises. But this was just the first patrol. Those who often stand by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet, and it would be hard to say what would happen after more patrols. Zhang Shou parked the car near the school, then went to have breakfast. Yu Xian didn't need breakfast, so he went to school early. "Xianyu, you're here so early today," Chen Ling said, holding her phone and looking at gossip in the classroom. She was surprised to see Yu Xian come in. "Good morning, you're also quite early today," Yu Xian replied with a faint smile as he sat in his seat. He placed his hand in the drawer, and with a thought, silver threads quickly appeared, weaving into gloves in the blink of an eye. Compared to knitting with wool, the silver threads made from his silver blood were much easier to control. As long as he mastered the correct weaving method, he could conjure the protective gear he wanted with just a thought. He practiced over and over again, constantly producing silver gloves with both hands, which then disappeared and reappeared, the speed increasing. After he managed to weave the gloves in 0.1 seconds, he began to extend the length of the gloves. "Salty fish, do you know?" Chen Ling suddenly turned around, and as soon as she finished speaking, she blinked and looked at Yu Xian curiously. When Yu Xian had just entered, he was clearly wearing the school uniform, which was blue, but now he was dressed in a silver trench coat, with a silver vest underneath. "You didn't change clothes behind me, did you?" Chen Ling asked in shock. In the moment Chen Ling blinked, Yu Xian had retracted all the silver threads, and when Chen Ling looked at him again, she found he was back in his school uniform. "Did I not sleep well last night?" Chen Ling muttered to herself. Yu Xian smiled and asked, "What were you about to say? By the way, do you know? The Dragon King of Donghai announced that he will enter the field of ordinary people's protective gear, creating equipment that can resist attacks from extraordinary beings for ordinary people in the future." Chen Ling looked at Yu Xian's clothes suspiciously but couldn't help but gossip. The Dragon King of Donghai is actually just a nickname. His real name is Li Donghai, one of the direct descendants of the dragon ancestor, and also a wealthy tycoon. The famous Donghai Dragon Palace Group is Li Donghai's enterprise. In the past, he only did business with extraordinary beings, but now it seems he plans to make money from ordinary people as well. "He's probably just making noise again," Yu Xian commented. The Dragon King of Donghai is known for his big mouth. Netizens jokingly call him the Big Mouth Dragon because he jumps on every trending topic. There's no doubt that he released this news to ride the wave of Silver City's popularity. "That's fake," Chen Ling said, sounding a bit disappointed. She actually wanted to buy some useful protective gear. Her parents had bought her pepper spray for wolves, bear spray, and a stun gun. However, these things might work against ordinary people, but against extraordinary beings, they probably wouldn't be very effective. If there were equipment available that could defend against extraordinary creatures, she would definitely be willing to buy it. Extraordinary equipment is definitely very expensive. Even if costs are cut, it would probably still be several million. The material costs are right there. What do you think? Yu Xian knew very well how precious extraordinary materials were. Even extraordinary beings might not have a piece of equipment, let alone making it available to all ordinary people. "Alright, I was naive. I shouldn't have believed the Big Mouth Dragon." After hearing Yu Xian's words, Chen Ling completely lost hope. She held her phone, talking while typing, clearly preparing to vent her frustrations on Li Donghai's account. Yu Xian smiled slightly at this, took out his phone, and while continuing to practice his knitting skills, he opened the Chilan app to see if there was any real big news. Flying zombies have been spotted at Gemini West Mountain. A search is currently underway. Members below Eagle level, please do not approach Gemini West Mountain. The internal ranking assessment will begin on the 1st of next month. Members confident in improving their rankings should sign up as soon as possible. The Chilan Research Department has found a detection method for the anomalous insect variant brain-hugging nerveworm. A nationwide inspection will be conducted in 3 days. When Yuxian saw the third hot piece of information, his eyes lit up. About 2 days ago, he had seen related reports. The scientists within Chilan had already thoroughly studied this new form of anomalous insect and named it the brain-hugging nerveworm. This variant of the anomalous insect would transform its body into a structure extremely similar to human brain nerves, then infiltrate the target's brain, replacing the opponent's nerves, as if a mass of tentacles were tightly hugging the person's brain. At this point, the host's brain was not dead, it simply filtered all the information received through the brain-hugging nerveworm. In simple terms, whatever the brain-hugging nerveworm wanted the host to see, the host would see. Whatever it wanted the host to hear, the host would hear. The host would completely become a puppet of the brain-hugging nerveworm, with no room for resistance at all. Moreover, once successfully parasitized by the brain-eating worm, although the person is still alive, there is actually no difference from death, because with the vast majority of current methods, there is no way to ensure the host's survival after separating from the brain-eating worm. After all, the brain-eating worm consumes the host's brain nerves. Losing that part of the brain means a person cannot live. Yuxian is currently feeling both joy and worry. The joy is because the country has finally found a way to prevent the invasion of abnormal worms and brain-eating worms. The worry is because, after this inspection, it is still unknown how many families will face a shattered outcome. Doghead Gold Mountain. It got its name because someone discovered a huge piece of doghead gold on this mountain years ago. However, as extraordinary creatures have increased, the humans living near Doghead Gold Mountain have long since relocated to the city, and it has now become a paradise for animals. In a man-made cave dug into the mountainside, various animals gathered together, including wolves, bears, tigers, and even many humans. Clearly, this is not normal. These creatures cannot coexist harmoniously. Suddenly, the ground shook. A 3-meter-tall giant white ape fell from the mountain top to the flat ground halfway down the mountain. It turned around and tore open one of the cave walls, looking at all the creatures and laughing. This body is really powerful, it's exhilarating. Old 3, don't break this body, it's our important prop, Jotai said, sitting on a rock, swinging his legs. A tiger nodded and said, that's right, it's not easy to get an extraordinary creature, if you break it, you're dead. Extraordinary creatures are more sensitive, any foreign invasion of their bodies will be detected, so abnormal worms find it very difficult to parasitize extraordinary creatures. However, after the disastrous defeat in Silver City, Jotai knew very well that relying solely on parasitizing ordinary people would never allow the abnormal worms to develop. Therefore, after discovering that this giant ape was a loner, he sacrificed a large number of abnormal worms, exhausting the giant ape to the point of collapse, and only then succeeded in parasitizing and taking over. After gaining human intelligence, the abnormal worms also became fearful of death, making it very difficult for them to unite. Now, with Jotai as their leader, the abnormal worms can act in unison. Even if they are afraid of death, they have to comply, finally achieving a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Once they parasitize more extraordinary creatures, perhaps they can surround the city from the wild and ultimately achieve world domination. At the Super Ability Academy, it was another self-study class in the afternoon. The content that could be taught in the third year had already been repeated countless times by the teachers. Now, apart from various tests and exams, the rest was self-study, mainly because many teachers had died or were severely injured, and only a few could still come to class, making it impossible to spare any. In the classroom, Zhang Shou was sprawled on the desk, fast asleep, his head covered by books, and one could still hear him snoring. The sun shone through the window, and sitting next to Zhang Shou, Yu Xian was playing with blood energy. He placed his hands under the desk, both hands condensing a mass of blood energy, then controlling the blood energy to protrude, forming two indistinct humanoid figures. These two blood energy figures were battling in his palms, their long spears clashing continuously. The Blood Clan has two main components of combat power, one of which is blood energy. Any vampire who awakens the blood energy talent will be heavily trained by the Blood Clan. Yu Xian understood the importance of blood energy very well. Moreover, during middle school, he had read many online novels related to the Blood Clan. The one that left the deepest impression on him was a novel called After Awakening Blood Energy, I Reached the Peak of My Life. The protagonist of the book accidentally saves a prominent figure from the Blood Clan and gains the opportunity for an initial embrace. However, due to his poor first talent, he is looked down upon and mocked by other vampires. As a result, his first major talent turns out to be blood energy, leading him to be regarded as a once-in-a-century super genius of the blood clan. In the end, he not only slaps the faces of those vampires who look down on him but also gets promoted, receives a raise, and marries a beautiful and wealthy woman from the blood clan, reaching the pinnacle of his life. It is worth mentioning that this novel showcases a large number of fictional blood spells. During his second year of junior high, Yu Xian became crazily obsessed with this novel, even fantasizing that he was the protagonist. Back then, he could never have imagined that one day he would not only become a vampire but also possess blood energy as his third talent, which was simply more unbelievable than a typical web novel. One must say, the wisdom of ancient people continues to gain value. Sometimes reality is more absurd than fiction because fiction operates under certain logic, while reality often lacks any logic at all. Since awakening his blood energy talent, Yu Xian has been pondering blood spells. The Qilin app has a lot of video materials showing vampires using blood energy, such as summoning a giant blood scythe, creating blood chains to seal off environments, flying with blood wings, using a blood cloak to block sunlight during the day, and even the red cloud black sky technique used by the progenitor in daytime battles. Among these, many blood spells are difficult to understand just by looking at their effects. Yu Xian finally had to focus on the blood scythe. Although this spell is also not simple, he felt he might be able to replicate it. He is currently controlling small figures made of blood energy in battle, which is actually training his ability to manipulate blood energy into shapes, while the long spear in the hands of the small figure is training the stability of weapons constructed from blood energy. Since there is no one to guide him, he is unsure if his ideas are correct or how far they are from the blood spells of the blood clan. In fact, he has also developed a new use for it, which is bubbles. After making the blood energy sticky, he can easily blow bubbles by adding a little air, just like chewing gum. If he can control a large number of bubbles under his feet, it can create tremendous elasticity, making his speed particularly exaggerated. Additionally, he envisions laying a large number of tiny bubbles as a cushioning layer inside armor woven from silver blood, which should provide good defense against those with immense strength. The class bell rings. Yu Xian retracts the blood energy back into his body and then takes out his phone to check various trending news, slightly relaxing his mind. Although he does not feel tired under the sunlight, maintaining concentration can lead to a different kind of fatigue. Much like working in a factory, even if the body is not tired on the assembly line, one can still feel weary. It is best to balance work and rest, allowing time to relax when needed. Xianyu, are you free tonight? Chen Ling whispers to Nora for a while, then turns to Yu Xian and asks. Yu Xian nods. I'm free, what's up? Night patrols are not required every day. He and Zhang Shou only need to patrol twice a week, with the remaining shifts handled by the battle police. Since he and Zhang Shou already completed a night patrol task last night, they definitely won't be on duty again today, so he truly has time. The beast fighting arena has a grand performance tonight, and Nora wants to invite us to watch the show. Are you and Zhang Shou going? Chen Ling asks. Yu Xian glances at Nora, seeing her pretending to be indifferent, and can't help but smile. Since the silly goose is treating, I certainly can't miss it. The beast fighting arena is essentially where extraordinary beings capture various extraordinary creatures in the wild and then pit these creatures against extraordinary beings in a cage, somewhat similar to bullfighting, with the outcome always being the death of these extraordinary creatures. Yu Xian has never seen a live match, but there are many paid videos online, and he has watched a lot of them before. The famous beast fighters are essentially big stars. Not only do they endorse various products, but they also have a large fan base, and just from merchandise alone, they can earn a few small goals. If I hadn't joined the Qilin, and once I became strong enough not to fear the blood clan, Yu Xian felt that he would likely become a beast fighter. You're such a silly goose. Nora rolled her eyes at Yu Xian upon hearing this, but the corners of her mouth secretly lifted. In fact, during this time, due to Yu Xian, Nora's status in the blood clan not only did not decline but instead rose rapidly. If before she was merely teased as the little princess of the blood clan by the Super Ability Academy, now she was truly on the verge of becoming the little princess of the blood clan. Yu Xian used her blood to become a vampire, also unafraid of sunlight, which was a huge leap. If all the vampires she initially embraced were not afraid of sunlight, the blood clan would no longer be limited to operating at night, and during the day, they could also declare their existence. It could be said that Nora was the new hope of the blood clan. Even the ancestors cast their gaze upon her, considering bestowing upon her the blood of the ancestors. The next class was still self-study. After the three discussed where to meet in the evening, they all kept quiet and went about their own tasks. Yu Xian still placed his hand under the desk, but this time he condensed a small blood-colored knife, pressing it against his palm, feeling the hardness and sharpness of the blade. If I continue to compress the blood energy, Yu Xian judged through touch that the knife he made was only at the level of ordinary ironware, so he began to compress the blood energy with his mind. Although most vampires are fragile, Yu Xian was an exception. For some reason, his physique was already similar to that of a normal vampire, slender and even slightly thin. Just by looking at his face and muscle lines, no one would think he could easily lift objects weighing 1 or 2 tons. To adapt to his own strength and speed, his skin and bones had become very tough. Especially after awakening his blood energy, ordinary kitchen knives could no longer cut through his skin, and weapons like iron rods found it very difficult to inflict effective harm on him. At this moment, the originally 15-centimeter knife was compressed to 10 centimeters. The knife lightly sliced. A blood mark appeared on his palm, but under the sunlight, the mark instantly disappeared. Around 8:30 in the evening, the four gathered at a milk tea shop not far from the school, and then they headed together to the beast fighting arena in Silver City. The beast fighting arena in Silver City is located on the outskirts of the eastern part of the city. Last night, when Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were patrolling, they passed by it and could even hear the enthusiastic cheers and curses from inside the arena. Nora purchased box tickets, and upon arriving at the beast fighting arena, a dedicated waiter quickly led the way. After the four entered the box and sat down, various fruits, snacks, and drinks were served. "This is the first time I've come to such a grand place. It feels a bit nerve-wracking," Zhang Shou said quietly to Yu Xian, looking at the box's decor and the exquisite snacks. Yu Xian moved his share of fruits and snacks over to Zhang Shou and smiled. "It's okay, I'm nervous too. It will be fine once the beast fighting starts." "Yu Xian, those snacks are specially made extraordinary food. You should give it a try," Nora reminded, holding a piece of snack. The bloodlines of extraordinary beings are diverse, with all sorts of chaotic races, and some extraordinary beings with orc bloodlines particularly enjoy eating raw meat. Their taste buds are also different from humans. They find cooked food unappetizing. The box tickets for the beast fighting arena are purchased by the wealthy or the elite, so the arena naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. When customers buy tickets, the staff already understands the customer's preferences, and on that day, a dedicated chef will provide service. For example, if Nora is a vampire, then tonight the vast majority of food is extraordinary food that vampires can eat, with no bland taste. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Yu Xian nodded, then pinched a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. Indeed, a flavor he had never experienced before immediately spread in his mouth. He chewed gently and swallowed, his eyes lighting up involuntarily. He curiously asked, "What is this made of?" "Various animal blood fats. There is fat in blood too. I don't know why, but vampires can't eat fatty meat, yet the blood fats in blood can be digested and absorbed, so we have these blood fat pastries," Nora replied while eating. Yu Xian had always been concerned about one thing. Normal vampires refer to themselves as Blood Clan or our clan, but Nora always called herself a vampire and never mentioned Blood Clan or anything similar. "AE, can I ask a question?" Yu Xian couldn't help but speak up. Nora shot him a glance and replied, "Speak properly, don't call me randomly, I'll answer while watching. I see other vampires refer to themselves as Blood Clan, our clan, or my clan. Why do you always use vampire?" Yu Xian asked curiously. Nora said matter-of-factly, "Because I am a vampire. My mom calls me Little Vampire, and I don't see any problem with it. On the contrary, you are a silver-eating ghost." Zhang Shou and Chen Ling, who were on either side, couldn't help but laugh at Nora's response. Yu Xian didn't expect that his curious question would result in him getting a nickname of Silver-Eating Ghost. To this day, Nora still thought he fed on silver and didn't know he actually fed on light. If she knew, perhaps he would have another nickname of Light-Eating Ghost. At this moment, staff outside the private room began to check the protective equipment one by one in the arena. Yu Xian pinched a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. After enhancing his sense of taste, he detected multiple flavors. Besides blood fat, there should also be inorganic salts and various elements whose names he didn't know. Clearly, all these elements were extracted from animal blood. It must be said that as long as one has money, even becoming a vampire allows one to taste many delicacies that ordinary people cannot imagine. The time reached 9 o'clock. The performance in the arena began. "Hello everyone, I am the host Fei Chuan. First, welcome all the audience to the Silver General Arena. Next is the first match, 2 ant-level black wolves against our old acquaintance, the jackal Hu Junjie." Amid the host's enthusiastic introduction, 2 huge black wolves were released into the arena, followed by a strong man with 2 tails behind him walking into the arena, and cheers erupted throughout the venue. "Hu Junjie seems to be Hu Tuer's uncle," Zhang Shou said to Yu Xian while looking at the man in the arena. Yu Xian nodded. Hu Tuer's relatives were indeed quite numerous. According to the information provided by Jin Shang, Hu Tuer's father had a total of 6 brothers, and the 7 of them were collectively known as the Hu family's 7 heroes. However, the Hu family's 7 heroes did not all work together. Instead, they engaged in different industries. Hu Junjie was a professional beast fighter and also a part-time online streamer, gaining considerable fame in Silver City. After the host Fei Chuan finished the introduction, the beast fighting began. In fact, there are two types of performances in the beast fighting arena. One is beast fighting, and the other is competition. The former is a battle between man and beast, while the latter is a duel between humans. Right now, it was beast fighting. Hu Junjie was very experienced and clearly understood the danger of two black wolves together, so he first created distance. Then, when the two black wolves charged at him, he adjusted his angle. As he adjusted his angle, the two black wolves, which were originally running side by side, quickly became one in front and one behind due to the angle. At the moment the two black wolves approached, he kicked the one closer to him away and quickly retreated using the reaction force, creating distance from the other black wolf. It can be done this way too. I've learned something. Zhang Shou widened his eyes and muttered to himself. Yu Xian also nodded seriously. This technique was not difficult to learn, but the challenge lay in controlling the rhythm and timing, which required rich experience in beast fighting and keen judgment. Don't think that the two black wolves lacked intelligence. The reason they exposed this flaw was entirely due to Hu Junjie's excellent control of the rhythm, causing the two wolves to unwittingly fall into the trap he had set. Next, Hu Junjie skillfully integrated the battle into his own rhythm, leaving the two black wolves dizzy and even using his tail to confuse them, darting left and right, easily toying with the two black wolves. In the end, the outcome of the battle was obvious. After a round of play, Hu Junjie effortlessly beheaded the two black wolves with a guillotine, and the entire venue erupted in cheers. The nine-tailed fox bloodline, it seems the more tails, the stronger it is? Chen Ling asked, looking at Hu Junjie's tails. Nora, watching the match, replied, yes, possessing the nine-tailed fox bloodline, you can tell the strength by the number of tails. 1 tail is insect level, 2 tails are ant level, 3 tails are bee level, 4 tails are sparrow level, 5 tails are snake level, 6 tails are eagle level, 7 tails are wolf level, 8 tails are tiger level, and 9 tails are dragon level. What about divine level? 10 tails? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Yu Xian smiled and said, when the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox advances to divine level, you will know. Right now, the fox ancestor only had 8 tails, far from reaching dragon level, let alone divine level. The subsequent matches continued one after another, averaging about half an hour each. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were thoroughly enjoying themselves, mainly because each beast warrior that appeared was not weak. Although their strength and speed might not surpass Yu Xian's, their experience was incredibly rich. Various maneuvers, angle control, rhythm management, and predictions made the battle process exhilarating, a completely different experience from watching videos, especially with some of the power details. Unless you were there in person, it was hard to discern the nuances. Dear audience, was the previous battle exciting? Haha, Fei Chuan also thinks the matches of our beast warriors are very thrilling, igniting passion. However, next up is the grand finale of the night, a super monster captured by our hunting team today, an extraordinary white ape with human intelligence. As the host's voice rang out, a cage slowly rose, revealing a 3-meter-tall, muscular white ape. The white ape lowered its head, its eyes hidden in shadow, and its mere silhouette gave the audience a tremendous sense of pressure. It was clearly just a low-level extraordinary creature, yet it was not to be underestimated. And our contestant is the king of 1,000 victories, the Iron God, by Jinlong. On the other side, a muscular man standing at 1.9 meters stepped out. He looked at the surrounding audience, revealing a slight smile, and raised one hand to wave at the audience, causing the entire venue to erupt with cheers for the Iron God. In the VIP box, Yu Xian was reviewing Bai Jinlong's information. This data was provided by the arena, easily accessible through a tablet connected to the power line on the chair. Bai Jinlong, 32 years old, B-level, superpower user, with the ability to transform his entire body into black iron alloy. Not only was he rich in combat experience, but he was also incredibly strong. If he encountered a type he could counter, he could even fight above his level. This guy is strong, Yu Xian thought to himself as he looked at the data. He estimated that no matter what means he used, he probably couldn't break through Bai Jinlong's defenses, although Bai Jinlong couldn't kill him either. Next, the match began. The electric cage slowly opened after the power was cut, and the white giant ape looked up at Bai Jinlong. Zhou could never have imagined that just the day before, he had been dreaming of ruling the world, and the next day he was easily captured by the extraordinary hunters, while other bodies were killed effortlessly by these bastards to cover for his escape. Now he has 9 personalities, each residing in the bodies of small animals like mice, rabbits, the original body, sparrows, and so on. The most powerful body has instead become a captive of humanity, forced to perform like a clown. Come on, big guy. Bai Jinlong waved at Zhou with a smile. Zhou felt a surge of anger erupting from his chest, wishing he could tear all humans apart. Among all the personalities, his third brother was the most domineering, dreaming of world domination. Unlike those idiots who only wanted to kill or play games, he knew very well that only by becoming the king of the world could he do as he pleased. Whether it was skinning people alive, committing murder and arson, he would face no creature that dared to stop him. With a roar, he immediately punched towards Bai Jinlong, but Bai Jinlong had already anticipated his move and easily dodged the attack as Zhou Tai jumped. Moreover, to showcase his skills, he didn't even use his superpowers while dodging. Zhou Tai's punch shook the ground, and the surrounding audience erupted in cheers. But those sounds felt like mockery to Zhou Tai. Come again. Bai Jinlong smiled at Zhou Tai. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Tai was not controlling a mutant insect, but a brain nerve insect, so this white ape was actually still alive, just completely controlled by Zhou Tai in every move. Human, you have completely enraged me. Zhou Tai glared at Bai Jinlong, speaking in a very unstandard voice. Bai Jinlong was taken aback, and the next second he was swept by Zhou Tai's arm, flying backward and crashing heavily against the super-alloy steel cage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Die! Taking the opportunity, Zhou Tai rushed forward, his hands rapidly striking out, wanting to finish off Bai Jinlong while he was injured. But soon he felt something was off. Stepping back, he saw Bai Jinlong had transformed into a pitch-black Iron Man. His previous attack was nothing more than a tickle to Bai Jinlong. To think you can talk, that really surprises me. Bai Jinlong got up from the ground, looking at Zhou Tai's sturdy body, explaining to the audience. Indeed, many extraordinary creatures can speak human languages, like some parrots that not only talk but do so fluently, and the weasel that can also speak human language. Bai Jinlong just didn't expect the white ape to speak, and was unexpectedly ambushed by it. Now that he was prepared, the white ape posed no threat to him at all. In the private box, Yu Xian and the others were also startled by the white ape's speech, especially Yu Xian, who for some reason felt a sense of familiarity when the white ape spoke. No, it felt somewhat familiar, but also different. It was like two brothers. He had heard his younger brother's voice, so his older brother's voice felt very familiar. He frowned, trying to recall where he had heard that voice, but the white ape's voice was too rough and strange to match anywhere. This seemed more like an intuition, something that couldn't be compared through mere comparison. Yu Xian, do you have a feeling that its voice seems familiar? Nora frowned, staring at the white ape, asking Yu Xian. Yu Xian was taken aback and asked, you feel that way too? Yeah, but I just can't think of where I've heard it. Nora nodded. Yu Xian looked at the white ape and speculated, Zhou Tai? He had met many people with Nora, but there was only one suspect, so he thought of Zhou Tai first. Zhou Tai? The voice doesn't match, but it does feel somewhat similar, Nora said uncertainly. Yu Xian watched the white ape and Bai Jinlong fight, and with his suspicions growing, he felt the white ape's guilt was increasing, especially since the white ape's fighting style was based on ambush and surprise. If Bai Jinlong hadn't turned his whole body into an alloy, he might not have been a match for the white ape at all. He is definitely Zhou Tai. Could it be that this white ape has already been controlled by the brainworm? Yu Xian's gaze gradually became serious, his pupils flickering with silver light, confirming that there were no tentacles beneath the white ape's skin, and he couldn't help but think to himself, there had never been a case of abnormal insects parasitizing extraordinary beings before. If this white ape really was Zhou Tai, then the situation was serious. Once the match was over, he would definitely check the white ape's corpse. If it was confirmed that the white ape was Zhou Tai, he would report to the Qilin Bureau immediately. Bai Jinlong was not in a hurry to end the battle. Instead, he continuously provoked the white giant ape, enduring its attacks time and again, showcasing his powerful defense to the audience. In his eyes, this was a performance. He had to constantly steal the show, becoming the most eye-catching part of the entire act. In fact, he succeeded. The entire audience in the arena was shouting his name, and he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being admired and supported by countless people, especially since this admiration and support could indeed be converted into some money. Weak and powerless fists. If this is all the strength you have, what does it matter if I provoke you? Bai Jinlong looked at the giant ape controlled by Zhou Tai, a contemptuous smile on his face, easily blocking Zhou Tai's punch with one hand, and mocked, as expected, the moment I spoke, the giant ape's fists became even faster. But the giant ape was ultimately a flesh and blood creature. Hitting his alloy body was completely painless, and instead, the giant ape's fists began to show signs of injury. Damn it, damn it, damn it, die, ah. Under Zhou Tai's control, the giant ape's eyes turned red, and a large amount of adrenaline was secreted within its body, not feeling any pain in this state of stress. However, after Bai Jinlong's body turned into alloy, the giant ape's proud strength was of no use. A body capable of withstanding bullets also became fragile in comparison. The giant ape could shatter rocks and pierce steel plates, but it couldn't inflict even the slightest harm on Bai Jinlong. Kill, kill, kill. Tai's murderous intent boiled. Even if he couldn't harm Bai Jinlong, he still had to throw punches. Unbeknownst to him, under his control, the blood within the white ape began to heat up, and a large number of extraordinary factors were released from its bloodline. Compared to the white ape's own character, his character was more in tune with the extraordinary bloodline within the ape. Unexpectedly, it still hides its strength. Bai Jinlong noticed the giant ape's power increase and said in surprise. The next moment, he noticed a hint of red appearing on the white giant ape's arms. Bloodline awakening? Ladies and gentlemen, the white ape before us has actually awakened its bloodline. Do you want to see it? This will be a once-in-a-century scene. Cheer up, get excited. Bai Jinlong immediately realized what was happening to the white ape's body and shouted loudly to the audience. Suddenly, the entire audience erupted in cheers. After he asked, "Do you want to see it?" Countless people responded with yes, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he decided to satisfy the audience's wishes. With his strength, even if the white ape's bloodline awakened, what could it do? Bloodline awakening? Tai also heard Bai Jinlong's words, and then through the brainworm, he sensed that the white ape's body was indeed undergoing earth-shattering changes. However, based on the release of extraordinary power within, even if the bloodline awakened, it was impossible for it to be Bai Jinlong's opponent. Unless I can guide the bloodline within the white ape to a deep awakening. Tai was not a mindless brute. While his murderous intent boiled, he could still maintain a clear mind. Fighting spirit, murderous intent. He quickly grasped the key to the white ape's bloodline awakening. Then he continuously transmitted messages of anger and slaughter to the white ape's brain. Under the impact of excessive anger and murderous intent, the structure of the white ape's brain began to undergo new changes. The original brain structure of the white ape was just an ordinary brain, but under Tai's stimulation, a blood-red substance was rapidly secreted, and the brain nerve worm actually fused deeply with the white ape's brain due to this red substance. At the same time, the blood temperature within the white ape rose to 1,000 degrees. Under the terrifying high temperature, its bones, meridians, and internal organs were all undergoing frenzied mutation. Externally, the pure white fur of the white ape began to show streaks of fiery red, especially on its arms and legs, which had completely transformed from white to crimson. Originally, Bai Jinlong was full of confidence, believing he could suppress the awakened bloodline of the giant ape. But under the giant ape's relentless punches, he quickly realized he could no longer resist. The power of the giant ape's fists was astonishing, and the speed of its strikes was increasing, becoming more urgent. The giant ape's strength was changing too rapidly for him to react. Just as he intended to counterattack, another punch came crashing in, forcing him to defend, and as he tried to move, another punch followed. Not good, this is going wrong. Bai Jinlong's heart sank, wanting to retreat, but the white ape seemed to see through his intentions and closed in. He looked up into the eyes of the white ape, which were ablaze, as if all the calamities of the world were contained within. Zhu Yan bloodline! Bai Jinlong shouted in shock. The next moment, he was sent flying by Tai's punch, crashing heavily against the cage, his steel-like body no longer recognizable. Everyone present showed expressions of shock, the cheers abruptly stopping, all eyes falling on the white ape, which had now become completely different from just moments ago. Is its size increasing? Oh my god, its eyes are on fire, I feel my heart racing. Run, that's Zhu Yan, run. Suddenly, someone realized something and stood up shouting. After shouting, this person turned to flee, and some quick-witted individuals immediately followed. Thud, 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 thud. The heartbeat sounded like war drums, and some slower reacting spectators quickly realized that the heartbeat came from the giant ape, while they themselves felt a severe panic. The next moment, everyone's hearts began to beat violently, and then, they exploded. Many spectators puffed out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed in the stands, while some stronger extraordinary spectators began to evacuate. The incident happened too quickly. At this moment, four extraordinary beings rushed out from the arena's passage, one of whom penetrated the cage and launched a heart extraction strike at Tai. He possessed the ability to penetrate matter. During battle, his arm could pass through the target's body, grasp the heart, and with a pull, easily kill most opponents. However, this time he miscalculated. When his palm penetrated the white ape's body and grasped the heart, the intense heat instantly cooked his hand. His body could no longer maintain its ability, and with a scream, he tried to retreat, but the next moment, he was caught by the giant ape. Now, the giant ape's body temperature was exceptionally high. Being touched by it felt like being scorched, and the man let out an even more agonizing scream before being swallowed whole by the giant ape. Originally, the giant ape, which had become somewhat emaciated due to the deep awakening of its bloodline, immediately gained energy, its body gradually filling out. It looked at the other three standing outside the cage and said, "Come in." The three retreated simultaneously. In the private box, it seemed there were materials that blocked Zhu Yan's abilities, so the recent wave of heartbeat attacks did not affect the four inside. Not good, something unexpected has happened. Old Zhang, go check if there are any survivors in the audience. I will. By some time, Yu Xian stood up, looking at the arena, and said to Zhang Shou, everything happened too quickly. From the giant ape's counterattack to the killing of numerous spectators, it had only been a little over 10 seconds. By the time Yu Xian realized it was not a performance, countless casualties had already occurred in the stands. Nora stood up and said, I will go too. Don't, you stay with Chen Ling. If there's real danger, evacuate quickly. Yu Xian refused. The current white ape was clearly not something that could be dealt with by firearms. If he hadn't been diligently practicing his abilities during this time, he would definitely run as far away as possible. He dared to step up because he was confident he could retreat safely. Yu Xian did not believe he could defeat the current white ape. His only goal was to buy time. Nora glanced at Chen Ling and finally nodded, saying, alright, just be careful. If she left Chen Ling alone here and something unexpected happened, Nora would never forgive herself. So, even though she wanted to help Yu Xian, she obediently stayed behind. Yu Xian stepped out of the private room, his body instantly turning red. Then, a large number of tiny bubbles protruded and covered his entire body, enough to make anyone with a fear of clusters scream on the spot. Subsequently, silver threads made of silver blood quickly wove together, covering all the bubbles and forming a set of silver armor. This time, the silver threads he created were extremely fine, and after being tightly woven, the armor was completely unrecognizable as woven. It was not only sharply defined but also smooth as a mirror, giving an indestructible feeling. Xian Yu, you look so cool in that, Zhang Shou exclaimed, watching Yu Xian transform in the dazzling armor before him. This set of armor was definitely a dream for boys. Zhang Shou felt that if he wore this armor, his courage would increase by 1000%, and he could stand tall even in front of an ancestor. Alright, we act separately. You go save people, and I'll hold off the giant ape. Yu Xian clenched his fist, confirming that the armor wouldn't hinder his movements, then said to Zhang Shou, now was not the time for play. Zhang Shou nodded and immediately turned to leave, while Yu Xian walked in the opposite direction. In the arena's cage, Zhou Tai held the severely injured Bai Jinlong in his hands. He weighed him and maliciously smiled. Thank you very much. You've shown me the true path to becoming stronger. As a return, let you experience what power and speed really are. After saying that, he threw Bai Jinlong with force. Bai Jinlong instantly smashed through the alloy cage, his body crashing towards the audience. However, just as Bai Jinlong was about to hit the ground, a flash of silver passed by, and Bai Jinlong was saved. Zhou Tai frowned at the figure in silver armor holding Bai Jinlong, unable to gauge the opponent's strength for a moment, so he chose not to act recklessly. The two sides faced each other in silence. Yu Xian had once overestimated the giant ape's strength, but at the moment he caught Bai Jinlong, he realized he had still underestimated it. At the instant he caught Bai Jinlong, the silver threads on him nearly snapped, and the bubbles made of blood energy burst one after another. After 2 layers of cushioning, his hands, which he used to catch Bai Jinlong, were still fractured. Of course, it was only a minor fracture. With his physique, the injury healed in an instant. Fortunately, he had designed the armor to be as cool as possible, referencing a large number of armors from films and television, crafting his armor to exude a strong presence. As long as he stood still, no one could be sure of his true strength. Clearly, his image intimidated Zhou Tai, and neither side made the first move. At this moment, the 3 outside the cage quietly retreated. Although they had B-level strength, they felt no sense of security in front of the giant ape. However, their movement broke the delicate balance between Yu Xian and Zhou Tai. No strength comes from nowhere. Although Zhou Tai had successfully activated the giant ape's Zhuya bloodline through the special nature of the brain-sucking worm, it had severely depleted the giant ape's energy. Now, the giant ape's body urgently needed energy replenishment. As long as there was enough food, the giant ape could become even stronger, even reaching eagle-level standards. His eyes moved, instantly locking onto a middle-aged man, and the next second, his body suddenly lunged towards the other. Yu Xian had been staring at him, so as soon as he moved, Yu Xian moved as well. A silver thread shot out quickly, wrapping around the man locked onto by Zhou Tai, and immediately pulled him back. The middle-aged man only felt a terrifying punch wind bearing down on him, and just as he was about to be crushed, his body quickly retreated. By the time he came to his senses, he was already sitting on a chair. Ha! Ha ha! The middle-aged man realized, belatedly, that he had just taken a stroll near the gates of hell, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat, gasping for air. As the giant ape lunged, the other 2 smartly ran back, so by the time Zhou Tai controlled the giant ape's body to rise, there was no one around. Your opponent is me. Don't even think about harming innocent people. Yu Xian spoke to Zhou Tai through the 2 layers of bubbles in his armor, altering his voice. He was worried that Jotai would recognize his voice and identify him. If Jotai realized that his strength was actually not that great, it would be troublesome. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Jotai looked at Yu Xian, his eyes narrowing slightly, and the sound of war drums immediately echoed, a manifestation of Zhu Yan's ability. However, Yu Xian felt nothing at all. If Jotai could make his heart beat once, he would actually thank him, but unfortunately, vampires do not have heartbeats, so they are directly immune to Zhu Yan's ability. Useless? Jotai thought to himself, looking at Yu Xian with a newfound respect. It must be said that Yu Xian standing there without moving exuded the aura of a master. The smooth, mirror-like armor and the slightly fluttering trench coat created a powerful presence. Moreover, the red lenses covering his eyes in the helmet prevented Jotai from determining Yu Xian's emotions through his gaze. In fact, the red lenses were made of blood energy, providing decent defense while also enhancing Yu Xian's vision. With the dual enhancement of silver blood and blood energy, his dynamic vision was exceptionally strong, which was why he could clearly see Jotai's movements. In a different scenario, Jotai might have had enough patience to confront Yu Xian, but he did not have it now. First of all, this was an arena, human territory. The longer he delayed here, the more dangerous it became. Additionally, the giant ape's body was ravenous and urgently needed nourishment, so he couldn't afford to waste time. He controlled the white ape to grip the metal cage, suddenly exerting force and violently flinging it. The cage, which had been firmly fixed to the ground, was uprooted, and the entire massive cage was hurled towards Yu Xian. To be honest, the scene was quite exaggerated, and Yu Xian was startled by Jotai's move. However, Yu Xian reacted quickly. The blood energy bubbles beneath his feet provided enough elasticity. He bent his legs and leaped up, pushing against the cage with both hands just as it was about to smash down, using that force to propel himself backward. Several silver threads instantly wrapped around the chandelier on the ceiling, narrowly avoiding the cage's attack. Boom! After a deafening crash, dust billowed. The cage crashed heavily onto the audience stands, shaking the entire arena. The areas hit by the cage immediately caved in, and the walls showed numerous cracks. If the cage had landed squarely on Yu Xian, it was likely that his body would have been crushed in half. Although he wouldn't die, it would definitely be unbearable. So terrifying. Yu Xian looked at the completely deformed cage below, feeling it was even more horrifying than facing Jin Chang. Ha! At that moment, the giant ape exhaled a puff of steam. That last burst had taken quite a toll on it. Unfortunately, it failed to hit its target, wasting its energy instead. However, through Yu Xian's movements, Jotai also realized that at least in terms of the giant ape's attack, Yu Xian's response was to dodge rather than take it head-on, which indicated that Yu Xian's strength was definitely not on par with his. So next, let's see about speed. If his speed and strength far exceeded Yu Xian's, then this battle could be resolved quickly. First, he would increase the attack range. Jotai looked around and then maneuvered the giant ape's body to the bottom of the arena, directly dismantling the barrier in front of the audience. With the two barriers in hand, his attack range surged from the original 2 meters to 10 meters. As long as Yu Xian entered within his 10-meter range, he could easily crush Yu Xian. On the other side, Yu Xian noticed the giant ape tearing down the barrier, his brows slightly raised. In the next second, Jotai propelled the giant ape's legs, launching its body like a cannonball towards Yu Xian, while simultaneously swinging the barriers to sandwich Yu Xian in the middle. However, Yu Xian's hands moved, and 4 silver threads danced like silver snakes, slicing through the barriers. The silver threads, made of silver blood, consisted not only of silver but also of Yu Xian's blood. Therefore, after receiving Nora's promise of 20 pounds of silver, his silver threads were quite abundant, and after constructing armor, he still had extra silver threads for offense and defense. Of course, it was impossible to whip out a dense mass of silver threads like he did in the previous battle against Jotai. In armor mode, he could only separate 4 to 5 silver threads at most, with the longest attack range between 50 to 350 meters. But that was more than enough. In an instant, the barriers crossed over Yu Xian, turning into fine fragments. Amidst the flying debris, Yu Xian's armor remained as shiny as new, exuding a strong presence. Seeing his weapon destroyed in an instant, Jotai roared and simply threw the barrier away. Then, like a cannonball, he used his immense explosive power to charge towards Yu Xian. It must be said that his fighting style increased the pressure on Yu Xian significantly. Now, the giant ape was purely a numerical monster, with strength, speed, and explosive power all exceeding specifications. If Yu Xian hadn't enhanced his reaction ability with silver blood, he would likely be crushed in a second. The giant ape's body radiated high temperatures, and getting close felt like being near a scorching fireball. Without armor protection, even without contact, one would be burned by the heat. Whoosh! Yuxian shot out 2 silver threads, wrapping around a chair behind him and pulling, while a bubble appeared at his toes to provide bounce. He pressed down with his toes, and his body quickly retreated. A massive fist brushed past him, and even through the mask, he could clearly feel the terrifying heat wave. Boom! A punch struck the ground, creating a large pit. Yuxian performed a backflip, landing on the backrest of a chair. Before he could catch his breath, the giant ape, using the force of that punch, lunged at him again, with another arm swinging horizontally towards Yuxian. This straightforward attack method tested a person's overall ability, and Yuxian's nerves were taut, not daring to relax for a moment. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Tai's movement trajectory, and when Zhou Tai's giant ape's arm came crashing down, he quickly used the bounce provided by the blood energy bubble to evade. Missing the hit, the giant ape immediately grabbed the chair and threw it. Yuxian, suspended in midair, quickly used the silver threads to pull himself into a maneuver he could never normally achieve, narrowly avoiding the chair's attack. So it was just a little fly. After a series of attacks, Zhou Tai finally realized. He understood that Yuxian was not strong at all, just an illusion of mystery. Once he felt secure, Zhou Tai completely unleashed his attacks. He maneuvered the giant ape's body to rise from the ground, muscles tensing like a mountain crashing towards the just landed Yuxian. As long as he made contact, Yuxian would surely be crushed to pieces. Yuxian kept retreating, jumping from the audience seats to the arena, then from the arena back to the audience seats, continuously shifting and dodging. Suddenly, both sides stopped simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the ceiling. Something was falling. Boom! A loud noise. The floor exploded. A 5-meter-tall bull-headed giant descended from the sky, shattering the ceiling and landing heavily in the arena. Interesting, it can awaken to this extent. The bull-headed man glanced at the white ape, and a rough, domineering voice rang out. In an instant, Zhou Tai felt a sense of retreat. Compared to the bluster of Yuxian, this bull-headed man was genuinely strong. However, before he could make a move, the bull-headed man surveyed the arena and then spoke with a tone laced with anger. But, you deserve to die. Boom! A terrifying black demonic flame rose from the bull-headed man, and before Zhou Tai could see the bull-headed man's actions clearly, his head was severed by the bull-headed man's axe. Zhou Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe he had been defeated so hastily, so helplessly. After the bull-headed man chopped off the white ape's head, it crashed heavily to the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble, with countless cracks spreading from the axe. Hiss! Yuxian gasped at this scene. The situation had turned too quickly. One moment he was being chased, and the next, the giant ape was dead. This was too powerful. No wonder he was the Great Strength Bull King, the #1 expert in Silver City. This person was well known in Silver City. His real name was Tang Dali, possessing the bloodline of the Bull Demon King, and he was the strongest extraordinary being in Silver City. He had many businesses under his name, but he only held shares without managing them, clearly indicating that he had stakes in this arena as well. After slaying the white ape, Tang Dali's momentum immediately retracted. Thank you, little brother, for holding off this monkey head. Otherwise, I would have probably been ruined this time. Thank you very much. Let's have a meal together later. We should get to know each other better. Tang Dali quickly walked up to Yuxian, showing a smile without any airs of a strong man, grabbing Yuxian's hand and bowing repeatedly. No need to thank me. It's just my duty, but don't blame me for being businesslike from now on. Yuxian couldn't free his right hand from Tang Dali's grip, so he had to use his left hand to take out his credentials. Tang Dali only released his hand when he saw the credentials, and Yuxian then took out his phone to summon the battle police to seal off the scene. After completing the necessary procedures, he put away his phone and immediately concentrated his blood energy, causing a blood-colored long sword to appear in his hand. He slowly walked to the giant ape's head. Although he was certain that there were brainworms inside the giant ape's head, he needed to dissect it to obtain solid evidence before reporting to headquarters. Tang Dali, seeing this scene, did not disturb Yuxian and instead ran over to Zhang Shou, who was treating the injured, expressing a series of thanks. As Yuxian raised his knife to prepare to cut open the giant ape's brain, the giant ape suddenly opened its eyes, glaring at Yuxian with resentment. If its throat hadn't been cut, it probably would have wanted to say something. Yuxian ignored its glare and plunged the knife into the giant ape's forehead, then slowly began to cut open the skull. In fact, the giant ape's bones were very hard, and Yuxian exerted a great deal of effort to open the skull. When he saw the giant ape's brain, his eyes widened. Unlike a normal brain, the patterns on the giant ape's brain actually formed ancient characters. Combatants? Yuxian photographed the characters on the brain, speculating in his mind. He then stabbed the giant ape's brain with the knife, and at the moment he cut through the brain's outer layer, numerous nerves shot out violently. However, he was well prepared and immediately used silver threads to control these nerve lines. Indeed, it's the brainworms. He took photos with his phone and sent them to Jin Shang, while also describing everything that had happened in the arena. In less than 10 seconds, Jin Shang replied, "Preserve the body and wait for support." Okay. Yu Xian looked at his phone and responded. In less than a minute, the battle police arrived in a car. In fact, from Jotai's outburst to being killed by Tang Dali, the entire process took only about 3 minutes, and everything happened very quickly. Yu Xian and Jotai faced off for just over 10 seconds. The rest was Jotai chasing and attacking him. If Tang Dali hadn't arrived in time, Yu Xian would have had to find a way to escape in a few more minutes. The battle police were not summoned by Yu Xian's phone call, but rather arrived after the fleeing audience reported the incident. Upon seeing the team leader, Yu Xian presented his credentials and instructed the leader to seal off the entire arena, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. With Zhang Shou present, those who could be saved would definitely be saved, and those who couldn't be saved did not require any further efforts. Therefore, when the ambulance arrived, the battle police asked it to wait aside. After about half an hour, a beam of golden light flew down from the sky, entering the arena through the large hole created by Tang Dali. "Hello, I am a member of the Qilin Support Department, codename Ether, here are my credentials." As the golden light landed, it dissipated to reveal a young man with a somewhat cynical appearance standing before everyone. He walked up to Yu Xian, introduced himself, and took out his credentials. Yu Xian scanned the credentials with the Qilin app on his phone, confirmed their authenticity, and nodded, saying, "Hello, I am a member of the Exorcism Squad, codename Salted Fish. I am officially handing over this giant ape and the brainworm to you. Please ensure they are delivered to headquarters. Rest assured, there won't be any mistakes." Ether patted his chest and laughed. He then looked at the giant ape's body, waved his sleeve, and the massive corpse instantly vanished. He then took out a box and placed the brainworm inside, finally putting the box into his sleeve. "Is that a space in your sleeve?" Yu Xian asked curiously, watching Ether's actions. Ether immediately felt awkward and replied, "The space in the sleeve is a great ability. I just sewed storage bags into my sleeve." As he spoke, he lifted his sleeve, revealing several storage bags sewn inside. "Alright, I need to go back and report. Goodbye." Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Ether quickly bid farewell, his body enveloped in golden light, and he shot up into the sky, quickly disappearing through the hole in the ceiling. At Qilin headquarters, Ether brought back the bodies of the giant ape and the brainworm, and the entire research department immediately worked overnight to study the two corpses. By morning, a large amount of data was sent to the senior management of Qilin, and everyone who reviewed the information immediately realized the severity of the situation. An emergency meeting regarding the crisis of the anomalous insects was convened. Meanwhile, at the East City Public Security Bureau, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat together across from Tang Dali. Name: Tang Dali. Gender: male. Age: 98. Rank: lower wolf level. When the incident occurred at the Silver General Arena, where were you? Upon hearing this question, Tang Dali's expression faltered, and he quietly said, "Can we skip this question? Please answer truthfully," Yu Xian said, looking at Tang Dali with some helplessness, maintaining a formal tone. If it were a regular battle police officer asking, Tang Dali would definitely have tried to brush them off, but the credentials Yu Xian and Zhang Shou presented were from Qilin. Even though Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were much younger than him, he did not dare to be careless. Especially Yu Xian. When the big shots collectively descended, most people were unaware of what was happening, but Tang Dali was very clear. This young man had already caught the attention of the big shots, and in ancient times, that would be akin to being in the emperor's favor. No matter how weak his strength, he could not be underestimated. At that time, I was getting a foot massage at Tingyu Pavilion, Tang Dali said, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. Yu Xian elbowed the bright-eyed Zhang Shou, recorded Tang Dali's words, and then continued to ask a few basic questions. After receiving the answers, he stood up and said, "Alright, if there are any further questions, we will contact you. Thank you for your cooperation." In fact, it wasn't just Tang Dali who was being summoned for questioning. All shareholders, staff, and security personnel from the arena had been called in, and there would likely be issues of accountability, fines, compensation, and so on to resolve later. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou walked out of the room, and the leader of the battle police team, Zhang Kaichao, immediately stepped forward to express his gratitude. The main issue was that the battle police couldn't handle the strong individuals like Tang Dali, and routine inquiries would likely be met with indifference. With Yu Xian and Zhang Shou stepping in, the problems could be resolved much more easily. Generally, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou would not overstep their bounds, but considering the matter of the anomalous insects, they decided to intervene after some thought, also wanting to understand the latest intelligence. Half an hour later, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received the report from the hunting team. Doghead Gold Mountain seems to be quite a distance outside Silver City. Do we really need to go that far to capture extraordinary creatures? Zhang Shou asked curiously as he looked at the report. Zhang Kaichao explained, one of the tasks of the military camp outside Silver City is to clear out the surrounding extraordinary creatures that pose a significant threat. The nearby hills no longer have any major threats. They are mostly small fry at the insect and ant levels. The arena wants to capture extraordinary creatures that present a certain challenge, so we need to go to a more distant location to have a chance of encountering them. Yu Xian analyzed, the anomalous insects were still near Doghead Gold Mountain yesterday. Even if they can run fast, they can't cover much distance in a day. Wait, let me ask the captain if we can conduct a remote strike on all areas near Doghead Gold Mountain. He took out his phone and immediately contacted Jin Shang to share the latest intelligence. Xianyu, the situation is likely a bit more complicated. I'll send you some information, take a look first, Jin Shang replied. Moments later, Yu Xian received the information sent by Jin Shang. He opened the document and found it was a medical record. Most hospital medical records are now stored in the cloud, so after the archives of Sangshan Mental Hospital were destroyed, the authorities still managed to find all the medical records through the cloud. The document sent by Jin Shang was actually Zhou Tai's medical record. Zhou Tai has multiple personalities. His main personality isn't problematic and can even be considered a good person, but his other personalities have significant issues. According to Chen Xingsong's repeated diagnoses, there are 8 identifiable personalities, and they are aware of each other's existence, referring to themselves in order of their emergence as the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. The first is the main personality. According to recordings left by Chen Xingsong, this personality has been replaced by the anomalous insects, and the current situation is unclear. The second personality likes to collect fingers and almost bit off Chen Xingsong's finger during his stay in the hospital. He is taciturn, giving off an elusive vibe, and may have a more introverted personality. The third personality is playful and has unpredictable emotions, possibly going from great joy to deep sorrow in an instant. He is also the most talkative, and much of the intelligence that Chen Xingsong understands comes from the third personality's proactive sharing. The fourth personality is rather gloomy, calling himself a skin artist. When he sees a beautiful exterior, he shows an obsessive expression, sometimes appearing lecherous and at other times giving off a very sleazy vibe. The fifth personality is insane, a complete murderer. When Zhou Tai's body is controlled by the fifth personality, his eyes are filled with a mad killing intent, and he even shows a strong tendency for self-harm. This personality is almost impossible to communicate with but seems to obey the commands of the other personalities. The sixth, seventh, and eighth personalities were born later, and Chen Xingsong has little information about them, so their personalities and preferences are currently unclear. After reading the information, Yu Xian furrowed his brows tightly. If Zhou Tai is already that troublesome, then having 8 such personalities raises the question of which one he encountered last night. Additionally, Zhou Tai's personalities can move through the bodies of the anomalous insects and switch bodies at will, meaning that unless all the anomalous insects are killed, it is fundamentally impossible to eliminate Zhou Tai. According to the information provided by Jin Shang, Zhou Tai's danger level was originally assessed as serpent level, but due to the latest intelligence provided by Yu Xian last night, Zhou Tai's danger level has now been raised directly to dragon level, even higher than the danger posed by the entire anomalous insect swarm. If Zhou Tai can develop the potential of all extraordinary beings, humanity will soon have to face an army composed of various high-level monsters. Look at this, Yu Xian handed his phone to Zhang Shou. After reading the information, Zhang Shou said gravely, in this situation, it's impossible to completely eradicate them, right? The anomalous insects can parasitize any living creature. If they were to infest cockroaches, for instance, they could spread through the incredible breeding capabilities of cockroaches, rats, and other such creatures, making it impossible for humanity to kill all the anomalous insects. Don't worry, the higher-ups must have noticed the current situation, Yu Xian said seriously. I believe strong individuals will soon be dispatched specifically to deal with Zhou Tai. Let's wait and see. A dragon-level crisis will definitely be taken very seriously by the Qilin headquarters. Yu Xian was curious about how many experts the headquarters would send to deal with Zhou Tai, and this time it was likely that all the anomalous insects would be completely exterminated. After all, as long as the anomalous insects exist, Zhou Tai will never be completely safe. The next day, a military aircraft discreetly landed at the barracks outside Silver City. After school, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received a message from Jin Shang, drove through 2 checkpoints, and successfully entered the barracks. Captain, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou said in unison upon entering a room in the barracks and seeing Jin Shang. There was only Jin Shang in the room, and he looked the same as ever, giving off a feeling of facing the sun, hot and majestic, like a lion among men. He looked at the two and smiled. I originally thought I would have to stay in Yanjing for half a year, but you two have made a great contribution again. However, this time the witnesses are complicated, so the headquarters hurriedly sent me back to escort you. Escort us? Yu Xian said with curiosity. Jin Shang nodded, his smile fading as he looked at Yu Xian seriously. The struggle among countries in the extraordinary field has never ceased. You made quite a splash the day before yesterday. Don't think that just because you're wearing armor, no one knows who you are. It's possible that foreign hostile forces have already seen you as a significant future threat and want to eliminate you as soon as possible. Foreign forces infiltrating the country often do so by granting certain ordinary people extraordinary powers and tightly controlling them through various contracts and death curses. Many spies, in fact, fall victim to greed and end up having to serve the other party. Generally, these spies not only gather intelligence but also take responsibility for eliminating rising talents. The battle between Yu Xian and Zhou Tai was so intense that even though Yu Xian was constantly running and dodging, surviving was already quite remarkable. This was enough to attract the attention of some foreign hostile forces. Oh my, isn't that salted fish very dangerous? Zhang Shou said worriedly after hearing Jin Shang's words. Jin Shang replied calmly, that's why I came back early. By the way, the things you wanted, now, stand at attention. The two quickly stood at attention, straightening their backs and looking at Jin Shang. Jin Shang's expression was serious as he took out a box, retrieved a medal from inside, and looked at Yu Xian earnestly. After review and assessment by the Qilin headquarters, Comrade Yu Xian played an important role in the Silver City incident, successfully disrupting the anomalous insect infiltration plan, and made significant contributions during the anomalous insect riot. Here, on behalf of the Qilin headquarters, I award you the first-class merit medal to recognize your outstanding contributions and exceptional achievements. At that moment, Yu Xian's eyes slightly reddened, and as Jin Shang pinned the medal on his chest, he saluted heavily, and Jin Shang immediately returned the salute. Next, Zhang Shou also received a second-class merit medal. After the medals were awarded, the two also received a storage ring each, and Yu Xian discovered that his ring contained 100 pounds of silver. The award ceremony was originally planned to take place after both of you arrived at headquarters, but as you know, given the current situation and the research determined by the scientific department, Zhou Tai has already mastered the ability to activate the extraordinary biological bloodline. We absolutely cannot give him more time, so our schedule will be very tight from now on, Jin Shang said to the two of them. Zhang Shou widened his eyes and asked, does that mean you, Captain, are responsible for eliminating Zhou Tai? No, this operation will be personally commanded by General Zhao Yi from headquarters. All military camps in Silver City, Rong City, Xiang City, Jiang City, and Hua City will be sealed off, centered around the Doghead Gold Mountain, covering an area of 13,800 miles. Then, all members of our evil extermination team, as well as the evil slaying team, crime eradication team, and demon killing team will gather and enter the sealed area from different directions to eliminate all abnormal insects and suspicious creatures, Jin Shang replied. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were both slightly taken aback. This was definitely a major operation. Alright, dead doctor, you go out for a while. I have something to say to the salted fish. Jin Shang then glanced at Zhang Shou and said. Zhang Shou was taken aback, then nodded and left. Captain, is there something old Zhang can't hear? Yu Xian asked curiously as he watched Zhang Shou close the door. Jin Shang showed an envious expression and said, I don't know if you're just lucky, but headquarters actually agreed to your request. Saying this, he walked to the desk, picked up a metal briefcase, entered a series of passwords, and after verifying his identity, the briefcase slowly opened, causing the temperature in the room to drop instantly. Yu Xian looked inside the briefcase. It was a pen-style injector. This is the pango blood you applied for. After comprehensive consideration, the Kirin headquarters has decided to approve your request. Now you will inject it in front of me. This is a top-tier treasure that even the ancestors of the Blood Clan cannot obtain, Jin Shang introduced. He was truly envious. For a drop of pango blood, he had not only spent all his savings but also incurred huge debts. Yet Yu Xian had it without even going into debt. Captain, can't I just use my teeth to suck it? Yu Xian asked somewhat sheepishly, looking at the pango blood in the injector. He was actually just curious about what pango blood tasted like and had no intention of injecting it. Seeing Yu Xian's greedy expression, Jin Shang felt a throbbing in his temples. He pinched the bridge of his nose and said irritably, do you know that injecting pango blood will most likely enhance your bloodline abilities and even reduce your weaknesses? If Yu Xian injected the pango blood, he would likely transform from an ordinary vampire into a super vampire, gaining abilities that most vampires do not possess. Moreover, Yu Xian was still afraid of garlic, crosses, and holy energy. After injecting the pango blood, it was highly likely that one or two of those weaknesses would diminish, making it very difficult to harm him unless one used absolute violence to defeat him. But I still want to taste it. After all, I am a vampire, Yu Xian said, not changing his mind after hearing Jin Shang's words. His talent had awakened so quickly that he couldn't be sure when he might awaken strange abilities like garlic blood, cross eater, or holy energy absorber. so he didn't care about those minor weaknesses at all. Moreover, he was well aware that now that this application had been successful, it would be difficult to apply again in the future. From Jin Shang's current situation, it was clear that applying through merit was extremely challenging. So, he had to seize the opportunity. He must taste the difference between Pango blood and ordinary blood. Seeing that Yu Xian was unwavering, Jin Shang closed his eyes in frustration, sighed for a long time, and finally said, "Alright, since Pango blood is a reward from headquarters to you, how you use it is your business. As long as you don't leave this room, you can handle it as you wish." "Thank you, Captain," Yu Xian exclaimed excitedly. Jin Shang saw Yu Xian pick up the pen-style syringe and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since you've made your decision, make sure you don't regret it." I will never regret it." Yu Xian nodded. He then pressed the pen-style syringe against his phone, applying a bit of force, and blood gushed out. Instinctively, he began to suck the flowing blood. As he absorbed the blood of Pangu, he started to feel intoxicated, and his previously still heart began to beat violently. Yu Xian felt as if he were in a state of chaos. He waved his hands and feet, trying to dispel the chaos before him, but no matter how he waved, it was futile. Clearing one area of chaos only allowed another to take its place, endlessly and infinitely. Frustrated, he began to flail about, wishing he had an axe in his hand to cleave everything apart. In fact, vampires possess a super rare ability. By consuming the blood of a target, they can read the target's memories. This ability, aside from the progenitor, is only held by 2 vampires in the entire bloodline. It cannot be awakened through the passage of time. The moment one becomes a vampire, the ability is either there or it isn't. It cannot be developed later. Yu Xian and Nora's blood-drunk cousin actually possess a flawed version of this ability, which is why they feel intoxicated after drinking blood, vaguely sensing some information within it, only to forget everything upon waking. However, after absorbing the blood of Pangu, this flawed ability was violently completed, and he received a vast amount of information from the blood of Pangu. His already unusual body was now racing towards an even more abnormal state. In the room, Yu Xian stood swaying from side to side when suddenly a blood-colored bubble emerged from his head, detaching from his body and hovering in midair. One by one, bubbles continued to appear, all surrounding Yu Xian. Jin Shang watched the scene cautiously retreating. He knew Yu Xian would become intoxicated, but after the last time, Yu Xian had simply fallen asleep. He thought this time would be the same, but it seemed something was amiss. At that moment, Yu Xian suddenly began to wave his hands chaotically, as if trying to expel something. A strange scene unfolded. The surrounding bubbles displayed various bizarre images, and as Yu Xian waved his hands, these bubbles gradually transformed from a simple blood color to a riot of colors, especially the new bubbles emerging from Yu Xian, which were vibrant and completely lost the gloomy, sinister feeling of blood energy. Suddenly, Yu Xian leaned back, his body falling into one of the bubbles, and he fell into a deep sleep inside it. This bubble, instead of descending, floated around in the air, surrounded by countless other bubbles swirling around it. Jin Shang looked at the scene before him, utterly speechless. No matter how he looked at it, Yu Xian did not seem like a normal vampire, especially now, as he exuded an indescribable sense of sanctity. He waited for a while, seeing that Yu Xian showed no signs of waking, and slowly walked forward, his hand covered in golden light gently touching one of the bubbles. The texture of the bubble was strange. He had expected it to feel like glass, plastic, or gemstones, but in reality, it felt more like the energy used to isolate space when a formation barrier is activated. He then began to increase his strength. The bubble showed no signs of deforming. He gradually increased his power, adjusting from insect level upwards. It wasn't until he reached sparrow level that the bubble showed slight ripples, and it only began to deform at snake level. Jin Shang's expression became serious as he gradually increased his strength to eagle level, causing the bubble to tremble violently. He estimated that with just a bit more power, the bubble would burst. He withdrew his hand, choosing not to continue testing. This ability had great potential. If Yu Xian continued to grow stronger, this ability might become an extremely powerful group defensive capability. Jin Shang was very curious about what was going on with Yu Xian now. If it was indeed similar to being drunk, then what had he seen in his drunken dreams that led to such a peculiar ability? Forget it, let him sleep, Jin Shang thought, shaking his head and turning to leave the room. Outside the door, Zhang Shou was waiting. When he saw Jin Shang open the door, he quickly stepped aside, his small eyes secretly peeking into the room. Go in, but the salted fish is asleep, don't disturb him, Jin Shang said. Zhang Shou nodded and walked into the room. When he saw Yu Xian surrounded by colorful bubbles, and himself sleeping in a bubble, he inexplicably thought of a question. Do these bubbles allow air to pass through? If they don't, Yu Xian wouldn't suffocate, would he? A good night's sleep. When Yu Xian woke up, he felt refreshed all over, along with a strange, indescribable feeling. As he sat up, he suddenly realized he was inside a colorful bubble, and this bubble felt very familiar, somewhat like the sensation he had when manipulating blood energy. Go higher, Yu Xian thought, and the bubble indeed began to rise. He then controlled the bubble to move up and down, and finally, it floated around the room. After becoming completely familiar with the bubble, he controlled it to land on the ground and stepped out of it. He commanded all the bubbles to return to his body, then raised his right hand, where a golden energy appeared at the tip of his index finger. This energy obeyed his will, quickly generating a large number of tiny bubbles that scattered in the air, spinning according to his thoughts. The blood energy has mutated. This energy seems to have an additional spatial attribute. Yu Xian often browsed various information on the Qilin app, and he was no longer the naive newcomer to the extraordinary world. While Jin Sheng needed to touch the bubbles to determine their properties, as the master of the bubbles, he could directly sense everything about them. These bubbles did not float in the air due to buoyancy but were fixed in spatial coordinates. Simply put, they were anchored at a certain spatial coordinate. As long as Yu Xian did not move them and no one used brute force to destroy them, they would remain fixed at that coordinate forever. Yu Xian recalled the dream from last night, his expression somewhat strange. Could it be that he had tried to create the world in his dream but lacked the power, resulting in such a large number of half-finished products? Strictly speaking, these bubbles could indeed be considered an independent space, meaning each bubble, rounding up, could be seen as a world. Rounding up again, Yu Xian had successfully created the world. Alright, although this was far from the true creation of the world, it was not just a minor difference. After studying the mutation of the blood energy, Yu Xian pressed his right hand against his heart. His heart was beating, although much slower than a normal person's, about 30 beats per minute, but it was indeed beating. So, the question arose, what about his innate ability? He carefully sensed the changes in his body and found that, aside from feeling stronger, there was no new innate ability. It wasn't until he sensed a second heart inside his heart through the silver blood that he realized, I have two hearts? When Yu Xian felt the heart inside his heart, he was completely stunned. He carefully sensed the second heart and finally understood its function, a smile gradually appearing on his face. This time, by consuming the Pango blood, he had struck it rich. These two hearts, one was the vampire heart, and the other was the Pangu heart. They each possessed the innate skill trees of a vampire and Pangu. When one of the hearts was not beating, it meant that the nutrients Yu Xian absorbed would be stored in that heart. For example, right now, if Yu Xian's vampire heart was beating while the Pangu heart was not, then the energy he accumulated would be stored in the Pangu heart. When the energy is sufficient, this heart will beat. However, unlike the vampire's talent awakening once every 10 beats, the heart of Pangu requires 36 beats to activate a skill belonging to Pangu. Yu Xian can now freely choose which heart to beat and which not to. Previously, he could only judge when to awaken his talent by the number of heartbeats, but now he can sense the energy stored within the heart to determine when he can awaken his talent. For instance, the heart of Pango currently stores energy equivalent to about 34 heartbeats. It is estimated that this is the remaining energy after he transformed his body with Pango's blood, so after 2 more beats, he should be able to awaken a Pango skill. I wonder what abilities Pangu has. Yu Xian sat on a bubble, took out his phone, and prepared to check if there were any records in the Qilin app. The research on Pango by Qilin has been ongoing for quite some time, and many of Pangu's abilities have already appeared in those who have consumed Pangu's blood, so they have been documented. Originally, Yu Xian's permissions were not enough to access this information. However, his account now has a first-class merit badge, and many documents have been opened to him, so after clicking to apply, he received this information shortly. He opened the documents and read carefully. Pangu's abilities are referred to as divine powers because these abilities are innate powers for Pangu, requiring no additional conditions for Pangu to use. However, these abilities are too powerful for ordinary people, and most of them have significant consumption, requiring cautious use. Below are all the divine powers obtained by those who have consumed Pangu's blood. Pangu's great strength divine power. Those who obtain this power can possess 100 tons of strength at the sparrow level, with an indestructible body, able to achieve 10 times the effect with one force. This is the first divine power among all of Pangu's powers. Pangu's space-rending divine power. Those who obtain this power can tear apart space at the sparrow level, forming spatial blades to attack enemies. However, this ability has a tremendous consumption for ordinary people, belonging to high consumption and high attack abilities. Panga's transformation divine power. Those who obtain this power can transform different creatures into other forms at the sparrow level, such as turning a person into a sheep, a dog into a person, animals into plants, and fungi into animals. The most terrifying aspect is that the effects produced by this ability are permanent. Pangu's immortality divine power. Those who obtain this power will have an unimaginable vitality. At the sparrow level, they can survive with only their head remaining, and even if half of their brain is cut off, it is merely temporary amnesia. Later, they are almost impossible to kill, with blood rebirth and breath regeneration being routine operations. Panga's Sun Eye Divine Power. Those who obtain this power can transform their eyes into solar rays, shooting out light containing the true fire of the sun. Panga's Spirit Pearl Divine Power. Those who obtain this power can condense a spirit pearl with spatial attributes in their dantian, possessing 50,000 cubic meters of space at the sparrow level. Pango has an abundance of abilities, almost all-encompassing. Yu Xian suddenly felt that the vampire's talent was not appealing anymore, mainly because Panga's talents are incredibly strong, especially the Immortality Divine Power, which he truly desires. For someone like him, who is extremely afraid of death, the Immortality Divine Power is the ultimate ability he dreams of. Moreover, as a vampire, he already has a very strong self-healing ability, and with the Immortality Divine Power, it would be double insurance. If he could possess this ability, he would dare to venture into the most dangerous places. In fact, a person's character is not important at all, whether reckless or cautious. What matters most is ability, not character. It is ability, not character, that influences a person's behavior. This is like a person who possesses billions in assets. No matter how cautious he is, he dares to spend at a high-end restaurant. If he only has a few cents in his pocket, even the most reckless person wouldn't go to an expensive place to eat. Similarly, when one has the ability, someone like Yu Xian, who is timid, can muster the courage to take risks and fight hard, but when he lacks the ability, even a dog is enough to scare him away. Yu Xian put away his phone. He had already made up his mind. During this time, he would confront the heart of Pango head-on. Unless he drew the Pango's immortal technique, he wouldn't switch back to the vampire's skill tree. In fact, after understanding the abilities of the two hearts, he realized one thing: the vampire's bloodline ability is not infinite, but rather limited. The two abilities he had previously awakened confirmed this point. The first ability, Silver Blood, was mentioned to him by Jin Shang, who said that Nora's father possessed the same ability, so this ability is clearly on the vampire skill tree. The second ability, Blood Energy, is also an ability from the vampire skill tree. Therefore, apart from the Light Eater, the abilities he awakened are actually those that vampires could potentially awaken, rather than being unique to him. As for the Light Eater, it is likely related to Nora's mutation. After all, Nora is the first hybrid vampire who is not afraid of sunlight, and he is the first wild vampire who did not undergo the initial embrace but was transformed through blood injection. If Nora is a mutated hybrid vampire, then he is a mutation of a mutation, a special among special vampires, so it is quite normal for his innate abilities to exhibit mutations. After checking his condition, he got up and left the room. As he stepped out, it was still dimly lit outside, and there were soldiers standing guard. Upon seeing him, they immediately saluted and said, "Report, sir. Colonel Jean asked me to inform you that the operation has begun. You are to join the action immediately. Enter the secure area to receive your orders. Report complete." "Okay, thank you." Yu Xian quickly returned the salute and expressed his gratitude. He then opened his phone, entered the exorcism team, and received the orders to enter the restricted area. He took out his Bluetooth headset from his pocket and put it on, then clicked to enter the team's voice channel. "Captain, codename Salted Fish, requesting to return to the team," Yu Xian said. Jin Shang replied, "Since you're awake, I agree to your return. Head to the location I've marked for you as soon as possible. That area will be under your responsibility. I will send Xing Niao to assist." "Understood." Yu Xian didn't waste any words. Then, under the astonished gaze of the soldiers, he created a bubble, entered it, and quickly maneuvered the bubble to fly into the air. The orders on his phone had already taken effect. His phone would be automatically recognized and located by satellites, ensuring that he could fly into the restricted area without being shot down by his own missiles. Although Yu Xian had a good relationship with Zhang Shou, their abilities did not complement each other at all. Zhang Shou possessed extremely powerful healing abilities, yet the skills he released were actually harmful to Yu Xian. Meanwhile, Yu Xian already had a strong self-healing ability, allowing him to recover from most injuries in a short time without needing a doctor. Therefore, for this operation, Jin Shang did not arrange for the two to act together. Floating in the bubble, Yu Xian occasionally grabbed his phone to check his location. The mapping software of the action team displayed both his current location and the destination he needed to reach. It is worth mentioning that the bubble he created was not affected by gravity. The inside of the bubble was actually a weightless space, so both he and his phone were floating inside the bubble. After flying out of the military camp's range, he quickly entered the mountainous area. So beautiful. As the sun rose in the east, Yu Xian floated in the bubble, gazing at the horizon. The vast expanse of heaven and earth met in the distance, forming an uneven black line where the dimly lit sky and land converged. The sunlight gradually dispelled the last trace of darkness. The sky was as blue as washed silk, and a few white clouds floated lazily by. The mountains rolled and undulated, layer upon layer, with their uneven contours showcasing the beauty of nature's craftsmanship. Yu Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if the entire world had merged into his every inhale and exhale. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and freedom, as if the soul trapped in his body for 17 years had been released into this boundless expanse. He had lived in Silver City since childhood, and this was his first time leaving it. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but shed tears. For some reason, he thought of the latter half of the poem Song of Climbing the Usual Platform, which, though not particularly fitting the occasion or sentiment, allowed him to empathize with the author's feelings at that time. Contemplating the vastness of heaven and earth, I weep alone in sorrow. Shen Xiang felt desolate and wept, but Yu Xian was moved to tears by the greatness of the world. Dad, I am very happy right now. You haven't burdened me, thank you. Thank you for giving me life and raising me. In a moment of inspiration, Yu Xian stood upright on the bubble and shouted towards the distance. Then he wiped his eyes, a smile appearing on his face, feeling as if he had become lighter. The world was so vast, one day he would explore even more distant and broader skies, capturing all the beautiful sights with his own eyes. Suddenly, a small bluebird landed above the bubble. She spoke in a feminine voice, awkwardly asking, I am the bluebird, am I coming at a bad time? No, you came at just the right time. Yu Xian admitted that he had been a bit sentimental just now, but he didn't mind that his teammates had seen that moment. In fact, he felt quite nice to have someone by his side. At least he was happy now and willing to share the joy with those around him. The bubble quickly descended to the ground, and Yu Xian stepped out, turning to the bluebird and introducing himself. Hello, I am a salted fish, a vampire, please take care of me. Hello, I am the bluebird, a superpower user, please take care of me. The bluebird spread her wings and landed on the ground, then quickly transformed into a woman dressed in green military attire. The two first confirmed each other's identities with their phones, then shook hands and continued walking forward. They were not far from the coordinates given by Jin Shang. My ability is to transform into a bluebird, with a speed that can reach 10 times the speed of sound, similar to that of a cruise missile. Additionally, in bluebird form, my defense significantly increases. You can imagine my combat style. The bluebird introduced herself. Yu Xian nodded, and images of the bluebird piercing through enemies like bullets naturally surfaced in his mind. He then spoke, currently, I should be at the upper level of sparrow or the lower level of snake. My strength is about 10 tons, and my self-healing ability is very strong. Most injuries can heal within minutes. Also, I can create a kind of silver thread. It can be used to cut targets or woven into armor for protection. Furthermore, there's the mutated blood ability, which can create bubbles with spatial properties. The bluebird, who had initially appeared calm, grew increasingly incredulous as she listened, finally looking at him in disbelief. Salted fish, you can't be joking, right? The bluebird couldn't help but interrupt Yu Xian's words. Yu Xian looked at the bluebird seriously and retorted, we are on a mission. Do you think I would joke with you? Alright, you continue. The bluebird thought for a moment and nodded. However, after hearing all of Yu Xian's abilities, she had only one thought. Where did this monster come from? Within the Qilin organization, there were only a few peers she admired in the past, and most of the younger teammates still needed her care. This time, Jin Sheng arranged for her to be paired with Yu Xian as teammates. She had actually prepared herself mentally to be a caretaker, but she soon discovered that Yu Xian seemed to be a bit of a strong supermodel, and it was as if she was the one who needed taking care of. The two quickly arrived at the coordinates designated by Jin Sheng, and after confirming they had reached the target location, they immediately reported back to Jin Shang. Good, you two stay there on standby, Jin Shang replied. So, the two stood at the foot of a mountain, dazed. After a while, Yu Xian simply created a bubble and sat down on it. Xing Niao, do you need one? Yu Xian then asked. Xing Niao shook her head, took out a chair from her storage ring, and sat down, casually pulling out a table as well. Then, she took out a tea set and actually started brewing tea, leaving Yu Xian dumbfounded. Did you not look at the battle plan? Xing Niao couldn't help but ask, seeing Yu Xian's wide-eyed expression. Yu Xian shook her head, belatedly took out her phone, entered the exorcism team, opened the battle plan, and browsed through it carefully. This battle plan could be described as simple and straightforward. First, the entire area would be sealed off, with all personnel arriving at the designated location on standby. At 12 o'clock, General Zhao Yi would launch a devastating strike at the center of the area, killing all higher-level extraordinary beings, while the remaining small fry would be dealt with by various teams. Finally, there would be another layer of blockade managed by soldiers from each barrack, ensuring that no bug could escape this range. Doesn't it feel like the battle plan is a bit too simple? Xing Niao asked with a smile. Yu Xian shook her head, saying, no, the simpler the plan, the more effective it is. As long as General Zhao Yi is strong enough, this plan is actually the most suitable. Not bad, very clever, you caught the key point right away. Xing Niao took a sip of tea and continued. Yu Xian looked up at the rising sun. It was only a little past 6. Were they really going to wait foolishly until 12? What if Zhou Tai noticed their actions and decided to fight back now? If there was a problem, she naturally had to ask her senior. Yu Xian voiced her confusion, and Xing Niao smiled. So aren't we already waiting here? Standing by was not the same as dazing off. If there were indeed abnormal bugs that started running now, it would mean their operation was correct. 7 o'clock. The sun was already quite warm. With nothing to do, Yu Xian began practicing her newly acquired abilities. She turned sideways to Xing Niao, her eyes fixed on a tree not far ahead, and then a bubble appeared at her fingertips. She controlled the bubble to shoot towards the tree, instantly penetrating it. Then, with a thought, the bubble circled around and created a smooth hole in a rock. The bubble was not affected by gravity and had no kinetic energy. Its speed depended entirely on how fast Yu Xian's thoughts were, while its attack power depended on how much force it could withstand. Yu Xian controlled the bubble, making it go faster and faster, and after reaching several times the speed of sound, the bubble suddenly burst and disappeared. The energy membrane that forms the bubble can't withstand greater wind resistance, so the bubble burst? Yu Xian pondered. It wasn't that the bubble couldn't go faster, but that the energy membrane couldn't handle the wind resistance. If the energy membrane had infinite hardness, Yu Xian could make it move at sublight speed, or even at the speed of light. Then Yu Xian created 2 more bubbles, which she had weakened in hardness but increased in elasticity. She pressed on the surface of the bubbles, and they indeed became bouncy, but since they were fixed in place without her manipulation, the elasticity was very concentrated. Simply put, they were very bouncy, and perhaps at certain times, they would have unexpected effects. What if I increased the stickiness? Yu Xian then had a sudden idea. Although her blood ability had mutated, the effects she had developed originally had not disappeared. In fact, they had even strengthened. He created a highly adhesive bubble, pressing his finger against its surface, and indeed, his finger was immediately stuck. Then he tried to pull his finger out with all his might, but despite using all his strength, he couldn't break free. Unless he was willing to cut off his finger, he would be firmly stuck to this bubble. In fact, the way to break the deadlock was simple. One needed enough power to destroy the bubble, and breaking it directly would allow movement. The problem was that there probably weren't many people with this ability. After all, one would need to be at least at the eagle level to have a chance of breaking it. If Yu Xian prepared a few more bubbles, he could trap the power points of certain individuals, even controlling some strong ones above the eagle level. At that moment, a bird landed on a nearby tree, its eyes fixed on the two. Yu Xian focused his mind, and a bubble instantly circled around, sticking to the bird's back, then brought the bird flying back into his hand. He looked at the struggling bird and asked, Xing Niao, if the anomalous insect has already taken residence in the birds, does what we are doing still have meaning? Trust the headquarters. The think tank must have considered all possible scenarios. Since this decision was made, there must be a reason for it, Xing Niao replied lightly. Yu Xian controlled the bubble to fly further away, nodding, I understand. It's just that this is my first time participating in such a large operation, and I'm a bit too nervous. He then continued to train his abilities, such as making the bubble spin or trying to change its shape. The sun gradually moved higher in the sky, and the temperature of the sunlight increased. Xing Niao simply took out a sunshade and opened it, watching Yu Xian train under the sun. Xian Yu, are you really a vampire? Xing Niao asked, looking at Yu Xian, who was full of energy under the sun. Yu Xian nodded, of course. Then do you drink blood? Xing Niao asked. Yu Xian nodded, of course I drink blood. I even drank blood yesterday. The blood of Pangu is still blood, and since he drank it, he wouldn't deny it, even though the feeling of drinking Pangu's blood was actually quite unpleasant. Pangu's memories were too painful. He even doubted whether Pangu was still endlessly repeating the dream of creating the world from chaos. By the way, Yu Xian suddenly remembered that he still had quite a bit of silver in his storage ring, so he took out a piece of silver and opened his mouth, sucking it into his body like drinking soy milk. Xing Niao watched Yu Xian's actions, always feeling a sense of unreality. What kind of vampire is this, both basking in the sun and eating silver? The scene was too discordant. By the way, how old are you? Xing Niao looked at Yu Xian and thought. Yu Xian replied, 17 years old, and you? I'm 24. By the way, it seems that vampires who are newly embraced have their bodies frozen at the moment of embrace. Doesn't that mean you'll always be 17 years old? Xing Niao suddenly asked after finishing her sentence. In fact, both newly embraced and wild vampires have their bodies frozen at the age they were transformed. Yu Xian nodded and smiled. That's indeed the case, so no matter how many years pass, no matter who asks me, I will always be 17. Xing Niao immediately showed a skeptical expression. Was Yu Xian's answer just now true or false? At that moment, Yu Xian suddenly froze, thinking of a very important question. He looked at Xing Niao and asked, Xing Niao, it seems that viviparous vampires do grow up, right? Indeed, although vampires have a very low reproductive ability, there are still some naturally born vampires. They are born as babies and can't possibly remain babies forever. It seems they only stop growing at a certain age. Xing Niao nodded. After hearing this, Yu Xian's mind naturally conjured the image of himself still looking like he does now, while Nora had become a tall and mature big sister. The two standing together looked like siblings, or even like mother and son. I wonder what Nora will look like when she grows up. Will she be as silly as she is now? As he was lost in thought, the heart of Pango within him pulsed once. He dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind, covering his chest with his hand, and eagerly thought, I should be able to awaken the first Pango divine ability tomorrow. It would be best if he could hit the jackpot and directly obtain the Pango immortality ability. Of course, if he couldn't hit the jackpot, he wouldn't mind the Pango strength ability either. Well, if it wasn't the Pango strength ability, he actually thought the Pango space-splitting ability was quite acceptable too. While he was envisioning the future, in a cave deep within the mountains, several personalities of Zhou Tai were manipulating different bodies, sitting together with serious expressions, discussing gravely. It seems we are surrounded, said the second Zhou Tai. The third Zhou Tai, rarely serious, said, this is indeed troublesome. The other side has probably guessed our weakness. Then let's kill them all. Wipe them out. The fifth Zhou Tai exclaimed, standing up excitedly, filled with killing intent. The second Zhou Tai frowned and said, the urgent matter is to find a way to send the main body out. As long as the main body is not dead, we will not die. Although the leader had been replaced by the aberrant insect, their existence stemmed from the leader's illness, so they actually had a root, which was the aberrant insect version of the leader. Once this aberrant insect was killed, they would all die. Naturally, they would not tell Chen Xingsong about such a significant weakness, nor had they ever spoken of it before. Zhou Tai and the others could not understand how humans had come to know this. Ding dong! Suddenly, a golden metallic orb fell from the air into the cave. The second Zhou Tai immediately stood up, taking a defensive posture, while the other Zhou Tai shielded him because the body he was using was the main body. The metallic orb rolled on the ground, and suddenly, many golden lines appeared on its surface. Then, the orb opened layer by layer along the golden lines, forming a golden lotus flower. Countless golden lines spread from the lotus, dividing the entire cave into numerous small grids. Good morning, everyone. At that moment, a blonde foreign youth appeared behind the second Zhou Tai, resting his hand on his shoulder as he spoke. The second Zhou Tai calmed down and said, you are not an official, are you? If you think we are still useful, feel free to say so. We will definitely cooperate. I like to talk to smart people. Abe no Saimai's golden lotus barrier can only last for 5 minutes, so I'll keep it brief. I am Plato, the 12th seat of the ancient sage society. Our goal is to become true deities, not those false gods who merely have the name. So, are you all interested in joining us? The blonde man asked. The second Zhou Tai smiled and said, of course, we are interested. Life and death are not difficult choices. Very well, then come with me. Plato smiled. Seeing that both sides had reached a consensus, the third Zhou Tai became lively again and said, wait, the second can go with you, but we need to stay, this game hasn't started yet. I see, then I'll give you a little help. The Pangu, Niwa, Hichu, Luoshu, and the innate 8 trigrams of Huaxia are all targets of our ancient sage society. If we can cause them a bit of trouble, that would be nice, Plato said, looking at the third Zhou Tai, slowly taking out a golden cup from the void. He gently shook the cup, and the crimson blood inside emitted a faint red glow. He introduced, this is the blood of the death curse. If the user drinks it willingly, they will gain extremely terrifying demonic power, but their lifespan will be reduced to just 1 day. The good news is, it only targets the body and will not harm the soul or consciousness. I wonder if it suits you. Number 3 Zhou Tai looked at the blood in the cup and said excitedly, I can only say, this thing is amazing, I love it. That's good, it's about time, drink up, Plato said with a smile, looking at the remaining Zhou Tai. With so many willing test subjects drinking the blood of the death curse, he was curious about what kind of surprises would come next. It was worth the risk to linger a little longer. Number 3 Zhou Tai took the cup, took a big gulp, and then handed the cup to number 4 Zhou Tai. In an instant, aside from number 2 Zhou Tai, who was using his original body, the other Zhou Tai personalities all drank the blood of the death curse. They believed in Plato because they knew very well that if he wanted to find them, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill them all. Moreover, if Plato didn't take action, their fate would also be dire, so there was no need to complicate matters. Crack! The body that number 3 Zhou Tai was using was formed by a parasitic aberrant worm and a middle-aged driver. At that moment, the aberrant worm tore through the man's skin, and countless tentacles intertwined, forming a blurred humanoid shape. A large amount of red light glowed among the tentacles, and then all the tentacles merged into one, sprouting a pair of demonic horns from the head, covered in dense chitinous scales, transforming into a burly demon warrior. This feels amazing, my strength, speed, and it's unbelievable. I never knew this world had such depth, Number 3 Jotai said excitedly, opening his eyes that emitted a red glow, observing everything in the cave. His eyes were entirely red, without pupils, yet he could see a world rich in layers, witnessing many scenes that ordinary people could not comprehend. It seems you've gained quite a good ability, Plato smiled. Number 3 Jotai looked at Plato, and in his view, behind Plato seemed to be an illusory hell, where countless wronged souls struggled and wailed. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and said with a grin, indeed, it's a good ability, but unfortunately, only for one day. I will continue to improve the blood of the death curse. In the future, it may last far longer than a day, so stay tuned. Plato smiled. At that moment, the other Jotai also completed their transformations, each with different forms, some strong, some weak, but all possessing some special abilities. It's about time, with this drop of blood, we should go. Plato glanced at his watch, turned around, and picked up the metal lotus flower from the ground, saying to Number 2 Jotai. Number 2 Jotai nodded, glanced at the other Jotai, and then walked towards Plato. After the blood drop, Plato placed the lotus flower on the ground and said to the others, this lotus will replace him, locked by the official Huasha's Hichu and Luoshu. If you don't want to die so quickly, keep your distance. Then Plato took Number 2 Jotai's arm and led him into the void. From Number 2 Jotai's perspective, he felt as if he had passed through a thin membrane and arrived in a world filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, where the sun shone brightly, surrounded by beautiful seas of flowers, and many fairies danced joyfully in the air. Mr. Plato, are all the members of the ancient sage society as powerful as you? Number 2 Jotai asked. Plato smiled and replied, of course, there are strong and weak, but only 15 are stronger than me, the rest may be close to me or may not be. Then what does the ancient sage society see in us? Number 2 Jotai continued to ask. Plato answered, actually, you entered our sights the first time you appeared, but at that time, you had no value worthy of an invitation. There is a saying in the ancient Eastern countries, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The Silver Arena was indeed a spectacular performance, allowing us to see your potential, so, I came. I see. Number 2 Jotai understood that the ancient sages valued their ability to deeply activate the extraordinary bloodlines within extraordinary beings. This was indeed a very powerful ability. Once they activated the bloodlines within those extraordinary beings, the other party could collect blood and mass-produce more monsters of the same level. However, Number 2 Jotai was not afraid of being used. He was more afraid that the few of them would have no value, which would be the worst situation. Having value meant they were on the same side. No value? Then they would likely become lab rats on the experimental table. On the other side, Number 3 Jotai watched as Plato and Number 2 Jotai walked further away in hell, surrounded by mountains of knives and seas of fire, with all sorts of disgusting and terrifying corpses crawling around. One woman even tried to grab Number 2 Jotai's foot but had her arm severed by a knife, leaving her to roll and scream in agony. Plato, is that your ideal country? Interesting, so much fun, ha 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 ha. Number 3 Jotai watched as Plato and Number 2 Jotai disappeared from sight, silently thinking to himself, then burst into a series of hearty laughs. This world was truly too entertaining. He was far from done playing. 11:50 p.m. Yu Xian and Cheng Niao sat together in a bubble, looking far at the lush green mountains ahead. There were 10 minutes left before the operation began, and both were ready for battle, now waiting to see how General Zhao Yi would break the situation. Cheng Niao, what is General Zhao's ability? Yu Xian asked curiously. Cheng Niao shook her head, saying, not clear. High-level abilities above dragon rank are confidential matters. Even if you know, you can't say. Then she recalled something amusing and couldn't help but laugh. She looked into the distance and said, it is said that a long time ago, the strong from the island nation loved to show off their abilities during battles, even kindly explaining the principles of their powers to their opponents. As a result, they were specifically targeted for research by various countries, and a large number of extraordinary beings died. Only then did they learn to be cautious and not easily disclose their information. Yu Xian's expression turned strange after hearing this, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was indeed somewhat funny. As the two joked, the time finally reached 12 o'clock. Suddenly, they both noticed a person appearing in the sky, standing at a higher altitude, with a not particularly tall body exuding an indescribable aura. Finally, it has begun, Cheng Niao murmured, looking at the tall figure. Yu Xian looked up and asked, is he General Zhao? Yes, pay attention, the upcoming scene is rare. Cheng Niao nodded and said seriously. In the distant sky, Zhao Yi stood on an atom, quietly observing the mountains below. His ability was very special, called reference of micro and macro. Just as he could stand on an atom, he could also give small things large qualities and large objects small qualities. Essentially, he could not enlarge or shrink objects, but he could endow them with relatively large or small characteristics. A meteor. He gently flicked, and a speck of dust in the air fell towards the ground. The moment the dust landed, the entire world seemed to lose its sound, the earth collapsing layer by layer, followed by a terrifying white light flashing, and a shockwave erupted immediately after. This scene resembled a massive meteorite striking the earth. The surrounding mountains were directly reduced to ashes, countless beings turned to smoke in the light, leaving only dark shadows behind. A mushroom cloud slowly rose, and not long after seeing the light, Yu Xian felt a fierce wind blow past, causing slight ripples in the energy membrane of the bubble. It should be noted that they were actually very far away. Being able to see General Zhao Yi was entirely due to their exaggerated vision. After the first wave of impact ended, the second and third waves followed in quick succession. In just half an hour, the terrain within the entire blockade area underwent a fundamental transformation, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky, the ground in disarray, and bubbling lava everywhere. Undoubtedly, once the lava cools down and another torrential rain comes, a massive lake will be formed here. Although Yu Xian was mentally prepared, he was still stunned by the exaggerated scene before him. He didn't even see how Zhao Yi attacked, completely unable to comprehend General Zhao Yi's abilities. Judging by the degree of the ground's depression, something must have struck the surface, yet he found nothing at all. So what kind of ability was it? Yu Xian was certain that this ability, which he couldn't even perceive the trajectory of the attack, could only be countered by relying on defensive capabilities. There was no other way to respond. In other words, facing a powerhouse like Zhao Yi, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Is this what it means to be a dragon level? Yu Xian murmured as he looked at the scene before him. The nearby Qing Niao came back to her senses and said, "No, General Zhao Yi didn't use his full strength. After all, this is our home, and he actually doesn't want to cause too much destruction." "How do you know?" Yu Xian asked curiously. Qing Niao smiled and replied, "It's a secret." "All right, we should get to work." Below, many wild animals were frantically fleeing. Their location was not within Zhao Yi's strike range, so they managed to survive. But after being frightened, they instinctively began to escape. Unfortunately, this operation could not leave any survivors, so they were doomed to have no way out. "Let me handle it. I have a little idea," Yu Xian said to Qing Niao as he watched the wild animals running towards them over the hill. He extended his hand outside the bubble, and then many tiny bubbles began to emerge from his fingertips. These bubbles were colorful and beautiful, shimmering like a dream under the sunlight. After creating a large number of bubbles, he controlled all of them to quickly move towards the ground. On the ground, wild boars, leopards, wolves, snakes, tigers, squirrels, deer, wild chickens, bison, and mice were all frantically fleeing, with predators and prey even running side by side. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles fell from the sky, stopping in front of these animals. Many animals had not yet realized what was happening when their bodies tilted and fell to the ground, only to be trampled to death by other animals. Yu Xian fixed the vast majority of the bubbles on the escape routes of the animals, the principle being similar to a motorcycle driver going too fast and getting their neck cut by a steel wire. Those fallen animals actually crashed into the bubbles themselves. Since the bubbles were fixed in that spatial coordinate, as long as the energy membrane of the bubbles was hard enough, crashing into them was undoubtedly fatal. However, some smaller animals did not crash into these bubbles, so Yu Xian manipulated one bubble to continuously weave among these animals, causing mice, snakes, and squirrels to all fall, their bodies pierced with small blood holes as if shot by bullets. "Xian Yu, your ability is terrifying," Qing Niao exclaimed as she watched hundreds of beasts disappear in seconds. She simulated in her mind a scene of herself fighting Yu Xian, and in despair, she realized that even if she used all her means, she probably wouldn't be a match for him. These spatial bubbles were enough to keep Yu Xian undefeated in a confrontation with her. Of course, the main reason was that her attacks were still far from reaching eagle level. If she reached eagle level, perhaps she would have a chance to fight Yu Xian. Below eagle level, unless one possessed top-tier abilities like the Pango Great Strength, fighting Yu Xian would be tantamount to seeking death. Yu Xian listened to the words of the blue bird, looking at the super pit in the distance, and humbly said, "It's not that great. Compared to General Zhao Yi's abilities, mine really doesn't count for much." The blue bird rolled her eyes at Yu Xian, not thinking he was being humble, but rather that he was showing off. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted not far away, and both of them turned to look in the direction of the sound. "There are teammates in battle." The blue bird's eyesight was better than Yu Xian's, and she immediately saw a tall, fierce, red-skinned monster chasing two team members, but those two were not members of the exorcism squad, they should be from another team. Before the two could decide whether to go for support, one of the young men's arms was severed by the monster's sharp claws. "Not good, you stay here, I'll go support. The blue bird's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene, and she immediately said to Yu Xian. The next second, she transformed into a blue bird and flew out of the bubble. After taking the blood of the death curse, number 5, Zhou Tai, gained a simple yet brutal ability, an extremely strong body, covered all over with bone blades suitable for killing. Is this all you can do? So weak, so unaware of your own limitations, who gave you the courage to seek death? Number 5, Zhou Tai, caught up with a dodging young man and roared, then tried to bite down and crush the man's head from above. Boom! However, just as he opened his mouth to bite down, the blue bird quickly flew in. She struck Zhou Tai's cheek hard with her beak, producing a terrifying explosion of sound. Zhou Tai's defense was extremely strong. His cheek rippled from the impact, but he was not broken through. He only paused slightly, then his eyes glinted with ferocity as he immediately grabbed the man's shoulder and hurled him towards the blue bird. The blue bird originally intended to pierce through Zhou Tai's head with a single strike. However, she did not expect Zhou Tai's head to be so hard. Unable to penetrate, she could only use the reaction force from the impact to turn back, preparing to circle around and attack again. But one misstep could lead to total defeat. The blue bird did not expect Zhou Tai to react so quickly. She had barely flown out 5 meters when she was struck in the back by the man Zhou Tai had thrown. The main issue was that her top speed was indeed 10 times the speed of sound, but after attacking Zhou Tai, her speed had instantly decreased, and she needed a process to accelerate again when turning back. Now, being hit by the man, her movement was further hindered. All of you die. Zhou Tai did not give the blue bird any chance to catch her breath. Taking advantage of her slowing speed, he kicked off the ground, and the sharp bone blades slashed towards the two. Clearly, he intended to kill both the man and the blue bird together. It's over. The blue bird turned her head to see the bone blades coming, and her heart sank. She did not expect Zhou Tai's seemingly reckless behavior to be so meticulous, forcing her into a dead end with a single move. At the critical moment, 2 bubbles passed over Zhou Tai, directly wrapping around the blue bird and the man. Zhou Tai's bone blades struck the surface of the bubbles, creating a large number of ripples. He wanted to continue attacking, but the 2 bubbles quickly ascended, and without the ability to fly, he could only watch helplessly as they flew away. We're saved! The blue bird transformed back into human form, looking down at Zhou Tai and letting out a heavy sigh of relief. For a moment there, she truly thought she was doomed. Zhou Tai's strength was likely at the serpent level, far stronger than her. Blue bird, are you okay? In the air, Yu Xian floated over in a bubble and asked the blue bird beside him. The blue bird shook her head and said, I'm fine, thank you. Otherwise, this time. Alright, we are comrades, no need for polite words. Next, I will go meet him. Yu Xian interrupted, then looked towards Zhou Tai. On the ground, number 5 Zhou Tai roared in anger, turning to prepare to kill another team member, only to find that the man whose arm he had severed had been rescued by someone else. Who is it? Who is it? Come out! He let out a furious roar, and then was suddenly struck by a bubble, his entire body pushed into the rocky mountainside. Yu Xian fell from the sky, manipulating the bubble like a wrecking ball, continuously smashing it against number 5 Zhou Tai. It must be said that number 5 Zhou Tai's body was terrifyingly tough. The rocky mountain was dented several meters, yet he remained largely unharmed. However, Yu Xian then created another bubble, controlling 2 bubbles to alternately collide in a V-shape, gradually causing the bone blades on number 5 Zhou Tai's body to shatter, and his body began to deform severely. Even steel could not withstand repeated blows, let alone flesh and blood. A few minutes later, number 5 Zhou Tai was no longer recognizable as a human. After confirming that number 5 Zhou Tai had lost the ability to resist, he stepped forward and asked, Which number Zhou Tai are you? I'll kill you. I want to kill you, number 5 Zhou Tai muttered weakly. Yu Xian nodded and said calmly, Got it, so it's number 5 Zhou Tai. After saying this, he imprisoned number 5 Zhou Tai in a bubble, preparing to turn back and ask the captain how to deal with this thing. Wait! Yu Xian turned around to leave, suddenly realizing, although number 5 Zhou Tai was not very strong to him, he was already at a monster level for many others. In fact, number 5 Zhou Tai's combat power was even above that of the previous giant ape, and if other Zhou Tai were still alive, they could really break through successfully. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he quickly took out his phone to contact Jin Shang, while also relaying this matter to him. Jin Shang immediately responded, ordering the bluebird to patrol the surroundings, and to notify everyone nearby as soon as Zhou Tai was discovered, urging everyone to provide support as much as possible. Both Yu Xian and Jin Shang mistakenly believed that Zhou Tai had suddenly become stronger due to the variables arising from their mastery of the ability to excavate extraordinary biological bloodlines. While Jin Shang adjusted the strategy, on a peak in the fringe area, number 3 Zhou Tai crouched in the shadow of a giant rock, watching Yu Xian in the distance. Thanks to Plato's reminder, they all kept as far away from the metal lotus as possible, so Jiayi's attack only destroyed the metal lotus and a large number of unescapable aberrant insects, allowing several Jotai to escape. Yu Xian, big brother, what kind of monster are you? From number 3 Jotai's perspective, Yu Xian looked like a bloodthirsty beast, crazily devouring everything. Originally, number 3 Jotai thought Plato's reality was terrifying enough, but now seeing Yu Xian's reality, he felt Yu Xian was even more terrifying. It was a beast whose form was hard to describe, composed of countless whirlpools, as if anything that approached would be sucked into it. Even more frightening was that it was constantly feeding, its body like a bottomless pit, with no idea how much it needed to consume to be filled. However, a challenging opponent was much more interesting. Number 3 Jotai was eager to try. After all, even if he did nothing, his body would die in a day, so he might as well have a good time and see how strong Yu Xian had become. He quickly jumped down from the peak, leaping from one mountain to another, approaching Yu Xian at high speed. After reporting the situation, Yu Xian did not idle but continued to kill more beasts. Their standby position was actually one of the few paths animals could take down the mountain. The rest were either sheer cliffs or thickets of thorns, or animals would meet certain death. Big brother, I'm here to play with you again. Suddenly, a wild bull leaped into the air from a distance, crashing directly towards Yu Xian, and at the same time, number 3 Jotai's voice rang out. Yu Xian sat in the bubble, seeing the bison charging towards him, and immediately controlled the bubble to change its properties, transforming from hard to highly elastic, while the bubble also expanded from a diameter of 2 meters to 5 meters. The bison crashed into the bubble and was instantly rebounded back. Are you that Jotai from school? Number 3? Yu Xian asked, looking at Jotai, who caught the bison and quickly jumped out of the herd. Number 3 Jotai opened his mouth and bit down hard on the struggling bison, blood filling his mouth as he laughed. Looks like you've done your homework. That's right, I am number 3, you can call me Xiao Sansan. After saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a chunk of bison flesh and blood, which shot towards Yu Xian like a cannonball. However, his attack was easily blocked by the bubble, and the blood and flesh even rebounded back, forcing him to slightly sidestep. So where are the other Jotais? Yu Xian glanced around and continued to ask. Number 3 Jotai's mood changed rapidly, and he said irritably, little brother, you're clearly playing with me right now. Why are you still thinking about others? Alright, then let's deal with you first, and then find the other Jotais, Yu Xian replied calmly. In an instant, countless bubbles gathered from all directions, then shot towards number 3 Jotai like a barrage of bullets. After gaining the exclusive skill of bubbles from the mutated blood energy, Yu Xian's fighting style had transformed from a melee warrior to a noble mage, often defeating enemies effortlessly without even needing to engage directly. Number 3 Jotai had very quick dynamic vision and reaction speed. He quickly retreated, creating distance, then jumped left and right to continuously dodge the incoming bubbles. These bubbles appeared hollow, giving a light and airy impression, but their speed and attack power were surprisingly strong. As he dodged the bubble attacks, the surrounding grass, trees, and rocks suffered greatly. The rocks were instantly shattered into pieces by the bubbles, and the flowers and plants looked as if they had been gnawed by countless insects, with leaves bearing half-moon or circular bites everywhere. Compared to his time in school, Yu Xian was now much stronger. The speed of his growth was astonishing. So strong. While number 3 Jotai was shocked by Yu Xian's rapid strength increase, Yu Xian was equally astonished by number 3 Jotai's growth rate. If number 3 Jotai had the same strength he had when they met in school, Yu Xian would have been able to defeat him in seconds, but now, no matter how he attacked, number 3 Jotai seemed to have foreknowledge, easily dodging. Compared to number 5 Jotai, number 3 Jotai was clearly much harder to deal with. Little brother, eat my big tree. Number 3 Jotai jumped from the ground to a tree, then from one tree to another. He suddenly turned and kicked the trunk, breaking it, then kicked the upper half of the tree towards Yu Xian. What a chance! Yu Xian's eyes lit up, allowing the tree to crash into his protective bubble, and immediately controlled the bubble to rush towards number 3 Jotai, who was in midair with no leverage. I bounce! Number 3 Jotai's eyes twitched as he stepped on a bubble, using its elasticity to quickly evade the other bubbles, his body swiftly weaving through them and landing on another tree. He can see through the properties of the bubbles. Yu Xian frowned slightly, not expecting that his little trick would give number 3 Jotai an opportunity. In fact, not all the bubbles he created were hard. Among the many bubbles were also sticky bubbles, elastic bubbles, and even corrosive bubbles. Originally, Yu Xian intended to use the special properties of these bubbles to give number 3 Jotai a little surprise, but number 3 Jotai saw through it. He even accurately identified the elastic bubbles among them and utilized them. So that's how it is, my eyes, so this is how they are used. Jotai no. 3 stood on a branch, the corners of his mouth gradually curling up, so happy that he almost forgot himself. In his eyes, every bubble was different. Some emitted a foul odor, some vibrated continuously, and some were sticky and gooey. He had just kicked a big tree, not to attack Yuxian, but to silently use the leaves and wood chips for an experiment, figuring out the effects of different bubbles. The foul-smelling bubbles were corrosive, the sticky ones had a strong adhesion, and once caught, it was over, while the vibrating bubbles had elasticity. He saw it all clearly. The Eye of the Demon. This was the demonic ability he had gained. It was a power filled with intense malice, distorting the world seen by the user into an absurd form. But while distorting the world, the Eye of the Demon also revealed some truths that were normally invisible. This was what was called the false truth. For example, the monster Zhou Tai No 3 saw on Yuxian was false, but the fact that Yuxian was constantly eating was true. Plato's ideal state being like hell was false, but the ideal state being born from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was true. How to distinguish between true and false relied entirely on the wisdom of the Eye of the Demon user. Clearly, Zhou Tai No 3 was beginning to adapt to the Eye of the Demon and was finding real and useful information among countless unreal images. I see it all, I see everything. Zhou Tai No 3 twisted his waist to dodge the bubble attacks, his mouth splitting open to reveal a smile full of sharp teeth. He suddenly spun his body, delivering a punch to one bubble, then lifted his leg to evade many bubble attacks, leaning back while kicking the bubble he had just punched. Spin, attack, dodge, spin again, attack again. Just very slight movements, yet they effectively avoided Yuxian's attacks, and in the end, amidst a flurry of counterattacks, one of Yuxian's bubbles was shattered by Zhou Tai No 3's punch. The whole process was actually very quick, taking only a second or two. In Yuxian's eyes, Zhou Tai No 3 was merely spinning at high speed, yet bizarrely evaded his attacks, even delivering a series of counterattacks, and just like that, a bubble was broken by Zhou Tai No 3. Little brother, the offense and defense are about to switch. Suddenly, Zhou Tai No 3 darted out from among the bubbles, the scales on his body making strange sounds. Boom! Before Yuxian could react, Zhou Tai No 3 charged at him, landing a punch on the bubble protecting him, causing the entire bubble to ripple. Realizing too late, Yuxian's pupils constricted sharply, the feeling of being hunted by Zhou Tai No 3 back in school returned. His brain raced, his gaze landing on one of the bubbles. That bubble was sticky and had a scale on its surface, and he instantly understood how Zhou Tai No 3 had moved so quickly in front of him. Zhou Tai No 3 first used an elastic bubble to accelerate himself, then at the cost of one scale, modified the angle of his attack with a sticky bubble. The combination allowed Zhou Tai No 3 to suddenly charge at him from an unexpected angle, so fast that Yuxian couldn't react. His own offensive methods were instead being used against him. Yuxian's mind shifted, and all the sticky and elastic bubbles around him quickly retracted, while more hard bubbles rapidly pursued Zhou Tai No 3, striking and retreating. Useless, little brother, I've seen through all your methods. Zhou Tai No 3 smiled at Yuxian as he saw him retract the elastic and sticky bubbles, dodging many hard bubble attacks. The fact was just as he said. Yuxian's attacks no longer posed a threat to him. The hard bubbles had strong attack power, but Zhou Tai No 3 could predict the trajectory of all the hard bubbles, even stepping on one of them, allowing that bubble to carry him along. However, Yuxian remained unperturbed, continuing to manipulate a large number of hard bubbles to attack from different angles, though it seemed he was running out of techniques. Boom! Number 3 Zhou Tai, in an effort to prove his words were not wrong, began to frequently counterattack while dodging, landing punch after punch on the bubbles protecting Yuxian. Unfortunately, due to the insufficient frequency of his attacks, he could not possibly break through the bubbles shielding Yuxian. Moreover, it was clear that Yuxian would not give him that opportunity. As soon as he attacked the surrounding bubbles, they would immediately close in on him. If he didn't run, he would face certain death, and running would mean all his efforts would be in vain. The two sides were at a stalemate, as if neither could gain the upper hand. Number 3 Zhou Tai had already adapted to the rhythm of being attacked by numerous hard bubbles. He skillfully dodged dozens of bubbles shooting at him from different angles, then pushed off the ground and leaped up, stepping on several hard bubbles, instantly propelling himself in front of Yuxian, throwing a punch at the bubble. Although he couldn't break the bubble, this was merely a game, and being able to counterattack meant he hadn't lost yet. However, just as he threw this punch, Yuxian opened both hands simultaneously, and in an instant, countless silver threads shot out from his fingertips. The two were now too close, less than 30 centimeters apart. Number 3 Zhou Tai's eyes widened, his crimson gaze seemingly seeing the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe approaching. In an instant, his body was bound by the silver threads, resembling a mummy. If it were just one or two threads, he might have been able to break free, but now, densely packed silver threads enveloped his body, leaving him to squirm like a worm. What's wrong? Did you forget I have this ability? Yu Xian asked with a smile as he looked at number 3 Zhou Tai. Upon realizing that the bubbles couldn't do anything to number 3 Zhou Tai, he had thought of this plan. As long as number 3 Zhou Tai became overconfident, he had a 90% chance of capturing this guy alive. Clearly, in this contest, he had won. Meanwhile, while Yu Xian was engaged with number 3 Zhou Tai, the other Zhou Tai also launched their attacks one by one. Number 4 Zhou Tai, after drinking the blood of the death curse, transformed into a half-human, half-spider form, with hands turning into scissors and 6 legs granting him great mobility. In a forest, he wove a web but, not waiting for prey to come, decided to take the initiative. Leaving his own web, he crossed a grove and suddenly saw a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth squatting by a stream at the foot of the mountain, roasting chicken wings. What a beautiful human skin! Number 4 Zhou Tai gazed at the little girl, his entire face contorting, the 6 eyes on his face revealing a look of obsession. Images of himself dancing a duet with this human skin popped into his mind, even envisioning himself wearing this skin, admiring it in front of a mirror. By the stream, Gong Qian swallowed hard, slowly turning a branch, the golden layer of grease on the chicken wings emitting an enticing aroma. Just a little more, and she could eat. Gong Qian closed her eyes, sincerely murmuring, "Here, I want to thank Brother Chicken for his selfless contribution, thank nature for its gifts, and thank myself for diligently practicing my grilling skills. Now, I'm going to eat." She opened her wide mouth, but before she could put the roasted chicken wing in, someone suddenly ambushed her from behind. The air fell silent. Number 4 Zhou Tai stared wide-eyed at his hands. Clearly, his hands had transformed into incredibly sharp, hard scissors, yet when he tried to cut into the little girl's head, he couldn't even sever a single hair. How could this be? Number 4 Zhou Tai's face twisted in disbelief. He exerted all his strength, trying to crush Gong Qian's head, but found he was completely unable to do so. Her head was terrifyingly hard, almost like a diamond head. No, harder than diamond. It must be a super alloy head. Bastard, don't interrupt me while I'm eating chicken wings. Gong Qian bared her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, and turned to throw a punch. Boom! Number 4, Zhou Tai, had not yet reacted when his body was shattered by a punch from Gong Qian, a large amount of slime and debris blown away by the punch's wind, finally scattering all over the ground. Damn it! Gong Qian cursed, squatting down to focus her gaze back on the roasted chicken wings, preparing to savor her finest creation. She opened her mouth, just about to take a bite of the chicken wing, but the sound of running came from a distance. The next moment, she sighed and slowly stood up. "Captain, help!" A brown-haired girl, tearful and panicked, rushed out from a nearby grove, quickly making her way towards Gong Qian. Following her was a black tiger, nearly the size of an elephant, chasing out from the forest. This black tiger had no relation to Zhou Tai and the others. It was merely fleeing after being affected by the chaos, and upon encountering the brown-haired girl, it became agitated and launched an attack on her. At this moment, the black tiger was only a few hundred meters away from the brown-haired girl, and with its speed, it could catch up in just a few steps. The brown-haired girl looked at Gong Qian, as if she were about to face a life-and-death separation. Seeking death, Gong Qian suddenly appeared in front of the black tiger, smashing most of its face with a single slap, blood and flesh flying everywhere, the scene extremely brutal. Boom! The black tiger, now missing most of its head, collapsed with a thud, and Gong Qian turned around to be embraced by the brown-haired girl. The girl sobbed, "Captain, I thought I would never see you again, you scared me to death." She was 1.7 meters tall, while Gong Qian was only 1.46 meters. The girl hugged Gong Qian like a mother holding her child. Just a moment ago, she had been terrified, but at this moment, her heart felt like a little person was jumping up with scissors, happily celebrating, as if saying, "Hooray, I got to hug the captain." Gong Qian could only feel helpless being hugged. She wanted to struggle but was afraid of hurting the girl, so she sighed. "It seems there are a bit too many super species. Come on, let's go stretch our muscles." "Yes, Captain." The brown-haired girl loosened her grip with restraint, responding with a smile. Although Gong Qian was only at the eagle level, she was a supermodel-level existence, and being by her side gave a strong sense of security. Among all the young talents at the Qilin headquarters, Gong Qian ranked first, with the code name number 1. Anyone who knew of her existence understood she was a true monster, because she was the only one who, after consuming the blood of Pangu, gained the divine strength of Pangu. At the sparrow level, her strength was 100 tons. At the snake level, her strength was 1,000 tons. Now she had reached the eagle level, possessing 10,000 tons of immense power. The vast majority of carbon-based life forms in this world could not withstand her full-strength punch, and most attacks could not leave a mark on her delicate skin. On the other side, number 6, Zhou Tai, was staring at a man and a woman down the mountain. After drinking the blood of the death curse, number 6 Zhou Tai's body had become thinner, and he had grown a tail that could stretch freely, gaining the demonic power of invisibility. This was a very advanced form of invisibility. After using his ability, he completely shielded his form, scent, light, and sound, leaving no trace on the ground. Number 6 Jotai was very satisfied with his ability. As long as he did not take the initiative to attack, no one could detect his presence. Unfortunately, this body was destined to live only for a day. To thank humanity for their relentless pursuit, Number 6 Jotai decided to give everyone a surprise, such as killing all the weaklings here. Silently descending the mountain, his long tail extended over the heads of the man and woman. The tip of his tail had a structure similar to a dagger, not only hard and sharp but also coated with deadly poison. As long as it struck the target, even if it couldn't kill in one blow, it could quickly incapacitate the opponent. At that moment, he manipulated his tail to stab at the woman's crown. Ding! The woman was struck by the tail, producing a crisp metallic clash. Then her form became ethereal, like a wisp of smoke contracting, forming a sharp sword. Long sword Emosia. At that moment, the man gripped his sword, drew it, struck, and sheathed it. Countless tiny bloodstains suddenly appeared on the body of Number 6, Jotai. He looked at the man in disbelief. Clearly, the other party's aura was very weak, and the woman was also weak. Why did they suddenly become so strong? Unfortunately, the man clearly would not explain anything to him, and he could only fall down, filled with endless confusion. At this moment, the long sword transformed back into the woman's form. The two of them took their phones and walked over to take pictures beside the corpse of Number 6, Jotai, then uploaded them. Codename, Ganjiang, codename, Moi, eliminated a target suspected to be Jotai. Codename, First, eliminated a target suspected to be Jotai, eliminated a target suspected to be a serpent-level extraordinary creature. Codename, Salted Fish, captured Number 3 Jotai alive, captured Number 5 Jotai alive. Codename, Lionlight, eliminated Number 7 Jotai, eliminated a large number of extraordinary beasts. Yu Xian returned to his original position, holding his phone, watching the information refresh continuously, feeling that something was off. He clicked on each piece of information, opened the photos one by one, and frowned slightly. His current feelings were very sharp. The Jotai in these photos did not feel like the one he encountered in the arena before. Which number was that Jotai? Could it be that there were still personalities that had not been discovered? In a deep mountain, inside a cave, Number 9 Jotai was drawing a formation. The demonic power he obtained was to summon demons. Although he was not very satisfied with his ability, it was ultimately a one-time ability that would disappear after today, so he did not care too much. Old 3, hurry up and let me go. I never agreed to cooperate with you. If you dare to use me as a sacrifice, the others will definitely not let you off. Number 8 Jotai was being pressed down by a huge rock on the formation by Number 9 Jotai, constantly threatening and enticing him. It was unclear whether it was the direction of mutation determined by personality, but Number 8 Jotai, who liked to deceive, not only did not become stronger after his mutation but instead became weak and frail, with the only demonic power being his big mouth. His mouth had transformed into a trumpet-like shape, capable of producing a loud sound. Shut up. If you don't want to become a sacrifice, change your body. This body is mine, Number 9 Jotai said domineeringly. He was born particularly overbearing because the first was unshakable, and the second was like an ornament, so he decided to occupy the position of Old 3. Fortunately, Old 3 was also a person who knew the times and voluntarily gave up the position, otherwise, he would have fought Old 3 to the end. After drawing the summoning formation for the demon, he cut open his wrist, letting his blood drip onto the formation, which gradually filled with blood, emitting a red glow. Old 9, remember this, sooner or later, I will make you kneel and beg me. Number 8 Jotai shouted angrily as he saw the formation had been activated. He quickly withdrew his consciousness, returning the body to the original anomalous insect. Number 9 Jotai curled his lip, not taking Number 8 Jotai's threat to heart at all. Besides, he was Number 3 Jotai. He even got the name wrong. Who was he threatening? At that moment, the red light of the formation enveloped the entire cave, and then Number 8 Jotai's body rapidly shriveled. A huge arm stretched out from the formation, gently slapping away the rock that was pressing down on Number 8 Jotai, and then it gradually expanded the cracks in the formation, allowing its head to emerge. Speak your wish, insect. It looked at Number 9 Jotai, speaking in a language that Number 9 Jotai had never heard but could understand. Number 9 Jotai smiled and said, my wish is very simple, kill everyone here, anyone you see can be killed. A reasonable request, I allow it. Call my name, I am Demos. The demon grinned, revealing its sharp teeth, and spoke to Number 9 Jotai. If the request is unreasonable, or if Demos is not interested, then it will not tell Number 9 Jotai its name. which means that this summoning of the demon not only results in a loss of offerings but also accomplishes nothing. Now that Demos tells number 9 Jotai its name, it signifies that the deal is struck. Come forth, Demos. Number 9 Jotai smiled and shouted loudly. The rift in the center of the formation grew larger, and Demos's terrifying body slowly emerged from the crack, smashing the cave ceiling with its head, and even the entire mountain was quickly torn apart by Demos's body. Demos's head resembled a combination of a baboon and a crocodile, its body similar to that of a gorilla, with bat wings on its back and a tail that was a cobra. It was enormous, and after emerging, it let out a long howl, then grasped number 9 Jotai in one hand. You and I will be the last to kill, Demos said to number 9 Jotai with a smile. Number 9 Jotai didn't care at all and replied with a smile, it doesn't matter, but I want to see rivers of blood now. I hope you can unleash a massacre. As Demos emerged from the formation, various teams immediately issued alarms to the communication group because Demos's size was simply too large, more magnificent than a mountain, and everyone could see its presence from afar. Jin Shang was very close to Demos, only 3 mountains away. He was texting while observing Demos, his eyes serious. Tiger level? Dragon level? Evacuate. The situation has changed drastically. All members below snake level evacuate immediately. Qing Niao quickly flew over the mountains, encountering members of various teams, and shouted. Many people hurriedly packed their things and began to withdraw from the blockade area. Yu Xian sat on a bubble, watching Demos, which exuded a terrifying aura in the distance, and exclaimed, "Which number Jotai is he? Ha, he is the real number 3 Jotai. I am actually number 9 Jotai, didn't expect that, did you?" Number 3 Jotai immediately burst into a series of loud laughs. The reason Yu Xian let him speak was that he discovered number 3 Jotai was indeed a big mouth. This guy seemed unable to keep secrets and dared to say anything. Number 3 Jotai? Number 9 Jotai? He inexplicably thought of the giant ape he had fought before. Could it be that Jotai? This is too exaggerated. Originally, Yu Xian thought his speed of becoming stronger was already exaggerated, but now he felt he could still improve a bit more. It's decided. From now on, he would fly up to the sky to bask in the sun. At this moment, Demos suddenly exerted force with its legs, instantly leaping into the air, then opened its mouth, and a red energy orb rapidly condensed in its mouth, emitting a light more dazzling than the sun. Not good. Yu Xian saw this scene and immediately controlled the bubble to retreat quickly, while extending his hand, releasing a large number of bubbles. His bubbles could withstand 5 times the speed of sound. At this moment, he pushed the speed to the limit, and many team members who hadn't had time to evacuate were instantly wrapped in bubbles and taken away. At first, some people didn't react, thinking they were under attack, but when they realized the bubbles were moving away from the center, they understood it was friendly. Boom! The speed at which the red energy orb condensed was incredibly fast, and its descent speed was equally astonishing. In an instant, a red beam shot up from the ground, and then more and more beams erupted from the ground. This was completely different from the explosion Yu Xian had imagined, but the power was equally terrifying. With each beam that appeared, the terrifying high temperature and shockwave caused massive destruction around, and some people whom Yu Xian couldn't protect and who didn't react in time were instantly turned to ashes. Bastard, die. At this moment, a petite figure flew rapidly from a mountain towards Demos, then struck Demos's cheek with a punch. Boom! Demos's cheeks trembled wildly, his eyes rolling upward. But in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, surprisingly withstanding the girl's attack. Then, a tail struck the girl, sending her flying backward, crashing into 3 mountains before finally stopping. Lion's Majesty! A roar of a lion echoed, and a golden lion made entirely of energy appeared, its mane radiating scorching light like the sun. Boom! The golden lion collided with Demos, and a terrifying shockwave blew everything around them away. In the next second, Demos let out a low growl, using both hands to lift the golden lion and hurled it with great force, causing it to crash heavily to the ground, scattering golden light and revealing Jin Shang's figure. Jin Shang spat out a mouthful of blood, the light in his pupils dimming instantly. Insect, I'll crush you! Demos seized the opportunity to attack, his massive body leaping up, his right arm clenched into a fist, crashing down toward Jin Shang on the ground. Just as he was about to strike, a flash of sword light skimmed the ground, and Demos's fist hit the empty space, creating a massive pit in the ground. Demos immediately looked to his left, where Ganjiang held Moxia in one hand and supported Jin Shang with the other, quickly retreating. Little insect, seeking death. Demos's right hand suddenly clawed at the ground, turning a large amount of soil into hard rock. Then he raised his hand and hurled the massive rock toward the direction the three were moving. In the next moment, Ganjiang was enveloped by a huge shadow. He looked up and saw the rock crashing down from above. Longsword Moxia. He couldn't care less. Releasing Jin Shang and being lifted by the longsword, he slashed at the rock. So hard. This was no ordinary rock. but one imbued with some kind of magic. Ganjiang swung his sword, his body immediately spinning. When he was above, Mosia was below, and he instantly transformed into a broadsword, while Mosia turned from the sword into a person, wielding the broadsword to strike at the rock. A sword mark appeared on the rock, but it was clearly not enough. In an instant, Ganjiang and Mosia spun rapidly like fan blades, alternating positions, their swords continuously changing. Sometimes Ganjiang held Mosia transformed into a longsword, and sometimes Mosia held Ganjiang transformed into a broadsword. When the rock hit the ground, countless cracks appeared on its surface, and upon touching the ground, it shattered into numerous small blocks. Ganjiang and Mosia landed simultaneously, both panting heavily. Before they could relax, Demos had already appeared before them, towering above with a fist raised to strike. Ganjiang, Mosia, life and death together. Ganjiang and Mosia held each other's hands and simultaneously exerted their strength, instantly transforming into a longsword and broadsword that crossed and shot toward Demos. The two swords collided with Demos's fist, and in an instant, they were sent flying back, their blades covered in cracks. The two swords transformed back into human forms as they fell to the ground, both spitting out a mouthful of blood. Demos was too strong. Just a slight collision had left them severely injured. Quick, kill them all. No. Nine Jotai shouted excitedly upon seeing this scene. Demos paid no attention to Jotai's words. Compared to Ganjiang and Mosia, it disliked Jin Sheng even more, as the light emitted when Jin Sheng transformed into the golden lion subtly restrained it. The two were irreconcilable, which is why Jin Sheng was its primary target. It looked at Jin Sheng on the ground, revealing a vicious smile, relishing the thought of crushing this potential threat that had yet to grow. However, just as it raised its hand, golden threads quickly wrapped around it, instantly immobilizing it in place. At the other end of these golden threads, a group of men and women in robes formed hand seals, each with a serious expression, gritting their teeth and persistently channeling their spiritual power. Fortunately, we made it in time. Captain Ganjiang, Captain Jin Sheng, can you still move? At this moment, one of the Taoists shouted at Jin Sheng and Ganjiang, but neither responded, and the Taoist's expression suddenly became serious. This was a big problem. They couldn't contain Demos for long. Currently, among the 4 teams involved in the operation, 2 team leaders were severely injured, 1 team leader's life or death was unknown, and only his demon-slaying team could continue to fight. The issue was that the demon-slaying team was truly skilled at killing and capturing demons, but dealing with a being like Demos, who had no demonic aura, was outside their expertise. Among the 4 teams gathered this time, the evil extermination team specialized in dealing with zombies, vengeful spirits, and ghosts. Jin Sheng's lions might have an extreme restraining power over such beings. It could be said that once he shone, the malevolent spirits would turn to ashes. The evil slaying team was better at handling various large monsters. Those gigantic creatures often ended up like livestock waiting to be slaughtered when facing Ganjiang and Moe, being torn apart in just a few moves. The leader of the crime eradication team was Gong Qian, who was particularly adept at dealing with various evil and criminal superhumans, taking down a small karami with a single punch. Finally, there was the demon-slaying team, which normally managed and dealt with the demons hidden in the city, such as fox spirits, which were beings transformed from animals. It should be noted that although Hutuer had the bloodline of a 9-tailed fox, she was human, not a true fox spirit. Crack! At this moment, Demos's body trembled slightly, and many golden threads immediately showed cracks. Not good, Tianxian, hurry and take the 2 team leaders and Moe away from here. We probably can't hold on much longer, the leading Taoist said. The demon-slaying team consisted of 7 people, with the code name being the Big Dipper. The team leader was Tianshu, and the remaining members were Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yu Hong, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang. Captain, can you hold on? Tianxian hesitated. Right now, the 7 of them working together could barely contain Demos's thoughts. Even so, Demos's body instinctively resisted. If she left, Demos would only need to think a little, and the remaining 6 would likely be in grave danger. At least for now, we are standing while they are lying down. How can we stand by and do nothing? Go quickly, Tianshu said resolutely. He had already mentally prepared himself. If Demos really had a chance to break free, he would burn his essence to contain it, absolutely not giving it any chance to attack. The binding demon rope was itself a dragon-level artifact, made from a large number of precious materials, and had been invincible in past demon-slaying operations. If it weren't for the mismatch in expertise, Demos would have to submit obediently. Tianxian gritted her teeth and nodded, immediately stopping the flow of spiritual power, but as soon as she stopped, Demos trembled all over, and the golden threads of the binding demon rope kept bursting apart. Spirit light shakes the heavenly pillar, red dragon stirs the essence gate. With this breath, 5 fires burn the navel wheel. At this moment, Tianshu quickly formed seals with his hands, then slapped his abdomen, chanting incantations. The other team members' expressions changed, and Tian Xian, with red-rimmed eyes, shouted, "Brother, you! No time for nonsense, execute the mission." Tian Shu erupted with a terrifying aura, the veins on his forehead bulging, and an endless stream of spiritual power formed a golden dragon that wound around Demos's body along the golden threads. Tian Xian gritted her teeth and quickly turned to run towards Jin Shang. 1 minute earlier, Yu Xian saved a large number of team members, and after placing everyone in a safe location, he quickly flew with Zhang Shou, who had also retreated, towards the several mountains that had been blasted apart. They certainly had no qualification to approach the front line, otherwise, even a slight ripple could kill them. However, this did not mean they could do nothing. For example, they could save people. The two landed beside the third mountain that had been blown up, and Yu Xian stepped out of the bubble, sniffing the air, then began to control a large number of sticky bubbles to move the stones. After a large number of sticky bubbles moved the rocks away, a girl with a greenish hue appeared before the two. "Old Zhang, is there any hope for her?" Yu Xian asked Zhang Shou, looking at the girl whose eyes were tightly closed. This time, Zhang Shou didn't dare to make any promises. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know, I'll try my best." After saying that, he summoned the healing touch to wrap around the girl. When the healing touch made contact with her, it emitted a sizzling sound, and a large amount of white smoke billowed out. "Hiss, such terrifying poison. Salty fish, you'd better stay back, all that smoke is toxic," Zhang Shou gasped, quickly telling Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded and stepped back, then used bubbles to protect himself. In the past, whenever Zhang Shou used the healing touch, he could easily cure even terminal illnesses, but this was the first time he had seen such an exaggerated effect from his skill, indicating that the poison on the girl was extremely terrifying. Ultimately, the healing touch melted away like an ice cube on a red-hot iron plate in just a moment. Seeing this, Zhang Shou gritted his teeth and continued to use the healing touch. A tentacle formed again, and he tirelessly summoned the healing touch. In the blink of an eye, the girl was completely wrapped in tentacles, which looked somewhat sinister from the outside. Sizzle! The girl was emitting smoke all over, and the toxins were battling against the healing touch. Whenever a healing touch was dissolved, Zhang Shou immediately activated the skill to replace it with another tentacle, and he quickly aged, appearing middle-aged in an instant. "This poison is too terrifying," he said, looking at the gradually fading green poison on the girl. Yu Xian nodded in agreement. If this poison were to fall on him, he would probably be dissolved into liquid in an instant. But this also indicated that the poison girl was very strong. It was unimaginable how terrifying her body was that such a deadly toxin hadn't killed her. After half a minute, the girl slowly opened her eyes and frowned immediately upon seeing the tentacles on her body. "Don't be nervous, we are members of the evil extermination team, and we are here to detoxify you," Yu Xian said, keeping his gaze on the girl as she woke up. Gong Qian suppressed her discomfort and asked, "How long was I unconscious?" "About 5 minutes, Yu Xian replied. Gong Qian immediately wanted to get up, but Zhang Shou said, "The poison in your body hasn't been completely removed yet, hold on a little longer." "No, that monster is too strong, the others can't hold it off. I must hurry back," Gong Qian said, gritting her teeth firmly. She knew too well that the remaining 3 captains would definitely not be a match for a creature she couldn't even defeat with a single punch. What about General Zhao? Zhang Shou couldn't help but ask. Gong Qian sat up and replied, "General Zhao was directly teleported here by the teleportation array. He needs to guard a deep abyss rift, so after launching the attack, he was teleported back." "Abyss rift? Can't he be teleported back here now?" Zhang Shou activated his skill again, looking even older. Gong Qian shook her head helplessly and said, "The space near the abyss rift is very chaotic. It takes more than a day just to prepare for a teleportation. Otherwise, do you think we wanted to delay until noon to start acting? Don't we want to solve the problem sooner? Are there any other dragon-level experts available for support?" Yu Xian asked thoughtfully. Gong Qian rolled her eyes at Yu Xian and retorted, "Dragon-level experts aren't cabbages. The minister needs to guard Yanjing, other generals need to guard the abyss rift, and there are also those stationed at the borders to deter foreign forces. Even if there is support, the fastest would probably be by tomorrow noon. Are there any dragon-level masters among the civilians?" Yu Xian pressed on. Gong Qian fell into silence, and Yu Xian quickly spoke up. "This is not the time to hesitate. If there are dragon-level experts in the civilian sector, we need to call for help immediately. We're still too close to Silver City, and if something goes wrong, the consequences will be too severe." "Alright, I'll try to apply." Gong Qian thought of the consequences of Silver City falling and immediately took out her phone, only for it to be dissolved by the poison contained in her palm. Both she and Yu Xian fell silent, and Zhang Shou, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but ask, "With such terrifying poison, how come your clothes are fine? Pervert, do you really want to see my clothes dissolve? Gong Qian's face flushed as she glared at Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou, looking older but ultimately a clear-headed high school student, blushed and quickly explained, I was just curious. My clothes are made of dragon-level material. How could they be so easily dissolved? Gong Qian explained irritably. With her brute strength, ordinary clothes couldn't withstand her movements. Just a casual motion would turn regular clothes into rags. That's why the Qilin headquarters spent a lot of resources to specially make her current outfit. This outfit not only perfectly withstands her immense strength without damage during her movements but also possesses various resistances. How could mere poison dissolve such a treasure? So what now? Yu Xian looked at Gong Qian, still more concerned about the issue of seeking support. Gong Qian pressed her palm against the tentacle and said, don't worry, because I easily break things, I have hundreds of phones. As soon as my palm is free of poison, I can immediately call for help. She pressed her palm tightly against the tentacle, and a sizzling sound kept ringing out. Doesn't it hurt? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Gong Qian replied calmly, this poison is indeed strange, even I find it hard to be immune to it, but it doesn't hurt. It just makes my movements a bit difficult. Maybe it's just that you don't feel pain, Yu Xian retorted. The poison from Demos dissolved even phones in an instant. How could the infected not feel pain? A normal person would probably be in agony, melting into liquid upon contact. Finally, with Gong Qian's active cooperation, the poison on her palm was completely cleared. After confirming that there was no residual poison, she quickly took out her phone and opened it. After a series of contacts, her face flushed with anger as she cursed, bastard, why didn't you go earlier or later, but go to the abyss at this time? Damn it, what do you mean? Yu Xian asked. Gong Qian replied angrily, dragon level is already the top tier of experts, and even the officials don't want to offend them. Among all the unofficial dragon-level experts, only the great sage equal to heaven is easy to talk to. As long as you provide enough benefits, you can invite him for help. But he went to the abyss. What is the abyss? Zhang Shou, who had been curious, quickly asked. Gong Qian, feeling flustered, said, the abyss is just the abyss. No one knows how it appeared. However, it can be confirmed that all forbidden fruits come from the abyss. Because the space near the abyss rift is very chaotic, any forbidden fruit that appears near the rift will be randomly teleported to various corners of the world. Then why did the great sage equal to heaven go to the abyss? Yu Xian asked. Gong Qian replied, of course, to look for treasures. The vast majority of materials above dragon level come from the abyss. Once you reach eagle level, you will be qualified to apply to the headquarters to go to the abyss. So what now? Zhang Shou asked. Gong Qian and Yu Xian fell silent. At least the three of them could only stew in their own juices. When Gong Qian woke up, she indeed wanted to go for support, but when she sat up, she found that her lower body was completely numb. Because of this, she obediently accepted Zhang Shou's treatment. Otherwise, she would have already run off to beat up Demos. Just when the three of them were at a loss, Gong Qian's phone rang. She immediately answered the call and said, Minister, Xiao Yi, are you alright? On the other end of the line, Yu Lai immediately asked with concern. Gong Qian quickly replied, I'm fine. I'm currently receiving treatment and will be able to move again soon. Good. Then you focus on your treatment. Support will arrive shortly, Yu Lai reassured from the other end of the phone. Gong Qian asked, Minister, what exactly is that monster? Although she knew that Zhou Tai had the special ability to tap into the potential of extraordinary beings, that monster was just too strong. That is the abyssal high demon Demos, at the dragon level upper tier. If it weren't summoned, but encountered in the abyss, most dragon level beings would not stand a chance against it. It seems external forces have intervened this time, Yu Lai answered. The three of them, Yu Xian, were shocked upon hearing this. Until just now, they had thought it was Zhou Tai, only to realize that the enemy was no longer Zhou Tai, but Demos. Damn it! Gong Qian clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Her father was killed by external forces, and as a member of she only received a drop of Pangu's blood. Therefore, she hated those foreign infiltrating forces the most. The Sin Eradication Squad primarily targeted the dogs raised by these forces. Alright, you rest easy. It's good that you're fine, Yu Lai advised. After hanging up, Gong Qian put away her phone, and in a fit of frustration, she punched the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly, and a stone flew past Zhang Shou's cheek, instantly leaving a blood mark. Realizing what she had done, Gong Qian quickly apologized repeatedly. Zhang Shou wiped the blood from his face, swallowed hard, and forced a smile. It's fine, I'm tough. This little injury is nothing. He was already thinking, whoever marries this woman in the future, if they accidentally get hit while sleeping, wouldn't they meet their great-grandmother in no time? Hiss. Not worth the trouble, not worth the trouble. On the other side, Tian Xian was carrying Emosia, with each hand holding Jin Shang and Ganjiang, quickly moving towards the outskirts. She was anxious, knowing that the longer she delayed, the stronger the backlash Tianshu would have to endure. She had to find a doctor to treat the three of them as soon as possible and then return to the team. Although on the surface, Ganjiang and Mosia seemed to be more seriously injured, the reality was that Jin Shang's injuries were worse. This was mainly because Jin Shang's power was completely incompatible with Demos's demonic power. When Demos lifted the golden lion form from Jin Shang, the demonic power pierced into Jin Shang's body like lightning, which was why Jin Shang was severely injured in one blow. Tian Xian quickly went up and down the mountain, and suddenly she saw a middle-aged man in military uniform approaching. "Uncle!" Tian Xian's eyes lit up, and she immediately called out. Jin Dajuan stepped forward, glanced at the Jin Shang and Tian Xian's hands, and smiled. This kid seems to have suffered a big loss this time. "Tian Xian, you take them for treatment first, and then I will go meet the great demon from the abyss." Although he was only at the tiger level upper tier, this was Earth, and even if he couldn't defeat Demos, he could buy some time. The plan of the Qilin headquarters was very simple: to let him delay as much as possible. Once it reached noon tomorrow, Zhao Yi would be teleported back. Moreover, several other generals would also be teleported over to join forces to kill Demos. This was a great opportunity to kill the Abyssal High Demon. Once Demos was killed, its entire body would be a treasure, likely able to forge a lot of dragon-level equipment, and its blood could be used for various research, even developing a new extraordinary system. Jin Dajuan bid farewell to Tian Xian and continued forward. He twisted his neck, producing a crisp crack, and then cracked his knuckles. Although he appeared calm and unconcerned about his son, the anger inside him had already begun to burn fiercely. "Demos, heh." Jin Dajuan chuckled darkly, removing his military uniform and storing it in his ring. He then took off his shirt and put it away, revealing his muscular upper body. Gradually, his skin turned red, his hair ignited, and his eyes emitted a golden glow. The fiery diamond technique. This is a horizontal training method. When mastered, the body becomes indestructible, immune to all poisons, resistant to water and fire, and possesses immense strength. Not only has Jin Dajuan mastered it, but he has also consumed the blood of Pango for enhancement, making his power even greater. He pushed off the ground with his feet, and his figure instantly transformed into a red light, rapidly approaching the battlefield. On the battlefield ahead, although Demos was immobilized, the 9th number, Zhou Tai, who stood on its shoulder, could still move. However, he happened to be entangled by a golden thread around his foot, making it difficult to pull free. He kept pulling with all his might, but no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't free his foot. After struggling for a while, he stopped resisting. He took out the knife he used to cut his wrist and decisively severed his own foot. Really useless. It turns out I have to take action myself. Zhou Tai of the 9th number first looked down on Demos, then quickly slid down along Demos's back to the ground. He landed on one foot and turned to look at Tianshu and the others, while the members of the Demon Slayer squad also noticed Zhou Tai, many of their faces changing slightly as they realized the situation was dire. They were already giving their all to restrain Demos, and even Tianshu had burned his essence. They were now immobilized, and if anyone cut off the supply of spiritual energy, Demos would break free in an instant. But not cutting off the supply meant they couldn't move, making them sitting ducks in front of Zhou Tai. Fear, tremble, who should I kill first? Zhou Tai of the 9th number limped toward the crowd, speaking ominously. Tianshu didn't even look at Zhou Tai and said, Tianji, Tianquan, you burn your essence, Yu Hong, you go deal with him. Yes, Captain. Tianji and Tianquan's eyes instantly turned fierce, speaking in unison. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tai immediately charged forward, roaring, you won't succeed, just immediately die. There was no time left. Tianji and Tianquan's expressions changed. Burning essence also required time. It's over. The members of the Demon Slayer squad felt despair as they watched Zhou Tai of the 9th number getting closer. At that moment, a red light shot through the air like a meteor, and Zhou Tai's face showed a frenzied expression as his arm muscles bulged, preparing to stab Tianshu first. But the next second, he felt a tremendous heat coming from behind. As he turned to look back, the red light shone, and in an instant, he was crushed by immense pressure. Boom! Jin Dajuan landed on the ground, one foot stepping on the mangled Zhou Tai of the 9th number, laughing as he said, Ha, not bad, you all hurry and retreat, I'll take care of things here. Understood. The members of the Demon Slayer squad breathed a sigh of relief and immediately carried Tianshu away. As they ran, the golden threads binding Demos instantly snapped, and Demos let out a roar. How to anger a great demon? The answer is very simple. Disrupt its evil plans. Compared to the cunning and cowardly nature of lesser demons, great demons are aggressive, cruel beings with extremely terrifying execution capabilities. Once a great demon makes a decision, it will charge forward even to its death, rather than choose to give up. After being summoned by Zhoutai of the 9th number, Demos already had a plan, to kill all living beings in sight and then slowly crush the 9th number, Zhoutai, who summoned it, to see if Zhoutai was truly unafraid of death. But now its plan was ruined by Jin Dajuan, and Zhoutai had died prematurely. Ants, you seek death. Demos's eyes glowed with anger as it roared at Jin Dajuan. In the culture of the Great Demon, insults are also ranked. Bugs are the lowest level, while ants are slightly higher than bugs. Clearly, Demos also recognized that Jin Dajuan's strength was not weak. Is he your son? Sorry, I accidentally stepped on your son, Jin Dajuan said, kicking the head of No. 9 Zhoutai, smiling at Demos. Demos instantly felt a surge of anger and swept his tail towards Jin Dajuan, but Jin Dajuan was already on guard and directly collided with Demos's tail using an Iron Mountain strike. Boom! The ground shook violently. Jin Dajuan's body sank slightly, and the ground beneath him cracked with a dense web of spider-like fissures. Although Jin Dajuan's size was much smaller than Demos's tail, the impact sent Demos's tail flying. Hiss! On Jin Dajuan's left side, wherever Demos's tail had touched, green flames erupted. If Gong Qian had seen this scene, she would understand how she had been poisoned. Every scale on Demos's tail contained deadly poison, and any contact would lead to infection. Demos was not surprised that his tail was sent flying, as he hadn't exerted much force. He merely intended to use the tail's deadly poison to kill Jin Dajuan. At this moment, seeing that his poison was ineffective against Jin Dajuan, Demos's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and his massive body suddenly appeared in front of Jin Dajuan, delivering a hook punch like a battering ram. However, Jin Dajuan was not slow to react. He proactively stepped back before being hit by the punch. Next, the two exchanged attacks and retreats, with Demos throwing both fists downwards in a continuous hammering motion towards Jin Dajuan. But Jin Dajuan dodged every attack, causing Demos's fists to strike the ground instead. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosive sounds accompanied by tremors spread outwards. In the distance, Yu Xian heard the continuous sounds of bombardment and immediately controlled his bubble to rise. Then he saw Jin Dajuan and Demos engaged in combat. So the support minister Yu Lai mentioned is Captain's father, Uncle Jin, Yu Xian realized. Jin Dajuan was not merely dodging, he was counterattacking while evading Demos's strikes. His fighting style was completely different from Jin Shang's. Jin Shang's moves were often grand and imposing, while Jin Dajuan was more stable and composed, with each of his moves being very restrained and intricate. Although the two were less than 3 meters apart, and Demos was enormous, covering a range far beyond 3 meters with a single punch, he still managed to avoid even touching a hair on Jin Dajuan's head, while Jin Dajuan's fists repeatedly struck Demos's wrists, hitting the same spot each time. With his wrist in severe pain, Demos simply opened his mouth and instantly shot a red energy ball towards the ground, while the cobra at the end of his tail also opened its mouth, launching a green energy ball into the sky. Demon Cage. The green energy ball exploded in the sky, transforming into countless green lines that fell, while the ground simultaneously erupted, with red light pillars rising. In the blink of an eye, a cage formed of green lines and red pillars enveloped the surroundings. Jin Dajuan decisively created distance, scanning the area for any gaps to escape the cage, clearly aware that Demos was preparing to execute some kind of tactic, and this cage was meant to prevent his escape. Corrosive Poison Swamp. The cobra at the end of Demos's tail lowered its head, opened its mouth, and sprayed a large amount of green venom onto the ground, rapidly transforming the entire area into a swamp, with green poisonous swamp bubbling continuously. Hiss hiss. Jin Dajuan's body immediately erupted with green flames, and in an instant, he became a man of fire. The toxin was too terrifying. As long as he stepped on the ground, he could not avoid being poisoned. Ants, the area around you is now all my corrosive poison. As long as you remain in the cage, you will continue to be poisoned, and you will slowly dissolve in despair. Demos looked at Jin Dajuan, immediately revealing a cruel smile, as if he had already seen the tragic end of Jin Dajuan. Oh no, what should we do if Uncle Jin sacrifices himself? Yu Xian began to worry about Jin Dajuan upon witnessing this scene. Through Gong Qian's behavior after being poisoned, he understood just how terrifying Demos's deadly poison was. But now he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Not to mention getting close, he didn't even have the qualification to enter the cage, and even if he could, it would just be a futile death. However, just as he was worried, Jin Dajuan's body swelled in the green flames, rapidly expanding from about 1.8 meters to around 5 meters. This is intense. This poison really does hurt a bit. Jin Dajuan's veins bulged, and a fierce smile appeared on his face as he looked at Demos. Seeing this, Demos immediately roared in anger, raising his hand to punch Jin Dajuan, but Jin Dajuan also threw a punch. The large fist collided with the small fist, and neither of them took a step back, they were evenly matched. You're the first guy who can make me enter the angry Vajra form so quickly, so now enjoy my fists. Jin Dajuan grinned and took the initiative to attack. His fighting style changed. Originally, his moves were steady and restrained, but now he began to unleash wild and powerful punches. Demos growled and immediately retaliated, both sides crazily pounding each other, abandoning all techniques and patterns, fighting fiercely in the cage, landing blows that shook the ground. The impact of this scene was overwhelming. Yu Xian swallowed hard, as if he were witnessing two ancient beasts engaged in a brutal melee. So strong. Is this the world of the strong? After taking the blood of Pangu, he had directly risen from the ant level to the sparrow level, and he had thought he was quite strong. But today's experience gave him a tremendous sense of urgency. He was still too weak. However, as he watched, Yu Xian found it hard to continue, because the battle between Jin Dajuan and Demos was just back and forth, one punch after another, rolling and crashing into the swamp, splattering large amounts of poison. There was no technique involved, just pure, primal violence. Time slowly passed, the sun gradually set, and the moon quietly rose in the sky. Yu Xian landed on the ground, and Zhang Shou and Gong Qian immediately inquired about the situation. After Yu Xian informed them of the battlefield conditions, both Gong Qian and Zhang Shou fell silent. So, even if I detoxify now, I can't help? Gong Qian clenched her fists for a while, muttering to herself. She simply couldn't withstand Demos's poison. The entire battlefield was filled with poison. Even if she entered, she wouldn't die, but she would definitely be paralyzed, becoming a burden to Jin Dajuan instead. At this point, we can only conserve our strength and wait for changes. Yu Xian had no other options. Some things could be done, and some couldn't. He understood better than anyone how cruel reality was, so he didn't say any comforting words. He simply took out his phone and sat in the bubble, continuing to look at various files within the Qilin. Strength can be divided into hard power and soft power. Enriching one's mind is also a way to become stronger, and he was eager to grow stronger. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Since he could fly now, he could chase the sun. Perhaps he could awaken Pangu's divine powers in advance. However, when he shared his idea with Zhang Shou and Gong Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Chasing the sun? I don't know what you want to do, but I must tell you that as soon as you fly out of the country into other nations, you could be shot down in an instant by strange abilities from other countries. There are also dragon-level powerhouses in other nations. In Huaxia, there are dragon-level experts suppressing the borders, and naturally, there are also in foreign lands. Moreover, even if some small countries lack dragon-level powerhouses, they still have tiger-level experts. Alright, then forget it." Upon hearing this, Yu Xian immediately abandoned the plan. He didn't want to be treated as an invader by other countries and shot down from the sky. He wasn't done living yet. He then continued to look at his phone. Zhang Shou had committed suicide before 12 o'clock, and after completing his resurrection, he continued to treat Gong Qian. When Gong Qian saw Zhang Shou commit suicide for the first time, she was startled. When Zhang Shou transformed back into a youth, she realized he wasn't a lecherous old man. In the latter half of the night, Gong Qian, due to poisoning and boredom, unknowingly fell asleep. Zhang Shou, having refreshed his state, felt as if he had just taken a nap, so he was instead full of energy. Yu Xian chatted idly with Zhang Shou until around 5 in the morning. He thought of something. In fact, even within Huaxia, due to its vast territory, there were also time differences. Some places had already seen the sun, while others had not. It was already past 5, he could still go ahead to greet the sunlight. He told Zhang Shou and then quickly flew into the sky, heading east. After flying for about 10 minutes, he saw the sun gradually rising from the distant horizon. The sunlight shone on him, and he comfortably closed his eyes. The blood of silver enhanced his ability to absorb sunlight, and in an instant, he transformed into a pitch-black figure. As the sun moved closer to its zenith, the sunlight Yu Xian absorbed increased. By around 10:30 in the morning, the temperature of the Pangu heart in his chest rapidly rose. He had already stored energy equivalent to 35 heartbeats yesterday, and now he finally gathered enough for 36 heartbeats. The Pangu blood violently contracted and then beat powerfully, completely detonating the energy accumulated in his heart. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his physique, Yu Xian's endurance had greatly improved. Even as the massive energy surged within him, he remained unfazed. This burst of energy also washed through his muscles and bones, improving his constitution. Then, this energy gradually transformed into a light and transparent form, quickly condensing towards his dantian. Yu Xian immediately realized what his awakened talent was: the Pangu Spirit Pearl Divine Ability. This ability could condense a spirit pearl in his dantian, opening up a vast space. What a bad draw! What Yu Xian wanted most was the Pangu Immortal Divine Ability, followed by the Panga Strength Divine Ability. The last thing he wanted was the Panga Spirit Pearl Divine Ability. After all, he already had a storage ring and didn't need another larger storage ring. Just as he felt a bit disappointed, the energy meant for condensing the spirit pearl and opening up space suddenly collided with another energy in his dantian. Previously, the blood energy flowed through his veins. After consuming Pango blood, the mutated blood energy inexplicably settled in his dantian, but the mobilization speed had actually increased, so Yu Xian didn't pay much attention. However, he didn't expect the two energies to collide. He could only silently observe, not daring to interfere, fearing that he might make things worse. The two energies continuously collided and fused in his dantian, gradually transforming into a pure white energy. Perhaps because the mutation of the blood energy was related to the Pango blood, the entire process was unexpectedly smooth. Even as the energies collided, it remained calm. When the mutation ended, the dantian returned to tranquility. Wait! Yu Xian was dumbfounded, unable to help but murmur, "Wait a minute, where's my spirit pearl?" He carefully sensed his dantian, not missing any corner. In the end, he had to admit that although he had awakened the Pango spirit pearl divine ability, due to the fusion of the energy meant for condensing the spirit pearl and opening up space with the mutated blood energy, he truly had no spirit pearl. A Pango spirit pearl divine ability without a spirit pearl was probably unique to him in all of Huaxia. Forget it, if there isn't one, then there isn't one. Yu Xian sighed and comforted himself. After all, this divine ability was never his goal. He then tried to mobilize the energy in his dantian and found that this energy was even smoother than the mutated blood energy. In an instant, this energy was transferred to his hand. With a thought, a bubble quickly formed. Aside from the color changing from a rainbow hue to transparent, it seemed there were no other changes. Yu Xian carefully observed the new bubble. There was nothing unusual about its appearance, so he reached his hand into the bubble. The next second, his eyes widened slightly. In his perception, he could clearly feel the existence of his hand. He withdrew his hand and then reached it back into the bubble, repeatedly performing the action to confirm that this sensation was not an illusion. However, a question arose. What was the use of this? He controlled the bubble to rotate and then released it to test its various properties. First, the spatial barrier of the bubble was more stable, able to withstand 20 times the speed of sound, and the original abilities had not disappeared. Instead, its attack power had significantly increased. Is it just a simple enhancement? Yu Xian felt a bit disappointed. He maneuvered the bubble back to his right hand and then habitually gathered another bubble with his left hand. 2 basketball-sized bubbles spun in his palms, and he simply put both hands into the bubbles. The next second, he displayed an incredulous expression, looking down at the 2 bubbles. He slowly reached his hand forward, and in an instant, his left hand and right hand exchanged places. The left hand appeared in the right hand's bubble, while the right hand appeared in the left hand's bubble. The internal spaces of the 2 bubbles were actually connected. He immediately enlarged both bubbles and dove into one of them, conveniently retrieving the old bubble. Then, with a thought, he appeared in the other bubble. Sure enough, the spaces within the 2 bubbles can indeed transfer between each other. Yu Xian sat in the bubble, looking at the bubble opposite him, feeling immensely delighted. Compared to the Pango Spirit Pearl's divine ability, which only had an additional storage capability, this mutated ability was definitely a life-saving skill. So it was an incredibly good sign. Yu Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. This ability was fantastic. He wouldn't trade it even for the authentic Pango Spirit Pearl divine ability. Next, he continuously created bubbles, and the number of bubbles in the sky increased. Originally, the mutated blood energy in his body could only support the creation of 102-meter diameter bubbles, but now the new energy generated in his body could support the creation of 500 such bubbles. Additionally, when the mutated blood energy created bubbles, if the bubbles were not retrieved, the recovery speed of the mutated blood energy was very slow. However, the recovery speed of the newly generated energy was almost 10 times faster than before. Even if these bubbles were not retrieved and were fixed in certain places, he could recover in a short time. I should head back. Yu Xian flickered between different bubbles. Due to the rapid transfer speed, it seemed as if he was in every bubble. After practicing until he was proficient, he looked at the vaguely visible battlefield in the distance and felt it wasn't so terrifying anymore. Flying all the way, Yu Xian returned to the sky above the mountain that Gongqian had blown up. On the ground, Zhang Shou and Gongqian were staring at each other, and Yu Xian descended from the air, curiously looking at the two. "You finally came back. You should talk to her. She still wants to go and make things worse," Zhang Shou said immediately upon seeing Yu Xian. Gongqian retorted, "What do you mean making things worse? I just want to see if I can smash the cage from the outside." "That is indeed a method," Yu Xian nodded, then looked at Zhang Shou to see what he would say. Zhang Shou frowned. What if she gets poisoned again? Yesterday was definitely the most exhausting day for him, even more so than when he had died in the market. Because he had to detoxify Gongqian, the healing touch consumed energy particularly quickly, and he had to keep replenishing it. one afternoon was busier than an entire day. Although Demos was currently engaged in close combat with the Golden Army and couldn't break free, he had just climbed to a high point and seen Demos use his tail for long-range attacks. He really didn't want to help Gong Qian with the antidote anymore. You both have valid points, but I have an idea that might be worth a try, Yu Xian said with a slight smile. When he returned, he had simulated many new abilities in his mind, the simplest being to shuttle between different bubbles, but there were actually many intricate operations that could be applied in battle. For example, a flying knife could be shot into one bubble and then teleported to another bubble, thus changing the shooting angle. He could even use multiple bubbles and silver lines formed from silver blood to create a stealthy guillotine. Yu Xian extended his hand, and bubbles quickly formed one by one. He then moved the bubbles into the sky, surrounding Demos's cage in a circle. He created another bubble and smiled at Gong Qian, saying, "Now pick up a stone and throw it into the bubble with all your strength." Although Gong Qian was confused, she picked up a stone and threw it hard at the bubble. Boom! A sound explosion erupted, and the stone instantly flew into the bubble, followed by a loud crash in the distance. Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were both stunned and ran to a high point to look in the direction of the sound. Inside the cage created by Demos, a large pit had appeared on the ground. The first time was inexperienced, not very accurate. Let's try again, Yu Xian said with a smile. Zhang Shou exclaimed, "Xian Yu, your bubbles have this function too, that's amazing." Spatial abilities are rare nationwide, and a capability like his has truly never been seen before. If the headquarters knew, his ranking would definitely rise. Gong Qian nodded. This morning, she had nothing to do, so she checked the information of the new members of the exorcism squad on her phone, thus gaining some understanding of Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. This was a privilege only available to those above the captain level. Then, Yu Xian and Gong Qian continued to cooperate, constantly throwing rocks into the cage. From the beginning, 8 out of 10 shots missed, gradually turning into 9 out of 10 hitting Demos. However, Demos was completely unconcerned with this minor interference. Its battle with the Golden Army was already intense, leaving no extra energy to defend against Gong Qian's attacks. Of course, the main reason was that Gong Qian's attacks were just throwing stones. Even if her strength was great, the material of the stones limited the intensity of her attacks. Those stones hitting Demos only caused a bit of minor pain and did not constitute any real damage. What a pity, I should have prepared some throwing weapons, Gong Qian said, picking up a stone, somewhat disappointed. Yu Xian picked up a stone and held it in his palm. Suddenly, he flipped his hand, and the stone disappeared from his right hand, reappearing in his left. He practiced back and forth, laughing, "No rush, I have another idea, but I need to practice more." He discovered that the teleportation ability of the new bubbles could be adjusted according to his thoughts. For example, the first stone Gong Qian threw appeared in the center of the bubble, but since Demos was not within the target range of the bubble, it missed. Later, Yu Xian intentionally adjusted it, and the stone no longer appeared from the center. It could also shift internally and teleport from various positions within the bubble. Because of this adjustment, he thought of a method, but he needed to be more skilled to be confident. The two continued to attack Demos in cooperation, and finally, after half an hour of practice, Yu Xian could manipulate the stone to appear in any position within the bubble, achieving a hit rate of 100%. Alright, everything is ready. Yu Xian dispersed the two bubbles in his hand and then created a large number of small bubbles, each the size of Gong Qian's fist, controlling these bubbles to enter Demos's cage. In the demon cage of Demos, although ordinary people cannot escape, fist-sized objects can still pass freely through the mesh. A large number of bubbles floated inside the cage. Demos noticed these bubbles, but due to the restraint of Jin Dajuan, it had no extra energy to destroy them, and besides, it did not think these bubbles could pose a threat to itself. Captain Gong Qian, step into the bubble ahead and punch seriously. As for the rest, leave it to me, Yu Xian said to Gong Qian. Gong Qian had been throwing stones at the bubble in front, so as soon as Yu Xian spoke, she immediately understood what he wanted to do. Okay, I will punch hard. Gong Qian smiled and then stepped into the bubble. Inside the demon cage, Jin Dajuan punched Demos in the face, and Demos retaliated with a punch to Jin Dajuan's abdomen. Just as Demos tried to whip Jin Dajuan with its tail, a bubble suddenly approached. Boom! A small fist suddenly burst out from the tiny bubble and struck Demos hard on the cheek. Demos was hit in the face, its eyes rolling back. It was all too familiar with this pain. That little brat is still alive? Before it could react, another bubble approached, and Gong Qian punched it on the chin. Because the first punch had already dazed Demos slightly, this second punch sent it flying. Another bubble came close in mid-air, and Gong Qian punched it down to the ground. There was already a bubble waiting on the ground, and another punch sent it flying away. Crack! Under the impact of 10,000 tons of force, Demos's spine instantly cracked. Then it received another punch on the top of its head, causing its skull to crack open with a sound that only a good head could make. Everything happened very quickly. In an instant, Demos was like a sandbag being tossed around by the coordinated attacks of Gong Qian and Yu Xian, unable to counterattack or even think. Knowing that Demos's tail contained deadly poison, the bubbles specifically avoided the tail, only attacking Demos's head, abdomen, arms, and other areas. Gong Qian's strength was too great. Demos was struck by her immense power, its eyes rolling back, and its brain buzzing, completely losing the ability to think. After about a minute, Demos's massive body crashed to the ground. Good opportunity. Jin Dajuan saw the scene and immediately rushed forward. He sat on Demos's body and rained down punches on its abdomen, causing Demos's body to shake violently, blood continuously spewing from its mouth. However, neither Gong Qian nor Jin Dajuan relaxed. They continued their relentless assault. With the determination to not stop until Demos was reduced to pulp, each punch was harder and more passionate than the last. The life force of the great demon was extremely tenacious. Even after Jin Dajuan and Gong Qian teamed up to deliver over 10,000 punches, Demos only finally breathed its last. Moreover, during this process, Demos pretended to be dead several times, but the two of them disregarded it, hammering it back from its feigned death state to consciousness, only to hammer it back into a feigned death state again. After repeating this several times, Demos finally died completely. However, the two did not stop. They continued to beat it until Demos's eyeballs fell out of its sockets before they finally ceased. Is it dead? Jin Dajuan kicked Demos's corpse, standing still and still unwilling to let down his guard. On the other side, Gong Qian was drenched in sweat, feeling as if her arms were no longer her own, but despite being exhausted, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. It was the first time she had fought so exhilaratingly. Every punch landed solidly. She didn't have to consider the surrounding environment, didn't have to run around, didn't have to aim. She just needed to close her eyes and punch with all her might. In fact, it is in this state that she can achieve a perfect harmony between her waist and horse, unleashing her maximum strength. Demos should be the first enemy to experience the full force of her punches, each one packing a weight of 10,000 tons. At this moment, the staff responsible for transporting Generals Zhao Yi and others exchanged glances. Demos was dead. Did they still need to continue? The team leader immediately contacted their superiors, who then reached out to even higher-ups, and soon received new instructions. The transport was to be paused. The Qilin headquarters began verifying the information, and the call eventually reached Jin Dajuan, who confirmed that the dragon-level demon Demos had indeed been killed, but it was not solely Jin Dajuan who had taken him down. Gong Qian and others had assisted as well. Jin Dajuan could recognize Gong Qian from her fists, but he had never seen Yu Xian's bubbles, so he did not know that the bubbles were Yu Xian's ability. However, the higher-ups quickly learned about Yu Xian's MVP-level support capabilities from Gong Qian's call. At the Qilin headquarters, in the conference room, the senior officials gathered together. Minister Yulai hung up the phone, looked at the other deputy ministers, and sighed in relief, saying, "Everyone, it has now been confirmed that the dragon-level threat, the demon Demos, has been jointly killed by Jin Dajuan, Gong Qian, and Yu Xian. It's not surprising that Gong Qian, with her panga strength, could intervene in a dragon-level battle, but Yu Xian, isn't he an ant-level?" One deputy minister asked, puzzled. When he had first arrived in Silver City, he had even patted Yu Xian's head to confirm his level. Not only did he take action, but he was also the key to killing Demos this time. "We should discuss how to reward him properly," Yulai said with a wry smile, feeling a bit of a headache. Yu Xian had disrupted the plan of the aberrant insects, saving millions in Silver City, and all possible rewards had already been given. Just a couple of days ago, Yu Xian had discovered that Zhou Tai had the ability to excavate the bloodline potential of extraordinary beings and reported it in time, bringing the potential dragon-level crisis to light. Now they were still debating whether this constituted a first-class or second-class merit. Who knew? Before they could reach a conclusion, Yu Xian had achieved another great feat. Everyone looked at each other, ultimately revealing wry smiles. The quota for Pango blood was limited each year, and within Qilin, it had to be divided, with external departments like Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu also needing their share. The headquarters truly couldn't spare any more. "If it comes to it, let's reward him with a weapon. We could have one crafted for him at the dragon level," one deputy minister said with a pained expression. Yulai pondered, "Let's have Jin Sheng ask Yu Xian what he wants, and then we'll decide." Although everyone was troubled about how to reward Yu Xian, they all understood very well how many resources he had saved this time. If it weren't for Yu Xian, they would have had to expend a large amount of resources and risk sending several generals over. If some unknown monster had slipped through the abyss crack into Earth, it would have been another crisis with the aberrant insects in no time. Therefore, if it weren't for the fact that Pango blood was indeed in short supply, rewarding Yu Xian again wouldn't be out of the question. Extraordinary beings derive their great power from themselves. Relying on tricks and empty promises won't retain talent. Qilin has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Merit must be rewarded, and the greater the contribution, the greater the reward, only then can they retain loyalty and unity. After Deimos' death, the demon prison gradually collapsed, but the ground was permanently transformed into a toxic swamp. Currently, aside from Jin Dajuan, no one could enter the swamp, so the task of dismembering Deimos fell to him. The entire lockdown area would likely remain sealed for a long time, possibly designated as a permanent restricted zone. Yu Xian and the others returned to the barracks outside Silver City, where the entire camp was bustling with activity. Gongqian noticed that one of her team members was missing a leg and hurriedly bid farewell to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, rushing to find out what had happened. "Qing Niao, where's the captain?" Yu Xian quickly spotted Qing Niao in the crowd, her face not looking well, as if she had just been crying, and asked, "Salty fish, the captain is still in rescue, and our team is left with just us." Qing Niao looked up at Yu Xian, her eyes suddenly reddening, her voice trembling with tears. Originally, with the addition of Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, the evil extermination squad had grown to 7 members, but due to the sudden attack by Deimos last night, 3 members had sacrificed their lives. "Sister, what about Bo Go?" Zhang Shou asked nervously upon hearing this. Qing Niao glanced at Zhang Shou, sadly shook her head, and Zhang Shou was left stunned. Yesterday, Yu Xian had executed a mission with Qing Niao, while Zhang Shou was paired with Yu Bo. Yu Bo was the oldest member of the evil extermination squad, smooth in personality yet not worldly wise, joking and sharing experiences with Zhang Shou along the way. When Deimos appeared, Yu Bo urged Zhang Shou to evacuate quickly while he went to find the captain. As a result, the two parted ways, and it turned out to be a final farewell. The image of Yu Bo smiling and turning away flashed in Zhang Shou's mind. They had clearly agreed that nothing would happen. Wasn't he experienced? Hadn't he faced dangers countless times before? Zhang Shou clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. He wiped his eyes and asked, "What about the captain?" "I'm the healer of our team. Follow me," Qing Niao said, getting up to lead the way. Yu Xian followed behind them, feeling heavy-hearted. When they arrived at the military medical station, many people were anxiously waiting. 4 or 5 men and women carrying swords and knives saw Yu Xian and immediately came forward to thank him. They were among those saved by Yu Xian's bubbles. After chatting with them, Yu Xian learned that they were members of the evil slaying squad, and the reason they were here was that their captain Jiang Gang and vice-captain Mo Xie were still receiving treatment. Among the 4 squads, the evil slaying squad and the demon killing squad were relatively lucky, as they had no casualties, only their captains severely injured. The unluckiest was Gong Qian's crime eradication squad, which had only 1 survivor besides Gong Qian, with all other members sacrificed. When Yu Xian found Gong Qian, she was crouched behind a tree outside the barracks, a small figure quietly crying. Although they had known each other for less than a day, Yu Xian understood that Gong Qian, despite her strong appearance, was actually soft-hearted and kind. The members of the crime eradication squad were not just teammates to her, they were family, brothers, and sisters. According to information from the evil slaying squad, the members of the crime eradication squad treated Gong Qian like a younger sister, especially the girls, who often found excuses to hug and kiss her. Although Yu Xian was worried about Jin Shang, who was being treated by Zhang Shou and should be fine, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to find Gong Qian. She needed companionship now. He crouched down beside Gong Qian, quietly keeping her company. "I clearly told them to retreat. I told them not to look back." Gong Qian hid her face in her knees, covering her forehead with her hands, her voice choked with tears. As a result, when the members of the crime eradication squad saw her being struck away by Deimos, they all changed direction, intending to bypass Deimos to find her, but were suddenly killed by a fire pillar that appeared from the ground midway. Only 1 girl survived because she was hit on the leg by a rock and was helped out of the fire pillar's range by her teammates. Yu Xian listened silently. He couldn't find the words to comfort her, nor did he want to say anything. He just quietly listened and stayed with her. After an hour, Gong Qian stood up, sniffed, and said softly, "Thank you, I'm going to see Sister Funfun." After saying this, she walked out. Yu Xian waited for her to leave for a while before getting up. A bubble appeared in his palm, and he stepped into it, instantly appearing at the military medical station. He walked out of the bubble and sat quietly on a chair outside the operating room, waiting. In the afternoon, Zhang Shou came out of Jin Shang's operating room, tired, and sat beside Yu Xian, his aged face devoid of any smile. "Is the captain's injury serious?" Yu Xian asked. Zhang Shou nodded and said, "It's not just serious, it's extremely serious, even more so than Captain Gong Qian's poisoning. According to Dr. Wang, the demonic power within the captain is very advanced, and it is fundamentally incompatible with the captain's own energy, causing them to be entangled in a deadly struggle. I can only treat the external injuries. This fragile balance can only be managed by the captain himself. Otherwise, once the balance is broken, the captain will die even faster. His healing touch could indeed slowly eliminate the demonic power within Jin Shang, but doing so would disrupt the fragile balance, and Jin Shang could collapse at any moment. Therefore, he could only treat some external injuries, actually staying by Dr. Wang sighed the whole time, learning how to handle such situations. By the way, Xian Yu, has Zhou Tai died? Zhang Shou suddenly thought of the true objective of this operation and immediately asked. Yu Xian shook his head and said, I don't know. Didn't the minister say that external forces were involved? The two Zhou Tai he had captured had already been handed over to the relevant personnel yesterday, and he didn't know where they were now, but he felt that Zhou Tai was likely not completely dead. Don't let me find out who it is, otherwise, I'll definitely kill him. Zhang Shou clenched his fists and said seriously, if it weren't for the external forces intervening, Yu Bo wouldn't have died, and the captain wouldn't have been seriously injured. Yu Xian responded with an acknowledgement, silently remembering this matter in his heart. He knew very well that anyone who could enter the sealed area through heavy encirclement and formation barriers must possess considerable strength or influence. He was definitely not a match for them now, but that might not be the case after he continued to develop for a while. Around 4 o'clock, Dr. Wang asked Zhang Shou to treat Ganjiang and Mosa. Although both were seriously injured, they were not difficult to heal since there were no other energy interferences. After Zhang Shou continuously released 4 skills, both had completely recovered. Since Silver City could not treat Jin Shang's injuries, he was taken away by military aircraft in the evening to receive treatment in Yanjing, along with the captain of the Demon Slayer team, Tian Shu. Tian Shu was also severely injured. At that time, he was being carried by his own team members. However, his injuries were the aftereffects of consuming his own potential and burning his life essence. The treatment conditions in Silver City were simply insufficient, but once they reached Yanjing, there would be plenty of ways to compensate for these losses. That night, Zhang Shou and Yu Xian drove back to Silver City, both feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, yet their spirits had grown. As the car entered Silver City, they looked at the myriad of lights, and Zhang Shou couldn't help but stop the car, gazing at the distant lights of the buildings. In the past, he never thought there was anything wrong with all of this, but now he had a new feeling. Everyone could enjoy a peaceful life in Silver City because countless people were using their lives to protect it. Xian Yu, do you think we can grow up safely like this? How many people are carrying the burden for us, and how many, like Bo Gu, have sacrificed their lives? Zhang Shou looked at the shadows of people reflected in the curtains from the nearby lights and said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian shook his head and said, I don't know, but definitely a lot. I can't sleep. How about we go grab a late-night snack together? Zhang Shou wiped his eyes and then said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian smiled slightly and said, just so happens I know a good place. Let's go. At night, other districts were closed, but only the street in the east of the city, where extraordinary people gathered, had shops open. The two drove to the east of the city and stopped at a large food stall. They ordered various stir-fries and skewers, and even specifically ordered a spicy hot pot that vampires could eat, enjoying the surrounding lively atmosphere as they ate, gradually feeling as if they had returned to the human world, as if everything that had happened in the past 2 days was very far away. After they had eaten and drunk enough, the two decided to drive around Silver City for a bit. Zhang Shou drove while Yu Xian opened the window to let in the cool breeze. They both remained silent, quietly enjoying a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Yu Xian glanced at the grass, and a bubble instantly flew out, bringing back the corpse of a yellow weasel. He then continued to clean up the extraordinary creatures he found, unknowingly filling a large bubble. It seems like there are quite a few extraordinary creatures tonight, Zhang Shou said, looking at the various corpses inside the bubble, unable to help but comment. Yu Xian speculated, it might be related to the quarantine zone. Such a big commotion should affect many creatures. But where did they come from? Zhang Shou retorted. Yu Xian guessed, it could be some kind of spatial ability. For example, I can easily use the bubble to enter and exit Silver City now. Before returning to the city, he had placed bubbles in many locations, and after getting permission from the camp leader, he had also set up 3 bubbles in the barracks, so he no longer needed to go through the city gate for inspection and could leave the city anytime, anywhere. At that moment, an off-road vehicle with a police emblem approached, and both sides stopped their cars when they met. The leader of the police team, Zhang Kai, poked his head out of the window and, upon seeing Yu Xian, immediately smiled. Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, so it's you too. I was wondering who was wandering around this road at midnight. I thought I had run into a big fish. Zhang team, good evening. We just couldn't sleep and came out for a stroll. By the way, these extraordinary creatures were caught on the way. Please add some dishes for the brothers and sisters in the team. Yu Xian said with a smile, handing over the extraordinary creatures from the car. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up as he opened the back window to receive the extraordinary creatures, laughing, "Wow, so many? You're too kind, how can we accept this? If you're too polite, then don't take it." Yu Xian and Zhang Shou found it amusing to watch Zhang Kai put on an act. After some small talk, they bid each other farewell, and the two vehicles passed by each other. "Zhang Team and the others have it tough too," Zhang Shou said, looking at the police car leaving through the rearview mirror, feeling emotional. The peace of Silver City was also the result of the police team's efforts. Every year, many police officers sacrificed their lives nationwide. In the past, he only admired them, but now he could truly understand how difficult it was. It was no longer distant news, no longer cold numbers, but every single person with flesh and blood. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou attended classes as usual. Because the quarantine zone had formations isolating all sounds, most people in Silver City were unaware of the battle that had occurred the day before. However, there were some rumors in the Super Ability Academy, claiming that treasures had appeared outside the city, leading to a chaotic battle among many extraordinary beings due to the forbidden fruit, spreading like wildfire. Especially the gossip queen, Chen Ling, mysteriously revealed to the two what she had heard, and Zhang Shou and Yu Xian could only smile politely after listening. For the next 3 days, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou continued to go to school and return home as usual. They kept an eye on the latest news in the Qilin app, especially when Jin Shang would be able to rejoin the team. Yu Xian also added many friends, greatly expanding his network. Through friends from the evil slaying team, he got to know many members from different teams across the country and was pulled into various mutual aid groups. After getting familiar with the members of the mutual aid group, a young lady stationed in Yanjing informed Yu Xian of some bad news. Jin Shang's injuries were more troublesome than expected, and he likely wouldn't be able to recover to a level where he could function normally in the short term. Both Yu Xian and Zhang Shou felt heavy-hearted, unsure of what would happen to the evil slaying team in the end. On the 4th day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received a text from Qing Niao and headed to the South City Public Security Bureau. Next door. When the two arrived at the office, Qing Niao was already waiting for them in the hallway, and then the three entered the temporary office that originally belonged to Jin Shang. Inside the office, Gong Qian was sitting in Jin Shang's chair, but since it was too high, only her head was visible. The three of them wanted to laugh at the sight, but thankfully, they all held it in. Once everyone was present, Gong Qian spoke. "Since Captain Jin Shang is temporarily unable to lead the evil slaying team, Minister Yu Lai has appointed me as the vice captain, temporarily responsible for all affairs of the evil slaying team." Demoted, huh? Zhang Shou couldn't help but tease when he heard this. Gong Qian's face immediately darkened, and she glared fiercely at Zhang Shou. He quickly looked away, whistling nervously, pretending it wasn't him who just spoke. However, Gong Qian really had been demoted. Although she played an extremely significant role in killing demos, and a first-class merit was unavoidable, the fact that her team was nearly wiped out was also true. So many talented individuals had perished, and the headquarters felt the pain. Merit is merit, and mistakes are mistakes. There is no such thing as balancing merit and fault. Therefore, after discussion, the Qilin headquarters arranged for her to serve as the vice captain of the exorcism team, also considering that her cooperation with Yu Xian could yield stronger combat power, which is why this arrangement was made. In fact, the headquarters had considered promoting Yu Xian to act as the temporary captain, with Gong Qian assisting him, but ultimately decided against it, considering Yu Xian had joined the exorcism team for too short a time. If Yu Xian had been with the exorcism team for over a year, he would definitely be sitting in Jin Shang's position now, not Gong Qian's. "So what is our team's mission now?" Yu Xian asked, seeing Gong Qian glaring at Zhang Shou. Gong Qian withdrew her gaze and replied, "There are currently no collective missions. The minister's intention is to let us get to know each other and familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities." In fact, Yu Lai had earnestly told her to listen to Yu Xian's opinions when encountering issues and not to act impulsively. Although Yu Xian had joined Qilin for a short time, his performance during this period had been outstanding. He was very capable, brave, and resourceful, and he wouldn't falter at critical moments, making him quite reliable. After the memorial service, when merits were discussed, Yu Xian would not only rise in rank but also receive various rewards and benefits. "Does the vice captain have any plans?" Yu Xian asked Gong Qian. She shook her head, and Yu Xian immediately smiled. "Since there are no plans, why don't we go catch some mice tonight?" Catch mice? Everyone present was taken aback and looked at Yu Xian. He conjured a bubble the size of a pinhole with his finger and explained, "You all know my ability, my bubble space is interconnected, so theoretically, sounds can also be transmitted through the bubbles. I've been idle these past few days and placed quite a few of these bubbles in various corners of the city at night, and through these bubbles, I've heard some interesting news. For example, tonight a group of foolish thieves is planning to rob a silver shop. We can lie in wait and catch them all at once." As Yu Xian spoke, he pushed his hair back, revealing a bubble hidden in his ear like an earplug. "It can be used like this," Zhang Shou said in surprise, looking at the bubble in Yu Xian's ear. Yu Xian smiled faintly. This was just the beginning. He hadn't slept at night and had been pondering more uses for the bubbles, experimenting with a lot of interesting techniques. Moreover, by adjusting the size of the bubbles, his energy consumption was very low. The bubbles he released usually maintained a pinhole size, and when he needed to enlarge them, he would transmit energy to the tiny bubbles through the principle of interconnected space, instantly turning a pinhole-sized bubble into a 2-meter diameter large bubble. This way, each of his transmission points not only saved energy but was also quite discreet, and when necessary, could serve as a means of gathering information, making it a win-win situation. Additionally, the bubbles no longer required him to constantly control their movement with his mind. He could attach the bubbles to a specific object, and when that object moved, the bubble would move with it. The bubble in his ear was like this. Otherwise, he would have to worry about controlling the bubble in his ear to follow his movements, which would be too taxing. Next, Yu Xian attached a bubble to each of the 3 people's ears, allowing them to communicate anytime and anywhere. "Can you hear me?" Zhang Shou asked quietly as he ran outside the office. In the room, all 3 could clearly hear Zhang Shou's words. The bluebird curiously asked, "Xianyu, why can we hear the voice of the dead doctor so clearly when it's not loud at all?" "Because the bubbles in our ears are elastic bubbles, and their internal space has a stronger resonance ability. Once we set the sound outlet of the bubble to face inward, the sounds we hear will be very clear and loud," Yu Xian explained. In fact, he hadn't considered this issue at first. After his hearing was enhanced by the blood of silver, it became very strong. Even the smallest sounds were clear to him. It was later at school that Zhang Shou, several times, couldn't hear him clearly because it was too noisy around, which made him realize that not everyone had such strong hearing as he did. So, after some research, he made many adjustments. Additionally, there was one thing he didn't mention: he could set which sounds were allowed to enter the bubble. These bubbles were originally designed for both offense and defense. Without his permission, other beings that crashed into the bubble's surface wouldn't be able to enter, even if they had the ability to break the bubble's barrier. The result would only lead to the bubble's destruction. By deeply developing this function, Yu Xian could specify whose voices could enter the bubble, while other sounds would be isolated outside, thus obtaining a pure sound without noise. When Zhang Shou returned from outside, the 4 discussed the time to gather tonight and then dispersed. Yu Xian walked out of the temporary office, and a bubble appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The moment he entered the bubble, he was back home. The office bubble quickly shrank and landed in a small depression on the ground, hardly noticeable. Abilities could be developed towards the direction of large. Similarly, they could also be developed towards the direction of small. Sometimes, small could be just as effective as large. Especially after mastering micromanipulation, one could use skills to overcome the strong and turn the situation around in an instant. As Yu Xian continued to practice, he became more adept at using the energy within his body and gained stronger control over the bubbles. Through the ultra-small bubbles hidden in the fingerprint indentations, he could perform many astonishing operations, playing with the spatial bubbles to create various effects. For example, placing a bubble in space, he could even directly exile enemies to outer space. He even thought of a particularly ruthless tactic, placing a teleportation point at the Qilin headquarters, sending enemies he couldn't defeat there to let them experience a righteous group beating. However, he realized that if he did that, the big shots from Silver City would definitely come after him, so he quickly squashed that self-destructive idea. At 2 a.m, in the east of the city, at the shop Secret Silver. Secret Silver was a store that specialized in purchasing silver, then refining it into secret silver, pill silver, and round silver to sell to customers. Due to its characteristic of not opening for 3 years, but making enough in 3 years, the shop was located on the 2nd floor of an equipment store, very small in size, but the interior was quite deep. Though small as a sparrow, it had all the essentials, including an alchemy room, a refining room, and a huge silver storage vault. Tonight, a group of extraordinary beings from Rome City had their eyes on the silver storage vault of Secret Silver. Speaking of this group, they were indeed all talented individuals. They already had cases against them, and due to the abnormal insect incident in Silver City, a citywide health check had begun in Rome City. Fearing exposure, they fled outside the city. After some discussion, they concluded that the most dangerous place was the safest place, so they infiltrated Silver City after the control measures ended. If they successfully stole a large amount of silver from Secret Silver and slipped out of the city overnight, the money they earned would allow them to live freely for a long time. Such roaming crimes were often very difficult to trace, and without Yu Xian's intervention, the probability of this group succeeding was very high. However, Yu Xian was currently lying in wait above Secret Silver. He was completely dark, not reflecting any light, making it impossible for anyone to spot him if they looked up. 1,000 meters away from the Whispering Silver Flower, in a tall building, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were observing the movements on the Whispering Silver Flower side through binoculars. On the right side of the Whispering Silver Flower, a bluebird perched inconspicuously on top of a utility pole. At that moment, a van approached from the front and stopped next to the pole. After 5 minutes, 5 people got out of the van and stealthily walked towards a small alley beside the equipment store. At the end of the alley, on the right side, there was a door. One of the men pressed his hand against the door, which immediately deformed, creating a large hole big enough for an adult to pass through. "We can move now," Yu Xian said with a smile upon seeing this scene. The act of breaking the door was already conclusive evidence in the world of extraordinary beings, so Yu Xian and the others didn't need to wait for them to enter the store before taking action. In fact, different countries have different attitudes towards extraordinary criminals. In some countries, extraordinary beings are very rare, and even criminals are treated leniently, such as being taken for breeding. However, since the emergence of extraordinary beings, Huaxia has never changed its strict stance on extraordinary crimes. In the face of conclusive evidence against extraordinary criminals, the combat police force has the authority to use force without restrictions. Simply put, they can kill if deserved. Because domestic laws are harsher on extraordinary beings, Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, and the others, when they were still ordinary people, had never been disturbed or bullied by extraordinary beings. At this moment, the bluebird, hearing Yu Xian's words, took the lead in action. She dove down from the top of the utility pole and transformed into human form the moment she entered the alley, kicking one of the criminals at 3 times the speed of sound. The criminal's ribs made a cracking sound, and he flew back, crashing into the wall at the end of the alley. "Not good, the cops, run!" The faces of the other 4 criminals changed drastically. 3 of them ran out of the alley, while the one who had just opened the door gritted his teeth and fled inside. The 3 men ran out of the alley, one to the left, while the other 2 rushed towards the van. Boom! At that moment, Gong Qian swooped down from the sky, her small body carrying immense energy. She crashed onto the van, which exploded on the spot, engulfed in flames. The 2 criminals watched from a distance as Gong Qian stood on top of the van, ignoring the flames and cracking her knuckles, decisively crouching down and covering their heads. They couldn't afford to mess with this violent little girl. Another criminal hadn't run 50 meters when a bullet struck in front of him, causing him to freeze. Then, bullets continued to hit the ground around him, making him tremble like a leaf and quickly raise his hands in surrender. In the distance, Zhang Shou held a sniper rifle, looking helpless. He had aimed for the criminal's leg but hadn't hit anything. Inside the Whispering Silver Flower, the masked criminal rushed forward frantically, searching for a window to escape. Suddenly, he saw someone upside down on the ceiling ahead. Before he could react, his neck tightened from behind, and he found himself spinning, only to realize he was now on the road outside the Whispering Silver Flower. He lay on the ground, his head being stepped on by someone. "You'd better not move, or you'll face the consequences," Yu Xian warned, stepping on him. He hadn't appeared on the ceiling to show off, rather, it was because he had placed a bubble on the ceiling inside the Whispering Silver Flower. If he came out of that bubble and didn't want to fall to the ground, he had to attach energy to the soles of his feet to stick to the ceiling. The battle process was simple: control a tiny bubble to fly behind the criminal, then teleport himself to grab the criminal's neck and teleport to the street. The criminal would feel dizzy because the bubble had no gravity, and the lack of oxygen caused by Yu Xian gripping his neck. Next, they handcuffed the 5 men with super alloy handcuffs, and Yu Xian contacted Zhang Kai to come and take them away. 5 criminals squatted against the wall, and Yu Xian and the others gathered together. Zhang Shou complained, "Is that it? I thought they would be some ruthless guys. Since we've caught them, I'm going back to sleep," Gong Qian yawned and said. Yu Xian nodded. "Alright, you've worked hard, deputy team." "Yeah, you too, bye," Gong Qian said drowsily, her eyelids starting to droop. She rarely stayed up late. To grow taller, she had always kept a regular schedule, and it was very rare for her to be awake past 2 in the morning. Xing Niao was a bit worried about Gong Qian, so she told Yu Xian and Zhang Shou and went back to the office dormitory with Gong Qian. The 2 had no houses in Silver City, so they were currently living in the office dormitory, which were the same rooms Yu Xian had once shared with Zhang Shou. After Gong Qian and Cheng Niao left, the criminals quietly began to exchange glances. In fact, they were most afraid of Gong Qian, who had smashed a van to pieces without a scratch on herself. They knew that even if they used their trump cards, they would not be a match for her. However, apart from Gong Qian, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou didn't seem particularly strong. If they used their hidden cards, they might not be able to handle them. 5 against 2, the odds were quite favorable. Should they do it? Yes. The 5 reached a consensus with their eyes, and then one of the burly criminals shouted and charged at Yu Xian with both hands. Since everyone was leaning against the wall, after Yu Xian dodged, the handcuffed criminal smashed his hands against the wall, breaking it. Another criminal quickly came up behind the burly one, took out a syringe from his waist bag, and injected it into the burly criminal's back. After being injected with an unknown substance, the muscles of the burly criminal turned red, and then his body rapidly expanded, breaking the metal handcuffs on the spot. Ha ha, I'm invincible. The burly criminal felt an explosive power coursing through him, looked up at the sky, spread his arms, and got hyped up. Then, he suddenly lowered his head, laughing maniacally as he locked onto Yu Xian and charged forward, throwing punches. However, Yu Xian simply moved left and right, dodging his attacks with just a small step each time. The burly criminal was unaware that all his attack intentions had been seen through. He felt extremely good about himself, under the illusion that he could punch through the earth. This man was named Sun Yohu, a martial artist who had been taken in and trained by a master since childhood. However, sometimes people are foolish. They don't cherish what they easily obtain and instead focus on what they lack. He had no interest in martial arts. He only wanted money and to get rich. Because he didn't put in the effort to train and frequently went down the mountain to gamble, he was eventually expelled from his master's teachings when he came of age. He then began to pursue wealth, indulging in pleasure, using the strength he had gained from years of neglecting his training to oppress ordinary people, hoping to make money from it. As a result, he was reported and severely suppressed by the SWAT team, and for robbing $10, he was sentenced to 20 years. In prison, he met these like-minded friends, and after being released, the five quickly hit it off and began to commit crimes in various cities. At 38, he had only the strength of a bug, essentially just a weakling. However, after injecting the mysterious drug, he felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. It felt amazing. Die 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 die. Sun Yohu, seeing that he had not hit Yu Xian, instinctively began to use the tiger fist he had practiced for decades but never mastered. Faced with Sun Yohu's sudden change of moves, Yu Xian simply lay down on the ground, and a small spatial bubble quickly expanded beneath him. His body passed through the bubble and appeared inside it. Then one leg landed on Sun Yohu's head. What did you inject? Yu Xian looked down at Sun Yohu and asked, if it weren't for my curiosity about what Sun Yohu injected, I could easily kick him to death right now. However, how could Sun Yohu answer Yu Xian's question? He immediately grabbed his head with both hands, but Yu Xian gently kicked and disappeared into the air. Before Sun Yohu could react, his cheek was kicked, and he crashed heavily against the wall. In the next moment, Yu Xian turned to the several criminals who were injecting the drugs. A short criminal immediately kicked off the wall and lunged at him. Yu Xian frowned slightly and created a large number of bubbles. One of the bubbles collided with the lunging criminal, and in an instant, the criminal rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. In the darkness, the spatial bubbles were almost invisible, and the remaining three criminals were hit by the bubbles before they could react, losing their combat ability in less than 5 seconds. At this time, Sun Yohu got up from the collapsed wall and grabbed a large number of broken bricks to throw at Yu Xian, but Yu Xian's figure instantly disappeared and then reappeared behind Sun Yohu, kicking him in the back of the head. Sun Yohu immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. During the fight, Yu Xian had already attached a bubble to the back of Sun Yohu's head. As long as he wanted to attack, he could kill him in an instant. However, Yu Xian had been practicing how to teleport quickly, and this was a good opportunity to hone his skills. Currently, he could compress the entire teleportation operation to under a second, and his goal was to complete it within 0.01 seconds. At that time, his movements would be even swifter and more fluid, allowing him to perform more amazing techniques. About 10 minutes later, the police car of the SWAT team arrived. After Zhang Kai got out of the car, he had his subordinates take the unconscious criminals into the vehicle, then walked over to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, asking curiously, "Aren't you guys going to sleep tonight?" "Captain Zhang, look at your dark circles, how can you say that to us?" Zhang Shou replied cheerfully. In recent days, he had been pestering the doctor at the Qilin office to prepare some painless refreshing drugs for him. Every time it was close to midnight, he would actively refresh his state, theoretically not feeling tired until noon. Yu Xian explained, "I just happened to notice the movements of these stupid thieves, so I came to keep watch, and it seems I really caught a big fish." He then told Zhang Kai about Sun Yohu and the others injecting the drugs that increased their strength tenfold. 10 times? Are you sure? Zhang Kai's eyes widened. Yu Xian nodded, "I specifically tested it. Otherwise, I would have kicked that big guy to death long ago." With his current strength, even if Sun Yohu's power increased tenfold, or even 20-fold, he could still kick him to death. "Then it really is necessary to dig deeper into this," Zhang Kai said seriously. The three of them decided to return to the security bureau together and interrogate Sun Yohu and the others when they woke up to find out where the drug came from. 10 times, that's too exaggerated. If it works at any level, Zhang Kai said while driving, still feeling incredulous. Yu Xian, sitting in the back seat, replied calmly, it shouldn't be effective at any level, otherwise, it would be too outrageous. It was fine at a low level, but if it worked on tiger or dragon levels, that would be terrifying. Upon returning to the security bureau, they sent all 5 criminals into separate interrogation rooms. Yu Xian followed Zhang Kai into Sun Youhu's interrogation room. "Wake him up," Zhang Kai instructed a young police officer nearby. The young officer then slapped Sun Youhu several times, causing his face to swell, but at the same time, Sun Youhu indeed woke up groggily. Sun Youhu, 38 years old, released from prison 6 months ago. After getting out, he colluded with his former inmates Zhong Fa, Kang Jimo, Wang Hao, and Su Long to commit multiple robberies and thefts, injuring and incapacitating 15 witnesses. "Am I wrong?" Zhang Kai opened a folder and selectively read Sun Youhu's file. Sun Youhu felt a burning pain in his cheeks. He glanced at Yu Xian and coldly snorted, "Since you all understand so well whether to kill or to maim, it's up to you. I ask you, where did the drug you injected today come from?" Zhang Kai shifted the topic and asked. Sun Youhu held his neck and remained silent, glaring fiercely at Yu Xian. "With your few scoundrels' financial situation, it's definitely impossible to buy it. So, tell me, where did you steal it from?" Yu Xian asked with a smile, looking at Sun Youhu. Zhang Kai said sternly, "Confessing will lead to leniency. You should know that we never go easy on extraordinary criminals. If you don't want us to use force, it's best to answer the questions honestly." In an instant, Sun Youhu recalled his first experience in the Public Security Bureau, stubbornly refusing to admit guilt. He thought the armed police couldn't do anything without evidence, but they had no intention of discussing evidence with him. Just recalling that experience now made his legs tremble involuntarily. At the Cloud Warehouse in the north of the city. "Which warehouse?" 35. "No, it's warehouse 32. We just wanted to steal some food, but we didn't expect to find a lot of high-end equipment inside. We didn't dare to mess with it and just took a suitcase and ran. The suitcase contained these drugs." "What about the suitcase?" "Threw it away." "Where did you throw it?" "In a trash can on the outskirts of the South City." "How did you know the drug's effects?" "Chicken feathers." "No, it was Kong Jinye who injected it into a dog and found that the dog became stronger. The side effect was just lethargy for 2 days." After Yu Xian and Zhang Kai finished asking their questions, they exchanged glances, then warned Sun Youhu before quickly leaving the interrogation room. North of the city, Cloud Warehouse, Warehouse 32. 3 police cars stopped at the warehouse entrance. Zhang Kai, Yu Xian, and Zhang Shou got out of the cars, and many SWAT officers quickly surrounded the warehouse. Several SWAT officers held nearly 10-centimeter thick superalloy shields, forming a shield wall and cautiously moving forward, while one officer with a battering ram stood behind the shield wall. They arrived at the warehouse door, waiting for the order to break in. Yu Xian watched their movements, and suddenly his head buzzed, his vampire heart involuntarily quickening its pace. "Wait, Captain Zhang, let me do it. I have a bad feeling about this," Yu Xian said seriously, grabbing Zhang Kai's hand that held the communicator. Seeing Yu Xian's serious expression, Zhang Kai immediately ordered the SWAT officers to retreat. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, a basketball-sized bubble appeared in Yu Xian's hand. He controlled the bubble to float to the door, slowly pushing it open. Crack! After the door split open, a sound of impact echoed. In an instant, the entire warehouse exploded with a deafening roar, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Even dozens of meters away from the explosion, the SWAT officers, despite holding heavy shields, were still swept away. Yu Xian had been prepared. At the moment of the explosion, he used the bubble to protect himself and those around him, and this time he used 3 layers of bubbles, so the explosion had no effect on them at all. "Damn!" Zhang Shou came back to his senses and instinctively shouted. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai's face looked very grim. If Yu Xian hadn't stopped the SWAT officers from forcibly opening the door, those officers might have been killed on the spot. "Damn it, we must investigate whose warehouse this is and who is behind it. If we don't get to the bottom of this, I won't be called Zhang Kai," Zhang Kai said through gritted teeth, furious. Yu Xian also felt that this matter was becoming increasingly complicated. Originally, they just planned to catch a few small mice at night, but who knew these small mice were involved in such a big case? The other party likely guessed we would come. This is a warning for us not to investigate further, Yu Xian pondered. After Sun Youhu and the others stole the suitcase, the other party had already anticipated this scene. After all, Sun Youhu and his group were on the run, wearing hats and masks when they entered the warehouse, making it difficult for the other party to identify them. However, as long as Sun Youhu and his group continued their petty thefts, it was highly likely they would fall into the hands of the Public Security Bureau. Once the syringe was discovered, it would only be a matter of time before the warehouse was exposed. Many might think that criminal forces or offenders would find Sun Youhu and his group more easily, but the reality was quite the opposite. Sun Yohu and his group operated as a team and had been moving from city to city. They did not trust anyone, not even the local thugs who might not even know of their existence. Moreover, after successfully stealing in one city, they would not dispose of the stolen goods there but would move on to the next city, or even the one after that, before selling the stolen items. They also would not strike again in the city where they had sold the goods. This meant that it was generally difficult for ordinary forces to catch them unless a citywide search could be conducted before they moved to another city. However, Silver City had just ended its lockdown, not to mention the criminal forces hiding in the sewers. Even the visible big shots needed to behave for a while. Therefore, Sun Yohu and his group felt particularly safe staying in Silver City. Under these conditions, the likelihood of Sun Yohu and his group exposing the drugs increased to at least 80%, making it easy to understand why the original owner of the drugs acted as they did. A team of riot police was left to search the surrounding warehouses while Yu Xian and the others returned to the Public Security Bureau. After a while, the riot police responsible for searching the temporary hideouts of Sun Yohu and others returned, bringing back several syringes that Sun Yohu and his group had hidden. There were a total of 10 syringes in the suitcase. Sun Yohu and his group used one for their dog, and each of them took one, leaving 4 syringes at the temporary hideout. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou each took 1 syringe to keep in their storage rings as backups. The remaining 2 syringes were left for the Public Security Bureau for component testing, and one was taken by Yu Xian to the adjacent office for the Qilin team to handle the testing. After leaving the office, Yu Xian sat in the green belt between the Public Security Bureau and the office, and Zhang Shou sat down beside him, asking, "Xianyu, are you waiting for the other party to make a move?" With the warehouse explosion, the other party must know that the thieves who stole the suitcase have been caught. Given their audacity, do you think they might choose to silence us? Yu Xian nodded, asking seriously. If it were just the Public Security Bureau catching Sun Yohu, the other party might very well do that. Now it depended on how much the other party knew. If someone came tonight, it would mean the Public Security Bureau was fine. If no one made a move, then the Public Security Bureau would need to conduct another search. However, Yu Xian still believed in Jin Shang's capabilities. Previously, when the Public Security Bureau was infiltrated by the abnormal insects, Jin Shang had already gone through the entire Public Security Bureau of Silver City. If there were still problems under such circumstances, it would indeed be a major issue. At 4 in the morning, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were both alert, one looking at the stars and the other playing on his phone. Suddenly, Yu Xian stood up, and Zhang Shou quickly got up to look around. Then, a massive fireball, over 300 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared above the Public Security Bureau. It truly appeared out of thin air, leaving everyone no time to react. If this fireball fell, the entire Public Security Bureau would likely be reduced to ashes, and everyone would die. However, the next second, a gigantic bubble appeared above the Public Security Bureau, swallowing the fireball whole. If the extraordinary being who created the fireball could see hundreds of kilometers outside Silver City, they would see the fireball suddenly appear at the bottom of a large lake and then be extinguished cleanly by the lake water. About 200 meters away, Scott widened his eyes, incredulously watching the scene above the Public Security Bureau. He was still holding a magic scroll. Clearly, the scroll had already been torn open, and the fireball of the sun should have been successfully cast. After all, this was a wolf-level high-tier spell, capable of vaporizing the entire Public Security Bureau. The problem was, where was his fireball? Not good. The Public Security Bureau might have experts. Scott came to his senses, his intelligence finally returning to his brain. He realized that things were not looking good and quickly took out a teleportation scroll, tearing it open to escape in an instant. 5 seconds after he left, Yu Xian descended from the sky, his body maintaining a pitch-black form. He ran away? Yu Xian looked around, frowning slightly. The opponents seemed to be even wealthier than he had estimated. There were no traces left in the air, not even a scent. He could conclude that the opponent was definitely well equipped, and the abilities used were likely not from their own system. Simply put, the opponent had not exposed any information about themselves, except for being wealthy. Could it be a blood clan? Yu Xian inexplicably had this thought, then shook his head. He couldn't just assume the blood clan was the culprit because they were wealthy. 5-star hotel. Scott stood in the darkness and said, "Master, something happened at Warehouse 32. A shadow quickly coalesced into a human form, and the entire room seemed to fall into darkness. The shadow spoke in an androgynous voice. Now you should understand, warnings have no deterrent effect on the Chinese. They will not give up on their investigation. Have all the leads been cut off? Master, all the leads that could be cleared have been cleaned up by me, but unfortunately, there are experts in the Public Security Bureau, and I was unable to completely silence them. I'm afraid they will continue to investigate, Scott said, lowering his head. The shadow was silent for a moment and then said, let them continue to investigate. Use all counter-surveillance methods, but do not expose yourself. Yes, Scott immediately replied. Yu Xian returned to the Public Security Bureau, which was now fully armed and on high alert. Zhang Kai, who was in charge, saw Yu Xian return and immediately asked nervously, Yu Xian, was that the fireball of the sun that just appeared in the sky? This wolf-level high-tier spell was very famous internationally. Although its attack range was relatively small, its temperature was extremely high, enough to turn everything within its range into magma, which is why many criminals liked to use this spell to destroy evidence. Even though it had only appeared above the Public Security Bureau for less than 5 seconds, the roof was already charred black, and many devices on the top floor had been damaged by the high temperature. Yes, it was indeed the fireball of the sun, Yu Xian nodded in response. Zhang Kai frowned and said, could it be related to that warehouse? Yes, that's why our exorcism team has taken over this case. You can let go of your side. Yu Xian continued to nod and then said seriously to Zhang Kai, if he hadn't been guarding just now, the entire Public Security Bureau would have likely become a big pit, with all the armed police turned to ashes under the fireball of the sun. The levels of the armed police were generally between insect level and ant level, clearly unsuitable to continue participating in this case. After all, the opponent's attack was at the wolf level high tier. No matter how many armed police there were, it wouldn't help. Well, then let Sun Yohu and the others be transferred to you as well, Zhang Kai calmly nodded. Although he was very angry, he had to be responsible for his brothers. The level of criminals hidden behind this case was too high, and it was too dangerous for the armed police to continue intervening. Alright, transfer them all over. I'll have someone check their bodies to see if the injections of those drugs really have no greater side effects. Yu Xian agreed. After all, the claim that the side effects were not significant was just Sun Yohu's word, and Kong Jimao's observation subject was only a dog, so his conclusion might not be reliable. The upcoming handover work does not require Yu Xian to take charge personally. It is handled by the office staff in conjunction with the SWAT team. Yu Xian floated in a bubble above the Public Security Bureau, carefully reviewing his recent actions. If there were 2 opponents and they were playing a trick to lure him away, then if he rashly left the bureau to chase the enemy, by the time he returned, the entire bureau might be gone. He was still too impulsive. Xianyu, should I wake up Sister Qingniu and the deputy team leader? Zhang Shou's voice came from the bubble in his right ear. Yu Xian replied, no need, let's talk to them tomorrow. We'll wait until the test results come out before making any plans. By the way, have we good check who the owner of Cloud Warehouse No. 32 is and who it has been rented to during this time. The SWAT team was already investigating the ownership of the Cloud Warehouse, but since everything was now handed over to Qilin, it was naturally up to them to check. The office had many clerks, who were essentially staff members assisting various teams, and the Li Gu Yu Xian mentioned was one of the clerks they were familiar with. Okay, got it, Zhang Shou responded. Next, Yu Xian continued to stay alert while honing his abilities. He remotely controlled 2 bubbles outside Silver City, constantly exchanging underwater stones, river water, and even fish that entered the bubbles. One bubble was in the river and the other in the lake, several kilometers apart, and many fish were fortunate enough to embark on a spontaneous journey. He was well aware of the space inside the bubbles, but he actually had no idea what was outside them. Manipulating the bubbles from a distance felt like groping forward with his eyes closed. Only by enclosing things from the water into the bubbles did he know what he encountered. He spent any free time pondering how he could see the scene outside the bubbles from afar. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou took leave again. Fortunately, the teachers at the Super Ability Academy were aware of their affiliation with the Public Security Bureau, so they did not make things difficult for the two. At 8:30 in the morning, Gong Qian and Qingniu emerged from their room. In fact, the two had woken up once when the sun fireball technique was used, but it disappeared too quickly, and with no further activity, plus Yu Xian and Zhang Shou not notifying them, they mistakenly thought there was no major issue and continued to sleep soundly. In the office, Gong Qian and Qingniu ate the breakfast Zhang Shou had bought while listening to Yu Xian recount the events of the previous night. Neither of them expected that a case of catching a thief would lead to such a major incident. An attack on the Public Security Bureau with wolf-level spells was a capital offense, no discussion, as long as the assailants were found. Killing them would even come with a reward. So how many clues do we have now? Qingniu asked after swallowing a mouthful of century egg and lean meat porridge. Yu Xian held his phone, looking at the message from Li Go while saying, the test results for the syringes drug won't be available until this afternoon, but we have already clarified the owner and tenant of Warehouse No. 32. The owner is Lu Yingshi, the master of the Lion Gate in the east of the city, a snake-level martial artist, and we have sent someone to invite him back for questioning. The tenant is Hu Weijie, one of the 7 heroes of the Hu family, who is already known as a cleaner in the gray market. We have also sent someone to invite him for questioning. Then we will wait for Lu Yingshi and Hu Weijie to arrive before we continue investigating along the clues, Gong Qian said after listening. Qing Yao, while cleaning up the breakfast trash, added, but Xianyu, I must criticize you. Next time something like this happens, you should wake me and the deputy team leader immediately. What if the other party has some backup? Just because we are girls doesn't mean we need to be taken care of. We are also battle-hardened, okay? Right. Next time just notify us directly. There's strength in numbers, and it's not easy to fall for the kind of tricks that lure someone away. Gong Qian nodded. Yu Xian had already reflected on this last night, so he readily nodded in agreement. Yes, I will reflect on this. I will definitely notify you in a timely manner next time. Around 10:30, several staff members returned. Along with them were Lu Yingshi, Hu Tuer, and a woman who looked very much like Hu Tuer. After knocking, Li Gu entered the office and said, Leaders, Lu Yingshi has been brought in. Hu Weijie is currently missing, but his wife Hu Stan'er and daughter Hu Tuer have come forward to cooperate with the investigation. They hope we can help find Hu Weijie. Thank you, Li Gu. Let's go meet Lu Yingshi first and see what he has to say, Gong Qian said proactively. The group then headed to the reception room, and upon entering, they saw the burly Lu Yingshi. The moment Yu Xian laid eyes on him, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and then he noticed that Lu Yingshi's demeanor was quite similar to Jin Shang's, both resembling lions. However, there were differences. Jin Shang was more like a shining lion, while Lu Yingshi resembled an old lion who just wanted to guard his own territory. Lu Yingshi was already 98 years old, but as a snake-level martial artist, he had taken excellent care of his health, so he looked like a man in his 50s. It was estimated that in a few more years, if he couldn't break through to eagle level and didn't want to die, he would have to consider becoming a vampire or some other form of immortal. Whether it was a clear conscience or prior preparation, Lu Yingshi was very cooperative and spoke freely about the matter concerning Warehouse No. 32. The problem was that he didn't really manage his properties. Warehouse No. 32 was merely a gift from a wealthy businessman for his 90th birthday, and it had always been managed by his eldest disciple, Wang Xiaohu. Fortunately, Wang Xiaohu accompanied him for the investigation, so Yu Xian and the others met Wang Xiaohu as well. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaohu didn't provide any valuable clues. Currently, the warehouse was listed for rent on an app called Baozuko, and there was no need to meet the tenants in person. After sending the two away, Zhang Shou asked, Do you think what they said is reliable? There shouldn't be any issues. Although the Lion sect isn't a particularly strong faction, they do have quite a few properties under their name. Lu Yingshi wouldn't be overly concerned about a warehouse given as a gift, Xing Yao analyzed. At this point, Yu Xian said calmly, Alright, let's meet Hu Weijie's family and see if they can provide any clues. If Hu Stan'er and the others were as clueless as Lu Yingshi, then this lead would be cut off. The group entered the opposite reception room, and when Hu Tuer saw Yu Xian come in, her eyes lit up, and she stood up happily, saying, Handsome guy, it's you. You know each other? Qing Yao asked curiously. Yu Xian looked at Hu Tuer with a bit of exasperation and replied calmly, We go to the same school, we've met once. Handsome guy, I want to report a crime. My dad is missing, Hu Tuer said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yu Xian, her tone devoid of any sadness. Zhang Shou asked curiously, How long has your dad been missing? Officer, he went missing the day after Jie Ji's control ended, Hu Tuer's mother, Hu Stan'er, said. Although Hu Stan'er was already married and had a 17-year-old daughter, she looked very young, standing next to Hu Tuer like a sister. Moreover, her demeanor was quite impressive, with a captivating charm in every move. Ordinary young people would definitely struggle to resist her allure. If one had to describe it, it would be, seeing her makes one understand why Cao Cao favored married women. Jie Ge, aren't you his wife? Yu Xian elbowed the dazed Zhang Shou and asked Hu Stan'er. Hu Tuer probably didn't want Yu Xian's gaze to linger on her mother, so she quickly answered, Handsome, I've heard this since I was little. My mom has always called my dad that. Alright, can you tell us if there were any unusual behaviors from Hu Weijie before he went missing? Yu Xian didn't dwell on the previous question. After all, it could just be a little couple's quirk. Hu Tuer shook her head and said, No, my dad is quite taciturn. He has a low presence at home, and he often disappears for a while, then comes back. Then why do you think he is missing this time? Xing Yao asked in confusion. Hu Tuer looked at Yu Xian and the others with a puzzled expression and retorted, Because you are looking for him. In the past, my mom and I didn't know where he went, but you, as police officers, should know, right? But now you are all looking for him, so he must be missing. Such a reasonable point. Completely unarguable. Gong Qian and the others fell silent, not expecting Hu Tuer's answer to be so simple. Actually, we don't know if Hu Weijie is missing. We are looking for him to understand one thing. Do you know if he ever rented Cloud Storage Warehouse No. 32? Yu Xian coughed and continued. Hu Tuer shook her head with curiosity. I haven't heard of it. Why would he rent that warehouse? The group was speechless, they wanted to know the answer too. Xing Niao looked at Hu Xianer, who also shook her head to indicate she didn't know. She spoke up, Brother Jie is a wanderer, he only stops by to rest. Both Tuer and I aren't really clear on what he does outside. Doesn't he earn money to support the family? Zhang Shou couldn't help but ask. Hu Xianer explained, the bathhouse at home is a gift from Brother Jie to me. With the bathhouse, Tuer and I don't lack money, so we've never asked him for anything. She had always been in charge of the bathhouse, and Hu Weijie had not participated in it. So, are there any of Hu Weijie's clothes at home, or things he often uses? Yu Xian, unwilling to let the lead go cold, thought for a moment and asked. Hu Xian shook her head, but Hu Tuer spoke up. There's a pair of his slippers. Yu Xian's face darkened, and he didn't want to speak anymore. He had planned to use his extraordinary sense of smell to try to find some clues, but smelling someone else's slippers, well, that was a no-go. A minute later, the four sent off the Hu mother and daughter, standing at the office door, looking at each other in silence. The lead had predictably gone cold. Back in the office, Zhang Shou sat in a chair, doubting, do you think Hu Weijie might be cleaning up? There were many strange bits of knowledge online, and they were all surprisingly true, like how a cleaner handles a body or erases crime scene traces, which was referred to as cleaning up in the gray area. Generally, after doing such work, a cleaner would hide for a while, only appearing once the heat was off. There is indeed a possibility. Generally, cleaners should have their own safe houses, or we could contact the city's security bureau and have all the security personnel look for him together, Xing Niao said. Security personnel were ordinary people. In most cases, they only handled cases involving regular folks, but when it came to searching for someone, they actually had an advantage over extraordinary beings because they had numbers. What if Hu Weijie has already been silenced, and then the other party rented warehouse No. 32 using his phone? Zhang Shou speculated. Yu Xian looked at his phone and said, warehouse No. 32 was rented by Hu Weijie before the regulations were enforced. This is too difficult, there are no clues at all. How are we supposed to investigate this? Zhang Shou suddenly lamented. Gong Qian, however, was not anxious at all. Seeing Zhang Shou almost rolling on the ground, she finally spoke. It seems you all have misunderstood something. We are not security personnel. We don't need to investigate step by step. We are the evil extermination team, affiliated with Qilin. In situations like this, we just need to apply for assistance. The problem is we have no clues at all. Is applying for assistance useful? Zhang Shou questioned. Gong Qian confidently replied, of course it's useful. At least we now know that the person who rented warehouse number 32 is Hu Weijie. We just need to apply to headquarters to lock down Hu Weijie's location. Once headquarters uses the Hichuan Luoshu to pinpoint Hu Weijie and sends us the coordinates, we can find him. Applying once is very expensive. We might end up losing money. Yu Xian frowned. The Hichuan Luoshu is a special dragon-level artifact, its main body being a huge turtle shell with a map of Huaxia on it. The Qilin headquarters can use it to locate any target within Huaxia. However, activating the Hichuan Luoshu requires a large amount of spiritual energy, so applying for it as a team incurs significant merit costs. If the rewards for solving the case are too low, the team would actually incur losses. Generally, teams prefer not to apply unless absolutely necessary, opting to investigate on their own rather than waste merit. Whatever the loss is, I'll cover it, Gong Qian said to Yu Xian, taking full responsibility. This was her first battle after joining the exorcism team, and she would rather take a loss than not do it beautifully. Moreover, she truly didn't lack merit points. Her Pango blood was compensation for her father's sacrifice, her storage ring was her mother's relic, and the clothes she wore were rewards from a few years ago after a successful mission. She lacked nothing now, and saving so many merit points was pointless. It was better to use them to solve the case. Don't be impulsive. Let's wait for the afternoon's reagent test report. There might be new clues, Xing Niao said, smiling to calm the overly anxious duo. Zhang Shou nodded. Right, we still have the reagent lead. Let's not rush. Then let's wait and see, Gong Qian agreed. The four then dispersed, and Yu Xian left the office, instantly returning home. He sat down on the balcony, basking in the sun while contemplating the known clues, his fingers manipulating several small bubbles that spun in circles. Compared to when he first acquired this ability, he could now skillfully control multiple bubbles to spin and rotate in different directions. The bubbles actually have two layers, an outer layer and an inner layer. The outer layer is made of spatial energy membrane, while the inner space is composed of the universe's own spatial energy. Both have spatial properties, but the former absolutely belongs to Yu Xian, while the latter does not. Yu Xian could sense the difference between the two. The former is easy to control, while the latter cannot be directly manipulated and can only be influenced indirectly. This is not easy, but through his relentless efforts, he has made progress. From initially having no gravity inside the bubbles to later being able to have gravity, then reversing the gravity, and even achieving internal object control. His goal in practicing this ability is to absolutely master the internal space of the bubbles. Although it doesn't have much use at the moment, if in the future he can create a supergiant bubble that can swallow the entire Earth, then he would have complete control over the Earth, which is the value of training this ability. In the afternoon, Yu Xian was called back to the office by Zhang Shou. He entered the office, where besides Gong Qian, Qing Miao, and Zhang Shou, there was also a young man in a white lab coat. Honorable officers, I am level 3 researcher Lin Yun. I will be reporting the test results to you. If there are any shortcomings, please point them out, the researcher said respectfully. Gong Qian nodded. All right, everyone is here. Let's start the report. First, we detected a high concentration of nutrient solution in the unknown liquid in the syringe. This nutrient solution generally needs to be diluted 100 times to be safely absorbed by the human body, Lin Yun said as he held the report. Zhang Shou interjected, what happens if it's not diluted? Most living beings would be burst apart, Lin Yun replied. Zhang Shou frowned and said, that's not right. Sun Youhu and the others injected it directly last night, and there was no explosion. Old Zhang, let researcher Lin continue, Yu Xian said calmly. Lin Yun, receiving Yu Xian's signal, continued, at the same time, this liquid contains 3 unknown elements, which we have temporarily named Q1, Q2, and Q3, since this is the first discovery. Additionally, we found that this liquid contains about 1/10 of the anomalous insect essence. Anomalous insect essence? What does it have to do with anomalous insects? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask. Lin Yun replied, anomalous insect essence only exists inside the eggs of anomalous insects. It is a liquid with very peculiar properties. Currently, professors in Yanjing are still researching it, and its specific function is unclear. What do you all think? Yu Xian asked as he looked at Gong Qian and the others. Qing Miao keenly sensed the anger hidden beneath Yu Xian's calm expression and immediately speculated, Xian Yu, are you suspecting that the many anomalous insects in Silver City are due to someone deliberately breeding them? Otherwise, where would they get so much anomalous insect essence? Yu Xian retorted. The eggs of anomalous insects are extremely tiny, even smaller than a grain of rice, and if one syringe contains 10% of the liquid as anomalous insect essence, how many insect eggs would that require? Just thinking about it makes it clear that a massive number of insect eggs would be needed to produce enough anomalous insect essence. At that moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. If the invasion of anomalous insects in Silver City was due to someone pulling strings behind the scenes, that person would absolutely deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Damn it, if that's the case, I will definitely kill them. Zhang Shou recalled the gruesome deaths of his classmates at school and was instantly enraged. Yu Xian looked at Lin Yun and asked, is there a possibility of artificially synthesizing anomalous insect essence? The possibility is very small. This liquid, which involves elements like the extraordinary, primitive embryos, and egg fluid, often has extremely complex origins, and there is almost no possibility of artificial synthesis. Lin Yun shook his head. However, he then glanced at the data and hesitated. But, gentlemen, I don't believe that the anomalous insect crisis in Silver City is due to someone deliberately breeding them. It is more likely a leak caused by an accident. Why do you say that? Gong Qian asked. Lin Yun explained, anomalous insects can parasitize not only humans but almost all animals. So why not use insects, which have a higher cost-performance ratio? Insects reproduce quickly, have short lifespans, and the eggs they produce also contain anomalous insect essence. Theoretically, a large number of insect eggs can be obtained in a short time, which is far cheaper and more efficient than using humans as materials. That does seem to make sense, Zhang Shou agreed. Qing Miao said solemnly, then let's put this topic aside for now. Whether intentional or unintentional, finding the person responsible will reveal the truth. Attacking the Public Security Bureau itself is a serious crime. Since there are no more clues from the syringe's agent, let's apply for the Hichu Luoshu, Gong Qian said at that moment. Zhang Shou spoke up, this time I agree to apply for the Hichu Luoshu. I feel this case is not simple, and if we can find the creator of the agent, it will definitely be a great achievement. I agree as well, Qing Miao said. Yu Xian looked at Lin Yun and asked, researcher Lin, is high-concentration nutrient solution expensive, and are there many purchasing channels? Director Yu, many alchemists can refine high-concentration nutrient solutions, with prices ranging from 300,000 yuan per milliliter. There are many purchasing channels, so it may be difficult to trace the source of the high-concentration nutrient solution in the mysterious liquid, Lin Yun replied. Yu Xian looked at Gong Qian and said, then I also agree to apply for the Hichu Luoshu. In that case, gentlemen, I will take my leave, Lin Yun said with a slight smile, seeing that there was nothing more for him to do here. After Lin Yun left, Gongqian immediately took out her phone to apply for the use of the Hichu Luo Shu, but before the application was approved, Minister Yulai called to inquire why they were applying for the Hichu Luo Shu. After all, Gongqian had just joined the exorcism squad, and it was only the second day. However, when Gongqian told Yulai how they caught the thief, and then traced the thief to discover that someone was likely secretly breeding aberrant insects and using the eggs of these insects to develop mysterious drugs, Yulai was shocked on the spot. Yulai also immediately thought that someone might be raising aberrant insects, but once Gongqian finished speaking, he realized that the possibility of breeding was low, but the likelihood of aberrant insects leaking was very high. Regardless, the crisis of aberrant insects in Silver City was likely man-made rather than a natural disaster, which was enough to draw Yulai's serious attention. The subsequent application naturally went through without any obstacles. After the application to use the river map and Luo book was approved, Gongqian entered Hu Weijia's name, gender, and ID number into the interface, and then she clicked search. Far away in Yanjing, at the Qilin headquarters, a 9-meter-long, 5-meter-high turtle shell slowly emitted a white jade-like glow under the efforts of numerous qi refiners. A map appeared on the turtle shell, immediately showing countless light points, each representing a city. An old Taoist with a white beard quickly took out a yellow talisman, wrote down Hu Weijia's birthdate and time, and then waved his hand, causing the talisman to fly into the turtle shell and automatically ignite inside. On the back of the turtle, a red light point slowly appeared not far from the light point representing Silver City, and it quickly transformed into a light column. The recorder immediately converted the position of the light point into coordinates and input them into the electronic map, finally clicking send. Silver City office. Yu Xian and the others waited for about half an hour, and Gongqian immediately stood up and said, "Found him. Hu Weijia is at Xingniao Airport outside Silver City." In fact, Silver City was larger and more expansive in the past, with subways leading to several cities like Rong City, and even an airport further away. However, since the appearance of the forbidden fruit, these facilities had gradually fallen into disrepair. Although Yu Xian and the others had never left Silver City when they were still ordinary people, they had ancient maps in history class, so they roughly knew where this airport was located. "What are we waiting for? Let's go!" Zhang Shou stood up and said. Yu Xian, playing with two bubbles in his hands like he was cracking walnuts, then spoke up. "There's a teleportation point not far from Xingniao Airport that I set up. We can teleport directly there." "Wait, I'll go to the equipment room to get some weapons and ammunition," Xingniao quickly said. Zhang Shou also realized and expressed that he wanted to apply for weapons. He was weaker than Xingniao, and without weapons, he would be nothing more than a pure healer, with almost negligible offensive power. "Then let's go together. We'll set off after getting the weapons." Yu Xian got up from his chair. He had never been to the equipment room, so it was a good opportunity to broaden his horizons. In the end, the four of them went to the equipment room together. The staff responsible for managing the equipment saw the four of them coming and immediately opened the warehouse door, allowing everyone to enter in shoes, but they needed to sign in after selecting. In fact, every city's office stored a large amount of military equipment, but these weapons were not meant to deal with humans. Many firearms had such strong recoil that an average person would break a bone after firing just one shot, or even be seriously injured by the recoil. Of course, the attack power of these weapons was much stronger than that of ordinary firearms. Yu Xian wasn't very interested in firearms. He took 10 standard superalloy steel knives, then requested over 500 bombs, including flashbangs, stun grenades, incendiary grenades, and fragmentation grenades. Finally, he also took more than 50 superalloy shields. Although they weren't top-tier equipment, if used unexpectedly, they might yield surprising results. After signing in, he placed all the equipment into a storage ring and then sat aside waiting for Zhang Shou and the others to finish selecting their gear. Once everyone was ready with their firearms and ammunition, Yu Xian walked out of the equipment room, his hand pointing forward, a small bubble freezing in mid-air, and then he input energy to enlarge the bubble, stepping into it himself. In the next moment, he appeared at the top of a mountain. From the mountaintop, looking far to the right, he could still see the remnants of the Starbird Airport. "Xianyu, your ability is really convenient. I'm so envious," Zhang Shou said as he emerged from the bubble, glancing around at the surroundings with a sigh. Qingniao and Gongqian came out of the spatial bubble, and Qingniao exclaimed, "Our team might be the strongest team in history, and also the most functional." For teleportation, Yu Xian could teleport. For a doctor, Zhang Shou could bring someone back to life in a minute. For reconnaissance, with her around, and finally, there was Gongqian, the first attacker who could even beat dragon-level powerhouses. She couldn't imagine what kind of monster could pose a threat to them. "Actually, if the captain were here, the functionality would be even better," Gongqian added. She was very strong, but she also had weaknesses, such as against ghosts and evil spirits, which weren't very susceptible to physical attacks, she didn't have good methods for those. If Jin Shang were here, his lion's might would instantly turn such monsters to ashes. Vice Captain, shall we start the mission now? Qingniao asked Gong Qian with a smile. Gong Qian nodded. Let's begin. Qingniao, go scout the starboard airport and find Hu Weijia's hiding place. Be careful not to alert the enemy. Xianyu, fly to a high altitude and create a few teleportation points. If necessary, teleport me into the air to strike directly at the ground of the starboard airport. Shi, be ready. If Qingniao and I get injured or poisoned, immediately assist Xianyu in remotely detoxifying me. Then I'll go ahead. As soon as Gong Qian finished speaking, Qingniao transformed into a bird and flew towards the starboard airport. Yu Xian nodded at Gong Qian, then created a bubble, entering it and also flying towards the starboard airport. But he and Qingniao happened to be flying in opposite directions, one up high and the other down low. When the bubble rose to the clouds, Yu Xian sat inside and looked down, then, like playing Go, he sent one spatial bubble after another towards the ground, quickly surrounding the starboard airport with bubbles that supported each other. He then closed his eyes, carefully listening to the sounds coming from Qingniao's side. He still hadn't found a way to see the outside of the bubble, but he thought of a method, using sonar principles to judge the situation outside the bubble through sound. Although it wasn't very accurate yet, it was at least better than knowing nothing at all. The starboard airport, viewed from above, resembled a Y and an H pieced together. Since no one had come to maintain it for 700 or 800 years, the entire airport was overgrown with weeds, and even a tree had grown from within the airport, forming a huge canopy. Qingniao landed on a branch and found the airport eerily quiet. Past experiences made her immediately realize that something was off. There was likely some terrifying danger lurking. Not a single animal in sight. This is too abnormal. Qingniao slightly spread her wings and quickly descended to a damaged spot on the airport's roof. Through the broken window, she could see the interior of the airport. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the light was still decent, but the airport's glass was so dirty that it barely let any light through, making the interior relatively dim. She could vaguely see many animal skeletons and some broken syringes. Qingniao jumped through the broken window into the airport, landing on a sign that vaguely indicated baggage packing. She looked around but found no living creatures, yet the smell inside the airport was very unpleasant. It stank. Moreover, this stench was mixed with a strong odor of urine typical of canines. There were many cages on the ground, but they had all been violently torn apart, and besides the pile of bones, there were many canine bones scattered around the ground. Qingniao estimated that these bones were either from dogs or foxes. Suddenly, the blue bird's body stiffened, a chill slowly rising from her spine to the top of her head. She dared not move at all, sensing that behind her, at some unknown moment, a pair of enormous eyes was fixated on her tiny form. Her pupils trembled incessantly, and the grayish glass beside her reflected a fox about 10 meters tall, its back covered in tails. 9 tails? Hu Weijie? The blue bird's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. The problem was that although Hu Weijie possessed the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox, he was not a monster at all. How could he have transformed into one? At that moment, the monster behind the blue bird stared intently at her and asked, word by word, do you say I am an immortal, or a deity? Its voice held a power that could shake the soul, and the blue bird's body instantly became rigid, unable to move, her mouth trembling as it opened slightly. Seeking a seal? How could it be seeking a seal? Hu Weijie was human and not a real fox. Why would he need to seek a seal? However, the blue bird could not control her body at all. She knew very well that once she answered, the consequences would be unimaginable. All monsters in the world originated from the ancestral demons. The ancestral demon was despised by everyone in the world, and people referred to her as a dog thing. This was mainly because the ancestral demon was cold and cruel to her own kind, yet treated animals, especially dogs, as if they were her own children. After fortuitously consuming the forbidden fruit, she became the first human demon in the world. She could pass on demonic energy to other beings, awakening their intelligence and leading them onto the path of demon cultivation. As a result, she raised hundreds of great demons, and to help these great demons survive heavenly tribulations, she transformed into human form and actively attacked human towns, capturing a large number of ordinary people to serve as consumables for the great demons when they sought a seal. The fate of the ancestral demon was predictable. She was expelled from humanity and later killed by powerful beings who crushed her bones to ashes. Unfortunately, after the birth of the ancestral demon, demonic energy had already emerged, and from then on, any being fortunate enough to gain demonic energy had the chance to awaken their intelligence, embark on the path of cultivation, and become terrifying great demons. It's over, it's over, it's over. The blue bird understood very well that the demon clan seeking a seal was essentially about extracting everything from the target, benefiting the demon clan itself. thereby elevating its wisdom and strengthening its foundation to achieve the goal of transforming into human form. After she answered the question, her body would be instantly hollowed out, leading to her immediate death. However, just as her body involuntarily began to speak, the bubble that had been her earphones suddenly expanded, enveloping her body in the bubble. In the next second, the scenery around her changed, and she was teleported back to the original mountaintop by Yu Xian. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, gasping for air as if she had escaped death. "Qingniao, are you okay?" Yu Xian asked as he looked at the blue bird after teleporting her back. At first, he hadn't realized that the blue bird was in danger. It was only when the monster that resembled Hu Weijie sought a seal and asked the blue bird whether it looked like an immortal or a deity that he realized she might have been controlled or captured. Thus, he decisively used the bubble in the blue bird's ear to teleport her back. The blue bird regained her composure and replied, "I'm fine, but there's a monster at the airport, and I suspect it's Hu Weijie." As soon as she finished speaking, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of Xingyu Airport. In the next moment, a fox with 9 tails and a body covered in strange muscles burst out from inside the airport. It scanned the surroundings and suddenly raised its head sharply, locking onto the position where Yu Xian and the others were. Then, its bizarre muscles bulged, and its limbs ran in a very uncoordinated manner, charging toward the mountains. The muscles on its body are too strange, and many of the bulging muscles are completely unnecessary, Gong Qian said, frowning as she watched the 9-tailed giant fox approach rapidly. Yu Xian frowned and said, "If he really is Hu Weijie, we probably won't be able to extract anything valuable from him. It's so fast, salted fish. Let's take it down first. We can think about other problems later." Zhang Shou took out a gun from his storage ring, watching the 9-tailed fox getting closer, his palms sweating a bit. Although he wasn't afraid of death, the pressure from such a large fox was overwhelming. "Then let's do it." Dong Qian immediately clenched her fist, pushing off with her legs and quickly descending the mountain. At the same time, Yu Xian took a step back, passing through a bubble and instantly appearing in the sky. He looked at the 9-tailed fox on the ground, and his fingers released a large number of small bubbles that fell to the ground, surrounding the 9-tailed fox in a circular encirclement. Boom! At that moment, Dong Qian collided with the 9-tailed fox, landing a punch on its head, causing its massive body to explode on the spot. One punch kill? Everyone was stunned, and then they saw blood, debris, and fur quickly reassembling in midair, and in the blink of an eye, the 9-tailed fox was revived. If it really is Hu Weijie, having 9 tails means it should possess dragon-level strength, which is too weak, Zhang Shou said to the others. The Qingniao spoke up, and it just asked me for a title, which is very strange. Is it possible that it also injected the same kind of serum as Sun Youhu and the others, but in a much larger dose? Yu Xian looked at the reassembled 9-tailed fox, pondering. Mainly, when the 9-tailed fox was reassembling, its flesh and blood were reorganizing layer by layer, and Yu Xian saw its muscle texture, which emitted glowing lines, very similar to the glow of muscles after Sun Youhu injected the serum. Next, Gong Qian punched the 9-tailed fox's body again, causing another explosion, but as expected, the 9-tailed fox reassembled once more. Yu Xian observed more closely, and indeed, the muscle lines on the 9-tailed fox were over 90% similar to those of Sun Youhu and the others after injecting the serum. Boom! 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 Dong Qian continuously struck the 9-tailed fox from different angles, each punch easily exploding it. However, her attacks seemed to have little effect. The 9-tailed fox tirelessly resurrected and immediately launched an attack on Gong Qian after each rebirth. It showed no fear, and perhaps had no self-awareness at all. But with each charge, it would mumble, asking Gong Qian if it looked like an immortal or a god. Yu Xian had a sudden idea and teleported to a spot not far from Gong Qian through a bubble, shouting at the 9-tailed fox, "You're neither an immortal nor a god. You're just yourself. You are Hu Weijie." The originally extremely violent 9-tailed fox suddenly froze, its pupils wildly splitting and trembling, and then its massive body seemed to be drained by some force, its flesh and blood rapidly withering. Dong Qian wanted to take the opportunity to kill it, but Yu Xian gently blocked her with his hand. "Don't rush. Let's see if it can find itself again," Yu Xian said to Gong Qian. If Hu Weijie could regain his senses, they could learn more secrets about the serum from him, which was the focus of their mission. Killing Hu Weijie would only sever the clues, offering them no benefits. At that moment, the 9-tailed fox's body completely withered, but a humanoid figure slowly grew from the top of its head. The lower half was covered in fluffy fur, while the upper half was human, but with a gigantic eye in its chest. "I am myself, so who am I? Am I an immortal? Am I a god? What am I? Hu Weijie?" The humanoid murmured, jumping from the fox's head to the ground, and instantly, 9 tails of various colors, entirely made of energy, appeared behind it. These energy tails resembled blazing flames, emitting an astonishing temperature. It seems to have completely transformed into dragon level. Princess Qian's expression was serious. Originally, the nine-tailed fox, despite having 9 tails, was not actually at the dragon level. Its strength was estimated to be at most at the wolf level. But now, this humanoid monster had definitely reached the true dragon level. "You are Hu Weijie, the father of Hu Tuer, the husband of Hu Xianer," Yu Xian said, looking at the humanoid. The humanoid immediately tilted its head, its lifeless eyes slanting towards Yu Xian. Suddenly, one of its tails transformed into a massive hand, reaching out to grab Yu Xian, but Yu Xian, along with Princess Qian, teleported away in an instant, and its hand grasped nothing but air. A miscalculation. Yu Xian had originally thought this would awaken Hu Weijie's consciousness, but instead, it unexpectedly strengthened the other party. At this moment, unable to find Yu Xian, Hu Weijie began searching around, gradually growing 4 more eyes on his head, and a human face appeared on the back of his head, adding 6 more eyes. Eyes sprouted all over his body, and finally, an eye on the top of his head locked onto Yu Xian in the air. Boom! In an instant, he pushed off with his legs, his body appearing outside the bubble, shattering it with every punch. However, the moment he jumped, Yu Xian noticed he was coming and teleported away first. He looked down at the distant bubble, and his tail transformed into wings, flapping and instantly appearing in front of the bubble, delivering another punch. The bubble burst on the spot, and Yu Xian teleported away with Princess Qian again. This time, Hu Weijie seemed to have adapted to Yu Xian's fighting style. With the multitude of eyes on his body, he could quickly locate Yu Xian appearing in other directions. So, after he shattered the bubble with a punch, he used his wings to propel himself, appearing in front of Yu Xian at 100 times the speed of sound. However, this time, just as he got close, a small, exquisite fist appeared on his right side. Boom! A punch landed on his cheek, and he was immediately sent flying, a fist mark appearing on his cheek. His defense has improved significantly, Princess Qian frowned. Originally, she could shatter the 9-tailed fox with a single punch, but now, she couldn't even break Hu Weijie with one. At this moment, Hu Weijie inserted his tail into the ground, stabilizing himself. He looked in the direction of Yu Xian, and with a sudden burst of power from his tail, he launched another attack towards Yu Xian. "Let's use that move. Get ready," Yu Xian said seriously to Princess Qian. In an instant, Princess Qian understood what Yu Xian wanted to do and nodded. "Come." Hu Weijie was now too strong. It was fine to fight with Princess Qian, but if Yu Xian got hit by Hu Weijie even once, he would be instantly killed. That was too dangerous. Yu Xian quickly gathered a large number of bubbles towards Hu Weijie. When Hu Weijie swept his tail, shattering many nearby bubbles, a fist appeared above his head, punching him down into the ground from his charging state. Rumble! The earth was instantly plowed by Hu Weijie, creating a long trench. As he lay in front of the dirt mound, just as he was about to get up, he was hit by another punch, and his head created a large pit in the ground. Then, Princess Qian didn't even need to aim. She wildly punched forward, her fists appearing from different bubbles at different angles, preventing Hu Weijie from moving underground. Hu Weijie tried several times to prop himself up with his hands, but as soon as he exerted force, he was struck by Princess Qian's fists. Under the immense force, his body slammed back down, and the pit in the ground grew deeper. However, Hu Weijie was ultimately different from Demos. The eyes on his body trembled wildly, searching for a chance to counterattack. Then, as he couldn't find a suitable moment, these eyes gradually turned red. Suddenly, beams of red light shot out from these red eyes. Many bubbles were instantly shattered by the red light. Yu Xian frowned slightly and immediately created more bubbles to fill the gaps. He focused his thoughts and transmitted a voice through one of the bubbles to Hu Weijie. "You are Hu Weijie, you are Hu Tuer's father, you are Hu Xianer's husband. Wake up." Hu Weijie immediately grabbed the bubble with his hand. Due to the intense resistance, a new arm grew from his elbow, constantly pushing forward. "Wake up, you are Hu Weijie." Yu Xian saw that it reacted to this and his eyes brightened slightly, immediately repeating the phrase over and over. Suddenly, Hu Weijie stopped struggling. He seemed to fall into a state of stillness, lying on the ground motionless. Yu Xian and Gong Qian exchanged glances, both stopping to avoid interfering or attacking him. After all, neither of them actually wanted to kill Hu Weijie. They wanted to learn more about the secrets of the potion from him. A reputation that cannot match one's abilities is like an overly heavy crown, capable of suffocating a person. As one of the famous 7 heroes of the Hu family in Silver City, Hu Weijie had always felt deep inner pain, as the other 6 brothers were quite successful, making him feel like trash in a garbage heap. Especially Hu Junjie, who was particularly glorious, everyone would give a thumbs up and say, "What a man," when mentioning him. As for Hu Weijie, he felt more like a mere filler. The 7 heroes of the Hu family needed 7 people, and that was why he was one of them. He was clumsy with words, not smart, taciturn, and even his wife and daughter hardly cared about his existence. He always felt like an unnecessary bystander, just happening to be alive. One day a year ago, after cleaning up a corpse, he saved an old man on the way back to the city. Out of gratitude, the old man extended an olive branch to him, inviting him to participate in a great experiment. The old man possessed a mysterious drug that could enhance the bloodline and strength of living beings, and even fuse the bloodlines of other creatures, thus breaking through the limits of one's own bloodline. All he needed to do was dispose of the failed test subjects. As a seasoned cleaner, he quietly worked for this mysterious old man during his spare time, silently transporting one bizarre corpse after another, all deformed by failure, out of Silver City. Finally, the experiment succeeded. They created a perfect being. The being could change in countless ways, possessing the genes of numerous extraordinary creatures, without weaknesses, powerful to the point of being nearly invincible. However, an accident occurred. This perfect being easily broke through the laboratory's multiple defenses and vanished into the night, even causing the laboratory's aberrant insects to leak out. When the aberrant insects leaked, Huijie realized that something was wrong. In the chaos, he seized a large amount of the perfect potion and left Silver City under the cover of night. His thoughts were very simple: to achieve self-evolution and become a being even more powerful and perfect than the fox ancestor. He wanted to be the most outstanding among the 7 heroes of the Hu family. At Xingyo Airport, he prepared everything, even installing numerous recording devices to awaken his self-awareness. He took off his clothes and injected the potion from the syringe into his body, one after another, continuously injecting it. His body began to surge with powerful strength. He originally had only 2 tails, but now more tails began to grow. The recording devices around him continuously played his name, and the fox in the cage cried out in fear. Whenever he began to lose himself due to his overwhelming power, these voices always pulled him back, reminding him that he was undergoing a great evolution. Boom! Just as he felt he was about to grow his 9th tail, a loud noise came from outside Xingyo Airport, and then he saw the escaping perfect being appear at the door. The look in its eyes made him shiver. Huijie, think of your wife, think of your daughter, wake up quickly. Yu Xian stood behind Gong Qian, loudly calling out to the motionless Huijie on the ground. His nose twitched, the smell on Huijie changed dramatically. If just a moment ago he smelled like a wild beast, now he smelled like a person who had just revived. Huijie, Huijie, Huijie. His eyes lit up as he continued to call out the other's name. At that moment, Huijie moved. He slowly got up from the ground, his body flickering and changing like a model with a bug, sometimes sprouting a fox head on one side, sometimes his mouth turning into a bird's beak, and sometimes his arms transforming into snakes. However, his face began to resemble Huijie a bit. He looked at Yu Xian and said, "I am Huijie, but I am already dead." Dead? Yu Xian and Gong Qian were taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of Huijie's words. Clearly, Huijie had woken up now. Why did he say he was dead? Huijie looked at the two, neither sad nor happy, and said, "You are here to investigate Peng Zhu, right?" "Sorry, I only know his nickname is Peng Zhu, and I don't know anything else." "That's part of the reason, but your wife and daughter are very worried. They called the police hoping we could find you," Yu Xian said seriously, looking at Huijie. He could sense a will to die in Huijie's tone, reminiscent of his father's attitude when he was determined to die. Perhaps he could empathize, so he instinctively tried to comfort him, wanting to inspire his will to live. "They wouldn't worry about me, stop lying. I'm just a failure, a dispensable, superfluous person," Huijie said, lowering his head, devoid of interest. Yu Xian shook his head and said earnestly, "No, I'm not lying. Although I don't know why you misunderstand them, they definitely love you." As he spoke, he took out his phone, opened the recording from his previous conversation with Hu Xianer and Hu Tuer, and played their words. As the recording played, Huijie gradually froze. Although there wasn't a single word in the recording saying they loved him, nor were they sad about his disappearance, the words of his wife and daughter connected to their past life, making him suddenly realize, was Dad just more silent? Was he a prodigal? So that's how they viewed him. Huijie felt his wife and daughter's true feelings for him through the conversation. It turned out his daughter always thought he was just quiet and had gotten used to his silence, rather than not loving him. It turned out his wife saw him as a prodigal, which is why she silently indulged him, tolerating his capriciousness and absence, rather than not loving him. And what about him? He was immersed in his own world, fixated on the name of the 7 heroes. To prove he could match the reputation of the 7 heroes, he did foolish things at all costs, ultimately losing himself. But it was too late. Everything became clear too late. Black tears streamed from Huijie's eyes, and his body suddenly went berserk, a mass of chaotic organs sprouting from his lower body. He looked at Yu Xian, despairing and sorrowful, and said, "Quick, kill me. This body is a monster, it cannot continue to exist in this world. Just as he said, he was already dead. The current body was not his but a perfect being created by Peng Zhu. On the day he injected the drug, the perfect being came to him, and he had no power to resist, ultimately being devoured alive. Because he injected a large amount of the drug, which contained a high concentration of nutrients, even the perfect being found it difficult to digest him in a short time. During this time, the perfect being consumed a large number of foxes he had prepared for himself, resulting in an infection of demonic energy, causing a huge change in form, and under the influence of the demonic energy, it instinctively began to seek a seal. If it succeeded in seeking a seal, it would become even more powerful and perfect. However, because Yu Xian had always mistakenly believed the perfect being was Hu Weijie and kept calling out Hu Weijie's name, the perfect being's sealing process went awry, giving Hu Weijie a chance to awaken. But Hu Weijie was very clear that the perfect being was instinctively resisting. He couldn't hold on for long. Soon his consciousness would be completely crushed by the perfect being. By then, the perfect being would become even more terrifying, even threatening Silver City. Silver City, where the two people he loved most lived. He absolutely couldn't let the perfect being continue to exist. Kill me, now! Hu Weijie shouted as he plunged his arm into his chest, forcibly tearing out his heart, and yelled at Yu Xian and Gong Qian. However, just as he threw his heart away, a new heart quickly grew in his chest, and a cold, indifferent eye appeared on it. Die, die for me! Hu Weijie tore at the flesh on his body with both hands, throwing the flesh everywhere, but no matter how he tore, his body was rapidly healing. 100 meters away, Yu Xian and Gong Qian were dumbfounded. Gong Qian, in shock, said, "Why is he hurting himself?" "I don't know, but it seems like he wants to protect something important. I can feel his emotions." Yu Xian looked at Hu Weijie, speaking with a complex tone. Hu Weijie's eyes were exactly like his father's when he had ALS, quietly seeking death. Could he also have someone he didn't want to burden? Instinctively, Yu Xian clenched his fists, his eyes slightly reddening. Gong Qian hesitated. Should we stop him? The Peng Zhu he just mentioned should be the person we're looking for, right? If he can draw the other person's appearance, our chances of finding them will be higher. Kill me, this body isn't mine. I've been eaten by a monster. This is the monster's body, and it's about to awaken. Hu Weijie shouted, as an arm uncontrollably grew from his back, grabbing the hand that was trying to dig out his heart. In fact, it had only been about half a minute since Hu Weijie started self-harming. Gong Qian and Yu Xian were startled by his words. This body wasn't Hu Weijie's body at all, but belonged to another master? In a flash, Yu Xian's mind seemed to clear, and he shouted, "Deputy team, move, cover me." After saying that, he manipulated a large number of silver threads to quickly weave into armor covering his entire body, then flashed through a spatial bubble to Hu Weijie's right side, shouting, "Hu Weijie, don't let it interfere with me, help me." An arm immediately swung towards Yu Xian, but Hu Weijie grabbed that uncontrollable arm with another arm. Yu Xian quickly opened the visor of his helmet and bared his fangs at Hu Weijie's neck, biting down hard. Hu Weijie quickly cooperated, softening that piece of skin. Otherwise, with the hardness of Yu Xian's teeth, he wouldn't be able to break through the skin. Hu Weijie didn't understand Yu Xian's purpose, but now the only people he could trust were Yu Xian and Gong Qian in front of him. So, while Yu Xian bit him to draw blood, he gritted his teeth and continued to help Yu Xian fend off the attacking limbs around them. After taking the blood of Panga, Yu Xian gained the rarest ability of a vampire, to obtain the target's memories through bloodsucking. He needed to get Hu Weijie's memories before he died to understand Peng Zhu. If they didn't eliminate Peng Zhu, tragedies like this would keep happening. At that moment, a huge arm transformed into a giant snake, lunging at Yu Xian, but before it could reach him, it was punched to the ground by Gong Qian. Then, Gong Qian landed and continuously bounced around Hu Weijie, breaking, exploding, and snapping all the limbs that were not under Hu Weijie's control. Is it done? I can barely hold on. A minute later, Hu Weijie's face twitched, and a smaller face grew on his cheek. He couldn't help but slap his cheek while shouting loudly. Yu Xian immediately exerted all his strength, sucking blood in large gulps. Suddenly, an old face appeared in his mind. It was a bald man with a white curly beard, his features somewhat resembling a mixed-race person, and his eyes held a sense of weariness mixed with ambition. This is Peng Zhu. Yu Xian immediately released his mouth, jumped back, and a bubble appeared on his back, instantly teleporting him 100 meters away. No, make a move, kill me. Hu Weijie roared angrily, thinking Yu Xian wanted to run as he retreated. However, he soon saw Yu Xian take out a large number of bombs from his storage ring and put them all into a bubble. Then Zhang Shou and Qing Niao were also teleported over. The two had taken even more bombs from the equipment room than Yu Xian, and now they were all pulling out an astonishing number of bombs from their storage rings. Technology was not useless, it was just that under normal circumstances, even insect-level monsters wouldn't stand foolishly in place to be bombed. In fact, if extraordinary beings did not dodge or evade, thousands of enhanced bombs exploding simultaneously could severely injure or even kill most extraordinary beings. Hurry, hurry, it senses danger, I can barely suppress it, Hu Weijie shouted anxiously. After Yu Xian was ready, he nodded to Hu Weijie, and the next moment, he teleported everyone away, leaving only a bubble full of bombs rapidly flying towards Hu Weijie. Xianer, Tuer, goodbye, you must live well, live happily. At that moment, Hu Weijie not only did not retreat or run away, but instead opened his arms to embrace the bomb-filled bubble, completely lowering his defenses. In the last moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of Hu Xianer and Hu Tuer, filled with longing and reluctance, but devoid of any fear. On a distant hill, Yu Xian pulled the tab of a burning bomb and threw it into a small bubble. The next second, he saw a terrifying explosion erupt in the large pit in the distance. In the equipment room of the office, although the weapon levels were not high, they were developed specifically for extraordinary beings, and their power was far greater than that of ordinary bombs. A burning bomb had a power more than 10 times that of a regular burning bomb. Moreover, the bubble used to contain the bombs did not disappear. Instead, it expanded at the last moment, forming a 50-meter large bubble. When this large bubble exploded, it instantly acted like a pressure cooker, greatly enhancing the power generated by the explosion. Although the bubble only lasted less than a second before shattering, the high pressure generated at the moment of the explosion was enough to amplify the overall power of the blast. At the center of the explosion, raging flames burned. Suddenly, a pitch-black monster burst out from the flames, fleeing at high speed towards Xingyao Airport. It didn't die? Yu Xian and the others were shocked, and then Yu Xian teleported Gongqian to a high altitude. The perfect being, while running, suddenly heard a strange sound from above, looked up, and saw Gongqian's fist descending from the sky. The next moment, its head was struck by Gongqian's punch. Boom! The earth shook as the perfect being was smashed flat by Gongqian's punch, lying in the center of the pit like a pile of mud. Then Gongqian kept punching the perfect being, determined not to stop until she turned its flesh and blood into a pulp. Yu Xian stood on a rock at the top of the mountain, seeing that Gongqian had already suppressed the opponent, so he did not rush to make a move. After absorbing a large amount of the perfect being's blood, he not only gained part of Hu Weijie's memories but also some of the perfect being's memories. Additionally, after his body digested these special bloods, it seemed to be quietly undergoing changes. The perfect being developed from an egg, which was injected with a large amount of drugs during its egg stage, ultimately taking shape. Therefore, although it was powerful, it was not intelligent. All its actions were almost driven by instinct. It possessed an astonishing hunting instinct and was extremely skilled at camouflage and color change. Even though the laboratory had employed a series of isolation and confinement measures such as formations, barriers, high-voltage electricity, and aqua regia, it still easily escaped. Through its memories, Yu Xian could see that its brief life was spent either eating or searching for food, until it caught the scent of Hu Weijie and rushed from several kilometers away to the starboard airport where Hu Weijie was hiding. After swallowing Hu Weijie and the fox that Hu Weijie had prepared for itself, it was infected by demonic energy, but it instinctively felt that the demonic energy was beneficial and harmless to it, so it decisively accepted the demonic energy. In fact, if it successfully obtained a title, it would become extremely intelligent in a short time, and at that point, it would become a true threat to humanity. Unfortunately, because Hu Weijie's nutrition was too rich, its hunting desire significantly decreased due to hunger and fatigue, so it simply settled at the starboard airport, preparing to digest Hu Weijie before seeking out humans to complete the title acquisition. While waiting, it encountered the exorcism squad. Yu Xian felt somewhat relieved that they discovered it early, preventing the perfect being from continuing to develop. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly become humanity's greatest enemy. With limitless potential and ever-changing abilities, its only weakness was perhaps its lack of intelligence. If Hu Weijie hadn't taken the bomb head-on, the perfect being's abilities could have easily defended against it. However, at the last moment, Hu Weijie completely disabled this body's defensive capabilities with an unimaginable will, resulting in the perfect being's body being severely injured as well. Thump! Thump thump! Yu Xian pressed his hand against his chest, his heart mutating. The blood of the perfect being contained a large amount of extraordinary biological genes, and under the strong stimulation of these genes, both the vampire heart and the Pangu heart were affected, and now a new heart was growing from the intersection of the two hearts. The memories of Hu Weijie and the perfect being were merely bonuses. The most important thing for a vampire was still to absorb the nutrients from blood. As a vampire that had mutated repeatedly, Yu Xian was already different from ordinary vampires. his body's absorption ability was even stronger than that of the progenitor of the blood clan. Once the new heart grew, Yu Xian closed his eyes, and in his mind, it was as if a skill tree was thriving, with each branch representing a skill. If the skill trees of the Pango heart and the vampire heart were filled with question marks, only able to randomly activate innate abilities, then the newly emerged skill tree had all skills open and transparent, allowing Yu Xian to freely choose to activate the abilities on the skill tree. Perfect skill tree. The first branch represented the ability of super stomach, granting the host powerful digestive capabilities, allowing any food swallowed to be rapidly digested and absorbed by super gastric juices. The second branch represented the ability of super healing. As long as the body's energy was sufficient, every cell could infinitely divide, thus achieving the effect of repairing all injuries in a short time. The third branch represented the ability of super smell, which was no ordinary sense of smell, but a mysterious superpower that could detect scents from several kilometers away, even if the scent had not spread that far. Yu Xian continuously checked each branch's represented ability, becoming increasingly astonished, while also understanding why Hu Weijie and Peng Zhu believed that the perfect being was truly perfect. Because its abilities were so complete, it had no real weaknesses. The skill tree of the perfect being, like that of the vampire, could activate one innate skill every 10 days. The problem was that this skill tree had hundreds of thousands of skills, and he couldn't possibly activate them all in a short time, so he had to selectively activate some of the more important abilities first. For example, super stomach. This ability would likely allow him to eat without experiencing indigestion, and super taste should enable him to eat without everything tasting like cardboard. After all, he is only 17 years old now, and there are still many delicious foods in the world waiting for him to taste. Losing his sense of taste and digestive ability means that the joys of life have been reduced by more than half. Now that he has the chance to make up for it, he naturally won't miss it. Just 20 days, he can afford that. After checking the changes in his body, he looked up at the distant battle. It is difficult to kill a perfect being with just fists. One could even say it is impossible, because the perfect being possesses an ability called photosynthesis, which is very similar to his light eater. As long as there is light around, it will continuously recover its strength, but this ability does not give it a sense of fullness. Although it was severely injured in the explosion due to Hu Weijie's involvement, as long as this ability is still functioning, Gong Qian's attack frequency is not enough to completely kill it. On the contrary, although Gong Qian is full of energy and very powerful, she cannot maintain her full strength indefinitely. Once Gong Qian feels fatigued and her attack speed slows down, it will be the perfect being's turn to counterattack. Yu Xian knows very well that if there is no external interference and Gong Qian faces the perfect being one-on-one, even if the perfect being is currently injured, the final result will still be the perfect being killing Gong Qian, not the other way around. This thing is that terrifying. It is simply a legendary tank. Yu Xian took out his phone and dialed the number of the minister at the Qilin headquarters. He has always been able to contact Yu Lai, having received the minister's number during their first meeting. However, unless there is a major issue or the captain or vice captain is in front, he would not bypass the two to contact the minister. He is reaching out now because it is necessary. Relying solely on Gong Qian and their few low-level fighters with insufficient lethality, they would probably never resolve the perfect being issue, no matter how long they fought. Little fish? Yu Lai answered the call and then asked. Yu Xian stood up straight and said, "Minister, it's me. I have important matters to report." After waiting for Yu Lai's consent, he succinctly reported the process of this operation, the encounter with the perfect being that devoured Hu Weijie, and how he successfully absorbed the perfect being's memories by awakening Hu Weijie's consciousness with the other party's cooperation. The perfect being? The actions of the evil extermination squad have indeed been full of twists and turns. After listening to Yu Xian's report, Yu Lai was momentarily speechless at their situation. However, after understanding the horror of the perfect being, he immediately realized the immense threat this creature posed to the country. This time, only one was created. What about next time? Once such monsters can be mass-produced, the consequences would be unimaginable. Silver City, 5-star hotel. Scott was still asleep when suddenly darkness spread around, plunging the entire room into a pitch-black abyss. Scott immediately opened his eyes, knelt on the ground, and respectfully said, "Master, what are your orders? The perfect being has been found by the people of Qilin. We absolutely cannot let them kill it." A cold voice came from the shadow in the darkness. Scott frowned and said, "But master, with just my strength, it may not be enough to retrieve the perfect being. In 10 minutes, Nightwing will support you. Remember to make it quick and retreat immediately after retrieving the perfect being," the shadow said in a deep voice. To confront the people of Qilin head-on? Scott took a deep breath and bowed his head, saying, "As you command, my master." In fact, the news spread so quickly mainly because the commotion from a dragon-level confrontation is very large. This time, Yu Xian and the others did not set up formations like in the quarantine zone, and the outskirts of Silver City can now feel the ground slightly shaking. Every punch Gong Qian threw could be heard from far away. If Scott had not been sleeping, he would have probably noticed the commotion from the fight. The surrounding darkness dissipated, and Scott returned to the hotel. He got up from the ground, quickly put on his windbreaker, and wrapped himself tightly with black bandages before swiftly leaving through the window. When he left Silver City and arrived at an abandoned village outside the city, a man wearing a mask and carrying 2 large machetes walked out of a house. "Let's go." The man glanced at Scott and said coldly. On the other side, Yu Xian hung up the phone, feeling at ease while waiting for further support. Since Gong Qian couldn't handle the perfect creature alone, the simplest solution was to bring more people to help. For instance, Jean Dajuan, who was still dealing with the corpse of Demos, the colonel of the Tiger-class navy stationed along the coast, and the Slaying Evil squad that had just arrived in Rong City, all of them were summoned. With these people coming to support, it would be enough to deal with the perfect creature. Since it was highly likely that he had no business here anymore, he could focus on his own matters. He created a bubble, lay down inside it, and began to summarize his situation. So far, he had absorbed blood 3 times. The first time was encouraged by Nora, and he absorbed synthetic blood. That time, he was merely intoxicated by the blood and did not gain any skill tree. The second time was with Pangu's blood. He not only completed the vampire's special abilities but also acquired Panga's skill tree, gaining a second heart. Now, during the third blood absorption, he obtained the skill tree of the perfect creature and grew a third heart. This meant that he could likely acquire the skill tree of the target by absorbing their blood. This was clearly not a capability that vampires originally possessed, but he couldn't figure out whether it was an ability he had after becoming a vampire or a special ability that emerged after absorbing Pangu's blood. Furthermore, he wondered if this ability was effective against all creatures. If it was effective against all, could he absorb the blood of any creature and directly gain their abilities? For example, if he absorbed the blood of a bluebird, could he also turn into a small bird? Another question arose: would he end up with more and more hearts? He already had 3 hearts, 2 of which were beating vigorously. If this continued, would he end up with a whole bunch of hearts? In his mind, he even envisioned his hearts resembling a bunch of grapes, each grape representing a heart. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, his attention shifting to a particular bubble. Just a moment ago, this ultrafine bubble, hidden on the ground, had been stepped on. He could perceive the internal space of each bubble very clearly, so he could confirm that the material that stepped on the bubble was plastic. In other words, it wasn't an animal, but rather someone had passed over the bubble. This bubble was located between Xingniu Airport and Silver City. On the side of Xingniu Airport, there were only their Slaying Evil squad, which implied that someone was coming from Silver City towards Xingniu Airport. Enemies? Yu Xian instantly had the answer in his mind. After all, none of the reinforcements he called were in Silver City. The only ones coming from that direction could only be enemies. In the dim jungle, Scott and Nightwing moved quickly. They had to reach the scene before the perfect creature was captured by the Qilin people and retrieve the perfect creature. Suddenly, an inconspicuous silver wire appeared in front of Scott, and before he could react, his neck was instantly severed by the wire. On the other side, Nightwing reacted extremely quickly. At the moment he was about to be decapitated by the silver wire, he drew his sword and slashed forward. The silver threads were connected at both ends to a very tiny bubble, looking like a mini version of a meteor chain, and the most terrifying part was that they could move. Before he had time to think of a way to break the connection, 2 bubbles connected by a silver thread suddenly severed one of his arms from his blind spot. He had no choice but to link his arm back with blood, but the nerves in his hand were severed, rendering the arm unusable until it was reattached. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense silver threads moved along with the bubbles, constantly launching attacks from various angles, leaving Scott and Nightwing no time to breathe. What the hell is this ability? Where is the enemy? Scott's body was gradually being sliced into many pieces. If he couldn't control his blood, he would have died from blood loss long ago. In contrast, Nightwing, armed with dual blades, was almost perfectly defending against all the attacks of the silver threads. His blades were clearly not ordinary. They were extraordinary weapons that could sever the silver threads with a single strike. In the air, Yu Xian calmly watched the 2 perform, not believing for a second that they were truly in a tough battle. The logic was very simple. These 2 were here for the perfect being or their evil-slaying team, or perhaps both. The commotion from Gong Qian's battle was so great that they had no reason to misjudge the opponent's strength, so since they dared to come, they must have the confidence to win. If they couldn't even handle his little tricks, were they here to seek death? Assuming the two were stronger than him, Yu Xian had no intention of confronting them head-on. Combat was not about levels, nor was it about numbers, it was about adaptability, on-the-spot reactions, and combat intelligence. At this moment, Scott and Nightwing on the ground realized that the hidden enemy would not fall for their tricks. They exchanged a glance, and then Nightwing took the lead, charging forward to break through. It was true that Scott had been decapitated by the silver threads. The first attack had indeed been too sudden, and his neck was severed, but the second attack that severed his arm was false. In the subsequent series of attacks from Yu Xian, he selectively endured some seemingly fatal but actually not very harmful attacks. Logically, they should have been at an absolute disadvantage. The enemy should have come out to ask who they were or investigate their forces. Yet the attackers showed no intention of revealing themselves. Since one plan had failed, Scott and Nightwing decided to use a straightforward approach, attack the enemy to save themselves. The opponent clearly did not want them to get close to the battlefield where the perfect being was located, so as long as they charged forward recklessly, they could force the enemy to reveal themselves. At this moment, Nightwing's dual blades danced like a tight net, cutting everything in their path, whether silver threads or trees, in half. He moved in a straight line, killing all who stood in his way. Scott hid behind Nightwing's blade light, piecing his hand back at the severed end, with blood acting like glue to bond the two. In just a few seconds, the injuries on his body were healed by the solidified blood, leaving only scar tissue. He took an arrow from his storage ring, feeling pained. Damn it, I have to waste a wolf-level treasure. Saying this, he smeared his blood on the arrow, then threw it upwards. The arrow immediately flew into the sky. He looked up and said, "The enemy is in the air." Just as he finished speaking, the arrow suddenly disappeared, and as he stepped forward, his other foot lifted but hadn't yet landed when the arrow he shot burst from the ground, instantly piercing through the sole of his foot. Ah! Scott let out a scream, his body being pulled into the air by the arrow, quickly flying towards Yu Xian's direction. Anyone with teleportation abilities, as long as they used their powers well, could remain undefeated even if they couldn't kill enemies of a higher level. After enhancing his vision with the blood of silver, Yu Xian had been observing the two from high above, taking in every move they made. Scott's small actions were completely transparent to him. When he saw the arrow, he quickly manipulated a bubble hidden underground to move towards Scott himself, then used another bubble to collect the arrow and transport it to Scott's feet. In theory, any attack he could react to could be redirected, with only those attacks whose speed far exceeded his reaction time posing a threat to him. For instance, some attacks from the perfect beings were so fast that he couldn't react in time, and the bubble would be instantly destroyed, leaving him no time to operate. Compared to the perfect beings, Scott was far too slow, and Yu Xian could easily redirect all his attacks. Useless! Nightwing cursed inwardly when he saw Scott injured by his own attack, but he still turned and leaped up, slicing off the arrowhead. After landing, he quickly severed the encroaching silver threads, buying Scott a chance to heal. Scott pulled out the arrow without a tip from his foot, then took off his shoe, hastily spraying a healing spray, and then put on a new shoe. The entire process took about 4 to 6 seconds, and once everything was done, the two continued their breakout in perfect sync. Their understanding was not due to frequent collaboration or familiarity, but rather a shared comprehension of combat stemming from rich battle experience. It was an unspoken consensus. Now both knew the enemy was above them, but the problem was that neither had the ability to fly. Among the extraordinary, flying ability wasn't particularly rare, but not everyone possessed it. About 30% could fly using their own abilities, while another 20% could combine their abilities with technology or ride pets to fly, leaving the rest to run on the ground. Scott and Nightwing had means to counter aerial threats, but due to their lack of flying ability, their margin for error was low, and both were running while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Moreover, the counterattack had to be quick, precise, and ruthless. Otherwise, in a matter of moments, the enemy could redirect the attack back at them, as Scott's foot was the best lesson. Salty fish, the bombs you wanted, I've got them all. Should I teleport them to you now? As the two searched for an opportunity, Yu Xian heard Zhang Shou's voice in the bubble in his ear. Before coming to intercept the two, he had sent Zhang Shou back to the office to help fetch more bombs from the equipment room. He had discovered that bombs were indeed very useful, especially when combined with his spatial bubbles, leaving the enemy with no chance to dodge. The bombs made by Qilin were very powerful, but the only issue was that they couldn't hit people. Using them too close could easily harm their own side, while being too far made it obvious, allowing most extraordinary beings to escape before the explosion. Therefore, these bombs were generally only effective against low IQ extraordinary creatures or large extraordinary beings with slow movement, unless in certain special terrains. Their effectiveness against extraordinary humans was very poor. Currently, the Navy was the most frequent user of bombs, as extraordinary creatures in the sea were often massive, and tossing out a few bombs could easily flip them over. Okay, send them all over. Yu Xian immediately responded, having used all the bombs he had previously taken to blow up the perfect beings. Moments later, more and more bombs were teleported over, and he quickly stored various bombs in his storage space. With these bombs, his lack of lethality was well compensated. His silver threads couldn't even kill the relatively weak Scott, let alone Nightwing, who wielded dual blades. He even suspected that Nightwing, even without his dual blades, might be able to withstand the silver threads created by the blood of silver. Just as one feels a surge of fear upon seeing an adult tiger, Nightwing's every move carries a similar intimidation. It is clear that Nightwing is very strong, even if not at the tiger level. He possesses the strength of a high-ranking wolf. At that moment, the two people on the ground suddenly split apart, one running to the right and the other to the left. Their plan was simple. After separating, the enemy in the sky could only focus on one target, allowing the other to take the opportunity to attack. Sometimes, the simpler the plan, the more effective it is. Unless Yu Xian has a wide range of perception abilities, he can only focus on one person. Normally, he would definitely focus on the more threatening Nightwing, but he has a gut feeling that Scott is actually more dangerous. So after the two split, he locked onto Scott and quickly manipulated the surrounding silver threads to encircle him. Damn it, he's targeting me. Is it because I used the killing intent tracking arrow that alerted the enemy? On the ground, Scott dodged an attack from a silver thread, frowning slightly, thinking to himself. Just as Yu Xian had judged, although Scott's strength was not as great as Nightwing's, the equipment and items he possessed far exceeded Nightwing's. As long as he was given a chance, he could unleash destructive power far beyond Nightwing's. The problem was that Yu Xian had locked onto him, and he had no chance to use those items. Even if he did, Yu Xian would have enough time to react and shift the attack onto him using spatial abilities. Now he could only hope for Nightwing. Suddenly, a silver-armored figure appeared ahead, rushing towards him with a steel knife in hand. Scott did not expect the enemy to dare to close in. With a cold sneer, a dagger appeared in his hand, and as they approached, both struck at the same time, the dagger easily slicing through the steel knife. Then, Scott thrust the dagger into the armored figure's chest. No! Something felt off. The moment Scott stabbed the dagger in, his smile quickly faded, and the next moment, the armor exploded violently. Boom! Scott was sent flying, crashing heavily against a rock, which instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fractures. In the air, Yu Xian smiled slightly, knowing the outcome was decided. The battle was never about brute strength but about wits. He had woven an armor from the silver threads of silver blood, then filled the hollow armor with a large number of bombs, easily tricking Scott. Put! On the ground, Scott spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no time to heal. Looking down, he saw 50 bombs waiting for him. Take advantage of your illness to claim your life. Boom! This explosion was far more powerful than the last. In an instant, Scott's body was like a shattered bag, trembling with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The combination of a spatial ability user and technology has such great lethality, Scott thought in his last moment, before his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. After the explosion, numerous silver threads quickly emerged from many tiny bubbles, dismembering Scott's body. One silver thread carefully removed the storage ring from Scott's finger, while another found the blown-away dagger, which was definitely an extraordinary piece of equipment and would not be of low value. After collecting the spoils, Yu Xian threw out another 100 bombs, completely reducing Scott's body to dust. Most extraordinary beings have a vitality far exceeding that of ordinary people, especially vampires, werewolves, or those lucky enough to possess abilities like the Pangu's immortality. At high levels, even if only a head remains, they can survive. The Kirin has ample data proving that one must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. One must eliminate evil thoroughly and not give these enemies any chance to come back. Otherwise, one will surely regret it. After confirming that Scott was thoroughly dead, Yu Xian looked towards the right side, as it was now time for the next one. He instantly disappeared from one bubble and reappeared in another. Although he didn't have the extra energy to monitor another enemy, he could control one bubble to fly in the direction the opponent was leaving. As long as the opponent didn't change direction erratically, his bubble shouldn't stray too far from the enemy. Where is he? The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light, taking them out one by one. The enemy is in the light while I am in the dark, proceeding with caution. Yu Xian sat in the bubble, overlooking the ground, but he didn't spot Nightwing's trace. He immediately sensed a dangerous signal and quickly shifted his position, teleporting himself to the nearest spatial bubble to the perfect being. No matter what plans the opponent had, he simply wouldn't engage. After all, the opponent's ultimate goal was either the evil extermination team or the perfect being. No matter how hidden they were, they would eventually have to come out. Yu Xian didn't need to play hide and seek with the opponent, putting himself in danger. On the other side, Nightwing, disguised as a rock, was observing the sky. Because of Scott's arrows, Yuxian had just changed positions, so it would take some time for him to locate Yuxian in the sky. He believed in Scott's strength, thinking that even if Scott couldn't handle the enemy, at least he wouldn't die at their hands. He had enough time to find the enemy in the air. The opponent was hiding very well. Nightwing's expression was serious as he continuously scanned the sky. Once he locked onto a target, he was confident he could eliminate this troublesome strong enemy with a single strike. In fact, both Scott, who was at the eagle level, and Nightwing, who was at the wolf level, were seasoned warriors. The number of extraordinary beings who had died at their hands was no less than 800, if not 1,000. Their ability to cooperate seamlessly stemmed from this wealth of killing experience. The reason they were being toyed with by Yuxian was mainly because Yuxian was in the dark while they were in the light. Now Nightwing wanted to turn the tables, hiding in the dark and waiting for Yuxian to expose himself in the light. Once he locked onto the enemy, with his rich experience in killing, he had 1,000 ways to take the opponent down. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Nightwing had not found Yuxian hiding in the sky, and he also realized that the enemy seemed to have no intention of looking for him at all. A strong killing intent surged in his heart, and he gripped the knife handle tightly. Just as he was about to give up his disguise, a powerful aura swiftly flew by in the sky. The Golden Army! Nightwing's heart sank, and he immediately withdrew his disguise, not daring to move. Although he was very confident in his strength and even possessed weapons capable of inflicting great damage on dragon-level beings, those were meant for the perfect being. The tools to deal with the Qilin were with Scott. After the Golden Army left, he lay low for a full 10 minutes. When he stood up to leave again, a giant seagull flew overhead. Nightwing shrank back again. The seagull was Colonel Ohuchin of the Navy, who was also a formidable enemy with tiger-level strength. Now, Nightwing began to worry about the situation on Scott's side. If Scott encountered a strong opponent sent by the Qilin, unless Scott used his trump card in advance, he would undoubtedly die. He felt that the possibility of completing the mission was getting lower and lower. Originally, according to the plan, he and Scott would ambush the opponent, with Scott deploying treasures capable of suppressing dragon-level beings, while he would use dragon-level weapons that could inflict great damage on the perfect being. After incapacitating the perfect being, the two would kill the Qilin's people as quickly as possible and then retreat with the perfect being. However, before they even reached the target location, they were ambushed first, stuck in a position that was neither here nor there. If they activated the treasures, the mission would fail. If they didn't activate them, it would be difficult to take down the enemy in a short time. Ultimately, the entire plan was thrown into chaos. Another 5 minutes passed, and after confirming that the Qilin should not have any reinforcements coming, Nightwing prepared to emerge from his disguise. At that moment, a huge seagull flew back, and he froze again. Before he could react, a fist came crashing down from the sky, instantly smashing him into the ground. Then, a series of water arrows pierced through his body, pinning him to the ground, the whole process so fast that he didn't even have a chance to draw his sword. A bubble appeared next to the seagull, and Yuxian looked at the Nightwing on the ground and said, "That's right, Colonel Jean, Colonel O, it's this person. Don't let him die easily." "Don't worry, both old O and I are professionals in this regard," Jean Dajuan said with a smile. Then the two collaborated, delivering a flurry of attacks on Nightwing, cleanly and decisively breaking his spine, pelvis, and various joints, rendering him completely incapable of resistance. After confirming that Nightwing's recovery ability wasn't particularly strong, they decided to break his bones every hour. Only then did Yuxian slowly descend to the ground. Nightwing glared fiercely at Yuxian, wishing he could eat him. He never expected to fall at the hands of a little brat. However, Yuxian only smiled happily at Nightwing's furious gaze. He had originally planned to wait for an opportunity, but Jean Dajuan and Ohuchin arrived one after the other. With powerful allies backing him, he immediately reported the enemy's situation to the two. Coincidentally, when Ohuchin transformed into a seagull flying across the sky, he had actually noticed Nightwing's presence, but at the time he thought it was one of their own. Upon realizing it might be an enemy, he returned with Jean Dajuan. One must say, it's good to have a big tree to provide shade. The enemy that Yuxian needed to deal with carefully was quickly resolved by Jean Dajuan and Ohuchin. "Where's Scott?" Nightwing rasped. Yuxian leaned closer to Nightwing and smiled. "If you're talking about the other one, of course, he's dead. You don't think he has a way out, do you?" Although he was very close, he was actually ready to teleport at any moment, stepping forward just to test whether Nightwing still had the ability to resist. After confirming that Nightwing could no longer move, Yuxian revealed his fangs and, under Nightwing's incredulous gaze, bit into his neck, starting to drink his blood in large gulps. "This kid finally looks a bit like a vampire." Jean Dajuan couldn't help but laugh. mainly because in their previous encounters, Yu Xian was either basking in the sun or basking in the sun, making him seem more like a Superman who could grow stronger just by sunbathing than a vampire. At this moment, Yu Xian voluntarily released Nightwing and frowned, saying, "Nightwing, it seems like he's on the Qilins bounty list. Capturing him will earn a reward of 100,000 merit points at headquarters." "He's the assassin Nightwing?" Jin Dajuan said, somewhat surprised. Although the three of them had captured Nightwing, they didn't actually know his identity, only that he was an enemy trying to sabotage their operation. However, now Yu Xian had found a wealth of information from Nightwing's memories and was well aware of this person's identity. Nightwing was originally a martial artist, but not an extraordinary one. He was just an ordinary person who had practiced a particular sword technique to an extremely high level. Realizing that he could never defeat a bug-level extraordinary being even if he practiced to death, he was tempted by foreign forces and became a gene-enhanced individual. After gaining physical qualities far beyond those of ordinary people, his sword technique also became terrifyingly lethal due to his enhanced physique, making it difficult for even extraordinary beings with special abilities to gain an advantage over him. From then on, he began to serve foreign forces, and to practice his swordsmanship, he also became an assassin, taking on various assassination tasks to earn money while completing missions for the foreign forces. Yu Xian recounted all of Nightwing's information, and Jin Dajuan immediately stepped forward and slapped Nightwing's face twice, cursing, "Damn it, turns out he's a traitor. Take him back. We are also researching gene enhancement technology. This type of technology is far ahead of us abroad, and perhaps we can collect some good samples from this guy," Wuchen said. After speaking, he stepped forward and pressed down on Nightwing, and in the next moment, his ability activated. Nightwing's body slowly shrank, and amidst a burst of green light, he gradually transformed into a pig. He showed a look of terror, but when he opened his mouth, all that came out were grunts and snorts. "This is the Panga transformation divine ability," Yu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Jin Dajuan nodded and said, "Yes, Old O is one of the lucky ones who awakened the Panga transformation divine ability. This power is truly enviable. This divine ability isn't as powerful as you think. Even turning a weaker target into another animal requires a significant amount of stamina. In fact, the true use of this ability is to change one's own form, allowing for endless transformations, and most importantly, changing oneself consumes very little energy," Wuchen said, holding Nightwing's pigtail and smiling at the two. He usually transformed into a giant seagull, which was actually utilizing this ability. After dealing with Nightwing, the three returned to the front lines. Jin Dajuan called out and immediately moved forward to suppress the perfect creature alongside Gong Qian, while Wuchen handed the little pig Nightwing to Yu Xian and then slowly stepped forward, his body gradually transforming into a 3-meter-tall gorilla. Humph! The little pig Nightwing struggled fiercely in Yu Xian's hands. Unfortunately, he was now a pig, and with his tail in Yu Xian's grip, no matter how he twisted, he couldn't escape Yu Xian's large hand. Yu Xian carried the little pig Nightwing back to the mountaintop, where Zhang Shou had already been teleported back. Upon seeing the white, tender little pig in Yu Xian's hands, he immediately exclaimed in delight, "Xianyu, where did this little pig come from? Are we going to roast it here?" The image of a roasted pig appeared in his mind, and he instinctively swallowed. This pig was originally a person, just transformed into this state by Colonel O using the Panga transformation divine ability. "Are you sure you want to eat it?" Yu Xian asked Zhang Shou with a smile. Upon hearing it was a person, Zhang Shou immediately shook his head and said, "Then forget it. Actually, theoretically, a creature transformed by the Panga transformation divine ability has undergone changes at the cellular level. It is indeed a pig now. That much is true," Qing Miao said, suppressing a laugh. Zhang Shou looked at Qing Miao and retorted, "Then Sister Qing Miao, would you dare to eat it?" "I don't like eating meat," Qing Miao replied immediately. Yu Xian created a bubble and tossed the little pig Nightwing inside, saying with a smile, "Even if you dared to eat it, you can't do so now. His body still has research value. Once the research is complete, you can consider it then." "Who would consider that?" Zhang Shou scoffed. Qing Miao looked at the three in the distance who were cooperating to beat the perfect creature and asked, "Xianyu, do we just wait here? What else can we do?" Yu Xian took out a storage ring from his pocket and looked up at Qing Miao, asking, "If they dared to go up now, they would be killed by the shockwaves from the three's attacks in an instant, so one must have self-awareness. Fragile mages shouldn't always think about charging to the front lines. For example, when Yu Xian faced off against Scott and Nightwing, he never dared to appear in front of them. Both Scott and Nightwing were ridiculously strong for someone of his level. Without spatial abilities, relying solely on his silver blood and ordinary bubbles, it was impossible to inflict significant damage on either of them. Of course, with loss comes gain. Scott lost his life, so Yu Xian gained wealth. Since he was the one who killed Scott, all the spoils on Scott belonged entirely to him. Now, he was most curious about how much wealth Scott had and hoped that Scott had the habit of carrying all his possessions with him. He first carefully examined the entire ring according to the knowledge in the Chilan app, especially the inner circle of the ring, to ensure there were no traps. Generally speaking, the internal space of a storage ring is self-contained, so it is impossible to tamper with it, but the ring itself can have traps installed, such as poison needles or other small hidden weapons. However, Scott was probably very confident in his own strength, as his storage ring did not have such mechanisms. After confirming safety, Yu Xian put the ring on his left hand, mainly because he already had a storage ring on his right hand. Once he wore the ring, he focused on his left hand and immediately sensed a vast space. The space in this storage ring was actually larger than his own. This is too exaggerated. Yu Xian first saw stacks and stacks of money in the space. He roughly estimated that there were at least tens of millions, and the first thought that popped into his mind was that so much money was more than enough for him to buy back the family factory. At that time, his father did not sell the factory to seek medical treatment, partly because even selling the factory would not raise enough money, and partly because he wanted to leave the factory to Yu Xian, so that Yu Xian would not have to struggle for money. When Yu Xian developed a myotrophic lateral sclerosis and decided to sell the factory, it was because the old Yu family had only him left. If he couldn't survive, the factory would eventually be reclaimed by the government anyway. Rather than that, it was better to fight for it. He just didn't expect that after all the twists and turns, not only did he survive, but now he also had the money to redeem the factory. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still gave up the idea of redeeming the factory. After all, he had already stepped into the world of extraordinary beings and should not be too entangled with ordinary people. If in the future, an enemy used the factory to threaten him, it would be too dangerous for the workers in the factory. Of course, with such a large sum of money, he would definitely not lack money in the future. Once he activated the super stomach and super taste on his perfect skill tree, he could enjoy delicious food every day and savor life. He thought about how to handle this money and then continued to check the items in the space. First, he saw a large pile of potions, all stored in exquisite bottles, each labeled with the name of the potion. So many healing potions. Yu Xian checked and found that there were more than 50 bottles of potions just for healing, as well as those for increasing defense and enhancing reaction ability. However, Scott had been secretly plotted against at that time. In a situation where he was calculating while others were unaware, it was a complete instant kill, so there was no time to use these potions at all. After looking at the potions, Yu Xian continued to look further. Scott's storage ring had too many good things. Next to the potions were a dazzling array of weapons, and these weapons were not ordinary standard weapons. Just by looking at their appearance, it was clear that each one was meticulously crafted, with the worst being at least of eagle level. Yu Xian took out a staff, and instantly felt a sense of extension between his hand and the staff, as if the staff and his body were one. He felt his spirit become very active, and his perception ability greatly enhanced. Even though he couldn't see the scenery behind him, he could vaguely sense the image of trees swaying. In gaming terms, this staff should have attributes like Spirit +1, Perception +1, Spirit Recovery Speed +10%. Yu Xian played with it for a moment, then tossed the staff to Zhang Shou, laughing, "Old Zhang, try using it to activate a skill." "What the hell, a staff?" Zhang Shou exclaimed. Extraordinary equipment had always been in short supply. As a force from the east, Qilan had never had many extraordinary weapons like staffs. Every time they managed to get a staff, it would be snatched up by the personnel under them. Zhang Shou tried to activate the healing touch, and instantly a tentacle appeared out of thin air, 1/3 thicker than before. "The enhancement effect is so obvious," Zhang Shou said in surprise. Yu Xian smiled and said, "It's a gift for you, use it well." "This is too precious, I should return you the merit instead," Zhang Shou said seriously. Usually, treating each other to meals was fine, as it didn't cost much, but this staff was worth too much. He also brushed the Qilan app every day, learning various knowledge about the extraordinary world, so he knew very well that if this staff were sold in Qilan, it might not reach 100 million, but it could at least sell for 70 to 80 million. Although this price is definitely marked up. "You can use it for now, just let me know when you have more flexibility," Yu Xian said casually. He then continued to examine Scott's storage ring, even feeling a sense of treasure hunting, as this guy had too many good things. Indeed, a horse does not get fat without night grass, and a person does not become rich without windfall. Yu Xian soon discovered a large amount of gold in Scott's storage ring, estimated to be at least 100 pounds. The price of gold has been rising, ranking alongside silver as one of the most expensive metals, although silver has been intentionally inflated by the Blood Clan's capital, while gold is genuinely rare. Gold is the most important medium in alchemy. Alchemical products like magic stones and philosopher's stones require a large amount of gold. Yu Xian estimated that if he sold all this gold, he would directly become a billionaire. Although the so-called billionaire is just a small wealthy person who has just reached a small goal, Yu Xian was already thinking about buying a new house. The community he currently lives in is ultimately a place for ordinary people, and he often feels constrained, afraid of affecting others. If conditions allow, he still wants to buy a bigger house, preferably a standalone villa with a large garden and high privacy, so he can bask in the sun in the big garden and train his abilities without worrying about disturbing others. 100 million should be enough. Yu Xian recalled the housing prices in Silver City, calculating in his mind. Not long after the outbreak of the aberrant insect disaster in Silver City, housing prices dropped significantly. Houses that used to cost 4 to 500 million are now down to 1 to 200 million, and some poorly located houses can be bought for 70 to 80 million. It can be said that if one needs to buy a house in Silver City, now is the best time. Next, Yu Xian continued to inventory Scott's possessions. Scott might have a habit of collecting and hoarding spoils, as there were a large number of second-hand equipment in the storage space. Because there are too many types of weapons, and some equipment is engraved with the original owner's name, Yu Xian clearly understood that these were theoretically stolen goods. The original owners were either dead or had been robbed by Scott. Yu Xian categorized the weapons and carefully examined each one. The quality of weapons is not necessarily related to the strength of the wielder. A weakling can also possess a divine artifact, and even a newly graduated adventurer can have a good sword. In fact, there were indeed good items among these weapons and equipment. For example, a second-generation newcomer used a dragon-level sword. After Scott killed the opponent, he collected the sword and had never used it since. After counting these pieces of equipment, Yu Xian estimated that if he sold them, he could earn at least 5 to 600 million. He felt a bit dazed. Killing a Scott made him so wealthy, and if he killed a few more in the future, wouldn't he become the richest person in Silver City in no time? Killing an arson for a golden belt. Yu Xian decided to keep the gold and not sell it, selling all the unusable equipment to the headquarters instead. Shilin has been recycling various extraordinary equipment, mainly because various teams are in dire need of extraordinary level weapons and equipment. According to the process, weapons and equipment confiscated from criminals will first be publicly announced to extraordinary individuals, while also contacting the original owners or the victims' relatives to inform them that the murderer has been dealt with and to inquire if they wish to redeem these weapons and equipment. If they do not want to pay for redemption, the weapons will enter the official mall, where members of various teams can purchase them. In the world of extraordinary individuals, the law is limited to within the city. Once outside the city, it is the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. This is also the reason why extraordinary individuals must pay to redeem their equipment. Killing the murderer is considered helping to take revenge, and the spoils naturally belong to Qilin, which is a game rule recognized by all extraordinary individuals. When Yu Xian learned about these rules, he was still curious as to why they had to be publicly announced, even contacting the owners of lost items. Later, he discovered the necessity of this in one of the files. Hundreds of years ago, when Qilin did not have this regulation, a team member was mistakenly thought to be a murderer by the victim's father because he was holding a weapon seized from a criminal, and ultimately met a tragic end. After this case, the Qilin headquarters enacted this regulation, which has been enforced ever since. In fact, many parents of missing persons have been keeping an eye on the police force's website, hoping to receive news about their children while fearing that their child's weapon might appear on the public announcement site. Yu Xian glanced at Scott's spoils and knew that in the future, several hundred parents would likely be heartbroken again. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the perfect organism finally died. Perhaps due to the inability to continue photosynthesis at night, its internal energy was insufficient to repair its injuries, and it ultimately perished, its body resembling dried straw. After confirming the perfect organism's death, Jin Dajuan and Oh Huchin each left. Both had taken time out of their busy schedules to assist, and now that the matter was settled, they naturally had to return to their own affairs. The exorcism squad took the corpse of the perfect organism back to the office through a bubble, where it would be handed over to headquarters for research. Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, Gong Xian, and Xing Miao discussed and decided to rest for the night, postponing any matters until tomorrow. All the clues about the potion were still in Yu Xian's mind, and Pang Zhu was definitely hiding. Even the Pang Zhu that Hu Weijie had seen in the past was merely a disguise, so there was no point in rushing. Yu Xian returned home. He first had a battle with the perfect organism, then engaged in a battle of wits with Scott and Nightwing. Even though his body wasn't tired, he felt mentally exhausted, so after a shower, he simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou returned to school first, and the process was uneventful. After school in the afternoon, the two went to the office, where with the help of the staff, Yu Xian perfectly replicated Peng Zhu's appearance. As long as Peng Zhu had previously appeared in public with this appearance, he would definitely not escape investigation. Then, Yu Xian took out a large amount of equipment for the staff to inventory, and subsequently sold everything to the Qilin headquarters. The Qilin headquarters would certainly not incur a loss, and Yu Xian also benefited, directly becoming a small tycoon with several minor goals. After finishing his own tasks, Yu Xian leisurely returned to Jin Shang's office, where Zhang Shou was lying on the sofa playing games, and Gong Qian and Qing Niao were quietly discussing their outfits. Yu Xian sat on a single sofa and asked, "Who has time this weekend?" "I'm busy. I saw a good mission and plan to head to Rongqing," Qing Niao immediately replied. Under normal circumstances, the team members rarely gathered together, as everyone was looking for tasks suitable for themselves, striving to earn merit and grow stronger. This time, due to a series of events involving the abnormal insects, Zhou demos, and the perfect organism, they had gathered for such a long time. Now that various matters had come to a close, and since Peng Zhu could not be found in a short time, Qing Niao would leave after the memorial service on Saturday. "I'll go with Sister Qing Niao." Zhang Shou raised his hand at this moment. Yu Xian was surprised. "You want to go to Rongqing?" "Yeah, I also need to work hard to become stronger. I can't just be a spectator." Zhang Shou nodded seriously for once. This mission had a significant impact on both Qing Niao and Zhang Shou. Neither had played a role, and if it weren't for Yu Xian, Qing Niao would have already died. Zhang Shou had merely watched the whole time, as if everything had nothing to do with him. When Yu Xian went to intercept Scott and Nightwing, Qing Niao and Zhang Shou reached a consensus that they must catch up and at least not become the ones dragging the team down. Since the two had matters to attend to, Yu Xian had no choice but to look at Gong Qian, but Gong Qian also indicated that she had personal matters to deal with. Yu Xian felt helpless, and suddenly a golden, silly goose appeared in his mind. Since everyone was busy, why not try asking Nora? Saturday. The memorial service was held at the barracks outside Silver City. Because there were no bodies left of those who died in the attack by demos, they were all honored with symbolic graves. The memorial service was presided over by Deputy Minister Xiao Chang, who had rushed from headquarters. When Gong Qian heard the names of members from her past team, she cried bitterly. Qing Niao kept comforting her, but eventually, even Chang Niao was infected by the sorrowful atmosphere and began to cry softly. When Zhang Shou heard Yu Bo's name, he couldn't help but cry as well. As a result, his cries grew louder, drowning out everyone else. Gong Qian looked at Zhang Shou, who was wailing, and found herself unable to cry. After the memorial service, Xiao Chang specifically met with Yu Xian. Besides inquiring about matters related to perfect biology, he also asked Yu Xian if he had any difficulties or needed any resources. Headquarters was truly at a loss. They hadn't even figured out how to reward Yu Xian, and in the blink of an eye, he had achieved merit again. Fortunately, there was no saying about overshadowing the master with accomplishments, otherwise, they would really have to give Yu Xian a death exemption medal. In ancient times, granting a death exemption medal meant that the merits of this minister had reached a level that even the emperor feared, and there were no more rewards of position or wealth to give, so the death exemption medal was bestowed to express the emperor's gratitude. Of course, Yu Xian was still far from having nothing left to reward him with. The reason headquarters was troubled was that they valued and cared for Yu Xian and wanted to give him the most suitable reward. After Xiao Chang's inquiry, Yu Xian's eyes lit up as he mentioned a weapon he wanted, which happened to be in the extraordinary containment facility of the Qilin headquarters, numbered 033, codename, Great Fireflame Burning Heaven Blade. This was a mysterious weapon from the abyss. Once the user drew it from its sheath, it would continuously burn their lifespan. However, the power of this blade was extremely terrifying. Even a slight burning of lifespan could unleash temperatures that even dragon-level beings would find hard to resist. If one were to burn their lifespan recklessly, it could even unleash power surpassing that of dragon-level beings. "No, you can't use the Great Fireflame Burning Heaven Blade." Xiao Chang immediately rejected Yu Xian's request after hearing his words. Yu Xian frowned and said, "Minister, that's not right. I'm a vampire. My lifespan is infinite. Why can't I use it?" "Who said vampires have infinite lifespans?" Xiao Chang retorted. Yu Xian was taken aback and then incredulously asked, "Do vampires also age and die?" "Vampires do not age, but their lifespans are not infinite. You may not know this, but lifespan is actually a concept. If you possess abilities like Eye of Data or Eye of Truth, you would find that vampires also have lifespans, and they are limited," Xiao Chang explained earnestly. Yu Xian frowned and asked, "Then Minister, what happens when a vampire's lifespan reaches 0? Generally speaking, when an immortal's lifespan reaches 0, it means that death has arrived in their fate. They could die from an enemy's attack or even be struck dead by a bolt of lightning," Xiao Chang replied. In simple terms, an immortal could also be killed by a car accident, so looking back from the future, they actually have a lifespan limit, which is from their birth to the moment they are hit by a car. They may live a long time, but that doesn't mean their lifespan is infinite. For example, the progenitor of the blood clan is now over 500 years old. If he were killed today, his lifespan would actually be over 500, not infinite. Minister, does the great fire flame burning heaven blade burn the elusive fate? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask after hearing Xiao Cheng's words. Xiao Cheng nodded and said, "It can indeed be understood this way, as it will bring you closer and closer to death." Minister, does the headquarters have any special blood with abilities like the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth? Yu Xian immediately decided to change his target. Even if he were given the great fire flame burning heaven blade now, he wouldn't dare to use it. However, he had his eyes on the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth. If he could see his own lifespan, perhaps he could find a way to extend it. He was really afraid of death, very afraid. He had thought that becoming a vampire meant he would never die, but it turned out that vampires are not truly immortal either. It was frustrating. We don't have the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth, but we do have a dragon-level universal identification skill book, which can also show lifespan. If you want it, I can help you apply for it, Xiao Cheng replied. Yu Xian's eyes lit up, and he nodded, saying, "Thank you, Minister, I want that skill book." "Alright, it will be sent from headquarters on Monday," Xiao Cheng smiled. Yu Xian then inquired about the skill books, mainly curious about their origins and if there were any other skill books available. To be honest, the headquarters indeed had quite a few skill books, which originated from No. 023, codenamed Death Game Machine. This was a power generated after a gaming otaku indulged in forbidden fruit. He could create a game machine that existed permanently and obtain skill books, weapons, and even money through the game. However, he did not know that the characters in this game machine only had one life. Once a character died in the game, the player would die as well. The final outcome was predictable. The gaming otaku died due to a misoperation while fighting a boss. Moreover, the monsters in the game would respawn infinitely. If no one played the game machine for a while, when the number of monsters exceeded the machine's capacity, the monsters would descend into the real world. The authorities discovered this game machine only because of the suddenly appearing monsters. Initially, to verify the machine's capabilities, dozens of death row inmates died, and after understanding the machine's function, it was sealed away. Each time the monsters overflowed, they would clear the monsters that descended into reality. These monsters that descended into reality would also drop various equipment and items, ranging from insect level to dragon level. Currently, there were only 9 dragon level skill books, each worth a fortune, and only those who achieved first-class merit were qualified to apply for exchange, which Yu Xian happened to qualify for. Under Xiao Cheng's introduction, Yu Xian learned about the remaining 8 skill books, which were Equipment Enhancement Technique, Weapon Forging Technique, Monster Immobilization Technique, Spatial Teleportation Technique, Domain Deceleration Technique, Dragon Level Creation Technique, Dragon Level Contract Technique, and Dragon Level Sealing Technique. To be honest, aside from the Spatial Teleportation Technique, which he wasn't particularly interested in due to its collision with spatial bubbles, he wanted all the other 7 skill books. With the Equipment Enhancement Technique, he could create top-tier armor himself, enhancing the most ordinary weapons to artifact level. If he had the weapon forging technique, he could mass-produce extraordinary weapons, and at that time, he could confidently say, "I've never liked money, I'm not interested in money." The remaining abilities, although all combat-oriented, were terrifyingly powerful, especially the dragon-level sealing technique, which could truly seal dragon-level monsters. If no one was outside to help unseal it, the seal could last for tens of thousands of years. That was truly terrifying. On Monday, he didn't want to go to school. Yu Xian half lay in the large garden of his Chinese-style villa, exuding the aura of a salted fish. Yesterday, he had gone house hunting with Nora and chose this Chinese-style villa covering 3 acres among the many houses for sale in Silver City. The main reason was that this villa was very close to the school and also close to the east of the city, and it was already decorated, ready for immediate move-in. If he had to mention a downside, it would probably be the high price, which was 2 small goals. Before Yu Xian became a vampire, he couldn't even afford this luxurious villa even if he sold himself. Fortunately, he had sold the spoils from Scott's collection, and now he could be considered a small wealthy man. After buying this villa, he still had 2 small goals left. These 2 small goals were more than enough for him to enjoy a lavish life. Sometimes, life's twists and turns are truly magical. One can gain fortune from misfortune, or misfortune from fortune. No one can clearly explain the capriciousness of fate. Ever since his father fell ill, a series of unfortunate events had befallen him, but now that the worst was over, it was time for Yu Xian to enjoy himself. Currently, he was storing energy to activate the super stomach. In a few days, after the super stomach was activated, he would continue to activate super taste, and he also planned to activate super smell. The main reason for activating super smell was that it was an extremely abnormal searching ability. A perfect being could detect Hu Weijie from several kilometers away, simply because its super sense of smell was unreasonable. Even though Hu Weijie's scent couldn't possibly reach several kilometers away, the perfect being could still smell it. Once these three skills were activated, Yu Xian would continue to cultivate the Pangu immortal technique. Although Deputy Minister Xiao Cheng's words cast a slight shadow over his thoughts about immortality, it was precisely because of this that he wanted to obtain the Pangu immortal technique even more. After all, theoretically, the harder it is to kill someone, the longer their lifespan. It was impossible for a situation to arise where the whole world targeted one person, insisting that one person must die. At that moment, a beam of golden light flew down from the sky, circling above Yu Xian's villa before gently landing. As the golden light dispersed, it revealed Ether, who had met Yu Xian once before. Ether stood in the garden, looking around at the scenery with a nonchalant attitude, constantly expressing admiration, and finally said enviously, "Xianyu, your life is just too wonderful, unlike mine. I have to hustle every day, and when I return to Yinjing, I can only squeeze into a 2-meter capsule dormitory. Why not come live with me? I have plenty of space in many rooms," Yu Xian said with a smile. Ether quickly stepped back in fear, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to be such a lazy person, coveting my beauty. It seems I need to keep my distance from you in the future." "You, beauty? You're not even as good as a goose." Yu Xian looked Ether up and down, then mocked. "A goose? What kind of measurement unit is that?" Ether didn't understand, but it didn't stop him from knowing that Yu Xian was belittling him. After a bit of banter, Ether took out a packaged box from one of his storage bags and said, "All right, I have other tasks. This is your headquarters delivery. Please confirm receipt and it's best to open it and check." "Okay, thank you." Yu Xian stood up to take the box. He gently sliced it with a silver thread, and the box automatically opened, revealing a very plain book inside. He took out the book, and an instinct arose within him as he said, "Study." Instantly, the book transformed into light and merged into his body, and he naturally comprehended a skill, identification technique. He immediately glanced at Ether while silently activating the identification technique. Then, various attributes of Ether appeared in his consciousness: name, Chengpai codename, Ether race, human gender, male age, 22 lifespan, 269 level, intermediate eagle faction, Huaxia Long dynasty, Qilin division, support department abilities, light chaser, can mobilize internal ether energy to cover oneself, allowing near light speed movement. This ability cannot generate kinetic energy, thus its destructive power is very low. Ether light arrow mobilizes internal ether energy to transform into arrows to attack targets. Due to its low destructive power, it can only inflict damage on enemies below the insect level. Summary: this is a very fast weakling. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled at Ether, saying, "So your name is Cheng Pai, that's quite an interesting name. Hey, did you apply for that identification technique?" Yute gasped, immediately reacting with a question. Seeing Yu Xian nod, Yute quickly covered his chest with both hands, excitedly saying, "From now on, I need to keep my distance from you. I won't take any tasks related to you, goodbye." "No, not goodbye." After saying that, he manipulated the ether energy to cover his body, not giving Yu Xian a chance to speak, and directly flew into the sky, running away. Yu Xian originally wanted to ask him if he wanted to know his lifespan, but seeing Yute run so fast, he had to give up. He sat back down in the lounge chair, raised his hand, and used the identification technique on himself. Then, his attributes appeared in his mind: name, Yu Xian codename, salty fish race, shining vampire gender, male age, 17 lifespan, 5322 level, sparrow faction, Huaxia dragon dynasty, Qilin division, battle department, evil extermination team abilities, light eater, can absorb light energy that shines on itself to replenish various needs of the body. Silver blood, can consume silver, combining it with its own blood to form silver blood, enhancing all attributes, and can control silver blood to form silver bloodlines for offense and defense. Spatial blood energy, a second mutation of blood energy, formed by the combination of Panga Spirit Pearl's divine ability and the first mutation of blood energy, capable of creating spatial bubbles that connect different spaces. Identification technique, can consume mental power to perform identification on a target, forming an attribute panel to easily understand the target. Summary: among the elves, those who are unique are called shining elves, and you are a shining vampire. After understanding his attributes, Yu Xian's gaze finally fell on the lifespan section. Although 5,000 years is indeed a long time, he couldn't help but want to say, "I only have 5,000 years of lifespan? So short." This meant that after more than 5,000 years, he would die from some kind of accident? Just thinking about being killed in the distant future made him feel a bit down, and when he felt down, he didn't want to go to school. However, just as he was planning to take a lazy day, someone knocked on the front door bubble twice. He sighed helplessly. It was Nora. Since Nora accompanied him to look at the house yesterday, she knew he had bought the villa and moved in overnight. This silly goose had wanted to try walking to school with classmates for a long time, so they had agreed to walk to class together today. After being teleported back to the master bedroom by the bubble and changing into his school uniform, the next moment he appeared at the front door. Because this villa covered a large area, he had set up bubbles in various places, so when he didn't want to take a detour, he could teleport directly to different spots. He opened the door, and sure enough, Nora was standing outside, her golden hair shining brightly in the sunlight. When Nora saw him, she immediately smiled and said, "Good morning." "Good morning," Yuxian instinctively replied with a smile. Just a moment ago, he didn't want to go to school. Now, he felt that going to school didn't seem so bad after all. Men can be quite fickle sometimes. The sun was just right, the wind was gentle, and everything was lovely. Yuxian and Nora walked side by side on the street leading to the Super Ability Academy. Passers-by, as they walked by, couldn't help but show a smile of seeing the beauty of the world. The two of them were handsome and full of youth, walking together like a prince and princess from a fairy tale, truly a match made in heaven. "I've always wanted to try this feeling. It's really nice," Nora said with a smile, looking at the students heading to school not far away. Since she was young, she had always been picked up and dropped off by a special car, and when she was in elementary school, she envied the few little friends outside the car who chattered and walked to school together. Now she finally had a friend willing to accompany her to school, and she was really happy. Yuxian just smiled, but his attention was focused on identifying Nora's attribute panel. Name, Nora Rex. Code name, Silly Goose. Race, half-blood mutant vampire. Gender, female. Age, 17. Lifespan, 5322. Level, Ant under camp, daughter of Duke Marcus Rex. Abilities, Daywalker, immune to damage from sunlight and enhances resistance to various light attribute attacks. Blood Flame, can manipulate blood to burn and form blood-red flames at a temperature of 1500 degrees, possessing extremely strong lethality. Summary, this is a beautiful weakling. Nora's strength is not strong. This is something Yuxian is well aware of. What truly surprises him is that Nora's lifespan is exactly the same as his. Could it be that he would die on the same day, month, and year as Nora? Everyone is 17 years old, and everyone has a lifespan of 5322. This is too much of a coincidence. Strangely, a comic strip appeared in Yuxian's mind. He and Nora graduate together, then step into the hall of marriage, and the two raise children together. As the children grow up, they gradually age, ultimately holding hands in a hospital, smiling contentedly, and passing away on the same day, with the children crying sadly. Wait a minute. This script is wrong. He and Nora are both vampires. Even if they can have children, he and Nora will not grow old and die. What's wrong? Nora, sensing Yuxian's distraction, asked with a puzzled expression. Yuxian looked at Nora and asked, "What do you think would happen if you and I died on the same day, month, and year in the future?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nora's fair face turned as red as an apple, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. The scene was so beautiful that he forgot what he wanted to say next. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit ambiguous, and the two walked forward in silence. For the next half-month, Yuxian went to school and returned home as usual, occasionally patrolling at night with Zhang Kai. He first activated Super Stomach, then Super Taste, and as he expected, he regained the ability to eat ordinary food. However, it wasn't without its flaws. The Super Taste was too sensitive, leading to high demands for food. If the food contained a lot of additives or was not properly prepared, he would spit it out after just one bite because it was too awful. At night, Yuxian sat in a police car while Zhang Kai drove. Looking at the fish balls in Yuxian's hand, he asked, "Yuxian, I noticed you really like eating fish balls." He had seen Yuxian holding a small paper box of fish balls for 2 consecutive days. "This fish ball is delicious," Yuxian replied. Among the many extraordinary food shops in the east of the city, only one fishball shop not only used real ingredients but also handled the ingredients almost perfectly, making it delicious enough to eat endlessly. Of course, being delicious also meant it was expensive. A small box with only 6 fish balls cost 320 yuan. Yuxian wasn't short on money, so he ate it every day. In fact, he originally had another layer of expectation for the Super Stomach, which was to replenish energy through eating, thus awakening his talent abilities faster. But after truly activating this ability, he found that the Super Stomach could only digest food to replenish stamina, and could not accumulate the energy of heartbeats like the Light Eater. Because of this, he understood the value of replenishing the body's various needs in the introduction of the Light Eater. Clearly, the energy required for heartbeats is a different kind of energy. Vampires can only slowly accumulate it through blood-sucking in time, while he has the talent ability of the Light Eater, which can directly and quickly replenish this special energy, so the speed of awakening his talent ability is particularly fast. The two chatted, occasionally stopping to deal with invading extraordinary creatures. They thought they would pass the night safely, but when the car reached the west of the city, a red beam of light suddenly appeared from the south. This beam of light rose from a 20-story residential building, turning the entire sky crimson. Yu Xian immediately created a bubble in front of the police car. Zhang Kai, having seen his ability, quickly stepped on the gas and drove into the bubble, and the next second they appeared in a park in the south of the city. Go! The two got out of the car and immediately ran towards the direction of the light column. It wasn't far from the park, so Yu Xian didn't set up a bubble. By the time they reached the scene, many residents had already come out of their buildings. The red light is coming from the 16th floor. It must be Zhang Heng's home. My home is right below Zhang Heng's. I just heard him laughing. It seems he found the forbidden fruit at home. Forbidden fruit? Then Zhang Heng is going to become an extraordinary person? The surrounding residents were discussing among themselves. Yu Xian and Zhang Kai exchanged glances, and then Yu Xian created a bubble to wrap the two of them and quickly flew towards the 16th floor. The forbidden fruit has never been without its drawbacks. There are far too many tragic examples in the Kirin apps files of those who suffered because of consuming the forbidden fruit. Zhang Kai sat in the bubble, continuously issuing orders through his phone to the arriving riot police to evacuate the crowd and seal off the entire area to avoid potential casualties. On the 16th floor, in the kitchen, a man was floating in mid-air, radiating red light. The blinding red light penetrated all matter, forming a thick beam of light directly into the sky. I don't know what his wish is, but this is too exaggerated, Zhang Kai couldn't help but say. Yu Xian frowned and said, I have a bad feeling about this. I'll directly transfer him outside the city. Team leader Zhang, you go inside to investigate and see if he has a diary or something. It's best to find out his wish. Okay, be careful. If you really can't handle it, retreat quickly. With your ability, no one can keep you here if you want to run, Zhang Kai nodded. The forbidden fruit has an unspoken rule. The greater the commotion, the greater the cost. This beam of light could be seen throughout Silver City, and since the other party didn't know what power he wanted, Yu Xian felt that this person might not be able to afford the price required for his wish. Zhang Shou believed he had been very restrained, yet he was still tormented by the forbidden fruit. Although Zhang Shou didn't say it, one could imagine that the taste of death was definitely not pleasant, and moreover, he had to frequently end his own life to refresh his state. And the current commotion was much greater than Zhang Shou's incident. Yu Xian was already mentally prepared for the worst-case scenario. At this moment, the riot police had already investigated the homeowner's information and sent it to Zhang Kai's phone. Zhang Kai looked at his phone and frowned, saying, Homeowner Zhang Hong, 38 years old, living alone after divorce, has a son named Zhang Lei, who was awarded to his ex-wife during the divorce. Over a month ago, Zhang Heng's parents, his sister Zhang Ling's family, his brother Zhang Chang's family, as well as his ex-wife and son all died in the anomalous insect disaster. He seems to have been greatly affected, becoming quite eccentric. Neighbors have seen him wandering on the rooftop multiple times, suspecting he has suicidal tendencies. How tragic! He is the only one left in his family. After hearing this, Yu Xian had a very bad premonition. It was one thing for Zhang Hong to have no power, but now he was consuming the forbidden fruit, which was definitely a super unstable factor. Suddenly, the light beam began to gradually shrink, and Zhang Hong, who was in the beam, was gradually covered by a red substance. He clearly twisted his face in pain but let out a mad laugh. Amidst the laughter, he gradually transformed into a 2-meter-tall blood-red monster. He landed on the ground, twisted his neck, and then reached into his abdomen to pull out a huge blood-colored scythe, his eyes looking towards Yu Xian and Zhang Kai outside the house. At this moment, his eyes had no emotions that a normal person should have, giving the impression of a cold hunter. Just a glance. Then he withdrew his gaze, seemingly uninterested in Yu Xian and Zhang Kai. Yu Xian remained very calm and immediately used identification technique on Zhang Heng. Name, Zhang Heng. Codename, Anomaly Bug Hunter. Race, Ghostman. Gender, male. Age, 38. Lifespan, 0 level, Wolf Upper Faction, Lawful Neutral. Abilities, Bug Slayer. When the enemy is a bug race, combat desire increases by 200%. For every bug creature killed, strength increases by 1%. Bug hunting scent, it can smell scents that make it angry and excited, relentlessly pursuing the target until death. Ghostman body, a cursed body that sacrifices everything, will not die until all target creatures are killed. Blood of Fury, can burn its own blood when angry, significantly increasing strength until the blood is completely burned out. Summary, although I am dead, I want to kill them all. Yu Xian silently watched Zhang Heng descend the stairs after reading the attributes. Yu Xian? Zhang Kai frowned and asked when he saw Yu Xian not teleporting Zhang Heng away. Yu Xian's expression was complex as he sighed. Zhang Heng is already dead. all that remains is his obsession. He won't harm any innocents, only targeting the anomaly bugs. Just keep everyone away from him. What if it causes panic? Zhang Kai worried. Yu Xian smiled bitterly, just try to guide it. Unless all the anomaly bugs are wiped out, Zhang Hong will never be killed. Unless he keeps an eye on Zhang Hong, even if Zhang Hong is not in Silver City, he will appear in other cities. Moreover, he thought it was quite good. With Zhang Hong in Silver City, the more anomaly bugs come, the more will die. At that moment, Zhang Hong had already reached the ground. He scanned the crowd around him and suddenly his eyes lit up as he quickly charged towards a young man. The battle police on guard immediately opened fire on Zhang Hong upon seeing this. However, Zhang Hong paid no attention to the bullets hitting him. He swiftly passed by a battle police officer, and in an instant, the young man's head was split in two by a scythe. A brainworm crawled out from the young man's head, extending its tentacles to attack Zhang Hong, but in the next second, Zhang Hong grabbed it with his hand, and then blood-red flames engulfed the brainworm, turning it to ashes in an instant. Under the terrified and astonished gazes of countless people, he turned to scan the distance, seemingly locking onto something, and began to move in a predetermined direction. His hatred for the anomaly bugs really is an endless grudge, Zhang Kai couldn't help but exclaim after watching the whole process. Yu Xian sighed. In the end, he is also a pitiful person. Zhang Kai couldn't refute this, then took out his phone, instructing the battle police not to attack Zhang Hong. However, for safety's sake, he still ordered 3 battle police officers to follow Zhang Hong to ensure he didn't indiscriminately kill innocents. Next, the two returned to the police car. Zhang Kai didn't rush to drive. For a while, he felt guilty, saying, Zhang Heng's tragedy is actually due to our battle police not doing well enough. If we had discovered and dealt with it earlier, perhaps his family wouldn't have died. Don't blame the battle police, and certainly don't blame the country. The real culprit is. Yu Xian took out a soda from his storage ring and handed it to Zhang Kai, then took one for himself. He twisted off the cap, and upon hearing Zhang Kai's words, he paused and slowly began to speak. He didn't finish his sentence, but Zhang Kai knew he was referring to Peng Zhu, the mysterious force. Now the whole country was hunting for Peng Zhu, but the problem was that Peng Zhu's appearance was likely altered, so there were no clues to be found. After finishing their sodas, the two continued their night patrol. Passing by a trash can, they even stopped the car to see who could throw the soda bottle more accurately. As expected, both of them threw their soda bottles into the trash can, ending in a tie. Sometimes, a man's happiness is that simple. The two felt much better because of this little game. The next day, morning, Yu Xian returned home, took a shower, put on his school uniform, and the next moment appeared at the door, where Nora was indeed bouncing over. Good morning. When Nora saw him, she immediately broke into a radiant smile. Yu Xian responded and then walked to school with Nora. As they walked, Yu Xian found a box of soup dumplings in his hand. He ate while walking, and Nora, unable to resist, took out various pastries that vampires could eat from her storage ring. She had never eaten anything on the road before because it was considered unladylike, but ever since Yu Xian could eat, she had been led astray. Nora, I have a question for you. After swallowing a dumpling, Yu Xian used a bamboo skewer to snatch a piece of pastry from Nora. Not waiting for her to glare at him, he quickly changed the subject. Nora pouted and said, Go ahead. What do you usually do at night when you don't sleep? Yu Xian asked curiously. Vampires don't need to sleep, and he was genuinely curious about how other vampires spent their time. I sleep, Nora blinked and answered as if it were obvious. Yu Xian was taken aback and pressed on, but aren't vampires supposed to not need sleep? That's for newly turned vampires, and wild vampires like you. I'm a vampire born from my mother, and I'm still growing, Nora said with a smile. Although she could also go without sleep, she still habitually slept. This situation would probably continue until she stopped growing, which simply meant that once she stopped growing, she wouldn't need to sleep anymore. Suddenly, Nora realized something. She would continue to grow. But what about Yu Xian? During self-study class, Nora rested her head on the desk, distracted, occasionally glancing back. Although Yu Xian looked good now, she still wanted to see what a mature and handsome Yu Xian would look like in the future. Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? Yu Xian felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but ask. Nora shook her head in silence, then turned away to rest her head on the desk. Yu Xian blinked and could only look to Chen-Ling for help, his eyes conveying the message. Queen, please use your unbeatable gossip skills to help me. Lazy fish, are you never going to grow up? Chen-Ling blinked, having received the distress signal, and asked. Yu Xian's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Chen-Ling with gratitude. He finally understood why Nora was sulking. He wouldn't grow anymore, while Nora would continue to grow. He had known this for a long time, but it seemed Nora only realized it that morning. No wonder she was feeling down. He immediately decided to answer a bit louder on purpose. Theoretically, I won't grow anymore, but I should be able to adjust my appearance as I wish in the future, changing to whatever age I want. Is it through magic? Nora couldn't help but look back, asking in a low voice. Yu Xian shook his head. It's not magic, but the ability needs to be kept secret. Anyway, it's a real physical change, not an illusion or a temporary spell, but a permanent alteration of appearance. What he was referring to was actually the Pango transformation technique. The abilities of the Pango series need to be kept confidential, so he couldn't disclose specific information, but he could hint at it a little. After all, when others use their abilities, they can't just eliminate all witnesses. Theoretically, the Pango transformation technique can permanently change one's form. As long as he mentally visualizes his continued growth in appearance and then uses the Pango transformation technique to change, he can effectively become whatever age he wants. Moreover, each change, as long as he doesn't use the Pango transformation technique again to adjust, would be a permanent change. So can you turn into an old man? Nora's thought process was quite unique, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yu Xian, already imagining what he would look like when he was old. Yu Xian propped his face up with one hand, feeling relieved inside, and smiled. Maybe I can. Salty fish, can you help me with something? Chen Ling spoke up at this moment, and after finishing, she blinked her eyes. It was a sign that a debt was coming due. Yu Xian immediately made a please go on gesture. Chen Ling said, I found a Qigong manual at the antique street. I went to several appraisal offices, and the appraisers all said it was genuine. Can you help me see if it's really true? As she spoke, she took out a somewhat old book from her backpack. Yu Xian took the book, flipped through 2 pages, and didn't understand the content. After getting Chen Ling's consent, he took photos with his phone and posted them in the discussion section of the Qilin app. Moments later, someone replied that this Qigong manual was indeed genuine, but it was something very common. The manual was called Hunyuan Yikigong, which had no requirements for the practitioner's talent, but the progress in cultivation was extremely slow, belonging to a trash technique that might not even allow one to break through to the insect level after a lifetime of practice. Yu Xian scanned the entire book, and after confirming that it was complete, he returned it to Chen Ling, saying, the Qigong manual is indeed genuine, but for an ordinary person to practice it for a lifetime, it would probably only have the effect of prolonging life. Unless one is a super genius, relying on it to become extraordinary is nothing but a pipe dream. What if you vampires practiced it? Chen Ling initially felt a bit disappointed, then curiously asked. Yu Xian quickly shook his head to indicate he wasn't interested. He was already of Pango bloodline and vampire bloodline. Adding Qigong to that mix was too terrifying to imagine, feeling like it could explode at any moment. Nora, why don't you give it a try? Chen Ling then looked at Nora. Nora hesitated, saying, can vampires practice Qigong? I don't know, don't look at me, Yu Xian said quickly as he noticed Nora instinctively looking at him. He truly didn't know if vampires could practice Qigong, but after saying that, he worried that Nora might actually try something reckless, so he hurriedly asked his comrades on Qilin for information on this matter. Vampires can indeed practice Qigong, but most vampires can only practice techniques related to cold ice, yin, and other Qi channels, while techniques like the Fire God technique and the Nine Yang True Scripture would harm vampires. However, I have always thought that Kumasi's daughter, Nora, might be very suitable for practicing this type of technique. I happen to have a technique called sunflower facing the sun, and if she is interested, I could teach it to her. At this moment, a member with the codename Bat sent a message to Yu Xian. Yu Xian thought for a moment and replied, thank you, I'll ask her. This Bat clearly recognized his codename, but coincidentally, he also knew this Bat because the other party was the vampire that Nora had mentioned before, who had escaped persecution from the Blood Clan by joining Qilin. They could be said to be the only 2 of their kind in Qilin. Nora, do you know Bat? Yu Xian asked her. Nora's head popped up with a question mark as she placed the Hunyuan Ichigong on the table and asked, who is Bat? Didn't you tell me before that there was a wild vampire who escaped the Blood Clan's pursuit by joining Qilin? Bat is him, Yu Xian explained. Nora suddenly realized and then shook her head, saying, oh, you mean him? I don't know him. Then why did he ask me to give you a Qigong manual? Yu Xian muttered in confusion. But then he didn't bother to guess and directly asked the other party on his phone, and the answer was very simple. Out of curiosity, I am a researcher specializing in the development and study of techniques. Nora, you and he are very rare individuals. Then why not look for me? Yu Xian continued to ask. The Bat replied, you are too unstable. I've never heard of a vampire who could rise from the insect level to the sparrow level in just a few dozen days. Although the blood of Pangu has played a role, I don't think you are suitable for adding more unstable factors. Nora's situation is obviously much more stable than yours, and stability means safety. Although the Bat had been quite subtle, Yu Xian understood his meaning. Simply put, the Bat thought of him as a bomb that could explode at any moment, so he dared not act recklessly. Therefore, he set his sights on Nora, hoping to use Yu Xian to get in touch with her for his own experiments. The chi technique in Chen Ling's hands. Did you send it? Yu Xian squinted slightly and asked on his phone. The bat replied, that's right, consider it a gift. I hope you like it. I'm a straightforward person, so I'll be direct. I don't really like your way of doing things. If you dare to scheme against my friends like this again, I will come and beat you up, Yu Xian typed bluntly. He had previously found it strange that even if the Hunyuan Yikagong was so common, it shouldn't be so easily obtained by ordinary people. Otherwise, with so many delusional teenagers, this kind of technique would have spread among them long ago. Clearly, the bat understood his social relationships very well and knew that he had been attending school during this time. By sending Chen Ling a chi technique manual without a title, he simply prompted Yu Xian to inquire about chi techniques in Qilin, and then he took the opportunity to make contact and throw out the sunflower facing the sun divine skill. It won't happen again, after all, we already know each other, right? The bat seemed to anticipate Yu Xian's displeasure and sent a smiling bat cartoon emoji, then assured him. Although Yu Xian was a bit annoyed, he wasn't at the point of being furious and shouting for a fight. After all, the bat was quite honest, he didn't hide anything after Yu Xian inquired and instead openly admitted to using a scheme, so now it could only be a one-time thing. Next was Nora's choice. Nora actually had ambition. After discussing with Chen Ling, she decided to give the sunflower facing the sun divine skill a try. Many vampires in the Blood Clan practice powers from other systems, but most are rather mediocre. For example, chi techniques are difficult for most vampires to master completely, and magic can only be used for small tricks at most. Mainly, these systems are meant for the living, and vampires, strictly speaking, are not considered living beings. They lean more towards the undead or dark creatures. The biggest difference between Nora and these vampires is, she was born of a mother. Simply put, as a half-blood vampire, she has a living side, which is the fundamental reason she continues to grow, so she really has the potential to be a genius in practicing other systems. Of course, all of the above is just the bat's opinion. There are currently no reliable cases to support his speculation. Apart from Nora, other vampires with mothers in the Blood Clan are not half-bloods. Their mothers are also vampires, so Nora is indeed one of a kind. Moreover, apart from Nora, other vampires born normally are treated as princesses and princes by the Blood Clan. These frogs at the bottom of the well have a high opinion of themselves and look down on the powers of other systems. Yu Xian downloaded the sunflower facing the sun divine skill and then forwarded it to Nora, who immediately opened her phone and read it carefully. The Super Ability Academy still has some substance. At least they taught knowledge about the 8 extraordinary meridians in elementary school. Yu Xian couldn't understand the techniques, but Nora, as a half-foreigner, surprisingly understood them all. Seeing that Nora and Chen Ling were studying the techniques, Yu Xian continued to bask in the sun. From time to time, he could hear Chen Ling quietly asking Nora about the location of a certain meridian, followed by Nora's detailed explanation, even demonstrating on Chen Ling. By the way, since the blood energy has mutated into spatial blood energy, can I try to learn spatial magic? Yu Xian looked at the scenery outside the classroom, and suddenly a thought popped into his mind. If it were just ordinary blood energy, it might only be used to cast blood spells, but spatial blood energy has space in front and blood energy behind, clearly indicating that the spatial attribute has completely surpassed the blood attribute. He immediately opened his phone and searched the database for spatial magic or spatial spells. Since wizards and sorcerers are relatively numerous extraordinary professions, it mainly depends on personal qualifications, and many wizards and sorcerers are willing to take on apprentices, so the confidentiality of magic and spells is not very high. Qilin has a wealth of information. For example, the Demon Slayer team, the 7 of them, strictly speaking, are sorcerers. Besides the spells they inherited, they also look for suitable spells to learn in Qilin's database. Yu Xian entered the word space in the search interface, and a bunch of witchcraft, magic, spells, celestial arts, and martial skills appeared. He carefully read through each skill, looking for abilities that suited him. Although the merit required to exchange for these skills was not high, he was unsure about his learning ability, so he planned to find a skill he urgently needed to test the waters first. A few minutes later, his gaze fixed on spatial perception technique. This is a snake-level spell that allows the caster to designate a specific spatial coordinate and perceive all information around it based on that center. Theoretically, the stronger the mental power, the larger the perception range, and the more comprehensive the perceived information. Yu Xian decisively exchanged for this spell and then opened the learning process. First, he meditated on an invisible spatial seed in his mind, then perceived the spatial coordinate he needed to project, releasing the spatial seed to the coordinate position, allowing it to take root and sprout, blooming into a spatial flower that could sense everything. Yu Xian frowned, carefully looking at the meditation tips, then simply closed his eyes and imagined the invisible spatial seed in his mind. Wait a minute, if it's invisible, how can I imagine it? Yuxian felt this was a bit contradictory. He couldn't visualize such a seed in his mind. The class bell rang, and he helplessly opened his eyes. He simply asked in the discussion section, but all the answers he got were "you ask me, I want to know too." There was also an honest person who specifically told him that the spatial perception technique had been included in Qilin's database for over 500 years, and throughout history, no one in Qilin had ever successfully learned this spell. Yuxian was dumbfounded after reading this. He had finally found a spell to observe from a distance, but it turned out no one had ever learned it? This spell couldn't be a fake, could it? Yuxian angrily contacted Xiao Chang, feeling frustrated. "Minister, I want to apply for compensation. No one can learn the spatial perception technique. I want a refund." "Refund? Don't even think about it. I can tell you for sure, kid, this spell is a genuine dragon-level spell. Its real name is the divine technique of observing other places beyond the shore, originating from the land immortal Kong Kong from 500 years ago. If you can't learn it, it's definitely because your realm is insufficient," Xiao Chang said bluntly. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, and Yuxian looked at his phone with a helpless expression. Although the merit required to exchange for the spell was not much, not being able to learn it felt like a loss. Yuxian thought for a moment and simply opened the cultivation method for the spatial perception technique, reading it word for word. However, after finishing, he was still full of questions. "Nora, Chenling, I have a question for you. How can I imagine an invisible seed?" Yuxian couldn't help but ask the two people in front of him. Chenling shook her head. "I don't know. That's completely contradictory. Does it have to be invisible? If it really can't be done, then why not just imagine a visible one?" Nora asked back, looking confused. Yuxian was taken aback. Right, since he couldn't meditate on an invisible seed, why not try meditating on a visible one instead? He acted on the thought immediately, finding a pattern of a seed on his phone. After memorizing it, he began to meditate. At first, it didn't go smoothly, but gradually he entered a state of focus. Images of the seed appeared in his mind, and he discovered that the blood energy in the space of his dantian was being activated, naturally forming a small blood-colored seed. With a thought, the seed instantly appeared in a spatial bubble outside Silver City, and then it quickly took root and sprouted, growing robustly into a blood-red flower of the other shore. Soon, a large number of petals fell from the flower's core, beginning to drift in all directions. These petals were like extensions of Yuxian's perception. He could see ants foraging on the ground, grasshoppers hidden on the underside of blades swaying their antennae, and an aphid munching on a leaf. Suddenly, a snake seemed to notice the petals of the flower. It stopped to look and then turned to slither away. "It can see them?" Yuxian was stunned. If even ordinary creatures could see the petals of the flower, then the purpose of stealthy reconnaissance was lost. He immediately meditated another seed, then formed a spatial bubble with his index finger, placing the seed inside. Soon, a flower of the other shore appeared in the bubble. He manipulated the petals of the flower to drift out of the bubble, looking up at Nora and Chenling's backs, and said, "Nora, Chenling, turn around and take a look." The two women turned at the same time, and then they both exclaimed in delight, "Wow, so beautiful." Yuxian's expression immediately fell. They could indeed see it. However, it was quite normal. After all, the seed he had meditated was a visible seed, not the original invisible one. "Xianyu, is this your new superpower?" Chenling asked curiously. As she spoke, she tried to touch the petals floating in the air, but her fingers passed right through them, clearly indicating that these petals were not physical entities. "What use are these petals?" Nora was evidently more concerned with practicality. Yuxian sighed, "These petals are like my eyes. Wherever they drift, I can see the scenery there." "Then you still control them to drift down, you pervert." Nora quickly covered her skirt, her face turning red. Yuxian hurriedly defended himself. "I swear, I didn't control these petals just now. They have their own ideas and are drifting around randomly." "Poof." Nora shot him a glance and turned back to continue studying the sunflower facing the sun technique. Indeed, only those who are not innocent know how guilty they are. Yuxian sighed, leaned on the table, and opened his phone. Since he had already learned the spatial perception technique, he figured he might as well learn a few more spells since it seemed quite simple. The class bell rang, and Yuxian immersed himself in the vast world of spatial spells. Spatial jump technique allows jumping back and forth between two coordinates within a short distance, using mental power as an anchor point. Spatial dimensional gate constructs a stable spatial gate between two coordinates, allowing multiple people to enter. Spatial vortex technique disturbs the space within a certain range, annihilating all matter located within this space. Spatial folding technique folds two spaces together, creating an infinitely looping space. Spatial maze technique, based on the spatial folding technique, folds space on a large scale to form a complex maze with no exit, trapping enemies. Spatial expansion technique can expand part of the space, creating a larger area, one of the basic skills for making storage bags. Shrinking the earth to an inch compresses space beneath one's feet, allowing one step to cover 1,000 miles, bringing distant places within reach. Sleeve universe permanently widens space to form an independent small world, containing the universe and the sun and moon within. Yu Xian decided to start with the easier ones in exchange for the spatial jump technique. The main reason is that he must first return to the space bubble before he can perform space teleportation. Although it seems like just an extra step, in battle, just one additional step often means the difference between life and death. The space jump technique perfectly compensates for this flaw. He can preset anchor points in many space bubbles, and even if he is not inside the bubble, he can return to it at any time, thus avoiding the vast majority of attacks. 10 minutes later, his body flickered in the original position, and in just a few seconds, he traversed through dozens of bubbles, finally returning to the classroom. He still wore an incredulous expression on his face. This spell seemed a bit too easy. Am I a genius at magic? Yu Xian touched his chin, feeling a bit pleased with the thought. After all, it was too easy. Anchor points could be formed with just a bit of mental energy, especially those located inside the bubble, which were as simple to construct as opening one's mouth to eat. He couldn't help but ask in the discussion board whether space magic was difficult to learn, and within just a few minutes, a large number of complaints appeared under his question. Codename Tianquan, is space magic difficult to learn? Yes, it's really fucking hard. I learned the simplest space expansion technique. Do you know how long it took? 10 years, a full 10 years. Do you know how long I've been learning space jump technique? 15 years, a full 15 years, and I still haven't mastered it. Codename Yao Jing. Let's put it this way. For those without spatial talent, learning space magic is like a fish trying to learn to run on land, or a creature without wings trying to soar in the sky. Do you think that's easy? Codename Tudu. Look at my codename. I'm bald from learning space magic. Without the talent to sense space, just calculating coordinates gives me a headache. I really envy those geniuses who don't have to calculate coordinates. Codename Chengzi. To learn the dimensional gate, my head has been squished into a rectangle. I really regret joining the support department and learning space magic. Why does space magic even exist in this world? Yu Xian looked at the complaints of others and found it impossible to resonate with them. What? 15 years of learning space jump and still not mastering it? What? Space still requires coordinate calculations? Isn't it just a matter of feeling to locate? What? The dimensional gate is difficult and can squish your head? The corners of Yu Xian's mouth curled up. According to Yao Jing, he really seemed to be a genius in the field of space. I smile with pride, I smile with pride, I smile with pride. He happily read through the numerous complaints from his comrades, his smile growing brighter. So this is what it feels like for a top student to look at a bottom student. It feels quite nice. Then he exchanged for the space expansion technique, and indeed, it was also very simple. He easily expanded his desk cabinet to the size of a classroom. If he were willing to waste more spatial blood energy, he could even expand the desk cabinet to be wider than the entire school. Isn't this very simple? Yu Xian said to himself with a smile. Just thinking about how Tianquan took 10 years to learn made him feel secretly pleased. Having a cheat code for a moment is delightful, and continuing to have a cheat code is even more delightful. He held his phone, his gaze falling on the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, which was like a magical power of a great master. After spending a large amount of merit, he successfully exchanged for the spell, but when he opened it, he was dumbfounded because the spell was filled with Taoist and I Ching terminology. He recognized every character on it, but when these characters were put together, he couldn't understand any of it. I didn't expect that I couldn't learn to shrink the earth to an inch because I lack education. Yu Xian studied for half a day, opened the I Ching for word-by-word comparison, and finally gave up with a headache. The shrinking technique was too difficult. Indeed, one can lack strength, but one must never lack education. Otherwise, even if the secret manual is right in front of you, if you can't understand it, you won't be able to learn it, and it will still be useless. He reluctantly flipped through the cultivation insights of others and found that the technique of shrinking space not only required knowledge but also a certain level of understanding. He just couldn't learn it. It was truly beyond him. What natural laws, what unity of heaven and man, what humility. He was only 17. What understanding could he possibly have? He hadn't even figured out love yet. The concept of understanding was far too distant for him. Nighttime. Yu Xian sat in the hexagonal pavilion of his garden, continuously attempting to meditate, constructing a not-so-complex magical circuit in his mind. Compared to the meditation for spells, constructing a magical circuit was evidently a bit more difficult, and this time he was trying to build a circuit for light and shadow magic, not spatial magic. Spells were centered around meditation, making the guidance of spatial blood energy relatively simple, while magic was the opposite, focusing more on guiding spatial blood energy, with meditation serving more as an aid in constructing the circuit. Shenguang Fenshin Shu. When Yuxian successfully constructed the magical circuit in his mind, he immediately shouted out loud. Magic placed great importance on the sense of belief. When the caster loudly called out the name of the magic, it greatly enhanced the spell, almost increasing its power by a third. Although Yuxian felt this was foolish, essentially reminding his opponent of his next move, he still obediently followed through to successfully release the magic. However, after waiting for a while, a cool breeze blew by, and there was no movement around him. Failed? Clearly, the magical circuit I constructed had no issues. Yuxian, not willing to give up, carefully checked his surroundings, searching the hexagonal pavilion, the goldfish pond, and the flowers and plants nearby. There was not even a shadow of a clone, let alone a doppelganger. During the day, he thought of himself as a genius in spells, but at night, he was slapped in the face by reality. There was no such thing as a spell genius. The Shenguang Fenshin Shu was the simplest light and shadow magic. It essentially utilized the principle of mirages to create numerous light and shadow clones of oneself and the surroundings. Yuxian had originally planned to learn this magic in 10 minutes, but now 3 hours had passed, and he still hadn't mastered it. Identification. Yuxian raised his hand and immediately cast an identification spell on himself. He couldn't believe he hadn't learned the Shenguang Fenshin Shu. Name, Yuxian. Codename, Salty Fish. Race, Glimmering Vampire. Gender, male. Age, 17. Lifespan, 5322. Level, below. Snake Faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty. Qilin Division, Battle Department. Evil Extermination Team. Abilities, Light Eater, Silver Blood, Spatial Blood Energy, Identification Spell. Otherworldly Observation Technique. Consumes mental energy and spatial blood energy to create a visible seed of the otherworldly flower and deploy it to a designated spatial coordinate. When the otherworldly flower blooms, everything within the reach of its petals can be perceived. Spatial Jump Technique uses mental energy as an anchor point to jump and move back and forth between different spatial coordinates. Spatial Expansion Technique can consume spatial blood energy to expand and stretch part of the space, forming a larger area. Spatial Vortex Technique can consume spatial blood energy to stir the space, creating a red spatial vortex that annihilates all matter within that space. Spatial Folding Technique can consume spatial blood energy to fold and overlap two spatial coordinates, forming a ring-shaped space. Spatial Maze Technique can consume a large amount of spatial blood energy to fold space on a large scale, creating a chaotic space with no exit, thus trapping the target. Summary: among elves, those who are unique are called glimmering elves, and you are a glimmering vampire. There really was nothing. Yuxian looked at his attributes, feeling utterly defeated. Because learning spatial spells was too easy, he developed a delusion that perhaps he didn't even need to wait for the talent skills that awakened every 10 days. He could master a large number of skills just by self-study. But deceiving oneself was pointless. After this failure, Yuxian had basically confirmed that his ability to easily learn spatial magic was not due to being a genius, but because the spatial attribute of spatial blood energy was too strong. Of course, spatial blood energy was originally his ability, so strictly speaking, he could also be considered a specialized genius. He lay on the bench of the hexagonal pavilion. Although he felt a bit discouraged, he wasn't actually sad. After all, being able to learn so many spatial spells was a huge gain for him. Moreover, being in a luxurious villa, just thinking about the 3 acres of land that all belonged to him made it hard to feel down. Even if he truly felt down, he could look at the goldfish pond outside the hexagonal pavilion, feed the fat goldfish in the pond, or take a stroll in the garden, smelling the flowers and enjoying the scenery, and his mood would quickly improve. Sometimes he had to admit that having money really could reduce many worries. Since other spells are difficult, then I'll focus on studying spatial magic. Yuxian quickly came to terms with it. After all, spatial magic was the most advanced type of magic, only comparable to spells like time and fate. Others might struggle to learn it, but he could easily master spatial magic, which was already quite good. Although he lost the diversity of spells, spatial magic was powerful. The only regret was that the spatial skills recorded in the Qilin were actually not many, as spellcasters with spatial talent were rare, so the inheritance and development of spatial spells were naturally limited. The Qilin could record dozens of spatial skills, which was considered a strong foundation among the extraordinary forces of various countries. The vast majority of small countries' extraordinary forces might not even be able to produce a single spatial spell, which was the norm. The long night was indeed a good time for focused study. Yuxian took out his phone and opened the Qilin app, starting to diligently study the Fushi's 64 hexagrams. He had to first make up for the missing cultural knowledge, otherwise, even if there were powerful secret manuals in front of him, he would miss out because he couldn't understand them. While he was memorizing, Nora's guardian, Roki, appeared outside his door. As Nora's guardian, Roki had very complex feelings towards her. He had a slight illusion of being a father, a sense of being an older brother, and occasionally viewed Nora as a forbidden fruit. He had been Nora's guardian since she was 6, watching her grow from a naive and adorable little girl into the cheerful, lively, and sunny young woman she was now. As a vampire who could not see the sun, Nora could be said to be the sun in his heart. During this time, Nora had started to refuse the chauffeur service. At first, he didn't realize there was a problem. He just thought Nora wanted to exercise her independence, especially since the wild child who had stolen her blood had now become an official in Huaxia, and the task given to Miss Nora by the Duke had naturally ended in failure. It was a good thing that Nora was motivated to improve herself after the setback. However, during this time, he gradually felt something was off. It seemed that Nora had started to enjoy school. Although she had never rejected school before, it felt more like she was going along with the crowd rather than having any real enthusiasm. Now she left the house every day with a smile, which was too unusual. Especially today, Nora had even started practicing internal energy. Where did she get the internal energy from? Could there be hidden dangers? Roki immediately summoned the human bodyguard secretly protecting Nora, and after some intimidation, he learned that Nora had actually been going to school with that wild child every day, and she had even asked the bodyguards to keep it a secret. Ah, damn it! The damned bastard! The Blood Clan's mercy in sparing Yuxian's life was already a great kindness, and Yuxian actually dared to lay a hand on Miss Nora. Roki's entire being twisted in anger. The villa's main door was cleaved open, and the shadow wall in front was kicked to pieces. Roki exuded a chilling aura of murder as he strode towards the main building of the villa. At that moment, Yuxian appeared out of nowhere in front of the door, and upon seeing Roki, frowned and said, "A vampire? Bastard, I warn you, stay away from Miss Nora in the future." Roki, seeing Yuxian, suppressed his anger and intended to give him a warning. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yuxian interrupted. According to the laws of Huaxia, extraordinary beings violently break into private residences and threaten the homeowner can be sentenced to a minimum of 100 years in prison, and at most, death without mercy. You bastard! Roki's eyes widened. Yuxian took out his Kirin credentials and interrupted again. I am a formal member of the Kirin Department's Demon Extermination Team. According to our country's laws, I am now officially warning you to kneel on the ground with your hands raised above your head and surrender immediately, otherwise I have the right to execute you on the spot. Do not say, I did not warn you. His gaze towards Roki was quite cold. Nora had mentioned Roki to him and expressed her dislike for Roki's interference in her affairs. Moreover, Roki's attitude towards her mother was also very poor. He often obstructed her mother from seeing her when she was young. Yuxian had not seen Roki before, but now that Roki had committed a crime, it was just right that he had fallen into his hands. He was already prepared to ensure that Roki would spend the next 100 years in prison. Bastard, there's no need for bluster. No one can save you tonight. Roki originally intended to beat Yuxian up and then warn him to stay away from Nora, but Yuxian's words had enraged him to the point of almost exploding. Now, he didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to kill Yuxian. The blood sword in his hand suddenly exploded, forming a multitude of blood needles. Only by torturing Yuxian could he vent the anger in his heart. According to his expectations, Yuxian, as a newly transformed vampire of less than 2 months, would only be able to flee in embarrassment under his attack, ending up being torn to shreds by him. How could a mere bastard possibly compete with him? He was an elite of the Blood Clan who had lived for 200 years. When he shot the blood needles at Yuxian, he found that Yuxian's expression had not changed at all, and then his eyes blurred, and Yuxian had already appeared in front of him. Boom! Yuxian raised his hand and directly smashed half of Roki's head. The vampire's powerful vitality successfully preserved Roki's life. He fell heavily to the ground, the other half of his face showing an expression of disbelief. How could a wild vampire that had just been transformed for less than 2 months be so strong? Bastard? Bastard your mother. Remember in your next life, don't provoke me. Yuxian looked at Roki on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. Then a spatial bubble appeared in his hand, the space inside the bubble chaotic, as if containing the power to strangle everything. That slap just now was purely impulsive, resulting in Roki's blood spilling everywhere. It was too messy. Indeed, when humans are pushed to the limit, they can do anything except math. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, combining the spatial bubble with the spatial vortex technique to create a combination skill that would destroy the corpse and leave not a drop of blood behind. Once he ground Roki into paste, he could directly teleport the remains to the river outside Silver City to feed the fish. Roki had not yet reacted when his consciousness suddenly went dark, and his body was taken over by Nora's father, Marcus. Yuxian, please wait, I am Nora's father. Roki's half-face lifted, looking at the bubble descending, and quickly spoke. Yuxian controlled the spatial bubble to freeze in midair, looking at Marcus, and asked, Duke Rex, do you want to shield this criminal? Breaking the law is treated severely in our country. Roki made a mistake and should bear the consequences, but after all, he is my descendant. I don't know what I need to give in order to earn your forgiveness as a victim, Marcus said slowly, looking at Yuxian. Yuxian didn't take Roki seriously at all. Whether he lived or died was irrelevant. After all, with his current speed of becoming stronger, he estimated that a year later, even the ancestor of the blood clan would be just a small fry. What you mean is, any request I make, you can fulfill? He thought for a moment, looking at Marcus with a half-smile. Marcus replied calmly, as long as you agree to forgive the mistakes Roki made. After all, this matter could be big or small, entirely depending on whether Yuxian wanted to pursue it. If he didn't, then Roki naturally wouldn't be considered guilty. Old dang, I want Nora. A bold thought flashed through Yuxian's mind. However, being a pure and innocent 17-year-old, he hesitated and said, I want blood magic. I wonder if Duke Rex can provide it. I can give you 3 blood spells, Marcus said after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. Yuxian instinctively began to bargain. Not enough, I want 5 blood spells. All right, deal. Marcus immediately agreed. Yuxian suddenly felt a sense of loss, wondering if he had been shortchanged. But since they had already come to an agreement, he can only accept it. The blood spells, I will have Nora bring them to you, so, farewell for now. Marcus controlled Roki's body, instinctively brushing off the dust on himself, then looked at Yuxian and said. Yuxian nodded, allowing Marcus to take Roki's body away. His home was filled with cameras. If Marcus dared to go back on his word, he could go knock on their door tomorrow and let Roki and the others experience how violent the institutions in Huaxia could be. My door, my shadow wall. After Roki completely disappeared, Yuxian walked painfully to the front door, looking at the door that had been split open by a sword and the shattered shadow wall, feeling a heartache that made it hard to breathe. He had lived in this home for less than a month, and now the door was gone, and the shadow wall was gone too. He had to divert his pain. He took out his phone and called the property manager in the middle of the night, wanting the other party to feel his heartache as well, and instructed them to send someone to repair the door tomorrow. As for the shadow wall, he planned to customize a style he liked and arrange it later. The next day, early in the morning, workers came to repair the door. These workers, upon seeing the door split open by a sword, began to discuss quietly how strong the person who did this must be. Yuxian listened as the workers praised Roki as a sword immortal, his lips twitching slightly, wanting to tell them that Roki was just a snake-level little Karami. Of course, in reality, snake-level was considered a backbone in any force, while eagle-level was elite among elites, and tiger-level was the upper echelon. Generally, extraordinary beings did not level up too quickly. It was all about years of cultivation, becoming stronger step by step. Yuxian's rapid rise to snake level in less than 2 months was actually very rare. The most important thing was that he had not eaten the forbidden fruit, so he bore no irreversible side effects. The side effects of the forbidden fruit were inescapable. This was a consensus understood by all extraordinary beings. Therefore, although the forbidden fruit could allow one to rise to great heights in an instant, many extraordinary beings were not very interested in it and would not actively seek it out. Especially practitioners like chi refiners, cultivators, and magicians, they avoided the forbidden fruit, with only those of very poor aptitude considering using it to change their fate. On the way to school, Nora walked alongside Yuxian. Here, Nora discreetly handed Yuxian a small black box, then quietly observed his reaction. What is this? Yuxian took the box, looked at it, and turned to Nora with a puzzled expression. Nora was actually more curious about why Yuxian had contact with her father. Seeing that Yuxian really didn't seem to recognize the box, she shook her head and said, I don't know. Today my dad suddenly controlled Rocky and gave me this box, saying to hand it over to you. Do you know my dad? I guess I know him, Yuxian replied. Although he had never met Marcus, he had indeed gotten to know that old man last night. He studied the black box and found that one side could be opened, but after opening it, there were 2 strange interfaces, which seemed to require a specific type of connection cable to use as an electronic product. What an old antique! Yuxian took out his phone and snapped a photo, and after a quick search, he figured it out. This black box was a solid-state drive that had been obsolete for hundreds of years. It really was an old antique. Clearly, the solid-state drive should store the 5 blood spells they had agreed upon last night, but now he had to go buy a cable that could read the solid-state drive's information first. Let's go, come with me to buy something. Yuxian put his phone back in his pocket, took Nora's hand, and headed towards the electronics market. Nora had originally wanted to ask where Yuxian was going, but the moment Yuxian held her hand, Her mind was filled with the sound of honking geese, and she could only follow closely in his footsteps. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yu Xian placed both hands on the desk, looking at the content read from the solid-state drive, his expression a bit grim. He had underestimated Marcus's thick skin and felt that he was still too young. He should have asked what blood spells there were and chosen the spells himself. The 5 blood spells sent by Marcus were Blood Shield, Blood Barrier, Blood Regeneration, Blood Guardian, and Blood Healing. How shameless. They were all defensive spells. What did he need Blood Shield and Blood Barrier for? As a space ability user, he could dodge most attacks through teleportation. These 2 spells were of very little use to him. And Blood Regeneration, who did he look down on? Even if his arm was broken, he could grow it back after a good night's sleep. He had no use for this regeneration spell at all. Fortunately, Marcus didn't go too far. At least he provided the Blood Guardian and Blood Healing spells, which were somewhat useful. Blood Guardian was actually a spell used to resist mental damage, such as memory theft, hypnosis, and other mental attacks. Blood Guardian could block them all. Then there was Blood Healing, which had effects similar to Zhang Shou's Healing Touch, both being spells that removed negative states. With this ability, he wouldn't have to fear most toxin damage. Although, he originally didn't fear most toxins. In fact, because of his super stomach, he could even absorb toxins as nutrients. On the podium, the bald math teacher was explaining a new type of question that might appear on the college entrance exam, and the students were listening attentively, occasionally lowering their heads to take notes. Yu Xian listened to the class while practicing spells distractedly. He placed his hand on the expanded desk and was practicing the simplest Blood Shield spell. This blood spell could be considered an entry-level spell. However, for most fragile vampires, this spell was one of the most important. Blood Shield could form a floating shield around the body, and depending on the blood energy consumed, it could form at least one shield, with no upper limit on the number of shields that could be formed. With the protection of the Blood Shield, fragile vampires could output with peace of mind, not fearing being instantly killed by various physical attacks. Yu Xian quietly recited a spell, constructing the spell circuit in his mind. Blood spells were somewhat like spells but also somewhat like magic. After he finished the last syllable of the incantation, a blood shield immediately appeared in front of his fingers. Fortunately, he expanded the space of the desk cabinet, so this shield, which is about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, did not break the desk. It's simpler than I imagined. Yu Xian felt a slight relief in his heart as he successfully released the blood shield technique. He was truly frightened by the light and shadow magic, worried that he wouldn't be able to learn any spells other than spatial magic. Thankfully, blood magic could still be learned normally, and he had several more methods at his disposal. Next, he began practicing the blood barrier technique. If the blood shield technique is used to block physical attacks, then the blood barrier technique is used to block energy-based attacks. For example, if the enemy uses weapons like swords or arrows, the blood mage must use the blood shield technique, while if the enemy uses attacks like fire, lightning, or frost, the blood barrier technique should be used. Of course, if there is enough blood energy, it is best to use both for greater safety. Yu Xian quickly discovered that his talent for blood magic was equally terrifying. He mastered all 5 spells in just half an hour. At this moment, he also realized something. Perhaps he wasn't just specialized in one area, but rather a specialist. Because his spatial blood energy only had the attributes of space and blood energy, he could quickly learn spells of these 2 attributes. The reason he couldn't learn other spells wasn't due to poor aptitude, but because he simply didn't possess those attributes. It was completely a case of a skilled cook unable to make a meal without rice. Without the energy of those attributes, how could he possibly succeed in casting spells? However, could he modify it and change the Mirage Clone technique from light and shadow magic to spatial magic? Yu Xian suddenly had an idea. Although many spells and magics are the products of others consuming forbidden fruits, many are also created by later generations based on these spells. For example, the spatial maze technique is actually a spell created by later generations based on the spatial folding technique. Since others can create new spells, why can't he, Yu Xian, create his own spells? After identifying his goal, Yu Xian began to study the magical circuit of the Mirage Clone technique, while combining his currently limited knowledge of spells, attempting to transform light and shadow magic into spatial magic. First, the basic principle of this magic is to use the refraction of light to create many clones around. The medium of the Mirage Clone technique is actually the water molecules in the air. This is not purely light and shadow magic, it also hides a bit of water magic. The problem is that I don't possess either of these 2 attributes. I lack both light magic energy and water element magic energy, so the only medium I can utilize is space. Yu Xian quickly sorted out his thoughts but encountered a major problem. Space cannot carry light and shadow. Wait a minute. If pure space doesn't work, what about spatial bubbles? Yu Xian immediately thought of an idea. He could use spatial bubbles as carriers, which might achieve a similar effect to the mirage clone technique. He immediately tried to operate according to the magical circuit of the mirage clone technique, then used a spatial bubble as the casting medium. Pop! The first attempt failed. Then Yu Xian adjusted the circuit. He actually didn't know the function of each circuit, so he adopted the simplest yet most suitable method for him, removing each circuit one by one and testing the spell. Although most of the results from removing circuits ended in failure, occasionally, the spatial bubble would be affected by the spell and burst. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon that he created a chubby clone. After removing several circuits, the spatial bubble was affected by the spell, resulting in a figure resembling a chubby person made from balloons. The surface of the spatial bubble even had his expression, but after being stretched by the bubble, it looked nothing like him at all. However, this was clearly a very good start. He immediately began to adjust the magic circuit continuously, but he couldn't replicate the previous effect. After trying all possible options, he could only revert to the previous circuit. It seems the magic circuit can no longer be adjusted. Can I adjust the spatial bubbles instead? Yu Xian looked at the pile of chubby versions of himself he had created in the cabinet, pondering for a long time. Since he couldn't change the circuit, he would change the bubbles. He tried to alter the shape of the bubbles, which did indeed create slimmer clones to some extent, but their surfaces were too smooth, making them look quite ridiculous at a glance. They resembled balloon people. Then he simply created a large number of ultra-small bubbles, treating these bubbles as pixel points, and cast the spell again. This time, he produced clones that would make anyone with a fear of dense patterns faint on the spot. Each pixel point moved like countless little worms wriggling. The sight was so beautiful that Yu Xian almost vomited. However, he also saw the dawn of success. He continued to shrink the bubbles, this time reducing them to smaller than a pinhole, and countless bubbles formed a humanoid shape under the influence of the magic circuit. This time, it finally looked like a person. The problem was that as long as Yu Xian used the blood of silver to enhance his eyes, he could still spot the flaws at a glance. But this time, he had already thought of the perfect solution. Bubble clone technique. With a thought, Yu Xian immediately recast the spell, adding a seed of the other shoreflower during the process. In an instant, a clone identical to him appeared in the bookshelf, with breath and demeanor completely consistent with his own. Even with his enhanced silver eyes, he couldn't spot any flaws. Perfect! Yu Xian looked at his clone, revealing a satisfied smile. At that moment, the bald teacher at the podium looked at Yu Xian and said with a smile, "Classmates, it seems that Yu Xian has learned it. Yu Xian, come up and solve this problem." Ah! Yu Xian looked up, his eyes wide, staring blankly at the complex math problem on the blackboard. This problem was too difficult. He couldn't solve it. Nora, sitting at the front desk, was secretly giggling. In the evening, as school ended, the sky was overcast, and suddenly it started to pour. Neither Yu Xian nor Nora had brought an umbrella, so they stood together in a corner at the school gate, looking up at the sky. Although Yu Xian could teleport home or create a spatial bubble to shield them from the rain, he was feeling a bit under the weather and didn't want to use his extraordinary abilities today. Nora, although she could call her bodyguard to bring an umbrella with just one phone call, had conveniently forgotten the bodyguard's phone number. "Rain is really nice," Yu Xian said suddenly, staring at the raindrops falling from the sky. "Yeah, it seems like it hasn't rained in Silver City for a long time," Nora replied softly, smiling as she looked up at the sky. Despite the overcast clouds, her heart felt sunny. The two of them quietly gazed at the sky, occasionally glancing at each other, their eyes meeting in parting. When classmates appeared, they would look at the sky, the ground, the leaves, and the colorful umbrellas, as if they were blooming flowers. Gradually, the classmates all left. The heavy rain blocked the chaotic world outside the school gate, and it felt as if only the two of them remained in the universe. "By the way, Nora, do you plan to go to college after finishing high school?" Yu Xian could smell the unique fragrance on Nora. He watched the raindrops fall one by one, his gaze shifting to a wet leaf, and he felt a stir in his heart, asking. Nora's peripheral vision caught Yu Xian, and she nodded, saying, "Of course I want to go to college. I want to apply to Yanjing Vocational and Technical College." Yanjing Vocational and Technical College? I remember the scoreline was around 600 last year. How much do you still need? Yu Xian looked at Nora with newfound respect, not expecting the seemingly dazed Nora to aspire to attend the highest institution in Huaxia. Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, officially known as Yanjing Extraordinary Vocational and Technical College, is currently the only extraordinary university in Huaxia. Moreover, the president, Zhang Daoqin, is the strongest dragon level in Huaxia, not only the highest-ranked Shi refiner but also a practitioner of martial arts, an immortal cultivator, an alchemist, and a formation master. He is well-versed in various extraordinary cultivation methods, with unfathomable strength, and is regarded abroad as one of the 3 pillars of Huaxia. The reason Yu Xian knows this so well is that the minister of the Qilin department, Yu Lai, is one of Zhang Daoqin's disciples. A glance at Yu Lai's resume reveals that his teacher is Zhang Daoqin. The total score for cultural subjects is 360 points. I can get around 330 points, but for practical courses, I'm still quite far off. Upon hearing about the scores, Nora immediately felt a bit insecure. Her cultural subjects are actually not bad, especially among extraordinary individuals, but she has never passed the practical courses. The practical courses are divided into 3 subjects: individual competition, team competition, and finally, strength testing. In individual competition, with a total score of 100, Nora has always been at the bottom, never scoring more than 20 points. In team competition, also with a total score of 100, she has always scored 0 points because no one wants to team up with her. In strength testing, with a total score of 100, Nora can score 90 points due to her awakened blood flame, which gives her sufficient attack power. After hearing Nora's words, Yu Xian calculated a bit and couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Nora's total score was only around 440, which is still 160 points away from the passing line, far too much. With such a low score in practical courses, you probably won't be able to pass, Yu Xian said, looking at Nora, unable to hold back the truth. Nora nodded, saying, yeah, I'm over 100 points short. Luckily, I've saved a lot of pocket money. According to the rules of Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, spending 10 million can buy 1 point, so I still need to spend about 1.4 billion to pass. Yu Xian was instantly speechless. What was he just about to say? Right. He originally wanted to say that he could help Nora with tutoring. Individual competition is just about practicing more. He is confident he can help Nora improve her score. Additionally, team competition isn't that difficult. He had previously teamed up with Nora to deal with the aberrant insects at school, and they had cooperated quite well. At worst, he could team up with Nora for the exam, and they should be able to score over 90 points together. With those 2 scores added, plus Nora's not low cultural subject scores, there should be a good chance she could get into Yanjing Vocational and Technical College. But he never expected that Nora was actually planning to spend 1.4 billion to buy points to get into Yanjing Vocational and Technical College. Indeed, the world of rich women is too far from him. Nora was completely unaware of the shock her words had caused Yu Xian. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she said, if I can get into Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, I will definitely become a snake-level master after graduation. If she were to follow the usual path, it would take her at least 200 years to advance to snake level. She couldn't wait that long, so she needed to work hard to test into Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, where she could grow faster. Do you really want to become stronger? Yu Xian snapped back to reality from his shock, looking at the determined Nora, and curiously asked. To be honest, Nora had never talked to him about this before. He only learned about her short-term life goals now. Yeah, because my dad said that once I reach snake level, he won't interfere with my private life anymore, nor will he send guardians or bodyguards to follow me. At that point, I will be truly free. I can go see my mom whenever I want, travel wherever I want, and meet whoever I want. Nora nodded and said seriously. Her mother is from Huaxia and did not marry Marcus. Her existence was entirely an accident. Is your mom currently in the country? Yu Xian asked. Nora glanced at Yu Xian and replied, well, my mom should be working in Ice City now. Ice City? That's in Heilongjiang. So far away. Yu Xian thought for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it was difficult for Nora and her mother to meet. In ancient times, without the rampant extraordinary beings, one could easily fly back and forth between Silver City and Ice City, but now flights are extremely rare, and each journey requires a tiger-level powerhouse for protection, with prices that are outrageous. Moreover, the planes are not like the large passenger aircraft of the past that could carry hundreds. They are small planes that can only accommodate 20 to 30 passengers. So, it wasn't easy for Nora's mother to come and see her. Damn Rocky! Yu Xian finally understood why Nora disliked Rocky. If it were him, anyone who dared to stop his mother from seeing him would be in for a world of trouble. At that moment, the rain stopped. The two stood still, not wanting to leave. Yu Xian looked at the puddles on the ground and suggested, want to grab something to eat? I know a place where even vampires can eat. Nora immediately agreed. Yeah, I'm just hungry. They exchanged smiles and walked side by side towards the school gate. East of the city, Big Mouth Barbecue. Yu Xian and Nora sat at a street-side table, and he ordered a large amount of food, continuing to chat with Nora. At that moment, a few classmates in school uniforms walked by and sat down not far away, laughing and joking quietly. Yu Xian overheard their conversation and learned that one of them was celebrating their 18th birthday today. so they decided to venture into the extraordinary side to try some extraordinary food. That's a Class 2 student, Nora whispered to Yu Xian. Because of her high looks, she had received quite a few love letters from students during these days, but she had burned them all with blood flames without even looking. However, many boys still often walked back and forth outside Class 1, trying to catch her attention. Although she wasn't interested, she still had some impressions, like this person is so childish, that person is so silly, and this one is so ugly. Being young is great, Yu Xian said with a smile. Nora immediately rolled her eyes at him. They were celebrating an 18th birthday, and Yu Xian was only 17, with several months to go before his own birthday. At that moment, the students at that table also noticed Yu Xian and Nora, and their voices dropped significantly. Old Zhao, your dream girl, but she's obviously with Fish God now, a chubby boy said quietly. Fish God? Yu Xian's mouth twitched slightly. When did this nickname come about? He had no idea. In fact, this nickname was spread by the classmates he had saved in Class 1. After all, he had gone on a rampage at school, and the extraordinary insects were instantly cut into pieces by silver threads before they could get close. That scene was too shocking, terrifying and disgusting, yet so satisfying and cool. Plus, Zhang Shou, Chen Ling, and some old classmates knew his nickname was Salty Fish. Therefore, many students at school secretly called him Fish God, but he had taken too many leaves and usually only hung out with Zhang Shou, Chen Ling, and Nora, so he was kept in the dark. Zhao Kong secretly glanced at Yu Xian and Nora, blushing as he whispered, Don't say that, today is old Li's birthday. What are you afraid of? We're all classmates, why not invite them over to celebrate together? The chubby boy laughed, a bit too excited. However, his suggestion was quickly rejected by the birthday student. After all, he didn't want to celebrate his birthday with strangers. Having a few good friends to eat and drink with was comfortable, but suddenly having two unfamiliar classmates show up would just be awkward. Yu Xian and Nora arrived first, so soon the waiter brought out the food Yu Xian ordered, and the table was soon filled with various delicacies. So spicy, can vampires really eat this? Won't it give them diarrhea? Nora took a bite of the blood tofu and then stuck out her tongue, looking at Yu Xian with suspicion. Yu Xian nodded while eating barbecue, swallowing a piece of meat before saying, Of course, I've been here with old Zheng twice, and back then I couldn't eat regular food. Nora watched Yu Xian devour the meat, somewhat doubting that he was just showing off. She really wanted to eat meat too, to know what it tasted like. It's worth mentioning that spiciness is actually a sensation of pain, not a flavor, so vampires can indeed taste spiciness. At that moment, the other students began to stir. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Oldly, happy birthday, may you have this day every year, and this moment every year. A few students saw the waiter bring out a specially made meat mountain cake and immediately stood up, smiling and offering their wishes. The classmate named Li Cheng stood up with a smile, feeling somewhat moved by it all, but just as he was about to blow out the candles, his face suddenly turned red, and he felt dizzy. He placed one hand on the table and pressed the other against his head, his temples throbbing. Old Li, are you okay? A few classmates, seeing him like this, expressed their concern. Li Cheng shook his head, wanting to say he was fine, but the next moment his eyes turned red. His clothes ripped with a crack, his body rapidly expanded, and his head gradually transformed into that of a werewolf. Li Cheng, 18 years old, probably a werewolf. Yu Xian got up from his seat and immediately cast an identification spell on Li Cheng. Name, Li Cheng. Codename, Old Li. Race, werewolf. Gender, male. Age, 18. Lifespan, 521 level, bug level. Camp, Super Ability Academy, Senior Class 2. Student abilities, Night Wolf transformation, can transform into a werewolf at night, greatly enhancing overall abilities. Summary, you may not necessarily be a tough guy, but you are definitely a werewolf. After reading the attributes, Yu Xian immediately understood. Oh whoa! At that moment, Li Cheng completely transformed into a 2.5 meter tall werewolf, immediately raising his arms and howling to the sky. A few classmates stared blankly at this scene, clearly having agreed to be ordinary people together. So how did he suddenly become extraordinary? Suddenly, the werewolf Li Cheng opened his mouth and lunged at Zhao Kong beside him. If he bit down, Zhao Kang's head would definitely be bitten off. However, at the critical moment, a bubble enveloped Zhao Kong, and Li Cheng bit into the bubble. Because the bubble was too large, his fangs only grazed the surface, not even causing a ripple. Yu Xian, don't go too hard. He should have awakened his werewolf bloodline, Nora whispered. Yu Xian nodded, then used a space jump technique to appear behind Li Cheng. With a gentle chop of his hand, he knocked Li Cheng down, smiling. Alright, everyone continue eating. It's nothing. He wrapped Li Cheng in a bubble and took out his phone to call Zheng Kai, asking him to come and take Li Cheng away. Fish God, thank you. Zhao Kang's legs were still trembling, and as the bubble dissolved, he plopped down in his chair, quickly speaking up. It's a small matter, you all continue. Yu Xian waved his hand and returned to his original seat. As a snake level capable of defeating enemies of higher levels, dealing with a mere bug level posed no pressure at all. Many diners began to laugh, some lamented Li Chang's luck, while others discussed Yu Xian's strength. But Zhao Kang and the others had lost their appetite, sitting in silence. The birthday star had fainted. What should they do now? Moreover, with Li Chang suddenly turning into a werewolf, would he become an extraordinary being in the future? This is the first time I've seen a bloodline awakening, Nora said to Yu Xian while eating. Yu Xian smiled and said, me too. Actually, I used to fantasize about whether my ancestors had some special bloodline that awakened in my generation. What if there really is? Nora laughed. Yu Xian shrugged. Such things are indeed unpredictable. After all, many extraordinary bloodlines have gradually faded into obscurity due to the difficulty of awakening. According to Qilin's statistics, about 20% of people in Huaxia possess latent extraordinary bloodlines. This is already very close to 1/3. But among these people, only about 1 in 10 million can successfully activate the power of their bloodline and transform from ordinary people into extraordinary beings. The bloodline with the highest awakening rate is that of werewolves. Extraordinary bloodlines are divided into dominant and recessive. For example, the nine-tailed fox bloodline of Hu Weijie and Hu Tuer is a very stable dominant bloodline, with descendants being born with the power of the nine-tailed fox. However, many bloodlines are recessive, they are ordinary at birth and require specific conditions to activate the power within. For instance, the werewolf bloodline is a recessive bloodline. The descendants of werewolves are not necessarily werewolves. If they do not activate their bloodline by the age of 18, they will remain ordinary for life. Moreover, due to the low activation rate of the werewolf's recessive bloodline, if several generations are ordinary, many people may not even know they have werewolf blood. The reason werewolves can become the most awakened race is mainly because they reproduce so prolifically. Unlike vampires, werewolves can have 5 or 6 children at a time, making them notorious for their fertility among extraordinary races. In fact, because of the werewolf's reputation for having offspring, if an ordinary person suddenly gives birth to triplets or quadruplets, they are often suspected of having werewolf blood. Yu Xian wondered if Li Chang's mother had ever been suspected, but he could be 100% sure that one of Li Chang's ancestors was definitely a werewolf. Moreover, from the way Li Chang completely considered himself an ordinary person, it could be inferred that it was likely many generations back, as his parents, grandparents, and even further back did not know they had werewolf blood. A few minutes later, Zhang Kai hurriedly drove over. Upon seeing the unconscious Li Chang, he happily said, "Good kid, just awakened and already such a big guy. How tall was he originally?" "Old Li." No, Li Chang seems to be about 1.85 m, Li Chang's chubby classmate answered eagerly. Zhang Kai nodded and then said to Yu Xian, "I'm taking this kid away. Don't even think about snatching him from us. Our unit is really short on people right now." Naturally, the number of awakened extraordinary beings in Silver City is not large. Most extraordinary beings have orderly inheritances, either they have extraordinary parents or masters, and they would never join the police force. If it were Qilin, these people would seriously consider it. Zhang Kai was calculating. The police force was severely understaffed, and he wanted to recruit Li Chang into the police force, believing that in time, he would definitely become a trump card for them. Although werewolves are not considered a powerful race, they are at least stronger than ordinary police officers, and most importantly, werewolves can evolve. The first stage for werewolves is Night Wolf, then they evolve into Silver Wolf, and further up are the very rare Battle Wolf, Demon Wolf, and Wolf King. With each evolution, a werewolf's strength significantly increases. As long as Li Chang can evolve a few more times, the overall strength of Silver City's police force could definitely rank among the top 10 in the country. "Captain Zhang, this isn't up to me. Qilin has the responsibility to register extraordinary beings, and you definitely can't keep it a secret," Yu Xian said with a faint smile, distancing himself from the matter. "I don't care, I want this kid for sure." Zhang Kai stubbornly acted like a rogue, hoisting Li Chang into the car and leaving. "Be careful on the road, and don't let him wake up," Yu Xian reminded Zhang Kai, who was excited. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person awakening their werewolf bloodline would experience a surge of bloodline energy, entering a 24-hour ancestral return period. In simple terms, this means being dominated by beastly instincts, turning into a wild beast that only knows how to attack and destroy. This was also the reason why Li Chang attacked Zhao Kang immediately after awakening his bloodline. At that moment, he was already under the influence of his beastly nature, completely losing his rationality. Once the surge of bloodline energy gradually subsided, Li Chang would slowly regain his self and begin to master the extraordinary powers of a werewolf. Yu Xian was not quite sure how long his hand chop would keep Li Chang asleep, if Zhang Kai were to return on the way and Li Chang woke up, it would be quite a spectacle. He wants to recruit a werewolf, can he afford it? Nora asked Yu Xian quietly after seeing Zhang Kai drive away. Yu Xian chuckled, brother Zhang definitely can't afford it. If he really managed to recruit Li Chang, I bet he would cry poor every day. The first evolution of a werewolf is very costly, because a night wolf needs to consume a large amount of silver to evolve into a silver wolf. The silver fur of a silver wolf contains silver elements, making it very effective against vampires. However, since the vampire clan has driven up the price of silver to an extreme, werewolves need to spend a lot of money to advance to silver wolves, which is why werewolves despise vampires. Whenever there is an opportunity to take advantage of a vampire, most werewolves would not refuse. After that, Yu Xian and Nora stayed in the shop for a while longer, waiting for Zhao Kong and the others to finish their bill before they left. The bright moon hung high, and the stars shone brilliantly. The sky after the rain was as clear as washed silk, draping the earth in a layer of warm silver gauze, gentle and tranquil. Yu Xian and Nora walked slowly, but eventually arrived at Nora's doorstep. They exchanged a smile, and Nora said, I'm going back. Be careful on your way. Go ahead, sleep early. Yu Xian nodded and smiled. After watching Nora enter, he turned and stepped out, instantly teleporting back to the villa. After taking a shower, he sat on the balcony chair, took out his phone, and opened the album. He had secretly taken quite a few photos of Nora on the way, especially the last one, where Nora caught him taking a picture. Her blushing face was too cute. He smiled as he looked at the photo, and after a while, he let out a long sigh, placing the phone on his lap and gazing steadily at the sky. In fact, when Nora mentioned her mother, the longing in her eyes deeply touched his heart. He also had loved ones he missed but could never see again, so he really wanted to help Nora reunite with her mother. At that moment, a strong impulse arose in his heart, but deep down, he hesitated, feeling afraid. He even felt uneasy about this impulse. Yu Xian felt like a sailor about to embark on his first long voyage, looking out at the boundless ocean, filled with both anticipation and fear. From Silver City to Ice City, no one knew what they would encounter. The wilderness hid too many dangers, even ordinary people knew the risks of the wild. Yu Xian had no guide, no experience, only the youthful passion and a bit of impulsiveness that belonged to a boy. There were 1,001 reasons not to go, but he wanted to go. Yu Xian's gaze gradually became resolute. He took a deep breath, and the next moment, a bubble enveloped his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was teleported outside the city. He sat in the bubble, maneuvering it towards Ice City while opening the Qilin navigation app on his phone, using satellite positioning to ensure he was flying in the right direction. The long night stretched ahead, the road was far and winding. The boy set out alone on a journey filled with the unknown for the first time. The night sky was free of clouds, only moonlight, starlight, and wind. The earth resembled a clear lake, and when the wind blew, the trees rippled. A transparent bubble hung high in the air, and the boy sat cross-legged inside, taking in the beautiful scenery below. Yu Xian could see the enormous silver horse king galloping on the ground, the wind dragons and white wolves hunting the flat sky beetles in packs, the Boeing bat swooping in a V formation, and the giant cobra chasing the colorful giant python. At that moment, a giant eagle with a wingspan of 12 meters swooped down from the sky, shaking the ground with a thunderous roar, pinning a tiger that was panting beneath its claws, rendering it immobile. Yu Xian captured this scene in a photo, then quickly increased his flying speed, not daring to linger for a moment. Does this count as an eagle level crushing a tiger level? He sent the photo to the Qilin chat group, then smiled as he waited for others' replies. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the night owls, who were still awake at midnight, began to chime in. Codename Fairy, I said there's a problem with the level arrangement. Tigers can't fly, so how can they be placed ahead of eagles? Codename Meow Meow, so, does that mean I, as an eagle level, am stronger than a tiger level? Yay! Codename Science, just to clarify, the giant eagle captured by the salted fish is a tiger-level magical beast, the golden-winged Damo eagle, while the tiger it hunted is a wolf-level demon beast, the severing blade-toothed tiger. There's actually a big level difference between the two. Codename 17, a tiger that's not even tiger level but wolf level, what a disgrace. Codename Drunkard, what a disgrace +1. Codename Fat Cat, what a disgrace +1. Codename Piggy, what a disgrace +1. Yu Xian smiled as he read his comrades' amusing comments, then saw that the rest were all what a disgrace +1, and since no one had derailed the conversation, he put away his phone and continued flying. In fact, everyone was just looking for a bit of fun amidst their busy lives. Not to mention a wolf-level tiger, those tigers without extraordinary powers wouldn't even qualify as insect level, which is even more disgraceful. At this moment, Yu Xian saw lights in the distance and felt a slight sense of relief. After leaving Silver City, he had finally encountered another city. He glanced down at his phone's navigation and realized the city ahead was Bamboo City. Bamboo City is a small city with a population of less than 10 million, famous for its bamboo products, and every household grows bamboo and coexists with iron-eating beasts. In short, every family raises pandas. And these pandas are not ordinary pandas, they are all extraordinary beings. Among them, the city lord raises a tiger-level giant panda, whose combat power is even comparable to that of a dragon level, so although Bamboo City is small, it is extremely stable. As Yuxian flew over Bamboo City, many pandas lying in the bamboo forest looked up, and some of the more vigilant pandas even roared at the sky. So cute! Seeing some chubby juveniles, Yuxian couldn't help but descend and take a flurry of photos. After leaving behind a few space bubbles smaller than pinholes, he hurriedly left Bamboo City. If he didn't run, he would be beaten up by the pandas. After distancing himself from Bamboo City, Yuxian looked at the scenery ahead and felt an inexplicable sense of peace. The anxiety and unease he felt when he first left Silver City vanished upon encountering Bamboo City. It turned out that in this vast land and time, so far away from Silver City, there were compatriots with the same eyes and skin color striving to live, and even far from Silver City, he would not be alone. It was like having a home behind him. No matter how far he went, he would not feel lost. 2 hours later, Yuxian looked at the red circle on the positioning map, curiously raising his head to look at the location marked by the red circle on his left. It was a forbidden zone. There are many such forbidden zones in Huaxia, formed for various reasons. For example, the mess left by demos. If the poison cannot be cleared, that area will be marked as a forbidden zone. Additionally, areas occupied by extraordinary beings of tiger level and above are also marked as forbidden zones for safety reasons. Furthermore, some ancient battlefields and the graves of dragon-level powerhouses are marked as forbidden zones. Lastly, there are the abysses. Any area with abyssal fissures is marked as the highest alert level forbidden zone, not only with stationed troops but also guarded by dragon-level powerhouses. Yuxian tried to strengthen his eyesight, wanting to see what was inside the forbidden zone. As his vision improved, he looked down from the sky at the forbidden zone and, from a distance, saw a three-legged golden toad that was 100 meters tall. No, that wasn't a golden toad. Its enormous dragon horns and the large ingot on its forehead clearly distinguished it from a three-legged golden toad. Yuxian frowned slightly and tried to use identification magic. Name: Dragon King Golden Toad. Code: None. Race: Dragon Palace Treasure Toad. Gender: Male. Age: 833. Lifespan: 5322. Level: Dragon. Upper Camp: Neutral. Abilities: Wealth and Treasure. Possesses the power to suppress fortune, ensuring that wherever it goes, there will be mountains of gold and silver, treasures everywhere. Dragon King's Roar: condenses dragon might to unleash a roar that can suppress all beings weaker than itself, rendering them immobile. Heavenly Ingot: consumes part of the fortune it suppresses to summon a massive meteor shower of golden ingots, striking large area targets. Evil Repelling Wealth: powerful fortune grants it strong evil repelling power, and its fortune will continuously rise over time. When it reaches its own limit, it will randomly summon a treasure to fall nearby. Summary: mountains of gold and silver are not as good as the Dragon King Golden Toad. After reading the attributes, Yuxian's eyes nearly popped out. Such a divine beast existed in the world. At that moment, he no longer cared about dragons or phoenixes, he only loved this Dragon King Golden Toad. He really wanted to touch it. Would touching it bring wealth? Yuxian looked at the motionless Dragon King Golden Toad, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. At that moment, the Dragon King Golden Toad suddenly slowly opened its eyes, facing Yuxian, its red eyes quietly gazing at him. Yuxian dared not move. He knew that frogs, toads, bullfrogs, and toads seemed to react to moving creatures and could shoot out their tongues at incredible speeds to catch prey. The Dragon King Golden Toad couldn't possibly have this trait too, could it? If it did, would he be attacked if he moved? After all, he was already very close to the Forbidden Zone, and he might be within its attack range. Thus, the two stared at each other from a distance, the Dragon King Golden Toad's eyes showing no emotional fluctuations, while Yuxian gritted his teeth, determined not to blink, staring hard at the Dragon King Golden Toad. About 3 hours later, the Dragon King Golden Toad slowly closed its eyes, and Yuxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, the Dragon King Golden Toad suddenly flicked its tongue out, approaching the bubble at a speed Yuxian couldn't react to, but stopped just before hitting the bubble, less than a centimeter away. Yuxian's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the enormous tongue. When he realized that the Dragon King Golden Toad had no intention of attacking him, he came to his senses and noticed a knife stuck to its tongue. It was a straight knife nearly 2 meters long, with its sheath inlaid with 2 purple gems and covered in numerous lightning patterns. Yuxian knew without identification that this was definitely a treasured blade, but the question was this a gift for him? He instinctively glanced at the Dragon King Golden Toad, but it still had its eyes closed, not looking at him. Oh, he understood. Yuxian suddenly realized, a proud smile appearing on his face. This was a contest of who would blink first, and since the Dragon King Golden Toad blinked first, it considered itself defeated and thus gifted him a treasure, acknowledging his prowess. Thanks, let's have another contest next time, Yu Xian said, reaching out to grasp the treasured blade, smiling at the Dragon King Golden Toad. However, after retracting its tongue, the Dragon King Golden Toad slowly turned its back to him, clearly not wanting to compete in blinking anymore. Seeing this, Yu Xian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but his mood was greatly improved. The Forbidden Zone wasn't so dangerous after all, at least some extraordinary beings were quite friendly. He saw that the Dragon King Golden Toad really didn't want to pay him any attention, so he simply left a bubble on the ground and told the Dragon King Golden Toad that he would come back to see it next time, then continued on his journey. Along the way, he sat cross-legged in the bubble, constantly examining the treasured sword in his hand. This sword was not light, weighing about half a ton, which an ordinary person could hardly lift, but for him, it was just right. Perhaps the Dragon King Golden Toad had already seen through his strength when giving the gift, which is why it was so suitable. He grasped the hilt and slowly pulled the sword out, and in an instant, strands of electric light wrapped around the blade, emitting a white glow. Zzz, zzz, zzz. When he completely drew the sword, the blade continuously emitted the sound of electric current, and then both the electric light and the sound gradually disappeared, but the blade seemed to gain a flowing flash of lightning. This was definitely a treasure. Yu Xian looked at the sword and immediately cast an identification spell on it. Lightning blade of 10,000 characters level, dragon ability. Each time this sword is swung, the body will receive a lightning enhancement, increasing the speed by 1% for the next swing, up to a maximum of 2,500%, and the blade will become sharper. Summary: too slow, too slow, too slow, too slow, / can't live without madness. Truly worthy of the Dragon King Golden Toad. The treasure given was extraordinary, this was too powerful. Although the attributes of the lightning blade of 10,000 characters were very singular, it was extremely strong. Once the speed was fully stacked, the attack frequency would reach a terrifying level. Moreover, Yu Xian also possessed spatial abilities, and once combined, it would definitely be one strike for a small fry. He put away the lightning sword, leaned against the bubble, and looked at the sky, but his mind involuntarily flashed with the image of the tongue attack. That moment had been so dangerous. What if the Dragon King Golden Toad had wanted to attack him? The spatial ability was not 100% safe. The sudden tongue of the Dragon King Golden Toad was the best proof. He immediately thought of his bubble clone technique, creating another bubble outside the first one, while simultaneously releasing the bubble clone technique into that bubble. Then he used his silver blood to enhance his ability to absorb light, and his body instantly became pitch black, adjusting the bubble that carried him to make it completely transparent. In the blink of an eye, only one bubble remained in the air, and inside the bubble was his clone. This should be able to mislead some creatures, right? Yu Xian sat in the bubble, looking at his clone from a distance, secretly thinking. The next journey was uneventful. Perhaps humans were not on the menu of many animals, and he was flying high in the sky, so the extraordinary creatures on the ground had no intention of attacking him. It wasn't until dawn that he stopped, watching the sun gradually rise from the east. Because there were many forbidden zones to avoid, and some of them were particularly large, his journey was not a straight flight, and he couldn't fly too fast, otherwise, he wouldn't have enough time to respond in case of an accident. As a result, he only flew a third of the distance throughout the night, still far from Ice City. He wanted to give Nora a surprise, so after watching the sunrise, he left several spatial bubbles at different coordinates in the same place, then teleported back home. What a long night! On the balcony's lounge chair, Yu Xian appeared out of thin air, lying down and becoming lazy. A few minutes later, he went to school with Nora. Upon arriving at school, he simply lay down to sleep, feeling physically fine but mentally exhausted. He needed to clear his mind. He slept until noon, then got up to look at the sunlight outside the window, and continued to ponder over the spells. Last night, the method he suddenly thought of for using bubble clones instead of his true self was good, but there were still many areas that needed improvement. With his current mental strength, he could only control one clone at most. If there were too many, flaws would appear. The main issue was that these clones needed to be controlled by him. It wasn't as if once he cast the spell, the clones would have their own consciousness. To put it simply, bubble clones were like puppets on strings, requiring him to control their every move. At night, he could transform into a non-reflective pitch-black form, but during the day, this trick wouldn't work. Additionally, bubble clones ultimately had no eyes, and their perception range depended on the perception range of the petals of the other shoreflower within them, which was actually very small, only maintaining a range of about 1 or 2 meters around the body. This meant that Yu Xian couldn't control them from a distance because he wouldn't be able to see them if they were too far away. Unless he created a large number of other shoreflower petals to form a perception space within 100 miles, he couldn't stray too far from the clones, These were all problems that needed to be solved. Furthermore, the defense of the bubbles also had to be improved. He immediately thought of integrating the blood shield technique and blood barrier technique into the space bubble. Since he could change the mirage clone technique into the bubble clone technique, why couldn't he also incorporate the blood shield technique and blood barrier technique into the bubble? With the success of the bubble clone technique, his current mindset was completely opened up. Since there was one, there could be two, and he never thought he would fail. He placed his hands on the desk and first created a bubble, then used the blood shield technique to layer it over the bubble. The first step was successful. Yu Xian then attempted to shrink the shield and create more shields to completely wrap the bubble. It was somewhat like a bunker, leaving a gap at a certain height of the bubble to see outside. When the enemy attacked, he could rotate the bubble at any time, constantly adjusting the position of the gap. Perhaps this method was too clever. He easily completed his idea. However, he soon discovered a new problem. As the shield shrank, it also became thinner, and the defense actually decreased quite a bit, while larger shields were inconvenient to arrange. Ultimately, there were still many issues. Of course, the biggest problem was that it was not aesthetically pleasing. A large number of blood shields covering the surface of the bubble made it look like a red balloon. It had completely turned into a live target, and the target was too obvious. Yu Xian tinkered until after school but still couldn't come up with a particularly good solution. The main issue was that the blood shield technique was somewhat complex. Unlike the mirage clone technique, which could be disassembled at will, it was the type that wouldn't work if even one screw was missing. Moreover, aside from being able to adjust its size, the shape of the shield couldn't be changed at all. Yu Xian walked home with Nora, his mind constantly thinking about how to increase the bubble's defense, and he was somewhat inclined to give up on the blood shield technique. "You seem very tired today. Did you encounter some difficulties?" Nora asked, unable to help but notice that Yu Xian was walking without paying attention to his surroundings. Yu Xian sighed, "There's a spell I want to modify, but I can't seem to do it. It's indeed a bit difficult. I don't understand spells, but when you encounter difficulties, sometimes it's good to take a break. Perhaps things will resolve themselves when the time comes?" Nora comforted him with a smile. Yu Xian couldn't help but laugh. "That's true, I won't think about it for now. By the way, have you started practicing your internal skills? Haven't you noticed? I've been secretly practicing every day." Nora revealed a sly smile, her expression like that of a big white goose that had successfully snatched food. The sunflower yang god technique could only be practiced during the day. The progress made at night was very poor, even worse than sleeping, so after trying it once, she didn't continue practicing at night. "How does it feel to practice?" Yu Xian asked curiously. Nora thought for a moment and replied, "It feels like soaking in a hot spring, and my body temperature is about 10 degrees higher than before. Other than that, I haven't noticed anything particularly different for now." "Body temperature rising? That should be a good thing," Yu Xian said immediately, thinking of his own situation. After taking a large amount of silver blood, his body temperature also rose, and after that, his physical condition improved as well. He estimated that Nora was in a similar situation. This indicated that Nora was indeed getting stronger. At that moment, Nora placed her hand on Yu Xian's face, blinked, and asked, "Is my hand hot now?" "Not hot, just a bit warm." Yu Xian felt the soft touch on his face and, looking at Nora's smile, couldn't help but laugh. Then he had a thought, reached out to touch Nora's cheek, and asked, "How about my hand? Is it warm? So cold." Nora quickly pulled away, pretending to be disgusted. Yu Xian enhanced the temperature of his palm with silver blood and pressed it against her again, laughing, "How about now? Huh, why is it hot again?" Nora looked at Yu Xian in surprise, her cheeks flushed. Yu Xian just smiled but didn't tell Nora the reason, which made her chase after him in a fit of playful anger. After that, the two of them dawdled and laughed, taking more than half an hour to cover a distance that could be walked in 5 minutes. After sending Nora home, Yu Xian teleported back to his own house. After taking a shower, he opened the fridge, took out some fresh beef, and prepared to make a stir-fried beef dish for himself. Ever since he could eat, he had no intention of torturing himself, so he bought a lot of meat and froze it, allowing him to cook whenever he didn't want to eat out. In fact, he didn't cook poorly. In the past, to take care of his father, he had self-taught quite a few dishes. He might not compare to a professional chef, but his skills were definitely better than average. Moreover, now that he had super taste, as long as he was willing to try different flavors, it was impossible for him to cook badly. Half an hour later, he sat in the living room with a plate of stir-fried beef and a bowl of white rice. Feeling that it was a bit too quiet, he turned on the TV and connected to the Chilan app, preparing to see if there were any big news updates. Flying zombies have appeared again at Gemini West Mountain, and a search is currently underway. All Eagle level and below team members are advised not to approach Gemini West Mountain. The battle department has added 6 more captains, and the awarding ceremony will be held in Yanjing. The nationwide investigation of the brainworm has been completed. Currently, all victims controlled by the brainworm are under surveillance, and the research department will develop a drug as soon as possible to save every victim. Regarding the weapon application details, members who meet the qualification standards can apply. Thanks to the weapon provider, codenamed Comrade Salted Fish. Yu Xian's expression was somewhat strange. What kind of feng shui treasure was Gemini West Mountain that flying zombies kept appearing? It was too frightening. Additionally, he thought that the investigation of the brainworm had been abandoned by Qilin due to the Demost incident, but it turned out that Qilin had quietly checked the situation in major cities across the country. However, he didn't expect that Qilin did not immediately take action against those parasitized by the brainworm. Instead, they wanted to save these people. In fact, those parasitized by the brainworm were not dead yet. Their nerves had been replaced by the brainworm, but their brains were still alive. They were just under the control of the brainworm, and their every move could be misled. If there was a way to save these people, Yu Xian felt it should be pursued rather than killing them all at once. I hope the research department can succeed. Yu Xian took a couple of bites of rice, silently wishing for their success as he ate. As for the last piece of news, although he sold extraordinary weaponry to the Qilin, it was at the standard market price. The problem is that extraordinary weaponry has always been in short supply, so many pieces of equipment, when actually sold on the market, would far exceed the market price. Moreover, the quantity of weapons and equipment he sold significantly alleviated the supply pressure on the logistics department, which is why the logistics department specifically expressed their gratitude to him. He opened this message, and sure enough, many comrades below were expressing their thanks to Xianyu. Seeing so many people's gratitude made him feel a bit pleased. He finished his meal in one go and then prepared to continue his journey. Although last night's trip was somewhat tiring, a bit dull, and even a little dangerous, it was more about the curiosity of the unknown and the anticipation of the scenery ahead. He had started to like that feeling. In an instant, he appeared at the marked location from last night, and then he maneuvered the bubble to continue flying forward. The sky was not completely dark yet. The sunset was casting a red glow on the horizon, and the clouds were like flames burning in the sky, while the dimly lit mountaintops flickered like lurking beasts. Yu Xian adjusted the navigation and slightly changed the flight direction, then kept taking photos with his phone, capturing all the beautiful sights before him. However, just as he was reviewing the photos he had taken, a green shadow on the ground flew towards him at an incredible speed. A blood shield instantly formed, only to be sliced in half by a single strike. What a huge mantis! Yu Xian recognized the attacker and thought in surprise. The next second, as the mantis swung its sickle again, he shifted to another bubble not far away, and in an instant, he saw his original bubble being sliced open. Identification. Yu Xian seized the opportunity to activate his skill. The next moment, the mantis's attributes appeared before his eyes. Name, slashing mantis. Code name, none. Race, monster. Gender, female. Age, 30. Lifespan, 0 level. Eagle tier. Faction, hostile abilities, iron cutting strike. With its sharp sickles, it can easily slice through even steel. Frenzied slash, wielding dual blades at its fastest speed, it slashes through everything around it. Summary, a super swordsman among insects. It's actually eagle tier, and clearly a high attack, low defense fragile creature. No wonder it could slice through his bubble in one strike. At this moment, the slashing mantis came chasing again, its sharp sickles gleaming with a cold light. Tisk, overestimating itself, seeking death. Yu Xian frowned slightly as he saw the slashing mantis was relentless. He raised his hand and shot out a bubble, which rapidly expanded during flight, while the internal space became chaotic and distorted. The slashing mantis was caught off guard and crashed into the chaotic space bubble, its body seemingly stirred by a tremendous force. It could only hold on for less than a second before exploding into a swirling green mist. It came quickly, died quickly, and did so cleanly. Yu Xian looked at the green blood in the bubble and suddenly felt curious. If he absorbed this creature's blood, could he gain a new skill tree? But then, wouldn't the chaotic space bubble turn into a juicer? Perhaps the essence of humanity is truly fragrant. I will never absorb blood again. Blood of Pangu. Truly fragrant. Blood of the perfect being. Truly fragrant. After absorbing the blood of Pangu and the perfect being, Yu Xian found himself wanting to try sucking the blood of any animal, to see if he could grow a new heart. Although the blood of the slashing mantis looked unappealing and seemed toxic, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. So he approached and collected a little blood in a cup. He grew vampire fangs and took a small sip from the edge of the cup. Then his whole face scrunched up. Ugh, so disgusting. Moreover, the memories of the slashing mantis were too revolting. Especially the memory of eating made Yu Xian want to vomit the dinner he had just consumed. It turned out that vampires do not drink just any animal's blood. At least, most vampires should not be interested in the blood of a mantis. It took Yu Xian a while to recover. feeling a bit green in the face. Fortunately, this time the blood-sucking was not without gain. At least through the memories of the mantis he had slain, he saw some interesting content. Behind the mountain in front, there was a very concealed cave that the mantis had entered while chasing a large rat. Through the mantis's memories, Yu Xian could see that there were many signs of human excavation inside the cave. When the mantis felt danger halfway through the cave, it quickly retreated. So, what exactly was hidden inside the cave? Could it be hiding a fugitive? Yu Xian immediately suspected that the cave was dug out by an extraordinary level fugitive. Many extraordinary beings flee the city after committing crimes because China has always dealt harshly with crimes committed by extraordinary beings, so these fugitives dare not easily show themselves in human society and can only live as wild men in the wilderness. At one point, Yu Xian had also considered escaping to the wild to avoid the pursuit of the blood clan. Fortunately, he later followed Nora's advice and, with Jin Sheng's help, successfully joined Shilin, so he didn't have to actually live as a wild man. It's only a little past 6, let's go explore. Yu Xian thought for a moment, seeing that it was still early, and decided to check out the cave. If there really were criminals hiding inside, he would act accordingly. If the criminal was stronger than him, he would call for help. If the criminal was weaker, he would capture them directly and send them to the security bureau. As for those who were neither strong nor weak, or only slightly stronger than him, they would just be out of luck, kill without mercy. He remembered that most extraordinary level fugitives had bounties from Qilin, with higher levels commanding higher rewards, and he didn't mind earning a little extra cash. A minute later, he flew to the cave entrance. After confirming that the cave looked exactly like it did in the mantis's memory, he quickly maneuvered his bubble into the cave. The cave was pitch black, but to him, it was no different from daytime. He observed the walls of the cave, and indeed, they were artificially excavated, and it had likely been a long time. He silently passed through the tunnel, and ahead it opened up into a spacious stone chamber. The chamber contained only a stone bed. At that moment, a middle-aged man was meditating on the stone bed. When Yu Xian's gaze fell on him, he immediately opened his eyes and was greatly surprised to see Yu Xian. This was because Yu Xian had been floating in the air the whole time, and the spatial bubble was self-contained, so no aura leaked out, causing the middle-aged man to be completely unaware of anyone entering. It was only when Yu Xian's gaze landed on him that the middle-aged man sensed something and realized someone was there. At the moment the middle-aged man opened his eyes, Yu Xian also recognized his identity. This guy was a wolf-level wanted criminal, Zhong Wuliang. 8 years ago, due to road rage, Zhong Wuliang had brutally killed hundreds of ordinary people in Tower City and then fled outside the city, disappearing without a trace. However, Qilin had always had a bounty on Zhong Wuliang and had never given up on pursuing him. Now, Zhong Wuliang's bounty had reached 50,000 merit points and a reward of 2 million yuan. Zhong Wuliang did not ask who Yu Xian was but instantly entered a combat state, producing a purple gold heavy hammer in his hand and swiftly smashing it towards Yu Xian. The purple gold heavy hammer struck the surface of the bubble with great force. Boom! The bubble burst on the spot, but Yu Xian had already teleported away, leaving several bombs falling to the ground. Rumble! The entire stone chamber shook violently, and Zhong Wuliang was turned into a blackened figure. Zhong Wuliang was a martial artist with a strong physique, having cultivated the 8 Treasures Town elephant technique to the 7th level, possessing wolf-level strength. Although the bombs were powerful, he managed to block most of the direct damage with the other purple gold heavy hammer, and the remaining shockwaves couldn't break through his defenses. He held 2 purple gold heavy hammers, fully aware that he could not stay here for long, and immediately ran quickly towards the cave exit. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 sounds of sweet potatoes hitting the ground came from both front and back. Zhong Wuliang's pupils constricted sharply, and he hurriedly used the purple gold heavy hammers to protect himself from both sides. In an instant, 2 explosions sounded simultaneously, shaking the entire cave, and stones began to fall from the ceiling. Not good, he wants to trap me here. Zhong Wuliang suddenly realized and gritted his teeth, pushing forward. But the next moment, a deafening explosion came from the cave entrance, causing the entire mountain to tremble, and the passage quickly collapsed. No! Zhong Wuliang was furious, wildly swinging his hands to smash the falling rocks and those blocking his way, desperately trying to carve out a path for survival. But the passage was collapsing too quickly. When he initially dug this cave, it took him half a day, and the passage was winding and long. He thought it was hidden enough to avoid detection, but now it had instead buried him. Zhong Wuliang watched helplessly as the passage ahead was blocked by the collapsing rocks. He knew that to break through these rocks, he would need at least 2 hours, and despair washed over him. Bang! At that moment, several more bombs appeared out of nowhere, landing not far from him. Bastard! 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 Zhong Wuliang's forehead was bulging with veins, and in a fit of rage, he swung wildly at his surroundings, only to be engulfed by an explosion the next second. This environment and terrain were just too suitable for bombs. Zhong Wuliang estimated that when he was digging the cave, he never thought the enemy would be an extremely rare space ability user, and his caution had instead harmed him. But that was also quite normal. Space ability users were indeed extremely rare, probably not even exceeding 50 worldwide. Who would have thought he would be so unlucky? After the explosion, Zhong Wuliang was covered in wounds, but they were all superficial. The body of a martial artist was strong, even enhanced bombs found it hard to inflict significant damage on him. However, Yu Xian had plenty of bombs. Zhong Wuliang gasped for breath, realizing that Yu Xian would not let him go, and recklessly began to dig through the surrounding rocks, trying to carve out a path for survival in a race against time. Bang! Bang bang! More and more bombs fell, and none of them exploded. Zhong Wuliang's peripheral vision caught sight of the bombs on the ground, cold sweat covering his forehead, and he swung the purple-gold heavy hammers even faster. If it were one bomb or a dozen, he wouldn't be afraid of being blown up, but with hundreds of bombs, even he, a martial artist, couldn't withstand it. Especially in such a confined environment, the power of the bombs would increase significantly. Just thinking about so many bombs exploding simultaneously made his scalp tingle. Zhong Wuliang had considered running back, escaping to the stone chamber. The problem was that the way back had just collapsed, and now he had only a small area to move, with no room to dodge. Moreover, after the tunnel collapsed, the difficulty of digging increased significantly. As soon as he hammered through some rocks and dirt, new rocks and dirt would fall from above, making the efficiency very low. Even with Zhong Wuliang's incredible strength and explosive potential in life and death situations, he still couldn't speed up, especially when he had barely dug a little way when a massive rock fell, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. I surrender, I give up. Zhong Wuliang looked back at the increasing number of bombs and finally felt fear. He placed the purple-gold heavy hammers on the ground, quickly knelt down, raised his hands, and shouted to the surroundings. Bang! 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 The bombs continued to appear out of nowhere. The pressure on Zhong Wuliang grew heavier, his eyes bloodshot as he watched the bombs gradually pile up into a small mountain, shouting, I've already surrendered, what more do you want? What good does it do you to kill me all the way? Bang! 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 Bombs continued to fall incessantly. Zhong Wuliang knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, saying, Big brother, uncle, I really surrender. If not, I'll break my own hands and feet. You must believe me now, right? Above the cave, Yu Xian had no idea that Zhong Wuliang had already surrendered. To be safe, he planned to drop 500 bombs, directly blowing Zhong Wuliang into the sky. This was his first time dealing with a martial artist trained in external skills, and he had no experience at all, so he felt he should be conservative and not take risks easily. After he had dropped enough bombs, he pulled the safety pin from the last bomb and casually tossed it into the spatial bubble, the grenade disappearing the next second. Boom! In an instant, the entire mountain below shook, and the location of the cave erupted like a volcano, with a large amount of rocks, soil, and dust shooting into the sky. In the enclosed space, the power of the bomb indeed increased tremendously. Yu Xian looked at the ground and happened to see an arm blown off, finally landing on a rock, blood flowing from the severed end. Suddenly, a shadow quickly jumped out from the explosion pit, fleeing at an incredible speed into the distance. Is he not dead? Yu Xian's eyes widened in shock. The reason Zhong Wuliang was not killed by the explosion was mainly that in his despair, he curled himself up with many rocks blocking the front, and then used a purple-gold hammer to shield himself. As a result, he still underestimated the power of the bombs Yu Xian had dropped. The arm holding the purple-gold hammer was blown off, and the other arm was fractured. Run! He had to run quickly. Zhong Wuliang had considered hiding in the pit to ambush Yu Xian. The problem was he had no confidence at all. Yu Xian was a spatial ability user, and he feared that as soon as he made a move, Yu Xian would teleport away. That pit created by the bomb was too suitable for dropping bombs again. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to escape first. If he really couldn't get away, he would find a suitable terrain to fight the enemy. However, as he ran, he began to feel something was off. He suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at a nearby tree, and looked down to see his blood dripping from his severed arm, sticking to the trunk. He had just run past this tree. How had he circled back? Boom! A bomb landed at Zhong Wuliang's feet. He looked down at the bomb, and a smile that was even uglier than crying gradually appeared on his face. The other party was clearly a fragile spatial ability user and would absolutely not believe a single word he said. Even if he broke his own hands and feet, the other party would probably still suspect he was using a feigned injury to lure the enemy closer, then suddenly counterattack. Under such suspicion, the only way for the other party to approach him was to kill him completely. From the very beginning, he had already been sentenced to death. Yu Xian's storage ring now had over 5,000 bombs on hand. A few days ago, the office had specifically requested more bombs from headquarters, and when the next supply arrived at the office, he conservatively estimated he could receive over 10,000 bombs. Amidst the sounds of explosions, Zhong Wuliang was finally killed. From start to finish, he had posed no threat to Yu Xian. Clearly, his level was higher than Yu Xian's, and all his attributes were stronger, yet he died in a suffocating manner at Yu Xian's hands, without even a chance to resist. After Zhong Wuliang died, Yu Xian continued to drop bombs until he confirmed that Zhong Wuliang was completely dead, and only then did he feel at ease. In an instant, he appeared next to Zhong Wuliang's corpse. At this moment, Zhong Wuliang's hands and feet were all fractured and bent, and his torso was twisted and deformed from the explosion, with not a single good piece of skin left on his face. He took out his phone and began filming Zhong Wuliang, then silver threads extended from his fingers, instantly removing 2 rings from Zhong Wuliang's fingers. After confirming that Zhong Wuliang had no other valuables, he manipulated the spatial bubble to fly back to the pit created by the explosion and picked up the 2 purple gold hammers that Zhong Wuliang had left behind. The 2 purple gold heavy hammers were incredibly hefty, each estimated to weigh a ton, as they were forged from materials like gold and purple river car, among others. The 2 hammers were imbued with spirit and possessed self-repair capabilities, so there was no need to worry about damage no matter how they were struck. Yu Xian stored the spoils away, then opened the Qilin app's wanted section, found Zhong Wuliang's wanted page, and uploaded the photo. Moments later, a red mark reading captured appeared on Zhong Wuliang's wanted photo. Yu Xian checked and found that his merit had indeed increased by 50,000, and with a ding, the bank card he registered for salary payments showed a deposit of 2 million. Although this amount wasn't much for someone with 2 small goals like him, seeing that string of zeros still brought him joy. He continued on his journey while taking out the 2 storage rings from Zhong Wuliang. Previously, he had directly sold Scott's storage ring to headquarters. This time, he planned to keep one of Zhong Wuliang's rings as a backup. He held the first ring, confirmed that it had no hidden traps, and put it on to check what was inside the storage space. Meat. A large amount of meat. The first thing Yu Xian saw was a huge pile of processed meat, and next to it were 2 knives used for cutting meat. This meat was likely Zhong Wuliang's food. Clearly, he had been very low-key to avoid being wanted by the Huaxia authorities, probably not daring to leave his cave. In fact, it was not much different from being imprisoned. However, thinking about the people he had killed, Yu Xian felt he deserved it. Huaxia did not simply suppress extraordinary beings. Otherwise, it would only lead to all extraordinary beings becoming disloyal. In fact, as long as extraordinary beings had reason, they could also protect their own rights. Otherwise, wouldn't extraordinary beings be subject to ordinary people's tricks every day? Although the law was stricter on extraordinary beings, it still had to be fair and just while protecting the weak, ensuring that everyone was convinced. Ding dong! At that moment, Yu Xian's phone rang with a notification. Xianyu, don't waste Zhong Wuliang's corpse, sell it to me, I can give you 3,000 merit. Yu Xian picked up his phone and saw a bizarre message from Bat. What did he mean by not wasting the corpse? That was too frightening. He frowned slightly and quickly asked via voice message, what do you want Zhong Wuliang's corpse for? After hitting send, Bat quickly replied, for research. Zhong Wuliang is the sole disciple of the 8 Treasures Gate in Tower City, and the 8 Treasures Town elephant skill he practiced is one of the best horizontal training methods in Huaxia, but it has been passed down orally for generations with no written records. So I want to study Zhong Wuliang's corpse to try to deduce the 8 Treasures Town elephant skill. Yu Xian had to admit that Zhong Wuliang's defense was indeed very strong. Over 500 bombs hadn't killed him, and he had wasted several hundred more bombs before finally blowing him to pieces. The key was that Zhong Wuliang was only a wolf level. If he had been a tiger level, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything even if he used up all his bombs. If you figure it out, remember to share a portion with me, Yu Xian replied immediately. Codename Bat, no problem. With a thought, Yu Xian directed the space bubble to turn back. Fortunately, due to the smoke from the explosion, no animals dared to approach Zhong Wuliang's corpse for a short while. Yu Xian emptied the ring that contained Zhong Wuliang's meat and then placed Zhong Wuliang's corpse into this ring. One of his hands is broken. Do you need to recover it? Yu Xian recalled that Zhong Wuliang's other arm was in the big pit, so he asked on his phone. Codename Bat quickly replied, yes, the body of a horizontal training martial artist must have traces of his training. Missing an arm means the research might be incomplete. Okay, I'll go recover it, Yu Xian responded. He quickly returned to the big pit, remembering that Zhong Wuliang's severed hand had fallen on a rock and bled a lot. But when he found the rock, there was only a pool of blood, and his arm had mysteriously vanished. Where's the hand? Yu Xian looked around, dumbfounded. He scanned the area but found no animal tracks. Then he enhanced his sense of smell, carefully sniffing the air. The faint scent of blood extended upwards, clearly indicating that a bird of prey, like an eagle, had taken the hand away. If he had known that the bat would want Zhong Wuliang's corpse, he should have collected the severed hand right away to avoid unnecessary complications. Yu Xian sighed and then directed the spatial bubble to move in the direction of the blood scent. Fearing that Zhong Wuliang's arm would be eaten by an animal, he increased his flying speed to the maximum the spatial bubble could withstand, which was 20 times the speed of sound. After about half a minute, he saw a large black bird resembling a vulture flying with Zhong Wuliang's arm. The vulture also sensed Yu Xian behind it and immediately accelerated, diving down rapidly in an attempt to shake off Yu Xian's pursuit. A chase ensued in the air between the man and the bird. This bird was definitely a supernatural creature. It flew slightly faster than Yu Xian at full speed, and since Yu Xian was chasing it, not the other way around, he was being led by the nose. Every time the bird changed direction, it could create a significant distance, making it impossible for Yu Xian to catch up. Yu Xian extended his hand, and a large number of silver threads shot out rapidly from his fingertips. The bird sensed danger, flapping its wings even faster, while its body spun, changing its flight direction to the left. By the time Yu Xian turned to follow, it had already flown hundreds of meters away. Goodness, it even had a burst of potential. Yu Xian gritted his teeth, trying to fold the surrounding space, but the bird was flying too fast. Just as he locked onto a coordinate, before he could fold it, the bird had already flown beyond the distance he could bend. In the end, he simply gave up on intercepting it and any unnecessary tactics. As long as he didn't lose track of it, that was enough. After all, he had never feared anyone when it came to stamina. He believed that once the bird got tired, it would naturally stop. He didn't believe this bird had infinite stamina. Sure enough, after a few more minutes of pursuit, the bird began to tire and decisively released Zhong Wuliang's arm to lighten its load. Yu Xian quickly dove down and bound Zhong Wuliang's arm with silver threads. Finally, he got it back. Yu Xian let out a slight sigh of relief, storing the arm in his storage ring. Then he looked around at the environment and hurriedly took out his phone to check his location. He had been so focused on chasing the bird that he realized he seemed to have gotten lost. When he opened the map, the entire map glowed red, with warning signs. Damn, a restricted area. Yu Xian's expression changed. He hadn't expected to have chased into a restricted area. He couldn't really blame himself. After all, he had been flying with the large bird, and for the bird, there probably were no restricted areas in this world. Just as he was about to teleport away, a massive lake not far away suddenly flashed with a blue shadow, and then a blue giant dragon emerged from the water, its head rising above the surface, its eyes staring directly at Yu Xian. The dragon's head alone was as large as the Bird's Nest Stadium in Beijing, and its eyes radiated a terrifying dragon's might. Yu Xian felt as if he had been frozen by its gaze. Gulp! The Pangu heart within Yu Xian suddenly thumped, and his nearly stagnant thoughts regained a bit of clarity, causing him to instinctively swallow. For some reason, he felt a stirring in his heart and activated his identification technique on the blue giant dragon, and in the next second, he quickly teleported away. The dragon, which had originally been staring at Yu Xian, flashed a hint of anger in its eyes the moment Yu Xian used the identification technique, and then the gem on its forehead shot out a thick azure beam of light. A beam of light swept through the air, and the bubbles left by Yu Xian burst instantly. Even the higher clouds were affected, sliced open with a huge mark. On the other side, Yu Xian returned to one of the bubbles he had previously located, letting out a sigh of relief. That dragon was terrifying. The wilderness was indeed fraught with danger. At this moment, Yu Xian's attention shifted to the attributes he had just identified, and he was once again dumbfounded. Name, Extreme Dragon Code Name, None Race, Dragon Gender, None Age, Lifespan, Level, Faction, Ability, Summary. This was the first time Yu Xian had encountered a situation where everything was a question mark. He immediately suspected that his identification skill was not high enough to discern the attributes of the extreme dragon. Since his identification skill was only at the dragon level, theoretically, he could only identify the attributes of beings below the dragon level. Could that giant dragon's strength have surpassed the dragon level and reached the legendary god level? At this moment, he was once again filled with awe for the Forbidden Zone. Although there were friendly extraordinary beings like the Dragon King Golden Toad, there were also terrifying and powerful monsters like the Extreme Dragon, which might not be friendly at all. Fortunately, he might not excel in other areas, but his escape speed was top-notch. Otherwise, wandering into the Forbidden Zone would be too dangerous. At this moment, he suddenly had a bold idea. Previously, he had thought about placing bubbles at the Qilin headquarters, teleporting to the headquarters when encountering an unbeatable enemy, and letting the big shots gang up on them. Obviously, that method would not work. But what if he placed bubbles around the Extreme Dragon? The thought of the enemy being teleported there and encountering the Extreme Dragon made his impulse grow stronger. Let's do it! Yu Xian steeled his resolve and decided to sneak back and place spatial bubbles. His memory was excellent. He remembered the route from the big pit to the forbidden zone of the extreme dragon clearly. This had nothing to do with vampires. He had a good memory since childhood, and even without studying hard, his grades generally maintained above average. He first returned to the previous big pit, then flew towards the forbidden zone of the extreme dragon. Of course, this time he definitely did not dare to enter the forbidden zone of the extreme dragon. He planned to place a few bubbles on the outskirts and then control the bubbles to slowly move closer to the extreme dragon. Half an hour later, Yu Xian reached the edge of the forbidden zone. It was really on the edge. He couldn't even see the lake where the extreme dragon resided, only layers of overlapping peaks. He estimated he would have to go several thousand meters deeper to see that lake. But that was enough. He truly did not dare to get any closer. Start! Yu Xian extended his hand, and tiny bubbles quickly gathered in his palm. Then he manipulated these bubbles to swiftly move towards the location of the extreme dragon, moving close to the ground. At first, he could still see the bubbles, but as he progressed, he couldn't see them at all. He could only condense the seeds of the other shoreflower and place them into one of the bubbles. When the other shoreflower bloomed, its petals spread forward, and he used his limited perception to manipulate the spatial bubbles to move at an extremely slow speed. Throughout the entire process, he was very cautious, afraid of startling the extreme dragon in the water. Fortunately, in the end, there were no surprises. The bubbles finally moved very close to the water's edge. When the petals of the other shoreflower touched the water, he immediately controlled all the petals to dissipate. For the last stretch, he completely relied on blind control. According to his calculations, the bubbles should have already entered the water, so he stopped interfering with them. Next, he rode the spatial bubble up into the sky and released a large number of tiny bubbles in the air, which was relatively easier to control. Finally, all the bubbles hovered above the lake. In the future, when he encountered an unbeatable enemy, he would teleport those who could fly into the lake and those who couldn't fly into the air. In this way, even if the enemy can fly, they will have to face the extreme dragon as soon as they are teleported over, and it is highly likely they will find it impossible to escape. If they cannot fly, it will be even more interesting. The enemy will fall from the sky into the water, and such a commotion should be enough to attract the extreme dragon's attention. Yu Xian has already begun to look forward to the scenes of those enemies being teleported over and facing the extreme dragon. He hopes the enemies won't be too desperate. He thought for a moment and immediately created a number of bubbles, placing them around the entire edge of the forbidden zone, some on the ground mingling with the light, and others in the air accompanying the clouds. After completing all the preparations, he turned and left. A sleepless night. Without any surprises or dangers, Yu Xian flew another third of the distance. During this time, he passed through Green City, Fruit City, and Emerald City, placing spatial bubbles in each. In the future, he could reach these cities with just a thought, making travel very convenient. Around 6 in the morning, he teleported back home, took a shower, and changed into his school uniform when Nora bounced to the door. "Good morning," Yu Xian said with a smile as he opened the door. Today, Nora seemed particularly cheerful, responding with a smile, "Yeah, good morning." The two set off to school together, and Nora occasionally showed a happy smile, causing Yu Xian to glance at her frequently. Nora didn't keep it a secret, laughing as she said, "My dad transferred Rocky away, and the new guardian is a very easygoing sister who just started last night. We talked all night. Congratulations, now you have more freedom," Yu Xian said with a smile. He wasn't surprised that Marcus transferred Rocky. After all, Rocky's behavior when he came to find him that night was already very suspicious, and Marcus couldn't help but be wary of Rocky. For instance, would Rocky have inappropriate thoughts about his daughter? Yu Xian secretly despised Rocky, finding it somewhat amusing as he looked at the happy Nora, knowing that when he flew to Ice City tonight, Nora would definitely be even happier tomorrow. By the way, my mom heard that Rocky was transferred and booked a flight for tonight. I'll be able to see my mom tomorrow, and finally, there won't be any annoying people getting in the way, Nora continued happily. Yu Xian's smile suddenly faltered, then he forced a laugh and said, "You mean, your mom is coming?" "Yeah, the flight is tonight, and she should arrive tomorrow," Nora nodded, her eyes full of anticipation, radiating joy. Yu Xian could only smile and say, "Then congratulations. Tomorrow is Saturday, so you can spend some quality time with your mom." This made things a bit awkward. He had planned to surprise Nora tomorrow, but now her mom would arrive in Silver City first. According to his original plan, he would prepare the spatial bubbles in Ice City tonight, then go find Nora tomorrow, and use the spatial bubbles to teleport her to Ice City, where they would meet Nora's mom together. Just thinking about that scene felt wonderful. Who would have thought that plans couldn't keep up with changes? The transfer of Rocky triggered a chain reaction, ruining the entire plan. "What's wrong?" Nora asked when she noticed Yu Xian looking a bit down. Yu Xian forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, just a bit tired from last night. I'll take a nap when I get to school. The two arrived at school, and after entering the classroom, Nora happily shared her joy with Chen-Ling, the two girls whispering secrets together. Yu Xian didn't eavesdrop. He rested his chin on one hand, contemplating whether he still needed to go to Ice City. Although he couldn't give Nora a surprise, he felt a bit disheartened and disappointed. However, after these 2 nights of adventure, he had grown fond of the feeling of wandering freely in the wilderness. Once, the dream of wandering the world with a sword was just a fantasy. Now that the dream had become reality, what reason did he have to refuse? When the frog at the bottom of the well has seen the vastness of the sky, who would want to return to the bottom of the well and continue to gaze at the sky that is only as large as the well opening? Moreover, if he doesn't go out for a walk, he won't meet the Dragon King Jin Shan, won't witness the power of the extreme dragon, and won't understand how wonderful and magnificent this world is. Indeed, Ice City, I'm definitely going. Yu Xian took a deep breath, and he already had the answer in his heart. Not only Ice City, but also Buddha City, Stone City, Lion City, Dragon City, Fragrance City. In the future, he would go to many places, experience different customs and cultures, taste the delicacies of different cities, and meet more interesting people and things. Besides, since he wasn't in a hurry to go to Ice City now, he could completely linger in other cities for a while longer. For example, on the way to Ice City, he would just happen to pass through Yanjing, where he could visit Jin Shang, gain more experience at headquarters, and conveniently hand over Zhong Wuliang's body to the bat. There was no need to rush to surprise Nora, and suddenly time became ample. Yu Xian found that the outcome was actually quite good, at least he felt freer. Evening. In a corner of Bamboo City, in the bamboo forest, Yu Xian appeared out of nowhere and happened to see a large panda with a round little panda. He actually loved pandas very much. If it weren't for being in a hurry before, he would have insisted on petting the panda's head and feeding it bamboo. Now that he wasn't in a hurry, he planned to teleport over after taking a shower at home and have a good time with the pandas. "Aunt Panda, I really like Xiao Mei, so please let her come with me." Yu Xian cautiously approached the giant panda, then got into character, looking serious as he spoke to the giant panda, finally gazing affectionately at the little panda. The giant panda sat on the ground, calmly breaking bamboo and leisurely eating it, while the little panda lay behind its mother's bottom, curiously watching Yu Xian's performance. "Aunt Panda, since you don't object, then I'll take Xiao Mei with me." Yu Xian immediately pressed his luck, slowly walking towards the giant panda, and then he saw one of the giant panda's paws loosen its grip on the bamboo and start to clench into a fist. Without saying a word, he directly jumped through space and fled. This giant panda had eagle-level strength. A single slap from it would be unbearable for him. In fact, the intelligence of extraordinary creatures is quite high, especially those that often live with humans. They can basically understand human speech. "Mom, am I called Xiao Mei?" The little panda, seeing Yu Xian run away, curiously called out to the giant panda. The giant panda remained indifferent, picking up the bamboo and scolding, "Fool, you're a male panda, you can only be called ergo." "But I'm a panda, not a dog," the little panda retorted. The giant panda calmly replied, "Then you can be called ermao." "But I'm a panda, not a cat." The little panda protested unhappily. The giant panda swatted the little panda, sending it rolling, scolding, "If your butt itches, it's none of your business." There's no doubt, this is definitely a mother. She doesn't hold back when it's time to act. On the other side, Yu Xian was unaware that the little panda was getting scolded because of his impromptu performance. He sat by the window in a small noodle shop, slurping up the old chicken soup bamboo-flavored noodles. This type of noodle is a specialty of Bamboo City, with a strong bamboo aroma. The taste is very unique. Those who like it will probably love it, while those who don't might not be able to eat even a bite. Yu Xian felt that he should like it. With his super taste buds, he could tell that these noodles were made with very good bamboo leaf juice mixed with flour, and during cooking, a sweet chicken broth was used as a base, complemented by various high-quality ingredients, making the taste exceptional. After eating 8 bowls of noodles in one go, Yu Xian walked out of the noodle shop with a satisfied expression. Speaking of which, vampires actually hate the smell of garlic. Staying in a closed space filled with garlic for a long time can even make them faint. However, after Yu Xian awakened his super stomach and super taste, he seems to have become immune to this weakness. At least now, he eats garlic with great delight, feeling no discomfort at all. Next, he tried to chat up a few red pandas, but without exception, they were all driven away by the giant panda as if they were ghostly yellow-haired creatures. After playing around for about 10 minutes, he teleported to Chui City and then flew towards Ice City. It was midnight. A city without walls appeared before Yu Xian. This city was so large that he couldn't see its edges even while flying in the air. Even though it was already midnight, the entire city was still brightly lit, with traffic flowing like an unending river of light on the roads. He had arrived in Yanjing. Yu Xian slowly descended, and instantly several mental energies swept over him. He immediately looked towards a tall building not far away, and with his enhanced vision from the blood of silver, he saw a young woman holding a cane standing at the very top of the building, also looking at him. The woman wore a black dress, her red hair blowing in the wind. She had an eye patch over her left eye, and the only visible right eye emitted a sharp glint, giving Yuxian a sense of rebelliousness. Tiger level? No wonder Yanjing has so many strong individuals. Yuxian withdrew his gaze and landed on the ground. A moment later, a police car stopped beside him. A police officer in black combat armor got out of the car, saluted, and said, "Hello, please show your identification." Yuxian nodded, took out the Kirin's identification from his storage ring, and soon his identity was verified. The officer saluted again and returned the identification, while informing him that flying was prohibited in Yanjing, and if he wanted to fly, he needed to apply for permission first. Clearly, his flight over had already alerted the entire police system. After that, no police officers came to verify his identity again, even as police cars passed by him without stopping. Yuxian took out his phone and contacted Bat. "Bat, I've arrived in Yanjing. I'll deliver Zhong Wulian's body directly to you. Send me your location." "Send me your location, I'm driving right now," Bat quickly replied. Vampires are all night owls, and Yuxian was not polite at all, directly sending his location to Bat, who said he would arrive in 15 minutes. Yanjing had been expanding, and a few years ago, the 35th Ring Road had already been completed. Now, Yuxian was at a location that was probably not yet recognized as the 36th Ring Road. Since each ring is larger than the last, the total length of the 36th Ring Road was already quite exaggerated, so Yuxian estimated that the Kirin headquarters should be at the 34th or 33rd ring, otherwise, Bat wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. He sat on a bench by the roadside for people to rest, casually attaching many ultrafine spatial bubbles to the indentations on the back of the bench, feeling inexplicably like he was secretly sticking boogers to the back of the chair. 15 minutes later, a bulletproof SUV stopped in front of him, the window slowly rolled down, and the young man in the driver's seat said, "Get in." "Are you Bat?" Yuxian stood up, opened the passenger door, got in, and closed the door before asking. Bat's demeanor was very similar to his, but Bat's skin was even paler, almost with a hint of blue, resembling that of a corpse. In contrast, because he had two hearts beating, his skin was very close to that of a normal person, just a bit whiter, more akin to what is called cool white skin. "Nice to meet you, I am codenamed Bat." Bat introduced himself while driving. Yuxian smiled and said, "Hello, I am Xianyu. Are we heading to the headquarters?" Bat replied and continued driving. Yuxian realized that Bat actually didn't like to talk, so he lowered his head and continued playing on his phone. He was looking at food guides for Yanjing, planning to indulge in a feast after placing the spatial bubbles in Ice City. Half an hour later, the Bat drove the car into an unremarkable building. After parking in the lot, he led Yuxian through the card access into the building. The moment Yuxian stepped inside, he was stunned. The exterior of the building was plain, but the interior was filled with a strong sense of technology, and the entire space had been expanded. A small room was larger than a football field. Yuxian felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, dazzled as he followed the Bat. The Dragon Clan girls were truly beautiful, and a mermaid manipulated the water flowing past him, while a masked Leizhenzi descendant gave him a dizzying feeling just by glancing at him. As they passed certain rooms, he could see through the huge glass windows zombies, evil spirits, fierce ghosts, and monsters being suppressed by chains, talismans, and magical artifacts, while researchers collected special tissues from them. As expected of the headquarters, there was truly everything here. Yuxian felt he was gaining new insights. The Bat walked ahead with one hand in his pocket, and the surrounding researchers seemed to fear him greatly, parting to make way. The two arrived at a room door, and the Bat entered a password to open it. As Yuxian followed him inside, the door suddenly closed automatically, startling him. Just then, the lights in the room turned on, revealing bodies soaking in formaldehyde. Wow! This was Yuxian's first time seeing so many different corpses. His hair almost stood on end. At that moment, the Bat turned around. Although Yuxian could easily knock the Bat out with one punch, in his eyes, the Bat seemed incredibly terrifying at that moment. What kind of perversion was this? The Bat raised his hand, and Yuxian warily asked, "What are you doing?" "The corpse of Zhong Wuliang," the Bat said with a helpless expression, having to remind him. Yuxian quickly realized and took out a storage ring to hand to the Bat. The Bat took the ring and walked to an experimental table, putting on the ring to extract Zhong Wuliang's corpse from the space. When he saw Zhong Wuliang's twisted, pitch-black body, he sighed slightly and took out a syringe from the workbench behind him. After preparing the solution, he injected it into Zhong Wuliang's corpse. Then he took a yellow talisman and placed it on Zhong Wuliang's forehead, pressing a button on the side of the experimental table. A layer of transparent film instantly covered Zhong Wuliang's corpse. "What's the use of this?" Yuxian leaned forward, asking curiously. The bat replied calmly, I injected a very small amount of corpse energy mixture into him. Over the next 24 hours, his body will become zombified. During this process, his cells will automatically repair the damaged parts, especially the meridians filled with corpse energy. Based on the concentration of the corpse energy, we can determine the strength and deduce his cultivation meridian route. Isn't that too dangerous? Yu Xian frowned after hearing this. The bat said calmly, experiments inherently don't guarantee 100% safety, and besides, this is the headquarters. That's true, Yu Xian thought. With so many experts at headquarters, a small zombie really wouldn't cause much of a stir. In fact, he could absorb Zhong Wuliang's blood to gain the 8 treasures suppressing elephant technique from his memories, but since Zhong Wuliang died in an explosion, the corpse was too disgusting for him to stomach. Moreover, the 8 treasures suppressing elephant technique wasn't that important to him. Most importantly, he really didn't want to see the memories of a rugged, solitary, and particularly strong old man. The memories of slashing a mantis were already disgusting enough, and he felt Zhong Wuliang's memories would be even worse. For these reasons, Yu Xian chose to forego absorbing Zhong Wuliang's blood to avoid contaminating his mind with Zhong Wuliang's memories. The bat took off the ring and returned it to Yu Xian, saying, You came to Yinjing probably to visit Jin Shang, right? Yeah, but it's too late now. I plan to see the captain tomorrow morning. Yu Xian nodded. The bat walked over to the sink, washed his hands, and said lightly, Shall I see you out? No need, I'll just wander around the headquarters first. Yu Xian refused. He was also planning to place some spatial bubbles at the headquarters and would leave only after setting them up. Well, make yourself at home? The bat hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, goodbye. Yu Xian nodded, then turned and walked to the door, which opened automatically. He immediately dashed out of the room. It was too terrifying and oppressive in there. Staying even a second longer felt like tormenting his mind. Next, he took a stroll around the first floor, placing the spatial bubbles in suitable corners. Damn, salted fish. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Yu Xian looked up and saw Itai trying to run away. A smile appeared on his face, and in the next moment, he wanted to use the spatial jump technique to chase after him, but this time the spatial jump failed. He belatedly realized that the Qilin headquarters probably had some kind of formation or barrier that prohibited spatial teleportation. Wait, didn't that mean the spatial bubbles were essentially useless? Yu Xian quickly controlled one of the spatial bubbles to enlarge, then stepped into it and instantly appeared behind a 2-person chair in the 36th ring. He looked up at the pitch-black sky, then teleported back to the Qilin headquarters. It seemed that this ability to prohibit spatial teleportation could not stop the spatial bubbles. As soon as he teleported back to the Qilin headquarters, he saw Itai's big face pressed against the bubble, looking at him as if he were a deity. Salted fish, how did you do that? Itai asked seriously. Seeing him so earnest, Yu Xian innocently replied, What do you mean how did I do it? That was spatial teleportation just now, right? Itai asked with an exaggerated expression. Yu Xian nodded, and Itai immediately jumped up, excitedly saying, Do you know how many layers of formations and barriers there are in the headquarters space? Not to mention you, even a dragon-level expert wouldn't be able to use spatial abilities here, and no artifact could teleport in or out. You, this is bad. Then Itai shouted loudly, and soon the security team of Qilin surrounded them. Half an hour later, Yu Xian and Itai were sitting in the minister's office, surrounded by Yulai and others, all staring at Yu Xian. Xiao Cheng even took the opportunity to ruffle Yu Xian's hair, making it a mess. Little fish, try teleporting again, Yulai said, looking at Yu Xian. Yu Xian innocently said oh, then created a spatial bubble and instantly teleported to his home in Silver City. He patted his chest, feeling scared. The last time had been so stressful. After a while, his phone rang. Yulai sent him a message telling him to hurry back. Sigh, what is meant to be will be, what is meant to be avoided cannot be avoided. Yu Xian sighed, grimacing as he teleported back to Yulai's office. Good lad, this ability. I don't even know what to say, Yulai smiled, patting Yu Xian on the shoulder, looking at him in admiration. Xiao Cheng analyzed, little fish's spatial bubbles likely have internal spaces that are unaffected by external spaces, belonging to a very high-level self-contained space, so he can teleport freely within that space. Can we use this principle to develop a more stable teleportation array? A bold strongman suggested. Then everyone began to discuss animatedly, also debating how to handle Yu Xian's situation, as his ability was too overpowered, allowing him to come and go freely at headquarters without being monitored. Finally, Yulai made a decisive conclusion. Yulai smiled and said, Little fish, I allow you to place bubbles at headquarters, but the locations must be determined by me. You are not allowed to place them secretly. Yes. Yu Xian immediately raised his head and promised. Xiao Chang gave Yu Xian a light tap on the back of his head and chuckled. Don't think you can sneak around. I'll have security check every day, and your bubbles won't escape their notice. I promise I won't secretly release bubbles, Yuxian said, his cheeks slightly sweating as he hurried to assure him. Although he had indeed thought for a moment about secretly releasing a few more bubbles, Qilin has always been unconventional in nurturing talent. The greater the ability, the larger the stage Qilin provides. Of course, as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, and with greater responsibility comes more benefits. After discussions, Yulai, Xiao Chang, and the others made slight adjustments to Yuxian's status. First, Yuxian's ranking was directly elevated from 6330 to 33, with his codename remaining unchanged for now, mainly because salty fish is too misleading and might even serve as Yuxian's camouflage. Underestimating the enemy can sometimes be an advantage. Furthermore, although Yuxian still remained in the exorcism squad, his direct superior was changed to Xiao Chang, and he was granted the authority to not execute missions, even being able to forcibly interrupt tasks. In simple terms, everything is prioritized for Yuxian's safety. The welfare levels within Qilin are divided into 4 tiers: basic, elite, pillar, and national. Originally, Yuxian enjoyed basic welfare, but after discussions, his welfare was upgraded from basic to pillar, directly skipping the elite level, which is a significant promotion. Pillar-level welfare includes not only the most basic accommodations, travel, medical care, and other guarantees, but the headquarters will also specifically form a 5-person logistics team to serve Yuxian. As long as Yuxian's requests are legal, reasonable, and compliant, the logistics team must unconditionally obey orders and do everything possible to fulfill Yuxian's demands. Of course, with power and benefits come responsibilities. Yuxian needs to provide 10 teleportation points for Qilin, and in the coming period, the director of the support department, Su Habai, will take time to personally lead him to the 6 forbidden zones to place spatial bubbles. In case of emergencies, Yuxian will need to send designated personnel to specified locations. 10 teleportation points are really not too many. Moreover, dragon-level powerhouses cannot move freely, so this task is actually quite relaxed, completely disproportionate to his benefits. There are too many benefits, and the tasks are too simple for him. However, the reason for this outcome is mainly due to his significant potential. Ranking 3-3 is not just because of his unique abilities, but also because Yulai and the others see enough potential in him. If he had eagle-level strength, he might even rank in the top 3. If one day he draws the Panga divine power, he would directly replace Gong Qian and take the first place. When Yuxian came out of the minister's office, he was still a bit dazed. He looked at Itai beside him and asked, "I don't need to take an assessment, and I'm already ranked 33? Big brother, don't talk, I'm dazed too," Itai said, slapping his cheeks, looking incredulous. Because he was the first to discover Yuxian's special ability, he also received a reward. This was the first time he had received so much praise from so many big shots, and while excited, he felt a bit dazed like Yuxian. "Then I'll head home first, bye." Yuxian took a deep breath, slapped his cheeks, and then created a spatial bubble ahead, instantly teleporting home. "Hey!" Itai watched as Yuxian teleported away, realizing belatedly. The minister clearly said not to use bubbles randomly at the Qilin headquarters, only at designated locations, so how did Yuxian use one? At that moment, the director of the support department, Su Habai, came out, patted Itai on the shoulder, and smiled. "It's fine, if it's just for his own use, let him be." Now, Yuxian can be said to be the most free person in China, truly able to go wherever he wants, as the headquarters has no intention of restraining him. Talent cannot be retained by rules. For hundreds of years, countless talents have emerged from Qilin, most of whom ultimately fell into the abyss and never returned. However, many were willing to stay, not relying on rules or power, but on empathy. One cannot simply deny someone the ability to use their talents. Yulai and others only restricted Yuxian from leaving too many bubbles within Qilin. Yuxian returned home. He simply lay on his bed, checking the benefits of the pillar level on his phone. After reviewing all the benefits, he let out a long sigh. The benefits were truly excellent, so good that he felt a bit guilty, even afraid that he might not have enough awareness to match this level of benefits. At the same time, he felt deeply moved. Yulai, Xiao Chang, and the other big shots genuinely cared for him, not offering false kindness with small favors. This time, the Qilin headquarters truly gave him all the benefits they could, without holding anything back. Generally, extraordinary forces would reserve a third of their rewards and benefits to prevent a lack of rewards in the future, but Qilin exchanged sincerity for sincerity, never considering future issues. He opened the page for the extraordinary shelter, carefully searching for something useful. One of the benefits at the pillar level was the ability to apply for the use of an item with resolved side effects every month. Item No. 034, codename Doom Prediction Dream. It was essentially a bottle of sleeping pills that allowed the user to dream of future events. The problem was that the predictive dreams were inevitably nightmares, and the outcomes could not be altered. They would be exactly as depicted in the dream. After research at the Chilean headquarters, it was found that this sleeping pill would inevitably lead to the death of the user or someone close to them, but it also had a special function, to glimpse information about the future. In short, it was a very ominous item, and how it worked remained a mystery. Researchers later discovered that there was a way to resolve the death prediction dream, acting. For example, if one dreamed of someone's death, they could perform a play about that person's death. As long as it was completely consistent with the dream, the predicted death could be directly averted. Yu Xian thought this item was too troublesome, and he didn't need to know future information. He continued to scroll down. Item No. 035, codename Self-Tamer's Notebook. This was a notebook that, once a goal was written down, would subtly influence the writer, gradually guiding them toward that goal. For instance, if someone wanted to lose weight and wrote down a goal of losing 70 pounds, that person would slowly develop a habit of exercising until they successfully lost the 70 pounds. However, one must not write down unattainable goals, such as wanting to become a god or an immortal. Such goals would drive the writer to places with great opportunities. Surviving would grant them the chance, but failure would lead to death. So far, no one had been able to obtain the opportunity, all had died on the path to seeking it. The side effect of this notebook was that self-taming was a lie. In reality, the users were tamed by the notebook. At first, users could write their wishes with caution and restraint, but the more they used it, the more severely they would be tamed by the notebook, ultimately becoming its puppets. At that point, their wishes would become increasingly exaggerated until they were killed by the notebook. As for the solution to this side effect, it was surprisingly simple. The method was to write in the notebook, "I want to become someone who cannot be tamed by the notebook." Surprisingly, this notebook was quite honest. As long as one wrote, "I want to become someone who cannot be tamed by the notebook," it would indeed tame the writer into someone who could not be tamed by the notebook, thus granting immunity to its taming. It was like exploiting a bug. Yu Xian was very curious about how many times the researchers at Chilean had tested this before discovering such a loophole. Moreover, this method is a one-time writing, valid for a lifetime. From now on, one can use this notebook however they wish. Currently, many procrastinators are using the notebook to force themselves to complete their work on time. Yu Xian felt that he temporarily had no need for the notebook, so he continued to look at the next containment item. He ended up looking for an entire night, and he realized that he was quite a wealthy person. After browsing through hundreds of containment items, not a single one caught his interest. It wasn't that the items were bad, but rather that his own abilities were too strong, so he didn't really need the assistance of these external objects. Wait, why am I still looking down? Yu Xian realized at dawn that the reason he saw item number 034 first was that he had previously looked at item number 033, the Great Fireflame Burning Heaven Blade, and since he had a record of browsing it, he jumped directly to item number 034. However, there were still many powerful containment items before that. He quickly opened item number 032, but unfortunately, the page displayed that it was unavailable, clearly indicating that the side effects had not yet found a solution. In fact, the Great Fireflame Burning Heaven Blade was also a containment item that was not allowed to be used under normal circumstances. If an ordinary person used it once, they might burn away their entire lifespan in just a few minutes. Yu Xian continued to look further, item number 031, item number 030, item number 029. Indeed, the further up he went, the more bizarre the contained items became, but the side effects were also increasingly terrifying, and most of the side effects still had no solutions found. However, when Yu Xian saw item number 020, his eyes suddenly lit up. Item number 020, codename Bronze Divine Tree. This was a very ancient artifact, with 9 branches of the divine tree each having a bronze bird at the tip. Anyone who dripped blood on the bronze bird would have the bird transform into a golden crow, which would forever hang above the blood dripper. One golden crow was equivalent to a midday sun. If continuously exposed to the midday sun, an ordinary person would quickly die from heatstroke or dehydration. Even for extraordinary beings, very few could withstand it. Having one golden crow following you was like facing 2 suns during the day and 1 sun at night, making rest and sleep a problem. But this was not an issue for Yu Xian. The more he looked, the more he felt that the golden crow was suitable for him. If there was another sun shining at night, the time it took for him to awaken his innate abilities could definitely be significantly shortened. The only problem now was that the bronze divine tree was not within the range of items he could apply for. Because a solution for the side effects had not been found, both the bronze divine tree and the great fire flame burning heaven blade were prohibited from being applied for. Yu Xian thought for a moment and simply dialed Xiao Chang's phone number. Hey, don't you need to sleep? It's only 6 o'clock. Xiao Chang had stayed up late last night because of Yu Xian's matter, only falling asleep around 4, and was woken up by Yu Xian's call at 6. Yu Xian quickly apologized, and Xiao Chang said irritably, "Alright, spit it out." "Minister, I want to apply for the usage rights of containment item number 020, Yu Xian said directly. Xiao Chang was silent for a moment before agreeing. "Come over at noon. I'll take you to collect it, that's it." After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Yu Xian had prepared a whole bunch of reasons, but they all got stuck in his throat. He just agreed like that? Because of the great fire flame burning heaven blade, he thought Xiao Chang would refuse him like last time, and it would be a complete no-negotiation situation. But this time Xiao Chang simply agreed. Could it be that Minister Xiao also knows identification techniques? A thought flashed through Yu Xian's mind, but no, perhaps the higher-ups all knew it as well. Even if it wasn't identification techniques, the big shot should have other means to understand his attributes, and they might even have more comprehensive information than what identification techniques could provide. The reason he was able to astonish everyone this time, aside from the incredible ability of the spatial bubble, might also be his unreasonable rate of growth. The last time they met, he was still a low-level ant, and now he had already become a small expert at the snake level. How much time had passed? It was as if today you saw a baby who hadn't weaned yet, and the next day, when you saw him again, the baby had already turned into a yellow-haired kid riding a ghost fire. How shocking that would be. Noon. Yu Xian was teleported to the Qilin headquarters. He went straight to the 3rd floor, knocked on the door, and entered Xiao Chang's office. Xiao Chang's office was completely different from what Yu Xian had imagined. First, it was large, and second, it was filled with numerous pits and bumps. Although it was called an office, Yu Xian felt it resembled a battlefield, while Xiao Chang sat at a small desk in the corner, working, completely out of place in the surrounding environment. "Wait a moment," Xiao Chang said without turning his head when he saw Yu Xian, quickly handling the documents on his computer. After about 2 minutes, he shut down the computer and stood up, saying, "Alright, let's go." Leaving the office, they began to climb the stairs. Yu Xian followed behind Xiao Chang and couldn't help but ask, "Minister, why is there no elevator in the headquarters?" "Because the headquarters doesn't need an elevator for even this little bit of stairs," Xiao Chang replied as he walked. Anyone who could join Qilin was an extraordinary person. Even the weakest extraordinary person had a much stronger physique than an ordinary person. If they couldn't even climb this little bit of stairs, wouldn't that be a joke? Of course, there were other reasons, but Xiao Chang was too lazy to explain. However, Xiao Chang then saw Yu Xian create a bouncy bubble, sitting on it and leisurely floating up the stairs. Xiao Chang inexplicably felt an urge to slap Yu Xian on the back of the head. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Make one for me too." "Oh," Yu Xian responded and created another bouncy bubble. The two of them sat on the bubbles and quickly moved upward, soon arriving at the 50th floor. Then Xiao Chang stood up and led Yu Xian into a pitch-black room. Following Xiao Chang, Yu Xian discovered that even though he had night vision ability, the room was still completely dark. Walking straight in the dark room, the sense of space and time gradually became chaotic, and Yu Xian even felt a slight change in his weight. Suddenly, ahead, the space opened up, revealing a huge, enclosed, all-metal base before Yu Xian's eyes. Unable to help himself, Yu Xian turned back to look, but the room behind him remained pitch black. "Stop looking, let's go," Xiao Cheng said with a slight smile when he saw Yu Xian turn back. However, in the next moment, Yu Xian created a bubble to wrap himself up, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. "Minister, what exactly is this place?" Yu Xian looked at Xiao Cheng in shock. In his perception, all the bubbles placed on Earth had become incredibly distant. Although he could still teleport there instantly, that feeling of distance lingered. "This is the extraordinary shelter, located in the Kepler star system over 600 light-years away from Earth in the constellation Cygnus. Isn't it shocking?" Xiao Cheng introduced proudly. Yu Xian instinctively nodded. It was not just shocking, it was absolutely mind-blowing. "Because you are a spatial ability user, I'm telling you this, remember to keep it a secret," Xiao Cheng said with a smile. Although elite members also had the qualification to enter the extraordinary shelter, the vast majority of people didn't know where the extraordinary shelter was located. When they came, they would at most feel a slight change in gravity and think this place was a bit strange. Only spatial ability users like Yu Xian would keenly perceive the changes in space and even discover the secrets of the extraordinary shelter through spatial coordinates. However, when Xiao Chang brought Yu Xian over, he had already anticipated all of this, mainly because Yu Xian had already qualified to learn more secrets. After you mastered the identification technique, you should have discovered, right? This year is 5322. Xiao Chang continued walking ahead, and Yu Xian hurriedly followed after emerging from the bubble, as Xiao Chang spoke while walking. Yu Xian certainly knew this number. He had already seen that many creatures had a lifespan of 5322. And aside from the extreme dragon being a question mark, 5322 seemed to be the lifespan limit for all creatures. 5322 might just be the limit of our world, Xiao Chang said. Yu Xian was surprised and asked, what will happen after 5322 years? I don't know. Perhaps our world will be destroyed, or it might be completely swallowed by the abyss. Every year, a large number of talents enter the abyss, seeking ways to save the world. Do you know how many talents we lose each year in the Qilin? Xiao Chang sighed and asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian shook his head, and Xiao Chang answered himself, every year, we lose more than 10 elite eagles to the abyss. We can't keep them, nor do we want to, because they go in search of hope with the belief of saving the world. But most of them never return. We don't know if they have died or are still struggling. However, many at headquarters are also looking for other ways out, like this vast sea of stars beyond Earth. Kepler's star is one of the results of such attempts. The Qilin has always regarded 5322 as the ultimate hypothetical enemy, with an unknown disaster level. Compared to the unknown level crisis of 5322, the anomaly insect crisis is merely a small dish. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of a glass room, where an ancient bronze divine tree stood inside. Xiao Chang took out his identity card and pressed it against the glass, and then beams of light began to converge within the glass, quickly focusing on the identity card. After confirming the identity, the glass automatically disintegrated. Go ahead, you can only take one golden crow, Xiao Chang said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded and excitedly stepped forward. He instantly concentrated silver threads to cut open his finger, letting his blood drip onto a golden crow. The originally bronze-colored golden crow quickly turned blood red, and then the blood color was devoured by gold, its body rapidly radiating light. The golden crow flapped its wings and affectionately flew in circles above Yu Xian's head. Yu Xian immediately felt as if he were standing under the midday sun, his whole body becoming hot. However, it felt very comfortable. The talent of the Light Eater was at work. A talent that was supposed to awaken on the weekend was likely to awaken in just a few hours. Yu Xian walked out of the glass room, and Xiao Chang took his identity card from the light circuit. The glass that had vanished reappeared quickly, protecting the bronze divine tree once more. Follow me. Xiao Chang glanced at the golden crow above Yu Xian's head and then said to him, the golden crow would not affect others, it only illuminated Yu Xian. To others, it merely looked like Yu Xian had a small golden bird on his head. The two entered an empty room, and Xiao Chang said to Yu Xian, place a few bubbles here as backups. In case another transmission method fails in the future, at least you have yourself as insurance. Okay. Yu Xian nodded and immediately created a large number of tiny bubbles that adhered to the walls of the room. Since each bubble was very small, he specifically placed hundreds of them this time. The consumption of this little bit of blood energy could be replenished in an hour. After setting everything up, the two did not return to the Qilin headquarters via the previous route but directly used the spatial bubbles to teleport back. However, as they stepped out of the spatial bubbles, before they could speak, Xiao Chang and Yu Xian noticed that the golden crow was gone. They both looked up almost simultaneously. Where's my golden crow? Yu Xian exclaimed. Xiao Chang furrowed his brows, but before he could speak, Yu Xian said with a strange expression, it seems to have been left on Kepler's star. As he spoke, Yu Xian controlled the bubble of Kepler's star to transport the golden crow over. As soon as the golden crow was teleported, it flapped its wings and flew in circles above Yu Xian's head. Minister, it seems to be a living creature, Yu Xian said seriously, looking at Xiao Chang. He had mistakenly thought the golden crow was a lifeless prop, so when teleporting, he only thought about bringing himself and Xiao Chang, leaving the golden crow as an independent life form behind. Are you sure? Xiao Chang looked at the golden crow above Yu Xian's head, his expression changing, incredulously asking. The Qilin had studied the golden crow of the bronze divine tree, and to find a way to eliminate the side effects, all these golden crows had been researched, concluding that it was just a ball of light. There was no evidence to prove that the golden crow was a living creature. At this moment, Yu Xian created a spatial bubble and directly wrapped the golden crow above his head in it, turning the golden crow that had been resting on his head into a caged bird. His spatial bubble could imprison the golden crow. Although Xiao Chang had repeatedly overestimated Yu Xian's abilities, he was still stunned to see Yu Xian easily imprison the golden crow. The golden crow that the Qilin had struggled with for hundreds of years. Was the side effect really resolved just like that? The problem was that in the past, the the Qilin had actually tried to use spatial abilities to imprison the golden crow, but it couldn't be contained at all. So what was up with Yu Xian's spatial bubble? I can only imprison living creatures, Yu Xian proved to Xiao Chang. Xiao Cheng frowned, thinking a lot, and finally realized that whether the golden crow was a living creature or not didn't really matter, because apart from Yu Xian, no one else could do anything about the golden crow. He tiredly pinched the bridge of his nose and turned to walk towards the office. You go play by yourself, I have things to do. Oh, then goodbye, Minister. Seeing Xiao Cheng's tired expression, Yu Xian thought he hadn't rested well last night, so after saying goodbye, he simply teleported away. In Silver City, Yu Xian returned home and directly imprisoned the golden crow in a spatial bubble. He held the bubble in his hand, watching the golden crow continuously bump against the bubble, and laughed, "Little thing, be good, don't bump." However, the golden crow couldn't understand his words and kept bumping against the bubble. Well, this is a silly thing. Most likely, it took him as its mother, which is why it kept hovering above his head. But thinking of those mothers that the golden crow had sunburned to death, Yu Xian decided that this golden crow would be named Silly Thing, for short, Little Silly. In the afternoon, Yu Xian sat in the garden soaking up the sun. From time to time, he would put Little Silly into the spatial bubble, and when Little Silly got anxious, he would let it out again. At first, Little Silly would panic and bump against the spatial bubble, but after a few times, it just gave up. This indicated that Little Silly was indeed a living creature, not a lifeless object. It actually had self-awareness, even a temper, and could be trained. However, Little Silly did not live up to the name Yu Xian gave it. Even when Yu Xian repeatedly placed it on his shoulder through the spatial bubble or tried to lure it to fly to a designated target, he failed every time. This creature only flew around above his head, and the rest of the time, it just lazed around in the spatial bubble. Just as he decided to give up on continuing to teach it, his heart, which carried the perfect biological skill tree, suddenly thumped hard, and in an instant, he chose super sense of smell. Countless heat waves immediately surged from his heart to his nose. He felt a warmth in his nose and touched it, realizing he was bleeding. The next second, with his breathing, all sorts of smells rushed into his mind, and his eyes rolled back as he convulsed on the lounge chair. In his struggle, a spatial bubble quickly expanded from his fingertips, wrapping around him and isolating all the smells. It took him a while to recover. Super sense of smell is just too abnormal. Yu Xian took out a tissue from his storage ring to wipe his nosebleed, sitting in the bubble with lingering fear. Just now, it seemed he could sense the various smells accumulated in Silver City over thousands of years through his breathing, even tracing their origins through these scents. He could even tell who had left a pile of dung. Going further, he could analyze the changes in that dung within the other person's intestines, the changes in their stomach, and what food it originally was, all through scent analysis. If it were just a small amount of smell, it would be fine, but the entire smell of Silver City was far too vast. It was too complex, so much so that his brain couldn't handle it. Originally, Yu Xian planned to activate his super sense of smell to continue accumulating energy for the Pangu Immortal technique, but now he had to activate the super brain first. The super brain doesn't make a fool smart. At most, it only improves memory and speeds up problem solving, akin to upgrading a computer's CPU to a more powerful one, but the software inside remains unchanged. For example, perfect beings come with a super brain, but they are still not smart, they just process information faster. Now, Yu Xian needed the super brain to handle the vast information brought by the super sense of smell. If he couldn't solve this problem, having a super sense of smell would become a burden. Currently, he could only use the spatial bubble to block various smells. Otherwise, if his brain continued to be occupied by scent information, he didn't know if he could last until the day the super brain was activated. Or rather, even if he could activate it, by then, if his brain was filled with junk information, would he still have the self-awareness to select his innate abilities? However, the super sense of smell was not entirely unusable. Yu Xian manipulated the spatial bubble, trying to first include the smells within a meter around him, and instantly his brain sensed the fresh fragrance of leaves and the earthy scent of grass. Delving deeper, he found earthworms beneath the soil, along with various insects whose names he couldn't recall. Although his brain wasn't a super brain, as a transcendent being, his brain was quite capable. At least, his information processing ability was far superior to that of an ordinary person. 1 meter was not a problem. Then Yu Xian tried to include smells within a 10-meter range, discovering rusty nails buried underground and the broken shoes left by workers during house construction. Yu Xian frowned, realizing that there was quite a bit of construction waste buried in his own yard. He even found some food remains left by the workers. Inexplicably, he knew these remains were from a certain day 5 years ago, and through a slight scent, he could tell how these bones had been cooked. Indeed, the super sense of smell was incredible. It completely exceeded the realm of normal olfaction, resembling a superpower. Subsequently, Yuxian continuously tried to expand the range of smells he could include, from 10 meters to 50 meters, then from 100 meters to 1000 meters, ultimately confirming that the maximum amount of information he could currently handle was limited to 1000 meters. Beyond that, his brain struggled to process it. 1000 meters was actually not bad. Yuxian sat in the bubble, flying out of the villa, perceiving everything around him through smell: snakes hiding by the river, people driving, passengers quietly passing gas, and lifeless pedestrians. He slowly moved towards a more populated area, and as the scent information became denser, he had to shrink his range from 1000 meters to 500 meters. Oh, is that Nora's scent? Yuxian suddenly caught a familiar sweet smell on a street. Then he detected a scent somewhat similar to Nora's, but compared to Nora's, this one was more complex. There were at least 2 men involved. Nora's mother? Yuxian's heart stirred as he reinforced his brain with silver blood and took another deep breath of the surrounding air. In an instant, a large amount of scent information was categorized by the brain, even deducing images from the molecular structure of the smells. For example, when a person smells the scent of a rose, the image of a rose naturally appears in their mind. When they smell roasted chicken, the image of roasted chicken comes to mind. Super olfaction can easily transform a vast amount of information into these images, allowing the host to see the prototypes of these scents. Of course, this requires a sufficiently capable brain. A less capable brain would simply crash due to the overwhelming amount of information received in an instant. Currently, Yuxian can only use this ability under the enhancement of the blood of silver to strengthen his brain. It is estimated that only by activating the super brain will this ability become a normal capability that can be used freely. At this moment, Yuxian seemed to see Nora in a white dress walking with a middle-aged woman who bore a 3-point resemblance to her, amidst the crowd hundreds of meters away. There were also several bodyguards around them, all armed. Indeed, it is Nora's mother. Yuxian opened his eyes, looking down at the ground, instantly locking onto Nora and her mother. Originally, Yuxian thought Nora's mother must be an extraordinary person, but it turned out she was an ordinary person, just with a very special aura, a kind of superior presence. However, being involved with a bloodline duke, Nora's mother could not possibly be an ordinary person. Even if she wasn't extraordinary, she belonged to a special class among ordinary people. Moreover, if Nora's mother wanted to become extraordinary, it would certainly not be difficult. But the fact that she had not become extraordinary was worth pondering. Either her mindset was broad enough, or she had greater ambitions, pursuing a more grand future. Regardless of which, Yuxian felt that Nora's mother was quite remarkable. Yuxian did not disturb the reunion of Nora and her mother. After watching the two for about half a tea time from a distance, Yuxian then teleported back to the villa. He felt that super olfaction still had great potential to be explored, especially after linking it with super taste. He could vaguely sense more information. Snakes collect scent particles from the air with their tongues, and what snakes can do, super taste can also achieve. However, in the past, even if Yuxian collected scent particles, he had no way to discern the information contained within. But with super olfaction, the two abilities complemented each other. Upon returning to his garden, this time the spatial bubble only contained the scents from within the villa. With the blood of silver enhancing his brain, and both super olfaction and super taste functioning simultaneously, he closed his eyes and felt as if he had become a higher dimensional being. The past unfolded like an onion, layer by layer, in his mind. It was as if there was a progress bar in his mind, which he could adjust at will, allowing him to see everything that had happened here in the past. Buyers visiting the villa, workers building the villa. Hundreds of years ago, this place was a slum, with chaotic wooden houses housing dozens of families. The further back he looked, the more information was missing, and the faces and voices of the people became increasingly blurred. After a while, Yuxian opened his eyes, as if he had traveled back hundreds of years to this point in time. He let out a long sigh and couldn't help but complain. A perfect being actually uses this ability for hunting. What a waste. Super brain, super olfaction, super taste, these three abilities combined had an astonishing effect. Upon returning indoors, he knew the origin of every piece of furniture in his home, which worker had moved it in, and even that the person had smoked before moving it. He knew it all clearly. To be honest, this was quite unscientific, because he had only smelled the scent on the furniture, but his brain automatically connected it to a furniture factory on the outskirts of Silver City. It was almost like quantum entanglement. Upon understanding one end, he automatically understood the other end. Although it was very unscientific, Yuxian had to admit, this was indeed superpower. The bed must be thrown away. These 3 pairs of underwear can't be kept. Damn, who is so disgusting to wash a bowl that fell in dog poop and sell it? Yuxian checked everything in his house and found that many items, upon tracing their origins, were completely unusable. The bed he usually slept on, although newly bought, was actually a refurbished second-hand item, and the previous owner was a playboy. Sometimes, knowing too much leads to unhappiness. Anyway, everything Yuxian looked at now felt a bit off. Night fell. Yuxian exchanged many things in his house back and forth. A police car stopped in front of the villa gate, and Yuxian instantly teleported into a bubble outside the gate. Zhang Kai, sitting in the car, laughed and said, "Come on, it's a holiday today, let's go have a meal, my treat. TSK, this is a rare occasion, let's go." As soon as Yuxian heard he could get a free meal, he immediately shrank the bubble's range and floated onto the car with a grin. Zhang Kai looked at Yuxian inside the bubble, curious, and asked, "Are you training your abilities?" "No, quite the opposite. There's a problem with my abilities, so I can only do this for now," Yuxian sighed. Zhang Kai asked with concern, "Is everything okay? Do you need to find an ability correction specialist?" "No need, it'll be fine in a few days," Yuxian replied. An ability correction specialist is like a super psychologist. Some extraordinary individuals may experience deviations while honing their abilities, such as going astray, leading to psychological shadows. This requires the help of an ability correction specialist to guide and correct the deviations. Zhang Kai drove to a small tavern, and the two got out and entered. Zhang Kai immediately ordered food skillfully, clearly a regular at this tavern. "I love these 3 dishes from this place, especially the lamb chops, they're incredibly tempting, and the tendon and dongpa pork are also quite good," Zhang Kai said with a smile. Yuxian laughed, "Don't brag yet, I have super taste buds, so let's see if it's good or not. I should have the final say." "Hey, I know you have super taste buds, that's why I brought you to this place. Do you know what abilities their chef has?" Zhang Kai asked proudly. Yuxian remained silent, waiting for Zhang Kai to finish. "The chef here is said to have the legacy of a food god, and one of the abilities is the tongue of the food god, which can discern the subtlest changes in the taste of ingredients," Zhang Kai introduced seriously. Yuxian retorted, "Across the country, there are at least 800,000 places claiming to have the legacy of a food god, give me a break. It's different, I just feel this one is genuine," Zhang Kai said with a relaxed smile. At that moment, 2 waiters brought the lamb chops to the table, and Zhang Kai immediately urged Yuxian to start eating. After Yuxian took a bite and nodded to indicate it was delicious, the two quickly got into a lively eating atmosphere. "Waiter, bring me a bottle of green plum wine." "Oh, right, you're not yet 18, so bring a can of juice instead," Zhang Kai said as the braised pork and 2 vegetable dishes were served. Yuxian picked up a slice of lotus root, just about to open his mouth to eat, when he suddenly froze. He sniffed the lotus root slice and said, "Brother Zhang, after we finish eating, ask the waiter where they sourced these lotus roots." "What's wrong?" Zhang Kai noticed Yuxian's strange expression and asked quietly. Yuxian placed the lotus root slice on the table and whispered, "Others might not smell it, but I have super smell. These lotus root slices have a hint of a corpse's odor." "Then what are we waiting for? I'll go ask right now." Zhang Kai immediately stood up. Yuxian quickly spoke up, "Be discreet, don't ruin their business." "Don't worry, I know how to handle it," Zhang Kai nodded. Yuxian put down his chopsticks, already lacking appetite. After waiting a while, he simply let some of the surrounding odors enter the bubble, and then he smelled a stronger corpse odor coming from the kitchen's lotus roots than from these slices. In fact, the odor was only stronger than the slices. In reality, the corpse odor was very faint, so faint that even an ordinary person eating it wouldn't turn into a zombie. The human body has a detoxification function. As long as the yang energy is sufficient and one basks in the sun during the day, even a trace of corpse energy will not cause any harm. However, where there is corpse energy, there must be a source of zombies, and Yuxian wants to find that source. After a moment, Zhang Kai returned with his hands in his pockets. After sitting down, he said, "They received the goods at the Green Lotus Pond in the south of the city. Do you want to go take a look?" "Let's go, I'm afraid there are zombies under the pond," Yuxian nodded. Zhang Kai had known Yuxian for a while and was well aware that Yuxian was not someone who liked to talk big without reason. Since Yuxian mentioned it, there was a high probability that there were indeed zombies by the Green Lotus Pond. He felt a tightness in his chest, disregarded his meal, and immediately went to settle the bill. After leaving the small tavern, the two got into the car, and Zhang Kai drove towards the south of the city. This time, he drove very fast, and Yuxian could sense that he was a bit nervous. "A few days ago, while I was on night patrol, I saw several little ghosts catching loaches over there in the middle of the night. I chased them all back home, but yesterday I heard from a Bing in the team that those little ghosts were catching loaches again," Zhang Kai said to Yuxian, looking ahead. If there really were zombies in the pond, it would be fine if the children didn't encounter them, but if they did and provoked the zombies' ferocity, it would definitely be a matter of life and death. Clearly, Zhang Kai was worried about the safety of those children. At the Green Lotus Pond, fireflies danced among the lotus leaves under the night sky. For children were holding buckets, catching loaches. A police car drove up from a distance and stopped on the road by the pond. Zhang Kai got out of the car and immediately shouted, come here, all of you come here." The 4 children looked up, and one by one, they obediently came ashore. Zhang Kai was furious and scolded them, then said to Yu Xian, "I'll take them back first. You'll be fine here, right? Go ahead, I can handle this," Yu Xian replied, sitting cross-legged in the water, glancing at Zhang Kai before scanning the curious children, finally nodding. Fortunately, nothing had happened to the kids. Zhang Kai nodded and took the 4 children away. It wasn't until Zhang Kai and the others had walked far away that Yu Xian slowly floated above the green lotus pond. He took a breath of the air above the pond, and the next moment, his face turned green, nearly causing him to vomit the lamb he had just eaten. Quickly closing off his sense of smell, Yu Xian felt quite uncomfortable for a while. This pond was terrible. Various rotting animal corpses, human waste, and animal droppings mixed with the mud, while others only smelled the stench. He smelled an overwhelming, super foul odor. However, he still managed to locate the source of the corpse energy amidst the stench. In his mind, the entire pond seemed to be inverted, with the corpse energy like tree roots, starting from an underground source, spreading throughout the pond. This zombie's level was probably very high. Because the stench affected Yu Xian's judgment, he could only determine that this zombie was over 400 years old, most likely a tiger-level zombie king. Although Yu Xian was a spatial ability user, he had never fought against a zombie before, not counting the zombie rabbit. He really wasn't sure how strong a tiger-level zombie was. For safety's sake, he decided to call for help. Yu Xian thought for a moment, took out his phone, and contacted Xiao Chang. After Xiao Chang answered the call, neither of them spoke first. "What is your father's name? What is your mother's name?" A child's tender voice came from Xiao Chang's side. Finally, Xiao Chang handed the child over to his wife's side and said, "Get to the point. Minister, how about I contact Minister Yu Lai, and you stay home with your wife and child?" Yu Xian said a bit shyly. Xiao Chang stood up and walked to the balcony, saying, "Speak quickly." "Oh, it's a long story, so I'll try to make it brief. While I was eating at the Bamboo Sea residence, I discovered that the lotus slices had a corpse aura. After inquiring, I found out that the lotus slices came from the green lotus pond. When I came here, I discovered that there is a zombie over 400 years old beneath the pond, most likely a tiger-level zombie king, and it could even be dragon-level. What should I do?" Yu Xian finished speaking in one breath. Xiao Cheng frowned and said, "Don't act rashly. If it really is a zombie king, then it has probably completed the transformation from yin to yang. Once it emerges, the entire Silver City will be engulfed in flames. Quickly call the combat police force and put everyone on alert. No one is allowed near the Green Lotus Pond. Without biological stimulation, the zombie king won't wake up so easily." "Understood." Yu Xian nodded. Xiao Chang continued, "Once you have made arrangements on your end, immediately teleport back to headquarters. We'll study how to deal with it." "Okay," Yu Xian replied. After hanging up, Yu Xian immediately called Zhang Kai, confirming that Zhang Kai had sent a few children home. He instructed Zhang Kai to lead the combat police force to establish a 1,000-meter quarantine zone centered around the Green Lotus Pond, relocating all residents within that range to a nearby gym for shelter. About an hour later, the combat police force was fully mobilized, turning the Green Lotus Pond into a restricted area, prohibiting anyone from entering. After confirming that there were no oversights, Yu Xian teleported back to headquarters, just as Xiao Chang arrived from home. The two went upstairs and entered the conference room. Other senior officials arrived shortly after, and when the last, Yu Lai, arrived, the meeting officially began. "Xiao Yu, can you confirm that the zombie is tiger level?" asked Hua Chang, the director of the combat department. Yu Xian nodded. "The zombie beneath the Green Lotus Pond is definitely at least tiger level. I even suspect it has reached dragon level. Then we need to clarify the level first. After all, the difference between tiger level and dragon level is significant. If it's tiger level, we can set up the 13 heavy locking array and send people to subdue it. If it's dragon level, we might have to go all out," Su Huabai said, looking at everyone. Yu Xian gritted his teeth and said, "I can determine the level of the zombie king. Just give me some time." "Ah, good. Then it's up to Xiao Yu." "Thank you for your hard work," Yu Lai said, glancing at Yu Xian and smiling. Yu Xian nodded and directly teleported to the bubble by the Green Lotus Pond, leaving only a bubble in the conference room. At the Green Lotus Pond, Yu Xian looked at the muddy water, his expression becoming very serious. The ancients said that a true warrior must dare to face a bleak life and confront the bloodshed head-on. Now was the moment for him to confront the foulness of the world and witness the countless people's filth. No matter how disgusting it was, he had to endure it. Yu Xian took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. The next moment, he opened the scent channel and took a deep breath. The silver blood enhanced his brain, and in an instant, it felt as if lightning was coursing through his mind, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins. The entire pond, from non-existence to its current form, replayed in his mind. The zombie underground was originally a Xingtian warrior, who had fallen from the sky into the pond, and his powerful body sank to the deepest part of the pond. It wasn't until 400 years ago that he came into contact with a wisp of corpse aura and began to transform into a zombie. Xingtian warrior. Initially, during the extraordinary outbreak, Pangu had not yet appeared, and there was no such thing as the combat police. To protect Huaxia, a group of armed police voluntarily injected Xingtian's blood, wielding battle axes to fend off various extraordinary creatures, even continuing to fight after death until the Xingtian blood in their bodies was exhausted. The Xingtian warriors gradually faded from history only after the combat police, who injected Pangu's blood, emerged. Yu Xian had only heard their stories in history class. Past heroes had now become the source of disaster. Yu Xian was very clear that if this Xingtian warrior were alive, he would absolutely rather die than become a zombie and wreak havoc. He took a deep breath, slightly bowed, and then was teleported back to the conference room at headquarters. So, is it a tiger level or a dragon level? Hua Chang immediately asked. Yu Xian's expression was serious as he said, dragon level, and there's bad news, the Zombie King is a warrior of Xingtian who has exhausted the blood of Xingtian. Everyone present changed their expressions. First of all, the Zombie King itself has an extremely strong physique. If the Zombie King was already extraordinary before becoming a zombie, it would be even more terrifying. The Xingtian warrior is precisely a warrior with an exceptionally powerful body. Even an Xingtian warrior who has exhausted the blood of Xingtian has a body that is impervious to blades and bullets, so one can imagine how terrifying the Zombie King they are about to face is. Moreover, Xingtian warriors are all heroes. What they are facing now is a monster transformed from the remains of a hero. At this moment, Yu Lai tapped the table. When everyone looked at him, he said seriously, since the Zombie King is a Xingtian warrior, we should be even more proactive in resolving it without causing any casualties. We should believe that this hero absolutely does not wish for his remains to harm anyone. Yes, the minister is right. We should wholeheartedly resolve this hero's concerns with the mindset of absolutely not tarnishing the glory of the hero. Xiao Chang nodded in agreement. Yu Xian clenched his fist and said, I can try to teleport the Zombie King to the outskirts, but I can't guarantee 100% success. Although the Zombie King is immune to sunlight damage, fighting during the day will reduce its strength by at least 10 to 20%. I believe tomorrow at 10 o'clock is the best time to act, said Cheng Kaitian, the director of the Drug Development Department. Su Habai gave Yu Xian a thumbs up and smiled. Give me 10 hours, and I will lead all personnel from the support department to set up the formation as quickly as possible. In case the little fish fails to teleport, I can guarantee that the Zombie King won't cause too much damage to Silver City. Coincidentally, 2 generals are returning from the abyss tonight, and we can call on them to participate in the battle tomorrow, Hua Chang immediately added. Yu Lai nodded and said, very well, then tomorrow we will act together to send off the hero and relieve his concerns. Following that, everyone began discussing various details of the plan, spending half an hour perfecting the entire strategy. This operation would be personally commanded by Yu Lai, with all senior officials participating, and the operation was codenamed Honor the Heroes, Guard the Glory. After finalizing the plan, Yu Xian became the teleporter, first sending supplies to Silver City, and then sending the members of the support department one by one. He was busy until after 3 in the morning before he finally had time to rest. He returned to the Public Security Bureau in the southern part of Silver City, where a large number of citizens were being guided by armed police to evacuate to other districts, and many extraordinary individuals stood on the rooftops watching everything, speculating about what had happened. The support department was setting up formations, with that kid Tai flying back and forth in the air at an astonishing speed. Yu Xian observed for 10 minutes, saw that everything was proceeding smoothly, and then flew to a high altitude to stand by, closing his eyes to conserve energy. Tomorrow would be the real main event. If they could teleport the Xingtian Zombie King outside the city before the battle, the losses in the city could be reduced by at least 90%. He had to give it his all to complete the mission. The next day, at 9 in the morning, beams of light from various formations rose continuously, centered around the Green Lotus Pond. The 1 Yuan Great Formation, 2 Instruments Great Formation, 3 Talents Formation, 4 Symbols Formation, 5 Elements Formation, 6 Harmonies Formation, 7 Stars Formation, 8 Trigrams Formation, 9 Heavens Demon Ceiling Great Formation. Numerous formations enveloped the heavens and the earth. At this time, Yu Lai and the others were teleported over one by one through Yu Xian's bubbles. With Yu Xian's spatial bubbles, they could travel back and forth to Yinjing in a very short time, allowing them to have the luxury to take action. Otherwise, facing such a situation, they could only anxiously wait at headquarters. From this point, it is clear how important Yu Xian is to the Qilin. Little fish, come here. These two are General Gao Wei and General Su Ao. First, you will teleport the 2 generals to another battlefield. If you successfully send the king of the zombie Xiang Tian to another battlefield, the 2 generals will be responsible for holding it back. Yulai called out to Yu Xian at this moment. Gao Wei was indeed very tall, with a square face and a pair of eyes that exuded an imposing presence even without anger. He had just returned from the abyss, carrying a fierce aura. He nodded slightly to Yu Xian without speaking. Su Ao, on the other hand, smiled. He was the opposite of Gao Wei, being relatively short, probably only about 1.68 meters tall, with 2 whiskers resembling catfish antennae on either side of his face, giving him a shrewd and worldly air. Generals, please enter this bubble. I will teleport you, Yu Xian said as he conjured a bubble, which instantly grew larger. Since they had just experienced a teleportation from headquarters, Gao Wei and Su Ao did not hesitate and stepped into the bubble, instantly being transported to a wilderness dozens of kilometers away. Old Gao, how about warming up first? Su Ao said with a smile, looking at the surrounding trees. Gao Wei nodded. Sure, let's clear the battlefield first. Do you really believe that kid can teleport the zombie king here? Su Ao asked in surprise. Gao Wei replied calmly, I trust Minister Yu. He has never misjudged a person. Among all the disciples of Zhang Daoqin, he ranks second, and no one dares to claim the first. Su Ao thought for a moment. Indeed, most of Qilin's talents were unearthed and nurtured by Yulai. It could be said that among the many disciples of the world-renowned Zhang Daoqin, Yulai resembled him the most, with a garden full of peach and plum trees. He nodded and smiled. Well then, let's get to work. In the next moment, he transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky, then manipulated a large amount of water to form sharp blades that fell, cutting down the surrounding trees and annihilating the extraordinary creatures hidden within. Seeing Su Ao take action, Gao Wei's body was enveloped in a layer of golden light, and then he began to expand, transforming into a golden giant spirit. He took a long-handled axe from his storage ring and swung it around, creating a terrifying gale that swept across the area, sending countless trees and animals flying, their flesh and blood dissolving in the process. In just a few moves, the two cleared a large area, and countless creatures in the distance sensed danger and began to flee in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Yu Xian and the others gathered at the edge of the green lotus pond, where Yu Xian created a bubble with a diameter of 5 meters, slowly maneuvering it down to the ground. At this moment, Yu Xian had closed his eyes, concentrating all his senses on the spatial bubble, while everyone around remained silent, not daring to disturb him. The spatial bubble continued to descend. As the soil passed through the bubble, Yu Xian could perceive the shape of every grain of dirt. Suddenly, the bubble enveloped a few strands of hair. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into a sea of fire. The king of the zombie Xiang Tian, when transitioning from yin to yang, would surely scorch the earth, burning everything in its path. It is said that an ordinary person who looks at it would spontaneously combust. By enveloping the king of the zombie Xiang Tian with the spatial bubble, it was akin to embracing it with his consciousness, which was undoubtedly dangerous. However, Yu Xian had been conserving his energy until now, and he had already gained awareness in his heart. He endured the sensation of his skin and blood seemingly burning, gritting his teeth to control the spatial bubble to descend further. King of the zombie Xiang Tian, teleport for me. Boom! In the next second, Yu Xian transformed into a being of fire. Seeing this scene, Yulai immediately formed a hand seal and shouted, Water Dragon, come forth, swift as the law commands. A water dragon appeared in the air and quickly descended towards the bubble. Yu Xian, still conscious, immediately allowed the water dragon to enter, and he was soon submerged in water. His entire body was charred black, and he opened his mouth to exhale a puff of white smoke, giving Yulai a thumbs up from outside the bubble. Good, good, good. The teleportation was successful. Yulai saw Yu Xian's gesture and felt a surge of spirit, joyfully addressing the others. On the other side, Gao Wei and Su Ao had already cleared a battlefield when suddenly a bubble appeared, revealing a towering corpse, and the bubble burst. As the corpse touched the ground, the area around it began to turn charred black, and the terrifying high temperature distorted the air, spreading outward. Both Gao Wei and Su Ao, upon seeing the king of the zombie, Xingtian, had their pupils slightly constrict, their expressions turning serious and cautious. The king of the zombie, Xingtian, stood 3.5 meters tall, his body covered in well-developed muscles. After becoming a zombie, his muscles were as defined as marble, each muscle giving an indestructible feeling. Moreover, his right hand had deformed, merging with a super alloy battle axe, veins and muscles spread onto the axe, and the blade emitted a hot blood light, undoubtedly making this axe a weapon of extraordinary level. Additionally, he wore armor specially crafted by the military for the Xingtian warriors, made of super alloy. This armor weighed 10 tons, had extremely strong defense, and each piece was astonishingly thick, allowing only the Xingtian warriors to wear it and move freely. Even more terrifying was that under the nourishment of the corpse energy, the armor had clearly undergone some incredible transformation, turning a bluish-green with faint ghostly light rising like smoke. "Be careful of its axe." Sueo, flying in the air, transmitted a message to Gao Wei on the ground. Gao Wei, holding the Xianhua board axe, nodded. In the next moment, he exerted force with his right leg, instantly appearing behind the king of the zombie, swinging the axe towards its neck. Bang! A terrifying loud sound shook the earth. Gao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-powered strike landed on an unprotected spot without armor, yet it didn't even break the skin. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Gao Wei instinctively stepped back, suddenly feeling a pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a patch of charred black. He raised his head to look at the king of the zombie, realizing it hadn't even moved. A question mark flashed in his mind. How was he injured? Old Gao, be careful of the extreme yin to yang corpse energy on it. This energy has an extremely high temperature and is formless and colorless, making it hard to defend against, Sueo reminded. Gao Wei took out a healing potion and swallowed it, grumbling, "You should have said that earlier." He circulated his internal energy, golden light covering the burned area, and a sizzling sound erupted as a large amount of black smoke billowed from the wound. Finally, he took out a bottle of alcohol and poured it on the wound, causing the black smoke to turn into white smoke and quickly dissipate, healing the injury in an instant. "Do you think it's a dragon or a god?" Sueo asked Gao Wei, looking at the king of the zombie. Gao Wei also gazed at the king of the zombie and replied, "A dragon, probably infinitely close to a god. Luckily, we discovered it early, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Suddenly, in the distance, the king of the zombie, Xingtian, slightly moved a finger. Perhaps it had been asleep for too long, its boot-up speed was a bit slow, and it finally reacted. Attack! Both Gao Wei and Sueo sensed the movement of the king of the zombie, and they simultaneously sprang into action. Divine Demon True Taisui, Giant Spirit Splitting Mountain Axe. Gao Wei's eyes erupted with golden light as he shouted angrily, his whole body ablaze with golden light. He raised the Xianhua board axe, and in an instant, the long handle extended, the axe head shooting into the sky. Then, he swung down fiercely at the king of the zombie, and as the axe fell, the handle quickly retracted while the axe head continuously grew larger, ultimately transforming into the size of a mountain and crashing down. Boom! The earth sank, and dense cracks appeared all around. At that moment, the sky was overcast, and the giant dragon transformed by Sueo circled in the air, while Gao Wei controlled the axe to shrink, just making way when a bolt of lightning, almost equivalent to a beam cannon, descended from the sky. Boom! The lightning instantly engulfed the king of the zombie, Xingtian, melting the surrounding ground into magma due to the high temperature. After 30 seconds, the lightning dissipated. Sueo and Gao Wei were both shocked, staring in disbelief at the king of the zombie standing on the magma. Although the king of the zombie was not unscathed, their attacks had only managed to break its skin. Its defensive power was terrifying. Roar! The king of the zombie suddenly opened its eyes, one eye looking up at Sueo and the other glancing sideways at Gao Wei. Then it let out a beast-like roar towards the sky. Danger! Gao Wei's sixth sense flashed, and he immediately saw a crimson axe swinging towards him, so fast. He quickly countered with his Xianhua board axe against the king of the zombie's axe. The two axes collided, and in an instant, the Xianhua board axe shattered, and Gao Wei was knocked to the ground by a swing from the king of the zombie. Old Gao! Sueo was taken aback at this scene. Among the dragon-level fighters, Gao Wei's defense and strength were top-notch, yet he was completely suppressed in this battle against the king of the zombie. At that moment, the king of the zombie raised its axe, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Gao Wei. 3 yuan heavy water, super shield machine. Sueo immediately dove down, water swirling around his body. As he got closer, 4 streams of water spun and transformed into drill heads, crashing towards the king of the zombie. But a red light flashed, and the water drill heads instantly collapsed. After the king of the zombie cleaved through the water, its left hand immediately struck Sueo's dragon head, sending his massive body rolling aside and flattening the uneven ground. Roar! The king of the zombie surveyed the surroundings, seeing that all enemies had been dealt with, and let out a long howl. It then looked down at the immobile Gao Wei, its gaze gradually locking onto Gao Wei's neck, its throat twitching as its blood-sucking instinct began to awaken. However, when it lunged towards Gao Wei's neck, opening its mouth to bite, its body hesitated, as if another instinct was preventing it from biting down. Roar! The king of the zombie felt inexplicably angry, raising its axe to behead Gao Wei. At that moment, a golden light shot down from the sky, and the king of the zombie immediately raised its axe to block. When the golden light struck the axe, the powerful impact sent the king of the zombie flying hundreds of meters away, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground where its legs had plowed through. Yulai, Xiaochang, Huachang, and others descended from the sky. Yulai had a third eye on his forehead radiating golden light, and behind him were 3 rings of merit light. The king of the zombie was illuminated by the light emitted from the merit rings, and its body emitted hissing white smoke. Little fish, send General Gao and General Su back to the city for treatment, Yulai said to Yu Xian, looking at the king of the zombie. In the sky, Yu Xian sat in a bubble, hearing Yulai's words through the bubble in his ear. He nodded and manipulated the spatial bubble to send Gao Wei and Su Ao back to Silver City. In this battle, he was still playing support and did not engage in direct confrontation. After all, with his small frame, a single axe from the king of the zombie could easily kill him, turning him to dust. However, he also had an advantage. As long as his injuries were not fatal, he could recover quickly. Just a few minutes ago, he had extensive burns all over his body, but now there was not a trace of burn marks on him. Of course, it still hurt. At least when he was burned, it hurt so much he wanted to cry. Yu Xian looked at the standoff below and immediately mobilized the spatial blood energy within him, using the spatial maze technique around him. Once the surrounding space was folded into a closed space with no exits, unless the king of the zombie also had spatial abilities, even if Yulai and the others were defeated, Yu Xian was confident he could trap the king of the zombie here. The spatial maze technique was actually an advanced version of the spatial folding technique. The only difference between the two is the number of folded spaces, and the space maze technique is not a random folding, but rather a folding according to certain rules, stacking up and down, left and right, north and south, east and west. The entire space seems to transform into countless lines, with different lines needing to connect with different lines, which requires Yu Xian to continuously consume blood energy as the adhesive between the lines. Yu Xian had practiced the space maze technique before, but it was only on a small scale. This was his first time launching the space maze technique on a large scale. At first, he was a bit clumsy, but after a few successful connections, he became adept, even having extra energy to use identification techniques on the Xingtian zombie king below. In an instant, the attributes of the Xingtian zombie king appeared before his eyes. Name: Zhou Xiaoyang. Codename: Young Master Zhou. Race: Xingtian zombie king. Gender: male. Age: 23. Lifespan: 0 level. Above: Dragon Camp, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty. Special Tactics Department, Xingtian Battle Team, number 7623. Abilities: Xingtian Body. After death, body defense increases by 1000%. Strength increases by 1000%. Immortal Zombie King, greatly enhances self-defense, immune to 80% damage from the same level, and for each level lower, immunity increases by 10%. Indestructible Zombie Body, through nurturing with corpse energy, greatly enhances defense, and can quickly repair injuries using corpse energy after being wounded. Yin to Yang Transformation. Corpse energy transforms from yin to yang. Moonlight and sunlight can continuously be converted into corpse energy, while being immune to most yang attribute damage, and the corpse energy itself carries high temperature. Drop Disaster can merge various axe-type weapons, increasing their hardness to 200% of its own body, and carries high temperature and toxic attributes. Red Earth for thousands of miles, explodes all corpse energy within, igniting everything around. Summary: Zhou Xiaoyang, number 7623, stand at attention. After reading the attributes of the Xingtian Zombie King, Yu Xian finally understood why Gao Wei and Su Ao were defeated so quickly. Because both Su Ao and Gao Wei were below dragon level, although they could unleash attacks at the dragon level, even if their full-powered strike hit the Xingtian Zombie King, it would only deal 20% damage, and this 20% damage would be further reduced by the various defenses of the Xingtian Zombie King. It would be impressive if they could even break the skin. Below, Yulai and others had already engaged in battle with the Xingtian Zombie King. Yulai wielded a dragon-level weapon, a 3-pronged double-edged knife, and when it clashed with the Xingtian Zombie King's axe, his body was lightly pushed back. The Xingtian Zombie King attempted to pursue, but Yulai's third eye opened, and a beam of golden light instantly repelled the Xingtian Zombie King. What great strength! And, you must not clash your weapons directly with its weapon, Yulai said gravely as he landed on the ground. His 3-pronged double-edged knife had actually developed a chip from the recent clash. The Xingtian Zombie King's axe was too hard and sharp. Fortunately, I don't need a weapon. Xiao Cheng's one eye turned golden, while the white of the other turned black, and his pupils became white. As he finished speaking, he condensed a ball of gray energy in his hand and threw it at the Xingtian Zombie King like a bowling ball. In fact, everything happened very quickly. In just a few seconds, the Xingtian Zombie King had just been repelled by the golden light shot from Yulai's heavenly eye when Xiao Cheng's attack came rushing in, and it immediately swung its axe to slash at the gray energy. In an instant, the gray energy exploded, forming a field with a diameter of about 10 meters. This field was called the Days Like Years field. Once trapped in this field, something that could be completed in 1 second would be stretched to take an hour to complete. Although the field could only last for 24 seconds, it was equivalent to hard controlling the opponent for 24 seconds. The ability to control time is often in existence beyond specifications, even enemies of a higher rank than Xiao Cheng cannot escape this attack. The king of the zombie, Xing Tian, is frozen in the domain, his movements becoming extremely slow. Everyone present knows this is a great opportunity to attack, and even Yu Xian, who is releasing the space maze technique in mid-air, cannot resist joining in. However, the first to strike is Hua Chang. As the director of the battle department, Hua Chang is surprisingly an archer. He holds a large, exaggerated crystal longbow that can only shoot sideways, and immediately draws the bow and aims, silently reciting the incantation in his heart. 3-foot arrow, 6 Jun bow, 1 arrow pierces the clouds and pines. The longbow bends like the moon, and the sharp arrow flies as fast as the wind. Boom! In an instant, a sound explodes. A crystal arrow shoots out in a flash, causing the ground to shatter and sand to fly. But when the arrow enters the domain of days like years, it is instantly frozen less than half a meter from the forehead of the king of the zombie. The attack temporarily halted. Comet strike! After Hua Chang, the next to attack is Su Huabai, who is flying rapidly in the air draped in stars, finally throwing the spear in his hand with all his might towards the king of the zombie. Countless stars surround the spear, falling together. Although Su Huabai is not a combatant, his attack is equally impressive. After entering the domain of days like years, it visibly slows as it approaches the king of the zombie, with the stars surrounding the spear continuing to spin without losing speed. Then others begin to act, and Yu Xian seizes the opportunity to cast a chaotic space bubble at the king of the zombie. Finally, Yu Lai opens his heavenly eye in the center of his brow, forms hand seals, and shouts, Gung Platinum Divine Light. Boom! His heavenly eye shoots out a thicker white beam, continuously bombarding the king of the zombie within the domain of days like years. The others are not idle either. 24 seconds is a very long time for everyone present, enough for them to attack dozens of times. When the 24 seconds are up, the domain of days like years suddenly disperses. The king of the zombie, Xing Tian, is immediately hit by Hua Chang's arrow, causing his body to involuntarily fall back, but he is then struck by a spear from behind. At the same time, various attacks hit him, especially Yu Lai's attack, which triggers a terrifying explosion, sending a thick beam of light soaring into the sky. Roar! A flash of red light appears within the beam. The king of the zombie, Xing Tian, actually cleaves through all the attacks with his axe, instantly emerging from the explosion, and immediately locks onto Yu Xian. At this moment, most of his injuries are minor, with only a dented and twisted mark on his shoulder, clearly indicating that the greatest damage was caused by Yu Xian's chaotic space bubble. Attacks related to space and time often defy reason. Spatial damage is essentially a fixed value of damage, and the stronger the space one occupies, the greater the attack power. Undoubtedly, the king of the zombie, Xing Tian, has not yet become strong enough to oppose the world. Boom! He kicks off with his legs and instantly flies into the air. But just as the axe is about to hit Yu Xian, his body passes through space, and the axe slams down onto the ground, creating a massive crack in the earth. Damn! That scared me to death. At this moment, Yu Xian finally realizes that the king of the zombie, Xing Tian, chose to attack him first. The main reason is that the king of the zombie's movements are too fast, so fast that his nerves cannot react. Everything is at least a second behind. Fortunately, he casts the space maze, first folding the space in front of him and connecting it to a certain coordinate on the ground, so when the king of the zombie attacks him in a straight line, he suddenly appears at the other end of the folded space. However, the situation begins to take a sharp turn. After missing his strike, the king of the zombie immediately changes targets, quickly charging towards Xiao Chang. Seeing Xiao Chang unleash a gray energy ball, he immediately sidesteps to avoid it. Its movements, compared to being under concentrated attack, had greatly increased in agility, as if everyone's previous assaults had instead awakened it. Too fast, can't lock on. Xiao Chang watched as the king of the zombie warriors drew closer, gritting his teeth as he unleashed a gray energy ball towards the ground, instantly unfolding the realm of days like years beneath his feet. If the king of the zombie warriors dared to rush in and attack him, it would also be frozen in place. At that moment, Xiao Chang was already prepared for injury or even death, fighting for an opportunity for others. However, the king of the zombie warriors clearly understood the terror of the days like years realm. It suddenly hit the brakes, spun its body, and instantly appeared in the air, perfectly overlapping with Su Huabai's flight trajectory. This is bad. Su Huabai's expression changed, gripping his spear and gritting his teeth to launch an attack, but the spear was directly severed by the king of the zombie warriors with a single axe strike. As the two crossed paths, the king of the zombie warriors opened its mouth, revealing its nearly 8-centimeter long fangs, and bit down fiercely at Su Huabai's neck. But just as the fangs were about to touch Su Huabai's neck, the king of the zombie warriors' movement stalled again. Yu Lai's support had finally arrived, and in an instant, a golden light sent the king of the zombie warriors flying. Boom! The king of the zombie warriors crashed to the ground, creating a large pit, yet its body sustained little damage. Everyone present found this monster, with its overwhelming defense and attack, to be quite troublesome. In the air, Yu Xian instead showed a look of confusion. After the operational meeting last night, he had attached a communication bubble to everyone's ears. Just as the king of the zombie warriors and Su Hubai crossed paths, he manipulated the bubble on Su Hubai's ear to expand, intending to teleport Su Hubai away. However, his actions were far too slow compared to the king of the zombie warriors. But because of this, he was the only one to notice the king of the zombie warriors' movements stutter. Could it be that the king of the zombie warriors still possesses the self-awareness of a celestial warrior? Yu Xian's heart stirred as he looked down at the king of the zombie warriors, who was continuously engaging with everyone, and took a deep breath towards the outside. Stinky. Extremely stinky. But then everything about the king of the zombie warriors began to peel away like an onion. Initially, only by consuming the forbidden fruit could one gain powers beyond the ordinary. At that time, the extraordinary beings were like superheroes or supervillains, staging magnificent battles in a world dominated by ordinary people. But with the emergence of extraordinary beasts, the balance was shattered. Many villages were easily destroyed by extraordinary beasts, and thousands of people, young and old, were slaughtered and hunted overnight. Troops were deployed, militias organized, yet casualties continued to mount. Humanity was no longer at the top of the pyramid, as the number of extraordinary beasts increased too rapidly. In just a few months, a beast could give birth to a litter of cubs, and in just 2 years, those cubs could grow into invulnerable monsters that preyed on humans. Humanity's activity circle continued to shrink, with mountain climbing and outings becoming extremely dangerous adventures. At this time, the celestial warriors were born. A large number of armed police injected with celestial blood were dispatched everywhere, wielding axes to fight against various extraordinary beasts while also slaying all extraordinary beings that committed wrongdoing. No one knew the origins of the celestial warriors, and no one knew where they trained, but every time extraordinary powers invaded, the celestial warriors would appear. At that time, the celestial warriors represented hope, represented light. But, behind this peace, countless young lives were actually fading away. The average lifespan of a celestial warrior was only 2 years. After death, they could still fight for humanity for 3 years, but eventually, the celestial blood within them would be exhausted, leading to their complete demise. Zhou Xiaoyan was born in a peaceful era protected by the celestial warriors, and his greatest goal in joining the army was to become a celestial warrior. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he became a commander instead. The warrior of Xingtian can still fight for 3 years after death, but without a commander, the Xingtian warrior is merely a monster of indiscriminate slaughter. Therefore, from the day they become Xingtian warriors, in addition to fighting, they must continuously self-hypnotize, self-strategize with the aid of equipment, set action programs, and imprint these programs into every cell of their bodies. This way, after death, the commander can control the Xingtian warriors through specific commands, manipulating them to continue fighting instead of allowing them to become monsters and wreak havoc. Zhang Xincheng, number 7323, stand at attention. Bai Heshi, number 6557, stand at attention. Gui Tao, number 5244, stand at attention. Tang Wenhua, number 2288, stand at attention. Guan Yulin, number 6699, stand at attention. Under Zhou Xiaoyang's command, there are a total of 5 Xingtian warriors guarding the safety of Silver City. He only learned the secret of the Xingtian warriors on the day he became a commander. He admitted that he hesitated at that moment, as he was still young and did not want to die young. Now, as a commander, he can still protect people's safety, and he is very satisfied with that. The thing he does most every day is to control the Xingtian warriors to patrol through commands, day after day, year after year, from 18 to 20, it has always been this way. But in his 21st year, the Xingtian warriors he controlled ceased to move due to the depletion of Xingtian blood. It was also that year that he was assigned new Xingtian warriors and participated in the Blood Sea campaign. In that battle, he witnessed countless Xingtian warriors fighting fearlessly. The Xingtian warriors under his command changed batch after batch. Those who died still fought on, refusing to rest until their forms were completely extinguished. What shocked him the most were several commander comrades he knew, who resolutely became Xingtian warriors during the campaign, only to become soldiers under his command within a month. They died in battle, yet continued to fight after death. The Blood Sea campaign lasted 9 months, sacrificing hundreds of thousands of warriors, ultimately defeating the evil organization Eye of the Blood Sea. Zhou Xiaoyan returned to Silver City with Xingtian warriors who either lost an arm, a leg, an eye, or an ear. A month later, the Xingtian warriors he controlled all died due to excessive consumption of Xingtian blood during combat. Half a month later, he applied to become a Xingtian warrior. He will always remember how he frantically sought out those commander comrades, asking them why, and their answers. This era is tough. Countless people silently dedicate their young lives to protect this peace, and their thoughts are simple: their best comrades have already sacrificed, and now countless others are sacrificing their lives to fight. If they sacrifice first, perhaps they can save one or two others from sacrificing. And now, it is his turn. He hopes that somewhere, some child, can avoid sacrifice and fighting because of his sacrifice. Time returns to the present, and the battle below continues. The Xingtian Zombie King forces Yulai back with a single axe, and the next moment, it sends the director of the Drug Development Department, Cheng Kaitian, flying with a punch. Boom! Cheng Kaitian crashes to the ground, instantly creating a large pit. He spits out a mouthful of blood, quickly slapping the ground with his right hand, rolling through the air, just as the Xingtian Zombie King's axe narrowly misses, splitting the entire pit in two. The Xingtian Zombie King misses its strike, and as Cheng Kaitian rolls to its right side, it immediately kicks out, sending the still airborne Cheng Kaitian flying. In the sky, the bow of Guanghan, one arrow pierces the 9 heavens. At this moment, Hua Cheng stands at a distance, instantly shooting out beams of cold light. Originally intending to pursue Cheng Kaitian, the king of the zombie celestial immediately dodged quickly, as a dense rain of arrows fell to the ground, turning it into a glacier in the blink of an eye. I will gather the moon from the sky, and bend it into a bow. Hua Cheng pulled the longbow into the shape of a crescent moon and then shot an arrow. But this time, the king of the zombie celestial had already noticed Hua Cheng. It immediately swung an axe to shatter the arrow, bursting forth from the terrifying white flames, appearing before Hua Cheng in an instant, delivering a powerful downward strike. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot towards the king of the zombie celestial, intending to break the siege. However, the king of the zombie celestial seemed to have anticipated this. It agilely spun its body, moving from the front to behind Hua Cheng, the momentum of the axe undiminished. Not good. Yulai did not expect that the king of the zombie celestial was always on guard against his heavenly eye. At this moment, Yuxian above suddenly opened his eyes, saw this scene, and shouted, "Zhou Xiaoyang, number 7623, stand at attention." In fact, the speed of the voice could not keep up with the speed of the king of the zombie celestial, but fortunately, Hua Cheng had Yuxian's bubble hidden in his ear, and the sound passed through the bubble, reaching the king of the zombie celestial's ear. Boom! The axe was only a centimeter from Hua Cheng's head, but the shockwave cut through Hua Cheng's scalp, blood flowing down from his head. The king of the zombie celestial's eyes trembled wildly, its body shaking from the resistance, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not move. Then, its body, no longer under the control of the zombie's will, slowly raised its head and stood tall, its posture straight. This was not a spell, but an unchanging steel belief, an unwavering obedience to commands, fighting for the country and the people. Zhou Xiaoyang, number 7623, stand at attention. It really works. Yu Xian thought in surprise. He was actually taking a shot in the dark. Just now, through the scent, he had seen all the past experiences of the king of the zombie celestial. Perhaps it was because the king of the zombie celestial was originally a commander, so after becoming a celestial warrior, its obedience to commands was extremely high. Yu Xian had tried shouting the command because he had seen how the king of the zombie celestial, when it was still a celestial warrior, followed orders in every action. At this moment, looking at Zhou Xiaoyang standing straight, he felt a deep shock and genuine admiration in his heart. The warrior from 400 years ago profoundly shook his soul. This unwavering steel belief could not be diminished by time. It was because of the selfless dedication and sacrifice of these ancestors, shouldering everything with a will of steel, that Silver City enjoyed its current prosperity. Fortunately, 400 years ago, they silently bore the weight of progress, and 400 years later, countless like-minded heroes still quietly contributed, striving forward. Yu Xian's mind flashed with images of the fallen, such as Yu Bo, from the memorial service. At this moment, death did not seem so terrifying anymore. After experiencing life and death battles and witnessing separations, he felt he had truly grown. Everyone must die. Some deaths are heavier than Mount Tai, while others are lighter than a feather. If one day he had to choose between living in a cowardly manner and bravely facing death, perhaps he would have enough courage to fight to the death, just to protect all the important people behind him. Below, Yulai looked at the king of the zombie celestial in disbelief, even his heavenly eye wide open. The action program of the celestial warriors was actually still effective. During their meetings, they had considered various battle plans and last resort measures, but they had never thought that the command of the action program would still have an effect. Hua Cheng quickly turned and retreated, taking out a blood-congealing spray from his storage ring and spraying it on his head, then looked at the king of the zombie celestial with uncertainty, having just narrowly escaped a heroic sacrifice. Others gathered around at this time, but none got too close to the king of the zombie celestial. Yulai and Su Hebai descended from the sky, with Yulai leading the way, slowly approaching the king of the zombie celestial, then circling around it. Safe. Yulai then said to the others, Xingtian warrior, I remember it was at the B level, and after death, it could reach the snake level. I didn't expect the Xingtian warrior to become a zombie king, becoming this powerful. I thought the martial artist zombies and the superpowered zombies were already tricky enough, but there really is always a higher mountain. My arrow didn't even pierce its bones. Fortunately, little fish was clever. I almost met a heroic end. Everyone stepped forward, looking at the Xingtian zombie king in amazement. Although they were all at the dragon level, the gap was too great. They all unleashed their attacks on the Xingtian zombie king, but aside from many scratches on its armor, it was almost unharmed. Even the broken skin healed automatically in a short time. The question before everyone now was how to deal with the Xingtian zombie king. Without new orders, the Xingtian zombie king would remain standing at attention. The group saluted the Xingtian zombie king, then left one person to guard while the others returned to headquarters through Yuxian's bubble. Back in the conference room, after a discussion, the Xingtian zombie king was arranged to be sent to the extraordinary containment facility. Until the zombie will within Zhou Xiaoyan was resolved, Qilin would not throw the Xingtian zombie king into battle. Yuxian, having discovered the Xingtian zombie king's command in time, avoided Hua Chang's heroic sacrifice, and also found the Xingtian zombie king and teleported it to the outskirts, so this time, he was sure to receive a first-class merit. Little fish, what do you want this time? As long as the headquarters can get it, you can ask for anything. If the merit isn't enough, I'll cover it, Hua Chang said kindly, looking at Yuxian, who was sitting at the very end. If before, everyone present merely admired Yuxian, after fighting together, they felt close to and trusted him. Although Yuxian's level was low and couldn't withstand damage, he was very reliable. Whether it was his spatial abilities or his intellect, he was truly capable, deserving the trust of everyone present. Minister, Director, can I exchange my merit for money to donate to the families of those comrades who have already sacrificed? If they are having difficulties in life, I want to help them. Yuxian thought for a moment and said to everyone. Xiao Cheng said irritably, what do you take Qilin for? For any member who sacrifices, we will take care of their families. You should keep your merit for yourself. Qilin won't let warriors bleed and cry. For anyone who sacrifices, their family becomes our family. You can rest assured about that, Hua Chang said seriously. Yulai instead smiled and said, little fish can have such awareness. To be honest, I am very happy and comforted. This time, I will take the lead and give the dragon shield to little fish. What does everyone think? Dragon shield. Everyone looked at Yulai in shock. Hua Chang then smiled and said, this is good. It really suits little fish. I agree. I agree too. Xiao Cheng immediately followed. The others looked at each other, and in the end, they gradually agreed with Yulai's proposal. Since everyone present agrees, then good. The dragon shield now belongs to little fish. Don't think about it anymore, Yulai said with a smile. The others sighed helplessly, while Hua Chang and Xiao Cheng smiled. What is the dragon shield? Yuxian couldn't help but ask curiously at this moment. Hua Chang explained with a smile, the dragon shield, fully named the reverse scale dragon shield. You should have heard the saying a dragon has a reverse scale, touching it means death. This is mainly because the reverse scale is used to protect the dragon's weakness. You could say the reverse scale is the hardest scale on the dragon's body. There is a dragon species in the abyss called the shield dragon, and the reverse scale reaches an indestructible level. We spent hundreds of years, using a lot of manpower and resources, to collect 3,000 reverse scales from the shield dragon, ultimately forging the ultimate armor, which is the reverse scale dragon shield. The most important thing is that the core of the reverse scale dragon shield is a piece of divine essence from the abyss, something only god-level beings possess, and it has infinite growth potential. After recognizing its master with a drop of blood, the reverse scale dragon shield will accompany you as you grow. You are currently at the serpent level, while the reverse scale dragon shield is at the god level, so its defensive capabilities will always be 5 levels higher than yours. Xiao Chang added. Yu Xian was indeed very moved after hearing this. He couldn't find the words to refuse, but he was also afraid that he wasn't worthy of the dragon shield. It was certain that Qilin had painstakingly crafted the dragon shield for someone extremely important. Did he truly have the qualifications to possess it? Alright, since everything that needed to be said has been said, the meeting is adjourned. Xiaoyu, come with me, Yulai said as he stood up and smiled at everyone. As Hua Chang was leaving, he patted Yu Xian's bubble and said, don't feel burdened. You are now the most important talent in our Qilin, even more strategically valuable than Xiaoyi. You deserve the dragon shield. Take it with peace of mind. This is a unanimous decision from everyone, Xiao Cheng added, patting Yu Xian's bubble as well. Su Hubai followed suit, giving Yu Xian's bubble a pat and smiling at him. Then it was Cheng Kaitian, and then, after everyone had left, Yulai smiled at Yu Xian and said, follow me. Upon exiting the conference room, the two did not ascend but instead descended the stairs. Yu Xian followed closely beside Yulai, vaguely sensing that the space was changing. Although they were going down, they were continuously shifting positions, and even with his spatial talent, he began to feel confused. He even started to doubt whether he was still on Earth. Could it be that he had ended up on a planet hundreds of light years away? Minister, who was the dragon shield originally intended for? As Yu Xian flew forward alongside Yulai, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. The initial plan for the dragon shield was to be the highest tribute for the millennium of nation building. However, that individual learned of this and believed that it was a waste of precious extraordinary resources to expend so much manpower and material for a mere ordinary person's protection, so he directly refused. But the design and core materials were already prepared, so after several meetings, it was decided to create it first, and young talents from all departments were eligible to compete. Originally, the most likely candidate for the dragon shield was Xiaoyi, but you clearly need the protection of the dragon shield more than Xiaoyi does, and you are even more important, so the dragon shield belongs to you, Yulai explained as they walked. Yu Xian did not expect the specifications of the dragon shield to be so high. Yulai smiled instead and said, "Don't feel burdened. Hua Chang is right, you are now the most important talent in our Qilin, even more strategically valuable than Xiaoyi. You deserve the dragon shield. Yes, I will strive to be worthy of it and will not let the minister's trust down." Yu Xian nodded earnestly. The two continued walking, and after about 15 minutes, they finally entered a room that required multiple verifications. When they walked through the last door, Yu Xian saw a massive red dragon coiled in the center of the room. Suddenly, the dragon dispersed into countless flying scales, and in the center was a red gem. The scales sometimes formed the dragon, sometimes transformed into numerous small dragons swirling around the gem, and then they would scatter and reassemble, changing endlessly. It was breathtaking. The ultimate equipment crafted with the power of a nation was beyond what an individual could imagine. Yu Xian was completely mesmerized. This was no ordinary equipment, but a perfect work of art, without a single flaw to be found. "Go and drop your blood on the core of the dragon shield," Yulai said with a smile to Yu Xian. Yu Xian swallowed hard, nodded, and slowly maneuvered his bubble forward. Since the dragon shield was unclaimed, it did not prevent him from approaching. He used a silver thread to cut his finger and let his blood drip onto the floating red gem. After the ruby was stained with blood, it quickly absorbed the blood, and the originally dull ruby gradually emitted a red halo. In the next moment, the ruby suddenly crashed into Yu Xian's chest, while the surrounding scales followed closely, swirling around Yu Xian. At times, they transformed into a giant dragon wrapping around him, and at other times, they became countless scattered scales moving erratically around him. Yu Xian felt as if he had gained an additional organ. These scales did not require his control and could autonomously defend against all attacks, yet he could also manipulate them freely. If I inject spatial blood energy into the core, he could feel the divine core slowly absorbing his physical energy. At that moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and mobilized the spatial blood energy within him to replace his physical energy and inject it into the core. The previously chaotic scales began to flicker. They had actually gained the ability to traverse space, continuously jumping through space around him. Yu Xian extended his hand, and a reverse scale instantly teleported to his fingertip. The scale was roughly the size of 2 thumbnails, about 4 centimeters long and estimated to be half a centimeter thick. It felt soft to the touch, surprisingly difficult to imagine that these reverse scales possessed extremely strong defensive power. With a thought, all the scales stopped swirling around him and instead began to flicker erratically around the bubble, resembling twinkling golden dots. He turned and returned to Yulai's side. Yulai looked at the flickering scales in astonishment and said, "Is this spatial ability?" "Yes, I tried injecting the energy from my body into the core, and as a result, all the reverse scales gained the ability to jump through space." Yu Xian nodded. "I'll give it a try." Yulai attempted to punch the bubble, and instantly, over 50 reverse scales formed a shield that appeared in front of him, perfectly blocking his punch. Wow! Yulai became interested, increasing the speed of his attacks, but the scales moved even faster, perfectly blocking each of his attacks. In the end, he even opened his heavenly eye and shot countless golden rays at Yu Xian, but every ray of golden light was blocked by the suddenly appearing scales, with no flaws whatsoever. If the original dragon shield required a bit of time for the scales to move, which could be said to have some flaws, then the dragon shield with spatial ability was truly a perfect defense in every sense. As Yulai's attacks grew faster, Yu Xian could no longer see Yulai's movements. He completely relied on the autonomous defensive capability of the dragon shield. When Yulai finally stopped attacking, he only then realized through the feedback from the core how many times he had been attacked by Yulai. "Good, very good. The dragon shield truly belongs to you. Perhaps everything is predestined. You are the most suitable candidate for the dragon shield," Yulai said happily. Yu Xian was completely stunned. Just now, Yulai had attacked over 1,000 times, even using the Heavenly Eye's golden light, yet the dragon shield could block even lightspeed attacks. So strong. This defense, this reaction speed, it was incredibly reassuring. On the way back to headquarters, Yulai spoke, "Little fish, now that you have spatial ability and the capability to resist attacks below the dragon level, I have a task for you." "Minister, please go ahead," Yu Xian said seriously. Yulai smiled and said, "I hope you can conduct a nationwide inspection to identify potential threats similar to the Xingtian Zombie King in various cities as much as possible. The earlier we discover them, the sooner we can deal with them." Then, without waiting for Yu Xian to respond, he added with a smile, "This task is not time limited. You can do it while attending school. If you can find one, resolve it. We can take our time, no need to rush. By the way, little fish, are you planning to take the university entrance exam? I am considering applying to Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, but I'm not sure if I can get in," Yu Xian said, taken aback by how quickly Yulai changed the subject, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yulai was immediately delighted and said, "Good, having this idea is already very good. Remember, you must go to university. Life is not just about strength on a physical level, the strength of the mind is equally important, and the strength of the mind comes from one's cultural background and all experiences. Everything you have gone through will ultimately become the nourishment for your soul, making you even stronger." When he mentioned university, his eyes were filled with nostalgia, as if reminiscing about his lost youth. I will work hard." Yu Xian nodded in response. He actually had complete confidence in his cultural subjects. Once he activated his super brain, he should be able to score over 300 points with ease. The problem was the practical classes. He had never participated in practical classes before, and he would need to find time to practice with Nora later, so they could improve together. In fact, he hadn't thought about going to university before. This idea only slowly emerged after talking with Nora. The thought of continuing to be classmates with Nora made this desire grow stronger. Now that he had Yulai's affirmation, he had already made up his mind. He wanted to apply to Yanjing Vocational and Technical College. Monday, Yu Xian waited for Nora at the door of his house. He was holding a bouncy bubble, occasionally throwing it outside the spatial bubble. The bouncy bubble landed on the ground, then bounced onto a drumstone, then onto the eaves, and finally back to the drumstone behind Yu Xian. Just as the bubble was about to bounce towards Yu Xian's back, it suddenly teleported back into his hand. If one observed closely, they would notice that the surface of the bouncy bubble was covered with a layer of red energy. This energy was not spatial blood energy but a special energy formed after the dragon shield core absorbed spatial blood energy. Yu Xian had been researching the dragon shield since he returned home that night. He discovered that each dragon scale was actually covered with a layer of red energy, but because the scales themselves were red, it was hard to notice this energy without careful observation. After discovering this energy, he tried to inject more spatial blood energy into the core and then extract the energy that had been modified by the core. The result was that he obtained a type of red energy. This energy was not as crimson as blood energy, nor as transparent as spatial blood energy. It was a faint red light. Yu Xian found that as long as he covered an object with this energy, he could freely manipulate the object to move through space, just like those dragon scales. He spent the entire night experimenting, covering various objects with the energy. In the end, he discovered that each teleportation consumed a portion of the energy covering the object, but compared to spatial blood energy, its greatest advantage was the convenience of transportation. It was like a convenient version of spatial jumping or item teleportation. If activating spatial jumping required a tiny bit of casting time, then using this energy to cover objects or himself was completely instantaneous, making it hard for others to defend against. He thought of many tactics. For example, throwing a bomb directly at an enemy. When the enemy dodged, the bomb would teleport to the position where the enemy was trying to evade, resulting in the enemy colliding with the bomb. There were also flying knives, thrown from the front and teleporting to attack from behind. After practicing all night, Yu Xian realized that what limited his ability to perform was actually his reaction speed. As long as he could react, he could easily dodge any attack and hit any enemy. The only weakness was whether he could keep up with the enemy's speed. Just like when Yulai attacked thousands of times in an instant, he couldn't react in time. No matter how fast his spatial ability was, it was useless. At that moment, Nora, dressed in her school uniform, walked briskly from the right. The uniform, which looked unappealing on other students, appeared full of youth and vitality on her. Indeed, it was always the person who looked ugly, not the clothes. "Good morning, big salted fish classmate." She saw Yu Xian lying in the bubble and couldn't help but blink, stepping forward to greet him. "Good morning, big silly goose." Yu Xian looked at Nora's golden hair and smiled slightly. However, as Nora approached, she curiously poked Yu Xian's bubble with her finger and retorted, "I'm not a big silly goose. Don't you think you look lazy, just like a big salted fish drying in the sun?" Yu Xian suddenly realized why Nora called him a big salted fish today. She used to call him by his name. He then briefly explained why he had to stay in the bubble, assuring her that it would only be for a while, which eased Nora's worries. On the way, Yu Xian asked, "Nora, what do you think about us taking the entrance exam for Yanjing Vocational Technical College together?" "Really?" Nora visibly brightened up. Yu Xian nodded, "Yes, I've decided. I want to take the entrance exam for Yanjing Vocational Technical College too, so let's work hard together. Then when we get to school, I'll help you arrange a review plan. You haven't attended the Super Ability Academy, so there must be a lot of knowledge you need to catch up on," Nora said enthusiastically. Just the thought of going to college with Yu Xian filled her with motivation, and her mind was already buzzing with various key points of knowledge. Although her practical course grades were dismal, her academic scores had always been among the best, and she was fully capable of helping Yu Xian fill in the gaps. Yu Xian smiled and said, "Then I'll help you with the practical course. By the way, can we still apply for the practical course at the Super Ability Academy?" "We should be able to. When we have a break, let's go ask Teacher Wang about the practical course," Nora replied. At the same time, she was recalculating in her mind how much money they would need if Yu Xian's grades weren't ideal and they both attended Yanjing Vocational Technical College. Having never worried about money before, she suddenly felt a pinch and secretly resolved to save her weekly allowance of several hundred million, cutting back on random online shopping. When they arrived at school and entered the classroom, Nora took out her textbooks from the storage ring, from the first year of middle school to the third year of high school, and turned to Yu Xian, saying, "You can look at these books first, and later I'll help you highlight the key points." "Thank you." Yu Xian took the books and placed them on the desk, picking up the first one. Sure enough, the textbooks from the Super Ability Academy were completely different from those of an ordinary high school. The first book was Extraordinary Knowledge for the First Year of Middle School. He opened the first page and read carefully. The content on the first page was about the classification of realms and the characteristics of each realm. After reading, he realized that the classification of realms wasn't arbitrary, there was actually some logic to it. The reason the bug level is called the bug level is not just to make extraordinary beings aware of their weakness, it also contains the metaphor that a bug is the beginning of transformation. Every person who becomes extraordinary has the opportunity to transform into a butterfly. The ant level actually means that one possesses strength beyond their weight and size are no longer indicators of strength. In the world of ordinary people, if the competitive levels of both sides are not very different, then the greater the weight, the greater the advantage, which is why different weight classes are needed. However, in the world of extraordinary beings, a little girl could possess the strength to blow up a mountain, and a baby could easily topple an adult heavier than themselves. Weight and size do not matter. This is the true meaning of the ant level. Just like ants, which can lift objects over 400 times their own weight, the bee level can be said to be a watershed moment. Most extraordinary beings only consider themselves to have entered the realm after reaching the bee level. Just as wasps have their stingers as a trump card, most extraordinary beings only truly possess their own trump card or ultimate skill after reaching the bee level. This trump card could even allow them to defeat enemies of a higher level or turn the tide in a disadvantageous situation. After reading this passage, Yu Xian had to admit that it was indeed true, given his own situation. Although he had awakened the blood of silver at the ant level due to his exceptional talent, he truly became powerful only after consuming the blood of Pangu and reaching the bee level. Initially, he found it very difficult to fight against Zhou Tai, suffering defeats twice, but after reaching the bee level, he could easily handle Zhou Tai, who had been enhanced by the death curse blood, and capturing Zhou Tai at the third level was just a matter of a small trick. It is important to note that capturing someone alive is much more difficult than killing them. This was enough to prove how much his strength had increased at that time. After the first class ended, Yu Xian and Nora headed to the building for the practical combat class. Due to various special reasons, the practical combat class had its own dedicated building. Upon entering the practical classroom, Yu Xian immediately locked onto a muscular female teacher who was about 2.5 meters tall. This female teacher was the practical combat teacher for the senior year, named Wang Xingnua, and it was understood that she was a body refining practitioner, also known as a body cultivator. Yu Xian's heart stirred, and he activated his identification technique instantly. Name, Wang Xingnua. Codename, Mighty Gorilla Race, Human Gender, Female Age, 49 Lifespan, 677 Level, Snake Intermediate Faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty, Super Ability Academy Abilities, Changshan Dragon Conceal Breathing Technique. By using a specific breathing frequency, it mobilizes the body's vital energy to strengthen oneself, gradually enhancing various attributes in all aspects. At full mastery, the muscles and bones are like a great dragon, with vital energy surging endlessly. Mastery of 8 Extremes Fist. The mastery of 8 Extremes Fist is powerful and domineering, capable of determining the universe with a single punch. 8 steps to catch a galloping horse. Within 8 steps, catch up to a galloping horse and agilely leap to stand on the horse's back while it is in midair. Divine Dragon Great Spear Technique. Wielding a long spear is like a great dragon dancing wildly, with the spearhead elusive and unpredictable, making it hard to defend against. Martial Wolf Fist Intent. I have a pearl, long locked by worldly troubles, but now the dust has settled and the light shines, breaking through the mountains. Here comes the punch. Martial Wolf Spear Technique. Asking where the red heart lies, answering not to waste the opportunity. Now there is a mutual understanding. Listen to the dragon's roar, and watch the spear. Summary: a fierce sister. Definitely don't provoke. There really are such people. Legendary figures with low levels but high realms. After reading Teacher Wang's attributes, Yu Xian was secretly amazed. Most extraordinary individuals do not have a significant gap between their strength and realm, while geniuses often have strength that exceeds their realm. For example, Yu Xian is currently in this situation, where his mindset and strength are completely mismatched. Wang Xingnua's situation, on the other hand, is the exact opposite of a genius. She has poor physical aptitude but exceptionally high comprehension, resulting in a low level but high realm. In fact, improving this situation is very simple: either consume forbidden fruit or stop being human. For instance, after Yu Xian became a vampire, his aptitude greatly improved. Many major powers actually welcome such talents. After all, once the realm is elevated, raising the level will definitely make one a great master. Teacher Wang. Nora stepped forward and called out to Wang Xingnua. Nora, it's been a long time. Although Wang Xingnua looked like a female Zhang Fei, her voice was unexpectedly gentle. However, when Yu Xian thought of the notes from the identification, he was 100% sure that this gentleness was definitely a disguise. Teacher Wang, this is Yu Xian. Both Yu Xian and I want to apply to Yanjing Vocational Technical College. Can we continue attending the practical combat class during this time? Nora asked very directly. Wang Xingnua looked at Nora in surprise, then turned to Yu Xian and asked, "You both want to apply to Yanjing Vocational Technical College?" Her expression was one of astonishment mixed with a hint of disbelief, as if she had heard two underachievers say they wanted to apply to Peking University. Yes, both Yu Xian and I have decided to apply to Yanjing Vocational Technical College. Nora nodded very seriously and said firmly. Wang Xingnua hesitated for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll give you a test first. If you pass the test, I'll agree to let you attend the class, okay?" "Okay." Nora looked at Yu Xian, who nodded in agreement. Wang Xingnua turned and said, "Follow me." As she spoke, she led the two to a corner of the practical combat classroom, opened a heavy rectangular machine, and said, "This is a force tester, capable of withstanding impacts of up to 100 tons. You two can try it first and see how much force you can generate. Do you want to go first or should I?" Yu Xian asked Nora. Nora knew very well that Yu Xian's strength was definitely much greater than her own, and if she went last, it would be quite embarrassing. So, she replied, "I'll go first." With that, she stepped up to the force tester and threw a punch with all her might at the striking point. Bang! After one punch, the numbers on one side of the tester changed rapidly, finally stopping at 1,268 kilograms. Nora was at the ant level, with a strength of about 1.2 tons, which was a relatively normal value. Wang Xingnua nodded slightly and then looked at Yu Xian. Boom! Yu Xian stepped forward, gathered a bit of strength, and threw a punch, which immediately produced a loud bang at the striking point. The numbers beside it began to roll rapidly, finally stopping at 25,999 kilograms. Wang Xingnua's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yu Xian. The main reason was that Yu Xian's appearance was very misleading. His looks were not masculine enough to be described as handsome, but not feminine enough to be called beautiful, yet he possessed elements of both. So, he could only be described as pretty. Moreover, Yu Xian had always been sitting in a bubble, which further gave the impression of being delicate and fragile. Wang Xingnua had thought that Yu Xian's strength would only be slightly stronger than Nora's, probably around 1,300 kilograms, but instead, Yu Xian had directly punched out 26 tons. Terrifying. A little powerhouse? Wang Xingnua secretly nicknamed Yu Xian in her heart. She suppressed her thoughts and said, "Alright, let's test destructive power next." Nora's destructive power is quite considerable. With that, the three walked to another machine, which could test the student's destructive power and score accordingly. Again, Nora went first. Nora approached the machine, and suddenly a ball of blood-red flame appeared in her hand. This was blood flame. Yu Xian had seen Nora's attributes and naturally knew she could use blood flame. Boom! Nora waved her hand, sending the blood flame towards the machine, and the humanoid puppet inside was instantly turned to charcoal. The machine quickly gave a score, 90 points. Wang Xinghua smiled and said, "Not bad. If you can skillfully use the blood flame, you actually have a great chance of getting into Yanjing Vocational Technical College." Thank you, teacher," Nora nodded. Then it was Yu Xian's turn. Yu Xian thought for a moment, created a bubble that moved at 20 times the speed of sound, and directly crashed into the newly refreshed puppet in the machine, causing it to explode. The score on the machine fluctuated for a moment before finally settling at 100 points. Wang Xinghua was stunned. Some students who had come to class also gaped at this scene, looking at Yu Xian in disbelief. An attack with full marks. It was their first time seeing this. Where did this monster come from? At that moment, someone recognized Nora, and then quickly recognized Yu Xian. After a flurry of whispers, all the students present knew that the fish god who had saved many students from class 3 was indeed a monster. Ahem, very good. Now, the next part is personal competition. Wang Xinghua regained her composure, coughed a couple of times to cover her embarrassment, and then said to Nora and Yu Xian, "Sometimes, having great destructive power does not equate to being strong in actual combat," and Nora was a good example of that, having never qualified in practical combat over the years. Personal competition does not mean that losing results in a score of 0. If you really lose, it's 0 points. According to the exam rules, individual competitions are one-on-one matches drawn by lots. It's estimated that only half of the students in the entire school will pass, while the other half will score 0. This is absurd. Anyone with a bit of sense knows that such a situation is impossible. In fact, individual competitions score students based on their performance in battle. Even if they lose, they might only score 1 or 2 points lower than the winning student. If someone defeats a stronger opponent through wisdom, they often receive a higher score. Nora can score 20 points simply because she surrenders quickly. Sometimes, knowing you can't win, surrendering is also a strategy. Surrendering quickly can allow one to survive, so Nora has consistently maintained her 20 points. Zhou Qingmei, He Xing, you two come over and compete in an individual match against classmate Nora and this classmate Yu Xian, Wang Xinghua said, glancing around before his eyes lit up and he waved to the two students. A spirited girl with a bun hairstyle and a sword on her back, along with a squinting boy, heard Wang Xinghua's words and walked over. Yu Xian looked at the two and immediately used his identification technique. After checking their attributes, he felt reassured. Name, Zhou Qingmei. Codename, heroine. Race, human. Gender, female. Age, 17. Lifespan, 148. Level, below. B faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty. Divine Sword Sect. Abilities, 9 turns. Sword Classic. Each turn of training allows one to comprehend a unique sword technique. The higher the aptitude, the stronger the sword technique comprehended. Sword Control Technique uses one's own spiritual power to drive a flying sword to attack the target. The stronger the flying sword in spiritual power, the greater the power, with no upper limit. Summary: strike the sword before striking the person. Striking the sword is equivalent to striking the person. Zhou Qingmei is clearly one of the top students at the Super Ability Academy. Unfortunately, Yu Xian, who is used to grand scenes, thought that while Zhou Qingmei might seem like a big shot to ordinary students, to him, she was just a novice. Name, He Xing. Codename, Brother. Peach. Race, descendant of Quafu. Gender, male. Age, 17. Lifespan, 580. Level, above. B faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty. Abilities, Peachwood Body. The body can transform into peachwood material, growing when it encounters water. Speed of the sun, runs at an unimaginable speed, able to chase stars and seize the moon, racing against the sun and light. Left yellow, right green. The left hand can transform into a yellow snake, capable of detoxifying, healing, and removing abnormal states. The right hand can transform into a green snake, capable of devouring various toxins, forming 5 different types of deadly poison. Summary: a fast-running little peach tree. Yu Xian felt that He Xing had good potential. If he were to be promoted to captain in the future, he might consider inviting him to join his team. Under Teacher Wang's arrangement, Nora would compete against Zhou Qingmei, while Yu Xian would compete against He Xing. Everyone moved to the arena, with the first match being Nora against Zhou Qingmei. The most expensive equipment at the Super Ability School is the arena used by students for sparring. The full name of the arena is Candle Dragon Reversing Sun and Moon Counter Current Great Formation Arena. After the teacher activated the formation, students fighting in the arena would fully recover from any injuries the moment they left the arena, and the arena has the effect of predicting the future, allowing it to teleport students out before they die. This formation was designed by Zhang Daoqin and requires all Super Ability Schools nationwide to build it, with all material costs available at half price through official purchases. However, even so, most Super Ability Academy's arenas were built with the combined efforts and funding of the entire city along with countless extraordinary individuals. One can imagine how expensive this is. As Nora and Zhou Qingmei stepped onto the arena, Wang Xingnua immediately activated the Great Formation. The array patterns around the arena emitted a faint glow, and the candle dragon heads in the four corners slowly opened their eyes. The match begins. Wang Xingnua watched the two people on the field and then spoke up. In the next moment, Nora raised her hand and unleashed a blood flame, but it was easily sliced apart by Zhou Qingmei's sword. However, after the flame was cut, she saw Nora holding a gun, and at that moment, she fired continuously. Not good. Zhou Qingmei immediately dodged to the side while manipulating her flying sword to deflect the bullets. One by one, the bullets were blocked by the flying sword, but then they exploded with a loud bang, sending bullet fragments flying in all directions. A shard grazed Zhou Qingmei's cheek, blood streaming down her face. She wiped the blood from her face and quietly formed a sword finger with her left hand. Her flying sword was actually a pair of dual swords, with a smaller flying sword hidden within the larger one. At this moment, feeling the financial pressure from the wealthy opponent, she had no choice but to use the hidden flying sword to attack. In fact, Nora had considered surrendering, but the thought of going to college with Yu Xian made her instinctively want to save money. And saving money meant not spending recklessly and achieving higher scores. The higher her score, the less she needed to buy points, which would save her a significant amount of money. If Yu Xian's score wasn't enough, she could still use her money to help him buy points. This was her reason for choosing to fight. Ever since experiencing the abnormal insect crisis at school, she had been contemplating how to fight. Although she had been diligently practicing this sunflower facing the sun technique, the time was too short, and she estimated that she wouldn't be able to form combat power for several years, so in the end, she chose to spend money. Since firearms could pose a threat to abnormal insects, they could naturally threaten other extraordinary beings as well. Moreover, the equipment she could buy was far more than just firearms. She had simply never experienced such things before and had always stayed in a safe environment, which was why a group of ordinary people had successfully ambushed her. She had grown now. If she encountered such a situation again, it would definitely be the enemy who died. At that moment, a small flying sword suddenly shot out from the smoke of the explosion, darting towards Nora with lightning speed. With Nora's speed, she had no time to react. But she didn't need to react. Ding! The flying sword was blocked by an energy shield. The bracelet on Nora's wrist emitted a blue light, forming an oval shield that protected her completely. Seeing this, Zhou Qingmei frowned slightly. She said, "Nora, if you rely entirely on equipment, your exam scores will still be low. Is this approach meaningful? But winning against the weak can earn high scores, and the winner gets 20 points just for winning," Nora replied seriously. Compared to these scores, the money spent on equipment was nothing. Zhou Qingmei saw that she couldn't shake Nora's fighting spirit and had to continue the battle. She recalled the smaller sword to her feet, using sword control to dodge the bullets in the air while continuously attacking Nora's shield with the larger sword. Nora, on the other hand, focused on shooting at the flying Zhou Qingmei, completely unconcerned that the larger sword was depleting the shield's energy. Now it was a matter of who would exhaust the other first. In the end, Zhou Qingmei's spiritual energy was about to run out, and she had no choice but to helplessly land on the arena, saying, "I concede." Continuing to fight was meaningless, she would definitely lose. Nora's bullets were too powerful, and the explosive fragments had already injured her cheek, arm, and calf. Continuing would only result in more injuries. Once her spiritual energy was exhausted, Nora could easily take her down with a single shot. This time, she truly experienced the feeling of being crushed by the equipment of a wealthy opponent. Wang Xingnua closed the formation, and the candle dragons at the corners slowly closed their eyes, instantly healing all of Zhou Qingmei's injuries. Then Wang Xingnua announced, "In the first match, Nora wins, Zhou Qingmei loses, Nora 68 points, Zhou Qingmei 55 points. Nora felt a bit happy, while Zhou Qingmei was left speechless. Mainly, Nora has always scored around 20 points, so getting 68 points is already a significant improvement. However, Zhou Qingmei has always been a top scorer with 90 points, and suddenly scoring 55 points feels unbearable. At this moment, Zhou Qingmei silently vowed to earn money to buy equipment. "Nora, you rely too much on equipment. It's hard to score high like this. It's best to find a way to integrate your abilities with the equipment, so the judges will give you higher scores," Wang Xingnua said seriously to Nora after they came down from the stage. Zhou Qingmei also used equipment. Her flying sword was equipment, yet she could still score high mainly because her swordsmanship complemented her equipment. If Nora could combine her abilities with firearms, she could also score high. Nora nodded to show she understood. Next, it was time for Yu Xian and He Xing to compete. At Teacher Wang's signal, they both walked onto the stage. The formation activated, and the four-corner candle dragons opened their eyes again. The match begins. Wang Xinghua announced to the two on the stage. In the next moment, He Xing's body quickly transformed into peach wood, cautiously observing Yu Xian, who was in a bubble, then took out a flying knife from his waist pouch and threw it tentatively at the bubble. Yu Xian showed no intention of dodging, he was thinking about how to score higher. From the previous match between Nora and Zhou Qingmei, it was clear that relying solely on equipment, even if 1-1, would only yield scores in the 60s, and the evaluation wouldn't be too high. Purely overpowering the weak would likely score around 70 to 80 points. To achieve 90 points or even a perfect score, one would have to suppress their strength to the same level as their opponent and win through skill and intelligence. Ding! The flying knife struck the spatial bubble and then fell to the ground, its tip already deformed. He Xing felt a slight heaviness in his heart upon seeing this. The defense was too strong. He didn't know that Yu Xian had already contracted a stronger dragon shield within the bubble. Otherwise, the flying knife hitting the dragon scales would have been like tofu hitting an iron plate, turning into a lump of scrap metal. At this moment, Yu Xian slowly stood up. His legs landed on the stage, and the bubble that had wrapped around him quickly shrank, finally only covering his head. He then looked at Yi Xing and said, "Sorry, I was just distracted. The match starts now." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the flying knife on the ground, raising an eyebrow slightly at the blade, which was coated with a layer of silver, clearly indicating that Yi Xing knew he was a vampire. "You're strong, but you're too complacent." Taking advantage of Yu Xian bending down, Yi Xing rushed forward quickly and kicked towards Yu Xian's cheek. His speed was incredibly fast, and the kick produced a sonic boom. However, to Yu Xian, it was too slow. He shrank back while gently tossing the flying knife forward. As Yi Xing's attack missed, his calf was instantly pierced by the flying knife, causing him to feel pain and immediately perform a series of backflips to create distance between them. Then, his right hand transformed into a green snake that quickly elongated, its head revealing fangs as it bit towards Yu Xian's arm. His green snake had been infused with dozens of poisons, now synthesized into two types of extraordinary toxins. As long as the green snake could inject the venom into Yu Xian's body, the outcome would be without any suspense. But it was still too slow. Yu Xian stood still, his right index finger flicking against the attacking green snake's jaw. Bang! The green snake's jaw immediately produced visible sound wave ripples. Its eyes rolled back, and it was instantly sent flying by the immense force, while this power spread like waves along the snake's body towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing had to spin his body to dissipate the force, while his right hand quickly retracted into wooden stakes. A force of 26 tons was indeed terrifying. Yi Xing's legs smoked from the high-speed rotation, and he finally managed to exhaust this force. Great Peach Forest, Chaotic Thorn Peach Spear. In the next moment, he abruptly stopped spinning. Transforming into a tree, every branch of his body grew wildly, turning into countless peach branches that stabbed towards Yu Xian. Yu Xian watched the dense peach branches coming at him and immediately raised his hands, striking the incoming branches at an incredible speed. The peach branches, harder than metal, bent and deformed under his fists, the sharp points that should have pierced him all curving to form an archway. So fast, so strong. Yi Xing, in pain, quickly retracted all the branches. He transformed back from tree form to human form, staring at Yu Xian, gasping for breath, his hands and legs trembling uncontrollably. Although his strength was not in the top 10 at the Super Ability Academy, he was at least in the top 20, and even against the strongest Yumarin, he had confidence in injuring her. But facing Yu Xian, his only feeling was helplessness. Yi Xing swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After catching his breath for a moment, he looked down at his calf and then bent down to pull out the flying knife embedded in it. His left hand transformed into a yellow snake that bit his calf, and in an instant, the wound on his calf healed. Wasting energy, Yu Xian commented inwardly upon seeing this. Now, Yi Xing was in a peachwood body, and the wound from the flying knife would not affect his movements at all, so there was no need to waste energy on healing. Moreover, he was far stronger than Yi Xing. He was at the snake level, while Yi Xing was only at the bee level. The difference in their levels was too great. Even without using any abilities, his physical prowess alone was enough to crush Yi Xing. But this was also his dilemma. How could he demonstrate his combat awareness and wisdom? Clearly, he could solve it with a single punch, but did he have to perform? Alright, the match is over. At that moment, Wang Xinghua suddenly spoke up. Yi Xing, still pondering tactics, was taken aback by Wang Xinghua's words, then replied, "Teacher, I haven't lost yet." "You lost the moment you said that," Wang Xinghua said, looking at Yi Xing with a helpless expression, very straightforwardly. Yi Xing froze, his face turning pale as he realized that he had subconsciously accepted his defeat. "Yu Xian, can you tell me your level?" Wang Xinghua asked, looking at Yu Xian. Yu Xian wrapped his body in bubbles again, sitting inside the bubbles as he replied, "My level is below snake. Indeed, it is much higher than He Xing's level. Below Snake. He Xing looked at Yu Xian in disbelief, unable to help but murmur to himself. At that moment, he felt somewhat better. After all, he had just been competing against an opponent 2 levels higher than himself, so losing was quite normal, wasn't it? Next, can the teacher be your opponent? Wang Xingnua asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded. That would be great. After all, if the opponent is too weak, I won't be able to score high. Yu Xian, you may have misunderstood. Personal competition is ultimately a contest of strength. What you need to do is showcase your own power. Being strong is the only correct answer, Wang Xingnua said seriously as she stepped onto the arena. Yu Xian asked, so I don't need to deliberately suppress my strength? Of course not. If you can defeat the enemy in an instant, why go in circles? Wang Xingnua countered. Before Yu Xian could respond, she answered herself, why does the winner in personal competition always get 20 points? Because the truth of extraordinary education is only one, that is victory. If it's not for victory, then everything is meaningless. Strength is justice, no matter what means you use. Nora used equipment, and her score is low because she used it too simply and brutally, not because she used equipment. I understand now, thank you for your guidance, teacher, Yu Xian said, enlightened after listening. Wang Xingnua smiled, that's good to hear. Now, let's have a good match. As she spoke, the candle dragons at the corners opened their eyes again. The match began. Wang Xingnua's entire body suddenly erupted with terrifying vitality, and with a push from her feet, she had already rushed to Yu Xian's side. In an instant, countless shadows of fists enveloped Yu Xian, as if countless meteors were falling. Many classmates had already gathered around the arena. When Wang Xingnua's fierce attack ended, she swiftly retreated like a white crane, and the students erupted in an uproar. The spatial bubble remained completely unharmed. Yu Xian sat inside the bubble, seemingly savoring Wang Xingnua's recent attack, completely unscathed. This defense. He Xing, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp. Just moments ago, when Yu Xian had come out of the bubble, he couldn't even match him. If Yu Xian had stayed inside the bubble. Teacher Wang, no need to hold back. If possible, I would like to see what the teacher looks like when going all out. Yu Xian sat inside the spatial bubble, looking at the unruffled Wang Xingnua, and said very seriously. He was actually quite curious about the realms described in the Qilin app and how much they enhanced combat power, even allowing the same amount of energy to unleash greater damage. It was said that sword cultivators, under the enhancement of sword intent, could increase the power of the same spiritual energy transformed into sword energy by 100-fold. He wondered how much Wang Xingnua's attacks would increase if she used fist intent. Although the exam was important, he was more eager to experience what the realm truly was. Alright, I will go all out. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingnua couldn't help but smile. She clenched her fists, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, and then said, then be careful, Yu Xian. In the next moment, her fists radiated light as she launched a punch at Yu Xian from a distance. Boom! A massive fist imprint struck directly at the bubble. Yu Xian could even see the flowing energy within the fist imprint, which maintained its form like blood. He quickly created a smaller bubble to protect his head, and the next second, the large spatial bubble shattered with a sound, followed by the light fist crashing against the dragon shield, which was composed of hundreds of dragon scales, forming a shield 1 meter long and half a meter wide. The same punch, under the enhancement of fist intent, had its power increased by at least 50 times. Yu Xian was secretly shocked as he compared Wang Xingnua's 2 punches, and he realized that attacks with fist intent had more condensed energy and were less likely to disperse. Simply put, fist intent was actually binding or managing all the energy, ensuring that every bit of energy was used effectively. Below the arena, all the students were dumbfounded. Wang Xingnua's attack was terrifying, and Yu Xian was able to withstand such a level of assault. So it turns out Teacher Wang is that strong. The fish god is truly strong. That punch just now was terrifying. Who could withstand it head-on if it were anyone else? Do you think President Yu and Big Brother Qian could beat the fish god? Not long ago, someone said the fish god was just lucky, that any student could have saved the person. This must have slapped them in the face. I wonder if the fish god has joined a team. It would be great to team up with him. The crowd began to discuss animatedly, with many students even taking photos with their phones. He Xing stood beside Zhou Qingmei, sighing bitterly. He had been thinking that if he were at the same level as Yu Xian, perhaps he could defeat him, but after seeing that punch, he knew it was impossible. Even if he were at the same level as Yu Xian, he still wouldn't be his match. The world was too vast, and the Super Ability Academy was too small. There were heavens beyond the heavens, mountains beyond the mountains, and people beyond people. His pride in being among the top 20 meant nothing on a broader stage. Wang Xinghua threw a punch and immediately focused her gaze upon the dragon shield. Amid the students' discussions, she took a deep breath, her breathing technique naturally in motion, her hair beginning to move as if stirred by an unseen wind. Although she had used her fist intent in that last punch, she ultimately hadn't gone all out. After all, she was the teacher, and Yu Xian was the student. She worried that her fist intent might be too fierce and could cause psychological harm to Yu Xian. While the arena could protect the students' lives, it couldn't mend their wounded spirits, so she had held back just now. Now, seeing the dragon shield, she knew she need not worry. She didn't know whether the dragon shield was an equipment or Yu Xian's ability, but after its appearance, she had a strong intuition that she couldn't hurt Yu Xian. In fact, she might even lose. But once she stepped onto the arena, she wouldn't allow herself to easily concede. I have a pearl, long locked away by the dust of toil. One day, when the dust clears, its light will shine, breaking through mountains and rivers. 8 Extremes Fist, King of Hell's 3 points hand. In an instant, Wang Xinghua seemed to manifest countless clones, launching attacks from different angles, filling the entire arena with her presence. The students below gaped at the countless figures of Wang Xinghua on the stage. Meanwhile, Yu Xian remained in place, surrounded by flickering red scales. The speed of the flickering was so fast that everyone could only see a red shield. Wang Xinghua gritted her teeth, her breathing technique continuously in motion, her blood surging like a great dragon, each punch and kick infused with terrifying fighting spirit. But it couldn't break through. It truly couldn't break through. Clearly, there had been an opening just a second ago, but after she struck, it was blocked by the dragon scales, the defense having no gaps at all. Gun, come! Suddenly, she took a deep breath and called out, her right hand reaching back. Boom! A long gun shot out from the teacher's office in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it was in her grasp. Divine Dragon Long Gun Technique. The long gun in Wang Xinghua's hand instantly transformed into a giant dragon, covering the entire arena with its shadow. The furious giant dragon attacked Yu Xian wildly. Without the dragon shield, Yu Xian would likely have to rely on spatial teleportation to dodge, and he would need to create enough distance. The problem was, the arena was that big, and he really couldn't create too much distance. On the arena, without the dragon shield, I'm afraid I'm not a match for Teacher Wang. However, if it were in the wild, the situation would be quite the opposite. Teacher Wang probably wouldn't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. Yu Xian looked at the impenetrable dragon's shadow around him, mentally simulating the situation without the dragon shield, and ultimately came to a conclusion. At this point, he had felt enough. With the support of fist intent and gun intent, although Wang Xinghua was only at the serpent level, her attack power far exceeded that of a normal serpent level, even stronger than that of an eagle level, probably around that of a wolf level. This was already quite terrifying. After all, Wang Xinghua had no extraordinary bloodline and no external aids. Her strength was entirely the result of her diligent cultivation. Finally, Wang Xinghua began to tire, the dragon's shadows around her gradually dissipating. One hand gripped the long gun, while the other pressed against her thigh, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto the arena. She looked at the unscathed Yu Xian, revealing a helpless smile. She had thought she could have a good fight with Yu Xian, but in the end, she couldn't even break through his defense, and the sense of frustration was quite strong. Yu Xian, with your strength, you should be able to be specially recruited by the Beijing Vocational and Technical College. If you need, I can be a reference. She adjusted her breathing and said to Yu Xian earnestly. Yu Xian was surprised. Special recruitment? Yes, Beijing Vocational and Technical College has always had special recruitment slots. Students under 18 years old who reach at least serpent level can be recommended to take the special recruitment exam, and passing the exam means they will be directly admitted by the school. Wang Xinghua nodded and explained. Yu Xian quickly glanced at Nora below the stage and then asked, Teacher Wang, if I am pre-selected for admission, can I still participate in the exam? Of course, the two are not in conflict, Wang Xinghua replied, noticing Yu Xian's small movement and giving Nora a knowing smile before turning back to Yu Xian with a grin. Below the stage, Nora felt her face flush slightly when Wang Xinghua looked at her, but she was also happy for Yu Xian's opportunity to be recommended. If Yu Xian passed the special admission, it would be a sure thing for them to attend university together. Then I'll leave the special admission matter to you, Teacher Wang. After confirming that he could still accompany Nora for the exam, Yu Xian nodded in agreement. The two left the stage, and Yu Xian inquired in detail about the special admission exam. After understanding the situation, he looked at Wang Xinghua and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Wang, what exactly is the martial will? The martial will is essentially a deeply rooted thought. Whether right or wrong, just as we can all look up and see the sun, some people see it as a big fireball, while others see hope, and some see life. Different people have different feelings and understandings of the sun, and when these feelings and understandings deepen, even touching the soul, that is probably what we call the martial will. Wang Xinghua clearly had been asked this question many times by students. She smiled slightly and shared the answer she had given countless times with Yu Xian. After listening to Wang Xinghua's words, Yu Xian nodded naturally, but in reality, he completely did not understand. Although he knew what the words meant, he still had no idea how to cultivate the martial will. Of course, everyone has their own path to walk. Having the martial will is nothing more than possessing the ability to defeat enemies beyond one's level, and Yu Xian's spatial ability also has the power to defeat enemies beyond his level. Additionally, the Pango Great Strength technique is even more abnormal than the martial will. Due to the existence of forbidden fruits, there are too many extraordinary abilities in this world. Cultivating immortality and magic coexist, vampires and zombies dance together, and different systems have different abilities. Understanding these abilities is also a way to empower oneself. Yu Xian did not intend to cultivate the martial way. His inquiry was merely out of curiosity. After all, strength can be divided into hard power and soft power, and knowledge is a form of soft power. At this moment, Wang Xinghua glanced at the clock on the wall and realized that half a class period had already passed, so she quickly said, "Alright, remember to come tomorrow to fill out the application form. Now you two should hurry back to class." "Okay, goodbye, teacher." Yu Xian and Nora nodded and then bid farewell to Wang Xinghua. After leaving the practical class building, the two did not rush back to the classroom since this class was still a self-study session, and returning would only mean reading books. Yu Xian sat in his bubble, subconsciously moving it very slowly, enjoying the morning breeze and sunlight, along with the sweet scent beside him. "Yu Xian, do you have confidence in the special admission exam?" Nora asked at that moment. Yu Xian nodded. "It should be fine. Didn't teacher Wang say? The special admission exam is just a test of the student's strength. As long as the hard power meets the standard, the rest doesn't matter." Given his current situation, he had the strength to fight against a dragon-level opponent. Unless all the judges at the Yanjing Vocational Technical College were blind, he was 100% sure to be pre-selected. "Have you thought about what profession you want to apply for?" Nora continued to ask. Yanjing Vocational Technical College, as the name suggests, is a school where one can learn various extraordinary vocational skills, such as martial artists, Taoists, geomancers, mages, witches, alchemists, and so on. "I'm more interested in geomancers and alchemists. I should try both professions first and then choose one to specialize in," Yu Xian replied. Both of these professions are support-type professions that rely on equipment. The alchemist excels at refining elixirs, crafting artifacts, drawing talismans, and setting up formations, while the enchanter is also skilled in creating various magical equipment. Most importantly, both professions do not require the cultivation of chaotic techniques, but rather focus on acquiring knowledge. Yu Xian has already mastered 3 skill trees. Whether it's the Panga skill tree or the perfect organism skill tree, the potential is boundless. Even the vampire skill tree, after merging with the talents of the other 2 skill trees, holds infinite potential. Blood energy is the best example. After merging with the Pango Spirit Pearl's divine ability, the spatial attribute is extraordinarily strong, making it difficult for most spatial ability users to catch up. As long as he continues to bask in the sun, the activated skills will inevitably increase, and he might even merge to create abilities more monstrous than spatial blood energy. Just mastering these abilities requires a significant amount of energy and time, so there's no need to add any more burdens on himself. The alchemist and enchanter are knowledge-based professions, and once he activates his super brain, these 2 professions will be very suitable for him as a pastime beyond honing his abilities. Additionally, he can concoct more powerful bombs, using spatial abilities to give enemies a little surprise. "What about you? What profession do you want to choose?" After answering, Yu Xian glanced at Nora and asked. Nora was still contemplating the alchemist and enchanter, and upon hearing Yu Xian's question, she hesitated and said, "What do you think about me becoming a warrior?" Being a warrior tests one's reaction ability greatly. If you can eliminate all distractions, it should be fine, Yu Xian analyzed seriously. Nora's biggest flaw is her excessive distractions. When prepared, she actually performs quite well. Just like earlier on the formation platform, her bullets were really accurate, forcing Zhou Qingmei to divert a flying sword to block them. The problem is that during unexpected events, Nora's ability to respond significantly decreases when unprepared, turning her into a silly goose. Nora is aware of her issue, and after hearing Yu Xian's words, she visibly turned into a dejected goose. "But Nora, your current line of thought is very good. Since you can't react quickly, then use equipment to compensate. Zhou Qingmei should be quite strong at school, but didn't you win?" Yu Xian continued with a smile. In fact, he also compensates for his defensive shortcomings with equipment, without the dragon shield, he really wouldn't be able to defeat Teacher Wang on the formation platform. Are you talking about the magic shield bracelet? But it's just an eagle-level equipment, and high-level defensive gear is hard to come by. Nora revealed her fair wrist, showing the bracelet to Yuxian, then said somewhat helplessly, "It's not that it's hard to buy, but that it's simply unavailable. Extraordinary armor above eagle level has always been in short supply, and major factions definitely keep it for internal use, making it impossible to sell. Then you might consider dual training as an enchanter. You're actually quite smart, since you can't buy it, then make it yourself. The raw materials should always be available, right?" Yuxian thought for a moment and suggested. Nora's eyes suddenly lit up. This idea was great. Since she couldn't buy better armor, she might as well make it herself. "Then I'll choose warrior and enchanter." She looked at Yuxian and said happily. Yuxian smiled slightly and said, "Alright, let's work hard together. You two, come here." At that moment, the director of the Super Ability Academy stood on the third floor of the teaching building, glaring at the two who were still loitering outside during class time. "It's over." Yuxian's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed Nora's shoulder. In the next moment, red energy enveloped Nora's entire body, and the two instantly vanished. On the third floor, the director watched the two disappear into thin air, taking a while to react, but the problem was he hadn't clearly seen what they looked like. However, that school uniform, ordinary class, but they are extraordinary beings, so it shouldn't be hard to track down. But the next second, his expression stiffened, and Yuxian's face flashed through his mind. The Qilin people were not to be trifled with. Then, Nora's face appeared, Marcus's daughter, who also seemed not to be trifled with. Forget it. Better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Drink tea. Go back and drink tea. In fact, most terrifying upright apes are intermittent overachievers, continuously living off their wits. For the next 3 days, aside from going to find Teacher Wang to fill out application forms, Yuxian spent all his time slacking off. One could only say that slacking off was momentarily enjoyable, and the longer one slacked off, the more enjoyable it became. During this time, Zhang Shou also contacted him, asking if he wanted to go to Twin West Mountain to fight zombies together, but having just finished off the Xingtian Zombie King a few days ago, Yuxian had no interest in ordinary zombies, so he simply declined. However, he couldn't help but exclaim that Twin West Mountain was truly a treasure land, with zombies appearing endlessly. Just after dealing with the flying zombies, a whole bunch of hairy zombies emerged during this period, forcing Qilin to issue a high-reward group task internally, leading Qingniao and Zhang Shou to join in the fun. In fact, over 100 years ago, the Qilin headquarters had sent a research team to investigate the entire Twin West Mountain, even conducting detailed surveys underground. But they found no human corpses at all the zombies seemed to appear out of thin air. At that time, a researcher couldn't help but complain that this ghostly place was just like a monster respawn point in a game, continuously generating new zombies. In short, no one knew why Twin West Mountain could spawn zombies. There are far too many unsolved mysteries in this world, and like everyone else, Yuxian was curious about the true answers to these enigmas, but if he had to investigate personally, he would rather not. In the third class of the morning, the math teacher, who was busy to the point of balding between several classes, was explaining a math problem. Yuxian lay on the desk, eating snacks while reading the high school extraordinary textbook that Nora had given him. He had already finished the meridian section and was now looking at the human acupoint section. Suddenly, his heart, belonging to a perfect being, thumped violently, and a surge of energy burst from his heart, circulating through his blood and ultimately converging in his brain. His brain seemed to be glowing, countless neural nodes were strengthened, and every brain cell became extremely active, with those long-forgotten memories and everything from the past vividly resurfacing. He could even clearly recall his memories from his mother's amniotic fluid. Moreover, through these memories, he could deduce many secrets he did not know or had forgotten, based on clues he had overlooked as a child. When he was little, his family had a puppy, but one day the puppy mysteriously disappeared. He asked where the puppy had gone. His father replied that the puppy missed its mother and went to find her. In kindergarten, he had a good friend, but one day, the friend stopped coming to school. He asked the teacher why his friend wasn't coming to school. The teacher replied that he had transferred. When he was 5, he found a little bird under a bird's nest in the park and took it home to care for it, but one day it mysteriously disappeared. He asked his mother where the bird had gone, and she replied that the bird wanted to be free and flew away. Now, after awakening his super brain, he understood through the clues in his memory that the first move was caused by the neighbor next door killing his puppy. His mother and father had privately confronted each other about it, and they almost got into a fight. However, at that time, he was taking a nap, and his brain automatically recorded the sounds of the argument, but he forgot everything upon waking. As for his kindergarten friend, he actually did not transfer. He had accidentally caught the teacher and principal in an affair and was subsequently choked to death by the principal, with the body hidden under a toilet in the school. This case was solved when he was still in elementary school and even made it to the local news in Silver City. However, when the news was broadcast, he was in his room doing homework and didn't connect the two events at all. As for the little bird he had been feeding, it turned out to have been eaten by a stray cat. The evidence was the blood that his mother hadn't cleaned off the balcony wall, and there was even a bit of the bird's down. He had naively thought that the bird had truly been set free. Should I recite a poem, like Life is but a dream, how many autumns have passed, or today I finally know I am me? Nora must like me, no doubt about it. Given my current situation, the cost-effectiveness of Pangu's immortality is too low. I should first activate the super heart, super kidneys, super lungs, super liver, super spleen, super self-healing, photosynthesis. The answer is A equals 1, B equals 0. At this moment, Yu Xian felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and even a casual glance at the math problem on the blackboard allowed his brain to quickly calculate the answer. His brain was functioning exceptionally well, but Yu Xian felt he had too many thoughts. If he continued like this, he would end up like Nora, a dull-witted goose. That wouldn't do. So he worked hard to focus his thoughts, and gradually his brain began to self-regulate various ideas, while also building a vast memory maze, tracing the roots of each thought to understand his innermost desires. In fact, people are constantly receiving various external and internal information. This information forms all kinds of thoughts in the brain, and sometimes it is difficult for people to determine which thoughts are more important and which are less so. For example, when seeing a beautiful woman, the eyes first convert the image into information that is sent to the brain, so you know there is a beautiful woman or handsome man. Then, due to the information about the beauty, hormones in the body are stimulated, leading to impulses. When these two pieces of information combine, you develop the thought of pursuing the beauty or handsome man, and then you decide to take action. This is a complete chain of action, with each part being essential. Just like children, who, lacking the influence of hormones, have no interest in women, even if they exhibit certain seemingly adult behaviors, they are merely influenced by some negative societal information, rather than acting from genuine inner desire. Understanding the root of each thought allows one to know what they truly want and what they should pursue. The thought of reciting poetry stems from humanity's need to show off. But in fact, showing off is a low-level interest arising from an unsatisfied sense of self-existence. The reason I have this thought is actually due to the influence of low-level societal information. This is not my primary need. The thought that Nora likes me is good. I can continue to believe in it firmly. My analysis of abilities is completely reasonable and correct. Next time I can first activate the super heart to provide the brain with more oxygen and achieve higher efficiency. Math problems are so boring, I won't need to calculate them next time. Thoughts have been organized. After taming each thought, Yu Xian felt a sense of relief. He exhaled a long breath of stale air and then, with a serious expression, dissolved the spatial bubble. In an instant, various scent information entered his brain through his super sense of smell, and his super brain began to operate at high speed, categorizing countless scent information, ultimately forming a model of Silver City in his consciousness. This was a miniature dynamic city, almost reflecting everything happening in the city. The director, who was drinking tea in the office, Teacher Wang, who was scolding students like an irritable gorilla, a street vendor outside the Super Ability Academy preparing grilled sausages and turkey noodles, and several of Nora's bodyguards patrolling. One of the bodyguards asked his companion for 2 cash notes, then walked over to the vendor and ordered 2 servings of turkey noodles. Although Yu Xian had always known that Nora had bodyguards around for protection, it was the first time he observed them so clearly and thoroughly. Further away, workers were repairing the road, women were buying vegetables, chefs were cooking, and a police squad was ambushing criminals. Divine insight, keen observation, and unprecedented clarity, and unprecedented brilliance. Yu Xian felt as if he had the entire city in the palm of his hand. He could appear anywhere he wished. Previously, he needed to use spatial bubbles for positioning, and even spatial jumping required the coordinates of the bubbles to lock his location, but now he no longer needed any coordinates. The whole city was his coordinate. As long as it was within his sensory range, he could arrive instantly. Perfect beings possess this terrifying reconnaissance ability. If not influenced by Hu Wei Jie or the demonic aura, it was hard to imagine how difficult it would be to deal with. If it truly wanted to hide, probably no one could find it. Fortunately, it was precisely because it was sufficiently foolish that Yu Xian gained this terrifying ability. However, the next second, Yu Xian created another bubble to protect himself. Chen Ling at the front table had farted, and he didn't want to smell her stinky fart. Yu Xian originally had the illusion that he had become a god. But then, a fart from Chen Ling pulled him back from his pedestal, and he looked at her speechlessly. Chen Ling, who was distracted at the front table, noticed Yu Xian's gaze, wiggled her butt, and turned around with a calm expression, asking, "What's up?" "Nothing." Yu Xian hesitated, ultimately unable to voice it. After all, normal people fart, you can't expect others not to. Fortunately, vampires don't fart and don't even need to poop. He lightly tapped the spatial bubble, filtering out the smells of farts, excrement, and household garbage, and the city model reappeared in his mind. In the south of the city, at an overpass, a truck suddenly crashed through the barrier because the driver dozed off. The pedestrians below watched as the truck fell from the sky, and it was too late to dodge. At that moment, a bubble formed into the shape of a hand, perfectly pinching the truck from above, suspending it in midair, allowing the pedestrians to react and avoid it. Yu Xian manipulated the bubble to lower the truck and then retracted the bubble. In fact, Yu Xian had always been able to change the shape of the bubbles, but it was very mentally taxing. He had to first form a specific shape in his mind before he could manipulate the spatial blood energy to change the bubble's shape. But now he possessed a super brain, and he could quickly simulate any shape. Thus, the shape of the bubbles became ever-changing. He could create square bubbles, star-shaped bubbles, or even transform the original round bubbles into the shape of a hand, or even into the shape of a long spear. At this moment, his bubbles were appearing all over Silver City. A building was billowing black smoke, and the firefighters had not yet arrived. One by one, bubbles entered the building, rescuing all the trapped individuals. On the outskirts of a community, a child was drowning and was then pulled from the water by a hand-shaped bubble. In the industrial area in the north, a heartbroken factory girl was about to take her life. As she jumped off the rooftop, she was caught by a bubble, and in her dazed state, the bubble floated down to the ground. For Yu Xian, all of this was just a matter of convenience, using less than 1% of his brainpower, but for those being rescued, it was enough to change the course of their lives. "Captain Zhang, I'm controlling the bubbles, and also, the third extraordinary person on your side, Li Dahan, is a murderer from a missing persons case 10 years ago. By the way, arrest him. The body is hidden 50 meters under a tree in his yard, with a dog's corpse on top as a cover." Yu Xian took out his phone, and just as he unlocked it, Zhang Kai called. Without waiting for Zhang Kai to ask, he directly told him the answer. Due to the sudden appearance of too many palm-sized bubbles, some extraordinary individuals were frightened, prompting them to run to the police force to report. When Zhang Kai saw the photos taken by these extraordinary individuals, he immediately thought of Yu Xian's bubbles, which led to this call. Yu Xian was fully aware of everything happening in the Public Security Bureau, so he switched to rapid response mode and directly told Zhang Kai the answer. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Zhang Kai turned back in confusion to look at one of the seemingly honest and simple extraordinary individuals. When the other party noticed his gaze, they immediately displayed a harmless smile. Although it was somewhat hard to believe, Zhang Kai knew Yu Xian too well, he wouldn't joke about such matters. "Mr. Li, please come over. We need your cooperation in an investigation," Zhang Kai said with a smile as he walked towards Li Dahan, simultaneously signaling the surrounding police to prepare for an arrest. Yu Xian, using his scent model, watched as Zhang Kai attempted to capture Li Dahan, who then resisted and escaped from the Public Security Bureau, shouting that the police were attacking him. The two sides chased each other, causing chaos, until Yu Xian could no longer stand by and manipulated a palm-sized bubble to knock Li Dahan down to the ground, thus ending the farce. The reason Yu Xian could control the spatial bubbles to appear anywhere in Silver City was quite simple. He transmitted the energy from the Dragon Shield core into a bubble through the numerous ultrafine bubbles in the fingerprint indentations, and then this energy enveloped the bubble, allowing him to control its teleportation within the range of Silver City at will. It could be said that his attack range was extremely large, and his strike speed was incredibly fast. As long as the enemy was within his perception range, they would likely be struck before they even realized his presence. In the time of a math class, he saved more than 10 people, captured 3 thieves, found 6 wanted criminals, and even helped the police knock out a criminal who was holding hostages. Although there were some things he didn't want to tally, even after filtering, the model of Silver City in his mind still showed blank areas, which represented the smells of flatulence, feces, and household garbage that had been filtered out. Through the appearance of these blanks, he knew that Chen Ling had farted 3 times during the class, and the entire class had farted over 50 times, averaging once to twice per person. In fact, vampires have a more acute sense of smell than ordinary people. Nora's expression changed several times during the class, clearly suffering from the flatulence of her classmates, yet she had no way to express her discomfort. To this, Yu Xian could only feel helpless. After all, everyone has to fart, and even gods cannot stop it. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. After the bald math teacher left the classroom, Chen Ling hurriedly went to the restroom. Just then, a gust of wind blew in through the window, refreshing the air in the classroom. Nora let out a sigh of relief, turned around, and saw Yuxian with his eyes closed, so she closed her eyes as well and began to practice the sunflower facing the sun technique. Although Yuxian had his eyes closed, he actually knew that Nora wanted to talk to him, but his attention was focused on a large waste treatment plant in the northern part of the city. Here, he had to thank Shenling's flatulence. If it weren't for her flatulence, Yuxian wouldn't have filtered out various odors and wouldn't have discovered that there was a problem with this waste treatment plant. After filtering out various smells, many blank areas appeared in the city model in his mind, especially in the 4 waste treatment plants in the city, where the blank areas were quite numerous. Silver City has 4 large waste treatment plants and many small recycling stations. With so many blank models to reference, although there were many blank areas, it was still possible to deduce what was in the garbage piles. However, in the large waste treatment plant in the north of the city, after filtering out various household garbage, some abnormal outlines appeared. In other waste treatment plants, the contours of the garbage piles are chaotic and irregular, but in this waste treatment plant, after excluding the shielded parts, there is a faintly discernible pattern, resembling a huge rectangular enclosed space. Taking advantage of the time before the last class starts, Yuxian leaves a clone behind and then teleports to the sky above the waste treatment plant. He looks down at the garbage piles, where a large amount of waste has formed small hills, and workers at the edges are sorting through the garbage. On the surface, the entire waste treatment plant shows no flaws. However, the more flawless it appears, the more suspicious it seems to Yuxian. He flicks a bubble with his finger, which quickly transforms into a palm that descends, sweeping away the garbage around the mountain, creating ripples in an invisible barrier. Not good. Several workers in protective suits and masks realize the base has been exposed. They immediately turn to run, but before they can get far, Yuxian knocks them down with a punch, and just as the plant manager steps out, he is struck in a vital spot by another punch, his eyes wide with disbelief as he falls. It is worth mentioning that they were all taken down by the palm bubble, without even seeing Yuxian himself. Yuxian takes out his phone and dials Xiao Cheng's number. When Xiao Cheng answers, he says, "Minister, I have discovered a suspected secret base for creating perfect beings in Silver City, and I need to request support. This base has a highly advanced barrier, rendering his super sense ineffective. Although he is not afraid of danger with the dragon shield, if there are a large number of perfect beings inside, he certainly cannot fend them all off. If even one escapes from the base, it would be a huge disaster for Silver City." 10 minutes later, Yulai and others teleport to the waste treatment plant. This kind of barrier, whether it's Eastern or Western, does have a bit of an island nation style, Yulai says as he approaches the barrier, placing his hand on it. The third eye on his forehead opens and scans the surroundings, then he speaks. His third eye emits a golden light, slowly opening a large window in the barrier. Inside the barrier, there is indeed another world. The space is surprisingly vast, far exceeding the scale of the garbage mountains, and around a factory-like building, there are teams of guards in combat uniforms, armed and patrolling. When the opening in the barrier appears, these guards immediately start shooting towards it. Yulai smiles faintly, and in the next moment, his body transforms into a falcon, flying through the opening. He easily dodges the bullets and, as he approaches the guards, transforms back into human form. The golden light from his third eye sweeps across, and the surrounding guards are all split in two. "Let's go," Xiao Cheng says to Yuxian. The two of them jump through the opening and quickly advance towards the building. Once inside, a model of the interior rapidly appears in Yuxian's mind. He frowns slightly, glancing at the ground, and says, "Minister, there is still a large space underground." Not good. The suspect resembling Peng Zhu is trying to escape. He immediately pulls Xiao Cheng, and the two teleport to a room hundreds of meters underground, with a teleportation array behind them. Ahead, an elderly man in a suit and several researchers stop in their tracks, looking at the two who appeared out of nowhere. "Should I call you Peng Zhu?" Xiao Cheng asks with a smile upon seeing the old man, instantly understanding the situation, while already preparing to attack. The old man sighs, throwing away his cane, and says, "Actually, ever since perfect being no. 001 escaped, I knew this day would come, I just didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Minister, be careful, he is a clone and wants to self-destruct." Yuxian's mouth moves, and his voice is transmitted through the bubble to Xiao Cheng's ear. Without a second thought, Xiao Cheng immediately throws out the gray energy in his hand, instantly enveloping Peng Zhu and the others in a field that makes time feel like an eternity, freezing their bodies in place. However, far away, after Peng Zhu's main body sensed the situation of the clone, he took out a pen-like remote control, opened the cover, and gently pressed the button. Originally, he intended to wait until the clone and several important researchers had left before pressing the button, but now that they couldn't escape, he had no choice but to destroy them all together. Boom! Inside the factory, many researchers had not yet reacted when their bodies were engulfed by the flames of the explosion. At the location where Yu Xian and the others were, a powerful bomb exploded beneath the teleportation array, and in the instant of the explosion, Yu Xian teleported away with Xiao Chang. What happened? Yu Lai had just entered the factory when he saw Yu Xian and Xiao Chang appear beside him. The heavenly eye on his forehead slightly closed, and he immediately asked. Xiao Chang looked at Yu Xian, who replied, "We found Peng Zhu, but it was just a clone. After we controlled Peng Zhu's clone, someone remotely detonated the explosives that had been buried in advance. He was certain it wasn't an internal person who triggered the explosion. After all, he was monitoring the entire factory, and he knew every move of everyone here. They're coming." Yu Xian then looked towards the interior of the factory, his expression serious. In the next second, a monster, burned all over, charged out from the flames of the explosion. Seeing Yu Xian and the others blocking the way, it immediately roared and launched an attack. Perfect creature? Yu Lai frowned slightly, and the heavenly eye on his forehead shot out a golden light, instantly splitting the monster in two, which was then consumed by the flames. Weaker than expected. Yu Xian spoke at this moment. "Minister, don't be careless. That is a semi-finished product. There are more perfect creatures awakening below." The explosion destroyed the cages that held them, and some strange experimental subjects are coming out of the cultivation tanks. In his sensory perception, although some perfect creatures were killed by the explosion, more perfect creatures had actually broken free from their cages due to the explosion and were fleeing towards the ground. If one has ever kept animals, they would find that in a closed space, if danger occurs, most creatures instinctively run upwards. Perfect creatures are not intelligent, but they also have the instinct to escape. 113 Source of power boom. The flames of the explosion surged out first. The three stood in place, and Yu Lai pointed his right hand like a sword, chanting, "Wind dragon, come forth, swift as the law commands." He then pointed his sword forward, and a gust of wind instantly blew from his sword towards the surging flames, blowing all the flames back into the factory. Many of the semi-finished perfect creatures that could have escaped fell directly into the high temperature generated by the flames being recycled. However, these upper-level semi-finished perfect creatures were just appetizers. Not long after they fell, dozens of burned perfect creatures quickly charged out from the flames. Seeing the three blocking their path, one of the perfect creatures, covered in abnormal insect tentacles, opened its mouth and sprayed a large amount of high-temperature corrosive green liquid. This time, all three acted. Yu Lai reacted the fastest. The heavenly eye shot out a golden light, instantly splitting the green liquid in two. Although the perfect creature spraying the liquid dodged quickly, many of its tentacles were still severed by the golden light that split the green liquid. Then Xiao Chang took out a staff, lightly pointed it at the ground, and instantly, numerous electronic circuit-like lights appeared on the ground. Any perfect creature hit by the light became slow motion. Yu Xian attacked last, but his attack range was extremely large, with high precision and tremendous destructive power. The spatial bubbles hidden in the indentations of his fingerprints appeared above each perfect creature, then the spatial bubbles expanded, filled with chaos and distortion, and finally crashed down, bursting all the perfect creatures into a mist of blood. Just as this batch of perfect creatures was killed, a monster resembling a goat's head, with a body like a bat and limbs like octopus tentacles, slowly walked out from the raging flames. It opened its mouth and inhaled, sucking in all the blood mist around it, then it roared at the three with its mouth full of dense teeth. "Be careful, it's a tiger level," Yu Lai reminded the two. The imperfect creatures they had just encountered were at best wolf level, but this was only tiger level. However, just as the three were about to take action, the floor suddenly exploded, and a thick arm grabbed the tiger-level perfect creature. Although the tiger-level perfect creature struggled and attacked the arm, it only left some minor scratches. Then it was pulled beneath the floor, and soon the three heard a crunching sound. This time, both Yu Lai and Yu Xian showed expressions of shock. Yu Lai's heavenly eye had completely failed to detect the existence of the monster underground, and Yu Xian's scent model also had no trace of that monster. Clearly, this monster possessed a very high level of stealth ability. In Yu Xian's mental scent model, there were no monsters below, only a chaotic array of equipment and raging flames, not even a blank spot. He confirmed this again and again, finally gravely stating, "Minister, that monster seems to completely not exist on a perceptual level." "They really managed to create something extraordinary," Yu Lai said, his expression equally serious. Originally, he hadn't even drawn his weapon, but now he took out a three-pronged double-edged knife from the storage room and held it tightly in his hand. Boom! The large hole where the monster had reached out suddenly tore open, and a creature resembling both a crocodile and a dinosaur emerged from the hole, its cold vertical pupils sweeping over the three. Yu Xian immediately used his identification technique on it. In fact, with his super sense of smell and super brain, he was already familiar with most creatures, making the use of identification unnecessary, but this monster had to be identified. At that moment, the monster's attributes quickly appeared in his mind. Name, Divine Beast Aggregate Codename, Perfect Creature No. 006 Race? Gender, none. Age, 3 lifespan, 0 level, above Dragon Camp, neutral evil abilities, existence interruption, unless it appears directly in front of the enemy cannot perceive its existence. Super brain, super vision, super smell, super hearing, super taste, super heart, super skeleton, super skin, super muscle, super viscera, super blood, super nerves, super teeth, super scales, super absorption, super mimicry, super self-healing, dragon's power, contains the bloodline of a giant dragon, greatly enhancing strength and immune to fire attacks below 10,000 degrees. Summary, eat, eat, eat. This fool only knows how to eat. After Yu Xian finished reading the attributes of No. 006, he immediately informed Yu Lai and Xiao Chang. Existence interruption. I feel like I've heard of that somewhere, Yu Lai said, frowning slightly. Xiao Chang reminded him, existence interruption is a capability of Baizhe, but isn't Baizhe the hardest to capture and encounter? It might not be the real Baizhe. There's a girl in our school who was influenced by Baizhe and awakened Baize's ability, Yu Xian said at that moment. The ability of the student council president, Yu Marin, was said to have awakened after she dreamed of Baize. Since there is one, there may be more. Perhaps there are other people or animals who have gained abilities under Baize's influence, and existence interruption might be included among them. Although Pang Zhu intended to disrupt Qilin from obtaining more information by blowing up the factory, in fact, after Yu Xian entered the barrier, he had already grasped everything about the factory. Through the factory model that had not yet been destroyed, he found a lot of experimental data and learned many insider situations. The series of super abilities of the perfect creatures actually originated from various beings with divine beast bloodlines, such as super sense of smell, which was actually extracted from a black dog with the bloodline of the howling celestial dog. This black dog did not inherit other abilities, but it did inherit the super sense of smell from the howling celestial dog. For example, the super brain actually comes from the descendant of the divine beast Shiji. Although it is intelligent, it is ultimately just a beast. Unfortunately, it fell into the net during the large-scale capture by Peng Zhu and others, ultimately becoming one of the materials. Can we stitch together the abilities of different divine beasts through the special properties of? Yu Lai looked at No. 006, his expression serious. There isn't much research on perfect beings by the Qilin. Mainly, the clear liquid from merges the original genes together, making them unrecognizable, as if they were encrypted. This leads everyone to know that perfect beings are strong, but the source of their abilities remains a mystery. Xiao Chang sighed deeply and scolded, why do some people always take the crooked path, eager to create chaos? Isn't it better to cultivate properly and live a good life? While the three were talking, No. 006's leg muscles bulged, and in the next moment, it leaped up, opening its mouth wide to pounce on the three. Xiao Chang immediately unleashed a ball of gray energy, freezing No. 006 in midair, and then Yu Lai, filled with anger, struck out. With a slash of the three-edged two-bladed knife, a golden blade of light shot straight up to the factory's ceiling, and No. 006 was instantly split in half, with at least 1/10 of its flesh and blood turning to ash in that strike. From this blow, it was clear that Yu Lai's attack was truly powerful. The reason he couldn't move the Xingtian Zombie King was that the Xingtian Zombie King's defense was too abnormal. In front of Yu Lai, an ordinary dragon-level creature was nothing more than a mere chicken. The appetizer was over. The flames in the factory were still burning fiercely, and some strange that just poked their heads out were quickly killed by the three working together. In fact, describing them as strange isn't very accurate. It's just that no better descriptive term comes to mind. Their appearance isn't particularly strange. For example, there was with one half of its body being a wolf and the other half being a red bug. After being burned by the fire, one half was completely charred, while the other half remained bright red, but due to its strong vitality, it was still lively until Yu Xian killed it with a single strike. The factory was deep, with many chaotic creatures below, and Yu Xian had to conserve space blood energy. So, he held the Wanzi Flash Thunder Knife sent by the Dragon King Golden Toad in a palm bubble, dealing with weak monsters with a single strike. The Wanzi Flash Thunder Knife was extremely sharp. Against extraordinary creatures below the wolf level, it was one strike for each small shrimp. At this moment, a space bubble filled with blood floated over, and Yu Xian took out a cup to fill it. He drank a sip without changing his expression, finding the taste acceptable, and then gulped down the blood. Did you gain a new ability? Xiao Chang asked curiously when he saw Yu Xian finish the blood. Yu Xian shook his head and said helplessly, no, but it seems that the heart belonging to the perfect being is absorbing this blood. I'll try again. At that moment, a shadow quickly flashed through the flames. Yu Xian, fast as he was, could sense its presence but couldn't react in time. However, due to his confidence in the dragon shield, he didn't need to react, so he continued to drink blood leisurely. In an instant, the shadow bounced off a pillar ahead and arced to Yu Xian's side, launching a flurry of attacks. The dragon shield flickered beside Yu Xian, perfectly blocking all attacks. When the shadow realized that Yu Xian was not a breakthrough point and wanted to retreat, Yu Lai pierced the shadow with a single strike. Then, with a flick, the shadow fell to the ground, already on the brink of death. It was a cat-shaped perfect being, possessing super speed, super acceleration, super agility, super muscles, super neural reflexes, and a series of abilities that increase speed. Clearly, the researchers in the factory aimed to create a swift monster. In fact, there are many experimental monsters in the factory, and after being created, the researchers did not destroy them but instead kept them as better genetic extraction materials. Fortunately, these monsters do not possess the intelligence to unite and cooperate. In fact, many of the monsters are fighting among themselves in the lower levels, devouring each other, so Yu Xian and the others do not need to face a horde of monsters. Yu Xian drank all the blood he extracted from specimen 006, then glanced at the cat on the ground, ultimately dismissing the thought of sucking its blood, mainly because the cat was dead on the ground, its eyes wide open, tongue out, and its death was rather unsightly. Although Yu Xian was somewhat curious about what would happen to the heart of a perfect being after absorbing this blood, he was not in a hurry at the moment. There were still many perfect beings below, other things might be scarce, but the blood of perfect beings was definitely sufficient. Next, various perfect beings occasionally sprang out from the flames, only to be shot down by Yu Lai or Yu Xian. Yu Xian extracted a large amount of blood from a perfect being that resembled a hippopotamus, continuing to drink blood to provide energy for his heart. After about half an hour, the flames gradually began to extinguish, as the underground was severely lacking in oxygen, forcing many perfect beings that were still fighting to flee upwards. Essentially, the perfect beings that had just remained in the lower levels without escaping were a relatively strong batch. Their bodies could truly be considered perfect beings, almost without fixed forms. A perfect being whose head sometimes turned into a snake and sometimes into a large-mouthed bird burst out from underground, quickly extending its neck to break through the factory's roof, creating a whirlwind that sucked in air. Yu Lai immediately severed its neck with a knife, but after being decapitated, this perfect being did not die. Instead, it quickly grew a second head, swallowing the original head along with its neck into its belly. It grew a cow-like face and looked at Yu Lai, then opened its mouth and roared. It was then fixed in place by Xiao Cheng's domain of days like years, and Yu Lai attacked from different angles. Once all the attacks entered the domain, Xiao Cheng tacitly withdrew it. Boom! The perfect being was suddenly subjected to a massive amount of attacks and fell heavily. Yu Xian, who was just watching, immediately used a spatial bubble to extract blood from the perfect being, then poured a cup and leisurely drank it beside Xiao Cheng. To deal with monsters below the wolf level, he could still use the 10,000 characters Flash Thunderblade, but for monsters above the tiger level, he had to use chaotic spatial bubbles. However, this was too wasteful of spatial blood energy. It would be better to let the two ministers handle these monsters. Yu Xian continued to drink blood, and every time a large perfect being fell, he would extract some blood. As he kept drinking, the heart of the perfect being in his chest gradually became redder. Finally, when he absorbed the blood of the 35th perfect being, his heart developed a perforation and transformed into a 7 orifices exquisite heart. This heart began to beat slowly, with blood entering and flowing out of the 7 orifices. It absorbed the original silver blood, but the blood flowing out became even more extraordinary. He could even vaguely sense that the blood from one of the orifices appeared and disappeared out of thin air, as if exchanging blood over an extremely distant distance. He immediately used identification technique on himself and checked his abilities. 7 orifices exquisite heart. Blood can be converted into the ultimate source blood through the 7 orifices. All my blood descendants shall be part of me. Ultimate source blood. Any being possessing ultimate source blood will obey the host's will 100%. The source blood is indestructible and will never betray. Yu Xian closed the attributes. He took a deep breath and continued to drink blood to calm his excited heart. Without a doubt, he had gained extremely powerful abilities. Although it was unclear what level of creatures the ultimate source blood could actually control, the results of the identification indicated that these two abilities were incredibly strong. The 7 apertures Linglong heart likely originated from the bloodline of the god of wealth, Bygone, but the ultimate source blood was a bit harder to define. The skill tree of a perfect being was basically a hodgepodge, resulting in many abilities becoming mutated. Who would have thought that the super sense of smell of the howling celestial dog, combined with the super brain of the divine beast Xieji, could form a terrifyingly effective perception ability? Perhaps the 7 apertures Linglong heart had mutated with one of his abilities, leading to the special blood that could originally communicate with all things in the world and break all illusions with its gaze, transforming into the current ultimate source blood. However, the process was not important. What mattered was the result. Deep in the ocean, in a secret base belonging to the ancient sage society, number 2 Jotai slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his arm, a faint smile appearing on his face. The ultimate source blood was truly amazing. It had actually flowed over to his severed arm from a distance. A glint of red light flashed in number 2 Jotai's eyes, clearly indicating that he had already been controlled by Yu Xian's ultimate source blood. Yu Xian had always thought that the arm taken by number 3 Jotai was long gone. It had either rotted after being discarded by number 3 Jotai or had been eaten by wild beasts in the wilderness. Unexpectedly, number 3 Jotai had actually attached this arm to his own body. Although Yu Xian did not understand the logic behind this, he was very grateful for number 3 Jotai's actions. Through number 2 Jotai's body, Yu Xian quickly realized that the ultimate source blood could indeed control other creatures. Any creature controlled by the source blood was his bloodline. The bloodline would unconditionally obey his commands. Under the influence of the ultimate source blood, even without his control, the bloodline would act in his interest. He could directly ignore the distance to control the bloodline, which had a total of 7 positions, corresponding exactly to the 7 apertures of the 7 apertures Linglong heart. Now, one of the aperture's ultimate source blood was continuously being transmitted to number 2 Jotai's severed arm, allowing him to project his will through this aperture and easily control number 2 Jotai's body. Fortunately, he had previously activated the super brain, so even multitasking would not delay matters. His main body continued to drink blood in the factory of perfect beings, while his brain manipulated number 2 Jotai's body like a remote-controlled car, reading number 2 Jotai's memories. Indeed, foreign forces were involved from the beginning. The Ancient Sage Society, an organization purely pursuing power? Each member uses the names of ancient sages as codenames: the 13th seat Abe no Saimai, the 12th seat Plato, the 11th seat Van Gogh. As Yu Xian browsed through number 2 Jotai's memories, he felt a bit puzzled. Was Abe no Saimai really a sage? He should be classified as a charlatan. But never mind. After all, the 13th seat was from the island nation, so it wasn't surprising to use Abe no Saimai as a codename. But was the 11th seat a bit off? Using the name of a painter with manic depressive disorder as a codename? Was that really a sage? Unfortunately, number 2 Jotai could only be considered a peripheral member at this point. He had only seen these 3 members of the Ancient Sage Society and did not know who was above them. If number 2 Jotai had information on all the members of the Ancient Sage Society in his head, Yu Xian would definitely have brought the experts from the Qilin headquarters to wipe them all out. Given the current situation, he could only let number 2 Jotai continue to infiltrate the Ancient Sage Society, developing the bloodline while investigating more information about the society. After reading through number 2 Jotai's memories, Yu Xian returned control of the body to number 2 Jotai. "Oh great master, your humble bloodline No. 2 is here to pay respects to you. No. 2 will serve you wholeheartedly. Your greatness surpasses the brilliance of the sun and moon. I wish I could fly to your side immediately, to serve you tirelessly in bow and devotion." No. 2 Jotai just gained control of his body and immediately knelt on the ground, muttering to himself with an abnormal expression. Yu Xian, in his original form, was drinking blood, and as a result, he felt goosebumps all over from No. 2 Jotai's flattery. He quickly commanded No. 2 Jotai to stop through the final source blood, ensuring that it would never happen again. Even if the pervert is influenced by the final source blood, he remains a pervert. After No. 2 Jotai got up, Yu Xian couldn't help but silently complain in his heart. Fortunately, he only controlled one pervert. If there were many, just thinking about it was terrifying. Then, under his command, No. 2 Jotai walked out of the room, heading to the laboratory with familiarity. Upon entering the laboratory, huge cages appeared before him, each containing various giant beasts. Their brains were all controlled by the brainworm, and their bodies, under the manipulation of the brainworm, were digging for the hidden powers within their bloodlines. This is Fenrir, the giant wolf from Western mythology? Yu Xian thought to himself as he looked through No. 2 Jotai's eyes at an absurdly large wolf in one of the cages. "What are you here for, No. 2? The giant wolf suddenly looked at No. 2 Jotai outside the cage and asked. No. 2 Jotai smiled and said, "Nothing much, just bored and came to take a look." "How much of Fenrir's power has awakened?" "About 3%, after all, the bloodline power is too weak," the giant wolf replied without suspicion. No. 2 Jotai nodded, said nothing more, and walked towards another cage, which contained a flaming phoenix. No. 2, am I beautiful? I feel like I can burn everything to ashes. I want to burn something, the phoenix said excitedly as No. 2 Jotai approached. No. 2 Jotai frowned and said, "No. 3, you'd better be more stable. This is not the time for nonsense. How much of the phoenix's power has awakened?" Pretending to be serious. "I can do much more than No. 8. The phoenix's power has fully awakened, and soon I can go play with my little brother, the phoenix said, its wings manipulating flames swirling around it in excitement. No, Tujotai replied indifferently, the little brother you mentioned is the owner of this arm? Of course, that's my trophy. Don't lose it, no. 3 Jotai said, lowering its massive bird head to look at No. Tujotai. No. Tujotai nodded, rest assured, I will take good care of your trophy. You should persuade No. 3, he can't hold back anymore, always shouting about wanting to slaughter the city. Silver City is so fun, why would he want to destroy it? No. 3 Jotai nodded in satisfaction and then said to No. Tujotai. The No. 3 he mentioned was actually No. 9 Jotai. No. Tujotai nodded and continued walking forward. The other cages also contained various mythical monsters. Although only a portion of the hidden powers in their bloodlines had been excavated, many characteristics were already very obvious. Finally, No. Tujotai stopped in front of an enormous cage, where an unimaginably large white snake coiled. The world-destroying giant python, Jormungandr. Through No. Tujotai's memories, Yuxian understood the situation. The one currently controlling this body was No. 9 Jotai, the white ape that had been captured by the Silver City hunting team and sent to the beast fighting arena for performances. No. 9 Jotai had a domineering personality, believing himself to be superior, and had a very strong sense of pride. He regarded his past experiences as the greatest humiliation of his life, believing that only by bloodily washing Silver City could he erase that shame. No. 2. Do you want to persuade me? No. 9 Jotai asked in a rough voice upon seeing No. 2 Jotai outside his cage. No. 2 Jotai shook his head, not at all, I just wanted to see your awakening progress. I am not comparable to those mediocre talents, I have awakened 35% of the power of the earthly giant python Yamoja. Number 9, Jotai, said proudly. 35%. He indeed had the right to be proud. Jotai's eyes sparkled with a cruel light as he spoke. I might as well tell you, once I awaken 50% of the power of the earthly giant python Yamoja, I will go to Silver City and wash away the humiliation I suffered back then. At that time, no one will be able to stop me, not you, nor the ancient Virtue Society. Then I wish you good luck. Number 2, Jotai, smiled. Now, Yuxian already knew about number 9 Jotai's plan in advance. When he truly arrived, the Qilin would have one more test subject. The ancient Virtue Society kept their secrets well. This base was clearly not a key one. Under Yuxian's instructions, number 2 Jotai took a turn and then returned to his room. Seeing that this side was settled, Yuxian no longer paid attention to him and continued to enjoy food and drink in the perfect biological factory. After a while, a beautifully designed perfect creature burst through the lower floor, resembling a griffin, its mouth revealing a dense array of sharp teeth. Yuxian's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Minister, spare the creature. What for? Yulai, who was killing with gusto, paused and looked at Yuxian. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang did not stop. With a tap of his staff on the ground, the griffin-like perfect creature was frozen in midair. I have awakened a new ability that allows me to control these perfect creatures. I want to give it a try, Yuxian said directly. Yulai put down his knife and confirmed. Are you sure you can control it? Your level is far below theirs. Despite him easily taking down small fry, these perfect creatures were actually all dragon-level monsters. Even if Gong Qian came, she could at most suppress one, and might not even win. It was just that Yulai was too strong, making these perfect creatures seem weak. Of course, in comparison, the defense of the Xingtian Zombie King was still on the rise. I'll give it a try. Yuxian was also unsure if his final source blood could control this dragon-level perfect creature. However, if he didn't seize the opportunity while both ministers were present, he didn't know when he would have such a good chance again. He had actually thought about using his final source blood to control the monsters when he saw the creatures manipulated by number 3 Jotai. But those monsters were actually controlled by the brainworm along with the monsters themselves. Although they were under the brainworm's control, they were not dead, belonging to two independent entities. In this case, he was uncertain about who his final source blood would control. If he ended up controlling the monster instead of number 3 Jotai, then number 3 Jotai would immediately realize that number 2 Jotai was being controlled, and he would be exposed. In the end, considering various uncertain factors, he refrained from acting against the several Jotais. Excluding the fact that number 2 Jotai was controlled in a muddled manner, this griffin-like perfect creature was the first one he truly attempted to control with his final source blood. Yuxian stepped forward, using a spatial bubble to draw blood from himself, then adjusted the spatial bubble into a needle shape. However, he soon discovered an embarrassing issue. The spatial bubble couldn't pierce the skin of the griffin-like perfect creature. Yulai could take one down with a single strike, but his usual methods were ineffective here. Minister, Yu Xian turned back awkwardly. Yu Lai approached speechlessly and made a cut on the griffin-like perfect creature with his three-edged two-bladed knife. Only then did Yu Xian inject the final source blood into its body through the wound. The three of them then stepped back, and when Xiao Chang released his ability, the griffin-like perfect creature immediately began to thrash its head wildly, even slamming its head against the ground. "Can you do it? If not, I'll kill it," Yu Lai asked. Yu Xian could sense the final source blood of the griffin-shaped perfect creature invading its brain and nodded, "No problem. It won't struggle for long." By comparison, he concluded that the weaker the creature, the faster the final source blood could take control. The stronger the creature, the slower the control, and it might even fail. At that moment, the griffin-shaped perfect creature began to bite its own neck, seemingly trying to gnaw out the final source blood, but this was ultimately futile. After struggling for about 5 minutes, the griffin-shaped perfect creature trembled slightly and then approached Yu Xian, shaking its head like a pug and even rolling on the ground, exposing its belly. Clearly, in the griffin-shaped perfect creature's understanding, this meant submission. "Get up," Yu Xian said to the griffin-shaped perfect creature. The next moment, the griffin-shaped perfect creature immediately stood up, looking down at Yu Xian. The griffin-shaped perfect creature was about 5 meters tall, with well-developed muscles and various super abilities. Yu Xian even suspected it was a monster created by some researcher aiming for a griffin. Otherwise, it wouldn't look so similar. "From now on, you'll be called Yu Lai, the Hunter's Hunt." A smile appeared on Yu Xian's face, but before he could finish, he received a slap from Yu Lai. Yu Lai said irritably, "You brat, stop being so cheeky. Then let's call it Little Griffin, the Griffin's Griffin." Yu Xian quickly changed his words. Xiao Chang couldn't help but comment, "Your naming talent is really terrible. I think it should be called Lion Griffin." Both Yu Lai and Yu Xian looked at Xiao Chang speechlessly. If Jin Sheng woke up and heard that name, he would probably get so angry he'd go back to sleep. At that moment, another perfect creature emerged from the ground. Yu Lai and Xiao Chang looked at Yu Xian, who glanced at the newly appeared perfect creature and shook his head. "Too ugly, don't want it." "Wait, do you have a limit on the number of creatures you can control?" Xiao Cheng quickly asked. Yu Xian shook his head. "No, as long as there's source blood, I can control other creatures indefinitely." "Then control it. If you don't want it, just command it to follow my orders, and I'll command it to guard the ordinary school," Xiao Cheng said with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Yu Lai nodded. "That's a good idea, but it needs training first. It can only go on duty after passing." The anomaly bug crisis had indeed passed, but there was no guarantee that other crises wouldn't arise in the future. If every ordinary school in every city had a dragon-level extraordinary creature guarding it, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the students' chances of survival. However, for safety's sake, Yu Lai inquired about many details of this ability and even planned to conduct several more tests to ensure 100% safety before putting it into use. Next, the three of them worked together, continuously subduing the perfect creatures that ran out, transforming them into Yu Xian's bloodline through the final source blood. Eventually, the three of them didn't even need to act. Whenever a perfect creature popped up, dozens of perfect creatures would rush forward, directly suppressing the newly appeared perfect creature and finally binding it with tentacles to bring it before Yu Xian. After a busy session, Yu Xian had subdued more than 50 perfect creatures, except for one with a relatively special ability that was only tiger level. The rest were all dragon level. However, among these perfect creatures, aside from the good-looking griffin and one that resembled a western dragon, he handed over the rest of the less attractive perfect creatures to Qilin. He believed they would shine in their positions and protect more people in the future. 117 Shattered Land in the afternoon. It was basically self-study class. After resolving the perfect creature factory issue, Yu Xian quietly returned to his seat. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. Just now, in the perfect biological factory, although there were Yu Lai and Xiao Cheng present, it was actually very safe, but he didn't dare to be completely careless, so he didn't thoroughly check the specific condition of his body. Now, he needed to conduct a comprehensive examination of himself to determine his state. First, the silver blood and the ultimate source blood could not merge together. There were now two types of blood in his veins, one was silver blood, and the other was ultimate source blood. Although the ultimate source blood was transformed from silver blood through the heart of the perfect biological entity, the two were distinctly separate, flowing in his veins like two rivers of different colors. Yu Xian tried to merge the two types of blood, but no matter how they intertwined, as soon as he lost control, the blood would automatically separate. Additionally, the total amount of blood in his body remained unchanged. The more blood transformed into ultimate source blood, the less silver blood there was, and the newly generated blood was not silver blood, but just ordinary vampire blood. He tried to see if ordinary vampire blood could be transformed into ultimate source blood through the heart of the perfect biological entity, but it turned out it could not. Simply put, he had to first consume more silver to transform the ordinary blood into silver blood, and then transform the silver blood into ultimate source blood. Originally, he planned to capture a large number of biological entities and control them all with ultimate source blood, but after understanding the conditions for producing ultimate source blood, he immediately dismissed that idea. Silver was really too expensive. No way. The silver blood consumed in subduing so many perfect biological entities accounted for about 1/3 of his current total silver blood. He had to ask Qilin for reimbursement. Yu Xian took out his phone and directly contacted Xiao Chang, informing him of the method for producing ultimate source blood while also applying for reimbursement for the consumed silver. At the Qilin headquarters, Xiao Chang sat in the conference room. Upon seeing the text message from Yu Xian, a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the others and said with a laugh, "I was just wondering what to reward little fish with, and now, the answer has come." He then flipped his phone to show Yu Lai, who couldn't help but smile after reading it. Since silver was so important to Yu Xian, they might as well reward him with a ton of silver this time, to prevent him from becoming impoverished due to his abilities. In the classroom, Yu Xian quickly received a reply from Xiao Chang. When he saw that Qilin had decided to reward him with a ton of silver, he let out a slight sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking silver in the short term. Next, he put away Qilin's phone and took out the newly bought ordinary phone to start goofing off. The perfect biological factory had been destroyed, and there were still many matters to handle afterward, such as investigating the source of the factory's materials, the background of each member, the source of funds, and so on. However, these trivial matters did not require Yu Xian to handle personally. They could be left to the battle police force and the staff of the office. He goofed off until school was over, and then he walked home with Nora. The two chatted and laughed along the way, but as they approached Yu Xian's front door, he frowned slightly, gradually slowing his pace, and eventually came to a stop. "What's wrong?" Nora asked, noticing Yu Xian's serious expression. Yu Xian replied, "Old Zhang's distance suddenly changed. Something might have gone wrong." He had placed bubbles in the ears of every member of the exorcism squad, so he could understand each person's approximate location at any time. Just now, Zhang Shou's position had suddenly changed, moving to a very far place, even farther than the extraordinary containment facility. Yu Xian couldn't even clearly say where that place was, only that it was very far away. "Sorry, I need to go see what happened to old Zhang," Yu Xian said, looking at Nora with concern. Nora smiled understandingly and said, "Go ahead, you know there are actually bodyguards following me, and I'm strong too." At the end, she proudly clenched her fist, as if she truly had great power. "See you tomorrow," Yu Xian said with a slight smile. Nora waved her hand and nodded, saying, "See you tomorrow." Then the two exchanged smiles, and Yu Xian immediately used a bubble to transport himself to the location of the blue bird. With the situation unclear, he couldn't recklessly teleport to Zhang Shou's side, nor did he dare to disturb Zhang Shou. If Zhang Shou were to be distracted because of him, and the crisis that could have been completely overcome turned into one that couldn't, then he would be in serious trouble. Gemini West Mountain. The blue bird was continuously searching for Zhang Shou's figure when suddenly the bubble in her ear rapidly expanded. She immediately stopped and watched as Yu Xian appeared inside the bubble. "Blue bird, what happened?" Yu Xian asked directly. The blue bird transformed back into human form, standing on a tree branch, and replied, "I'm not sure what happened either. The Death Doctor's abilities have a strong restraining effect on zombies. He has been handling zombies separately from me in Gemini West Mountain these days, and his efficiency in killing zombies is even higher than mine. However, we gather every noon and afternoon. I just came to find him, but I couldn't find him. It seems like an unexpected event," Yu Xian muttered to himself after hearing the blue bird's words. If Zhang Shou had truly discovered something, he would definitely discuss it with the blue bird. Now that even the blue bird was unclear about the situation, it meant that Zhang Shou must have been teleported very suddenly, almost instantaneously taken away. "Blue bird, you don't need to worry about this. I will bring old Zhang back. You can continue with your tasks," Yu Xian said after thinking for a moment, addressing the anxious blue bird. He then shrank the space bubble and returned it to the blue bird, and next, his body was enveloped in red light as he directly returned home. At home, the little griffin and the dragon-shaped perfect creature were waiting in the yard. He wrapped the two perfect creatures in a space bubble and then stepped into the bubble himself. Although he was worried that the danger on Zhang Shou's side might exceed what he could bear, some things are like knowing there are tigers in the mountains yet still choosing to head towards them. Moreover, with the dragon shield and two dragon-level pets, he might not be in too much trouble. In the next moment, he controlled the bubble in Zhang Shou's ear to rapidly expand, and then he teleported himself, the little griffin, and the dragon-shaped perfect creature over together. Instantly, the surrounding scenery changed, and he found himself on a pitch-black land, the sky overcast with heavy clouds, exuding a sense of death. Salty fish. Zhang Shou was controlling several healing touches to fend off the zombies when he saw Yu Xian appear out of nowhere and immediately shouted excitedly. As he shouted, the surrounding zombies became even more agitated and jumped forward, causing the healing touches to deplete faster. He had to quickly cast a spell and summon the healing touches again. Yu Xian scanned the surroundings and noticed that zombies were continuously waking up from their slumber on the black land. He landed on the ground and asked, "Old Zhang, what's going on?" "I don't know. I saw a zombie appear out of nowhere, so I used my tentacles to hit it." Who knew that the zombie died, but the surrounding space also trembled a bit. "By the time I came to my senses, I was already in this hellish place," Zhang Shou said innocently and quickly. After hearing this, Yu Xian analyzed, "So, it seems that the zombies from Gemini West Mountain were most likely teleported from this place. At that time, the space around that zombie wasn't very stable, and your attack caused even greater spatial turbulence, resulting in you being pulled back here. To encounter a zombie refresh is already an extremely low probability, and to trigger spatial turbulence at the same time is just unbelievable luck. So can we go back now?" Zhang Shou immediately asked the question he was most concerned about after hearing Yu Xian's analysis. He wasn't afraid of not being able to return. If it was just him who couldn't go back, that would be fine. But if it affected Yu Xian's ability to return as well, he would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. Yu Xian smiled and said, "If I can come, I can go back. But there's no rush. Since we're here, we might as well investigate why the zombies here always teleport to the Twin West Mountains. If we can go back, that's good, that's good." Zhang Shou patted his chest and sighed in relief. At that moment, Yu Xian had a thought, and the two perfect beings still inside the spatial bubble immediately descended from the sky. He said, "Kill all the zombies around. Keep killing until I give the order to stop." The two perfect beings immediately fell silent and began to act. Wherever they passed, zombies were swiftly killed. The highest level of zombies here was only sparrow level, while the two perfect beings were dragon level, so there was no suspense in the battle at all. "Damn, salted fish, you've been secretly getting stronger without us," Zhang Shou exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as he couldn't help but complain. He had been working very hard during this time but had only leveled up twice and learned 2 skills on his own. But compared to Yu Xian's seemingly cheat-like speed of getting stronger, he felt like the little brother among little brothers. "When did you get the illusion that you could catch up to me?" Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou with a half-smile and directly retorted. Zhang Shou widened his eyes and opened his mouth, ultimately speechless. After all, the facts were right in front of him. Whatever he said would just be a defense. He looked at the fallen zombies around and changed the subject, saying, "There are way too many zombies here, and their clothes are too ordinary, as if they suddenly turned into zombies after dying as regular people. Is it possible that they were just ordinary people who turned into zombies after death?" Yu Xian said softly as he looked at the zombies awakening from the ground. These zombies were in rags, but from the style of their clothing, it was clear that they were not any special extraordinary beings in life, just ordinary civilians. It was only after death that they were affected by the corpse energy, leading to their transformation. "Let's go, let's take a stroll around the area," Yu Xian then said to Zhang Shou, and commanded the two perfect beings to clear the way in front and behind. The two walked on the black soil, surrounded by desolation, with not a single tree or blade of grass in sight, only a continuous stream of zombies awakening from the ground, easily killed by the perfect beings. In Yu Xian's mind, this space was extremely chaotic. The models formed by his super sense of smell and super brain were all blank, as if this place shouldn't exist at all. Only when the zombies emerged from the ground did models of zombies appear in his mind. These zombies were so foul that he eventually decided to block out the stench, leaving even more blank spaces in his mind. Half an hour later, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou stopped, spotting a strange tree in the distance. Hanging from this tree were about 50 corpses, which sensed the presence of the two and twisted like worms but were completely unable to break free from the ropes tied around their necks. "Salted fish, look at the zombies over there," Zhang Shou whispered to Yu Xian, pointing to the third corpse hanging from the tree. Yu Xian looked over and found that the zombie was actually carrying a tattered briefcase on its back. He immediately used his finger to manipulate the silver thread, quickly cutting the rope binding the briefcase, and then brought it back. This zombie had deliberately tied the briefcase tightly to itself. Perhaps it contained very important information. Yu Xian did not touch the briefcase but used the silver thread to open it. Sure enough, there were many old documents inside. He took out these documents one by one, and his brows gradually furrowed. "What's wrong?" Zhang Shou asked curiously. Yu Xian replied, "Look, it's all in Chinese." "What's wrong with Chinese? Isn't that good?" Zhang Shou took out gloves from his storage ring, put them on, and glanced at the documents before saying. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou and asked, "What if we are actually no longer on Earth, not in our original world? How is that possible?" Zhang Shou exclaimed in shock. Yu Xian glanced at the documents and sighed. I wish it weren't true, but all the evidence suggests that this is not our original world. At least, have you heard of the Yanlong Empire? As he spoke, he pointed to the seal on the document. Yanlong Empire Research Institute No. 9. Zhang Shou stared at the words on the seal, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a while, he exclaimed, so we have crossed over? Yes, we have come to a world that is already dead. Yu Xian nodded gravely as he looked at the documents. He had actually read about the theory of corpse gas expansion long ago, but he scoffed at it, believing that with so many capable individuals, there must be a way to deal with mere corpse gas. But now it seemed he had arrived in a world where the theory of corpse gas expansion was perfectly validated. The concentration of corpse gas in this world was already very, very high. Although it hadn't reached 50%, it was at least 30%. This concentration was already extremely lethal for living beings. Zhang Shou was fine in this world because his body did not accept any special abilities invasion, and the reason he was unharmed was that he was a vampire. Theoretically, he was quite similar to a zombie, both belonging to the necromantic category of beings. The problem was that their safety did not mean that other living beings were safe. Other creatures could not survive in such high concentrations of corpse gas. Even if they lived, they would gradually become infected with corpse poison and eventually turn into zombies. Could it be that the fate of this world is the future fate of our world? Yu Xian wondered as he looked at the documents. These files detailed the process of corpse gas expansion and mentioned the final fates of many extraordinary beings. Powerful extraordinary beings could not survive in this world and ultimately fled to the abyss, almost all of them never to return. Without the protection of the strong, the weak became food for the zombies. Even without being attacked by zombies, in a high-concentration corpse gas environment, people would gradually become extreme, irritable, and violent, filled with negative thoughts. Eventually, they would even turn on each other and then all become zombies. The terrifying thing was that corpse gas had no solution. As long as there were zombies, there would be corpse gas. The more zombies were killed, the more corpse gas would be released. Not killing? If they didn't kill, the zombies would only grow stronger and more dangerous. By the time it became impossible not to kill, when a zombie died, the corpse gas released from its body would be even greater. It seemed that as long as the forbidden fruit appeared, as long as someone wanted to become a zombie, this outcome was inevitable, and there was no way to change it. 119 martyrs for the sake of saving this world. The capable individuals in this world tried every possible means. For example, they formed cremation teams that would burn any discovered corpses on the spot. From cities to wilderness, the members of the cremation teams were everywhere, with no gaps. Human corpses, animal corpses, all turned to ash. But the sea soon gave humanity a surprise. People despairingly discovered that while burning corpses could slightly slow the increase of corpse gas, the zombie fish in the sea were multiplying at an astonishing rate, and the cremation tactic clearly did not work well in the ocean. Additionally, many alchemists collaborated to develop corpse gas conversion devices, intending to transform corpse gas into harmless energy. After hundreds of years of research, they succeeded, but the conversion efficiency was completely inadequate compared to the growth rate of corpse gas. Even more deadly was that this conversion required a large amount of secret silver, making it unsustainable. Some even considered consuming the forbidden fruit to become a race that could devour corpse gas, but as a result, he turned into a zombie. Some people also took the forbidden fruit, hoping to become a non-zombie race that could devour corpse energy. In the end, they succeeded. They transformed into corpse demons, creatures even more brainless than zombies. To save this world, everyone was like headless flies, flailing about and willing to try any method. But without exception, after sacrificing a large amount of manpower and resources, all methods ended in failure. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou did not linger too long in front of the strange tree. After figuring out the origin of this tree, the two continued on, aimlessly exploring the unknown world. This tree was called the Tree of Despair, which was actually a product created by humanity in this world to save it. It could absorb corpse energy to grow, and people had high hopes for it, hoping it could improve the increasingly harsh environment. However, the Tree of Despair lived up to its name, bringing only a more desperate future for humanity. When its seeds fell to the ground, they would erupt with a large amount of corpse energy, attracting more zombies. As the zombies instinctively absorbed the corpse energy, the seeds would take the opportunity to enter the zombies' bodies, eventually taking root and sprouting within them, growing on the corpse energy inside the zombies. When the zombies were drained and fell, the seeds would burst out of their bodies, taking root and sprouting in place, growing green vines like ropes to capture nearby zombies. Although it could kill zombies, it had already become a part of the cycle of corpse energy growth, only accelerating the world's destruction. It is worth mentioning that there should be many trees of despair in this world, otherwise, if all the plants died, oxygen would become increasingly scarce, and Yuxian and Zhang Shou would not be oblivious to it. Sure enough, 2 hours later, they saw a forest of trees of despair. The trees of despair were easy to identify, always hanging with corpses of various shapes and sizes, including both humans and animals, all of which had become zombies without exception. Yuxian, what should we do if our world also becomes like this in the future? Zhang Shou asked gravely. His gaze fell on the corpses hanging from the trees of despair, and among the many zombies hanging at the edge of the forest, several young zombies were particularly conspicuous, some looking only 3 or 4 years old, and even some appearing to be just 1 year old, still in diapers. I don't know, Yuxian shook his head. All along the way, he had been contemplating how to save the world, but he was very clear about an undeniable fact. No matter how powerful his super brain was, it could not compare to the wisdom of an entire world of people. The humans in this world had almost tried every conceivable method, but the results were too despairing. Boom! At that moment, a huge sound came from a distance. Yuxian and Zhang Shou immediately looked in the direction of the sound, only to see dazzling sword light in the distance, with a large number of zombies instantly turning to ashes. Someone! Zhang Shou exclaimed excitedly. Yuxian immediately grabbed the collar of Zhang Shou's shirt and effortlessly jumped onto the back of the dragon-shaped perfect creature, commanding it to move forward at full speed. With a low roar, the dragon-shaped perfect creature immediately surged forward, crushing any zombies that stood in its way. Moments later, as Yuxian and the others sat atop the dragon's head, they saw a wasteland. Through the surrounding ruins, they could vaguely make out that this should have been a city, but now even its outline was very blurred. In front of this wasteland, a zombie in tattered armor, holding a blood-red greatsword, stood motionless, showing no reaction to Yuxian and the others' approach. Although this zombie did not appear imposing, it exuded an indescribable aura, as if in front of it lay 1,000 troops and horses, and behind it were countless lights of homes. A single sword seemed like a gate. It was mesmerizing. Yuxian took a deep breath and immediately used identification on this zombie, while also mentally preparing to teleport away at any moment. For a moment, he saw the attributes of the zombie: name, Yen Lingban codename, martyr race, martial extreme zombie king gender, male age, 627,811 lifespan, 0 level, below god faction, neutral good abilities, 5 extremes undying body, gathers the power of the 5 extremes of heaven and earth, refining it into a cycle of 5 extremes, forming an undying body. Indestructible zombie king, greatly enhances its own defense, immune to 80% damage from the same level, with immunity increasing by 10% for each level lower. Unbreakable zombie body, nourishes itself with corpse energy, significantly enhancing defense, and can quickly heal injuries using corpse energy after being wounded. Yin-yang flow, corpse energy transitions from yin to yang, with moonlight and sunlight continuously converted into corpse energy, while being immune to most yang attribute damage. Corpse energy transitions from yang to yin, carrying extreme cold poison that freezes the soul, making it hard to defend against. Yin-yang limitless, any elemental damage will be converted to the opposite element and reflected back to the attacker. Red earth for thousands of miles, explodes all the corpse energy within, igniting everything around. Summary: sacrificing oneself for the country, a true hero. Strong. Yuxian felt that this zombie was even stronger than the king of the executioner zombies. He swallowed hard and quickly ordered the dragon-shaped perfect creature to retreat. However, the martial extreme zombie king clearly had no interest in him, and Zhang Shou, still standing there with swords in hand, eyes fixed ahead, seemingly guarding the ruins behind him. Yuxian recalled the words sacrificing oneself for the country, a true hero, and vaguely guessed the situation of the martial extreme zombie king. He took a deep breath and did not disturb this admirable strongman any further, guiding the perfect creature to take a detour. There are many strong individuals who have fled this world, but not everyone will run away. In times of crisis, there will always be someone who stands up, using their own backbone to support those behind them. Even in death, they stand tall and die with dignity. Yuxian and Zhang Shou sat atop the massive dragon head, gradually distancing themselves from the martial extreme zombie king. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Shou gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, and exclaimed in terror, "Damn, that scared the hell out of me." That zombie was terrifying. He had no identification skills and did not know the details of the martial extreme zombie king, but weak creatures naturally develop a strange intuition when encountering stronger beings. Just like a person encountering a tiger, even without knowing how powerful the tiger is, fear still arises. Zhang Shou was in this situation. He was intimidated by the terrifying aura of the martial extreme zombie king, which is why he had remained silent, afraid of attracting the zombie's attention. "Xianyu, aren't you afraid?" Zhang Shou, seeing Yuxian's calm demeanor, wiped his sweat and looked at him with suspicion. Next to him, Yuxian was like Zhang Taigong fishing calmly, and he replied nonchalantly, "The other party is a hero. What is there to be afraid of? He then told Zhang Shou the details of the martial extreme zombie king. After listening, Zhang Shou fell silent for a moment, then admired with a face full of reluctance. Damn, what a real man. One man holding the pass, no one can get through. This is undoubtedly one of the dreams deep in the hearts of countless men. Although the martial extreme zombie king failed and lost everything he was supposed to protect, no one could blame him for sacrificing himself for the country. One day, if our world truly comes to an end, Xian Yu, will you choose to leave, or will you stay like him? Zhang Shou suddenly asked, looking at the dim sky and dark earth ahead, with no context. They both had extremely long lifespans and would definitely live to see the end of the world as long as nothing unexpected happened. Yu Xian smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. If it were the current me, I would definitely choose to stay, even if it meant dying to protect Huaxia. But in the future, people can change. If I have too many things that are hard to let go of, I might not be as resolute as I am now. What if he and Nora have a child in the future? He absolutely cannot bear to watch the child wait for death. Once a person has attachments, they are no longer so pure. In fact, when he says he doesn't know, with his super brain, he already knows the answer. He just doesn't want to accept it emotionally. Sigh, I suddenly feel so desperate. Zhang Shou exhaled and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a city gradually appeared on the horizon, the lights in the city making Yu Xian's eyes gradually brighten. He said, it is precisely because of despair that we need to seek hope even more. The ending of this world may not be the ending of our world. Damn, there's a city, there's light. Zhang Shou also saw the city ahead and excitedly stood up, shouting. Yu Xian stared intently at the city ahead. The city had no walls, the outskirts were all broken eaves and walls, but the closer they got to the center, the more intact the buildings became, many windows shining with hopeful light. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unusual smell, and the blank model in his mind quickly unfolded. His eyes gradually widened, and then a bubble at his fingertips rapidly expanded, quickly covering him and Zhang Shou. But just as he was about to teleport, a dark green light shot out from the city, flashing by. Boom! The dragon-shaped perfect being was instantly split in two, flesh and blood rapidly dissolving in the light. At the same time, the bubble created by Yu Xian was also directly burst, and the two were separated in the terrifying shockwave. Zhang Shou's body was twisted into a pretzel and died on the spot, while Yu Xian's body was constantly flashing with scales, perfectly resisting all attacks. As they landed, Yu Xian immediately looked in Zhang Shou's direction and shouted, Old Zhang. His body was covered in red light, and he instantly flashed to Zhang Shou's side, just as Zhang Shou revived. He pulled Zhang Shou and flashed again to a kilometer away. A green beam cannon shot out from the city again, flooding the spot where they had just been. What happened? Zhang Shou asked loudly, still shaken, looking at the bombed ground. However, Yu Xian did not answer but continued to flash, increasing the distance from the city. 3 seconds later, the city behind him came to life, with countless windows appearing as pupils. A colorful giant snake, covered in windows, raised its head, its body covered in countless eyes already locking onto Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. In fact, there was no city at all. This was a giant snake disguised as a city, lying motionless on the ground, its patterns perfectly mimicking the appearance of a city. One can imagine how surprised countless refugees fleeing their homeland would be upon seeing it at the most desperate moment in this world, and how despairing they would feel upon discovering the truth. Damn! Zhang Shou exclaimed as he saw the giant snake drop its disguise, his eyes nearly popping out, cursing continuously as Yu Xian pulled him along like a kite. Yu Xian was still flashing. He dared not stay in any position for too long because the snake's attack speed was too fast. At that moment, the snake moved at an incredible speed, swallowing the corpse of the dragon-shaped perfect being in one bite, then quickly pursued the two. So fast. Yu Xian didn't need to look back. He could sense the giant snake approaching through his sense of smell. He gritted his teeth and accelerated his flashing, but the distance between them was getting closer. In this world, without using space bubbles, he relied solely on the special energy of the dragon shield core, needing to lock onto the target's position before each flash. Unfortunately, aside from the giant snake, his super sense of smell was not very effective in this world. Most of it was blank, so he could only rely on his eyes to lock onto the target. The result was that his reaction speed was severely lagging. Each flash was about 1,000 meters, which was already the most efficient result. As for using space bubbles, just now, that instance atop the dragon-shaped perfect creature was the best example. He might not die, but Zhang Shou would definitely die again. More importantly, they still couldn't escape. Boom! Rumble! Countless beams shot from the giant snake's eyes, almost sealing off all escape routes for Yu Xian. Fortunately, Yu Xian didn't rely on his legs to run. He flickered and moved through space, so he could always appear in the blind spots of its attacks. In fact, the initial beam attack was aimed at the dragon-shaped perfect creature, not at Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. the two merely suffered the aftermath of the attack. Yu Xian was very skeptical about whether the dragon's shield could withstand a direct hit from the giant snake. This giant snake was too strong, almost comparable to the extreme dragon they had encountered by accident. Yu Xian knew while fleeing that their only chance of survival lay in the ruins. Here it comes! Just as the giant snake was about to catch up, Yu Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the imposing figure that resembled a stronghold and immediately accelerated to teleport over. In an instant, he appeared among the ruins, while the giant snake roared and charged towards the martial extreme zombie king. Thud! The red greatsword collided with the giant snake's sharp fangs, producing a tremendous sound. The martial extreme zombie king instinctively held the greatsword to block the giant snake, and its pupils, which had shown no light, gradually ignited with flames. It opened its mouth and let out a roar, swinging its arms forcefully, causing the giant snake to be sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground thousands of meters away. Not far behind it, Yu Xian let out a sigh of relief. As expected, he was right, the martial extreme zombie king could withstand the giant snake. However, the giant snake had actually underestimated its opponents. It had merely been pursuing Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, and rather than fighting, it was more like hunting. It flipped itself up, staring at the martial extreme zombie king, and opened its massive mouth to emit a menacing roar. However, the martial extreme zombie king showed no intention of backing down, still standing firm with the sword in hand. The next moment, the real battle began. All the eyes on the giant snake shot out curved beams of light, which converged atop its head into a long horn, and in an instant, it charged the martial extreme zombie king with its horn. Boom! A loud noise erupted. The martial extreme zombie king was directly knocked away by the giant snake's strike, disappearing like a meteor beyond the horizon. Fortunately, at that moment, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou had already been teleported tens of thousands of meters away, and the aftermath of their battle did not harm them. Identification. Yu Xian then cast the identification technique at the giant snake from a distance. Instantly, the giant snake's attributes appeared in his mind, and his eyes widened in shock. Name, Ba name, Snake God Race, Tingwang Xinxi Gender, Male Age, 189116655 Lifespan, 0 Level, God Tier Faction, Neutral Evil Abilities, Illusion of the Heart, when coiled and motionless, can manifest the observer's heart's illusion. Thousand Eyes, possesses all-around vision, with no blind spots, never deceived. Poison Fire of the Compass, each eye can shoot green poison fire and manipulate its form at will. Body of the Fire God, ignites itself, transforming into the form of the fire god, significantly immune to physical attacks, while the higher its temperature, the lower the surrounding temperature. Fire Thief's Shock, the fire of the fire god can only be immune to those of higher status than the fire god, others will be burned. God of Deception, holds the power of the strange, terrifying, dreamlike, demonic, and seductive, only those with a firm mind can touch its reality. Summary, an evil god inadvertently trapped in the world of the dead. Not a zombie. This giant snake, like them, was a creature that had inadvertently fallen into this world. Yu Xian suddenly understood why the giant snake was relentless in its pursuit. This world was too lacking in food, and not everyone could feed on light like he could. Moreover, even he, if it weren't for the little fool Jean was shining and radiating above his head, wouldn't be able to last long in this world, because the light in this world is too dim, and this kind of light has no nourishment. That's right, the light in this world is strange, dim as if even the light is dead, casting no warmth upon the body. Now, Yu Xian can maintain his state entirely thanks to the radiance emitted by the little fool. This is also the reason he is not afraid of starving to death. The battle in the distance has not yet ended. The martial extreme zombie king flies away like a meteor, and the next moment, it returns like a meteor. In an instant, it appears before the giant snake, forcing it back with a sword, and both sides continue to attack each other, the firelight and swordlight colliding wildly. The mere shockwaves from their collisions shatter everything around, the ground filled with spiderweb-like cracks, and the cracks are spreading wildly. Many zombies buried underground are blown apart before they can even emerge. As a mere B-level, can I really witness such a scene? Zhang Shou trembles as he watches the martial extreme zombie king and the giant snake fight. Yu Xian immediately laughs. Shall I send you back first? No, let me watch a little longer. If things go south, you can send me away directly, Zhang Shou quickly replies. Yu Xian thinks for a moment, controlling the bubble to continue retreating, mainly because he feels it's still too close and not safe enough. In the distance, the martial extreme zombie king and the giant snake are madly brawling. Although the martial extreme zombie king is 2 small levels lower than the giant snake, its body is truly tough and the giant snake's attacks can hardly inflict any damage on it. Instead, many of its scales are shattered by the martial extreme zombie king's great sword. Time and again, it uses its size and immense strength to knock the martial extreme zombie king away, but the martial extreme zombie king always manages to adjust its angle and fly back, launching a more ferocious assault. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of fighting, the giant snake's eyes burst with green flames, and in an instant, its entire body ignites. If just now it looked like a disgusting monster, at this moment it finally displays the might of the fire god, its form resembling both a dragon and a snake amidst the blazing flames, countless eyes opening in the fire, forming one special green flame after another, appearing from a distance like two constantly changing dragon whiskers. After it enters the fire god form, the area within 1,000 miles begins to freeze, while its temperature rises rapidly. With a claw made of flames, it punches the martial extreme zombie king away, visibly leaving a huge charred mark on its chest. Although the martial extreme zombie king's Inyan Wujidi can reverse elemental attacks, its rank is clearly not as high as the giant snake's, so its abilities are suppressed and rendered ineffective by the giant snake's power. No ability can be absolutely effective, it is only relatively effective. Boom! The martial extreme zombie king crashes heavily to the ground, causing the earth to instantly sink and form a massive impact crater. The shockwave generated by the impact blows away all the surrounding soil and zombie fragments, scattering even the dark clouds in the sky. As the thick dark clouds disperse, a chaotic, crimson, disordered vortex-like starry sky, seemingly formed by countless layers of red energy and rock, reveals itself before Yuxian and Zhang Shou. The shattered world and that chaotic red starry sky are incongruous, as if two worlds have collided, and everyone is shattering like eggshells. The abyssal rift. This is too large, Zhang Shou murmurs as he looks at the sky. Yuxian's eyes widen, and he speaks, "No, this is not an abyssal rift, this is the abyss. This world has completely fallen into the abyss, and it will likely be completely assimilated by the abyss, becoming a part of it." He suddenly realizes that this world is like a dilapidated ship, floating in the abyss. Perhaps, the death of this world is not solely due to the expansion of corpse chi, but also the invasion of the abyss. Both factors work together to lead to the extinction of all living beings in this world. Roar! On the ground, the martial extreme zombie king rises from the pit. It lets out a low growl and charges at the giant snake again, raising the great sword in its hand to strike at the snake's head. However, the giant snake, now in its fire god form, is faster. Countless flames converge into a sword, and in the blink of an eye, it severs the hand of the martial extreme zombie king that holds the sword. The terrifying flame sword, after cutting off the martial extreme zombie king's arm, extends for hundreds of thousands of meters, leaving a chasm on the earth that is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to cross. The scene is too spectacular, too shocking. Yuxian and Zhang Shou stare with their mouths agape at this moment, filled with dread. If the giant snake had used its full power against the two of them from the start, they would have had no chance of survival. Fortunately, the two small fries clearly do not warrant the giant snake revealing its fire god form. At this moment, the disarmed martial extreme zombie king is stomped underfoot by the giant snake. The raging flames quickly consume the martial extreme zombie king's body, its armor turning to ash in an instant, followed by its crimson skin, and then its muscles. However, the martial extreme zombie king does not lose its ability to act. It continues to punch at the giant snake's claws with one hand, but those claws are entirely made of flames and do not take physical damage at all. Even the corpse chi cannot inflict any harm on the giant snake's claws, so all of the martial extreme zombie king's attacks are in vain, appearing somewhat tragic. It's over, it's over. Even a real man can't beat it. Why don't we run first? Zhang Shou, coming back to his senses from the shock, feels a wave of sadness at this scene, as if witnessing a hero's decline. But then he quickly changes his tone, wanting to make a hasty escape. Yuxian nods and says, "Okay, I'll send you back first. See you later." Wait, Zhang Shou's eyes widen suddenly. He wants to ask Yuxian why he isn't going back together, but before he can finish his sentence, he is directly teleported back to Earth. Yuxian stays behind, not because he thinks the martial extreme zombie king will lose. According to the assessment results, the giant snake's lifespan has already reached 0. The problem is, the giant snake is not a zombie that has long since died, which means it is destined to die today, and the one most likely to kill the giant snake here is the martial extreme zombie king. He is curious, does the martial extreme zombie king have any hidden means? In fact, he can see no chance of a turnaround for the martial extreme zombie king at all. Although every punch it throws is immensely powerful, anyone with clear eyes can see that its attacks are completely futile. At this moment, the giant snake uses another arm to swipe at the martial extreme zombie king's head, and its sharp claws instantly sever the martial extreme zombie king's neck. Then it proceeds to cut off all of the martial extreme zombie king's limbs. After doing all this, it looks up in the direction of Yuxian, but completely ignores him. From the beginning, its target was not Yuxian, the vampire, but Zhang Shou, the living person. To the giant snake, Yuxian is almost like a zombie. Is it disappointed? Yuxian notices the emotion in the giant snake's eyes. Originally planning to teleport away, he hesitates. At this moment, the giant snake turns to leave, clearly losing all interest in everything here. However, it has not yet extinguished the flames on its body when the sky suddenly darkens. The dark clouds disperse, exposing the entire land to the abyss. At some unknown point, an enormous monster, too vast to estimate, stands on the extremely distant shore, gazing at this land. Yu Xian cannot see its full form. As he instinctively looks up, he bleeds from his eyes upon seeing it. In the blur, he can only see it has a pair of exaggerated demonic horns, and its body seems to be covered in strange golden symbols. The moment he sees one of the symbols, his vision goes black, and his eyeballs explode on the spot. The monster reached out its hand towards the earth, pinching the departing giant snake with 2 fingers as if it were grasping a worm. The giant snake struggled frantically, flames transforming into a massive sword that struck the arm, but it left no scars. Instead, the fingers gripping its body tightened, causing it to spurt a mouthful of blood and immediately become weak. When Yu Xian's eyes regained focus, the entire world had once again returned to silence. Only the countless web-like cracks on the ground, the dismembered martial extreme zombie king, and the even more shattered sky silently told the tale of everything that had transpired. Asonis, those symbols are part of its name. Whoever can fully recite its complete name can summon it, leading it to the world of the reciter. Yu Xian looked up. The demon had already vanished, but while he felt lingering fear, he also sensed a wave of unease. When he saw those symbols, a portion of information flooded his mind, revealing that the symbol meant Asonis, but that was only a segment of its name. Not knowing Asonis' full name, he could only temporarily refer to the demon as Asonis. Additionally, he had self-taught a spell. By simply reciting Asonis, he could intimidate and command all demons below the dragon level. However, he did not intend to use this spell. After all, the spell's origin was too peculiar. He felt that the more he used it, the greater the connection to Asonis would become, and there was even a possibility of encountering it again one day in the future. I didn't expect the giant snake to die at the hands of a demon. I thought the martial extreme zombie king could turn the tables. Yu Xian landed on the ground and slowly walked to the severed arm of the martial extreme zombie king, thinking with a complex heart. This severed arm still tightly gripped the blood-red greatsword, but Yu Xian merely covered the greatsword with the red energy of the dragon shield core, and in the next moment, the greatsword transferred from the martial extreme zombie king's hand to his own. Thud! However, as soon as he grasped the hilt, his expression changed, and he quickly released the greatsword. The sword fell to the ground, causing the surrounding earth to tremble violently. The sword weighed over 100 tons, and he lacked the strength to wield it. Fortunately, he let go quickly, otherwise, he would have been slammed to the ground along with it. Identification. Yu Xian looked at the greatsword and directly initiated an identification. Heaven's Weeping Blood sword level, divine ability. After drinking blood, it fully enhances the wielder. The more blood it drinks, the greater the enhancement. Fed by the wielder's own blood, the effect doubles, and the duration doubles. Summary: the last divine sword forged for the purpose of protection, but it has failed to protect anything, leaving only blood and tears. The sword's ability was simple and brutal, yet its effect was astonishingly powerful. Unfortunately, the martial extreme zombie king's blood had long since dried up, failing to unleash its strongest power. Yu Xian bent down to grasp the hilt, then cut his finger to let his blood drip onto the sword's body. The Heaven's Weeping Blood sword immediately emitted a faint red glow, rapidly absorbing the blood. Then, a tremendous power feedback surged through the hilt into Yu Xian's body, allowing him to easily pick up the sword. At that moment, he felt an illusion that he could slay the giant snake with a single strike. He raised the sword in his hand and gently waved it towards the ground, the sword energy instantly cleaving a crack into the earth. On the basis of my original strength, it has at least amplified my power by more than 20 times. How strong! Yu Xian held the Heaven's Weeping Blood sword, a look of shock appearing on his face. A divine artifact was indeed a divine artifact, incredibly powerful. Moreover, this amplification of over 20 times was not merely strength, it was an all-encompassing enhancement. His speed, defense, and reflexes had all been strengthened. He felt as if the entire world had become small, and he had transformed into a giant, as if he could destroy this fragile world with just a gesture. Of course, the super brain constantly reminded him that all of this was just an illusion created by the rapid expansion of power. In fact, even if he were enhanced 20 times, it would still be impossible for him to defeat the giant snake. Not to mention the giant snake, even the martial extreme zombie king was still beyond his reach. But this feeling of power swelling was truly exhilarating. Yu Xian suppressed the urge to howl and simply danced with his sword on the ground, leaving behind a trail of sword marks wherever he went. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, his gaze falling on a pool of blood on the ground. This blood did not seep into the earth, instead, it gathered on the surface like jewels, emitting a faint glow. This was the blood that the giant snake had spat out when a soreness had injured it. Picking up trash was momentarily delightful, but but could he absorb it? Yu Xian swallowed hard and decisively stored the Tsong Tian Qishue sword in his storage ring. Although he felt a tremendous weakness wash over him the moment the sword was stored, his attention was completely focused on the pool of blood. He crouched down and cupped the blood in his hands, feeling as if he were holding a ton of gold. Ever since he was transported to this world, his sense of smell had been erratic, but as he held the blood, his nose became sensitive again. He could detect a special scent in the blood, and through that scent, he could see an image of a giant snake being worshipped as a deity by countless people. To absorb or not to absorb? This was the first time Yu Xian had encountered such special blood. This was probably the highest level blood he had obtained so far. Even the blood of Pangu was inferior to this giant snake's blood. After all, the so-called Pangu was merely a counterfeit created by the forbidden fruit, not the true Pangu from mythology. After hesitating for a second out of respect, he decisively chose to absorb it. Heaven had given him an opportunity, so it must be useful. Otherwise, Heaven would scold him, saying, "I gave you a chance, and you didn't make use of it." He opened his mouth to reveal his fangs, gently piercing the blood droplet of the giant snake, and then forcefully began to suck the blood. This blood had no impurities, but it was terrifyingly viscous. He felt as if he were sucking up mucus. When the blood droplet was drained, his body jolted, and his skin began to crack with numerous fissures, as if the flesh beneath was trying to burst out. It was too much. The nutritional value of this blood was too high. He couldn't handle it. Suddenly, the skin on his shoulder split open, and a lump grew from the flesh, which then cracked open, revealing an eye that spun continuously within the fissure. His spine protruded, also splitting open to reveal an eye that occupied his entire back. As his flesh began to distort, the core of the dragon's shield within him suddenly started to absorb his blood, while the strange power from the giant snake was rapidly devoured by it. His body quickly returned to its original state. After a while, he gasped for breath. Aside from his school uniform being torn apart, it felt as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. That power, divine power? Yu Xian touched his shoulder, his heart still racing. In truth, the blood of the giant snake was only a notch or two above that of a perfect being, but it contained a special power. That power was something he couldn't digest, so it acted upon his body, nearly turning him into a monster covered in eyes. Fortunately, he couldn't digest it, but the dragon's shield core could. When this strange power spread to the dragon's shield core, it automatically absorbed it. The originally red core now took on a somewhat dreamy quality. With a thought, pieces of dragon scales appeared around his body, and the once very real dragon scales now seemed to shimmer with a layer of hazy mist. He raised his hand and poked at the dragon scales with his finger, but his finger passed through the scales as if they didn't exist. Then he changed his mind and poked again, and the scales became real once more. Illusory divine power. True and false, real and unreal, as one wishes, ever-changing. Yu Xian had an epiphany, pinching a piece of dragon scale, which suddenly transformed into a petal. Then, with another thought, the petal turned into a gold coin. He smiled and flicked the coin. The coin immediately emitted a crisp sound, spinning rapidly in the air before dissolving into foam. The great serpent had two divine aspects. The primary aspect was the divine aspect of fire, while the secondary aspect was the aspect of illusion. The former focused more on attack, while the latter emphasized defense. In fact, the martial extreme zombie king had never truly harmed the great serpent's body from beginning to end. The shattered scales of the great serpent were all illusory. Once the battle ended, the serpent could easily refresh them by slightly using its illusory divine power. Only Asornis had truly touched the reality of the great serpent, easily grasping it. Simply put, the surface of the great serpent had a layer of illusory skin. Attacks that failed to damage this illusory skin could not reach the serpent's true self, and thus could not inflict real harm. Yu Xian finally understood the true meaning of the description in the appraisal. Only those with a firm mind can touch its reality. Because now the dragon's shield also possessed this layer of illusory skin, as long as the enemy's strength did not exceed the limit that the serpent's illusory divine power could bear, they could not inflict true harm on the dragon's shield or him. What a windfall! After fully understanding the changes in the dragon's shield, Yu Xian couldn't help but smile broadly. If his previous defense was 100, then now it was 1000, and of that 1000, 900 was special defense, requiring specific conditions to be worn down. Without a firm mind, any attack would be in vain. Indeed, heaven had served the meal right to his lips. It had to be useful. Yu Xian whistled happily, continuing to search for more blood belonging to the great serpent. Just now, the serpent had spat blood like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, so there must be more blood droplets on this land. He wouldn't mind collecting as much of this precious blood as possible. He even wished the serpent would spit out all its blood at once. Picking up trash was a momentary joy, but picking up trash continuously was a lasting delight. Soon, Yu Xian discovered another blood droplet. The serpent's blood was completely free of dust, astonishingly high in quality, and it wouldn't seep into the ground, making it very conspicuous. He quickly approached and scooped up the blood, opening his mouth to drink without a second thought. So delicious. Indeed, a vampire must drink blood. In the next moment, his body began to go berserk, instantly filled with cracks, but he was completely unperturbed, even taking an interest in observing the locations of his body's mutations, such as an eye growing on his knee. Then, the core of the dragon's shield absorbed the illusory divine power belonging to the great serpent, and the abnormalities in his body quickly disappeared. He vaguely felt he grasped something. With a thought, an illusory power was drawn from the core of the dragon's shield, which he injected into his body. Following his thoughts, his body rapidly expanded into a 3-meter-tall cyclops. This was just an illusion. His body had not changed at all. It was merely covered by a layer of illusory skin, but as long as one could not see through this layer, it could also be real. I see now, belief is the core of this power, so the first bodily mutation was the most real, while the second seemed less so because I had confidence, Yusin muttered to himself, pinching his one-eyed face. Illusory divine power could also be infused with belief. When belief became strong enough, the false could become true, and the true could become false. He realized the other layer of the attribute of the illusory deception divine power only when he felt the sensation of his body disappearing. Clearly, the illusory deception divine power was even more incredible than he had imagined. The illusory deception divine power possessed 5 attributes: bizarre, terrifying, dreamlike, demonic, and seductive. Yuxian transformed back from a strange person to his original self, then wiped his hand across his clothes, and the school uniform that had been burst by his body's expansion quickly returned to its original state. It seemed he was beginning to understand how to utilize this bizarre power. As for the attributes of terror, dream, demon, and seduction, he still needed to ponder them slowly. Yuxian did not waste time. He could contemplate the illusory deception divine power later. The urgent matter was to quickly collect all the blood that the giant snake had spat out, not letting a single drop go to waste. Because of the aftermath of the battle between the giant snake and the martial extreme zombie king, there were no zombies within a radius of 10,000 miles competing with him for the blood. He had to gather all the blood quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Next, he created a bubble, sat on it, and moved rapidly, searching for the scattered blood droplets on the ground. Although the giant snake seemed like a small earthworm compared to Asornis, to Yuxian, the giant snake was undoubtedly a colossal creature, coiling up to the size of an entire city. The blood it spat out was not much for itself, but for Yuxian, it was a great deal. He collected one drop and absorbed it immediately, without any hesitation. His adaptability to the giant snake's illusory deception divine power also increased with each blood absorption. By the time he absorbed the 10th blood droplet, he could even guide this power directly into the dragon's shield core with his thoughts, without any changes occurring in his own body. Of course, the main reason he could do this was that the giant snake was already dead. If the giant snake were still alive, the divine power would have a master, and daring to do this would be akin to an old man eating arsenic asking for trouble. In fact, the giant snake's blood contained far more than just illusory deception divine power. After absorbing the illusory deception divine power into the dragon's shield core, the remaining nutrients in the blood were absorbed by Yuxian's body. His muscles, bones, nerves, and internal organs were all comprehensively strengthened, and his body became as flexible as a snake, allowing him to perform many actions that normal humans could not, such as rotating his neck 360 degrees. Essentially, he had become immune to all joint locks and grappling techniques. Although few could restrain him with his immense strength, his strength had been further enhanced, increasing by dozens of tons. This power, compared to Gong Qian, was indeed nothing much, but for most extraordinary beings, he was undoubtedly a powerhouse with incredible strength, delivering painful punches. Half an hour later, Yuxian held up a blood droplet and skillfully drained it. Suddenly, he felt 3 hearts beating simultaneously, and then a large amount of blood wrapped around the 3 hearts, gradually forming a new heart. This heart coiled around the 3 hearts like a snake, and its shape resembled a snake's head. Yuxian closed his eyes and carefully sensed the 4th heart within him. He discovered that this heart was very special. It not only required energy from the body but also needed to absorb the emotions of others, especially emotions of terror. Only when it had sufficient energy and absorbed enough emotions would it beat once, awakening a new ability for Yuxian. Estimating by feeling, Yuxian thought that about a month of sunbathing would provide enough energy for it. But as for the emotions, he was not sure yet and would need to experiment further to find out how much was needed. However, he now had a shortcut to continue absorbing the giant snake's blood. As long as there was enough blood of the same origin to provide energy for this heart, it could also be made to beat ahead of time. Yuxian was very curious about what skills the giant snake's heart possessed, so after clarifying the situation of the heart, he immediately took action and continued searching for blood droplets. On the way, he belatedly realized something. The giant snake was chasing him in Jiangshou, but it wasn't that it couldn't kill them instantly, there was also an element of cat and mouse play involved. At that moment, it was actually feeding, but it was consuming their emotions instead. Only by completely draining their terror would the giant snake truly devour them. No, that wasn't right. It should be devouring Zhang Shou. As a vampire, he wasn't on the giant snake's menu, although he was still likely to be killed. Next, he worked like a diligent little bee, collecting one blood pearl after another, continuously providing blood for the fourth heart. The heart of the giant snake visibly began to resemble a snake, with the capillary patterns looking like scales. Finally, after more than half a day of hard work, his efforts were rewarded. The heart of the giant snake suddenly throbbed, and a special energy quickly filled his body, eventually merging into the mutated blood energy. To be honest, when Yuxian sensed this energy merging with the spatial blood energy, he was completely stunned, because he wasn't sure whether this mixed mutation was good or bad. If it caused the spatial attributes to collapse, he would be doomed, and even whether he could return would be in question. Fortunately, that situation did not occur. After merging with the new energy provided by the heart of the giant snake, the spatial blood energy transformed from transparent to something more dreamlike, with an indescribable sense of illusion. He immediately used this triple mutated blood energy to create a spatial bubble, and instantly a bubble formed in front of him that was no different from a normal bubble. This feeling, Yuxian looked at the bubble, and in the next second, with a thought, the bubble transformed into an eyeball. Naturally, it seemed as if he had gained an additional perspective, allowing him to see another angle of the scene through the bubble. Thousand eyes, myriad eyes. At that moment, Yuxian realized he had awakened a certain skill of the giant snake. In fact, the giant snake's body was not covered in eyes. Yuxian had seen the true appearance of the giant snake through the scent of the blood pearls. It was actually just a normal big white snake. The so-called thousand eyes, myriad eyes was actually another ability attached to a deceptive exterior. Just as Yuxian could turn the bubble into an eyeball, the giant snake could cover its deceptive exterior with eyes, which not only served a deterrent purpose but also allowed it to observe everything around it in all directions through those eyes. With a thought, Yuxian quickly created a dense swarm of bubbles, which then transformed into countless eyes spreading outwards. Compared to his previous method of searching for the giant snake's blood pearls one by one, he now had a much more convenient and efficient way. Sure enough, after a moment, one of the eyeball bubbles found a blood pearl. Yuxian teleported over, picked up the blood pearl, and immediately absorbed it clean. After he finished absorbing that blood pearl, another eyeball bubble in the distance discovered a new blood pearl. He continued to teleport like this, significantly increasing his efficiency, and finally, around 4:30 in the morning, he had absorbed all the blood pearls spat out by the giant snake, not wasting a single drop. Identification. After confirming there were no new blood pearls, Yuxian immediately activated his ability. He actually knew his situation, but he just wanted to see it with his own eyes. After all, it was a very fulfilling thing, just like turning the tide in a losing game. Even after the ranking had ended, he would still look at his data through the results, reminiscing about the joy of that moment. As the skill activated, Yuxian's attributes appeared before him. Name, Yuxian codename, salty fish race, shining vampire gender, male age, 17 lifespan, 364-892-2477 level, above snake faction, Huaxia Long dynasty, Qilin division, battle department, evil extermination team abilities, light eater, silver blood, spatial blood energy, identification technique, otherworldly observation technique, spatial jump technique, spatial expansion technique, spatial vortex technique, spatial folding technique, spatial maze technique, super sense of smell, super brain, ultimate source blood, and more. 1,000 eyes and 10,000 eyes, capable of having a comprehensive vision, with no blind spots, never to be deceived. Summary: the unique elves among the elves are called shining elves, and you are the shining vampire. Yuxian originally wanted to see how much ability he had, but his gaze was drawn to the changing lifespan value. He stared blankly at the long string of numbers, his mind struggling to comprehend how he suddenly became so long-lived. 125. A bold thought: trees move and die, but people move and live. In the next moment, Yuxian's super brain provided an answer. Perhaps his previous lifespan was not his true lifespan, but rather the maximum lifespan of all life in that world. When the lifespan value reaches 0, a disaster capable of destroying the world will erupt, and any life lingering in that world will undoubtedly perish. But as long as one leaves that world, they can actually continue to live, even for a very long time. The lifespan value is not fixed. Only when the lifespan value reaches 0 is it truly a situation to be wary of. Just like the giant snake's lifespan value reached 0, resulting in it being killed by Asonis. However, there should be a decimal point after 0, like a few hours left, but his identification technique cannot check smaller units, so he is unclear how long the opponent can survive after reaching 0. The giant snake was first engaged in a fierce battle with the martial extreme zombie king after his identification, and only then was it killed by Asonis, so there was actually a bit of time for self-rescue. For example, if it could sense its lifespan reaching 0, it could immediately burrow underground to escape or hide, perhaps avoiding Asonis' gaze and thus escaping with its life. Yuxian figured this out and secretly decided that in the future, whether there was something or not, he would use identification technique on himself, not for anything else, just to see if his lifespan had changed. If his lifespan reached 0, he would immediately switch worlds until his lifespan returned to normal. At 5 in the morning, Yuxian quietly returned to his home. He immediately used the identification technique on himself, and sure enough, back in this world, his lifespan value changed back to the original 5,322, but interestingly, although his lifespan had decreased, he felt a sense of relief instead. This trip was very rewarding. Not only did he successfully bring Zhang Shou back from another world, but he also obtained the giant snake's inheritance. Especially the newly awakened talent greatly compensated for Yuxian's lack of reconnaissance ability. Now he had super sense of smell up close and 1,000 eyes and 10,000 eyes from afar, no longer having to worry about being hit by the enemy's big move as soon as he teleported over. The early morning sky was already dimly bright, with a layer of mist lingering in the air. After taking a shower, Yuxian sat on the balcony's lounge chair, watching the eastern sky gradually brighten, bubbles appearing and disappearing at his fingertips. In just a minute, he updated the bubbles placed all over this world to the 1,000 eyes and 10,000 eyes version bubbles. Then he closed his eyes, and countless images instantly appeared in his mind, each image representing an eyeball bubble, and then he focused on the scene seen by one of the eyeball bubbles. The scene depicted a huge lake. Because it was not yet dawn, the lake appeared pitch black, as if a terrifying giant beast lurked beneath the water, giving a very frightening feeling in the stillness. At that moment, a massive dragon head suddenly emerged from the water. To be honest, Yuxian was startled. He did not expect the extreme dragon to actually come out of the water. Before he could react, the gem on the extreme dragon's forehead emitted a dazzling blue light, and in an instant, a beam cannon shot out from the gem, cleanly and decisively exploding the eyeball bubble in the air. The scene abruptly went black, and Yuxian instinctively leaned back, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Clearly, the extreme dragon sensed his gaze and did not hesitate to launch an attack. Fierce, truly worthy of being the only two existences I cannot see through. Yuxian took a while to calm down, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself that after successfully identifying the martial extreme zombie king and the great serpent, he realized he could identify targets above the dragon level. However, because of this, the extreme dragon became even more mysterious in his mind. This was also the reason he peeked at the extreme dragon right after updating his bubble. He just didn't expect the extreme dragon to notice him so quickly. It was about time. Yuxian decided not to disturb the extreme dragon any further. If he really angered the other party, it would be bad. He got up and walked into the kitchen to start making breakfast, as he still had to go to school with Nora after eating. 3 days passed in a plain and uneventful manner. Indeed, the excitement was only temporary, only the mundane was real. However, Zhang Shou returned to school, and life became a bit lively again. Mainly, Yuxian, in order to prevent Zhang Shou from interrupting his alone time with Nora, cleverly decided to give his good brother a little benefit. Thus, Zhang Shou enjoyed a 1-second school service, being teleported directly to school by Yuxian as soon as he stepped out the door. For Yuxian, who had no interest in the opposite sex, Zhang Shou secretly vowed to disrupt his and Nora's world of two, leading to a battle of wits between the two. For instance, Zhang Shou would not enter through the front door but instead leap down from the balcony, risking a life to avoid giving Yuxian a chance to teleport him. Unexpectedly, Yuxian monitored the entire city with his super sense of smell, and as soon as Zhang Shou revived, he was teleported to school by Yuxian. Zhang Shou was still not discouraged. As soon as he arrived at school, he immediately tried to run outside, only to find himself trapped in the infinitely overlapping space of the school, unable to step out even once. In the end, Yuxian and Nora successfully arrived at school, and Zhang Shou was completely defeated in this contest. Nora was completely unaware of their battle of wits, so when she saw Zhang Shou kneeling at the school gate in an on's position, looking dejected, she tilted her head at Yuxian, her head filled with question marks. Yuxian, on the other hand, wore a victorious smile, proudly passing by Zhang Shou, which made Zhang Shou so angry he pounded the ground. During the self-study class in the morning, Yuxian lay with his eyes closed on the desk, while a bubble with an eyeball inside was staring at the phone held by the palm bubble, watching a drama. He discovered that using the illusory cloak could easily filter out various foul smells, and even transform the bad smells into pleasant ones through the enhancement of his will, achieving the effect of self-deception. This way, he no longer had to have a bubble on his head, looking like an astronaut. Moreover, he felt that the more defenses he had, the better. With both the dragon shield and the illusory cloak providing double protection, he felt completely secure and no longer had to worry about defense leaks. In fact, he was not just watching a drama. With his super brain, he could multitask. In that world destroyed by corpse energy, a bubble with an eyeball was moving high in the sky, observing everything on the surface, searching for silver and gold. The world was so vast, it was impossible for all the silver and gold to be taken away. As long as he was determined to search, Yu Xian believed he could definitely find gold and silver. When the first class ended, a bubble appeared in Yu Xian's palm, and then chunks of golden metal appeared out of thin air in the bubble. In that world, 2 palm bubbles were quickly digging into the ground, tossing the found gold into the eyeball bubble, and instantly the gold was teleported to Yu Xian's side. Yu Xian squeezed the gold into a lump, and a bolder idea formed in his mind. Since he had indeed found gold in another world, then, what about the universe of this world? There must be more gold and silver in space. Others might not have the ability to dig, but he did. In an instant, he seemed to see a golden road shining ahead, and if his idea was correct, he would never have to worry about money again. Picking up trash, of course, should be done in places with less competition. The less competition, the greater the harvest. Space is clearly like a big garbage dump, and there are no scavengers to develop and mine it. This business is doable. The more Yu Xian thought about it, the more he felt this idea was good, and he immediately decided to give it a shot. Martian observation's space ability users should act freely, wandering the North Sea in the morning and the Kangwu in the evening. Ever since Yu Xian experienced what true freedom is, his style of action has become increasingly carefree, going wherever he wants. After school, solar system, Mars. A dust storm was raging across the land, with the power of the sand and stones whipped up by the fierce winds comparable to bullets, possessing a strong lethality. Yu Xian sat on a rock, contemplating life, as countless sand and stones flew towards him, all blocked by his dragon scales, making a clinking sound. He looked at the nearby clearly man-made mine pit and sighed deeply. Indeed, he was still too naive. At least within the solar system, the easily found gold and silver mines had long been excavated by other extraordinary beings. Contemporary space ability users are indeed rare, but if you count all space ability users from ancient times to the present, the number is actually not too small. A conservative estimate would suggest there should be 3,000 to 4,000 people. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, extraordinary beings had already begun to excavate gold and silver on the surrounding planets, and over generations, by the time it was Yu Xian's turn, these planets were left with nothing but pockmarked mine pits. Maybe somewhere on the planet there are still some fish that slip through the net, but finding those hidden deeper gold deposits is like searching for a needle in a haystack, destined to waste a lot of time. If Yu Xian really needed money, he might have gritted his teeth and done it, but the problem was he actually didn't lack money. This was entirely a bad idea that popped into his head. It was just a fleeting whim, and after the impulse, he lost interest. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't waste time on the tedious and boring search. At that moment, a clearly human bone was blown over by the wind, turning to dust as it hit the dragon scales. While countless extraordinary beings were still cooped up on Earth, they probably never imagined that there had once been a violent clash on distant Mars, with the bodies of the dead forever left on the planet. There were actually quite a few such remains, the flesh eroded and dissolved by the wind and sand, while some physically enhanced extraordinary beings had bones harder than diamonds, thus preserved, gradually scattered across the land by Mars storms. Forget it, time to go home. Yu Xian grabbed a handful of Martian soil and stood up, talking to himself. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the mine pit not far away. The sound was long and melodious, somewhat like a musical instrument, but also like a sound made by a creature with a long throat. Yu Xian's spatial bubble at his fingertips stopped expanding, and he looked towards the dark, deep, and seemingly endless mine pit, suddenly filled with great curiosity. Could there be creatures in the mine? He had seen abyssal demons and otherworldly zombies, but he had never encountered extraterrestrial life. Although strictly speaking, abyssal demons and otherworldly zombies are also considered extraterrestrial beings, they are ultimately existences from beyond the world, while the creatures hidden in the mine could very well be native extraterrestrial life. As the saying goes, the higher the skill, the bolder the person. A person's boldness is determined by their strength. Yu Xian was no longer the coward who feared death. With the dual protection of the dragon shield and the illusionary cloak, he was quite bold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ventured alone to Mars to become a gold digger. His body was covered in red light, and he instantly appeared at the edge of the mine pit. This mine pit was special, as if it had been drilled straight down from the surface with a giant drill, so the hole went straight down, unfathomably deep. Yu Xian listened intently, as strange sounds intermittently emanated from the pit, but after a while, the sounds completely ceased, leaving only the howling wind. On Mars, super sense of smell was of no use, so a bubble quickly grew an eyeball at his fingertip, and then, under his control, it swiftly flew into the mine. The 1,000 eyes and myriad sights came with night vision capabilities and could see through most illusions. A scene of the mine rapidly appeared in Yu Xian's mind. Indeed, the mine was vertical, but at about 2,000 meters deep. There were many passages around the walls, each about 2 meters in diameter. He controlled the eyeball bubble to enter one of the passages, but suddenly the bubble was attacked by an unknown creature. In his mind, he only saw a shadow flash by, and then the image went black. Sure enough, there is something, but it doesn't seem like a normal creature, Yu Xian thought with certainty as he recalled the last image he saw. The shadow was very thin, and its attacking motion was Z-shaped, possessing a unique beauty characteristic of artificial beings. He suspected it was a magical creation left by the extraordinary beings who had previously arrived on Mars, or some kind of alchemical creation, and since its master had already died, it was left forever on Mars. Although somewhat disappointed that the creature in the pit was not a true native alien lifeform, Yu Xian still decided to investigate and see what kind of creature was hidden inside. If it was interesting enough or powerful enough, capturing it with the ultimate source blood would also be a good choice. It is worth mentioning that the 2 perfect beings accompanying him had died. The dragon-shaped perfect being was killed by a giant snake. At that time, he was in a hurry to escape with Zhang Shou, so he only gave the little vulture trailing behind a random evacuation order. As a result, after everything settled, the little vulture never returned. Later, Yu Xian tried to contact the little vulture through the 7 apertures Linglong heart, but indeed could not get in touch, so it could be determined that it was most likely dead. 1, 2, 3, let's go. At this moment, Yu Xian jumped directly into the pit, rapidly falling down. One by one, eyeball bubbles quickly surrounded him, providing him with a comprehensive field of vision. To be honest, at that moment, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. It would be great if he could awaken the poisonous fire of the compass from the giant snake in the future. If he awakened the poisonous fire of the compass, the eyeball bubbles could shoot out the green beams that the giant snake had previously emitted, which were incredibly powerful. The dragon-shaped perfect being had absolutely no weak defense, yet it was still split in half by the poisonous fire of the compass. Unfortunately, the giant snake's skill tree required both energy and emotion, making the difficulty of awakening skills too high. Moreover, the giant snake's skill tree was also filled with question marks. What skills to awaken was completely random and not something he could choose, so the difficulty of obtaining the poisonous fire of the compass was even greater than awakening the Pangu's mighty divine power. For now, his focus was still on lighting up a series of basic abilities for the perfect being. Once all the basic abilities were lit up, he would consider what abilities to light up next. There's a sound. As he fell to about 500 meters, Yu Xian heard strange noises coming from below. He immediately wrapped himself in a spatial bubble, and the next moment, he accelerated sharply, falling down at a faster speed. In a moment, he saw a group of beetles resembling black melon seeds attacking a snake that had no eyes and whose skin was entirely covered in hard shells. The snake opened its mouth and continuously attacked the beetles, but it was covered in them. Its furious roars were of no use. In the end, the hard shell on its back was torn open, and in the blink of an eye, its body was hollowed out by the beetles. Native life forms of Mars? Yu Xian watched as a beetle crawled into one of the small holes and disappeared in an instant, thinking in amazement. He stopped in front of the hard shell left behind by the snake, picked it up with a palm bubble to take a look, then took out his phone to take a picture and sent it to the bat, asking, "I discovered a life form on Mars, shocked?" The Internal Natural magazine of Qilin had long recorded relevant reports, seemingly from 90 years ago. This is a mutated version of the Sherdang mine snake, a species that should have been brought to Mars by ancient people over 600 years ago, Bat quickly replied. After reading Bat's response, Yu Xian directly closed Bat's page. He then opened Zhang Shou's contact page, sent the photo to Zhang Shou, and asked, "I discovered a life form on Mars, shocked, right? Damn, you've gone to Mars? Take me with you." Zhang Shou immediately replied. Seeing Zhang Shou's response, Yu Xian finally showed a faint smile. Indeed, the emotional value provided by a close friend was much higher, and it was better not to contact Bat for now. Yu Xian's triple defense. In fact, with a super brain, Yu Xian could be very mature and rational. But he refused to be overly mature and rational. After all, he was only 17 and didn't want to grow old too quickly. He wanted to do whatever he felt like doing, even if his super brain had already calculated that what he was doing would be in vain. He was still willing to experience that feeling of futility. If a person has not been disappointed for a long time, then when disappointment finally comes, the overwhelming sense of disappointment can drown his entire rationality. Suffering is not worth glorifying, but for the extraordinary, necessary suffering is the best whetstone to sharpen the soul, a remedy to cure blind arrogance, and a guideline to restrain the increasingly indulgent heart. The stronger the power, the more important the cultivation of the mind becomes. When a person can do whatever he wants without anyone being able to stop him, the only one who can restrain him is himself. Because when power reaches a certain level, reasoning becomes irrelevant. The fist is the greatest reasoning, and the people around him, the events he encounters, all require a strong mind to judge right from wrong. It's like an emperor holding military power, needing to discern loyalty from treachery, weigh pros and cons, and decide life and death, all in a moment's thought. If he makes a mistake, the consequences are unimaginable. At best, it leads to the indiscriminate killing of innocents, at worst, a river of blood, or harming others and himself, leading to his own demise without a burial place. Yulai supported Yu Xian going to university, actually to let him experience more, learn more, and understand more, ideally to see himself clearly, see the world clearly, and even reach a higher level to comprehend various realms of thought. After boasting about the mutated Sherdeng mind snake on Mars, at Zhang Shou's strong request, Yu Xian opened the real-time recording software of Qilin and set it to be viewable by everyone. The reason for using Qilin's internal software was that ordinary civilian communications software had no signal on Mars. Only Qilin's internal software could communicate across such vast distances. He held the phone with one hand and waved at the screen, asking, "Old Zhang, can you see it?" Then he saw Zhang Shou reply with an internal code. "Code dead doctor, I see it, you're really on Mars, show us the surrounding environment." At this moment, several night owls joined in. "Code great beauty, what's going on? Are you on a mission?" Code 17, "You again, where are you messing around tonight?" Code stock god, throwing a tiger, a +1. Code fairy, stock god, is your time difference too big? Code science popularization, the snakeskin appearing in the picture is called the Mars Sherdeng mind snake. Its strength is below that of insects, but don't underestimate it. Its teeth are very sharp and can easily bite through steel, so be sure to avoid being bitten in a vital area. Code first, salty fish, are you live streaming? Did you encounter some problem? Yu Xian didn't expect so many people to be awake in the middle of the night, so he had to explain the situation a bit. Then he controlled the palm bubble to throw away the snakeskin of the food ding mineral snake and continued to sink down. Unknowingly, the work software had turned into something like a live streaming app, and more people were watching him explore Mars in the middle of the night. Codename Fairy, salty fish brother, how do you breathe on Mars? Isn't the air very thin there? Yu Xian saw Fairy's question, observed the passage below, and replied, I put 2 space bubbles in my nostrils. The space of the bubbles connects to the bubbles on Earth, allowing Earth's air to be transmitted here. As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head and showed the bubbles in his nostrils with his phone. Codename 17, Space Ability users are great, so free. Codename Science Popularization, Space Ability users are great, so free +1. Codename Pig, Space Ability users are great, so free +1. Codename Drunkard, Space Ability users are great, so free +1. Codename Fat Cat, strongly interrupting. Yu Xian watched everyone chat, feeling completely unbeard, and unknowingly descended to a depth of 2,000 meters. He looked at the passage where the eyeball bubble had entered. In the darkness, a mass of sludge-like substance was lurking at the top of the cave. After thinking for a moment, he turned on the flashlight on his phone and set it to super bright mode, then shone the light over. The sludge-like substance emitted a puff of black smoke when illuminated, and it quickly shrank back, seemingly very afraid of the strong light. Codename Science Popularization, that's a shadow insect of a goo master, usually refined from the goo master's own shadow. Even if the goo master dies, it will faithfully execute the last command of the goo master. In dark environments, the attack power of shadow insects is very strong, even surpassing the dragon level, and physical defenses are completely ineffective against it. However, the weakness of shadow insects is very obvious. They are afraid of strong light. Codename first, Salty Fish, be careful, shadow insects are really dangerous. I was once scratched by a shadow insect on my arm. Yu Xian glanced at his phone, secretly astonished. Dong Qian's defense was ridiculously strong. Even Daimos couldn't break through it and could only use poison against her. He didn't expect this small shadow insect could hurt her. Fortunately, the weakness of the shadow insect was very clear. Just shining light on it would do. He simply took out more than 10 spare phones from his storage ring, turned on all the flashlights, and aimed them at the shadow insect in the passage. Under the threat of the strong light, the shadow insect could only retreat frantically. Its shape kept changing, looking for angles to attack, but no matter which direction it extended, it would be illuminated by the light, forcing it to quickly shrink back. Suddenly, a huge tentacle attacked from the passage behind the shadow insect. Because of its incredible speed, Yu Xian couldn't react in time, and in an instant, the tentacle struck a patch of dragon scales. Boom! The entire passage shook, and then the shadow insect rushed towards Yu Xian at an extremely fast speed, following the shadow left by the tentacle. It transformed from a sludge form into a blade form, a long black blade curving in an S shape, instantly stabbing into a patch of dragon scales. The illusory outer layer on the surface of the dragon scales rippled, almost breaking through the defense. The dragon shield core absorbed the illusory divine power of the giant snake, which naturally attached to the dragon scales. Therefore, Yu Xian's current defense was actually a combination of the illusory outer layer version of dragon scales plus illusory outer layer, totaling 3 layers of defense. Only by breaking through the illusory outer layer on the surface of the dragon scales, then breaking through the dragon scales themselves, and finally breaking through the illusory outer layer on Yu Xian, could one attack Yu Xian himself. This sense of security was simply overwhelming. In fact, if it were just the dragon scales, the shadow insect's ability to ignore physical defenses would indeed be unguarded, but the illusory outer layer, as a special defense, just happened to restrain the shadow insect's special attack. Damn! There are other monsters, Yu Xian realized belatedly, startled after all the attacks had ended. The phone faithfully recorded this scene, and everyone else fell silent after watching. The recent attack was terrifyingly strong, and those present asked themselves if they could defend against it. Even Gong Qian, watching the deadly strike of the shadow insect, felt a chill in her heart. If it had been her, she would have likely been pierced through the heart and died on the spot. When everyone finally reacted, they looked in astonishment at Yu Xian on the screen. This guy really ranked 33, his defense was incredibly strong. At that moment, the codenamed Curson quickly typed, Xianyu, run. That tentacle is part of the desolate stone insect, and wherever there are desolate stone insects, there must be melting spirit insects. That tentacle is about half a meter thick, and conservatively estimating, there are at least 100,000 melting spirit insects here. As soon as this message appeared on Yu Xian's phone screen, the next moment, the tentacle suddenly shook, and countless red dots lit up at the end of the passage. Hiss! A dense sound erupted, and the red dots instantly transformed into a red torrent, surging like lava from the other end of the passage. Seeing this scene, Yu Xian immediately turned and ran. He was indeed confident in his own defense, but the melting spirit insects were coming on strong, and he felt there was no need to use these insects to showcase his confidence. He flew out of the passage and was about to ascend, but other passages above him erupted with a large number of melting spirit insects, looking like countless streams of lava falling down. With no other choice, he could only continue flying downward. In fact, he could teleport away at any time, but the tradition of the Huaxia people is that since you've come, you shouldn't run away in disgrace. Moreover, it was still far from the time to retreat, so he planned to struggle a bit longer. The melting spirit insect ranks 3rd among the top 10 poisonous insects. According to what Yu Xian learned from the Qilins database, the most terrifying aspect of this insect is that the more there are, the higher the temperature. If there is only one melting spirit insect, it can only emit a heat of 100 degrees. When there are 2, the temperature of the 2 melting spirit insects will rise to 200 degrees. When there are 3, their temperature will collectively rise to 300 degrees. 10 melting spirit insects can emit a high temperature of 1000 degrees, 100 can reach 10,000 degrees, and 1000 can reach 100,000 degrees. If there are really 200,000 melting spirit insects here, then the temperature they collectively emit will be 20 million degrees. Of course, the above is purely theoretical. In reality, melting spirit insects cannot emit such high temperatures because each melting spirit insect has a limit to its sensing distance. Assuming the melting spirit insects are pressed together, the one in the center can only sense the presence of 99 others around it. Anything further exceeds the sensing range of the melting spirit insects. Therefore, the actual temperature limit of the melting spirit insects is 10,000 degrees. Although it is not as exaggerated as the theoretical 20 million degrees, it is already about twice the temperature of the sun's surface, which is terrifying to imagine. In fact, at the moment the melting spirit insects emitted their red light, the temperature in the entire pit rapidly rose. Wherever the melting spirit insects passed, the ground turned into lava, so when Yu Xian saw the melting spirit insects like lava, it was indeed accompanied by a large amount of lava. However, Yu Xian sat in a bubble and felt no heat at all. The high temperature outside had nothing to do with him. The spatial bubble's essential nature determined that it would not be affected by external temperatures. No matter how hot or cold it was outside, it could not be transmitted to the inside of the bubble. This is a basic characteristic that the spatial bubble inherently possesses. The reason Yu Xian ran away was actually because he was afraid of being besieged by a large number of melting spirit insects. Although the strongest aspect of the melting spirit insects is their high temperature, they also have very high hardness, and ordinary armor-piercing bullets cannot penetrate their shells. At the same time, their food is the feces of the desolate stone insects. Here, it is necessary to introduce that the desolate stone insect is an insect that feeds on rocks. After consuming the rocks, they excrete a feces harder than diamonds, which has extremely high strategic value. The walls of some early cities were built from this feces. To make it sound more pleasant, the extraordinary beings named this feces waste stone. In the extraordinary world, few creatures can destroy waste stone, but the lava worm has teeth capable of crushing it. Therefore, even without its high temperature attribute, when the number of lava worms reaches a certain level, they remain a terrifying presence. At this moment, Yuxian was descending, with the red light emitted by the lava worm illuminating the entire passage. Many strange creatures on the rock walls sensed the impending heat and displayed their abilities. Insects resembling ants quickly crawled down the rock wall, their speed matching Yuxian's, while rats with drill-like heads swiftly burrowed to escape. There were also the black seed beetles that Yuxian had seen earlier, clustering together to form a large black ball, rolling rapidly down the rock wall. Yuxian watched in amazement as more and more creatures appeared around him, taking pictures of them with his phone. On the other side, Zhang Shou and the others were dumbfounded. Who would have thought there were so many creatures underground on Mars? Clearly, they had formed a perfect ecological community, with a food chain ensuring the survival of all beings. Suddenly, a human skeleton embedded in the rock wall flashed across the screen, and as Yuxian continued to descend, more and more skeletons appeared in the frame. These skeletons had various death poses, some had massive bones, while others were tiny. From the actions of some skeletons before their death, it could be inferred that they had been frantically climbing upwards, seemingly trying to escape some danger. Codename Dead Doctor, Salted Fish, should we retreat? This place feels off. Codename First, Dead Doctor is right, with the shadow worms, lava worms, and so many skeletons, there must be a problem. Yuxian was watching his phone with a bubble of an eyeball and, seeing the two worried about him, smiled and said, "Don't worry, if I really feel it's dangerous, I'll decisively run away." We're far from that point now. He was inside a spatial bubble, so retreating was just a thought away, and he didn't feel it was particularly dangerous. Now he was more curious about what had happened here to result in so many skeletons. 10 minutes later, the bottom of the cave was illuminated by red light. About 200 skeletons lay on the ground in various poses. Just by looking at their positions, one could imagine that a brutal bloodbath had occurred here. Codename Fairy, it looks like there was a dispute over spoils, leading to infighting. Codename Fat Cat, prospectors are inherently desperate. It's understandable that they would have infighting after daring to come to Mars to mine. The two made this judgment because some tattered fabric remained on the skeletons, indicating that these people had worn matching uniforms. At this point, Yuxian landed at the bottom of the cave and immediately looked to his right, where there was another passage whose destination was unknown. He quickly maneuvered the bubble into the passage, and 20 seconds later, the lava worms, accompanied by magma, fell down, causing many Martian creatures that hadn't managed to escape into the passage to perish in the magma. The lava worms followed into the passage, and the two sides quickly advanced within it. This passage was interconnected with many forks. Suddenly, a flash of light caught Yuxian's eye, and he immediately reached out of the bubble to scoop something from the cave wall. As dust flew, he grabbed a coral-shaped gold nugget in his hand and smiled at his phone, saying, "Guess how much this is worth?" Codename Dead Doctor, wow, there really is gold. Codename First, are you crazy? Are you risking your life for money? Codename Science, the gold nugget in your hand has a very good shape. Based on the current market price of gold, plus the artistic value, it should sell for 4 to 5 small targets. Code Fairy, Salty Fish Brother, do you want to go on a date? The younger brothers are my favorite. Code Pig, the old witch is going to make a move on Salty Fish, run quickly. Yuxian paid no attention to the crowd's words. He put away the gold nugget and continued to observe his surroundings. He had originally given up on the idea of striking gold, but who knew that after going through so many difficulties, he would accidentally stumble upon gold again. Moreover, such an obvious gold nugget was left here. Perhaps there was even more gold in this place. Next, he dashed through the maze of passages, and during his advance, he indeed discovered quite a bit of gold, ranging from the size of soybeans to pieces as large as wagon wheels. Such a large piece of gold made everyone watching envious. This was not mining at all, it was simply picking up money. However, soon everyone realized that Yuxian had entered a dead end. There was no path ahead. Code Fat Cat, alright, the game is over. Code Dead Doctor, Salty Fish, it's time to retreat. You've already made a big profit, no need to take more risks. Code Pig, yeah, safety is the most important. Yuxian looked at the crowd's comments, and instead of rushing to escape, he calmly turned to look behind him. Behind him, a large number of molten spirit worms surged like lava, the temperature rising rapidly, and the surrounding soil and rocks began to melt in smoke. Beautiful, too bad I don't know how to control it. He admired the molten spirit worms and sighed to the people on the other end of the phone. Under everyone's anxious urging, in the last second before the molten spirit worms approached, he thought of something, and his figure instantly shifted to another bubble, continuing to advance along the passage. Every time he passed a fork in the road, he would send a bubble into the fork and control it to continue moving along the passage. When the path he chose became impassable, he could teleport to another bubble at any time and continue exploring. The mere molten spirit worms posed no threat to him at all. Zhang Shou and the others were speechless at this scene. No wonder Yu Xian was so calm. He had already prepared an escape route. Code 17, Space Ability users are great, so free. Code Dead Doctor, Space Ability users are great, so free +1. Code Pig, Space Ability users are great, so free +1. Code Fairy, Space Ability users are great, so free +1. Code Fat Cat, strongly interrupting. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Yu Xian continued to scoop up gold, advancing towards the unknown ahead. 129 The torrent will persist, righteousness endures. For the next half hour, Yu Xian traversed through different passages. Along the way, he collected no less than a ton of gold, and he also found some dusty weapons. Weapons that could remain intact in such an environment were clearly not ordinary. He also took a few wrong turns, but each time he reached the end of a passage, he would switch to another passage to continue exploring. In fact, he himself was unclear about his location and how far he was from the surface. Anyway, through the sensing between the bubbles, he knew he was actually moving downward. These passages seemed flat, but in reality, they were slightly inclined downward. No matter which path he chose, it always extended downward. Code Sharpshooter, still so energetic in the middle of the night, what's going on? Seeing this code, Yu Xian knew it was the director of the Human Combat Department, Hua Chang, and he smiled. Director, I'm currently mining gold on Mars. As he spoke, he reached out and pried a gold nugget from the nearby wall. Hua Chang's eyes nearly popped out. Holding his phone, he typed in astonishment, isn't the gold on Mars already emptied by that group of gold diggers? Where are you right now? I don't know, it should be in some mine, but this place is interconnected, linking too many mines, so it's hard to say exactly where, Yu Xian said with a relaxed smile. Hua Chang was speechless. If it were him, falling into an unknown place would have made him extremely anxious. How could he be as relaxed as Yu Xian? He began to understand why the row above was filled with comments like space ability users are great, so free, because Yu Xian was truly free right now. Next, he saw countless molten spirit goo worms in the image. In the middle of the night, he was so scared that he jumped up from the roof, and when he landed on the ground, he exclaimed, Xiaoyu, what kind of heinous thing did you do? Why are so many molten spirit goo worms chasing you? Director, I don't know. I was just passing by, and they kept chasing me, Yu Xian replied. He originally wanted to ask Hua Chang how to control the molten spirit goo worms, but unexpectedly, he was first suspected by Hua Chang of doing something bad. Hua Chang looked confused and said, although molten spirit goo worms have a fierce reputation, they are actually one of the more docile varieties among goo worms. If you haven't done anything, there's no reason for them to keep chasing you. Codename, Science Popularization, Director, there is actually another possibility, which is that the molten spirit goo worms have an owner who commands them to prevent all intelligent life from entering the mine. Upon seeing the words of science popularization, Hua Chang pondered, so, Yu Xian might encounter the goo master who placed the goo worms? With an enemy, that means there will be a battle, and his eyes began to shine, the heart of battle stirring. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is an archer. In reality, he is a battle fanatic. Besides being the strongest archer, he is also proficient in all kinds of weapons. There are not many who can match him in the entire Qilin. Otherwise, why would he be the director of the battle department? It would be the biggest joke if the director of the battle department couldn't fight. He couldn't break the defense of the Xingtian Zombie King, not because he was weak, but because the Xingtian Zombie King was too strong. In fact, he could kill an average dragon-level opponent with a single arrow. Codename, Science Popularization. It is not certain that he will encounter that goo master. Shadow goo generally hide in the shadows of the goo master or in the master's cloak, but that goo master has placed the shadow goo outside, which likely means that this goo master is already dead. Moreover, this mine has clearly not been visited by anyone for a very long time. If it weren't for Yu Xian accidentally stumbling in, it is estimated that no one would come for a long time. Even if someone came, they would likely either die from the attack of the shadow goo or from the molten spirit goo worms, and there are really not many people who can be as relaxed as Yu Xian. At this moment, a new situation suddenly arose on Yu Xian's side. The molten spirit goo worms, which had been relentlessly pursuing him, suddenly began to retreat, and the passage quickly turned pitch black. Although Yu Xian had night vision ability, he still took out several strong light bulbs and turned them on, instantly illuminating the entire passage again. But just now the molten spirit goo worms emitted red light, while now it was cold white light. It seems something is happening ahead. Yu Xian did not rashly move forward but controlled an eyeball bubble to continue ahead. One can be carefree when it's time to be carefree, but one must be cautious when it's time to be cautious. After all, only a fool would charge forward in such a situation, and he would not make such a low-level mistake. As the eyeball moved quickly forward, the narrow passage gradually widened in his view. Then, a large stone door appeared before him, and at the edge of the door sat a skeleton. From his posture, it could be seen that his heart had been shattered, and he ultimately fell in this place. The eyeball bubble passed through the stone door and found that the indoor space was very large. It should be a front hall, with many weapons hanging on the walls, suggesting that many people had practiced martial arts here in the past. Behind the front hall, a formal large door appeared in front of the eyeball bubble, and above the door was written, Flood Society. This is actually the territory of the largest patriotic organization, the Flood Society, from 600 years ago. Yu Xian was shocked to see these 3 words and muttered to himself. Hua Chang exclaimed, "What? You mean that place is the territory of the Honglu Society?" It shouldn't be wrong, Yu Xian nodded. The Honglu Society was an organization formed by a group of patriotic extraordinary individuals before the emergence of the Xingtian warriors. They not only dedicated themselves to combating extraordinary criminals but also supported the country with a large amount of extraordinary resources. The waste stone was actually one of the supplies supported by the Honglu Society, and there is still a Honglu Society Memorial Hall in Waste Stone City today. The Honglu Society was active for about 70 years before mysteriously disappearing without a trace. No one knew where the members of the Honglu Society had gone, and after that, there was no news of them. To this day, people are still speculating about the whereabouts of the Honglu Society, with the most common theory being that all members entered the abyss, while others speculate that they went to outer space to explore the stars and the sea. However, it was unexpected that the Honglu Society actually had a base on Mars, and it might even be the headquarters of the Honglu Society. Yu Xian controlled the eyeball bubble to enter the gate of the Honglu Society, and the scene that met his eyes made him widen them in shock. Numerous skeletons were sitting in various places, some pierced through the heart with daggers, some smashed their own skulls with their palms, and some pierced their foreheads with their fingers. In the center of these skeletons, 2 corpses with no signs of decay were kneeling on the ground. A man had stabbed his abdomen with a knife, which also pierced through the back of the woman tightly embracing him. The 2 of them died like this, kneeling and leaning against each other. So it turns out, the Honglu Society didn't go to the abyss, nor did they explore the stars and the sea, they all died here, Yu Xian said in shock, looking at the countless skeletons surrounding the 2 corpses. The Honglu Society left behind many video recordings, so he immediately recognized that the 2 in the center were the president of the Honglu Society, Hong Zhang, known as the Divine Blade, and his wife, Thousand Butterflies, Shui Xianzheng. What exactly happened here? Why did they commit suicide? Yu Xian manipulated the eyeball bubble to circle around the main hall, confirming there was no danger before entering the stone door himself. He passed through the front yard, looked up at the 3 large characters Honglu Society on the main door, and then took photos of the interior with his phone, but he remained cautious and did not step inside. Everyone watching on their phones immediately began to discuss the eerie situation in the main hall as they saw it through their screens. Codename, Dead Doctor, Salty Fish, Don't Take Risks. It looks a bit terrifying inside, especially with Hong Zhang and the others. How could they not decay? Codename, First, No, in an environment like Mars, unless the corpses are exposed to the surface and destroyed by storms, they are unlikely to decay. They would only slowly turn into mummified corpses. Look at the surrounding skeletons, they have all decayed, and that is the biggest problem. Codename, Science Popularization. From the looks of the footage, it resembles some kind of sacrificial or sealing ritual. Salty Fish, Don't go in yet, let me check some information. Codename, Sharpshooter, Little Fish, Don't be impulsive. A formation ritual of this scale can last a very long time, even maintaining its effects for hundreds of thousands of years. It's best not to disturb it until we understand the situation. Codename, Piggy, they all seem to have committed suicide. So many people made the same decision. What was it for? Codename, Hong, President Hong and the others must have had a necessary reason to do this. I believe in the Honglu Society. My grandfather's 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 grandfather survived because of the help of the Honglu Society. The electronic genealogy they left behind even recorded the videos from that time. The Honglu Society absolutely cannot be the bad guys. Codename, Drunkard, Old Hong, Don't get too excited. Although the footage recorded by Salty Fish looks a bit terrifying and evil, sometimes what we see may not be the truth. We can only determine the situation after the investigation. Help me. At that moment, Yu Xian suddenly heard someone whispering, as if right beside him. He immediately looked around but saw nothing. He quickly summoned the illusory divine power from the core of the dragon shield, and his eyes gradually turned green. Looking around again, he saw countless black shadows bound by iron chains, with Hongjing at the center, densely packed shadows trapped in a huge cage, only a few shadows outside the cage, still bound by chains and unable to stray too far. Help me! I am Chen Benshan, the vice president of the Honglu Society. The president has gone mad, please save me. One shadow circled outside the bubble, whispering pitifully. More shadows in the cage cried out for help, all showing pleading expressions in the blur. How can I save you? Yu Xian glanced at the shadow outside the bubble and asked. The shadow rejoiced, it's simple, young man, you just need to cut off Hong Zheng's head, and the formation will collapse on its own, allowing us to be reborn. Isn't that too cruel? What if you are the bad guys? Yu Xian pretended to hesitate and asked. The shadow retracted its pitiful expression, its previously trembling body stabilized, suddenly abandoning its disguise. It looked at the shadows in the cage and said, see, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. We have the faces of villains, how could we easily deceive him? Aren't you going to continue acting? Yu Xian asked with a hint of amusement. The shadow sighed, you wouldn't believe it anyway. And you are the first human to come here in over 500 years. How could you be a simple-minded character? How about this? Let's make a deal. You release us, and we can grant you 3 wishes, any wish. Then my first wish is for you to release yourselves. Since any wish can be granted, please start your performance now, Yu Xian said, smiling at the shadow. The shadow was instantly speechless. If they could get out, they would have done so over 500 years ago. Why wait until now? At that moment, a massive black hand swept through the cage, and a gigantic shadow appeared inside, staring at Yu Xian in silence. After a while, it spoke, human, don't be complacent. The day I break free from my shackles will be the day of your extinction. Then let's wait until you break free, Yu Xian replied, looking at the large shadow. The others looked at their phones, puzzled by Yu Xian talking to himself since the phone couldn't capture these shadows. Codename Death Doctor, Xianyu, who are you talking to? Are you hallucinating? Codename first, Xianyu's eyes have turned green. Is this his ability? Or has he been cursed and controlled? Codename Piggy, aren't you two on the same team as Xianyu? You don't know? Codename Death Doctor, we really don't know. Xianyu has been getting stronger, he might have changed a lot in just a few days, and we aren't sure how much power he has. Codename Bluebird, yes, Xianyu's progress is too fast. Probably only he knows how strong he is now. The others were left speechless after reading this. Another monster added to the Kirin ranks. Before, Gong Qian was enough for them to look up to, now it seems Yu Xian is even more abnormal. Changing every few days, how could they target him, or even judge his strength? Unless they could kill Yu Xian on the spot, otherwise, in a few days, they might not be able to defeat him. Considering that Yu Xian is a space ability user, everyone present realized something terrifying. Yu Xian was extremely outrageous, even more so than Gong Qian. Yu Xian did not look at his phone, he was staring at the large shadow, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, resembling a crooked-mouthed dragon king. My king, he is deliberately provoking you, don't fall for it. My king, please calm your anger. When we break free, I will present his head to you. My king, please endure, a small grievance can disrupt a grand plan. At this moment, all the shadowy figures were urging the large dark shadow to calm down, not to be provoked by Yu Xian's taunts. The large dark shadow fixed its gaze on Yu Xian, emanating thick black smoke, clearly enraged by Yu Xian's earlier provocation. I see, it seems not all of the Namo tribe are sealed here, some have slipped through the net and escaped, Yu Xian muttered to himself. The shadowy figures, who had been trying to persuade the large dark shadow, suddenly fell silent and turned to look at Yu Xian. This human is suspicious. How does he know they are from the Namo tribe, and that there are others outside? He must be killed, he must be killed. All the shadowy figures immediately glared at Yu Xian with murderous intent, but the problem was that they were bound by their cage, their powers shackled by iron chains. Aside from staring at Yu Xian, they had no way to deal with him. Yu Xian was completely unconcerned by the hostility of the shadowy figures. His green eyes gradually faded, and the shadowy figures in his view all dissipated, leaving only the debris on the ground and the kneeling Hong Zhang and Cui Xianzheng at the center. He let out a long sigh and then deeply bowed towards the front. Below the Flowing Tide Society was a deep chasm. Years ago, the Flowing Tide Society sought to raise funds by searching for gold mines on Mars. They discovered this chasm while mining, and thus established this hall, assigning personnel to suppress this abyss. Ultimately, due to a large-scale invasion by the Namo tribe from this chasm, all members of the Flowing Tide Society sacrificed their lives to set up a great formation that sealed most of the Namo tribe here. But some managed to escape. The corpses found at the bottom of the pit were actually those of the Flowing Tide Society members fighting against those controlled by the Namo tribe, resulting in a scene of mutual slaughter. If their clothes had been a bit more intact, Yu Xian might have realized more quickly that those people were all members of the Flowing Tide Society. Through the various clues he had seen along the way and the information he had gathered from the Namo tribe, he had pieced together the truth of that year. It was precisely because he understood that his heart was deeply moved. How fortunate humanity is. Every time at the brink of life and death, there are always brave and fearless heroes stepping forward, using their wisdom, strength, and selfless dedication to protect the lives and hopes of all. The Flowing Tide Society and the Xingtian warriors, because of their contributions and sacrifices, humanity has been able to continue to this day, especially against the Namo tribe. If they had emerged, given the overall strength of humanity over 500 years ago, it would have been a true catastrophe. Fortunately, there is the Flowing Tide Society, and so many benevolent people. But now, those Namo tribe members who had narrowly escaped the seal must all die. 131 Super Heart, activate. Before leaving, Yu Xian's eyes glimmered with green light as he took one last deep look at the large dark shadow, firmly committing the identified attributes to memory. Name, Gansa codename, King of Desire Race, Namo Tribe Gender, Male Age, 964292418 Lifespan, 0 Level, Above Dragon Camp, King of the Namo Tribe Abilities, Spiritual Body, Immune to all physical attacks, Immune to most energy attacks. Mind Invasion, forcibly invade the target's mind with powerful mental strength, making them submit to oneself. Biological Modification, infiltrate every cell of the target with mental power, editing the genes within the target's body to induce mutations. Mental Tsunami, gather one's mental power, transforming it into a raging tsunami to overwhelm the opponent, forcibly destroying their mind and turning them into a vegetable. Mental Herding, gather a large number of mental threads to remotely control targets that have been mentally invaded. The stronger the mental power, the more puppets can be controlled. Power of the King, utilize the power of the King of the Namo tribe to forcibly absorb other Namo tribe members, significantly enhancing one's mental power, allowing one to exert strength beyond their level. Summary, the King of the Namor tribe, sealed by the holy martyrdom soul-locking array of the Flood Society. More than 500 years ago, the strongest humans were merely at the tiger level. At that time, there was no concept of tiger or dragon levels. The Flood Society faced an invasion from the Namor tribe, and in the face of the dragon-level Gansa, one can imagine the despair. At that time, Hong Zhang and his wife were only at the lower tiger level, while the remaining members, the elite backbone, were merely at the wolf level, and many members were even below the eagle level, most below the snake level. Moreover, the Namor tribe consisted entirely of spiritual entities, and without specific skills, it was impossible to inflict any damage on them. This was a battle with no chance of victory. The outcome was clear at a glance. But heroes are heroes precisely because they can do what others cannot. In despair, they can always make the most courageous and fearless choices. Birds of a feather flock together. All members of the Flood Society are people with great love in their hearts. When Hong Zhang and his wife made their decision, they immediately trusted unconditionally, and only in this way did they have the opportunity to seal Gansa here, buying precious time for humanity. Now it was his turn. Since he knew that there were still remnants of the Namor tribe that had escaped, it was up to him to clean up and not give the Namor tribe any chance. Yu Xian turned around and instantly appeared in a bubble on the surface of Mars. He controlled the bubble to fly rapidly upwards, and after passing through the clouds, the sunlight shone down. Countless bubbles filled with water quickly formed a convex lens, concentrating the sunlight on him. His skin rapidly turned black, maximizing the efficiency of light absorption. The new talent that would originally take 2 days to awaken was now accumulating energy at 3 times the usual speed due to his active interference. This process was not pleasant. It was like a person who was already full continuing to eat frantically. However, Yu Xian gritted his teeth, with no thought of giving up. On the other side, everyone looked at their phones, unable to understand what Yu Xian was doing, and they discussed among themselves until the codenamed science popularization returned. Codenamed science popularization. I found out that the Flood Society is using the Holy Martyrdom Soul Locking Array, which is a formation that can only be activated by voluntary sacrifice. If even one person hesitates or wavers, the formation will lose its effect. However, this formation is currently the strongest sealing formation. As long as there are enough people, even a group of ordinary people can use this formation to seal a dragon-level powerhouse. Because this formation is too cruel and can easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives, it is prohibited from being publicized. Those within the Qilin can understand it if they have access, but those without access must keep it confidential. It is worth mentioning that the most cruel aspect of this formation is that as the core of the formation, it requires a couple who truly love each other, and during the maintenance of the formation, they will hover between life and death, constantly experiencing the pain of everyone before they die. This means that President Hong and his wife are still enduring the pain of everyone before they die, and this torment will continue until the day the formation ends. The bubble in Yu Xian's hand that held the phone trembled, and the eyeball bubble in front of the phone gradually enlarged, eventually bursting. In the air, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, tears slowly flowing down his cheeks. Others did not understand what had happened to the Flood Society, but he understood everything. He knew everything. 500 years, 193,582 days and nights of torment, unimaginable, unexperienceable. Even just thinking about it sends chills down the spine. This is truly worse than death. Moreover, Hong Zhang knew, and Cui Xianjing knew, but they both resolutely made the same choice. Namor tribe, all of you, deserve to die. Yu Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his emotions more complex than ever: shock, awe, admiration, heartache, anger. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous feelings within him. Then, gritting his teeth, he created more convex lens bubbles, dense beams of light falling upon him. The veins on his forehead quickly bulged, and his body's efficiency in absorbing light reached its limit. This was the first time he had pushed the light eater to its extreme. His muscles gradually swelled, his originally slender frame becoming robust, with a powerful build and an invisible force field forming around him. His pupils shifted from silver to red, his vampire fangs could no longer retract, and his hair stood on end, each strand resembling a steel nail. Vampires had always possessed a monstrous side. Just as werewolves had both human and werewolf forms, vampires also had human and vampire forms. Usually, people only saw the human form. It was only in desperate moments that vampires fully revealed their monstrous side. However, most vampires' monstrous forms resembled traditional vampires, becoming gaunt, with elongated nails, significantly increased speed, and skin that turned pale and terrifying compared to humans. But Yu Xian was different. Once his muscles were fully unleashed, he became even more robust than a werewolf, his height soaring to 2 meters. With an extremely high body temperature, he even emitted white smoke. Without the fangs, anyone seeing him for the first time would hardly associate him with a vampire. Thud! At that moment, the heart of the perfect being thumped violently. The energy was sufficient to activate a new talent. Yu Xian closed his eyes and directly activated the super heart ability. According to the calculations of his super brain, activating the super heart would likely lead to a comprehensive evolution. After all his power stemmed from his heart. Indeed, when the super heart ability was activated, the hearts of the vampire, Pangu, perfect being, and giant serpent began to beat in unison. Then, the 4 hearts sprouted countless tiny blood vessels connecting them, forming an inverted tree-like network. When all 4 hearts beat simultaneously, the silver blood and ultimate source blood fused with a third type of super blood born from the tree-like network. Instantly, his entire vascular, nerve, and circulatory systems seemed to glow, the radiance extending all the way to his brain. Boom! The brain had never fought such a rich battle. Every cell, every drop of brain fluid was filled with abundant energy, and in this state, his thoughts became surprisingly few. Yu Xian found himself intuitively acquiring a new ability. The super blood generated by the super heart further enhanced the super brain. Thus, the super brain seemed to unlock the root permissions of the body, achieving 100% control over it, and naturally, Yu Xian gained a new ability called Integrator, Black Blood Form. Simply put, in this form, the super blood, silver blood, and ultimate source blood merged to form black blood, which had a dual nature of blood and thread. When needed, it could be blood, but it could also be thread. When the black blood, with its dual nature, spread throughout his body, the powerful blood supply comprehensively enhanced his physique, boosting his strength to 100 times its usual level, healing ability increased 100-fold, and his senses, smell, taste, sight, hearing, were all significantly enhanced, especially his super sense of smell, which increased his ability to detect scents 100-fold. Additionally, his reaction nerves, along with his brain, entered a state of super frequency. What took others a second felt like a minute to him, and his speed would reach a terrifying level. However, this state placed a tremendous burden on the heart and consumed energy at an alarming rate. If it were night, the small light provided by the little fool could only last for 10 minutes. During the day, with the blessing of double sunlight, it could only last for 20 minutes. If a convex lens bubble were used, the limit would be around 30 minutes. Of course, if he used the Tsong Tian Chi Shui sword of the martial extreme zombie king, after sacrificing a large amount of blood, he could maintain this state for several hours. The cost was that he would enter a long period of weakness afterward. However, right now, Yu Xian didn't care about the side effects. He had only one thought: the Namo tribe must die, and then let the Hong Zhang couple be freed. After activating the super heart and fully adapting to his changes, the Tsong Tian Chi Shui sword appeared out of thin air in Yu Xian's hand. Then, black lines quickly emerged from his wrist, slowly wrapping around the Tsong Tian Chi Shui sword. When the black lines emerged, they were lines, but when they landed on the Tsong Tian Chi Shui sword, they transformed into blood, which slowly flowed down the sword body. Just as it was about to reach the tip of the sword, it was all absorbed by the Tsong Tian Chi Shui sword. Yu Xian's body was rapidly strengthened, and at that moment, a black ghost flower bloomed at his chest, with black petals spreading from his chest to his entire body. The black lines quickly removed the school uniform that had been torn apart due to his previous body expansion, then formed a set of black armor covering his whole body. Next, the virtual deception outerwear and dragon shield stacked around the armor, forming the image of a dragon and snake. At that moment, Yu Xian felt an unprecedented strength. He closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "Block out unnecessary emotions, block out unnecessary hormone secretion, begin combat." When he opened his eyes again, there was no emotional fluctuation in his gaze. The combat plan has been completed. A thought flashed through Yu Xian's mind, and the next moment he vanished into thin air, reappearing outside the Earth's atmosphere. He stood in a spatial bubble, overlooking the surface of the Earth. Then his hand reached out, and countless tiny bubbles quickly floated out from his fingers, then were transmitted to the ground by the spatial bubble. In Silver City, a large number of eyeball bubbles, smaller than dust, rapidly observed every person in the city. Previously, at the Honglu meeting, the eyeball bubbles did not detect the Namo tribe because Yu Xian had not added virtual deception power to the eyeball bubbles created for Qianyan Wanmu in order to conserve his virtual deception power. After all, the virtual deception power came from the giant snake, and it was a sourceless water. Using a little meant losing a little, so it had to be used sparingly. Now, however, Yu Xian was also conserving, but in a highly efficient manner. These eyeball bubbles were small enough, and he would only add a portion of virtual deception power to the eyeballs when locking onto a target, used for searching for the Namo tribe. In just 1 minute, he scanned the entire Silver City, and everyone was checked and cleared. Then he searched city by city. For small cities like Zhuchang and Tachang, he could scan them clearly in 10 seconds. The vast majority of cities did not require a minute, with only the capital, Yanjing, taking more than 2 minutes to scan. Near Sea City, Emofang Heavy Industry, President Wei Shimin was in a meeting when he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying sensation, as if someone was watching him. Not good, have I been exposed? Wei Shimin's heart tightened, and he immediately stood up to look around, but found nothing wrong. The assistant beside him looked at Wei Shimin in confusion, unable to help but stand up and say, "President Wei? I need to step out for a moment." Wei Shimin came back to his senses, glanced at the others in the conference room, then forced himself to calm down. He coughed and hurriedly left the conference room. However, the next second, before he could react, he found himself in outer space, facing a mysterious person dressed in black armor, entwined with dragons and snakes. "Who are you? You know who I am, and you dare to kidnap me? Don't you fear the pursuit of Huaxia?" Wei Shimin struggled to maintain his composure, questioning fiercely. Yu Xian looked at Wei Shimin and said, "I'm surprised that the Namo tribe only controls an ordinary person. This won't help you rescue your king." "What Namo tribe? I don't understand what you're saying. Let me go quickly, or else." Wei Shimin was startled and immediately began to curse. Yu Xian ignored Wei Shimin's performance and calmly said, "Experiment 1. He raised his hand, and countless black lines instantly pierced through Wei Shimin's body. The next moment, a shadow burst out from Wei Shimin's body, clawing and attacking. However, the shadow immediately crashed into the spatial bubble's barrier, its sharp claws scratching wildly but unable to break through the bubble. Experiment 2. Yu Xian teleported Wei Shimin's corpse away and then looked at the shadow, calmly saying, "What is Experiment 2? The shadow looked at Yu Xian in terror, then noticed the spatial bubble was shrinking, quickly reducing to the size of a pinhole and continuing to shrink. After a while, Yu Xian enlarged the shrunk bubble, and the shadow immediately returned to its original form, clearly unharmed by the compression. At this moment, it realized the meaning of Experiment 2 and sneered, "I am immortal, you can't kill me. Since you destroyed my physical body, I will make your descendants my puppets." Experiment 3. Yu Xian calmly looked at the shadow and said lightly. A massive amount of lightning appeared out of nowhere, filling the entire spatial bubble. This lightning came from a storm on the African savanna, where countless bubbles were collecting lightning from the thunderclouds and then teleporting it over. The shadow became even more arrogant amidst the lightning, laughing maniacally, "Give up. Ha! You can't kill me. You can't kill me." The lightning dispelled evil. It seemed the Namo tribe was not of the same kind as ghosts and demons. Yu Xian said calmly, "Experiment 4. More." The shadow was startled, then saw a large amount of lava pouring into the bubble. Subsequently, Yu Xian tried various methods but could not harm the shadow, which grew more confident and increasingly arrogant. "Ha ha ha, what other tricks do you have? Go ahead and use them." Experiment 9. Foolish, how could the great knee be affected by mere spatial distortion? Experiment 10. What kind of attack is this? Finally, Yu Xian had exhausted all his means. He looked at the unscathed shadow and sighed slightly. The shadow laughed triumphantly. You've run out of tricks, haha. Just wait, I will take revenge on you, on your descendants, just like I tormented the Wei family, enslaving you for generations. Did the Wei family offend you? Yu Xian asked. The shadow replied, of course. When I escaped, the ancestor of the Wei family, I think his name was Wei Jiabao, fought to destroy my first physical body, so I will enslave his bloodline for generations, making his descendants my dogs. Wei Jiabao, was he from the Flood Association? Yu Xian asked again. The shadow proudly said, yes. So the descendants of those from the Flood Association are now our puppets, played with at our will. Aren't you furious after hearing this? Then come kill me. Experiment 11. Yu Xian's expression showed no change as he calmly spoke. 11 more? The shadow's expression changed, feeling an extremely ominous sensation. The space shifted, and it was suddenly engulfed in darkness. It quickly looked ahead, anxiously thinking, where is this place? At that moment, a pair of eyes radiating a deep blue light slowly opened behind it. Just the aura was enough to paralyze the shadow, which stared wide-eyed at the dark lake ahead, its mind screaming, shouting, and frantically wanting to struggle, but its body remained completely still. What is that? What is behind me? The shadow was terrified to the extreme. Even Gansa had never instilled such fear in it. It could sense an indescribable great horror behind it. In the next moment, a blue light shot up into the sky, instantly splitting the heavens in two. In the instant the blue light flared, the shadow was reduced to ashes, and it never knew what exactly lurked behind it until its death. On the other side, Yu Xian watched the fleeting blue light across the surface of the earth and said calmly, Experiment 11 confirmed. The extreme dragon can kill the Namor tribe's spiritual entities. With a means to target the Namor tribe, what awaited them next would be utter destruction. The extreme dragon was enraged. In a state of super frequency, Yu Xian's efficiency was terrifying. He used Wei Shinin's connections to quickly track down other members of the Namor tribe. These members were then transported to the extreme dragon using spatial bubbles, falling from the sky like dumplings. From the previous encounters, it was evident that the extreme dragon had a terrifying territorial awareness. Any creature invading its territory would be attacked. The members of the Namor tribe were no exception. When the extreme dragon emerged from the lake, all the Namor tribe members screamed in a desperate attempt to flee. The gem on the extreme dragon's forehead emitted a brilliant blue light, and then it swept its gaze over all the Namor tribe members, who screamed in horror as they were turned to ashes in the light. But it wasn't over yet. Just as the extreme dragon dealt with dozens of Namor tribe members, more of them fell from the sky. Its eyes gradually shifted from blue to red, and a hint of red light flickered across its azure scales. Boom! Centered around the extreme dragon, terrifying red and blue lightning shot into the sky, and those Namor tribe members hadn't even fallen into the lake before they were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. In just 5 minutes, over 100 Namor tribe members were dead. The remaining members, even if slow to react, realized they had been exposed. However, these members immediately made the most ruthless choice, leveraging their connections in human society to find the culprit behind the attacks on the Namor tribe members and to have humans eliminate this perpetrator. These Namor tribe members who escaped from Mars had been lurking in human society for over 500 years. If it weren't for humans having the technology to detect whether a target was possessed, they would have long since infiltrated the upper echelons. Although they hadn't penetrated the upper levels yet, the web of relationships they had woven over centuries could still influence many high-ranking officials. One call after another was made to Yanjing. This pressure quickly transferred to Qilin through many high-ranking officials, as Qilin was specifically responsible for managing extraordinary powers within the country. In fact, the case was not difficult to investigate. After Wei Shinin went missing, his assistant Xiao Wan immediately reported it to the police. There was surveillance footage to review, and the evil slaying team dispatched by Qilin quickly determined that the perpetrator must possess spatial abilities, and there were only a few spatial ability users in the country. A slight investigation into Zhang and Mo would give them a clear idea. Soon, the investigation report appeared before Yulai. After reading the report, Yulai picked up the phone and dialed Yu Xian's number. The phone in one of the spatial bubbles on Mars rang immediately. With a thought, Yu Xian summoned the phone to his hand and chose to answer. On the other end of the line, Yulai asked, "Little fish, did you do this?" "Yes, I did," Yu Xian replied. Yulai was silent for a moment before gradually affirming, "Good, then go ahead and do it. I'll take the pressure from above for you. Remember to write the report beautifully and clarify everything." Even though he had already suppressed excessive emotions and hormones, Yu Xian's heart trembled at that moment. "Yes, Minister." Yu Xian took a deep breath and immediately responded. After hanging up, he glanced at the sword of weeping heaven, with numerous black lines entwined around the blade, continuously supplying blood. After the blood sword of the heavens absorbed blood, his physical condition was further enhanced, and his brain continuously increased threads, controlling more eye bubbles to search for members of the Namo tribe. He was well aware that the pressure on Yulai must be immense. There were not only the Qilin as the official extraordinary organization in the country, but also the Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. If the higher-ups were incited by the Namo tribe and misunderstood that Yulai was no longer trustworthy, even doubting the Qilin, these four extraordinary organizations would likely intervene. At that time, the pressure on the minister would be even greater. Therefore, Yuxian had to race against time to resolve the Namo tribe as quickly as possible. Tower City. A group of people controlled by the Namo tribe gathered together. One woman asked, "So, any results? Have they found the murderer?" The murderer has spatial abilities. If they are a newly awakened extraordinary being, it might be hard to track down. We can't rely solely on humans. The most important thing is to rely on ourselves. A man dressed as a warrior said, clenching his fist and gritting his teeth. He was very confident in his own strength. Just a spatial ability user, even if he was teleported to various dangerous places, he was confident he could survive. Even if this body was lost, he was still an elite among the Namo tribe, with the strength to fight. "Suor, what do you think?" At that moment, a plump man asked his companion beside him. Then he didn't hear his companion's response and instinctively looked to his side, only to find no one there. He exclaimed in surprise, "Where's Suor?" As he spoke, he looked at the others, his eyes widening in shock. Everyone present had disappeared at an astonishing speed. Some faces had just shown expressions of terror before vanishing the next second. "No!" the plump man shouted in fear. The next moment, his body passed through a bubble, and a massive red dragon appeared before him. The dragon exuded an incredible aura, surrounded by numerous golden halos. Before he could turn to flee, a terrifying white beam cannon shot out from one of the golden halos. Ah! The plump man's skin instantly rotted away, followed by the melting of flesh and the shattering of bones. When the spiritual body was exposed to the beam cannon, it could no longer maintain its form, as if erased by white correction fluid, completely dissipating into smoke. Boom! The white beam cannon penetrated far into the distant mountains, erasing them before gradually dissipating. The extreme dragon floated above the lake, radiating a red glow, and the gem on its forehead had changed from blue to red, burning with flames inside. Clearly, it had reached the peak of anger. Any intruder that appeared before it would be ruthlessly eliminated. Additionally, it was searching for the location of the murderer who had sent these trash over. If it locked onto Yuxian's position, it would definitely obliterate him with a single shot. The problem was that Yuxian's spatial bubble was very special. Unless one entered the interior of the spatial bubble, it was impossible to lock onto Yuxian's position through spatial fluctuations. However, entering the spatial interior would mean allowing Yuxian to manipulate them at will. Yuxian might not be able to defeat the extreme dragon, but if the extreme dragon dared to enter the spatial bubble, he would send it to the zombie world, ensuring it could never find its way home. At that moment, Yuxian transmitted another batch of puppets controlled by the Namo tribe to the extreme dragon, while a single eye bubble locked onto a person. Yuxian's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he looked at the person in the image. How is this possible? How could this person be a puppet? Yuxian looked at the person he had known since childhood, shocked to discover that they were actually a puppet of the Namo tribe. In the image was a capable woman. Her name was Su Zhuo, CEO of Ancient Biological Technology, and she had another identity, Yuxian's aunt. Since his mother passed away due to illness, Aunt Su Zhuo had resented Yuxian's father for not taking good care of her mother, and she moved from Silver City to Tianjing City. However, every year during the Spring Festival, she would contact Yuxian to send her New Year blessings. During the time when Yuxian was suffering from ALS, he had actually tried to reach out to her, but the calls never went through. At that time, he was barely able to take care of himself and couldn't delve deeper into it. As time passed, he gradually let it go, never expecting to meet her under such circumstances, and his aunt turned out to be a puppet of the Namo tribe. When did this happen? Was the aunt I knew as a child actually just a performance by the Namo tribe? Yuxian's rationality could no longer restrain the familial affection in his heart, and in an instant, he was teleported from outer space to a mansion in Tianjing City, his eyes fixed on his aunt's back. His super sense of smell instantly collected all the scents of Tianjing City, and his super brain deduced everything that had happened in Tianjing City over the past 10 years in 0.01 seconds. 6 years ago, when Yuxian was 11, his aunt came to Tianjing City. She interviewed and joined Ancient Life Technology Company, Ltd., a company researching ancient biological restoration technology, founded by the extraordinary biologist Dr. Zhou Zhua. 2 years after joining Ancient Life Technology, his aunt fell in love with Joshua and married him. A year and a half later, Joshua tragically died while collecting ancient biological feces in the wild, attacked by a tiger-level beast. His aunt lost her beloved, and in her grief, she had to take up the banner of Ancient Life Technology. Under her efforts, Ancient Life Technology not only did not decline but instead thrived, even successfully recreating the Archaeopteryx. This brought great fame to Ancient Life Technology, and its market value skyrocketed, making his aunt a well-known female tycoon in the country. However, just when Yusian was diagnosed with ALS, the Namo tribe set their sights on his aunt's company, believing that the technology for recreating ancient organisms would be of great use in saving the Namo tribe on Mars. Thus, a member of the Namo tribe used a mental tsunami to destroy his aunt's mind and possessed her, taking full control of all the technology and wealth of Ancient Life Technology. Shortly after his aunt was harmed, Yusian called her for help. The Namo tribe deemed Yusian's connection worthless and directly blacklisted his number. At that time, Yusian was at a low point, feeling lost and inevitably harboring dark thoughts. Coupled with seeing news of his aunt attending various meetings in a glamorous manner, he thought that after his aunt became wealthy, she no longer wanted him as her poor relative, so he cut off all thoughts and the desire to contact her again. At this moment, upon learning the truth, Yusian's eyes widened, and blood vessels rapidly spread across his eyeballs. Scenes of his past interactions with his aunt flashed through his mind, being held by her as a baby while she gently hummed a lullaby, playing with her in the sunlight as a child, resting on her back after getting tired from climbing, and embracing each other in tears when his mother passed away. Unknowingly, 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down from the corners of his eyes. It turned out that his aunt had been harmed more than a year ago. She did not despise him for being poor or look down on him as a poor relative. On the contrary, she had always cared about him and had decided to bring him to Tianjin City to study after his father's death. Among the many pieces of information collected, countless details indicated that his aunt had always been concerned about him, even preparing bedding and clothes for him to come and stay before she was harmed. Bastard! 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 Yusian's anger was unprecedented, every cell in his super brain filled with rage, his heart racing at a speed of 1,000 beats per second, and with his blood boiling, all the water molecules in contact with his body turned into steam, rolling continuously. At this moment, the Namo tribe member possessing Suzhua finally sensed that something was wrong. It immediately turned around, its eyes widening in terror as it looked at Yusian, who resembled a demon god. At that moment, the black armor on Yusian emitted billowing steam, and his eyes glowed with angry red light. The giant snake coiling around him turned red, as if it were about to ignite at any moment. Suzhua stepped back, just opening her mouth to call for help. Boom! In an instant, Yusian appeared in front of Suzhua, wrapping his right arm around her, but the giant snake that was entwined around him pierced through Suzhua's body, directly expelling the Namor tribe member that had possessed her. The giant snake pushed the Namor tribe member out of the building, then opened its mouth and bit down on the Namor tribe member, flinging it into the sky. Yusian gently set Suzhua down, and then the red light enveloped his body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared high in the air, his deceptive divine power covering him as he unleashed a flurry of punches at the Namor tribe member that had been thrown up by the giant snake. With each furious punch from Yusian, the Namor tribe member's body twisted and contorted like dough. However, this did not actually cause much harm to the Namor tribe member. Coming out of its panic, a hint of relief flashed across its face. Bastard! Beast! Yusian, already seething with rage, felt as if his soul cracked at the sight of its expression, and fury surged wildly from his soul. His hands, covered in deceptive divine power, suddenly ignited with blood-red flames, and with one punch, he blasted a large hole in the Namor tribe member's body. How is this possible, divine power? No, spare me, don't kill me. Just moments ago, the Namor tribe member had felt relieved, thinking Yusian couldn't harm it, but now it looked down at the large hole in its chest and screamed in terror. However, it was soon engulfed by Yusian's furious fists, each punch imbued with blood-red flames causing immense damage, and amidst its screams, it was gradually beaten to a pulp by Yusian. Namor tribe. After dealing with the Namor tribe member that had possessed his aunt, Yusian was still not satisfied. Next, he continuously teleported across the country, and many prominent figures controlled by the Namor tribe were suddenly attacked by the giant snake, their spiritual forms expelled from their hosts, and what awaited them was Yusian's furious fire fists. At the Qilin headquarters, Yulai's phone rang incessantly as he sat with his arms crossed, quietly closing his eyes. Minister, is everything really okay? Cheng Kaitian, the director of the Drug Research Department, asked with some concern. The situation was too terrifying. Calls from various forces were flooding into Qilin, clearly trying to exert extreme pressure on them to take action against Yusian as soon as possible. Yulai kept his eyes closed and calmly replied, I have already confirmed Xiao Yu's mental state. What we need to do now is to be Xiao Yu's strongest support, trusting and supporting him unconditionally, no matter when or where. He was certain that Yu Xian was very clear-headed. Since Yu Xian was fine, it meant that some people were probably not very clear-headed. At that moment, the ringing of the phone suddenly stopped, and the entire office fell silent. Yu Lai squinted at the phone, waiting for the final result. Spare me, kill me, just kill me, In the sky above a certain city, Yu Xian held a Namor tribe member by the neck with his right hand, his fist burning with blood-red flames. The Namor tribe member screamed and struggled as if it were being roasted, but Yu Xian paid it no mind. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed Yu Lai's number. When Yu Lai answered, he said, "Minister, the domestic enemies have been completely eliminated." As he spoke, he squeezed hard, and flames instantly engulfed the Namor tribe member in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the Namor tribe member's screams as if they were heavenly music. This was just the beginning. Next, all the Namor tribe members on Mars must die. Everything was within Yu Xian's calculations. However, before that, one thing had to be resolved first. This time, in order to support him, Qilin endured tremendous pressure. Various forces, misled by the Namo tribe, were all targeting Qilin, while the superiors were waiting for Minister Yu Lai's explanation. If the time dragged on too long, it would easily lead to suspicion, so internal issues had to be resolved first. When Yu Lai asked Yu Xian over the phone when he could return to headquarters, he closed his eyes while holding the phone, and thousands of eye bubbles under his control quickly searched for a large amount of evidence from various cities and transmitted it through spatial transfer. While collecting evidence, Yu Xian also controlled a palm bubble to quickly write a report at home. The super brain, enhanced by the black blood and the weeping sword of the sky, was simply overkill for writing reports. In just half a minute, a detailed report was freshly produced. Report: Minister, I'm coming right away. After finishing everything, Yu Xian opened his eyes and replied to Yu Lai on the other end of the phone. Ending the call, Yu Xian put down his phone and with a thought, activated the bubble clone technique. A version of him, completely made up of countless bubbles, appeared beside him. He handed over all the documents, evidence, and the report to the clone, then sent the clone to the Qilin headquarters. Previously, the bubble clone could not stray too far from Yu Xian because it lacked real eyes. Now, with thousands of eyes, the eyes of the bubble clone were actually eye bubbles, allowing Yu Xian to remotely control this clone to do some relatively easy tasks. He allocated a portion of his brain power specifically for manipulating the clone, and soon the bubble clone walked into Yu Lai's office. Mars, the Flood Association. Yu Xian's main body reappeared at the entrance of the Flood Association through spatial bubble transfer. He reached out a hand, and the Namo tribe that had whispered in his ear was instantly grabbed by the neck. For some reason, just as he had calmed down slightly, upon seeing these Namo tribe scum, it was as if he had been doused in gasoline, igniting a raging fire within him. Especially upon seeing the Hong Zheng couple at the center of the sacred martyrdom soul-locking array, he wished he could burn all the Namo tribe trash here to ashes. In fact, he did just that. The anger felt almost tangible, and when combined with the power of deception, it immediately transformed into blood-red flames. The Namo tribe member he was holding by the neck let out a piercing scream as their body turned into a torch in an instant. The Namo tribe members, who had been noisy in the cage formed by the sacred martyrdom soul-locking array, suddenly fell silent, all looking in terror at their burning compatriot in Yu Xian's hand. King Gansa of the Namo tribe cried out in disbelief. How is this possible? True divine power. Ordinary Namo tribe members could not distinguish the difference in divine power, thinking all divine power was the same, but as the king of the Namo tribe, he knew that divine power was divided into two types, pseudo-divine power and true divine power. Pseudo-divine power was merely a sublimation of a certain energy on a mass level. Although still strong for dragon-level beings, it might not pose a threat to the Namo tribe. Only true divine power could inflict real damage indiscriminately on all living beings. But why? Clearly, this human's strength was far inferior to his, so why did he possess true divine power? Gansa looked at the flames in Yu Xian's hand, growing more fearful the more he thought about it, trembling violently. If Yu Xian attacked him with that flame, he would definitely die. The sacred martyrdom soul-locking array had a very interesting characteristic. The sealed targets were unable to attack others, but others could freely attack them. When Yu Xian had the means to inflict damage on them, they became lambs to the slaughter. After dealing with the first Namo tribe member, Yu Xian didn't want to waste a second. He walked into the sacred martyrdom soul-locking array, grabbing one Namo tribe member and burning them to death. The Namo tribe members who had not yet been accounted for by Yu Xian were frantically fleeing and begging for mercy in the cage. But when Yu Xian saw the seniors around him choosing self-sacrifice, his heart became as hard as steel, unshakable by anything the Namo tribe's scum said. He treated enemies with the ruthlessness of a harsh winter, especially those that were not human. Finally, after a thorough cleanup, only Yuxian and Gansa remained within the sacred martyrdom soul lock array, all other members of the Namo tribe reduced to ashes by the blood-red flames. Yuxian looked at Gansa and asked, "It seems you no longer have a chance to break free. What do you feel now?" "Human, I must admit you are strong, but you have made a mistake. You should not have tormented my kin, nor should you have let them die in despair, and you definitely should not have left me. For last," Gansa said slowly, looking at Yuxian. As it spoke, its body began to swell wildly, the chains on it trembling violently, and the bones forming the sacred martyrdom soul lock array began to crack. Crack! The bodies of Hong Zhang and his wife showed many fissures, thick blood oozing from the cracks. "Did no one tell you that the Namo tribe feeds on mental energy? And the mental energy filled with despair is our favorite food, allowing us to become infinitely powerful." Gansa tore the chain from its neck with one hand and roared triumphantly at Yuxian. In fact, the power of the Namo tribe's king was sublimated from this, so one could say that Yuxian's slaughter of the other Namo tribe members was actually providing Gansa with strength. "Of course I know that," Yuxian replied with a slight smile as he looked at Gansa. After killing all the Namo tribe members, the remaining illusory divine power within him was not enough to burn Gansa to death. Ultimately, the illusory divine power was like water without a source, extracted from the blood of the great serpent, and would eventually run out. Using it on these Namo tribe members could be considered using it effectively. Before taking action, the superbrain had already calculated everything. The method to break the sacred martyrdom soul lock array was simple: sever the heads of Hong Zhang and his wife, or kill all the Namo tribe members. Yuxian certainly did not want to desecrate these two respected seniors. The problem was, if weaker Namo tribe members were left behind, even if they absorbed all the mental energy of the Namo tribe, they likely would not be able to break free from the sacred martyrdom soul lock array's constraints. If that situation arose, after his illusory divine power was exhausted, he would have to watch helplessly as the other continued to survive, and Hong Zhang and his wife would continue to suffer because of this scum. This was clearly not the outcome he desired. So he first killed the other Namo tribe members, actively fattening Gansa. Only Gansa possessed the king's power, making it the most likely to break through the sacred martyrdom soul lock array's seal after absorbing the mental energy of the other Namo tribe members. Now that the first step of the plan had succeeded, it was time to move. Yuxian raised his hand, and a massive spatial bubble shot towards Gansa. Seeing that it was not a flame formed by divine power, Gansa sneered and punched the spatial bubble. However, its fist passed through the bubble, and its body directly entered the interior of the spatial bubble. Before it could react, the scenery around it underwent a dramatic transformation. The sun shone brightly, countless golden halos filled the sky, and a giant dragon radiating red light coiled high above, its divine might overwhelming. Dragon among dragons, extreme dragon. Gansa locked eyes with the extreme dragon, letting out a sharp scream the next second. In the next moment, the gem on the extreme dragon's forehead emitted a dazzling red light, and Gansa was instantly erased from existence. Yuxian, hidden in a distant eyeball bubble, watched Gansa turn to dust and quickly transformed into an ordinary bubble. The extreme dragon was clearly furious, and he did not want to provoke it. Within the torrent meeting, after Yuxian completely eliminated all the Namo tribe members, he solemnly looked at the seniors around him, deeply bowed, and then slowly walked towards Hong Zhang and his wife, preparing to confirm whether the two had been freed. However, at that moment, the bodies of the Hong couple emitted a holy light. Instantly, the entire Hongli was enveloped in this radiance, countless specks of light floating in the air, gradually coalescing into the forms of the Hong couple. The sacred martyrdom soul locking array was dissipating. The residual power of the formation was leaking out through the array's eye. Because the Hong couple was the eye of the sacred martyrdom soul locking array, and they had been lingering between life and death, this power, while dissipating, projected their spiritual forms, like sunlight filtering through a rose window, leaving behind a brilliant spectrum of colors. This was, in fact, a kind of reflection of light. Once the power of the sacred martyrdom soul locking array completely dissipated, the two would die entirely. Yuxian, seeing the two appear before him, immediately halted his steps, and then he noticed the wounds on the Hong couple's bodies. There were holes pierced through their foreheads, and their chins, throats, temples, and abdomens were all marked with injuries. You two seniors are still enduring the pain of everyone who died in the sacred martyrdom soul locking array. Even at the final moment, with the sacred martyrdom soul locking array about to dissipate, they were still suffering. Seeing the wounds on their bodies, Yuxian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. For over 500 years, they had been enduring the pain from their injuries and the repeated agony of death. Yet, their self-awareness was still maintained by the sacred martyrdom soul locking array, unable to seek life or death. Yuxian hurried forward, wanting to do something for the two, but after considering all his abilities, he could only think of the blood healing technique from blood magic, which might alleviate their negative state. He immediately summoned the blood energy within him and used the blood healing technique on the two, but the red light that fell upon them had no effect at all. In fact, the formation would soon dissipate, and the Hong couple would disappear along with it. But Yu Xian could not just watch them suffer, even for a second. He wanted them to find some peace in that final moment. His super brain frantically analyzed, various plans flashing through his mind, only to be constantly dismissed. In the end, he placed his hope on the remaining divine power. He raised his hands, using the blood healing technique with his illusory divine power, and instantly, 2 streams of emerald green light floated from his hands, landing on the Hong couple. It worked! Yu Xian immediately noticed the wounds on the Hong couple gradually disappearing. He gritted his teeth and continuously used his illusory divine power to release the blood healing technique, slowly repairing the wounds on their bodies. He knew very well that this was purely wasting the remaining illusory divine power. When the sacred martyrdom soul-locking array completely dissipated, everything he did would be meaningless. But sometimes, doing something is not for profit, nor does it necessarily have to be meaningful. Yu Xian only knew that he wanted to do this, so he did it. He squeezed out the last drop of illusory divine power and finally repaired the wounds on the Hong couple. He looked at them, a satisfied smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Not for profit, not for anything. He only hoped that this could bring a moment of peace to the 2 heroes, freeing them from the torment of pain. At that moment, the speed of the sacred martyrdom soul-locking array's dissipation suddenly accelerated, and the couple's originally tightly closed eyes slowly opened. They first exchanged a surprised glance, and then it seemed they understood what had happened. They immediately embraced each other tightly, not releasing one another for a long while, before turning to look at Yu Xian. Junior Yu Xian, I have met the 2 seniors. Yu Xian took a deep breath and then deeply bowed to them. The couple looked at the bowing Yu Xian, and could not help but glance at each other, their eyes filled with a hint of comfort. In seeing Yu Xian at that moment, they understood that their choice was not wrong, and their sacrifices were worthwhile. Is everything alright in Huaxia now? Have the issues of super criminals and super beasts been resolved? Hong Zhang and Yu Xian stood up, smiling as they spoke. Yu Xian nodded and replied, Senior, everything is well in Huaxia. The country now possesses strong extraordinary powers. Any super criminals who dare to commit crimes will be punished, and the super beasts have been driven out of the cities. Ordinary people can live and work in peace without worrying about the threat of extraordinary powers. That's truly wonderful. Both Xiaojin and I grew up as orphans, eating the food of many families. The original intention of establishing the Honglu Society was to ensure that future children wouldn't have to lose their parents because of extraordinary powers like we did, Hong Zhang said with a happy smile. He then asked many questions, and Yu Xian answered one by one, and the 2 enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Cui Xianjin smiled as she watched the 2, and suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked towards the nearby remains and said, Yu Xian, most of the members of the Honglu Society are orphans. If possible, could you please arrange for everyone's remains to be buried in Luoshan? That is the base of the Honglu Society and our home. By the way, the base in Luoshan is very secretive and requires a knife and a butterfly to open. The knife is here, and the butterfly is on Xiaojin's life-giving goo worm. Once the base door is opened, this knife and butterfly will be a gift from the senior to the junior, and will belong to you in the future. Hong Zhang also realized and continued. Yu Xian looked at the 2 excitedly, wanting to say that he didn't need anything from them. He was willing to send the remains of everyone in the Honglu Society to Luoshan for burial. But before he could speak, Cui Xianjin gently touched his forehead with her finger, and a blue butterfly pattern appeared on his forehead, quickly fading away. Thank you. Both Zhang and I know how difficult it is to achieve all of this. To see such a good junior like you in the end, knowing that our choice was not wrong, is already the best gift for us, so this is a return gift, Cui Xianjin said with a slight smile. What she meant by how difficult it is referred to resolving the Namo tribe sealed within the Holy Martyrdom Soul Lock Array, as well as healing their spiritual trauma from the past 500 years. At that moment, a butterfly appeared in Yu Xian's spiritual world. This butterfly instantly pulled his consciousness to an extremely distant place, where countless knowledge of Gu masters surged into his awareness like a torrent. Clearly, Cui Xianjin had a very unique understanding of spiritual power and consciousness. She was using the residual power of the Holy Martyrdom Soul Lock Array to impart knowledge to Yu Xian. However, the fact that the Honglu Society could discover the Namo tribe indicated that there must be an extraordinary person within the society who had researched spiritual power. Without the means to discover the Namo tribe, they could not have used the Holy Martyrdom Soul Lock Array to seal the Namo tribe. As Yu Xian immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, the Holy Martyrdom Soul Lock Array began to dissipate more rapidly due to Cui Xianjin using part of her power to impart knowledge. Hong Zhang and Cui Xianjin both knew that the time was almost up, and at that moment, their eyes were only on each other. I'm sorry, we clearly promised to let you live a good life, Hong Zheng gently embraced Cui Xianjun and said with his eyes closed. Cui Xianjun leaned in Hong Zheng's embrace and smiled. Then remember to fulfill this promise in the next life, don't forget. The light emitted by the holy martyrdom soul lock array grew dimmer and dimmer, and gradually the light points on the two also faded, eventually extinguishing, leaving only Yu Xian standing in the darkness. After about an hour, cracks began to appear on the ground, and a faint red light shot up from the ground of the Honglu Society. The Holy Martyrdom Soul Lock Array not only sealed the Namo tribe here but also suppressed this abyssal crack on Mars, which is why no abyssal monsters invaded this world through this crack afterward. But now that the Holy Martyrdom Soul Lock Array had dissipated, the previously suppressed abyssal crack was gradually recovering. Yu Xian kept his eyes tightly closed, unaware of the changes in the outside world. At that moment, a small arm stretched out from a narrow crack in the abyss, its palm pressed firmly against the floor, pushing its body slowly out of the fissure. It had a large head and a small body, with crimson skin, standing only about half a meter tall, and its head was covered in sharp horns. This was a low-ranking little demon, belonging to the lowest tier of demons in the abyss, comparable in strength to a wolf-level low-ranking creature. Low-ranking little demons generally do not have names, nor do they possess any special abilities. They simply reach wolf level in overall quality, and their combat habit is to pounce on their target and scratch wildly. In the abyss, they are at the bottom of the food chain, easily preyed upon by various abyssal creatures. After this little demon emerged, it immediately looked at the motionless Yu Xian, its eyes lighting up with excitement, and without hesitation, it lunged at Yu Xian. Although the deceptive outer layer had dissipated due to the exhaustion of the deceptive divine power, Yu Xian still had the dragon shield for protection. Before the little demon could touch Yu Xian, its head crashed heavily against the shield constructed from reverse scales. It let out a shriek, and its body returned the way it came, landing with a cry, its sharp horns cracking. Crack! The little demon let out a strange cry and quickly got up, looking at Yu Xian in terror. Then, in a panic, it turned to flee, but just as it ran out of the stone door, a shadow struck in a zigzag pattern, leaving a cut on its forehead and neck. Thud! The little demon was split in two and immediately fell to the ground. Not far from it, the shadow insect flowed over like liquid, entering the stone door and quickly merging into Yu Xian's shadow. This was the last command given to it by Cui Xianzhen. The extraordinary inheritance brought by the forbidden fruit can be categorized into three common types. The first type is bloodline inheritance. The nine-tailed fox, Quafu's descendants, vampires, werewolves, and others belong to this category. The second type is knowledge inheritance. Ordinary warriors, alchemists, and similar professions fall into this category. The third type is seed imprint inheritance. Professions such as battle energy warriors, mages, cultivators, and insect masters belong to this category. This type of inheritance often requires an extraordinary seed or extraordinary mark to possess extraordinary power. For example, humans cannot cultivate battle energy no matter how hard they train. However, if implanted with a battle energy seed, one can gradually hatch the seed within their body through physical training, allowing it to take root and sprout, ultimately transforming into their own extraordinary power. The same applies to insect masters. They need to possess a legacy mark to cultivate. Without a legacy mark, they cannot control insect larvae, let alone cultivate them. Even if they manage to control the larvae through other abilities, they cannot unleash their full power. The blue butterfly that Cui Xianjing gave to Yu Xian is, in fact, the legacy mark of an insect master. This mark not only contains a wealth of knowledge about insect masters but is also the key to manipulating insect larvae. It is essentially a token or military symbol. 3 hours later, Yu Xian completely absorbed all the knowledge of the insect master. He slowly opened his eyes, and the blue butterfly mark on his forehead flashed by, immediately sensing the shadow insect hidden in his shadow, as well as the distant melting spirit insect and the wild stone insect. In the past, many Miao people wished to become insect masters and made similar wishes after consuming the forbidden fruit. This led to the existence of many schools of thought among insect masters, each tracing back to a lucky individual who had consumed the forbidden fruit. The insect master inheritance passed down to him by Cui Xianjing belongs to the metamorphosis school, so this profession is also called the metamorphosis insect master. The butterfly mark is called the 1000 butterfly mark, a unique mark of the metamorphosis insect master. With the 1000 butterfly mark, Yu Xian can feed various insects with his blood and infuse his mental power into the 1000 butterfly mark, guiding the insects to undergo metamorphosis and transform into insect larvae. Just like the melting spirit gooworm, it is actually a firefly that has undergone countless transformations. However, each transformation is a life and death test for the gooworm. Dying during the transformation means everything is over, while surviving leads to becoming a more powerful gooworm. Cui Xianjin had cultivated to the lower tier of the tiger level, with only 4 gooworms, because the others did not survive the transformation and all died. Thank you, Senior. Yu Xian was very clear about how precious this inheritance was. His eyes reddened as he bowed deeply to the remains of Hong Zhang and his wife. Then he stood up, glanced at the cracks on the ground, knowing he had to quickly collect the remains of the seniors from the Honlu Society, and then he vanished in an instant. More than 10 minutes later, he reappeared. Coffins were taken out from his storage ring, and countless palm bubbles began to place the surrounding remains into the coffins. After all the remains were properly laid to rest, he bowed to all the closed coffins and then returned them to the storage ring. After completing all this, he focused his mind, and a bubble appeared in front of him. A particularly large melting spirit goo worm was transported into the bubble. This goo worm was the king of all melting spirit goo worms and one of the 4 goo worms cultivated by Cui Xinjin. Yu Xian issued orders to it through the 1,000 butterfly seal, and then more and more melting spirit goo worms were transported through the bubble. In just half a minute, the entire Honlu Society was occupied by melting spirit goo worms. Guard this place, Yu Xian commanded the melting spirit goo worms. Although the melting spirit goo worms were ineffective against the Namo tribe, they were still relatively strong against ordinary abyss creatures. As long as they weren't facing a major demon like Demos, the melting spirit goo worms had the strength to fight due to their numbers. Even if a major demon did appear, as long as the melting spirit goo worms could delay for a while, Yu Xian could summon reinforcements to eliminate the opponent together. Next, Yu Xian walked back along the passage of the Honlu Society, collecting all the remains in coffins. Although many of these remains had been controlled by the Namo tribe and even fought against their own people, it was not their intention, so Yu Xian treated them equally and buried them properly. Once all the remains were dealt with, he instantly teleported back to Earth. Upon returning to Silver City, the 1,000 butterfly seal on his forehead flickered, and he sensed the location of Cui Xinjin's 4th goo worm, which was also her life goo worm. He immediately covered his body with red light and teleported to the sensed location. In an instant, he found himself in a deep mountain forest, where a butterfly about the size of a tennis racket lay on the ground, completely devoid of life. This was the phantom butterfly goo, capable of transforming into various forms. Cui Xinjin had left it on Earth to transform into her image, handling various affairs of the Honlu Society from a distance, but she never expected to sacrifice herself on Mars, leaving the phantom butterfly goo forever on Earth. Come out, Yu Xian said, looking at the phantom butterfly goo. The next moment, a smaller, translucent butterfly slowly floated out from the corpse of the phantom butterfly goo. The Honlu Society's base in Losan required a knife and a butterfly to open the door. The knife was the long sword that Hong Zhang used to end his own life, a sword about 1.7 meters long, which Yu Xian naturally had to pull out while collecting the remains of the 2. This sword was now in his storage ring. The butterfly was the translucent butterfly before Yu Xian. This butterfly was not a goo worm but the ultimate armor crafted from the dead goo worms of the ancestor of the transformation flow, named Dream Butterfly. The transformation flow, like the 8 treasures gate in Tower City where Zhong Wuliang was, belonged to a lineage that was passed down exclusively. Cui Xinjin passed the transformation flow to Yu Xian, not only out of gratitude but also with the intention of continuing the legacy of the transformation flow. It can be said that Yu Xian is now the leader of the butterfly transformation sect, although the entire sect consists of only him, making him a lone commander. However, with the 1,000 butterfly seal, he is now the only person in the world who can command the dream butterfly. At this moment, he stretched out his hand, and the dream butterfly slowly landed in his palm, then merged into his palm and disappeared without a trace. Come out! Yu Xian blinked, feeling a bit curious, and immediately commanded the dream butterfly to come out. In the next moment, the dream butterfly flew out from his cheek. With a thought, it circled around him and then merged back into his body from behind. Yu Xian could feel it inside his body, but its exact location was very vague, as if it were in every part of his body, yet also as if it were in none. He continuously commanded the dream butterfly to enter and exit his body, spending several minutes figuring out how to control its entry and exit positions. As the ultimate defense of the butterfly transformation sect, the greatest function of the dream butterfly is to slightly distract enemies when they attempt to attack the host, causing all thoughts of attack to play out in their minds as daydreams. By the time they realize they are daydreaming, they would come back to their senses. For example, if someone sees Yu Xian and wants to stab him with a knife, at the moment before they strike, they would daydream, conjuring an image in their mind of themselves wildly stabbing Yu Xian, only to come back to reality and find themselves frozen in place, having never made a move. Of course, the effectiveness of this defense depends entirely on the difference in mental strength between the two parties. If the enemy's mental strength is much higher than Yu Xian's, the dream butterfly might only be effective for 0.01 seconds, or even be completely immune to the opponent. But if Yu Xian's mental strength is significantly higher than the enemy's, he could potentially control the opponent for over 10 seconds, and if the difference is unimaginably vast, the dream butterfly could trap the opponent in a loop of daydreams, never allowing them to wake up. The reason the dream butterfly is on the illusion butterfly goo is mainly because the Flood Society actively targets various extraordinary criminals, many of whom resent the Flood Society, making it easy for the illusion butterfly goo, posing as Chui Xianzhang, to become a target for enemies. To protect the illusion butterfly goo, Chui Xianzhang placed the dream butterfly on it before heading to Mars, but at that time, she never imagined she would never return. Half an hour later, Yu Xian appeared in the desolate stone city, not far from Mount Luo. Stone City is a city entirely made of desolate stones, and although Yu Xian felt a bit uncomfortable upon learning that the desolate stones are actually the feces of desolate stoneworms, he had to admit that Stone City did shelter many ordinary people in ancient times. This was the most active city for the Flood Society in the past, with a memorial hall and a grand theater related to the Flood Society among other buildings. However, the residents of Stone City probably never imagined that the base of the Flood Society was actually just outside the city at Mount Luo. Yu Xian sat inside a spatial bubble and quickly flew from Stone City to Mount Luo. He then circled the entire mountain, and finally found an entrance at a hidden cliff halfway up the mountain. This entrance was very inconspicuous, overgrown with vines and weeds, and there was also a small illusion array. Fortunately, the illusion array was in a semi-damaged state, capable of confusing only ordinary people with low mental strength. Yu Xian swept aside the vines blocking the entrance and walked along the passage. Since it had been a long time without visitors, there were many small insects in the passage. Seeing these insects, Yu Xian had a flash of inspiration and used the spatial bubble to catch several spiders and centipedes, planning to use them to create goo worms later. This passage had the style of the Flood Society, resembling the passages on Mars, both sloping downward. However, this passage was far shorter than the one on Mars. A few minutes later, the ground, walls, and ceiling of the passage transformed into desolate stone slabs, and after taking a few more steps, a large door made entirely of desolate stones appeared before him. Yu Xian arrived at the door and took out Hong Zhang's knife from his storage ring. This knife was named Great Thick Earth Guiyao Heavy Mountain Knife, and its ability was very simple. The length, size, and weight of the knife would change according to the energy provided by the user. It was not picky, like the heavy earth, any energy could be absorbed, and it would change its own length, size, and weight accordingly. Yu Xian held the Great Thick Earth Guiyao Heavy Mountain Knife and directly inserted it into a knife hole in the large door. He then summoned Dream Butterfly, manipulating it to fly to a butterfly mark on the door. At that moment, the door emitted a heavy creaking sound and slightly opened a crack. Yu Xian stepped forward and easily pushed the door open with both hands. Each of these doors weighed about 4 tons, and an ordinary person would likely be unable to push it open even with the Great Thick Earth Guiyao Heavy Mountain Knife and Dream Butterfly. In fact, not just ordinary people, but most extraordinary beings below the insect level would also struggle to open this door. After Yu Xian pushed the door open, a heavy odor rushed at him, and he immediately wrapped himself in a spatial bubble, slowly maneuvering the bubble into the door. Inside was a massive man-made cave, larger than one could imagine. Many houses were built within the cave, and nearby, one could even see some slides and swings for children, with a small river and fields dug out by people further away. Unfortunately, this place had long been abandoned. The houses were dilapidated, the swing ropes were broken, and the fields were overgrown with weeds. Yu Xian looked at the traces of life left by the people around him and could imagine the scene of the members of the Honglu Society living a life of farming and weaving here, with children playing joyfully. He stepped out of the bubble, took a deep breath despite the discomfort, and instantly, the images of the past in the cave flashed through his mind. He slowly walked to the dirt slope in the upper right corner of the cave. There stood a withered peach tree, planted by Hong Zhang and Chui Xianzhang, and it was their favorite place. Yu Xian buried the 2 beneath the tree and then buried the others around it. After completing everything, he lit 3 incense sticks for each of them. After bowing deeply once more, he stood for a while before turning to leave, as he still had matters to attend to. He returned to the front of the door, closed it again, pulled out the Great Thick Earth Guiyao Heavy Mountain Knife, summoned Dream Butterfly back into his body, and finally took a deep breath before teleporting back to his aunt's house in Tianjing City. Don't move! However, just as Yu Xian arrived, more than 10 knives instantly surrounded him. Xian Yu, aren't you at headquarters? A short-haired young man holding a long knife exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yu Xian. At that moment, Yu Xian also recognized the other person and frowned, saying, Brother Changying, what are you all doing here? Wait, let me confirm first if you are real. Don't move, you brat, Changying quickly replied, then took out his phone to contact his captain, Ganjiang. He was a member of the Slaying Evil team under Ganjiang. The members of the Slaying Evil team all had code names related to famous ancient knives and swords. Besides Ganjiang and Mo Yi, there were also Changying, Xixing, Xishao, Chunjun, and Xingxia. When they fought against Demos, Yu Xian had saved Changying and the others, and they had kept in touch through the Qilin app, becoming quite familiar with each other. "Captain, is Xianyu still at headquarters?" Cheng Ying asked as soon as Gan Jiang answered the phone. Gan Jiang replied, "Yes, why?" "Strange thing, I have a Xianyu here too, and he doesn't look like a fake," Cheng Ying said, looking at Yu Xian with a puzzled expression, his mind filled with questions. Gan Jiang responded, "The Xianyu at headquarters is a clone, yours is probably the real body, likely here to find his aunt. You tell him that mess. Su Zhua is at the first hospital in Tianjin City." Then Gan Jiang hung up the phone. Cheng Ying put away his phone and instructed the surrounding SWAT officers to lower their knives. He looked at Yu Xian inside, saying, "You heard everything. Do you want me to accompany you over?" "No need, but I've submitted all the clues from this side to headquarters. Everyone should try not to damage anything in the house." Yu Xian glanced around and said to Cheng Ying. He knew that investigating the Namo tribe couldn't rely solely on his word, but this was ultimately his aunt's home, and he just hoped Cheng Ying and the others would be gentle and not break anything in his aunt's house. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it," Cheng Ying nodded. After thanking him, Yu Xian's figure flickered and he disappeared on the spot. At the first hospital of Tianjin City, Yu Xian quickly found Su Zhua. She, along with all the victims, had been arranged in a ward, with several battle police guarding the door. Yu Xian took out the Qilin's identification before entering the ward, where he saw Su Zhua receiving in 4 drip. There were many other victims around her, all of whom had been turned into vegetative states by the Namo tribe's mental tsunami, their self-awareness long gone, even though their bodies were still alive. Yu Xian walked to Su Zhua's bedside, and his eyes turned slightly red as he looked at her. He had always misunderstood Su Zhua's choice of wealth over poverty and her severing of ties with him, thinking he had no family left. Now, just thinking about his dark thoughts and harsh curses from the past made him want to slap himself hard and say, "I really deserve it." In fact, after so many years without seeing each other, most people's feelings would have faded. But Yu Xian possessed a super brain that granted him super memory. Without suppressing his emotions, he felt far more intensely than normal people. After all, he could remember every detail of the past completely, and these memories wouldn't fade with time. This meant that whenever he recalled his parents, it was like reliving the pain of their passing all over again. Similarly, after realizing he had always misunderstood Aunt Su Zhua, his guilt, regret, and pain were far stronger than those of ordinary people. Slap! Yu Xian looked at Su Zhua and, under the weight of his conscience, raised his hand and slapped himself. It didn't hurt at all. Yu Xian touched his cheek and found that unless he hit himself with full force, he wouldn't feel any pain due to his skin's current defensive capabilities. The problem was, if he hit himself with full force, the sound would definitely be loud enough to wake most patients in the hospital, so he clearly couldn't do that. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He took it out and glanced at it. It was a call from Zhang Shou. The live stream had ended abruptly last night, and Zhang Shou was unclear about what had happened afterward. He had been worried that calling Yu Xian would disturb him, so he had waited until now to reach out. "Hey, lazy fish, are you still on Mars?" Zhang Shou asked as soon as Yu Xian answered the phone. Yu Xian glanced at Su Zhua, then instantly appeared on a mountaintop outside Tianjin City, replying, "No, I'm back." "What happened later last night? Are you okay?" Zhang Shou pressed. Yu Xian knew he needed to talk, and in front of his buddy Zhang Shou, he didn't need to pretend or hide his emotions. He recounted what had happened later that night, and Zhang Shou listened quietly. When he heard that the Namo tribe had harmed Su Zhua, Zhang Shou was taken aback and interrupted Yu Xian, asking, "Are you saying Aunt Su Zhua's mind was destroyed by the Namo tribe and she became a vegetable?" "Yeah," Yu Xian nodded. Zhang Shou immediately exclaimed, "What? I can treat this illness." "What?" Yu Xian was stunned. Mind destruction and becoming a vegetable could be treated? Zhang Shou quickly explained, "Wasn't I on a mission with Sister Qingniao recently? I've completed enough treatment sessions and finished the first level task of the system, so I've leveled up twice. Now I have 2 new skills, mental healing and the seed of healing. Spiritual healing can treat situations like Aunt Su's, and another method involves implanting a healing seed within the target, which slowly releases healing energy to repair most of the injuries sustained in a day." Yu Xian's breathing became rapid, and his super brain instantly recalled that Zhang Shou had indeed mentioned his upgrade when he invited him to go to Gemini West Mountain to fight zombies. However, at that time, he had just defeated the Xingtian Zombie King, so he declined Zhang Shou's invitation. "Can it really heal?" "Of course it can. Do I look like someone who would joke about such things? Hurry over and take me there." After confirming with Zhang Shou that this situation could be treated, Yu Xian immediately created a spatial bubble to wrap himself up, and in the next second, he appeared beside Zhang Shou. Then the two of them teleported back to the hospital together. Zhang Shou looked at the victims around him in horror. There are so many people. This is just a part of it. There are many more victims in other cities, probably several thousand. Yu Xian explained. Zhang Shou was silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed skyward. Under Yu Xian's puzzled gaze, he explained, "The essence of spiritual healing is to consume my mental power to heal the lost mental power of the other. If the target of the treatment is a vegetative state patient, it will cost me a life." In fact, he wouldn't die after the treatment, he would become a vegetative person himself. But it was basically no different from losing a life. Even if no one killed him, he would at least need 7 days to die of old age before he could resurrect. If he didn't know about this, it would be one thing. Now that he knew, as a healer, his medical ethics did not allow him to stand by, but just thinking about having to die once or even twice every day made his scalp tingle. However, a real man knows when to act and when not to. As long as Zhang Shou thought of the already sacrificed Yubo and others, his resolve became firm again. He was determined to save these people. Moments later, Zhang Shou collapsed, and Suzhua slowly woke up. She opened her eyes to see a strange ceiling, feeling as if she had slept for a very long time. In a moment of confusion, she struggled to sit up and happened to see Yu Xian holding a gun, shooting down the strong young man lying unconscious on the ground. Xiao Xian killed someone. Suzhua recognized Yu Xian at a glance, and then her mind buzzed, stunned by the scene before her. She was then filled with thoughts about how to take the blame for Yu Xian, what reason she could use to make the police believe that she was the one who shot the boy dead. Just waking up to see her only relative commit murder. It's not to say that Suzhua, merely a strong woman navigating the business world, could remain calm. Even seasoned extraordinary beings might not be able to keep their composure. In Huaxia, the concept of using severe laws in chaotic times has continued to this day. The authorities have a hard time dealing with the endless extraordinary incidents, so to deter those with ill intentions, whether extraordinary beings or ordinary people, anyone who dares to kill within the city, once caught by the Public Security Bureau, faces the maximum penalty. Suzhua wanted to take the blame for Yu Xian, which was essentially wanting to exchange her life for Yu Xian's. However, before Suzhua could think of a suitable reason, the resurrected Zhang Shou got up from the ground and then came to the bedside with Yu Xian. "Auntie, Auntie?" Yu Xian called out when he saw Suzhua sitting up. He had always called her that since he was little, so neither he nor Suzhua thought there was anything wrong. It was similar to some families who call their children baby from childhood, and even when they grow up, they still habitually call them baby, regardless of age, they are still a baby. However, Suzhua just stared blankly at Zhang Shou, as if she hadn't heard Yu Xian's voice at all. Yu Xian did not have mind-reading abilities, so he naturally did not know what Suzhua was thinking. He instinctively looked at Zhang Shou, who frowned and said, "That's strange. Could it be that Aunt Su has other illnesses we don't know about? Emotional deficiency? Or is her brain's memory impaired? Xiao Xian, am I dreaming?" At this moment, Suzhua came back to her senses and slowly looked at Yu Xian, asking. She was certain she had not seen wrong. Just a moment ago, Yu Xian had indeed shot a big hole in Zhang Shou's forehead, but why was Zhang Shou now lively and well, acting like good buddies with Yu Xian? Her CPU was smoking. She couldn't make sense of the logic. Could it be that she had finally found evidence that this world was actually virtual? However, the next moment, she was embraced by the emotionally overwhelmed Yu Xian, and listening to his excited cries, all her doubts, confusion, and insecurities were set aside. In front of Yu Xian, she was an adult. Even if the sky were to fall, she would stand up for him. She smiled and gently patted Yu Xian's back, softly saying, "Alright, such a big person still likes to act spoiled with Auntie. Aren't you ashamed? Aunt Su, just let the salted fish cry for a while. He really has had a tough year," Zhang Shou said quietly to Suzhua, wiping his slightly reddened eyes. Losing his mother in childhood, losing his father in youth, and almost losing himself to illness in the end. Although Yu Xian was more mature than his peers, he was still not truly mature. After experiencing loss and recovery, he inevitably became more emotional in front of the only remaining family member. After joining Qilin, Zhang Shou was well aware of Yu Xian's situation, so seeing this scene genuinely made him happy for Yu Xian from the bottom of his heart. Just then, a strong golden light suddenly shone in from outside the window, and the three of them couldn't help but look outside, where they saw a huge metallic halo appear above Tianjing City. This metallic halo almost enveloped the entire Tianjing City, and there were many ancient runes on the halo. The three of them saw these runes, but as long as they didn't look for a second, their brains couldn't retain any trace of the runes. Not good. The extreme dragon has locked onto me. Yu Xian recognized the halo belonged to the extreme dragon the moment he saw it. His expression changed slightly, and before Zhang Shou and Suzhua could ask, he immediately wrapped them in a spatial bubble, and in the blink of an eye, he transported them to Silver City. Then he teleported outside Tianjing City, and sure enough, the halo hovering above Tianjing City quickly pursued him. Identification. Yu Xian immediately used the identification technique on himself. However, when he opened his attribute panel, he found his lifespan had changed too. He was stunned for a moment and quickly wrapped himself in a spatial bubble, instantly transporting himself to the world of the dead. On the cracked ground, he identified himself again, and his lifespan indeed returned to 364-892-2477. You scared me to death. Yu Xian sat in the bubble, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the extreme dragon could actually find him. That was too vengeful. It was just sending a few scraps over. Was it necessary to be that angry? Could it be that from now on, as long as he returned to the original world, the extreme dragon would cause him trouble? Although he did not regret sending the scum of the Namo tribe to the extreme dragon, it was indeed a big problem now. Yu Xian sat in the bubble, looking at the overcast sky, feeling somewhat worried. It was hard won to regain what he had lost. Now he also had family. If he didn't go back, Suzhou would definitely worry about him. No, I must find a way to go back. Yu Xian took a deep breath, decisively pulling himself together, and his super brain began to devise a strategy. He definitely couldn't fight the extreme dragon, and it seemed the extreme dragon also had spatial abilities. That halo had teleported into the sky above Tianjing City. He wasn't sure if he could teleport the extreme dragon to this world, whether it would still have a way to return. As for diverting the disaster, diverting it to whom? At present, aside from the extreme dragon, the only one Yu Xian cannot see through is Asornis. But he has no idea where Asornis is, and he doesn't know how to divert it even if he wanted to. And what if the extreme dragon wins again? It's really hard to say who is stronger between the extreme dragon and Asornis. Both of them are beyond his assessment range, although he personally feels that Asornis might be stronger. After all, just seeing Asornis made his eyes explode, while he could at least look directly at the extreme dragon. But it could also be that his experience is too shallow? What if the extreme dragon has an even greater background? After nearly 10 minutes, Yu Xian closed his eyes and manipulated an eye bubble outside Tianjing City to look at the sky. The halo from before had already disappeared. Fortunately, it seems that the extreme dragon cannot lock onto him after he changed worlds, but that doesn't mean he will be safe when he goes back. While he continued to think about how to escape the extreme dragon's pursuit, a vague sound came from above, and he immediately looked up at the overcast sky. This layer of dark clouds is actually the last protection of this world for the beings on this land, used to block the gaze of the abyss. The giant serpent was discovered by Asornis because it shattered the clouds in the sky, ultimately becoming Asornis's little snack. Ding-dling, ding-dling, ding-ding-ding-ding-ding. The sound from above gradually became clearer, and then Yu Xian saw a barefoot woman wearing a golden pleated robe, with numerous bells hanging from her ankles, wrists, waist, neck, and ears, and her green hair cascading down her shoulders, stepping through the void, walking down from the sky step by step. For some reason, even though this woman gave him an indescribably powerful feeling, he could not generate any sense of fear within himself. Instead, he felt particularly calm. He just stared blankly as the woman walked from the sky to the ground, finally arriving in front of him. By the time he reacted, it was obviously too late to teleport away, and he belatedly realized the terror of this woman. When he faced her, he completely lost his sense of vigilance. Identification. Yu Xian locked eyes with the woman and instinctively activated his skill. In an instant, the woman's attribute panel appeared in his mind. Name, True Self, Constant Purity Codename, Constant Purity, I am happy race, human gender, female age, lifespan, level, faction, abilities, eternal peace, constant purity of observation, constant joy of perception, impermanence of the heart, no self of the law, impurity as purity, breaking attachment to self, body of false aggregation, original no-self person, summary, what a waste of time. Yu Xian did not expect that this woman was also entirely question marks, but why did the names of her abilities appear? Currently, this woman is the second existence he has identified that is all question marks. However, while the extreme dragon was all question marks, she displayed infinite lifespan in the names of her abilities, but the specific descriptions of the abilities were all question marks. Yu Xian did not understand why this was the case. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Excuse me, is there something you need?" "Nothing, just that we happen to have a connection and need to walk together for a while." True Self, Constant Purity, replied with a calm expression, her eyes seemingly able to see through people's hearts as she gazed directly into Yu Xian's eyes. Yu Xian was filled with question marks and wanted to shout, "Riddler, get lost," but he glanced at True Self, Constant Purity, and ultimately decided to back down, not daring to voice his thoughts. For a while, the two stared at each other. Unable to stand the strange atmosphere, Yu Xian simply controlled the bubble to move in the direction where he had previously discovered the giant serpent. After flying a distance, he looked back at True Self, Constant Purity, who remained in place, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Great, he didn't follow. Who knew that when he looked ahead again, Jinhua Changjing was already standing not far in front of him, waiting. Damn it! His expression changed, and when he turned around, he found that Jinhua Changjing, who had just been in place, had already disappeared. Damn it! In that moment, Yu Xian couldn't help but put on a mask of pain. It felt like he had gotten something dirty on him. Indeed, this place, swallowed by the abyss, was too dangerous. One careless move could lead to big trouble, getting entangled with all sorts of chaotic things. He really wanted to go home, wanted to see Su Zhua, wanted to see Nora, wanted to see old Zhang. Jinhua Changjing shared knowledge with you. No way! I have to pull myself together. Everyone must be waiting for me to return. Just thinking about his family and friends waiting for him gave Yu Xian motivation. He glanced at Jinhua Changjing ahead and immediately gritted his teeth, flying forward quickly, while his 10 fingers shot out spatial bubbles in 10 different directions. In an instant, the spatial bubbles spread out like fireworks, flying in different directions. After flying a distance, Yu Xian was instantly teleported from one spatial bubble to another. The scene around him changed, revealing a dry lake, but Jinhua Changjing stood calmly in the center of the lake, looking at him in astonishment. I don't believe it. Yu Xian gritted his teeth and teleported to another bubble again. But this time, Jinhua Changjing was even more outrageous, standing right in front of him, her expression still unchanged. Come on! Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing, whose face was so close, his pupils slightly contracted, and in the next second, he teleported away again. After that, he tried every possible way to shake off Jinhua Changjing, but no matter where he went, she stuck to him like a stubborn plaster, always by his side. Half an hour later, Yu Xian was exhausted. He sat down in the bubble, looking at Jinhua Changjing, and said in defeat, Auntie, why do you have to follow me? Can't we just go our separate ways? If you were walking down the street to go shopping at the supermarket, and a passerby happened to be going to that same supermarket, would you think they were following you just because you were in front? Jinhua Changjing looked at Yu Xian and asked back. Yu Xian was speechless. That's different. What's different? You and I just happened to be going to the same place. Jinhua Changjing smiled slightly. Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing with suspicion and retorted, the problem is, I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. How could I possibly be going to the same place as you? No way. He didn't want to come to this world at all. If it weren't for being targeted by the extreme dragon, who would run to this broken place? Jinhua Changjing calmly looked at Yu Xian and explained, everyone's fate is like a river. The water flows in different directions, leading to different endings. Coincidentally, your flow aligns with mine. This is a rare fate. If you find me a hindrance, you can pretend I don't exist and do what you want. So, Auntie, you mean my current fate is the same as yours? Yu Xian frowned, looking at Jinhua Changjing and asked. Fortunately, he had a super brain. Although Jinhua Changjing's words were vague, he still somewhat understood her meaning. What Jinhua Changjing referred to as the same place was clearly not a literal destination, but rather a very abstract concept, although Yu Xian still didn't understand why Jinhua Changjing had to follow him. Exactly. Jinhua Changjing nodded at Yu Xian. At that moment, Yu Xian had a vague feeling that Jinhua Changjing answered every question and seemed incapable of lying. He looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked, even if our fates are aligned now, why do you have to follow me? Once upon a time, there was a person named True Self-Impermanence, who was born with 2 genders, what you would understand as a hermaphrodite. He was a true genius, able to learn anything instantly and master any ability with ease. In just one cosmic annihilation period, which is the time from the birth to the destruction of a universe, he possessed nearly invincible power. To advance further, he split himself into a male and a female, one evil and one good. Whether the male devoured the female or the female devoured the male, his strength would become even greater. However, if the male devoured the female, his character would turn more evil, and at that time, countless worlds would be plunged into suffering. True Self Constant Purity looked at Yu Xian and spoke in a calm tone. Yu Xian looked at True Self Constant Purity and immediately realized, asking, so you are the good side that split from True Self Impermanence? Exactly, the evil side that split from True Self Impermanence is named True Self Constant Joy, and he is currently searching for my whereabouts. Since my strength is still a bit lacking compared to him, I can only conceal my existence by traveling with you, True Self Constant Purity said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian helplessly replied, you mean to hide your fate with my fate, so he won't be able to find you? Precisely, True Self Constant Purity nodded. Yu Xian worriedly asked, will I be in danger? Are you sure he won't find you this way? This is the technique of eternal peace through annihilation. You are the surface, and I am the essence. The myriad worlds cannot perceive us unless they are transcenders, True Self Constant Purity said truthfully. Yu Xian frowned and said, what if he is a transcender? True Self Constant Purity looked at Yu Xian, smiling without speaking. However, Yu Xian could tell she was definitely suppressing a laugh and complained, what's so funny? Aren't you afraid he becomes a transcender and then finds you? Do you know what a transcender is? True Self Constant Purity countered. Yu Xian shook his head, no, Probably a kind of very powerful profession? If gods truly exist in this world, then transcenders are the true gods, all-knowing and all-powerful. This is also the highest pursuit of all practitioners in the myriad worlds. If true self-constant joy has already become a transcender, then he no longer needs to devour me, for he has become truly invincible, true self-constant purity explained. Yu Xian was astonished. So transcenders really exist? I don't know. There are many ancient records of transcenders, but I have never seen one, so I cannot confirm whether they truly exist, true self-constant purity replied. Yu Xian pressed on, do you know how to become a transcender? I don't know. True self-impermanence speculated that if one could achieve the unity of yin and yang, they would be one step closer to transcendence, but whether this is true still needs to wait for the final result to be revealed. True self-constant purity answered. The final result, of course, would only be revealed when she devoured true self-constant joy or when true self-constant joy devoured her. After hearing true self-constant purity's words, Yu Xian suddenly realized something. Since true self-impermanence was so powerful, then the split true self-constant purity must also be super strong, especially since true self-constant joy was pursuing transcendence. He looked at true self-constant purity and asked, so can you defeat the extreme dragon? The dragon among dragons? I can't defeat it. Who would have thought that upon hearing the name of the extreme dragon, true self-constant purity would immediately shake her head? Yu Xian looked at true self-constant purity speechlessly. She had just praised true self-impermanence as so strong, and even if their powers were halved after the split, true self-constant purity shouldn't be weak. Yet, she couldn't even defeat the extreme dragon. That was too pathetic. Then what benefit do I get from following you? Yu Xian sighed, looking at true self-constant purity, and asked once more. He couldn't bear such a great risk without any benefit. After all, Jinhua Changjing was always following him, and once Jinhua Changla came knocking, he would definitely be doomed. Of course, the reason he dared to ask Jinhua Changjing for benefits was mainly because she was kind. As Yu Xian had judged, Jinhua Changjing indeed did not get angry. She looked at Yu Xian, still very calm, and asked, what benefits do you want? How would I know what benefits you can give me? Yu Xian sighed and couldn't help but retort. Jinhua Changjing pondered, the most valuable thing I have should be the knowledge of Jinhua Wu Chang, but his knowledge is not suitable for you. Why isn't it suitable for me? Yu Xian was displeased upon hearing this. Although he didn't know how strong Jinhua Wu Chang was, since the other party was pursuing transcendence, he must be very strong. After all, he couldn't imagine what transcendence really was. Jinhua Wu Chang combines various systems to create a unique cultivation method called Yin Yang Buer Jia Hai Jing, which can only be practiced by those who possess both genders. Jinhua Changjing replied, both genders? In other words, this method could only be cultivated by a person of both yin and yang. Yu Xian was speechless after hearing this. This was something that ordinary people really couldn't learn. Then he inexplicably thought of the Panga transformation divine ability. If he awakened this innate ability, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a person of both yin and yang. Wait, what am I thinking? In the next second, he realized and quickly shook that thought out of his head. For just a moment, he actually felt that becoming a person of both yin and yang might not be unacceptable, which was terrifying. However, he had to admit that he was very curious about what the Yin Yang Buer Jia Hai Jing created by Jinhua Wu Chang actually contained. It was precisely because of this curiosity that the thought had popped into his mind. The super brain wouldn't lie, he knew his truest feelings and thoughts. He looked at Jinhua Changjing, hesitating to speak, and finally managed to say, how about you briefly describe how Jinhua Wu Chang's method is cultivated and what characteristics it has? Yin Yang Buer Jia Hai Jing encompasses everything, containing hundreds of cultivation methods. If we talk about the main method, first, you need to practice Shuri Hong Kong Jin Jing and Zhou Yu Shi Yu Xingdong to strengthen the Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin within your body, then learn the telekinesis from super abilities to forcibly bind the Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin in your body, forming the Taiji True Qi in your Dantian. Next, learn the pure Yang Wu Ji Gong from the spirit energy world to cultivate pure Yang spiritual power, then learn the dark true scripture from the magic power world to cultivate dark magic power, and mix the two into the Taiji True Qi, continuing to bind it with telekinesis. Learn alchemy and metallurgy, using the Dantian as a furnace, adding countless yin and yang attribute materials collected from various worlds, refining the Taiji True Qi, pure yang spiritual power, and dark magic power into the Bu'er Dao fruit. Then, using the Bu'er Dao fruit as the core, combined with Buddhist methods, experience 9,999 kinds of disasters from different worlds, absorbing their calamity energy, ultimately forming the Bu'er Jia Hai divine power, which can invert all opposites, yin and yang, good and bad, fortune and misfortune, life and death, and all opposing things or concepts. Jinhua Changjing introduced, only males have Yuan Yang, and only females have Yuan Yin. This is the innate primordial energy that is born within a person's mother. Jinhua Wu Chang, being a naturally born person of both yin and yang, possesses both yuan yang and yuan yin within. Even though Yu Xian has yuan yang and can transform into a person of both yin and yang through the Panga transformation divine ability, he is not a naturally born person of both yin and yang, so he cannot spontaneously generate yuan yin. He still only has yuan yang. So, he can turn me from alive to dead with just a glance? Yu Xian asked thoughtfully. Jinhua Changjing nodded. It's a simple task. Can he turn me from male to female? Yu Xian asked, stroking his chin. Jinhua Changjing nodded. It's a piece of cake. Can you turn my continuous good luck into endless misfortune? Yu Xian continued to ask. Jinhua Changjing nodded and replied, as easy as flipping your hand. Can you teach me the 10 days in the sky scripture? Yu Xian's heart stirred, and he asked. Although this 10 days in the sky scripture is far inferior to the Yin Yang no 2 Calamity Sea scripture, it must have its unique aspects as the first step in Jinhua's impermanence practice. Jinhua Changjing nodded and said, I can teach you, but you won't be able to learn it. Ha, why do I feel like you're just fooling me? Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing with a face full of doubt. Jinhua Changjing was not angry but explained, vampires transformed from humans will have their primordial yang dissipate during the transformation process. If you have no primordial yang in your body, how can you practice the 10 days in the sky scripture? In fact, the 10 days in the sky scripture is a child's skill. Besides vampires being unable to practice it, older men with girlfriends or who are married cannot practice either, as they have lost their primordial yang. Similarly, women with boyfriends or who are married cannot practice the 9 nether moon erosion divine skill because they have lost their primordial yin. At this moment, Yu Xian had nothing to say, but he felt a bit displeased. He looked at Jinhua Changjing and, after a long silence, finally spoke, So, you can't offer me any benefits, yet you want me to bear great risks with you? How about this? Jinhua Changjing smiled slightly, extending her hand towards Yu Xian, her palm pressing against the surface of the spatial bubble. Then the spatial bubble rippled, and without breaking the bubble, her hand penetrated inside, pressing right against Yu Xian's forehead. Although Yu Xian clearly saw her hand coming over, he had no thought of dodging, and by the time he realized what she was doing, it was already too late. What do you want to do? Yu Xian quickly looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked. Jinhua Changjing smiled and said, The probing ability you just used is quite interesting. It resembles divination, root inspection, and has a hint of Taoist roundlight technique. Such a haphazardly pieced together yet functioning ability should originate from the abyssal forbidden fruit. Let me optimize it for you, is that okay? You mean the identification technique? Yu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and then asked. Jinhua Changjing nodded, so it's called the identification technique. The name is quite ordinary. Is there something wrong with my identification technique? Seeing Jinhua Changjing nod, Yu Xian pressed further. Jinhua Changjing nodded again. This ability is haphazardly pieced together. Have you ever thought about where the information source comes from? Information source? Yu Xian frowned. He indeed had not considered this question. In fact, not only had he not thought about it, but probably no one in the Qilin had either. Since it is an identification technique, most people naturally assume the information comes from the target itself, but from Jinhua Changjing's words, it can be inferred that this idea is certainly wrong. Jinhua Changjing smiled and said, The information source of your identification technique is somewhat chaotic. Part of it comes from the identifier itself, part from your own knowledge, part from the world's reflection, and another part from the conceptual level's root. Moreover, this ability is very aggressive. Any slightly stronger creature should be able to easily perceive that you are spying. As she spoke, her palm emitted a faint golden light, and countless tiny particles continuously entered Yu Xian's brain. She continued, I have organized the structure of your ability, filled in the missing parts, and added a concealed characteristic to your ability, so that the target will not easily detect your spying. After about 5 minutes, she withdrew her hand. Yu Xian felt nothing at all. He looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked, Is it done? You might as well give it a try. Jinhua Changjing smiled. Yu Xian immediately used his identification technique on her without any courtesy. Then, a golden light screen appeared in front of him, visible only to him, and lines of text quickly emerged. The content on the light screen changed significantly, but one thing remained unchanged, a whole bunch of question marks. Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing with displeasure and asked, Why is it that all the key information about you, Auntie, is still just question marks? You have the ability to spy on others. Have you never considered that others might also have the ability to prevent being spied on? Jinhua Changjing looked at Yu Xian with her clear eyes and calmly countered. This was indeed a good question. Where there are those who wield a spear, there will naturally be those who wield a shield. He could identify others, but they could also defend against identification. Yu Xian, feeling defeated, closed Jinhua Changjing's panel, then used the identification technique on himself, and this time he finally succeeded. A light screen quickly unfolded, and his attributes were instantly listed. True name, Yuxian code name, salty fish race, shining vampire gender, male age, 17 health, 500 over 500, 1500 1500, life, 800 to 800 strength, 0, 0 2, 0, 0 6, luck, great fortune theoretical lifespan, March 25, 364, 892, 2477, 632 and 12 seconds AM level, Eagle Dawn general level, Earth level faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty, Qilin Division, Battle Department Exorcism Team ability, slightly, perhaps due to the rapid increase in his strength. Yu Xian had long been accustomed to his power significantly increasing every 10 days, so his attention was not on his level. He first looked at the word health, and then information naturally came to his mind. This health referred to life points, similar to a health bar in a game. Of course, this was not a real health bar, but a reflection of his physical state. To deal with the Namo tribe, he had used the Tsung Tian Chi Shui sword to greatly enhance his strength, and now he was still in a weakened state. The weakened state was reflected on the panel as it currently appeared. His actual life points were 1500, but due to the weakened state, he was left with only 500. Next, he looked at life, which meant vitality. His maximum vitality was 800, meaning that when his life points decreased, as long as it did not exceed 800, he could instantly recover. In fact, his self-healing ability had been improving. When he fought Zhou Tai at school, losing an arm required a night's sleep to regrow, but now he didn't need that long. He could probably just take a nap and his arm would recover. Additionally, although his maximum vitality was only 800, he had been continuously exposed to the foolish sunlight. Once he exhausted this 800 vitality, his devourer talent would quickly replenish the consumed value, so he actually could never run out. Unless someone could kill him in one blow, in a prolonged battle, the one who would lose would definitely be the opponent. Yu Xian continued to look down, and the next attribute was strength. This referred to overall power and combat ability, and because he was in a weakened state, his strength was significantly reduced. However, Yu Xian stared at strength for a while and noticed that this attribute kept changing, fluctuating up and down. Just a moment ago, his strength was 0, 0 2, but after a few seconds, it changed to 0, 0 3, and then after a while, it returned to 0, 0 2. Clearly, a person's combat power was not a constant value but would vary based on their condition. This was not hard to understand. When he was angry, his combat power would also increase significantly. Moreover, when using the integrator Black Blood form, his strength could multiply several times. However, this meant that this attribute only had reference value. If he believed it completely, he might end up in a terrible situation. After all, if the opponent has transformation abilities or other forms, their combat power could soar several times after using them, then the power identified would truly be like falling directly into a pit. Yu Xian continued to read on. Below power was luck, which was easy to understand. Luck, after all, great fortune. These 4 characters indicated that his luck was currently very good. Yu Xian glanced at Jinhua Changjing, and his intuition told him that this was related to meeting Jinhua Changjing. Could this be the legendary encounter with a benefactor? He continued to read. Lifespan had turned into theoretical lifespan, and it was precise to the second, which was not bad. Yu Xian nodded, then skipped the level and looked at the so-called universal level. Universal, as the name suggests, this level classification should be widely recognized, and most people should use this classification consistently. It was just like in his world, where, despite the chaos caused by the forbidden fruit, there were countless messy systems, but everyone consistently used the 10 levels of insect, ant, bee, sparrow, snake, eagle, wolf, tiger, dragon, god to measure the strength of power. Clearly, the myriad worlds had their own systems, completely different from the one in his world. He looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked, Auntie, how many levels are there in the universal level? Earth, heaven, star, li, system, domination, universe, then above that are void realm, tribulation realm, empty realm, and above that is great power, Jinhua Changjing replied. Yu Xian frowned and said, what about transcendence? That is a legendary realm. Currently, countless great powers are exploring how to become transcendents, but they have no clues. Jinhua Wuchang is also just trying, and the results are still unknown, Jinhua Changjing said. Yu Xian nodded and then asked, how far am I from the heaven level now? A power of 0. 1 is the heaven level, Jinhua Changjing replied. Yu Xian glanced at his power value. His power was actually 0. 0.6, just 0. 0.4 away from the heaven level, which didn't seem too far. He curiously looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked, then how much power is needed for the star level? The threshold for the heaven level is 0. 1, the peak is 1, but to break through to the star level requires evolution at the life level, which is very difficult. However, once the evolution is successful, the strength of the star level is at least 100 times that of the peak heaven level, so the power value will soar to 100, Jinhua Changjing answered. Wow, that difference is too big. After hearing this, Yu Xian felt a bit dizzy. The peak heaven level was in existence he could hardly imagine, and the star level was at least 100 times that of the peak heaven level. This was a complete explosion of values. If this were in a game, the value planner would definitely be cursed to death. The problem is, the star level is actually just the third level in the universal level. Could it be that every level after the star level has the power to destroy planets with a wave of the hand, or even destroy worlds? Yu Xian suddenly jolted, realizing something as he looked at Jinhua Changjing. He swallowed hard and asked, Jinhua Wu Chang wouldn't be a peak great power, right? Then you and Jinhua Chang Lo, even if each of you only has half the strength of Jinhua Wu Chang, would still be much stronger than those who have just become great powers? Great powers do not have a so-called peak. As long as one cannot break through to become a transcendent, then the power value can be infinitely increased, with no end in sight. The so-called great power is actually just great and capable. In certain areas, they already possess abilities similar to transcendence, Jinhua Changjing explained. Yu Xian couldn't help but ask, then Auntie, how much power is needed to become a great power? To be a great power, the minimum is 1 quintillion power, which is about 100 times that of the peak empty realm, Jinhua Changjing replied. Yu Xian's mouth dropped open, and a long string of zeros appeared in his mind. If expressed in numbers, it was truly too long. 100000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000Fully aware that this time he had not only encountered a unchanging expression of Jinhua Changjing in front of him, fully aware that this time he had not only encountered a benefactor but also a big shot among big shots. This was completely a golden, shining super leg, undoubtedly the strongest existence he had ever seen in his life. Wait a minute. What was up with the extreme dragon? Could it be that there was some misunderstanding? Since the world has many variations, could there be cases of the same name? Regardless of whether this thought was right or wrong, it was worth a try. At worst, if the extreme dragon's golden halo appeared again, he would just run. The more Yu Xian thought about it, the more promising it seemed, so he made up his mind in the next second. He teleported back to his original world. He appeared on the outskirts of Tianjing City, exactly where he had left before, and sure enough, Jinhua Changjing appeared beside him, no more than 3 meters away. The two stood there waiting foolishly, and after a full half hour, the extreme dragon's golden halo still did not appear. Yu Xian looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, strange, could it be that the extreme dragon is scared and has temporarily given up on finding trouble with me? Then he looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked, Auntie, you really can't beat the extreme dragon? I am the embodiment of Jinhua Wu Chang's good intentions. Besides doing good deeds, I have no evil thoughts in my heart. Even you, I can't beat, Jinhua Changjing replied. She does not kill, does not do evil, is not greedy, does not get angry, and does not feel jealous. She has no negative or bad thoughts at all. Simply put, she doesn't fight at all, belonging to the type that gets hit without retaliating, and even to appease the other party, if she gets hit on the left cheek, she would extend her right cheek as well. Then what if someone wants to kill you? Yu Xian asked. Jinhua Changjing replied, then I will run, I'm not stupid. She just doesn't have bad thoughts, but she still has the most basic self-love, otherwise, she wouldn't avoid Jinhua Changlu. Yu Xian looked up at the sky for a while, then changed the subject. Auntie, do you think the extreme dragon has calmed down? Just now, he thought the extreme dragon was scared of Jinhua Changjing, which was why it hadn't come to find him, but after knowing that Jinhua Changjing wouldn't fight at all, he thought of a new reason. The dragon among dragons shouldn't be so easily calmed down, but since you and I are together, you have concealed my fate, and I have also concealed your aura. The dragon among dragons in this world should not be able to find you, Jinhua Changjing said. Yu Xian was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jinhua Changjing with a speechless expression. Why didn't she say such an important thing earlier? He confirmed with Jinhua Changjing, Auntie, are you sure the extreme dragon can't find me? As long as you don't run around in front of it, Jinhua Changjing replied. Yu Xian let out a huge sigh of relief. He sat in the spatial bubble, and his anxious heart could finally relax. He had actually been on high alert all along, his nerves always tense, ready to teleport back to another world the moment the extreme dragon's golden halo appeared. Now, with Jinhua Changjing's affirmative answer, he finally felt at ease. The crisis was finally resolved. Yu Xian immediately used his identification technique on himself, wanting to see if the lifespan value that had turned into a question mark would revert back to 5,322, but when he opened the panel, he saw the lifespan value was 3,648,922,477 years, 3 months, 25 days, 6 hours, 1 minute, and 5 seconds. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The numbers still showed no change. He looked at Jinhua Changjing in disbelief, then teleported back home. At home, Zhang Shou and Su Zhuo were in the living room, both still worried about Yu Xian's safety. When Yu Xian appeared through teleportation, both of them stood up at the same time, asking what had happened. Especially Su Zhuo, who was very anxious. Yu Xian had changed too much, and the world he had come into contact with was completely unfamiliar to her. She didn't know what else she could do for Yu Xian. "Auntie, old Zhang, I'm fine. This is Auntie Zhenhua, everything has been settled." Yu Xian smiled and said to the two. Su Zhuo and Zhang Shou were momentarily stunned, then looked in the direction Yu Xian was gazing. Zhang Shou blinked, looking at the empty living room, and asked, "Xian Yu, are you sure you're really okay? You said there's really my aunt, but I can't see her?" "Yeah, Xiao Xian, is there really someone there?" Su Zhuo asked, looking to the right of Yu Xian, puzzled. Yu Xian frowned and looked at Jinhua Changjing, who calmly replied, "The flow of our destinies is aligned, and thus you are able to see me. Their destinies are vastly different from mine, so naturally, they cannot see me. There is indeed an aunt, but you can't see her." Yu Xian had no choice but to shrug and explain to the two. Zhang Shou was startled and took 2 steps back, fearfully saying, "It can't be a ghost, right? You've killed so many zombies, yet you're afraid of ghosts?" Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou speechlessly and couldn't help but retort. Then Yu Xian emerged from the spatial bubble, helped Su Zhuo sit on the sofa, and sat beside her to explain what had just happened. As a result, after hearing everything, Su Zhuo and Zhang Shou began to take turns asking questions, especially Su Zhuo, who was very concerned about everything that had happened to him over the past year. The back and forth lasted for more than half a day before the conversation ended. Once everything was clear, Zhang Shou yawned and asked, "So, is everything okay now?" "Yes, everything is fine now," Yu Xian nodded. Zhang Shou stood up and said, "Then I'll head back first. I'm a bit tired and need to catch up on some sleep. I'll see you off." Yu Xian smiled. He then controlled the spatial bubble to land on Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou waved to Su Zhuo, saying, "Su Aunt, I'll head back first. See you next time." Be careful on the way." Su Zhuo nodded instinctively. Zhang Xinya Garden, Building 3, Room 601. Zhang Shou instantly appeared in the living room and couldn't help but complain, "I also want to be careful on the way." Ever since Yu Xian awakened his spatial abilities, he had gotten used to being teleported back and forth. However, since Yu Xian had settled everything, it meant he would definitely go to school tomorrow. Zhang Shou immediately thought of a plan. This time he was determined to give Yu Xian a surprise. On the other side, Yu Xian and Su Zhuo were chatting about childhood stories while his mind was also pondering other matters. Just now, he had casually identified Zhang Shou, and Zhang Shou's lifespan had similarly changed from 5,322 to March 25, 364, 892, 2477, 548 and 12 seconds AM. This indicated that the fate of the world had changed. Yu Xian was shocked. Just by meeting one person, it could silently alter the fate of a world. This was too exaggerated. The problem was, he still didn't know how Jinhua Changjing, who never fought back or cursed back, had changed the fate of this world. However, Yu Xian was not in a hurry at all. After the year 5322, he would naturally know the answer. After all, as long as he didn't act recklessly and didn't provoke the extreme dragon, he could really live for a very, very long time. Next, he and Su Zhuo sat in the living room chatting continuously. They talked about embarrassing childhood incidents, the death of his father, his first-class merit, the promise to take the college entrance exam with Nora, and the fact that he had 4 hearts. In the evening, Yu Xian and Su Zhuo teleported to Tianjing City together, and they began to pack things up. Because Yu Xian's teleportation was so convenient, Su Zhuo decided to move to Silver City to live with Yu Xian. Although she wouldn't give up the house in Tianjing City, she would only stay there when Yu Xian was too busy to come and pick her up. In the future, she would come to Tianjing City just for work, and most of the time, she would stay in Silver City to take care of Yu Xian's daily needs. This was something she had always wanted to do. Previously, she had wanted to bring Yu Xian to Tianjing City, but now she was teleporting back and forth between Silver City and Tianjing City. After packing up their things, the two returned to Silver City once again. Su Zhuo chose a room in Yu Xian's villa, took his luggage back to the room to organize it, while Yu Xian ordered 2 takeouts and then sat down on the rocking chair on the balcony. He watched the sunset gradually disappear on the horizon, feeling completely relaxed. It seemed like the past 2 days had been incredibly long, from his impulsive trip to Mars to pan for gold to everything coming to an end. In reality, it had only been a day and a night. However, so much had happened in that time that it left him physically and mentally exhausted. Next, he needed to rest well and absolutely avoid any reckless behavior. He closed his eyes, suddenly feeling a bit of anticipation for tomorrow, eager to share with Nora the joy of having family again. The next day, after having breakfast, Yu Xian first dropped Aunt Su Zhuo off at the company gate in Tianjing City, then he teleported back to his home. Just then, Nora came walking around the corner, her long hair shimmering like golden waves in the morning sun, and her beauty, which even her school uniform couldn't diminish, made her look like a fairy descending to earth. Unbeknownst to anyone, it was hard to imagine she was a vampire. From a few meters away, Nora saw Yuxian, and her smile was unstoppable. "Good morning, big salted fish," she called out, quickening her pace to greet him. Yuxian turned and walked alongside Nora, smiling. "Good morning to you too, silly goose. By the way, you didn't come to school yesterday again. Was the work at Qilin very busy?" Nora didn't mind Yuxian calling her by a nickname but was somewhat concerned about not seeing him the day before. Yuxian replied with a smile, "Not busy, but a lot did happen yesterday, and I have family now." "Family? What do you mean? Did you have a child?" Nora asked in a panic. Yuxian looked at her speechlessly and then began to explain about having another aunt as they strolled towards the school, chatting casually. Upon arriving at the school gate, they saw Zhang Shou still in his usual position, lying on the ground in an On's pose, looking quite unwilling. Nora curiously glanced at Zhang Shou, while Yuxian walked past him with a smile, chest out and head held high at a 45-degree angle, which made Zhang Shou so angry he pounded the ground. Since Yuxian hadn't hidden anything from Zhang Shou, he knew that Yuxian monitored the city using his sense of smell. He had bought a large amount of perfume, spraying it layer upon layer on himself, then wrapped himself in mud, and sprayed on even more perfume. He had gotten up around 5 and ambushed outside Yuxian's house. However, all those layers of disguise didn't fool Yuxian. He was first sent rolling into the river by Yuxian, cleaned up, dried off by a gust of hot wind, and finally sent to school. "I don't believe it." Zhang Shou stood up, watching Yuxian and Nora's backs, the perfect couple shining so brightly it was blinding, making his heart ache more than if his brother drove a Land Rover. Next time, he had to succeed in being a third wheel, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get his thoughts straight. In the first class, self-study, Yuxian sat in his seat, playing on his phone. He had already memorized all the knowledge he needed and didn't need to learn, easily able to score full marks. Coming to school was purely to relax. With a super heart, his super brain had become even stronger. He set up a large number of tiny bubbles around himself and Nora, continuously bringing in fresh air from these bubbles, forming a protective layer, so they no longer feared their classmates farting. The true self was really quiet. As long as he didn't actively talk to the true self, she was like an ornament, always following behind him, and she walked without making a sound. Sometimes he would forget she was there. Speaking of which, he now has 2 living pendants on him. One is the little fool that always flies above his head, and the other is the true self, always pure. In fact, when many people encounter him, their first glance is at him, and their second glance is at the little fool above his head. However, out of politeness, most people wouldn't ask what the little fool on his head is. Of course, if it's a mischievous child, that's another story. Recently, when he was buying snacks, a mischievous child asked him about it, and his answer was, "Brother's head is a bit dizzy, so there's a little bird spinning on top." As for whether the mischievous child believed it, he didn't know. Anyway, after leaving, through his super sense of smell, he observed that a mischievous child really did bang his head against the table, probably wanting a little bird too. "Salty fish, quick, look at the Qilin report, you're in the news again," Zhang Shou said quietly to Yuxian, who was also slacking off. Yuxian set aside his entertainment phone and took out the special phone for Qilin, opened the Qilin app, and then he saw a report titled "Disaster of the Namel Clan, codenamed Salty Fish Breaks Major Case." However, he had no intention of clicking into it, feeling that the 2 words salty fish seemed a bit out of place with the other words. He was used to it, but still wanted to change the codename. Yuxian leaned on the table, swiped the screen, and then saw a piece of news from yesterday. Qilin's response was still very quick. After his bubble clone submitted the report, Minister Yulai issued a new order for a major investigation of all the wealthy individuals and their families in cities across the country. Although no new members of the Namel clan were found, it was discovered that several wealthy individuals were actually being controlled by someone using extraordinary abilities. Of course, those hidden controllers are now waiting in prison for legal judgment. It is estimated that such investigations will become routine in the future, and the wealthy individuals who previously strongly opposed the investigations probably wouldn't dare to oppose anymore. After all, no one wants to become someone else's puppet. They slacked off until the afternoon. The Chinese teacher came in with the test papers, and many students who had long lost interest in studying let out a silent wail. However, Yuxian was completely unafraid of the exam. After receiving the test paper, he quickly wrote down the answers with his palm bubble holding the pen, and then directly submitted it, taking only 5 minutes for the entire answering process. Then he thought about the pile of extraordinary equipment he had accumulated, so he began to sort through it in the desk drawer. Most of this equipment came from members of the Flood Society, and some were confiscated from extraordinary individuals controlled by the Namel clan. He planned to keep the equipment he needed and donate the rest to Qilin for free. Mainly because he had obtained a large amount of gold on Mars, he really didn't lack money, so he was too lazy to sell it. Most members of the Flood Society use knives, and some use swords. These weapons generally had low grades, most only at the B level, with a few high-quality ones reaching the Sparrow level. Yu Xian took out a storage ring to neatly store these weapons. When he took out the thick earthquake Yao heavy mountain knife left by Hong Zhang, he suddenly thought of something. The containment item ranked 033 in the extraordinary containment facility, which was the great fireflame burning heaven knife he had wanted before, seemed to have a name format similar to that of the thick earthquake Yao heavy mountain knife. Could the two knives be related, or part of a set? He looked at the true self, always pure, and quietly asked, "Auntie, have you heard of the thick earthquake Yao heavy mountain knife and the great fireflame burning heaven knife? The thick earthquake Yao heavy mountain knife in your hand is just a counterfeit among counterfeits. The two knives you mentioned are legendary divine knives. As far as I know, there are a total of 10 such divine knives, but I only know the names of 5 of them." The true self, always pure, replied. Yu Xian asked, "Which 5? Great fireflame burning heaven knife, thick earthquake Yao heavy mountain knife, great storm flood tide knife, great ice snow frost flower cold intent knife, great thunderbolt flashing thunder knife." The so-called great ones actually mean that these 10 divine swords can only unleash their full power in the hands of great beings. Unfortunately, even the true self of impermanence has never seen a real divine sword. It seems that in all the realms, there are only fakes. The true self of constant purity said. After hearing this, Yu Xian swallowed hard. How powerful must a weapon used by a great being be? Unfortunately, the heavy earthquake Yao Zhongyue's sword in his hand was clearly just a fake. He had just assessed it, and the sword's strength was only at the dragon level, obviously not a genuine item. However, even as a fake, this sword was still quite strong. If wielded by a master of sword techniques, its power would be astonishing. Yu Xian took out a cloth and carefully wiped the blade of the heavy earthquake Yao Zhongyue's sword, cleaning off all the blood and dust. The reason he cherished this sword was entirely because it belonged to Hong Zhang. Compared to its inherent attributes, Yu Xian valued its commemorative significance more. As long as he saw it, he would forever remember the Honglu Society, remember Hong Zhang, remember Cui Xianjin, and remember every sacrifice. After class, the students were filled with sorrow. Clearly, the exam did not go well, and they all lay on their desks to rest. Nora turned around and quietly asked, "De Xianyu, can you accompany me to a place after school?" Without waiting for Yu Xian to respond, she quietly explained the whole situation to him. It turned out that she couldn't find better extraordinary armor in regular shops, so she had been offering a high reward online recently. Just yesterday, someone contacted her for a trade, and she was worried that the other party might have bad intentions, so she wanted Yu Xian to accompany her. Although Nora had a bodyguard and the other party was only after money, making it unlikely for anything to happen, Yu Xian immediately agreed to accompany Nora to the trade after hearing this. In fact, he also wanted to buy some armor for Suzhua. Additionally, the storage rings he had were all too large, meant for men, and he wanted to buy a storage ring suitable for women for Suzhua. After school, students left the school in groups of 2 or 3. Yu Xian and Nora followed the flow of people out of the school gate, heading towards the agreed trading location. About half an hour later, in the east of the city, Yu Xian and Nora stood under an arch bridge, observing the people around them. Under this arch bridge was a platform that wasn't particularly large, with many fishermen on the riverbank, as well as many traders disguised as fishermen. Of course, there were both legal and illegal trades. In short, it was a mixed bag. Yu Xian had already locked onto the trading target through his super sense of smell. The other party was standing not far away on the riverbank, quietly observing him and Nora. "Yu Xian, do you think he will stand us up?" Nora asked Yu Xian quietly. There were quite a few people here, and many eyes were subtly fixed on her, as if appraising a commodity, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. When people feel uneasy, they instinctively gravitate towards places where they feel safe. Unknowingly, the distance between the two had closed significantly. "Follow me." Yu Xian used countless invisible microbubbles to separate the people around them, reaching out to hold Nora's hand as they walked towards the trading target. By the riverbank, a young man was fishing. When he caught sight of Yu Xian and Nora approaching from the corner of his eye, his hand holding the fishing rod trembled slightly. Yu Xian took out 2 chairs from his storage ring, sat down, and said to the young man, "All right, let's start the trade. Who are you?" The young man looked at Yu Xian warily and asked quietly. Yu Xian did not like to pry into other people's privacy. The air around him was filled with bubbles that carried no scent molecules. However, he had just used his super sense of smell to confirm the trader, so he knew a lot about the young man in front of him. He glanced at the young man and said seriously, "Luo Bo, if you don't want to take a trip to the Public Security Bureau with me, it's best to complete the transaction properly. I can turn a blind eye to what you and your friends are doing, just like Brother Zhang. But if you want to play tricks, everyone here will have to spend the night at the Public Security Bureau. Do you understand what I mean? Behind this young man was an organization called Raven, consisting of about 50 people, led by a druid named Gao Zhinshan, who could transform into a raven and specialized in various shady deals. However, their extraordinary materials came from abroad, so the Public Security Bureau's attitude towards them was somewhat ambiguous. After all, being able to obtain extraordinary materials from abroad, regardless of legality, was beneficial for extraordinary individuals in the country. However, this organization was not honest. They sometimes resorted to deception, selling inferior goods as superior, and even played tricks. Their reputation among extraordinary individuals was not good. This time, they actually intended to swindle Nora out of some money, but since Yu Xian had come along, he naturally wouldn't let them succeed. After hearing Yu Xian's words, Luo Bo was slightly startled and then realized he had encountered someone from the authorities. He put away his fishing line and stood up, saying, "Gentlemen, this is not the place for a transaction. Please follow me." In fact, he had a large number of repaired, seemingly brand new, half-damaged equipment in his storage ring. If Yu Xian hadn't come along, he would have used this equipment to swindle Nora. But now, it was clearly not going to work. The two stood up, tidied their chairs, and immediately followed Luo Bo out of the arch bridge. They wove through the densely populated residential area in the east of the city, gradually arriving at a house on the edge of the eastern part of the city. Luo Bo knocked on the door, and after exchanging a secret signal, the door was opened by two 10-year-old kids. "Please come in." Luo Bo stepped aside and said to Yu Xian and Nora. Nora looked at the dimly lit interior with some concern and glanced at Yu Xian, who smiled gently at her before taking her hand and walking into the house together. Inside the room were numerous swords and knives, as well as various firearms, armor, and shields. A long-haired young man sat behind the counter. Upon seeing Yu Xian and Nora, he smiled and said, "Welcome, what can I do for you two?" Yu Xian looked at Nora, and under his encouraging gaze, she spoke up, "Hello, I'm the one who was looking to purchase armor online. Do you really have high-level extraordinary armor here?" "Oh, hello, Miss Rex." The young man looked at Nora and stood up with a smile. He then stepped out from behind the counter, walked to a nearby shelf, and took out a box. Returning to the counter, he opened the box to reveal a silver ring inside. He introduced, "This is a wolf-level upper-tier armor, the Thorn Iron Wall Ring. Wearing it provides you with physical defense equivalent to an eagle-level body refiner, and it also has a special ability, Thorn Reflection. After activating this ability, any energy attack not exceeding wolf-level upper tier can rebound 10% back to the opponent." "How much is it?" Nora asked eagerly after hearing this. The young man glanced at Yu Xian and smiled. "It will be 10 million. "That's so cheap," Nora exclaimed in surprise. However, she wasn't foolish and quickly realized, turning to look at Yu Xian. She knew the shopkeeper would sell the ring to her at such a low price because of Yu Xian. In fact, on the way over, Luo Bo had secretly signaled to the person on the roadside who was keeping watch, and by the time they arrived, the young man had already investigated Yu Xian's affiliation with the Public Security Bureau. "Go ahead and buy it," Yu Xian said with a slight smile as Nora looked at him. Nora leaned closer to Yu Xian and whispered, "Is it really okay? Will it have any negative impact on you?" "Don't worry, I will be purchasing some extraordinary materials from him later. That ring of yours is at most just a bonus," Yu Xian reassured her with a smile. Nora saw that Yu Xian didn't seem to be forcing himself, so she stepped forward to negotiate. "Auntie, are you sure you can make extraordinary equipment?" After Nora left, Yu Xian continued to talk with Jinhua Changjing. He had actually wanted to buy armor, but once he entered, he noticed that there were quite a few extraordinary materials on the shelves. He immediately thought of one thing: since Jinhua Changjing possessed all the memories of Jinhua Wuchang, could she make equipment? The answer was undoubtedly yes. After all, Jinhua Wuchang was the kind of extraordinary genius who could grasp anything at a glance and excel at it with just a bit of learning, especially in alchemy, as it was necessary to use it when cultivating the Yin Yang no Two Tribulation Sea Sutra to condense the Dao fruit. Jinhua Wuchang was also the top alchemist in all realms. The most important thing in alchemy is knowledge. Coincidentally, Jinhua Changjing possessed this knowledge, so she truly had the ability to create extraordinary equipment. Making equipment isn't difficult. The real challenge is gathering enough materials. The materials here are generally of low grade, and even if used to make equipment, at most, they can only produce dragon-level equipment, Jinhua Changjing said to Yu Xian with certainty. She mentioned dragon level mainly for Yu Xian's understanding. In fact, the so-called dragon-level equipment is the most basic heaven-level equipment in other worlds. "Then can I trouble you to help me make some armor?" Yu Xian immediately asked. Jinhua Qingjing agreed, if it's just armor, I can. What about weapons? Yu Xian immediately caught her underlying meaning and couldn't help but ask. Jinhua Qingjing replied, I will not create anything that kills, and the armor I make can only be used for defense, it will never harm anyone. Alright, then I'll trouble you, auntie. Yu Xian nodded helplessly. Although it was a bit of a pity that weapons couldn't be made, being able to create dragon-level extraordinary armor was still good. This way, he could craft a few pieces of armor for Suzhua, and even if he wasn't by her side, he would feel more at ease. Additionally, if there were enough materials, he also wanted to make armor for Nora, as dragon-level armor is hard to find for purchase, especially without connections, and it's very easy to get scammed. After Nora finished her transaction, Yu Xian stepped forward to buy extraordinary materials from the young man. Originally, the young man wanted to give Yu Xian a discount to build a good relationship, but when Yu Xian kept taking various extraordinary materials and putting them into a spatial bubble, the young man fell silent. He began to worry that Yu Xian was the kind of black cop from movies, here to sweep everything away without any intention of paying. According to the information he had, Yu Xian had a good relationship with Zhang Kai, and they had often acted together recently. Although Zhang Kai wasn't considered a big shot in Yu Xian's eyes, he actually had a significant deterrent effect among the extraordinary people in Silver City. The Raven himself was not clean and couldn't provoke the Public Security Bureau, as the true giant was behind the Public Security Bureau. After 10 minutes, Yu Xian put the last material into the bubble and asked, how much in total? Can I pay in gold? Gold? Yes, we accept. The young man had been in despair, but upon hearing Yu Xian's words, he immediately nodded repeatedly. Gold is hard currency, more valuable than paper money, especially in cross-border transactions. Gold has far more purchasing power than paper money, and there are also alchemists within the Raven who consume gold, so they would never complain about having too much gold. Yu Xian took out 3 pieces of gold the size of teapots and asked, is this enough? It's enough, absolutely enough. The young man had bought plenty of gold before and could tell at a glance that there was only more and not less, nodding happily. He understood that the extra part was actually the money Yu Xian was supplementing for Nora's purchase of the ring. He had no intention of accepting the discount, and compared to the total price of the materials Yu Xian bought, Nora's ring could indeed only be considered a gift. After the transaction was completed, Yu Xian and Nora left under the young man's courteous send-off. After the two came out, they slowly made their way towards Yu Xian's house. Although the transaction went smoothly, it was still an exhilarating adventure for Nora. She felt a bit reluctant to part ways so soon, so she looked at Yu Xian with a conflicted expression, just as Yu Xian also didn't want to go home so quickly. They exchanged a glance, understanding each other, and simultaneously said, shall we have dinner together? Then they couldn't help but laugh. In the East City, at the Big Mouth Barbecue restaurant, after ordering, both of them took out their phones to inform their families not to prepare dinner for them. Nora had a good relationship with the new guardian, who was very skilled at making blood feasts, so Nora was now having dinner with him. If they weren't going back for dinner, they indeed needed to inform the other party. Yu Xian contacted Suzhua, who happened to be busy at the company. Previously, the Namo tribe had done a lot of things in her name, and now everything needed to be set right. She would probably have to stay overnight at the company tonight. After finishing their calls, they placed their phones on the table. Nora suddenly remembered the last time she came to this restaurant with Yu Xian and curiously asked, Yu Xian, what happened to that classmate who awakened the werewolf bloodline? You mean Li Chang? He was sent to the war police training school by Brother Zhang for training. He should be back in a while, Yu Xian replied with a smile. Nora took a sip of blood tea and said enviously, actually, I wanted to be a war police officer when I was a child, to maintain order in Ice City. I thought war police were really cool back then. Not cool anymore? Yu Xian asked. Nora shook her head, then looked at Yu Xian, blushing as she said, now I think joining Qilin is cooler. Unfortunately, due to her identity, she was destined not to join Qilin. I also think joining Qilin is the best choice in this lifetime. Yu Xian thought of the people he knew in Qilin and couldn't help but smile. He noticed Nora's disappointment and comforted her. Nora, if one day I become the captain, would you be willing to join my team? The captain of Qilin had a high level of authority. As long as they had Chinese nationality and no criminal record, they could recruit members into their team. After all, the total number of a team was limited. If the captain had poor judgment and recruited useless members, it would drag down the entire team, affecting their year-end assessment, and they could even face the risk of disbandment if they failed the assessment for 3 consecutive years. But my dad is Marcus, Nora said. Yu Xian smiled, I believe in you, not your dad. What if the ancestor intervenes? Nora worried. During this time, there had been a voice from the Blood Clan urging her to return to the Roman headquarters to undergo the initial embrace for those who passed the test, to see if they could create new Blood Clan members who were not afraid of the sun. However, since her father was Marcus, as long as Marcus didn't agree or the ancestor didn't speak up, the other blood clan members couldn't force her to go back. The ancestor? Once you join my team, I believe he will definitely agree, Yu Xian said with a relaxed smile. The ancestor of the blood clan was only a tiger level, although definitely an extraordinary tiger level, but with Yu Xian's current strength, he really didn't consider it a threat. Unfortunately, his divine power had already been exhausted, otherwise, he could have easily killed the ancestor with a single divine fire. Moreover, he hadn't become a captain yet. He would need to join Qilin for at least a year before he could be promoted. By that time, he couldn't even imagine how strong he would be, let alone the ancestor of the blood clan. He would have confidence in dealing with the entire blood clan. However, Nora felt that Yu Xian was just painting a grand picture. Although she was surprised by Yu Xian's strength during the practical class when he sparred with Wang Xinghua, she thought that Yu Xian had only been a vampire for less than a year, while the ancestor of the blood clan had been sucking blood for 500 years. It was obvious who was stronger. However, she did not expose him. Instead, she propped her chin on her hand and looked at Yu Xian, smiling as she followed his words. It would be great to join the Qilin. In fact, she had many dreams: to travel, to taste different cuisines, to be with Yu Xian. Joining the Qilin was merely an excuse to be with Yu Xian, just as Yu Xian wanted to go to university. At that moment, the dishes were served. After they finished their meal, they leisurely returned home together. After dropping Nora off at her house, Yu Xian teleported back to his own home. He first took a shower, then took out a storage ring. Looking at Jinhua Changjing, who was sitting on the living room sofa, he said, "Auntie, these are the materials, thank you. What kind of armor do you need?" Jinhua Changjing asked as she took the storage ring. Yu Xian thought for a moment and replied, "Rings, bracelets, necklaces, and earrings will do." Then he curiously watched Jinhua Changjing, wanting to see how she crafted the equipment. To his surprise, Jinhua Changjing gently shook the storage ring he had given her and then handed it back. "All done?" Yu Xian asked, wide-eyed and confused. This was far from the process he had imagined for crafting extraordinary equipment. Just shaking the storage ring without even taking anything out? Jinhua Changjing said lightly, "It's just some toys." Toys. Yu Xian took the ring back, feeling powerless to complain. If dragon-level equipment was just a toy, then the dragon shield and dream butterfly he had were probably just trash in Jinhua Changjing's eyes. He wore the ring and immediately sensed 5 plain-looking rings in the storage space, along with 2 unadorned bracelets, 2 necklaces, and 2 pairs of earrings. Instantly, a ring appeared in his hand, and he used identification on it. Energy Guardian Ring Level, Dragon Ability, forms an invisible energy membrane on the surface of the body when worn, capable of resisting all types of attacks below dragon level until the energy is exhausted. Energy value 1000000/1000000 recovery speed, can naturally recover 10 energy points per day. Summary: a small gadget casually made by that adult. After reading the attributes, Yu Xian felt very complicated. He curiously asked, "Auntie, how many times can the ring's energy resist a full force attack from a dragon-level expert?" 1 point of energy can resist 1 attack, Jinhua Changjing replied. Yu Xian quickly counted the zeros in the energy value, then widened his eyes in disbelief. "So, as long as I wear this ring, a dragon-level expert would have to attack 1,000,000 times to break through the defense? As long as it doesn't exceed dragon level," Jinhua Changjing emphasized. He quickly looked at the remaining rings and found that they were all Energy Guardian rings. If he wore all 5, a dragon-level expert would have to attack 5,000,000 times to break through the defense. Moreover, these 5,000,000 attacks would have to be from a dragon-level expert at full strength. If they didn't meet the standard, not even a bit of energy would be consumed. Thinking of this, Yu Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at the Energy Guardian rings in the storage ring and instantly figured out how to distribute them. 1 for Suzhua, 1 for himself, 1 for Nora, 1 for Zhang Shou, and 1 for Yulai. Regarding the Namo tribe incident, if it weren't for Minister Yulai's unwavering trust in him and his ability to withstand the immense pressure from various forces, he might have already become a wanted criminal. After deciding how to distribute the rings, he turned his attention to the 2 bracelets and took one out to identify it immediately. The miracle triggered by the 3 sun gods appeared on the panel instantly. Dongjuan bracelet level, dragon ability. After wearing, it forms an energy cloud garment to protect the host when attacked, and can consume 1 point of energy daily to slowly stimulate the wearer with Dongjun bloodline, awakening their bloodline abilities. Energy value 1000000/1000000 recovery speed, can naturally recover 10 energy points daily. Summary: a small gadget casually made by that adult. After reading the attributes, Yu Xian's head popped up a question mark. He immediately took out another bracelet and used the identification technique again. Shiha bracelet level, dragon ability. After wearing, it forms an energy solar ring to protect the host when attacked, and can consume 1 point of energy daily to slowly stimulate the wearer with Shiha bloodline, awakening their bloodline abilities. Energy value 1000000/1000000. Recovery speed, can naturally recover 10 energy points daily. Summary, a small gadget casually made by that adult. His super brain was not for show. He instantly guessed that these 2 bracelets should belong to Suzhuo and Nora, meaning both Suzhuo and Nora still had latent bloodlines that had not been activated. Auntie, is the Dongjun bracelet for you or for Nora? Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked directly. Jinhua Changjing replied, the Dongjun bracelet is made for your aunt. She has the latent Dongjun bloodline within her. After wearing the bracelet, she will awaken her bloodline power in a year. For a strong person like her, there are no secrets in this world. It can even be said that she is in a limited state of omniscience regarding everything in this world. Then do I also have the latent Dongjun bloodline in me? Yu Xian looked at her and immediately followed up with a question. His mother is Suzhua's biological sister. Logically, if Suzhua has the Dongjun bloodline, he cannot be without it. Originally yes, but now no. Jinhua Changjing answered. Yu Xian reacted quickly and then speculated, is it related to me being a vampire? Your innate ability, Light Eater, is actually a mutated vampire lineage that absorbs the bloodlines of the Flame Emperor, Dongjun, and Shiha, resulting in a rare positive mutation. The probability of this is extremely low, making it precious. Jinhua Changjing nodded. In fact, most people in the country have latent bloodlines. It is not a rare thing. What is truly rare is that the Flame Emperor bloodline within Yu Xian has the authority of fire and the sun. The Dongjun bloodline also possesses the authority of the sun god, and the Shiha bloodline in Nora's blood is likewise the authority of the sun god. The combination of the 3 sun gods ultimately miraculously gave rise to the talent of the Light Eater. In fact, Nora's Daywalker talent also stems from her mother having the latent Shiha bloodline, and she is an extremely rare fetal vampire, which led to her mutation. Moreover, her mutated lineage further caused Yu Xian to mutate, still a rare positive mutation. Undoubtedly, no ability can be born without reason. It's just that most people lack the ability to explore and understand the truth. If Yu Xian had not encountered Jinhua Changjing, it would likely take a very long time for him to know where his abilities truly came from. Auntie, is our family's familial ALS related to the Flame Emperor bloodline? Yu Xian linked the Flame Emperor bloodline to his father and his illness, unable to help but ask. Since the Dongjun bloodline came from his mother, the Flame Emperor bloodline must have come from his father. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his father's illness and his own might be related to the bloodline. However, Jinhua Changjing replied, the two are not related. Your illness is simply familial amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and has nothing to do with the extraordinary bloodline. Yu Xian was immediately speechless. Well, it seemed he had overthought it. He then silently examined the necklace and earrings, but they had no special functions, only further enhancing the wearer's defensive capabilities. With this set of equipment, as long as no dragon-level monsters appeared on Earth, it could be said to be very, very safe. When there are good things, one should naturally hurry to give them to the two, lest the night be long and dreams many. What if something happened just because he delayed for a moment? If something were to happen, he would definitely regret it to death, never able to forgive himself. Therefore, after thanking Jinhua Changjing, he immediately teleported to the front of the ancient life technology gate and took out his phone to contact Suzhua. Then he thought of something and made a trip to Zhuchang, packed a bowl of noodles, and returned to Tianjing City. When he came back, Suzhua happened to be coming down. She then took him back to the company and into her office. After both sat down, Yu Xian placed the packed noodles in front of Suzhua and smiled. Auntie, you must not have eaten yet. Try this, it's Zhuchang's specialty old chicken soup bamboo fragrance noodles. Xiao Xian, what about you? Have you eaten? Suzhua, before being controlled by the Namo tribe, had also been alone in Tianjing City for quite a while. This kind of concern from a relative made her both touched and happy. She smiled while opening the takeout box and asked. Yu Xian had his hands behind his back, quietly taking out the ring, bracelet, necklace, and earrings, while answering, I ate at the Zue barbecue restaurant. The skewers there are quite good. Next time, Auntie should come along to try. Okay, once I'm done with my work, I must take a good break, and then we can go together. Suzhua nodded. Then Yu Xian stood up, smiling mysteriously. Auntie, give me your right hand. What for? Suzhua put down her chopsticks and curiously extended her hand. Yu Xian smiled as he put the Dongjun bracelet on Suzhua's wrist, then took out the ring and placed it on her ring finger. In the customs of Yin City, a woman's left-hand ring finger represents being married, while the right-hand ring finger is for warding off evil. He hoped his aunt would never encounter danger again, so he placed the ring on her ring finger. Under Suzhua's surprised gaze, he flashed behind her and carefully put the necklace on her, then took off the earrings she originally wore and replaced them with the new ones. This is a set of extraordinary equipment that can resist attacks below dragon level. As long as the attack does not exceed dragon level, it would take at least 5 million hits to harm the wearer. Auntie, do you like it? Yu Xian flashed back to his seat and smiled at the moved Suzhua. Suzhua initially thought it was just an ordinary jewelry gift, but after hearing Yu Xian's introduction, she realized how precious these accessories were. She quickly wanted to take them off and said, "No, this is too precious. You work at Qilin. It's more dangerous than I am. These things should be worn by you." "Auntie, no, look, I have my own." Yu Xian quickly stopped her and revealed the dragon shield. In an instant, a massive red dragon made of countless scales circled around Yu Xian. Upon seeing the dragon, Suzhua immediately felt a tremor from her soul. At that moment, she truly realized that Yu Xian had grown up. His abilities far exceeded her imagination. He was no longer the little kid who needed her care, but had grown into a towering tree that could shield his family from the wind and rain. "Alright, Auntie, I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now." Yu Xian, fearing Suzhua would continue to refuse, disappeared in the next moment before she could react. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside Nora's house and sent her a message on his phone, asking her to come out to meet him. 3 minutes later, the door opened. Nora walked out wearing a white sleeveless dress. The saying goes that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but what if the beholder is already a beauty? In the eyes of a lover, she might as well be a fairy. Under the bright moonlight, Nora's fair skin radiated a hazy glow, with the veins beneath her skin clearly visible. Her originally golden hair appeared somewhat silver under the moonlight. Yu Xian had never seen this side of Nora, as if he were witnessing a fairy descending from the moon palace, his mind completely blank. Nora, noticing Yu Xian gazing at her in a daze, shyly lowered her head. This moment of bashfulness held Yu Xian captive for a full minute, and then, feeling Yu Xian's gaze again, Nora blushed once more, which in turn captivated Yu Xian for another minute. After a while, the door quietly opened a crack. A woman in a suit peeked in, disrupting the enchanting atmosphere. Yu Xian withdrew his gaze, and Nora quickly stepped forward, whispering, "Did you come to find me? Is there something you need? Do you want to go to Ice City?" Yu Xian looked at Nora, who was so close, and an inexplicable impulse surged within him, prompting him to ask softly. 1 minute later, Yu Xian and Nora stood on the streets of Ice City. In the center of Ice City stood a massive frozen tree, transformed from a man who had eaten the forbidden fruit 600 years ago, which caused Ice City to be perpetually frozen. Any non-living being entering the frozen tree's domain would be swiftly encased in ice. Outside the city walls, there were numerous frozen beasts. The people of Ice City never lacked for meat, as they could simply go outside the city to gather it. At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew, causing both Yu Xian and Nora to shiver, and then they couldn't help but laugh. "We really came back. I thought you were joking," Nora said, wrapping her arms around herself for warmth, her surprise and joy evident. She had once had beautiful memories in Ice City, back when her parents were still together, and she had always believed that her family could remain this happy forever. "Give me your hand," Yu Xian said at that moment. Nora shyly looked at him and extended her hand, her face suddenly turning bright red. "This is an energy protection ring. It can withstand any attack below dragon level. Even a full-force attack from a dragon would require 1,000,000 hits to break its energy membrane," Yu Xian explained as he placed the ring on Nora's left hand's ring finger. He then looked up to see Nora blushing, and with a smile, he took out a bracelet for her to wear, followed by a necklace. Since Nora didn't have pierced ears, he had to place the earrings in her palm. As he adorned Nora with these protective gear, he explained their functions one by one. Once Nora was less shy and her intelligence regained its footing, she immediately realized how precious these items were. She wanted to take them off and return them to Yu Xian, but he had already run off with a smile, leaving her no choice but to chase after him in frustration. The two chased each other for a while, moving from the residential area to the commercial district. Due to Ice City's unique environment, the cold city was surprisingly lively at night, with ordinary people out and about. Numerous shops bustled with activity, and as Yu Xian suddenly turned around while standing on the street, Nora, who was chasing him, unexpectedly bumped into his arms. In that moment, both felt an indescribable flutter in their hearts. After a while, Nora quietly said, "The things are too precious, I can't accept them. If you don't take them, I won't let go," Yu Xian said gently, holding her close, eyes closed, smiling. Nora made no effort to resist but softly protested, "Let go, so many people are watching." "Then let's go somewhere quiet," Yu Xian said, unable to suppress his smile. Then, a red light enveloped their bodies, and in an instant, they appeared at the top of the signal tower in Ice City, where there was only a basketball-sized circular platform, just enough for the two of them to stand together in an embrace. Because they were wearing rings, the cold wind high above had no effect on the two of them, and they just sat there quietly. Below the signal tower, the lights flickered dreamily, and the pedestrians on the ground had become smaller than ants. A few patrolling officers noticed the two on the signal tower, but after taking a glance through their binoculars, they didn't pay much attention. "It's almost 8:30, Nora suddenly said softly. Yuxian, with his eyes closed, smiled and said, "You can spend the night at your mom's house tonight, and I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning." He knew that 8:30 was the time Nora's mother got off work, and Nora must want to surprise her mother. "Then I need to tell Kai-Ying, so she won't worry," Nora immediately replied. At that moment, Yuxian sensed something with his super sense of smell. He looked towards the dark wilderness outside Ice City and asked, "Do you want to test the effectiveness of the armor? How do we test it?" Nora asked. Yuxian smiled and said, "A fat bear that's been stealing food, quite an interesting fellow." As he spoke, he covered the two of them with red light, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared outside the city, surrounded by frozen creatures. Not far away, a 5-meter-tall black bear was gnawing on a giant moose that had been frozen and was now thawed. When the black bear sensed someone behind it, it immediately turned around and let out a deafening roar at Yuxian and Nora. "This is a stealing Kasaya bear spirit," Nora exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the Kasaya pattern on the bear's shoulder. Yuxian nodded with a smile. "Yes, a tiger-level stealing Kasaya bear. Go ahead, you've been enhanced." "Wait, don't do anything, I surrender." The black bear, which had been putting on a show, saw that the two were completely unafraid and even that the man was letting the woman go first, quickly lay down on the ground and said in a deep voice. Yuxian pretended to be surprised and looked at the black bear. "You can talk?" "Of course I can. My great-great-great-grandfather was human, named Xiong. He just got lost in the Black Wind Sutra and turned into a black bear spirit in the wilderness, and he even had descendants with my great-great-great-grandmother. Now my descendants are endless, and here I am. Speaking of which, I still have 1/10 human blood, and I gave myself a human name, Xiongdi. Once I get rich, I can eat whatever I want, drink a bowl of honey like it's nothing. Just that extravagant," the black bear said, nodding repeatedly and then becoming quite talkative. Nora couldn't help but retort, "You talk a lot." "This isn't talking a lot, this is being sociable. Don't you think I'm very approachable?" Xiongdi replied, looking displeased. Nora couldn't see how Xiongdi was approachable at all. She took a small step back and quietly asked Yuxian, "Yuxian, he can talk, what should we do?" "Xiongdi, we actually don't mean anything else. We just want to test the defensive power of the armor this time. How about you and Nora spar a bit, just to a point?" Yuxian gave Nora a reassuring look and then communicated with Xiongdi. In fact, he had already known Xiongda's background when he sensed him with his super sense of smell. Xiongda could enter the range of the freezing tree without being frozen because he had 1/10 human blood, otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to approach Ice City, as his body would be immediately frozen. The freezing tree in the center of Ice City had grown to the point where it could freeze dragon-level beings over the past 600 years, and Xiongda definitely couldn't withstand that. Hearing this, Xiongda glanced at Nora and hesitated. "Just sparring, no life-threatening moves?" "Just sparring," Yuxian nodded. Xiongda knew that his life was actually in the hands of the other party. After all, he was a black bear spirit, a beast with no rights in Huaxia. If Yuxian and the others really wanted to kill him, they could do so without bearing any legal responsibility. The situation was stronger than the person. He sighed and agreed. "Alright, but it's settled, no killing moves. Go ahead, it's a good opportunity to accumulate some practical experience." Yuxian was not surprised by Xiongda's agreement, and after receiving the response, he encouraged Nora. Nora nodded, took out her pistol from her storage ring, and slowly walked forward. Xiongda looked at Yuxian and asked, "Can we start? Let's begin." Yuxian nodded. In the next moment, Xiongda's eyes widened, and he suddenly became furious, roaring loudly at Nora, raising his bare paw to sweep and create a black wind that swept towards her. In an instant, ice shards flew around, and visibility dropped drastically. Although Nora was mentally prepared, she ultimately suffered from her lack of experience. She had never encountered such a situation before and could only search for Xiongda's trace. The ice shards and black wind hit her, but all were blocked by the aura emitted from her bracelet. Without the protective gear provided by Yuxian, her own purchased gear would have been instantly rendered useless by the black wind, and she herself would have been reduced to nothing in the storm. "I see it." Nora suddenly noticed a shadow hidden in the wind and immediately shot at the black wind, but all the bullets missed. "Where is the bear?" She frowned, looking left and right, her eyes revealing confusion. At that moment, Xiongdi appeared behind Nora, glancing at Yuxian first. Seeing that Yuxian had no objections, he struck hard on Nora's back with a paw. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Xiongdi immediately let out a pained cry, quickly retreating while covering his paw. At the start of the spar, Nora had already activated the skill, Thorn Reflection, attached to the thorn iron wall ring she had purchased earlier. Although the true self-constant purity's armor had no damaging effects, this ring did. Moreover, the ring produced a set effect with the true self constant purity's armor. The thorn reflection, which could originally only reflect energy damage below eagle level, astonishingly reflected 100% of the damage, even for dragon level damage. Thank you, Auntie. Yu Xian was very clear that this was definitely not a coincidence or an accident, and he immediately said to the true self constant purity beside him. At that time, during the transaction at that shop, true self constant purity was also present. She couldn't possibly be unaware of the thorn iron wall ring's effects, nor could she have not considered the current situation. However, true self constant purity calmly replied, "It's not my business, I just provided the armor." "Right, Auntie, you only provided the armor. The reflected damage is all thanks to that thorn iron wall ring. It's really too wicked." Yu Xian suppressed a laugh and nodded in agreement. True self constant purity smiled without speaking, clearly not a true wooden person. The spar between Nora and Xiongde continued. Although Xiongde was injured, he was ultimately a wild child raised in the wilderness. Being hurt did not frighten him but instead ignited the wildness within him. After creating some distance, he grabbed a wild boar frozen in ice and hurled it fiercely at Nora. This time, Nora reacted quickly, firing 5 shots at the airborne wild boar, which exploded on impact, scattering into numerous fragments. Such power! Xiongde was frightened by this scene and quickly hid behind a large elephant. Although he had the talents of being impervious to blades and having a tough body, he still needed to be cautious in the face of explosive bullets. In fact, Zhang Wuliang was a good example. No matter how strong the defense, he was still killed by Yu Xian using bombs. After all, body-refining extraordinary beings are just flesh and blood, only with stronger defenses. Next, Nora aimed at the frozen elephant and fired continuously, the sound of explosions ringing out. In the blink of an eye, the elephant was blown in half, and Xiongde seized the opportunity to push one half of the elephant's corpse forward. Because the ground was frozen, this half of the elephant's body slid quickly towards Nora like a curling stone. Nora took out a new magazine, running while changing it, but Xiongde's strength was immense, causing the half-eaten elephant carcass he pushed to slide quickly. Although Nora tried her best to avoid it, she was still tripped by one of the elephant's legs and fell to the ground. With one hand gripping her gun and the other bracing against the ice, she pushed herself up quickly, but at that moment, a tusk flew towards her, forcing her to shield herself with both hands. Boom! The tusk struck her, erupting with a loud bang, and a cloud of tusk powder flew everywhere. A few hundred meters away, Xiongde stopped, swallowed a wild chicken in one bite, and observed Nora's situation amidst the powder. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out from the powder, bullets piercing through the dust and shooting out rapidly. At the same time, the gunfire triggered a dust explosion, flames completely engulfing Nora, with a large amount of steam continuously billowing out and then turning into icy mist. So, Tiger! Xiongde was shocked by the scene just as he dodged the bullets. But the next second, Nora burst out from the flames, shooting at him in quick succession, forcing Xiongde to flee. Nora kept firing, but Xiongde, despite his bulk, moved quickly enough to dodge her bullets. Technique, think more. At that moment, Nora recalled teacher Wang Xingnua's words. She had been too rough with her weapon, which was why her practical score was so low. If she wanted a high score, she had to learn to think, use techniques, and ideally observe her surroundings to maximize her advantages. Now that the black wind had stopped, there were many animals frozen around, mostly wild boars, monkeys, wild dogs, cats, deer, cows, and so on. The ice surface was very smooth, reflecting the stars in the sky. It was precisely because of the numerous obstacles and Xiongda's fast running speed that she found it difficult to aim at him. Nora shot at the ground in the distance, and the explosion instantly created a large pit, which she then observed being covered by ice blocks as the cold wind blew over it. No wonder the ice surface here was so smooth, it automatically repaired itself. She took out a type of red-tipped bullet from her storage ring and began shooting continuously around her. This type of bullet wouldn't explode but would burn continuously, quickly forming a huge burning circle around Xiongde. She intended to use the ice's instant freezing property to create a trap to control Xiongde. Xiongde, with his rich combat experience, immediately saw through Nora's intentions. He quickly spread his bare paws and waved, causing the black wind to form again, extinguishing the surrounding flames. Good idea, but too easy to see through. Taking advantage of Nora's obstructed vision from the black wind, Xiongde swiftly threw the surrounding animals at her. In an instant, Nora was struck by various animals, with a large elephant pressing down on her from above. Although she had protective gear, she was pinned down and unable to move. In the end, only her head remained visible, making her look like the Monkey King trapped under the 5-Finger Mountain. Ha ha ha, I win. Seongdae laughed triumphantly as he watched Nora struggle helplessly. However, at that moment, Nora suddenly pulled the trigger, and explosions rang out continuously. She had enough protective gear to be immune to the damage from the explosions, but the frozen animals shattered into countless pieces and scattered. Seongdae realized something was wrong and, just as he wanted to run, was hit by 8 bullets from behind, causing him to howl in pain. Alright, let's call it a day. Yuxian, seeing that both had used up their tricks, called out with a smile to stop them. Hearing Yuxian's voice was like music to Seongdae's ears, he breathed a deep sigh of relief and simply lay down on the ground, playing dead. Nora got up from the ice, brushed off the ice shards from her body, and silently summarized the experience from this sparring session. Are you interested in a job? It includes food and accommodation, and you can obtain human status. Yuxian walked up to Seongdae and asked the squatting Seongdae, can I really get an ID card? Seongdae widened his eyes and asked, really? Absolutely, but if you break the law. Yuxian said seriously. Seongdae quickly got up, not waiting for Yuxian to finish, and replied, I, Seongdae, will definitely abide by the law. If I break the law, you can twist my head off. Alright, it's a deal. Yuxian laughed. Seongdae sat down on the ice, then showed a shrewd expression and asked, so, should I call you boss, or big brother, or sir? And what about my benefits? Do I get the 5 insurances in one fund? 5 insurances in one fund? What is this, ancient knowledge? Now it's 10 insurances and 2 funds, Yuxian retorted. Then Yuxian thought for a moment and said, from now on, just call me the owner. As for your benefits, your monthly salary is 5 million. If there's a battle, after it's over, depending on your performance, there will be a bonus of around 10 to 50 million. This is the market price for a tiger level, is that okay? When he used to visit his father's factory, the employees called him young master, so he had an indescribable feeling towards the title of owner. That was probably his lost youth. No, I will absolutely obey the owner's arrangements. Seongdae nodded happily after learning about his benefits. Yuxian nodded and said, come on, let's take a picture first. Stand straight, put on a smile, but don't show your teeth. Saying this, he took out his phone to take a picture of Seongdae, then sent Seongdae's information to Chilin. With his guarantee, Seongdae could indeed obtain human status. In fact, he was willing to vouch for Seongdae because he knew Seongdae was inherently kind. Except for sometimes scaring extraordinary beings, most of the time, he practiced alone in the deep mountains. It was only during this period that a dragon-level beast came to the mountain where he lived, forcing him to seek a living near Ice City. But he had never harmed anyone. Instead, he had secretly saved several humans who almost fell into danger. Yuxian felt that letting him roam in the wild would probably lead to tragedy sooner or later, and one day he might be forced to the opposing side of humanity and then suppressed by Chilin. Now that they had met, Yuxian, with the thought of helping if he could, initiated this contact. Owner, I discovered a secret. I don't know if you're interested? After taking the picture, Seongdae lowered his head like a dog and whispered to Yuxian. Yuxian glanced at Nora and smiled at Seongdae. Go ahead, I'm listening. Owner, your girlfriend Nora, she's not human but a vampire. My nose is very sensitive, I won't be wrong, Seongdae said cautiously, glancing at Nora, who was still seriously reviewing their earlier sparring, then whispered to Yuxian. What about me? Yuxian looked at Seongdae with a half-smile and asked, Owner? Seongdae looked at Yuxian in confusion, sniffed hard, and then shook his head. No other scent, the owner is definitely human. In fact, he was quite cunning. Before answering, he had quietly listened to Yuxian's heartbeat. Yuxian smiled without speaking after hearing this. When Nora finished reviewing, he approached her and said, Shall I take you to your mother now? Yes, I need to think about what weapons and equipment I should buy to perform better. Nora nodded and then looked at Seongdae, smiling. Goodbye, Seongdae. Let's spar again when we have the chance. Can I refuse? Seongdae completely didn't want to fight. Winning had no benefits, losing had no face. He didn't want to accompany Nora in sparring. If you win, I'll give you a bottle of top-grade royal jelly, Nora tempted. Seongdae's eyes lit up, drooling. Top-grade royal jelly? What a good thing. What's it taste like? In Rongqing, there is a master bug tamer of the tiger level, and his strongest insect pet is a tiger level queen bee. Every year, he sells a portion of top-quality royal jelly, and it is said that those who have tasted it find it unforgettable, believing it to be the best honey. Nora said with a smile. Seongdae had to admit that he was tempted. He swallowed hard and bargained. No way, even if I lose, I must have a bottle of top-quality royal jelly, otherwise, I won't do it. Then it's settled. If you win, I'll give you 3 bottles. If we tie, 2 bottles. If you lose, 1 bottle. Nora said. In fact, she had thought of it this way from the beginning, but she knew Seongdae would definitely bargain, so she deliberately said she would only give 1 bottle to give him some room to negotiate. Seongdae grinned widely and said, It's a deal, you can't go back on your word. Alright, I'll take Nora back. You wait for me here and don't wander off, Yu Xian said to Xiongde, then instantly teleported back to Ice City with Nora. Just like that, they left? Aren't they afraid I'll change my mind and run away? Xiongde was momentarily stunned as the two left so abruptly, then he looked around suspiciously, wondering if they were hiding to test him, but after a while, he found no one was watching. A gust of night wind blew, and he sat down on the ground, looking at the brightly lit Ice City in the distance, his two dark eyes gradually shimmering with tears as he muttered to himself, Mom, it seems I've also met good people. His mother was a giant brown bear beast. After being saved by humans when he was young, she had always cherished humanity, teaching him and his brother not to harm humans. In the end, to protect an injured human, his mother left him forever. Yu Xian dropped Nora off at her mother's doorstep. He still didn't know how to face Nora's mother, so as he watched Nora walk through the door, he returned to the outskirts of the city. In an instant, he appeared beside Xiongde, took out a chair to sit down, and handed a bottle of honey to Xiongde. Your great-great-great-grandfather, Xiongguan, was actually a very powerful person. After he became obsessed, he knew he might harm others, so he left the city at all costs. Let's raise a glass to him. He then took out a cup of honey water from his storage ring, looking at the starry sky, and smiled. Xiongde held the honey, looking at Yu Xian in surprise, and couldn't help but ask, Boss, are you the legendary immortal who never ages? Ha! Yu Xian frowned, showing a look of confusion. Xiongde said seriously, otherwise, how would you know about my great-great-great-grandfather? Being smart is good, but overthinking can lead to trouble. Just enjoy your honey. Yu Xian rolled his eyes at Xiongde and said irritably. Xiongde responded and happily opened the bottle, licking it up until it was finished. It seems you not only have human qualities but also retain a bit of beastly nature. You need to be careful, usually restrain your beastly side, and save it for when you fight, Yu Xian said seriously as he looked at Xiongde. This was actually a comment from Jinhua Changjing about Xiongde, and Yu Xian was just rephrasing it for him. Oh, I'll listen to the boss. Xiongde patted the white crescent on his chest and promised. At this moment, Yu Xian noticed that the white crescent on Xiongda's chest was emitting a white light, seemingly resonating with the moon in the sky. He had just used his super sense of smell to understand Xiongde, but that didn't mean he fully understood everything about him, so he felt a stir in his heart and decided to use identification technique on Xiongde. In an instant, Xiongda's attributes appeared before him. True name, Xiongde. Code name, Stealing Kasai Bear. Race, Human/Black Bear/Polar Bear/Brown Bear. Panda. Lesser Panda. Gender, Male. Age, 66. Birth, 6666/6666. Life, 50/50. Strength, 0.08. Luck, Auspicious Star. High Theoretical Lifespan, March 24, 364-892-2477, 12 hours 53 minutes and 12 seconds. Level, Tiger. Intermediate. General level, Earth level. Faction, Neutral. Skills, Divine ability, Black Wind, a divine ability inherited from ancestors, can create a black demonic wind that obscures the sky and sun with a wave of the hand, scraping bones and melting flesh. Divine ability, Black Heartfire, a black heartfire nurtured in the heart driven by demonic power, explodes upon contact with water. Great Bear. Black Seal, mobilizes the demonic power within to infuse into the lunar eclipse. Black Seal on the back, significantly enhancing strength. Crescent Moon. Demon Seal, automatically increases demonic power under moonlight, with a chance to double demonic power once a year. Black Bear. Pure Yang Body, a pure yang body, specifically restraining all ghosts and spirits, practicing fire attribute skills with doubled efficiency. Polar Star. Yang Body, abundant yang energy, unafraid of cold, immune to high and low temperature attacks of the same level. Bear's Brutality, strength continuously reinforced through training, doubles with each level increase, ineffective after dragon level. Impenetrable, after body refinement, the body becomes as solid as rock, impervious to blades and guns, and defense further increases with demonic power protection. Copper Skin. Iron Bones, using Black Wind for body refinement, upon reaching great success, gains copper skin and iron bones, with defense increasing alongside personal strength. Kasaya. Demon Garb, absorbs Black Wind demonic power into the body, refining it into a black Kasaya, capable of resisting 50% of damage from enemies of the same level. What kind of mixed breed is this? Yu Xian looked at Xiongda's race, his eyelids twitching slightly. It was the first time he had seen such a mixed existence. Before this, he had always thought that any creature could only belong to one race. This time, he felt like he had been cut with a small knife on the buttocks, his eyes opened wide. Especially the last one, the lesser panda. He glanced at Xiongde, who sat on the ground like a mountain, and really wanted to ask Xiongda's ancestors, are you serious? 152. The ancestor advanced. Yu Xian did not continue to ponder, he felt it would be impolite to think further. He looked at Seongdae beside him, closed the attribute panel, and asked, "Do you know you have a black bear pure yang body, which is very suitable for practicing fire attribute skills? Is there such a thing?" Seongdae's fat shook violently, surprised. The Black Wind Classic and Black Kasaya Classic he practiced were one wind attribute and one metal attribute. Anyway, they had nothing to do with fire attributes. "Bat, do you have any fire attribute demon cultivation skills over there?" Yu Xian simply dialed Bat's phone number and asked. At the Yinjing headquarters, Bat listened to Yu Xian's request on the phone and replied, "Yes, I'll send you the list, you can check it yourself." After saying that, he hung up the phone and sent all the fire attribute demon cultivation skills to Yu Xian. Seongdae reacted and quickly said, "Boss, I can get fire attribute skills myself. You don't need to waste your goodwill." "No goodwill wasted, that guy Bat's stuff is all clearly priced and fair." While Yu Xian looked at the documents sent by Bat, he said to Seongdae. So Seongdae curiously leaned in to look. Both man and bear widened their eyes, feeling a sense of enlightenment. There are actually over 300,000 skills. It turns out fire attribute demon cultivation skills are so common. Seongdae looked for a full half hour and finally couldn't help but complain. Yu Xian also didn't expect that there were so many fire attribute demon cultivation skills within the Qilin. If there were no restrictions on skills being used by demon cultivators, he could hardly imagine how many fire attribute skills there would be. Sure enough, fire attributes are a common presence everywhere. This book, Fire Cloud Swallowing the Moon, seems pretty good. If you cultivate it to perfection, the crescent on your chest will turn red, allowing you to release a large amount of fire attribute mist, sweeping everything like a wave of flames, Yu Xian recommended. Seongdae shook his head and said, "Boss, I think the crescent on my chest looks pretty good as it is. Turning it red seems a bit too feminine, doesn't it? Besides, as a bear, I prefer body cultivation techniques, preferably ones with stronger defense." Promising. Yu Xian had 1,000 words in his heart but couldn't express any of them, so he just gave Seongdae a thumbs up. It's better to be cautious. In other words, being cautious is actually being prudent. No wonder Seongdae could live for 3 billion years. In fact, Seongdae's current defense is absolutely unique among the tiger level, impervious to blades and bullets, with copper skin and iron bones, and the combination of the three means very few can break through his defenses. Don't be fooled by the fact that he just howled after being hit by Nora's explosive bullets. In reality, not even his skin was broken, it was probably like being hit by a BB gun. Although Nora didn't use more powerful explosive rounds because it was a spar, even if she had, it probably wouldn't have hurt Seongdae. "Boss, what do you think of this technique?" Seongdae scratched a long line on Yu Xian's phone screen with his paw, turning it into a colorful mess. He actually wanted to swipe the screen up, but since it was his first time using a phone, he was too heavy-handed and broke the screen. The phone produced by Qilin does have good defense, but it can't withstand Seongdae's tiger-level strength. His claws are much harder than the phone. A cold wind blew by, and the man and the bear looked at the garbled screen, both falling into a brief silence. Fortunately, Yu Xian didn't have too many things, but he definitely had spare phones, mainly because phones are too easy to damage. On Mars, he had probably destroyed at least 50 phones, so he was used to it. He sighed, took out a new Qilin phone from his storage ring, verified his identity again, and reopened the previous document, saying, "Don't touch it, I'll operate it. Just shout stop when you see the technique you want." Oh. Seongdae quickly nodded in agreement. After a moment, with the cooperation of the man and the bear, the screen stopped on a strange technique called Rocket Bear Technique. This technique has three main characteristics. First, it's hard. Second, it's fast. Third, it's tough. The technique is actually quite simple. Cultivate a nuclear-powered golden core within the body, continuously tempering and strengthening the body with the flames of the golden core. The combat method is also simple. The cultivator just needs to wrap their body in flames and charge at the enemy like a rocket. In short, this technique means that if the enemy doesn't die, I will. Isn't this a bit too risky? Yu Xian asked, surprised as he looked at Seongdae. Just a moment ago, he thought Seongdae was being timid, but now Seongdae had chosen a technique that was all about hard hitting. Seongdae shook his head and said, "The attack method of this technique is so extreme, I believe its defense will definitely not disappoint." "Alright, I hope so." Seeing that Seongdae insisted on wanting this technique, Yu Xian had no choice but to agree. After exchanging the technique, Yu Xian accompanied Seongdae to read through the entire technique. It indeed significantly strengthens the cultivator's physical body, mainly because without strengthening the body, one simply cannot withstand the pressure of the nuclear-powered golden core. Moreover, this technique relies on the body to collide with the opponent. If the hardness is insufficient, wouldn't that be like hitting a stone with an egg, seeking one's own death? After Seongdae memorized the entire technique, Yu Xian put the phone in his pocket. Suddenly, another phone rang, and when he took it out, he found it was a call from Nora. A smile appeared on his face, and after answering the call, just as he was about to say something, Nora spoke first. Yu Xian, the ancestor has broken through. The ancestor has broken through? He has reached dragon level? Yu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Nora replied, yes, now all the blood clan are celebrating. My dad has already set off for Rome. It seems something big is about to happen. The biggest problem for the blood clan in the past was the lack of dragon level powerhouses. Although the blood clan's ancestor was an extraordinary tiger level being, capable of contending with ordinary dragon levels at night, he was ultimately a flawed existence, and true powerhouses did not take him seriously. But now that the blood clan's ancestor has broken through to dragon level, everything is different. The blood clan has always been wealthy and powerful. What they lacked was top-tier combat strength. Now that the blood clan's ancestor has ascended to dragon level, this flaw has been filled, and the existing world order is likely to be shattered. Don't be fooled by the fact that the blood clan's ancestor has just recently ascended to dragon level. His extraordinary existence cannot be measured by common logic, and he may already possess strength comparable to Minister Yulai. Strength, influence, and financial resources are all abundant, so what does he lack? Yu Xian continuously comforted Nora, but Nora always felt uneasy, as if something significant was about to happen, until just before dawn when Yu Xian's other phone rang again. Xiaoyu, come back for a meeting, don't use a clone, this matter is very important for you, Xiao Cheng said immediately after Yu Xian answered the call. Yu Xian realized and asked, is it because the blood clan's ancestor has leveled up? Yes, not only has he leveled up but he has also taken over Rome and officially announced the establishment of a nation, Xiao Cheng said seriously. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but gasp. The ambition of the blood clan's ancestor had indeed begun to swell. Moreover, the blood clan's ancestor had been operating in Rome for several hundred years, and all the officials in Rome were already his people. It could be said that when he announced the establishment of a nation, Rome truly became his country. Let's go to Yinjing. It's just in time to get your ID card. Yu Xian stood up, first informing Nora, then putting away the two phones and speaking to Xiongdae. In the next moment, a bubble enveloped both the person and the bear, and the surrounding environment instantly changed. They were already at the Qilin headquarters in Yanjing. At the Qilin headquarters, in the conference room, Yulai sat in the first seat, with Xiao Cheng beside him, followed by Hua Chang, Su Habai, Chen Kaitian, and other directors. In the middle of the conference table, the younger generation, led by Gong Qian, sat in a row, with Yu Xian sitting next to Gong Qian, facing Gong Zhang and Mo Xia, with Tian Shu on his left. Currently, we have received news that the blood clan's ancestor, Edward, has officially announced the establishment of a nation. The Roman Tiger Minister has been officially renamed the Dragon Blood Ancestral Court, and in the next 10 days, a Black Sky Blood Feast will be held. All civilians with Roman Tiger Minister nationality can apply to be transformed into vampires, Xiao Cheng said seriously at this time. Hua Chang gasped and said, the Roman Tiger Minister has a population of over 500 million. If they all transform into vampires, the blood of all living beings in the world would probably be drained dry in just a few days. There's another problem. The blood clan's ancestor's ascension is too suspicious. Normally, long-lived beings level up slowly. The blood clan's ancestor is only over 500 years old. According to our internal think tank's estimates, he would need to be at least 700 years old to possibly ascend to dragon level, Chen Kaitian said with a frown. Su Habai glanced at Yu Xian and said, additionally, after Edward ascended to dragon level, he must have new innate abilities, and he is likely the only one in the blood clan with this talent. We must find a way to figure out what innate ability he has awakened. Everyone present felt overwhelmed. As long as the powerhouses of various countries maintained a level stronger than the blood clan's ancestor, the order would not be broken. In 200 years, when the blood clan's ancestor turns 700, other forces would likely have divine-level powerhouses, and even if the blood clan's ancestor ascended to dragon level, he wouldn't stir up much trouble. Who would have thought that the blood clan's ancestor would sneakily break through, catching all the countries off guard? The problem is that no one knows what ability the blood clan's ancestor has awakened, and they dare not act rashly, only able to watch helplessly as he establishes his nation. Once the nation was established, the ancestor of the blood clan was no longer just the leader of a supernatural race, but the head of a country, and many matters could no longer be made public. In fact, even if an ordinary supernatural race established a nation, it wouldn't be a big deal. The problem was that the blood clan was too wealthy and powerful. Not to mention, even within Huaxia, there were quite a few wealthy merchants who were members of the blood clan. If all these merchants brought their wealth to the Dragon Blood Ancestors Court, it would be a significant loss for Huaxia. Something's wrong, the bat suddenly died. At that moment, the door to the conference room burst open, and a researcher rushed in, drenched in sweat. The people present were taken aback, some were wondering who the bat was, while those who knew him felt extremely surprised. Although the bat was not very personable, he was indeed reliable, and most issues could be resolved by seeking him out. Yulai stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." With that, he led the way out of the conference room, and the others followed suit. When they arrived at the bat's laboratory, Yu Xian saw that the bat's body had already withered, looking as if some creature had drained his blood completely. "Has anyone been in this room?" Yulai examined the bat's corpse and then asked a nearby researcher. The researcher shook his head and said, "We generally don't want to enter the bat's laboratory. I came to deliver materials to him and only then discovered he was dead." "Then let's check the surveillance. Have the monitoring room send over the footage," Yulai said, taking out a tablet made by Qilin and speaking to Xiao Chang beside him. Xiao Chang nodded and immediately contacted the monitoring room. Moments later, the tablet began to play the surveillance footage from the laboratory. In the footage, the bat was conducting an experiment as usual, working on a corpse. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, pressed his hand against his heart, and took 2 steps back. He immediately looked up at the surveillance camera, opened his mouth to say something, and the next second, his body rapidly shriveled into a desiccated corpse, crashing heavily to the ground. He said, "Ancestor." Xiao Cheng understood lip reading and said gravely at that moment. Yulai reacted, suddenly turning to Yu Xian and saying, "Quick, activate the Qilin central barrier and protect Xiaoyu first." Clearly, the ancestor of the blood clan no longer had the same apprehension towards Huaxia and was openly targeting the vampires within Qilin. Yulai was worried that Yu Xian would be the next victim. He knew Yu Xian was strong, but some abilities were unreasonable, even attacking targets from the root. The ancestor of the blood clan was the source of vampires. If he awakened some means to attack other vampires from the source, then the other vampires would truly be defenseless. 10 minutes later, the entire Qilin headquarters was enveloped by the formation. Everyone present was fixated on Yu Xian, fearing he would turn into a desiccated corpse the next second. "Auntie, will I become a desiccated corpse?" Yu Xian, influenced by the atmosphere, asked Jinhua Changjing. Jinhua Changjing replied calmly, "You can just assess yourself to find out." "Right." Yu Xian immediately used his assessment ability on himself, and after seeing the long string of numbers, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xianyu, who are you talking to?" Gong Qian, worried about Yu Xian, was by his side. Seeing him seemingly talking to someone, she immediately asked. Yu Xian was too lazy to explain the existence of Jinhua Changjing, so he made an excuse, saying, "It's a new ability of mine, called Fantasy Auntie. She can answer all my questions, and it seems I won't be affected by the ancestor of the blood clan's new ability." After saying that, he glanced at Jinhua Changjing with a hint of guilt, but she just smiled and said nothing. "Can I ask what ability the ancestor of the blood clan has awakened?" Gong Qian immediately inquired. Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked, "Auntie, can you say?" Edward Vladstock's newly awakened ability, called True Ancestor of Blood, allows him to control all vampires that originate from him, with life and death at his command. Through this ability, he can reclaim all the blood within vampires, thereby enhancing his own power. Currently, only and those like you, who are completely mutated vampires, are outside his control. However, he can absorb the blood of your kind of special vampires to gain your abilities, and you and Nora may become his greatest targets. Furthermore, the more normal fledgling vampires there are, the more additional power True Ancestor of Blood will provide him. If he truly converts all the residents of Roma who chun into vampires, he will become the first native star-level powerhouse in this world. Jinhua Changjing replied, "Star-level powerhouse." Yu Xian gasped in shock. Among all those present, the strongest, Minister Yulai, had just reached 0.9, while the weakest star level was 100. If the blood clan ancestor really ascended to star level, he and Nora would likely have only one path to take, to hide in another world, otherwise staying on Earth would lead to certain death. He quickly relayed Jinhua Changjing's words to everyone present, and upon hearing him, everyone became unusually serious. The ancestor has always been elusive. I believe he will definitely hide this time, allowing the blood clan to develop more new vampires. Xiao Chang knew that the most important thing now was to locate the blood clan ancestor, but the ancestor would never reveal himself. Many extraordinary forces possess similar identification abilities, and if the blood clan ancestor appeared in Roma Huchen, it would likely expose his new ability. Once this new ability was exposed, no force on Earth would tolerate him. At that time, he would have to face extraordinary beings from all over the world, and the blood clan would be slaughtered by various forces. Anyone with a bit of sense would choose to keep a low profile for a while in such a situation, waiting until they were invincible before emerging to sweep away all forces, becoming the only voice on Earth. Xianyu, can you ask your old aunt about the location of the blood clan ancestor? Gong Qian asked quietly. Ever since Yu Xian told her that there was an aunt he had imagined, she felt a strange sensation around her, as if someone was watching her. Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing, but she slightly shook her head and said, "You already harbor murderous intent, I cannot help you. But if the blood clan ancestor does not die, many people will die in the future," Yu Xian said seriously, looking at Jinhua Changjing. Jinhua Changjing did not refute but also did not relent. Seeing her remain unmoved, Yu Xian sighed helplessly and replied to Gong Qian, "Aunt doesn't want to talk. Is it because I called her old aunt, and she got angry?" Gong Qian asked in surprise. Yu Xian glanced at Jinhua Changjing and shook his head. "It shouldn't be related to that. She is just kind-hearted." Kind-hearted? Gong Qian was taken aback, momentarily unsure how to respond. At that moment, Yu Lai instructed the researchers to find logistics to collect the bat corpses, then said, "All right, let's return to the conference room. This matter needs to be discussed further." Everyone followed Yu Lai, and Yu Xian took one last look at the bat, sighed, and turned to leave. "Are you leaving?" Jinhua Changjing asked Yu Xian. Yu Xian turned back, looking at her in confusion. "Aunt, is there anything else here?" "You might try dripping the final source blood on that victim," Jinhua Changjing suggested. Yu Xian immediately thought of a possibility. He walked up to the bat, which had already turned into a dried corpse. His finger was instantly pierced by black blood, and a drop of ultimate source blood separated from the black blood, falling precisely on the bat's brow. The researcher beside him, holding a phone and still contacting logistics, widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. The blood that fell on the bat's brow slowly seeped beneath its skin, and then the bat's body gradually became fuller. Just as Yu Lai and the others were about to leave, they all turned back, staring at the incredible scene. At that moment, the bat slowly opened its eyes, got up from the ground, and calmly said, "It seems my vacation is over again." "Xiao Yu, is this the ultimate source blood?" Xiao Cheng asked. Yu Xian nodded. Yu Lai and Xiao Cheng had seen the ultimate source blood at the perfect biological factory, so it was not surprising that they recognized it. "So is the bat still itself now?" Yu Lai asked the core question. The bat glanced at Yu Xian, and seeing him nod in agreement, it replied, "From the perspective of self-awareness, I think I should still be me, but I must obey his commands. His commands are a level above my thoughts. The reason I can move freely now is probably because the salted fish hasn't given me any orders yet." "Xiao Yu, your ultimate source blood shouldn't be able to resurrect living beings before, right?" Xiao Cheng asked curiously. Yu Xian nodded. "Yes, this should be a change that appeared after the awakening of the superheart. After the activation of the superheart, the 7 apertures Linglong heart was also strengthened, so the ultimate source blood produced by the 7 apertures Linglong heart became even more powerful. This ability, everyone present must keep it a secret." "All right, let's go back to the meeting." Yu Lai glanced at everyone and then said. Everyone naturally understood the terrifying nature of Yu Xian's ability. Although the resurrected must obey Yu Xian's commands, it was equivalent to having an extra life. From the bat's current situation, it seemed that if Yu Xian did not give orders, it would not have too much impact on the resurrected. However, Yu Xian was not so optimistic. Although the bat was not currently affected by the ultimate source blood, the ultimate source blood would gradually alter a person's perception. He feared that one day the bat would become like Zhou Taino, too, even kneeling before him and saying some cheesy things. "Don't worry, as long as you don't want it to happen, that situation won't occur," Jinhua Changjing said beside Yu Xian, clearly seeing through his concerns. Yu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood gradually improved. Although many thoughts flashed through his mind, discovering that the ultimate source blood could resurrect others was still good news for him. Your ultimate source blood can only act on soulless beings. If used on a deceased with a soul, only their body will be resurrected. You must keep this in mind, Jinhua Changjing continued. Yu Xian knew this. Some beings would develop a true soul after becoming powerful, but most beings actually did not have a soul. For example, Suzhua had no soul. She had self-awareness and mental power, but no soul. The soul is a carrier of energy, and only when mental power is strong enough to solidify into substance will it be born. Therefore, life forms with insufficient mental power generally do not have souls. For beings with souls, after death, the soul will leave the body. After a period of time, if there is no new mental power replenishment, the soul will naturally dissipate. For soulless beings, death is the end. When a person dies, it is like a light going out, a complete end. Of course, there are also spiritual entities like the Namo tribe in nature, which are actually soul bodies. They possess a remarkably stable energy structure and can even consume the emotions of other beings as food. Everyone returned to the conference room. Just as Yu Lai sat down, his phone rang. He let Xiao Cheng temporarily preside over the meeting, then took his phone and left. Many people secretly observed Yu Xian, even asking those around them for information about him. Damn, everyone, look at the news from the island country. At this moment, Tianshu pulled his phone from under the table and shouted in shock. Everyone quickly took out their phones, and after a while, everyone present was stunned. The blood bank of the island country had been contaminated by vampires, and overnight, hundreds of thousands of wild vampires had emerged. This morning, the island country discovered that there were vampire corpses everywhere in the hospitals, and many doctors and nurses were driven insane by the terrifying scenes. There was no doubt that the blood and power of these people had been drained by the progenitor. Galduo is in trouble too. Nanyue is in trouble too. My god, Siam is in trouble too. After checking the news from the island country, everyone found that various countries had been attacked by vampires, with many blood banks contaminated, and at least hundreds of thousands of people harmed in each country. Additionally, many vampire estates from the past were now deserted. How strong do you think the current vampire progenitor is? The captain of the Iron Fist team, Wushuang, asked the crowd while holding his phone. Hundreds of thousands of people in each country, combined, meant that over 1 million had been transformed into vampires, and their power had been forcibly plundered by the vampire progenitor. Even if one person could only contribute 0.0001 of their power, the combined total would still be a terrifying number. Moreover, the vampire progenitor could directly absorb the power of existing vampires. There were quite a few vampires still around, and if all were absorbed, it would likely take a global alliance of strong individuals to kill him. Dong Qian said gravely, I think we should immediately inspect the blood banks in our country and monitor all personnel related to the vampire forces. Don't worry, there were indeed blood slaves of vampires trying to infiltrate the blood banks last night, but they have already been dealt with by the city's battle police, Xiao Chang said at this time. After receiving the news of the vampire progenitor's advancement, Shilin, Xinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu had already been on high alert, and each military district had entered a state of readiness without disturbing the public. As long as the vampires dared to strike against Huaxia, they would be met with a thunderous counterattack. Does this count as a declaration of war against us? Tian Shu asked. Xiao Chang interlocked his fingers and said seriously, when the minister returns, everything will be clear. Yu Xian looked at his phone, thoughtfully analyzing, announcing the establishment of a nation and attacking blood banks in various countries. Such a short-sighted approach is completely inconsistent with the vampire progenitor's usual style. He is probably trying to divert attention and buy time. The Roman Hu Chen may not be his true base, and if he really has a plan, there will likely be more attacks to come. A strategy to exhaust the enemy? Gong Qian reacted and immediately said. Yu Xian nodded. The vampire progenitor has probably been preparing for many years. We don't know how many backup plans he has. At that moment, the phone rang, interrupting his words. He glanced at the caller's name, stood up, and said, Marcus's daughter, Nora, is looking for me. She might have more information. After saying that, he took his phone and walked out, quickly answering the call. Nora, what's wrong? As soon as Yu Xian connected the call, he heard Nora's low sobs and immediately asked with concern. He walked out of the conference room, and the next moment, a spatial bubble enveloped his body, and he instantly appeared in Ice City, right in front of Nora's mother's house. Yu Xian, my dad, he's dead, Nora said, crying. Yu Xian was taken aback and quickly asked 3 questions in a row. Nora, are you okay? Are you at home? Can I come to find you? Without waiting for Nora to respond, his body was enveloped in red light, and in an instant, he appeared in a pitch-black room where Nora, covered by a thin blanket, sat on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably while holding her phone. He quickly moved to sit at the head of the bed, watching the weeping Nora, wanting to comfort her but unsure how to begin. He certainly couldn't say, my father is dead too. Nora, with red-rimmed eyes, put down her phone and covered her chest with one hand, saying, Yu Xian, my dad and I can sense each other. Just now, his sense disappeared, and I saw the scene before he died. The ancestor killed him, and he told me to seek refuge with the official. There indeed exists a sense among the bloodlines developed from the initial embrace of vampires. For instance, when Yu Xian wanted to kill Roki, Marcus sensed it and used blood magic to possess Roki and negotiate with him. Why do vampires hate wild vampires so much? Mainly because wild vampires are outside the sensing range, which is why they are called wild vampires by the Blood Clan. In fact, within the Blood Clan, wild vampires are also referred to as wild-bred vampires or mixed-breed vampires. Why did the ancestor want to kill your dad? Wasn't he the most trusted person of the ancestor? Yu Xian frowned, incredulous. Nora instinctively crushed her phone, saying, the ancestor asked my dad to take me back to Rome, but dad didn't listen to him. In fact, Yu Xian had also considered this possibility but couldn't believe that the ancestor of the Blood Clan could be so ruthless. As far as he knew, Marcus was not only a subordinate of the ancestor but also a friend. After becoming a vampire, the first batch of those transformed into vampires were his close friends and family. However, most of those friends and family had died, and Marcus had survived until now due to his meticulous thinking and careful actions. Yuxian's nose twitched as he glanced out the window and said, "Nora, this place is no longer safe. Call your mother, we need to return to the Qilin headquarters." Since the ancestor of the Blood Clan wouldn't spare his own friends, he certainly wouldn't be lenient with Nora. He just didn't expect that the ancestor hadn't sent vampires but had instead hired other forces. At that moment, a flashbang suddenly exploded outside, followed by bullets shattering the glass, all aimed at Yuxian. The people sent by the ancestor to take Nora away were divided into two groups, one in Silver City and the other in Ice City. The real main force was in Silver City, while the Ice City side was more of a hit or miss. Even if they couldn't catch Nora, they could still capture her mother. Ding 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 ding. Yuxian let the bullets hit the scales of the dragon's shield, covering Nora's eyes with one hand while instantly enveloping his entire body in red light, then appearing in Nora's mother's room. Nora's mother had already been awakened and, upon seeing Yuxian holding Nora, showed no signs of surprise. Go! Yuxian quickly moved forward, just as a bullet pierced the glass, targeting Nora's mother. Yuxian initially intended to take Nora's mother's hand but had to change direction, while a mass of black lines wove into armor covering his palm. In an instant, he grasped the 3-centimeter-long bullet. Two men in black then broke through the window, one rushing towards Nora's mother and the other towards Yuxian. They held a 1-meter-long knife in their left hand and a large-caliber handgun designed for extraordinary beings in their right, continuously firing at Yuxian as they approached. Yuxian held Nora with one arm while the other, covered in blackline armor, quickly intercepted all the bullets. Then, as one of the men in black got closer, he flicked his hand, sending 7 or 8 bullets flying like scattered flowers towards the opponent. The distance was too close, and caught off guard, the body of the man in black was instantly pierced by the bullets, staggering back before finally collapsing in defeat. In fact, Yuxian could have chosen not to intercept the bullets, allowing them to hit the dragon's shield, but he intercepted them precisely for this moment of counterattack. On the other side, as the second man in black approached Nora's mother, she pulled a woman's handgun from under the blanket and pulled the trigger at the man. However, a furry arm suddenly appeared beneath Nora's mother. The arm lifted the gun barrel upward, causing Nora's mother's arm to involuntarily rise, and all the bullets hit the ceiling. The man in black seized the opportunity to reach out and try to grab the gun from Nora's mother, but a bouncy bubble suddenly expanded between them, instantly bouncing the man away. Thud! The man in black crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood through his mask. Taking advantage of the moment, Yuxian rushed into the bouncy bubble with Nora. Just as the bubble expanded to cover Nora's mother, the next second the three of them were teleported back to the Qilin headquarters. In the headquarters corridor, the surrounding personnel were already very familiar with Yuxian. After all, he was the only one who could use spatial abilities at the headquarters, making it impossible to forget him. When everyone saw him bringing back 2 people, they had no intention of asking questions, just glanced and hurriedly left to continue their work. "This is the Qilin headquarters, follow me," Yuxian said as he set Nora down. Nora's mother quietly asked, "What on earth is happening? Who sent those assassins?" "Mom, Dad was killed by the ancestor, the assassins were sent by the ancestor," Nora said, her eyes red, and tears streamed down her face again. As soon as she finished speaking, her mother stood there in shock, her eyes gradually reddening, tears flowing down her cheeks. After a while, she murmured, "I told you that old ghost Edward can't be trusted, that bastard with the weasel eyes is no good, he even advised me to turn into a vampire, saying something about immortality. I believed him like a fool." "Auntie, this isn't the place to talk, let's go to the conference room first," Yuxian said helplessly, as many people began to look at him and the 2 crying women with growing curiosity. In fact, the distance he teleported was only a few steps to the conference room. Under his guidance, the 3 arrived outside the conference room. He pushed the door open and walked in, and sure enough, everyone was slacking off, either playing on their phones or daydreaming. The situation was indeed tense, but without orders from above, everyone couldn't do anything and could only wait for news in the conference room. "This is Marcus's daughter Nora, and this is Nora's mother, please take care of them," Yuxian said to the people in the conference room, then let the 2 sit next to Gongqian. He whispered to Gongqian, deputy team leader, "Marcus was killed by the Blood Clan ancestor, and now the Blood Clan ancestor is capturing Nora and the others. Please keep an eye on them and don't let them leave the headquarters." "Okay, and what about you?" Gongqian glanced at Nora and her mother, then asked. Yuxian replied seriously, "I have things I must do." After saying that, he returned to Ice City once more. In Nora's mother's room, 2 men in black trench coats broke in through the window and immediately checked the injuries of the 2 men in black lying on the ground. Suddenly, an eyeball bubble appeared out of nowhere, staring at one of the men. That man reacted very quickly, immediately slashing at the eyeball bubble with a knife. At that moment, Yuxian appeared out of thin air, wielding the Wanzi Flash Thunderblade, and instantly slashed the man's throat. The other attacker, seeing this scene, raised his left hand and quickly shot at Yu Xian. Yu Xian did not dodge the bullets, allowing them to hit the dragon's shield, and looked at the opponent, saying, "Can you tell me how you got in here?" He suddenly slashed behind him, and an arm covered in long hair and holding a dagger was instantly severed, causing the man in front to scream in agony as blood poured out from his leather jacket. The hairy hand squad of the Frankie nation? Is the Blood Clan ancestor hiding in Frankie? Yu Xian murmured to himself as he looked at the opponent. However, the next second, he denied this thought himself. Since the progenitor of the Blood Clan dared to send forces cultivated in the Frankish country to China to attempt to abduct Nora, then the progenitor of the Blood Clan certainly would not be hiding in the Frankish country. The current question is, over the past 500 years, how many hidden forces has the progenitor of the Blood Clan cultivated using the wealth of the Blood Clan? Yu Xian suddenly flashed and killed the attacker in an instant, teleporting the two corpses back to headquarters, and then he continued to clear the attackers outside. The attackers at Nora's mother's house were actually a tactical team of 9. In addition to the 4 who came in to attack and search, there were 5 outside responsible for support. The Frankish country's Mao Shou team is composed entirely of the Mao Shou clan. This is an inconspicuous extraordinary race, whose progenitor is a monster that grew 1,000 arms after eating the forbidden fruit. The more arms the Mao Shou clan has, the stronger they become. They can hide their hairy hands behind their trench coats and then appear in the enemy's visual blind spots to launch surprise attacks. Unfortunately, the opponent they encountered this time was Yu Xian, who had visual blind spots but no real blind spots. Yu Xian used his super sense of smell to activate the full map hack, instantly killing 4 of the Mao Shou clan attackers as he flashed out. Then he used bubbles to imprison the last female Mao Shou clan attacker, inserting a black line into her body to draw blood and read her memories. After reading the memories, Yu Xian frowned slightly. All members of this team had dispersed into China a year ago under the guise of tourists. This means that as early as a year ago, the progenitor of the Blood Clan had already made plans to abduct Nora, and even prepared to go against the whole world. Of course, the progenitor of the Blood Clan may have started preparing much longer ago. It is even possible that before Yu Xian and Nora were born, the progenitor of the Blood Clan already had a bold plan. Unfortunately, this team was merely cannon fodder. They followed orders from their superiors to infiltrate, and after Marcus's death, they immediately received orders to take Nora away. During the execution of their mission, they didn't even know what enemy they were facing. They attacked Yu Xian solely because the mission required capturing Nora alive, and Yu Xian, as an unnecessary obstacle, became their target. In other words, their intelligence was very limited. They didn't even know that their true employer was the progenitor of the Blood Clan. After resolving the situation here, Yu Xian immediately teleported to Silver City. He appeared outside Nora's house, and a strong smell of blood immediately wafted from inside the door. Upon entering, he saw that several of Nora's human bodyguards had already died. The injuries on these bodyguards were very uniform, all struck at vital points by bamboo leaves. Yu Xian crouched down and pulled a bamboo leaf from one of the bodyguard's wounds, discovering that it was indeed an ordinary bamboo leaf. He took a deep breath towards the bamboo leaf, and instantly, a model of a weapon appeared in his mind. The weapon used by the attackers was a wolf spear, an ancient strange weapon. However, a proper wolf spear is made of metal, while the one used in this attack was actually just ordinary bamboo. After understanding the situation, he continued walking inside, passing through the garden into the main building. The front door was full of bamboo leaf holes, and he could still smell a strong scent of bamboo leaves. On the ground, several vampires had already turned into mummies. They were all confidants of Marcus and had clearly been drained of blood by the progenitor of the Blood Clan. Yu Xian walked up to a mummy, cut his finger, and let his blood drip onto the mummy. In a moment, the mummy quickly filled out. Once the mummy awakened, it immediately knelt before Yu Xian and bowed, saying, "Zhao Kaiying, I greet my master. Just call me Dongjia. Your task remains the same, you will still protect Nora," Yu Xian said to Zhao Kaiying. He knew that Nora and Zhao Kaiying had a good relationship, and if Nora found out that Zhao Kaiying was dead, she would probably be heartbroken for a long time. That's why he used the final source blood to resurrect Zhao Kaiying. Then he thought for a moment and decided to resurrect all of Nora's bodyguards on the ground as well. After all, he was wealthy and didn't mind this little expense. After ordering these people to clean the house, he enveloped his body in a red glow and instantly appeared in a tube building. The Blood Clan ancestor had only deployed one person in Silver City, but just that one person was stronger than the entire Mao Shou battle team. Yu Xian had already locked onto the opponent with his super sense of smell. He quickly walked forward in the tube building, and just as a door opened, a woman in a sky blue cheapah walked out. Upon seeing each other, the woman knew her disguise had lost its effectiveness. She sighed, a bamboo stick appearing in her hand, and said to Yu Xian, "Little brother, you shouldn't have come. Miss Wanwan, I suggest you surrender, Yu Xian replied calmly. A green light flashed in Wanwan's eyes, and then she smiled. Then it depends on whether you can satisfy me, little brother. In an instant, she swept her hand forward, and the bamboo leaves from the wolf spear shot towards Yu Xian. Yu Xian, wielding the Wanzi Flash Thunderblade, charged directly at Wanwan, and all the incoming bamboo leaves were blocked by the dragon's shield. Once he got close to Wanwan, he slashed out one knife after another, while Wanwan continuously blocked with the bamboo wolf spear. Just this level of strength isn't enough. Wanwan clearly had the upper hand, and seeing through Yu Xian's poor swordsmanship, she laughed. The next moment, the bamboo wolf spear in her hand seemed to come alive, defending while the branches attacked Yu Xian from different angles, but they were all blocked by the scales of the dragon shield. Although Yu Xian's technique was poor, the dragon shield compensated for his shortcomings, and he wasn't without advantages, such as his immense strength. Each of his strikes was incredibly powerful, and while Wanwan appeared to be defending easily, she was actually relying entirely on technique, having to retreat each time to dissipate Yu Xian's tremendous force. The two fought from one side of the tube building to the other, and with Wanwan having no place left to retreat, she leaned against the guardrail, pushed off with her left hand, and nimbly jumped onto the guardrail. When Yu Xian slashed at her ankle, she laughed and jumped back, already in mid-air. A typical tube building is about 5 or 6 stories high, but in Silver City, where land is extremely valuable, developers are eager to build higher, so this tube building had a full 20 floors. Yu Xian and the others were on the 17th floor, and as he watched Wanwan rapidly fall, he immediately jumped onto the guardrail and shot out a large number of tiny bubbles at her. He originally thought that with Wanwan falling through the air, there would be no place for her to gain leverage, and this attack should be almost guaranteed to hit. Who would have thought that Wanwan seemed to have foreseen it? Just before the tiny bubbles reached her, the bamboo in her hand quickly elongated, and then she struck the guardrail of the tube building with a whip, using that force to swiftly evade the bubble attack. Then she performed a backflip and landed on the ground, triumphantly waving at Yu Xian above, turning to prepare to leave. Among the extraordinary beings, flying ability is not rare, but it is not common either. She didn't think Yu Xian could fly down to catch her. However, she hadn't taken a few steps when a sense of danger enveloped her heart. She instinctively dodged to the right, and the Wanzi Flash Thunder Blade struck empty air. How did you come down? Wanwan turned around and whipped at him while asking. If you surrender now, you'll soon know the answer, Yu Xian said seriously, then horizontally swung his blade, slashing towards Wanwan's waist. Wanwan blocked the knife with her wolf whisk, immediately retreating. Then she twisted the whisk, and a dense mass of bamboo leaves spiraled towards Yu Xian. Your abilities are useless against me. Yu Xian did not dodge or evade, swiftly slashing at Wanwan with his knife. Wanwan had no choice but to continue dodging, and at that moment, she sensed something. Just as she finished dodging, she began to dance gracefully, spinning and moving around, causing the surrounding trees to suffer, pierced by countless spatial bubbles. Your abilities are so dirty. Wanwan tried her best to evade amidst a series of attacks, but her chipa was still pierced with many small holes, revealing a glimpse of spring. Not as dirty as yours. Yu Xian completely ignored Wanwan's teasing, manipulating more spatial bubbles to join the attack matrix. This woman was essentially a wolf, not only ruthless in killing but also extremely adept at using her beauty to achieve her goals. She had only arrived in Silver City last night but had already killed dozens of people. There was a family of 3 dead in the tenement above. The reason she killed that family was simply that she needed a temporary place to change clothes. When Yu Xian first saw her, he could already smell the blood that the perfume could not cover, a stench rising to the sky. However, she was indeed strong, the ultrafine bubbles moving at 20 times the speed of sound, over 100 attacking from different directions, and she managed to dodge them all, with the cost being just a few holes in her clothes. Yu Xian became curious about her abilities and decided to use identification techniques while manipulating the bubbles to attack. Instantly, the opponent's attributes appeared before him. True name, Nangong Wanwan. Codename, Bamboo Leaf Green. Race, human. Gender, female. Age, 26. Life, 300 Fate, 10 out of 10. Strength, 0.04 Luck. Average theoretical lifespan, 2 minutes 12 seconds. Level, Wolf. Upper General Level, Earth Level. Faction, Chaotic Evil. Martial Art, Bamboo Green. Classic abilities, Heart of Bamboo, can transform true energy into the shape of bamboo leaves to attack targets. The thicker the true energy, the greater the lethality. Flower and Leaf. Hand, each flower and leaf, after infusing true energy, will possess strong lethality. The stronger the true energy, the greater the power. Jade Feet. Treading the moon, infusing true energy into specific acupoints allows one to tread the moonlight and ascend to the sky, moving lightly and gracefully, evading all tangible attacks. 36 Paths of Wolf Whisk, a total of 36 methods, each unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Martial Will. Treading the moon and flying immortal, Light Gauze Fan, White Orchid, Slender Waist, Dancing Heavenly Gauze, as if a fairy descended, a glance more radiant than the stars. Marshall will all things grow, lush yellow flowers, nothing but wisdom, green bamboo, all are the Dharma body. Summary, heartless and ruthless bamboo leaf green, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Goodness! After reading the attributes, Yuxian realized that Wanwan, pushed to this extent, still had a trump card hidden. Clearly, this was far from Wanwan's limit. She might even be contemplating a counterattack. If he was careless, he could indeed be taken by surprise. Although it would only be a surprise, ultimately, it would amount to nothing. In fact, as the number of bubbles joining the attack continued to increase, Wanwan could no longer hide her strength. She tore off the obstructive qipao, revealing a pair of long legs, and simultaneously threw her high heels at Yuxian. Yuxian dodged her high heel attack, and the next moment, her movements became ethereal and unpredictable. Her bare feet emitted a faint white light as she stepped on the radiance, spiraling upwards, dancing in the air like a fairy, perfectly evading all of Yuxian's bubble attacks. Then her eyes turned a vibrant green, and countless bamboo leaves appeared out of thin air, swirling with her dance. This scene was too beautiful. If it weren't for her inappropriate clothing, it could have been even more perfect. However, just as Yuxian seemed to be mesmerized by the beautiful scenery before him, the surrounding bamboo leaves suddenly transformed into a massive bamboo viper, which opened its mouth and fiercely lunged at Yuxian. The method of death was too bizarre. With a slender waist and jade belt dancing in the sky, a glance back and a smile surpassed the brilliance of the stars. Having practiced lightness skill to this extent, it was hardly different from flying immortals. Facing the oncoming bamboo viper, Yuxian showed no intention of dodging. He continued to look up at Wanwan, who danced gracefully in the air, finally understanding what martial will treading the moon and flying immortal meant. In the next moment, the bamboo viper swallowed him whole. At the instant he was swallowed, countless bamboo leaves launched a frenzied attack from all angles. However, although the number of dragon scales on the dragon shield was fewer than the bamboo leaves, it could teleport quickly, easily blocking each attack from the bamboo leaves. Through the countless bamboo leaves, Yuxian looked at Wanwan in the air and said, "You have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Is there anything you want to say? If I'm going to die in 1 minute and 30 seconds, I want to hear you call me sister. Is that okay?" Wanwan didn't believe Yuxian's words at all. She spun and stepped on a patch of bamboo leaves, looking down at Yuxian on the ground, and smiled gently. The green bamboo true energy cultivated from the green bamboo classic actually carried a deadly poison. When Yuxian used the dragon scales to block the bamboo leaves, the leaves shattered, and the poison had already begun to spread around him. In Wanwan's view, Yuxian had already been poisoned by her, and whether he could survive the next 1 minute and 30 seconds was uncertain. Obsessed and unrepentant, Yuxian sighed, then stopped speaking and continued to watch her dance. He certainly knew the air around him was toxic. The problem was that he had space bubbles in his nostrils and wasn't breathing this air at all. In fact, during the battle in the city, he felt somewhat restricted. For example, he couldn't use bombs, and with Nangong Wanwan's rich combat experience and extreme agility, even if he wanted to use space bubbles to teleport her elsewhere, it was impossible. Nangong Wanwan had hidden many details in her recent battle. For instance, she used the bamboo leaves to test the space bubbles, and when the wolf whisk penetrated the bubble without breaking it, she simply retreated, completely unfold. Even when she spoke to Yuxian, she was always aware of everything around her. Even now, while avoiding the attacks from the space bubbles, she could still manipulate countless bamboo leaves to counterattack, and her counterattacks were very systematic, with different angles and timings, multiple bamboo leaves coordinating their attacks, creating a dazzling array of moves. Without the dragon shield, Yuxian would have had no choice but to use the space bubbles to escape, which showed just how troublesome and powerful her attacks were. At this moment, Nangong Wanwan's theoretical lifespan was continuously decreasing, and Yuxian suddenly became curious about how she would die if he didn't make a move. 1 minute left. Yuxian looked at Nangong Wanwan, determined not to strike her. Does he possess some ability to see through fate? Originally, Nangong Wanwan completely disbelieved Yuxian's words, but as time passed little by little, she became somewhat agitated, especially when Yuxian looked at her with curiosity, making her think, is he waiting for me to die? I don't believe I will die. Nangong Wanwan thought fiercely in her heart and directly threw the wolf whisk to the ground. Then she spun in the air, unleashing a large amount of green bamboo true energy. The wolf whisk on the ground immediately transformed into bamboo, rapidly growing, while dense bamboo shoots broke through the soil, turning into one long bamboo after another in just a few seconds. The originally cemented pedestrian walkway had now transformed into a bamboo forest. Yuxian found himself in the bamboo forest, somewhat surprised as he looked around. He hadn't expected Nangong Wanwan to have such a deadly move hidden up her sleeve. Die! Nangong Wanwan couldn't wait any longer. She didn't want to wait for Yuxian to succumb to the poison. she wanted to personally eliminate him. She dove down from the sky, grabbing a bamboo pole and spinning rapidly, then flew to another bamboo pole to twirl around, looking just like she was performing a pole dance. She constantly changed direction through these bamboos while plucking off their branches and throwing them at Yuxian, but they were all blocked by the dragon shield. In the end, she held a wolf spear and, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, stabbed down towards Yuxian's brow. The branches that had previously been blocked by the dragon shield transformed into sharp fangs, simultaneously launching an attack on Yuxian. Higher up, countless bamboos bent, their tips all pointing at Yuxian. To be honest, Yuxian felt as if the whole world was targeting him at that moment, and he silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. Nangong Wanyue was only about 80 centimeters away from him, and when her theoretical lifespan was down to 1, she triggered the dream butterfly on Yuxian. In the last second, she saw all her attacks land on Yuxian, and in an instant, he was pierced by the bamboos, his body riddled with holes, dying a tragic death. But in reality, it was the exact opposite. Because she was distracted, the wolf spear in her hand was blocked by the scales of the dragon shield. Under the immense recoil, the tip of the wolf spear broke, and the broken part rebounded at high speed, instantly piercing her brow, with the sharpest part even protruding from the back of her head. In fact, with her mental strength, the probability of triggering the dream butterfly was very, very low. Her mental strength was actually much higher than Yuxian's, although she hadn't reached the level of being completely immune to the dream butterfly. Normally, it was difficult for the dream butterfly to distract her, but perhaps this was fate. In the last second of her life, she triggered the dream butterfly, and thus, in her distraction, she killed herself. Thud! Nangong Wanyue's body fell heavily to the ground, her eyes still revealing an expression of disbelief, completely unable to close them. Auntie, was this a coincidence or inevitable? Yuxian looked at Nangong Wanyue's body, feeling a chill down his back, and quickly asked Jinhua Changjing. Although he knew Nangong Wanyue would die, the manner of her death was truly too hasty. Such a strong extraordinary being ended up being killed by her own weapon just because she got distracted for a moment. Jinhua Changjing looked at Nangong Wanyue with pity and replied, from the future looking back, this was bound to happen, so you need not be overly troubled. Inevitable. Yuxian suddenly thought of his super sense of smell. He traced back through his super sense of smell to the events that had occurred. In fact, everything in the past was already predetermined, and that too was a kind of inevitability. The theoretical lifespan shown by the identification technique was probably from the perspective of the world as a whole, looking back from the future, so everything happening now was naturally also a kind of inevitability. Nangong Wanyue's manner of death may have long been destined. Do not harbor any delusions of luck, do not test fate. This is my advice to you, Jinhua Changjing warned Yuxian, who seemed to be deep in thought. Yuxian smiled awkwardly. He indeed had such a thought just now, since the identification technique determined that the target would die in a few seconds. Why bother fighting? He could just find a place to hide and watch the other party die. Clearly, Jinhua Changjing saw through his thoughts, which is why she said this. Auntie, do you think I should revive her? Yuxian put away his chaotic thoughts and looked at Nangong Wanyue's body on the ground, asking Jinhua Changjing. Mainly because Nangong Wanyue's strength was quite good, although she was only at the wolf level, her actual combat power should be at the tiger level. Such a high level, low strength genius was actually quite rare. He had only discovered 2 among all the people he had seen so far. The problem was that Nangong Wanyue deserved to die. She had killed many, and reviving her would be equivalent to letting her off the hook. This was the reason for Yuxian's current dilemma. The value of the Xingtian zombie king is still rising. It's fine, she has a soul, but the soul is too weak. It scattered the moment it left the body. Jinhua Changjing looked at Nangong Wanyuen's corpse, her eyes filled with pity. She had just witnessed Nangong Wanyuen's soul detach from her body, and then, with a scream, it scattered into nothingness, yet she did nothing. A powerful mental force and a high spiritual realm. This was the fundamental reason why Nangong Wanyuan could condense her soul, but merely having a soul is not necessarily a good thing. Her soul had only just formed and was very weak and unstable. Without the protection of her body, it would scatter in an instant. Perhaps it was karma, she had killed many, so after death, she experienced the most terrifying scene of her life, a tragic death. Yuxian looked at the corpse on the ground and asked, so even if I revive her, she won't actually be her? Exactly, Jinhua Changjing nodded. With the answer, Yuxian finally felt relieved. He pierced his finger and let the final source blood drip onto Nangong Wanyuen's corpse. Then, the wound on her forehead gradually pushed out bamboo, and in the blink of an eye, her skin healed completely. Her originally vacant eyes gradually regained color. She knelt before Yuxian and bowed her head, saying, Nangong Wanyuan, I greet my master. From now on, call me Dongjia. The real Nangong Wanyuan has already scattered her soul, how much of her power can you still wield? Yu Xian asked as he looked at Nangong Wanyuan. Nangong Wanyuan closed her eyes and after a moment replied, returning to Dongjia, except for the martial arts realm which I cannot use, the rest of my abilities are still intact. So the soul takes away the martial arts realm, Yu Xian nodded, speaking to himself. He then asked Nangong Wanyuan, can you practice the martial arts realm again? In his view, Nangong Wanyuan, who had lost her martial arts realm, was truly worth much less. Her strength had dropped by at least half. He assessed the current Nangong Wanyuan and indeed found her power level had dropped to 0.02 foot. Dongjia, I don't know if I can practice the martial arts realm again. The original body went through many dangers, constantly honing herself at the brink of life and death before finally achieving the martial arts realm. That feeling I cannot comprehend. Now looking back at that memory feels more like watching a movie, Nangong Wanyuan answered honestly. She had inherited all of Nangong Wanyuan's memories and even her personality was increasingly similar to the original, but due to Yu Xian, she instinctively rejected Nangong Wanyuan's personality because she knew Yu Xian did not like the original. This instinctual conflict made her appear a bit dull, completely different from the previous Nangong Wanyuan. Then do your best. From now on, you will stay at home and guard it, while also honing your martial arts. If I need you to fight, I will summon you, Yu Xian said as he placed a bubble near Nangong Wanyuan's ear. Nangong Wanyuan quickly spoke up, Dongjia, I know the original body's treasure. I wonder if Dongjia is interested. Nangong Wanyuan has a treasure? Yu Xian asked, somewhat surprised. Nangong Wanyuan nodded, yes, she has. The original body has actually been a killer abroad. If it weren't for the commission being as high as 5 billion, she definitely wouldn't have returned to the country. Her treasure is hidden in the border city of Kaiyun, with about 50 storage rings, many extraordinary weapons, and also gold and silver, worth over 10 billion. I don't want such ill-gotten gains. I'll find a time to donate it later, Yu Xian decided directly after hearing this. The so-called principle is that when one is poor, they should cultivate themselves, and when they are prosperous, they should benefit the world. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through the right means. If he were poor, it would be one thing. He could loosen his moral belt a little, but now, with so much gold that he couldn't possibly use it all, he didn't lack that bit of blood-stained ill-gotten wealth, so he truly looked down on Nangong Wanwan's riches. After sending Nangong Wanwan home, Yu Xian took out his phone and dialed Zhang Kai's number, asking him to send someone to deal with the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest that Nangong Wanwan had nurtured with the growth of all things was indeed a real bamboo forest. After Nangong Wanwan's death, this bamboo forest did not disappear. Instead, it retained the shape it had in its last moment, and Yu Xian could now look up and see numerous bamboo stalks pointing at him. After hanging up, Yu Xian put away his phone. He then enlarged a spatial bubble and instantly returned to the Qilin headquarters. In the conference room, as soon as Yu Xian entered, he saw Gong Qian playing poker. He glanced at Nora and her mother nearby, saw that both were asleep, and quietly walked over. 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind, 2 jokers, pass, big 7, pass, 1-5, I win. Gong Qian exclaimed happily as she played her last card. Hua Chang, sitting next to her, helplessly put down his cards and, seeing Yu Xian return, asked, is everything resolved? Yeah, there were 9 Masho tribe mercenaries in Ice City and 1 assassin here in Silver City. Both have been dealt with, Yu Xian nodded. Gong Qian was surprised, an assassin? We still have that profession in our country? They went abroad, and now they're back to domestic sales. Their strength is quite impressive, but unfortunately, aside from looking good while dancing, they're not much use anymore, Yu Xian explained. In his heart, he thought that without her martial arts realm, Nangong Wanwan really only had the advantage of being a good dancer left. A woman? Aren't you afraid your little girlfriend will get jealous? Hua Chang teased quietly as he realized. Yu Xian rolled his eyes at Hua Chang and confidently said, a clean conscience fears no accusation. What do I have to be afraid of? He then took out a chair from his storage ring, sat down, and pulled out his phone to check the latest news. Sure enough, many countries had discovered that their blood banks were contaminated by vampires, resulting in countless deaths. Many countries had already formally declared war on the Dragon Blood Ancestral Court, with various types of missiles aimed directly at its capital. Minister, my teammate said there seems to be something unusual along our coast. At this moment, the captain of the swordfish team, Bai Sha, looked at Xiao Cheng with concern. Something unusual along the coast? Upon hearing this, Yu Xian immediately closed his eyes. Under his control, in various coastal cities, countless tiny bubbles rapidly grew into eyeballs. Because spatial bubbles could transform into eyeball bubbles, Yu Xian no longer needed to run around personally, he just had to release the bubbles and let them fly on their own. He could even play with multiple bubbles, meaning one bubble could wrap around another. This way, all the bubbles could move at the fastest speed, which was 20 times the speed of sound. After the first bubble burst, the bubble inside could continue to move. This was actually the method he had used to travel to Mars. Preparing a large number of bubbles to advance at extreme speed, the innermost bubble would grow eyes to always control the direction of advancement, and once they reached Mars, Yuxian would teleport directly. This method was safe and convenient, so he had been using it on Earth as well, deploying bubbles in many cities. At this moment, through numerous eyeball bubbles, Yuxian saw countless red tentacles thrashing in the distant sea. He immediately recognized that these tentacles belonged to the aberrant worms. The aberrant worms are entering the sea to develop. Are they planning to counterattack the continent? Yuxian thought to himself, just then seeing a whale-like aberrant worm controlling the huge tentacles on either side, rushing ashore at high speed. Following that, Su Ao descended from the sky in the form of an eastern dragon. The water, under his control, became like a sharp blue chainsaw, instantly annihilating all the aberrant worms that had come ashore. In the ocean, a bizarre worm resembling a western dragon angrily burst out of the water, but Su Ao, surrounded by flowing water, charged directly at it. The water flowed like a shield machine, instantly exploding this formidable worm. From his appearance to the end of the battle, the entire process took less than a minute. Although he was severely beaten by the king of the zombie celestial, it was clear that he was not weak. On the contrary, he was terrifyingly strong. One could only say that the value of the king of the zombie celestial was still rising. However, just as Su Ao was displaying his might, Yuxian, peering through an eyeball bubble from high above, saw a massive black shadow flash across the distant sea surface. What is that? Yuxian immediately controlled an eyeball bubble to descend from the sky and transmitted a message to Su Ao, who was in the midst of a killing spree. General Su Ao, be careful, something big is coming from the sea. A salted fish? Don't worry, as long as it's not that king of the zombie celestial, I'm not afraid. Su Ao glanced at the eyeball bubble, instantly recognizing Yuxian's voice, and then laughed heartily. This was the seaside, completely his territory. Water play style, chainsaw dragon form. However, although Su Ao verbally despised his enemy, he was quite cautious in his tactics. He radiated blue light and dove into the sea, and when he emerged, his body was completely covered by water, transforming into a super water dragon over 10,000 meters long. The mane of this water dragon was entirely made up of countless chainsaws formed from seawater, varying in length, with the longest exceeding 30,000 meters and the shortest still several thousand meters. A large number of sea beasts and bizarre worms had just surged ashore from the ocean when, in the next second, they were sliced in half by the chainsaws, their bodies spraying blood as they fell. Damn, so strong. Yuxian was stunned by this scene. He could hardly believe that Su Ao, who had been severely injured by the king of the zombie celestial, was actually so powerful. But just as Su Ao was wreaking havoc, the sea suddenly stirred with huge waves, and a supergiant whale, at least 3 times larger than a normal whale, leaped out of the water. Mati! On the back of the whale, a merman clad in golden armor with a shark's head shouted at Su Ao while holding a spear. His arm muscles bulged exaggeratedly as he instantly hurled the spear at Su Ao. Boom! The spear struck Su Ao's abdomen, causing his body to fall from the air, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, his reaction was quick. At the moment the spear was shot, he was already constructing a water shield in front of him while dodging, but the spear clearly had issues, instantly penetrating all defenses and hitting his body. The shark head leaped off the whale and landed in front of Su Ao, directly pulling the spear out of Su Ao's abdomen. Bajou people, do you want to start a war? Su Ao, blood flowing from his mouth, glared at the shark head and asked angrily. The Bajou people, originating from the ancient Bajou tribe, had become 2 completely unrelated groups due to a forbidden fruit. The former lived in the deep sea, while the latter lived by the shore, and due to resource competition, they were like fire and water. The shark head raised the spear in his hand, aimed at Su Ao's head, and coldly said, Palawan tidak takut mati. After saying that, he immediately thrust the spear towards Su Ao's head, but Su Ao shot a stream of water from his mouth, sending it flying hundreds of meters away. However, the spear had a problem. It possessed perfect water-evading capabilities. The shark head was knocked away, but the spear ignored the impact of the water and fiercely pierced into Su Ao's mouth, directly impaling his jaw. At this moment, a large number of sharks surfaced, each carrying Bajou people with various fish heads on their backs. In fact, it had only been half a minute since the shark head appeared, and after seeing Su Ao get injured, Yuxian had already begun to call for reinforcements, while the navy, ordered by Su Ao to defend the city, also rushed to the scene. When a large number of manta ray people came ashore, Yuxian, Xiao Chang, Hua Chang, Gong Qian, Tian Shu, and Don Jiang Emosia had already appeared beside Su Ao, while a large number of navy personnel armed with weapons surrounded the entire beach. Sarang! The shark-headed figure rose from the ground, raising his right arm and shouting loudly. At his command, all the manta ray people immediately charged forward. Yuxian's side, Xiao Chang, immediately shouted, Little fish, you take General Su Ao for treatment first, the rest follow me. Sueo struggled in pain for a moment, not knowing why, but he felt a strong sense of déjà vu from this scene. He was injured again, and once again sent for treatment by Yu Xian. It was too embarrassing. Just a moment ago, he had boasted that he wasn't afraid as long as it wasn't the Xingtian zombie king. Now leaving, what was the difference from being a coward? He shouted to Yu Xian, Xiaoyu, help me out. Bangwa biezue lumapachulai. Salted fish, I'm not leaving, help me pull the spear out of my mouth. His speech sounded strange because his chin was pierced. Yu Xian didn't understand what Sueo was saying at all, and just as he was about to step forward to ask, Sueo misunderstood him as wanting to send him off the battlefield and directly pushed Yu Xian away with a wave of water. Then the water formed a hand shape, intending to pull the spear out of his chin, but when the water touched the spear, it just passed through. No matter what Sueo did, he couldn't touch the spear. The problem was that in his dragon form, his arms weren't long enough to reach his chin, and because of the spear's presence, he couldn't turn back into a human, otherwise, the spear would pierce his brain directly. In the end, he helplessly looked at Yu Xian. At that moment, Yu Xian finally understood what he wanted to do and immediately stepped forward to grip the spear, pulling it out with force. The spear was about 5 meters long and weighed over 3 tons. It was the kind of spear that was very sharp at both ends, with a series of grooves in the middle for grip. Thanks! Sueo transformed back into human form, took out a healing spray, and sprayed a layer of medicine on the wounds on his chin and left kidney, then thanked Yu Xian. After that, he focused on the shark-headed figure who was fighting Xiao Chang and rejoined the battlefield. Yu Xian stored the spear in his storage ring, glanced around, and took out the Wanzi Yishan Thunderblade, preparing to support others. However, at that moment, his phone rang. He took out his phone and answered the call. Yu Lai was on the other end, saying, "Little fish, come to the extraordinary shelter. I'll be there right away." Yu Xian nodded immediately. He looked at the battlefield situation, then used a spatial bubble to cover himself instantly. The next second, he appeared in the extraordinary shelter on Kepler star, over 600 light-years away, where Yu Lai was already waiting for him in the corridor. "Minister!" Yu Xian came out of the room where he had placed the bubble and quickly walked forward. This time, Yu Lai's expression was serious, completely different from the last time's ease. He nodded and said, "Follow me." The two immediately walked deeper into the extraordinary shelter, and Yu Lai explained to Yu Xian the reason he had called him over. In order to cope with various extraordinary disasters that may occur in the future, the country has actually made many contingency plans, especially against the final hypothetical enemy, 5322, for which we have made extensive preparations. But you should have noticed in the past few days, many people's lifespans have changed. Some have become longer, but others have become shorter. According to the think tank's analysis, it may be that something from the abyss has entered our world, thus changing the entire direction of the world. However, this change may not be a good thing. The ancestor of the Blood Clan is a good example, as he is likely affected by this change, resulting in transformations we do not know about, Yu Lai explained to Yu Xian. After listening, Yu Xian asked, "Minister, what do you need me to do?" After the meeting's decision, we will fully launch the Extreme Disaster Plan No. 402, and you are the executor we have dispatched from Qilin, Yu Lai explained with a smile as he looked at Yu Xian. Extreme Disaster Plan No. 402? It seemed so simple. Yu Xian quickly asked for the details of the plan, and after Yu Lai explained, he was completely stunned. Extreme Disaster Plan No. 402, also known as the Territory Cave Heaven Plan, was a plan formulated by hundreds of the country's top experts, with the host being one of the 3 pillars of the nation, Li Zhangzong. Li Zhangzong, the country's top alchemist, formation master, weapon refiner, and puppet master. In these 4 fields, Zhang Daoqin once said that no one could surpass Li Zhangzong's level of mastery. The Territory Cave Heaven Plan, designed by Li Zhangzong, could be described as imaginative, romantic, and extremely bold. To cope with unknown disasters, Li Zhangzong initially wanted to protect the entire country with formation barriers, but later he became more radical, wanting to open up a huge cave heaven and send the country into it, so that no disaster would affect Huaxia. This later idea eventually evolved into the current Territory Cave Heaven Plan decades later. Minister, is it really possible to send the entire Huaxia into the cave heaven for protection? After listening to Yu Lai's introduction, Yu Xian was shocked for a while before he asked. Yu Lai smiled and said, 200 years ago, the implementation steps of the Territory Cave Heaven Plan were already designed. Over the years, the country has actually been investing a lot of funds in preparations for this. After all, we don't know when disasters will come. It's better to be prepared than unprepared. However, there are still some issues with the Territory Cave Heaven Plan. This plan was originally to be executed by Zhu Ke, but currently, there are still more than 40 cities that have not completed the final arrangements. We don't know if the Blood Clan ancestor Edward can successfully advance, nor do we understand how strong the star level you mentioned really is, but with a responsible attitude towards the people of the nation, we decided to launch the Territory Cave Heaven plan after the meeting. First, ensure internal stability, and then we will address external issues. So my task is to quickly reach those more than 40 cities and complete the arrangements? After hearing Yulai's words, Yuxian immediately asked. Yulai nodded, yes, but you don't need to complete the arrangements for all 40 cities alone. There is also a spatial ability user on the Qinglong side, one on the Zhuke side, and one on the Xuanwu side, so the 4 of you only need to be responsible for 10 cities each. The 2 then walked a long way and finally arrived in front of a room. There were already 6 people waiting in the corridor outside the room, and Yuxian recognized from their uniforms that they were from Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. In fact, Qilin also had corresponding uniforms, but most members under the battle department wore casual clothes, while other departments needed to wear uniforms. As Yulai and Yuxian approached, a middle-aged man in a Qinglong uniform spoke up, "Old Yu, this is Xianyu. You two aren't relatives, are you? Alright, enough with the nonsense, stop thinking about poaching people, and hurry up with the task assignments, lest the night be long and dreams many," Yulai impatiently said as he blocked Yuxian. The Qinglong minister, Tang Longwei, said with a wry smile, "It's just that you lost one person to us once, do you have to hold a grudge for so long? It's been 50 years, was it just once? Who takes a few hundred people in one go? That was an entire team," Yulai retorted. Yuxian actually knew about this matter. Originally, Qilin had a weapon refining team of over 100 people, but it was quietly poached by Qinglong, resulting in a severe shortage of extraordinary equipment within Qilin. Of course, he knew that this was actually Qilin intentionally letting Qinglong have it. After all, Qinglong guarded the borders and needed good weapons more. The minister of the Vermilion Bird, Zhu Ling, spoke up at this moment. "Alright, let's not waste time." She walked to the sealed glass room, took out her identification and pressed it against the surface. Minister Xuanwu also stepped forward to take out his identification and pressed it against the glass. Tang Longwei and Yulai exchanged a glare, then stepped forward to place their identifications as well. In the next moment, beams of light began to converge within the glass, quickly focusing on the 4 identifications. After confirming their identities, the glass automatically shattered. "You 4 can go in," Zhu Ling said to Yuxian and the others. Yuxian glanced at Yulai, and upon seeing him nod, immediately walked into the glass room. The next moment, he felt the space shift, and he found himself in a vast white space. In the center of this space, an elderly man with a bald head and white hair was bent over, working on something. "Come over." The old man did not turn around, but his voice seemed to come from all directions. "Old Li, is this our first test?" The young man from Xuanwu asked respectfully, looking at the old man. "Old Li? Li Zhangzong?" Upon hearing the young man's words, Yuxian looked at the old man in surprise. The 3 great pillars of the nation, Li Zhangzong had not shown himself for a long time. Many people speculated that he had already passed away. Yet here he was, and he had likely been here for over 100 years. It was almost no different from being imprisoned. Yuxian looked at the frail figure and couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. He immediately walked over as per Li Zhangzong's request, while the other 3 looked at him in astonishment. "I am Yuxian, a junior, paying my respects to Old Li." Yuxian walked gracefully to Li Zhangzong's back and bowed respectfully. Good, sit." Li Zhangzong was clearly pleased with Yuxian's demeanor. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a mat moved behind Yuxian, and he sat down accordingly. The remaining 3 were dumbfounded. The girl from the Vermilion Bird murmured, "He just walked over like that?" This space was actually very chaotic, changing almost every second. You might think you were moving forward, but in reality, you were moving backward. You might think you were getting closer, but in fact, you were getting further away. If one could not see through the rules of the space, they would never be able to reach Li Zhangzong's side, which was why the young man from Xuanwu had asked if this was a test. "I'll give it a try," said the young man from the Azure Dragon. He immediately stepped out following the path Yuxian had taken, and the next second, he found himself in a corner to the right of everyone. From his bewildered expression, it was clear he had not yet figured out how he ended up there. "It really isn't that simple," the girl sighed. The young man from Xuanwu looked at Yuxian in the distance and said, "So the answer is only one. He has a very high sensitivity to spatial changes and has calculated all the rules of change in the shortest time." "What a freak!" the Vermilion Bird girl exclaimed. The young man from Xuanwu looked at her and smiled. "Codename Xianming, shall we cooperate?" "Codename Zhuyuan, cooperation is fine, but if you perform poorly, I will choose to part ways at any time," the Vermilion Bird girl replied with a smile. Xianming nodded. "Alright, then let's each calculate the spatial changes on our sides, you to the right, and I to the left?" "Okay," Zhuyuan agreed with a nod. The 2 then turned to observe their respective directions, focusing on calculating the changes in each spatial coordinate. Yu Xian sat on the mat, watching the serious expressions of the two, then glanced at the young man from the Azure Dragon who was chaotically teleporting around, constantly flashing in the surroundings, and a question mark popped up in his mind. Was it really that difficult to calculate the spatial coordinates? Then why had he figured it out in half a minute with his super brain? It was clearly very simple. 162 The Art of the Pot Heaven. Yu Xian sat quietly for a while. Seeing that the three seemed unable to come over for the time being, he turned his gaze back to Li Zhangzong. He peeked out and saw Li Zhangzong holding a brush, writing on a black stone tablet. The heart is the vessel of the Tao, the spirit is the foundation of the divine. Unity of form and spirit, stealing the opportunities of heaven and earth, refining the essence of yin and yang, manifesting the changes of the universe. Concealing Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed, hiding the sun and moon in a pot, gathering the Milky Way in a square inch, observing the past and present in an instant. Each character Li Zhangzong wrote was filled with a tranquil rhythm, and as Yu Xian watched, his originally restless heart gradually calmed down, all his distracting thoughts smoothed by this magical rhythm. He continued to watch quietly. Li Zhangzong clearly did not mind his peeking. After finishing one stone tablet, he took out another to continue writing. The great has no outside, the small has no inside. Not out, not in, not lost, not damaged. Combining with emptiness without deficiency or excess, mixing myriad forms into a mass. Li Zhangzong wrote slowly, and Yu Xian was not in a hurry either. One wrote quietly while the other watched quietly. After about 2 hours, Xian Ming and Zhu Yuan finally approached one after the other. Li Zhangzong waved his hand lightly, and 2 cushions fell in front of them. Xian Ming and Zhu Yuan glanced at Yu Xian, then sat down. After a moment, they also noticed Yu Xian watching Li Zhangzong write and began to sneak peeks as well, but after more than 10 minutes, they found it boring. Although Li Zhangzong's writing was indeed excellent, they felt he was merely writing some grand and empty words. So, they looked at the young man sent by the Qinglong sect for a while, seeing him run around like a headless fly, and had no choice but to take out their phones and look at them. Another hour passed, and Li Zhangzong finally put away his brush. After Yu Xian watched the last character Li Zhangzong wrote, he slowly closed his eyes. His super brain was operating wildly, and the mutated blood energy in his dantian was boiling. The surrounding space became somewhat unstable. The area, which was roughly equivalent to more than 10 football fields, suddenly shrank a bit, immediately catching Li Zhangzong's attention. He turned to look at Yu Xian, first surprised, then delighted, and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xian Ming and Zhu Yuan looked at the two in shock, vaguely feeling they had missed some opportunity, but also feeling deeply frustrated, as even if they hadn't missed it, they seemed unable to grasp it. The art of the pot heaven. What Li Zhangzong wrote on the stone tablet was a celestial power that could rival the sleeve universe. He detailed how to open a cave heaven, how to use a cave heaven, how to strengthen a cave heaven, and how to use a cave heaven to defend against enemies. And through all this, Yu Xian truly learned it. His spatial talent was already very strong, and learning spatial spells had almost no barriers. Coupled with Li Zhangzong's intention to teach, he had thoroughly mastered the art of the pot heaven, the technique of inner large and outer small. At this moment, Yu Xian opened his eyes, and a pot heaven bubble the size of a marble appeared at the tip of his right finger, but his left hand could reach inside this bubble that was only the size of a marble, the technique of inner small and outer large. As he cast the spell, the pot heaven bubble, which was originally only the size of a marble, became thicker and more opaque, looking like a glass ball. Yu Xian withdrew his left hand, and it surprisingly became very small, the junction of large and small resembling a deformity. But the amazing thing was that no matter how he moved, that tiny connection never broke. The art of the pot heaven is actually composed of 8 celestial powers and 9 spells. These 8 celestial powers are establishing the foundation of the Tao, stealing the opportunities of heaven, refining yin and yang, changing the universe, concealing Mount Sumeru, hiding the sun and moon, gathering the Milky Way, and observing the past and present. The 9 spells are the technique of inner large and outer small, the technique of inner small and outer large, the technique of the great having no outside, the technique of the small having no inside, the technique of not out and not in, the technique of not lost and not damaged, the technique of mending emptiness, the technique of having no deficiency or excess, and the technique of mixing myriad forms. Anyone who masters these 8 divine abilities and 9 spells can create a cave world and even steal the spatial power of other worlds to cultivate their own small world. The space they are currently in is actually Li Zhangzong's cave world. Just now, Yu Xian used the heavenly theft technique to steal a portion of the spatial power from Li Zhangzong's cave world, and thus he used the mutated blood energy as the foundation to create an ultramicroscopic cave. At this moment, Yu Xian's brain finally stopped its frenzied operation. He exhaled a breath of hot air and then bowed to Li Zhangzong, saying, Thank you, elderly, for imparting the teachings. This is your own opportunity and fortune, no need for excessive courtesy, Li Zhangzong said, looking at Yu Xian with appreciation and smiling happily. The cultivation method of the Hadian technique is something he tries to teach to every young talent sent by the state, but hundreds of years have passed, and only Yu Xian has learned it. However, I must give you a piece of advice: never steal more than you can bear of the heavenly secrets, or the backlash from the void will lead you to utter ruin, he continued, his expression very serious as he spoke to Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded, saying, I will remember, senior. He currently has only a very small amount of spatial power within him, which, combined with the mutated blood energy, allows him to create Hadian bubbles, also known as cave bubbles. The spatial power inside these bubbles is completely different from the previous spatial bubbles. The previous spatial bubbles had their own internal space, but they still belonged to the original world, much like the water of the same river. When the bubble burst, there would be no repulsion between the waters. But now, Yu Xian's Hadian bubbles have internal spatial power that is akin to magma. Once the bubble bursts in the river water, the magma will conflict with the river water. As a result, since there is less magma, it will naturally extinguish. Yu Xian's body containing this spatial power is essentially caught between two types of spatial power. Because the spatial power within him is currently very weak, he can withstand this pressure, but if the spatial power within him grows larger, the pressure generated between the two spaces will also increase. This is akin to two planets about to collide. Yu Xian, caught in the middle, would be instantly crushed. Of course, this situation is not unsolvable. First, the foundation must be strong enough. Only with a sufficiently powerful foundation can one withstand stronger spatial power. Yu Xian is unclear about Elder Li's foundation, but the foundation he chose is the mutated blood energy within him. As long as he continues to strengthen this mutated blood energy, the spatial power he can contain will grow larger. The main advantage of using mutated blood energy as a foundation is that it is not prone to destruction. The foundation is essentially a life weapon. Once it is destroyed by an enemy, the person will suffer terrifying backlash. The problem is that blood energy cannot be destroyed, and it can indeed carry the Hadian technique. In Yu Xian's view, using mutated blood energy as a foundation is simply perfect. Li Zhangzong also saw this point, so he had high hopes for Yu Xian, believing that Yu Xian could go further than he did in the Hadian technique. After confirming that Yu Xian had truly learned the Hadian technique, Li Zhangzong looked at the still spinning young azure dragon and sighed helplessly. How can the gap between people be so vast? In the next moment, the young azure dragon was teleported out of the cave world by Li Zhangzong, clearly not meeting the requirements of the task. After sending off the young azure dragon, Li Zhangzong smiled at the three and said, All right, let's get down to business. I have already understood the situation outside. If there really exists a so-called star level above the divine level, if the Blood Clan ancestor Edward were to promote to star level by converting 300 million Blood Clan members, relying solely on the cave plan may not be enough to stop Edward's advance. So, I made some adjustments to the plan, and it requires the cooperation of everyone in the country. You three will be responsible for the most important parts, and the pressure may be quite high. I wonder if you three have confidence. I have confidence. As long as I can protect my home and country, even if it costs me my life, I will gladly give it, Xian Ming said seriously. Xu Yuan nodded in agreement and said, Don't worry, Old Li. No matter how difficult the task is, even if it means risking our lives, we vow to complete it. Old Li, just tell us what you need us to do, Yu Xian added. Li Zhangzong nodded in satisfaction, then took out 3 wristbands, signaling the 3 to wear them. He then took out more than 40 jade tokens and distributed them to the 3, explaining, These are for coordinate positioning. Make sure not to lose them. Just place the coordinate positioning into the wristbands, and your spatial perception ability will sense a specific spatial coordinate. Then you need to place these stone tablets according to the different coordinates. As he spoke, he took out more than 40 large black stone tablets. Xu Yuan initially thought it would be difficult, but after hearing this, she was momentarily stunned and asked, Old Li, is that all? No, after completing the above steps, you will place this red jade token into the wristband. At that time, you will sense all the stone tablets of the cave heaven plan, and the beliefs of the people across the country will be transmitted to you through this red jade token. What you need to do is inject this belief into each stone tablet. The power of these beliefs will be very chaotic, and withstanding this power requires great willpower. If you find yourself unable to bear it, immediately take off the red jade token. Remember, do not be reckless, or you may very well be overwhelmed by the energy, Li Zhangzong said seriously as he took out 3 red jade tokens. The 3 took the red jade tokens, and just by touching them, they could feel that they seemed to be gradually warming up. Alright, there's no time to lose, let's set off. Seeing that the 3 had safely stored the red jade tokens, Li Zhangzong slowly turned around. In the next second, the three were instantly teleported away. Yu Lai and the others saw them come out and immediately stepped forward to inquire. They only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the three were qualified. The young man sent by the Qinglong had been expelled for not qualifying, which made the remaining three ministers a bit nervous, fearing that everyone would fail and the plan wouldn't even be able to start. Minister, to avoid any prolonged delays, I will go execute the task now. After explaining the matters in the cave heaven world, Yu Xian said immediately. Yu Lai nodded, go ahead, and be careful. Yes, Yu Xian replied, and in the next second, he wrapped himself in a spatial bubble and instantly returned to Earth. Silver City. He was directly teleported back home. Nangong Chanqian had changed into a maid outfit and was sweeping fallen leaves in the garden. Master. Nangong Chanqian saw Yu Xian standing on the balcony and respectfully called out. Yu Xian glanced at Nangong Chanqian, curious about where her maid outfit came from, but he had things to do, so he just nodded, then took out a coordinate jade token and placed it into the wristband. After the coordinate jade token was placed into the wristband, he sensed a spatial coordinate. That spatial coordinate sparkled in his perception like stars, and he immediately covered his body with the energy from the dragon shield core. With a flash of red light, he directly teleported to the sensed location. In the depths of a certain city's underground, deeper than the sewers, a room had actually been opened up by the state. Yu Xian took out the corresponding stone tablet and heavily placed it on the corresponding coordinate. He then saw the golden text on the stone tablet slowly transform into energy, flowing from the bottom of the tablet into the pre-established groove, sealing the entire room with golden energy. He glanced at the only door and suddenly understood. No wonder spatial ability users were needed to execute the task now. Otherwise, just getting in would be a huge hassle. The door alone takes a week to verify before it can be opened, and it is a full 10 meters thick. During its construction, a large amount of extraordinary metal was added, so it is estimated that even a dragon-level powerhouse would need 3 to 4 days to open this door. As for this room, a significant number of formations and barriers were added during its creation. Once the Cave Heaven plan is fully activated, unless one is wearing the wristband, no space ability user can enter. Next, Yu Xian continuously changed the coordinate jade tablets, placing stone tablets at specific coordinates. He was assigned a total of 15 stone tablets, and after placing them, only 20 minutes had passed. He contacted Yu Lai to ask if the other two had completed the first step. Upon learning that they were still carrying out their tasks, he simply found a hilltop, sat on a rock at the summit, and took a break while using the heavenly theft technique to absorb spatial power. The more spatial power he absorbed, the larger the cave he could create. He had stolen some spatial power from Li Zhangzong, which allowed him to create a space equivalent to the size of a swimming pool, and he was far from reaching his limit. In a moment, he had stolen enough spatial power to equal the size of a basketball court. Fortunately, the world he was in did not have any world consciousness or Alea consciousness. Otherwise, he might have faced the world's targeting and experienced what it meant for the Grim Reaper to come. After stealing enough spatial power, he created a bubble of the cave heaven the size of a basketball and instantly entered it. This is somewhat similar to the principle of a storage ring, Yu Xian said to himself as he sat in the empty space, watching everything outside grow enormous. He used the technique of small inside and large outside to enter this cave heaven world. The basketball-sized cave heaven world itself had to use the technique of large inside and small outside to maintain its form. Simply put, the internal space was vast, but it appeared small from the outside. When he entered this space, he used the technique of small inside and large outside, transforming his larger self into a smaller one upon entering the cave heaven world. In fact, his mass did not change at all, he simply became smaller, and this reduction could be maintained even after leaving the cave heaven world, unless he dispelled it. At this moment, he flew out of the cave bubble, and when he landed, the rock he had just been sitting on had become larger than the mountain itself. Standing on the rock, he looked at this gigantic world and immediately began to explore out of curiosity. He rode the spatial bubble down to the ground, where the weeds that had only been ankle-high were now taller than him. Stepping out of the spatial bubble, he began to run through the weeds when suddenly a mantis hidden among the grass reached out with its dual blades. He smiled and stopped, allowing the blades to fall on him, even deliberately controlling the dragon shield not to defend. The mantis clamped onto Yu Xian with its dual blades. Normally, it would pull him to its mouth to start biting, but when it pulled, it found it couldn't move him at all, and instead, the weeds around it bent down sharply. Facing each other, just before being bitten, Yu Xian grabbed the mantis's triangular head and twisted it, directly snapping its head off, with a large amount of green blood flowing from the severed neck. Looking at the blood, he suddenly had an idea. In the future, when encountering low-blood extraordinary creatures that he particularly coveted for their abilities, he could shrink down and then suck their blood, effectively increasing the amount of blood he had. At that moment, a sparrow quickly flew down from the sky, trying to grab the headless mantis and fly into the air. However, since the mantis was dead and still clamped onto Yu Xian, the sparrow couldn't lift off despite using all its strength to flap its wings. Yu Xian watched the sparrow flounder with amusement, suddenly feeling that this shrunken world was truly fascinating. Although his size had shrunk, Yu Xian's weight had not changed at all. Beneath his shoes were numerous bubbles, some of which were spatial bubbles, some were sticky bubbles, and others were elastic bubbles. Through the super brain, he could freely control these bubbles to perform their intended functions, such as flying in the air, enhancing jumping ability, or sticking to certain places. He did not sink into the ground due to his weight, also thanks to the presence of these bubbles. Otherwise, with his size and weight, the pressure would definitely exceed the ground's compressive strength, and he would surely sink into the earth. Whether it was a mantis or the little sparrow now, it was clear they could not understand why someone so small could be so heavy. However, after flapping around for a bit, the sparrow decisively gave up on the mantis and quickly flew away. Yu Xian pried open the mantis's scythe that was gripping him and jumped onto a leaf of a wild chrysanthemum. He sat down, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers, enjoying a moment of tranquility. The techniques of large inside, small outside and small inside, large outside could be said to be the two simplest spells of the Kettle Heaven technique, and he now understood how to play with them. In fact, these two spells could also be used in reverse, at which point he would become a giant. With the spatial power he had stolen, using this small inside, large outside technique, he could probably transform into a giant about 10 meters tall, but just like shrinking, his weight and mass would not change, so in reality, it would be no different from a hollow balloon, offering no advantage in battle. Of course, he could use it in reverse. For example, he could enlarge an enemy's size, turning them into a moving giant target, making it easier for everyone to focus their attacks. In fact, the 9 spells that make up the Kettle Heaven technique are all designed to serve the cave heavens, and these 2 spells are mainly for those whose cave heaven areas are too small. The quality of the Tao foundation determines the size of the cave heaven. For instance, using a teapot as a Tao foundation, an ordinary teapot can at most accommodate a space power the size of a room. At this point, the large inside, small outside and small inside, large outside techniques can come into play, allowing even a very small area to be transformed into a microscopic world, where the user can shrink down and still not feel cramped. Yu Xian's Tao foundation is mutated blood energy, so he does not have this worry. Once the spatial power and mutated blood energy combine, he can create Kettle Heaven bubbles at will. As long as the mutated blood energy in his body continues to grow, he will definitely be able to create super huge Kettle Heaven bubbles in the future. The large without outside technique is actually just spatial circulation? Sitting on the chrysanthemum leaf, Yu Xian pondered and then created a Kettle Heaven bubble in his palm. After studying it for a while, he discovered that the large without outside technique could only be released inside the Kettle Heaven bubble. Once released, the interior of the Kettle Heaven bubble would have no boundaries, or it could be said to be connected end to end. This is similar to spatial circulation or spatial folding. Yu Xian teleported a molten spirit worm from Mars and placed it inside the Kettle Heaven bubble. Sure enough, no matter how the molten spirit worm flew inside the Kettle Heaven bubble, it could never touch the spatial barrier of the bubble. It could only fly around inside, forever unable to reach the boundary. This spell can make the cave heaven feel more natural, allowing the wind to truly flow and the water to form a cycle. Without this spell, the wind would blow against the spatial barrier, then either blow up or down along the barrier, making the entire cave heaven world feel very unnatural and quite strange. After understanding the function of the large without outside technique, Yu Xian then studied the small without inside technique. The small without inside technique does not mean that the cave heaven space is so small that there is no internal space. This spell actually acts on the Tao foundation itself, making the Tao foundation extremely tiny. This smallness is even smaller than atoms, which is clearly a capability to hide the cave heaven space. Yu Xian recalled the empty glass room and the extraordinary shelter and finally understood that Li Zhangzong's Tao foundation must have used the small without inside technique, which is why they had not discovered a cave heaven world inside the room. If Li Zhangzong is unwilling to meet them, they might as well stand in the glass house for 1,000,000 years without entering Li Zhangzong's cave world. I wonder what old Li's Tao foundation is. Yu Xian thought curiously, simply sticking a Hutian bubble on the back of a chrysanthemum leaf, making this his secret base from now on. Then he created another Hutian bubble and used the technique of not appearing, not existing, inside it. Yu Xian closed his eyes to feel it, and then he was speechless. Due to the characteristics of the mutated blood energy, he already knew everything inside the Hutian bubble like the back of his hand, and the technique of not appearing, not existing only enhanced this ability. It was somewhat useful, but not much. Yu Xian understood a bit and then continued to study the next spell. He originally wanted to directly use the technique of not losing, not damaging on the Hutian bubble, but then he found out that it couldn't be used alone, it required other items to use the technique. However, this made him quickly understand the usefulness of this spell. Using the technique of not losing, not damaging on inanimate objects inside the Hutian bubble essentially recorded the state of that object. No matter how long it took, as long as the object remained in the Hutian bubble, it would not experience energy loss or damage. For example, a flame, if Yuxian used the technique of not losing, not damaging on it inside the Hutian bubble, the flame would continue to burn, forever maintaining that state. Yuxian suddenly thought of many applications, such as creating the sun and moon, making furniture and appliances that would never decay. The Hutian technique is indeed the best divine ability for home travel, killing, and arson. Just the technique of not losing, not damaging can ensure that the spellcaster can live comfortably in the cave world, even having unlimited electricity, water, and fire. Yuxian suddenly felt that his 3-acre Chinese villa was a bit unappealing. He wanted to personally create a cave world. Just thinking about the effects after adding various spells made his mouth water, and he couldn't wait to get started. However, thinking about the unfinished tasks, he had to temporarily set aside the idea, promising himself that after everything was over, he would definitely create his own cave world. He then continued to study the remaining 3 spells. The technique of mending the void is actually a spell for repairing the cave. If the cave is attacked by enemies and cracks appear, the technique of mending the void is needed to repair the spatial cracks. The technique of no loss, no excess must be used in conjunction with the technique of blending all phenomena. These 2 spells allow everything in the cave to skip many transformation processes and return to its original state. This sounds similar to the technique of not losing, not damaging, but in reality, it has a different effect. The technique of not losing, not damaging only prevents specific things from being damaged, while the technique of no loss, no excess, combined with blending all phenomena can allow a plastic bag to skip the long natural degradation cycle and revert back to its raw materials. These 2 spells can be said to be fundamental spells for maintaining the cave. The growth, decomposition, and circulation of all things require the participation of these 2 spells. For example, with the technique of no loss, no excess, combined with blending all phenomena, when an animal just defecates, the next second the feces are decomposed, transformed into various elements absorbed by the earth, entering the next cycle at an extremely fast speed. Without the technique of no loss, no excess, combined with blending all phenomena, if the number of animals reaches a certain level, the entire cave could become foul-smelling. Additionally, the technique of blending all phenomena has another powerful effect when used alone. 165 Something is really off. The technique of blending all phenomena can also mix and piece together various different things to form something new. For example, if you mix a peach tree with a pear tree, you can create a peach pear tree, and after a while, it may produce pears that taste like peaches or peaches that taste like pears. You can even mix animals within the cave world to create new species, but this mixing is very random. It could yield something good or something worse. However, anything that is mixed cannot leave the cave world in its first generation, or it will immediately disintegrate and separate, but the second generation can be taken out of the cave world. For instance, the peach pear tree itself cannot leave the cave world, but after it bears fruit, using the seeds from its fruit to grow another peach pear tree can allow it to be taken out of the cave world. The same applies to other mixed entities. As Yu Xian was preparing to continue researching the remaining 6 divine abilities, the phone rang. He took out his phone to answer, and Yu Lai on the other end informed him that they could start the next phase of the plan. After hanging up, Yu Xian created a bubble from the kettle world, and as he passed through it, his body instantly returned to its original size. He took out a red jade tablet and installed it on his wristband, and instantly, an immense and unimaginable stream of chaotic thoughts surged into his consciousness, as if countless people were chanting in his brain. May the country have good weather and peace for everyone. This was the voice of a middle-aged woman. In broad daylight, concentrating here to mumble? Isn't it annoying? This was the voice of a young man. Damn it, the officials aren't trying to use us to refine pills, are they? This was the voice of a dejected groundhog. I hope Mom can come back. I hope Dad's illness gets better soon. This was the voice of a little girl. Yu Xian, possessing a super brain, was still driven to the brink of a headache by these chaotic voices. He wanted to complain, is this belief? This is just chaotic thoughts. However, the red jade tablet was already emitting a red light, and it was clear that these chaotic thoughts were indeed the thoughts of every person at that moment, so calling them beliefs could be somewhat justified. After wearing the red jade tablet, Yu Xian could sense countless golden lines in the sky, each line leading to a stone tablet. These stone tablets were actually also Dao bases, just supersized Dao bases. According to the original cave plan, the country intended to extract geothermal energy to activate the stone tablets, drawing a large amount of spatial power to send the entire Huaxia into the cave world. But since no one knew how strong the star level was, Li Zhangzong modified the design plan, adding the thoughts of the people to the original foundation. In this way, the cave would evolve into a pseudo-small world, making it extremely difficult to locate the position of the small world for any beings not belonging to it. Even if one found a way to forcefully break in, they would be attacked by the thoughts of the people, and their brain would be instantly overwhelmed by billions of thoughts. Of course, if that still didn't work, then there would be no other way. At this moment, Yu Xian suddenly appeared underground in a city, and the hand wearing the wristband immediately pressed against the stone tablet, causing countless thoughts of the people to surge towards the stone tablet, rapidly adding many small tadpole-like characters to the golden patterns on the tablet. The endless chaotic thoughts flowed through Yu Xian's body like a raging river, all flowing into the stone tablet. Once all the chaotic thoughts from his body flowed into the stone tablet, he immediately felt a new wave of chaotic thoughts coming, and this wave was different from the previous ones. The chaotic thoughts of billions of people could not be fully borne by just the three of them. In countless military camps, a large number of soldiers wore wristbands, using the next level down blue jade tablets, silently bearing the thoughts of the people. They acted as relay stations, temporarily shouldering a portion of the chaotic thoughts of a city, and when the chaotic thoughts from Yu Xian and the others were exhausted, they would replenish them. Because of his super brain, Yu Xian's endurance is actually very strong. After filling one stone tablet, he immediately teleported to the next stone tablet to continue injecting the thoughts of the people. On the other side, Xian Ming and Zhu Yuan were not in good condition. Xian Ming's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and to keep himself awake, he continuously cut the flesh on his thigh with a knife. Then, to avoid excessive bleeding, he would burn the wound with flames. With the intense pain, he gritted his teeth and persisted in injecting the thoughts of the people into the stone tablet. Zhu Yuan's ability was even more troublesome. Although she could teleport, each teleportation had a distance limit, so it took her nearly 10 minutes to travel from one city to another. Her mind was filled with distractions, and she had to calculate spatial coordinates, causing her eyes to be filled with blood tears and her nose to bleed continuously. Ultimately, after injecting the thoughts of the people into 5 stone tablets, she collapsed on the way to another city. After she fell, the output speed slowed down, and many soldiers could not release their chaotic thoughts, causing a large number of soldiers to start collapsing. In one city after another in the country, countless people gathered in the arranged formations. No one knew what was happening, and what Li Zhangzong needed was this sense of aimlessness and lack of purpose. If it were merely anger or negative emotions, the lethality would actually be less due to its monotony. What was needed was not strong aggression, but diversity. The more chaotic the thoughts, the greater the power. With the efforts of Yu Xian and Xian Ming, more and more cities' stone tablets were activated, and golden light was weaving a huge light path in the sky. The stone tablets that had already been infused with the thoughts of the people emitted a golden glow, rapidly absorbing the power of space, and an invisible spatial barrier slowly descended from the sky. Jiang City. A vampire was wrapped in opaque clothing, wearing a mask that covered even the eyes with sunglasses. He looked up at the sky, faintly sensing something was off. Although the spatial barrier itself was colorless and odorless, anyone with a slight sensitivity to space could perceive the abnormality in the sky. After some consideration, he cautiously used a supernatural item to contact a duke under the Blood Clan ancestor. "What is it?" After a moment, Duke Dosa's voice came from an earring. The vampire quickly spoke, "Duke, it seems that Huaxia is preparing for something. The sky seems a bit off. Don't worry about them. As long as the ancestor successfully advances, this world will ultimately belong to our blood clan. Humph, all dragon clans, elf clans, dwarf clans, titan clans will bow at our feet." Duke Dos completely disregarded the information provided by the vampire, his mind filled with fantasies of the blood clan dominating the earth. In the future, he would drink a cup of elf blood and pour out 2 cups of titan blood. Artificial blood? Is that something the blood clan should consume? Over here, the vampire wanted to say something, but Duke Dos had already disconnected the communication. The vampire looked up at the sky, his mouth moving. He really wanted to say that this was very wrong. The only hope in the village. In fact, Yu Xian felt the changes in the sky the most. Even without looking up, he could sense the spatial barrier slowly descending like a giant hand, crazily dividing space. With the stone tablet as the anchor point, the entire Huaxia would be swallowed into the cave world, leaving only a teapot in the real world. This teapot was the only key point for the outside world to enter Huaxia's cave, and as for why it was a teapot, perhaps only Li Zhangzong knew the reason. Yu Xian thought it might be his wicked sense of humor. In fact, many powerful individuals of advanced age enjoy playing with memes, but the ones they play with are old memes from hundreds or even 1,000 years ago. If the younger generation like Yu Xian doesn't go online to check information, they wouldn't even know what memes they are referencing. This is probably what is called a generation gap. Block 205. At this moment, Yu Xian teleported underground in a city, his hand quickly pressing against the stone tablet, the overwhelming thoughts of the people surging towards the tablet like the waters of the Yellow River. At that moment, the pain in his brain slightly eased, and his expression relaxed considerably. If there were a web novel that could store his brain, Yu Xian felt he would not hesitate to do so. The feeling of having countless antis chattering in his brain was truly unbearable. Even with his super brain, he felt like banging his head against the ground, as if the voices in his head were about to burst out at any second. There are still 320 tablets left. Just kill me. After filling the tablet with the thoughts of the people, Yu Xian sensed the spatial coordinates and sighed inwardly. The next second, he teleported again to the underground of another city, pressing his hand hard against the tablet, the thoughts of the people once again gushing out, and the golden lines on the tablet immediately filled with tiny black tadpole characters. 318 left. My fellow comrade, you must hold on. After filling the tablet with the thoughts of the people, he teleported to the underground of another city, sensing the remaining coordinates, silently sending blessings to another comrade. However, just as he sent his blessings, Xian Ming, far away in another city, collapsed weakly. His thighs were covered in wounds. Although he had tried his best to stop the bleeding, he had lost too much blood, and finally succumbed to unconsciousness while charging the tablet. At this point, both of Yu Xian's comrades had fallen, and he still needed to charge 318 tablets. The foundation of the tablets was arranged according to the number of cities, and there were a total of 663 cities in China, so there were also 663 tablets. Once all the tablets were filled with the thoughts of the people, China would completely transform into a cave realm. From then on, even if the earth exploded, it would not affect China. No matter how much foreign countries wanted to stir trouble, it would have nothing to do with China, no matter how powerful the bloodline ancestors were. This is the fundamental reason for the country's implementation of the Cave Realm Plan. Yu Xian only reported the concept of star level, and the higher-ups like Yu Lai had already prepared for the worst, making the most conservative choices with a responsible attitude. While other countries were searching the world for bloodline ancestors and targeting Roman officials with missiles, China chose to prioritize the safety of its domestic people, with all other issues pushed to the back. 10 minutes later, Yu Xian teleported to the city where Xian Ming had collapsed. He saw Xian Ming lying on the ground, covered in blood, and let out a long sigh. He then stepped forward to remove Xian Ming's wristband, covering him with a spatial bubble and sending him to the headquarters in Yanjing. Next, he pressed his hand against the tablet, continuing to charge it. The reason he was able to find this place was that Xian Ming had charged this tablet. However, Xian Ming had not completely filled this tablet. From the perspective of spatial sensing, the tablet was in a slightly glowing state, and Yu Xian felt something was off and followed the sensed coordinates here. Now that both comrades had fallen, the remaining tablets clearly depended entirely on him. If he also fell, the Cave Realm Plan would fail. 317 left. Yu Xian filled the tablet with the thoughts of the people, muttering to himself. He then teleported to the next city to continue charging the tablet. Previously, he thought it was better for there to be fewer spatial ability users. After all, the fewer there were, the less competition he would have. But now, he wished everyone could have spatial abilities. Unfortunately, that was clearly impossible. Most spatial ability users in the country had already been recruited by the state. But it doesn't mean that space ability users necessarily have the ability to sense space. Just like the young man sent by the Qinglong faction, he indeed possesses space abilities, but his ability to sense spatial coordinates is very weak. The two are not in conflict. When Yu Xian first had the space bubble, his ability to sense spatial coordinates was also poor. He relied entirely on the space bubble for positioning. Later, after learning space spells, his ability to sense space gradually strengthened. Especially after acquiring a super brain, his spatial sensing ability was truly enhanced, as calculating spatial coordinates became too easy for him. Currently, the only person in the country who can match his spatial sensing ability is probably Li Zhangzong. The problem is that Li Zhangzong is too old. He is so old that he cannot leave his own cave world. Once he leaves his cave world, he is likely to die instantly. However, as long as he stays in his cave world, he will never die. This is one of the effects of the magical technique of Hudian, observing the past and present. Immortality, surveying the past and present. Yu Xian had thought about a question before. If the sky were to fall, what if he was the one holding it up? Now, as the only hope of the village, Yu Xian finally knows the answer. Even if his scalp tingles and he feels immense pain, he can only grit his teeth and persevere. After all, this task cannot be completed by anyone else but him. 316. Today is so long. Yu Xian appeared underground in Ice City, his hand pressed against the stone tablet. This trip to Ice City has been too long. He not only subdued Xiongde but also the female assassin Nangong Wanyuan, and learned the Hudian technique. 311. I really want to eat fried chicken. Yu Xian appeared underground in Spring City, his hand pressed against the stone tablet. He remembered that Spring City's specialty was fried chicken. 305, Nora. Yu Xian appeared underground in Silver City, his hand pressed against the stone tablet. 266, Auntie. Yu Xian appeared underground in Tianjing City, mechanically charging the stone tablet. The further he went, the more fatigued his brain became. To avoid becoming completely numb, he began to learn Xian Ming, using pain to stay awake. He pierced a black line into his other arm, instantly binding the entire arm, then contracted the black line, causing the whole arm to be cut little by little. It hurt a lot, but it was indeed very useful. Moreover, his healing ability was so strong that the wound healed automatically within a second of being injured, so he had to keep cutting back and forth. Throughout the process, apart from the pain, not a drop of blood was shed. But the greater test was yet to come. The thoughts of the masses became worse as time went on, and their minds grew darker. After all, keeping everyone in the square with the arranged formation without telling them what was happening would naturally make them increasingly impatient. This is human nature. Yu Xian gradually began to be affected, starting to have some thoughts he shouldn't have. He really wanted to give up. It felt as if a voice in his head was tempting him, saying that since the other two had failed, it was normal for him to fail as well. If everyone failed, it wouldn't count as failure. Then another voice said, "Do these people deserve protection? Their thoughts are so dark, do they even know about your sacrifices?" Yu Xian's eyes gradually lost their light, his hand pressed against the stone tablet seemed to lose strength, slowly drooping down. "Salty fish, don't let me look down on you, come on. Salty fish little brother, I'm Fat Cat. You can definitely do it. Little fish, hang in there, I've even written the application. After completing the task, I'll let you replace the panda as a national treasure. Salty fish brother, I'm a fairy. Sister likes men who can last longer, so harden up, don't be soft." Salty fish, salty fish, salty fish. However, just as he was about to exhaust his strength, suddenly more and more encouraging voices came through the thoughts of the people. In Yanqing, Zhang Shou stood behind the crowd with a group of nurses, gritting his teeth and constantly cheering for Yu Xian in his heart. He had just completed treatment for Xian Ming, and upon learning that Yu Xian was doing the same, he contacted many acquaintances, and everyone cheered for Yu Xian in their respective cities. He didn't know if Yu Xian would notice this, but it was the only thing he could think of to do for him. There was no doubt that Yu Xian noticed. He pressed his hand firmly against the stone tablet, his eyes shining once again. The darkness of humanity was indeed terrifying, but there were always those who spread light. Zhang Shou and the others had already passed their light to him. Now it was his turn to shine. After all, he was a shining vampire and should shine brightly. On that day, with Yu Xian's efforts, one stone tablet after another was lit up, and golden light gradually surged forth. The spatial barrier above the sky quickly descended, and the sea was violently split in two. Countless sea beasts instantly divided. Along the coast, Gong Qian and the others were still fighting against the manta ray people. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and after the distant sea was split by the spatial barrier, a massive amount of seawater rolled back, forming gigantic waves. Whether it was Gong Qian and her group or the manta ray people, they all stopped, shocked, looking around. Everything seemed unchanged, yet there was a vague sense of some unknown change occurring. The earth, the plate that originally belonged to Huaxia, seemed to have been scooped out by a spoon. Looking down from the sky, one could even see the earth's core. Huaxia just vanished into thin air. The neighboring countries that bordered Huaxia saw countless powerful individuals rushing to the edge, staring at the unfathomable pit, all showing expressions of shock, but no one knew what had happened. Was Huaxia attacked? Had the abyss swallowed Huaxia? Countless speculations flew around, and news media from various countries began reporting, even temporarily overshadowing the news of the Blood Clan's ancestor. However, when the seawater began to flood back in, and when the borders of various countries started to shake, the powerful individuals from those countries finally reacted, starting to think of ways to stop everything from happening. Of course, everything on Earth was already unrelated to Huaxia. In the Huaxia cave, after Yu Xian charged the last stone tablet, he immediately took off the wristband and teleported home, instantly collapsing into a deep sleep. In Yanqing, countless people cheered upon learning that the cave plan had succeeded, and under the directive of the higher-ups, news began to be broadcast nationwide, with photos of Yu Xian, Xian Ming, and Zhu Yuan appearing on television. The previously resentful public, upon learning what had happened, first felt shock, then guilt, and finally etched the three's photos firmly in their hearts. These were the stars they should pursue, their true heroes. By the sea, Gong Qian and the others, after watching the news, directly threw their phones to the manta ray people across from them. When these manta ray people finished watching the news, they were at a loss. After a moment of silence, the shark-headed one put down his weapon and knelt. He surrendered. The battle had lost all meaning. They were like turtles in a jar. Continuing to resist would only lead to death. 3 days later, Yu Xian yawned and slowly woke from his sleep. He looked at the familiar ceiling, and it took a while for his brain to fully start up. He lay there motionless on the bed, enjoying a moment of peace. After about 5 minutes, he got up from the bed. The first thing he noticed was that the heart of the giant snake in his chest felt a bit strange. He carefully sensed it. The heart, which already resembled a snake, looked even more so now, with capillary-like scales vividly patterned, especially the 2 red dot-like eyes, which sparkled with light. As he focused all his attention on the heart of the giant snake, a tsunami of emotions instantly overwhelmed him. Yu Xian, I love you. Salute, Yu Xian, you are my hero. Classmate Yu Xian, so handsome. I want to go to Silver City to study. I want to be classmates with Yu Xian. Yu Xian, you are my god. Bless me to pass the college entrance examination smoothly. All were positive emotions, with no negative feelings at all. These strong positive thoughts directly cleansed the heart of the giant snake. Originally, the giant snake actually preferred fear, so its heart favored negative emotions, but this time, there were so many positive emotions that they completely washed the heart of the giant snake inside and out, turning it from black to white. Yu Xian took a deep breath. He didn't need to bask in the sun to recharge. He directly used this immense positive thought to illuminate the heart of the giant snake, instantly igniting the poison fire of the compass. However, there was a problem with his poison fire of the compass. He immediately used identification on himself, and indeed, because the positive thoughts were too overwhelming, the poison fire of the compass was no longer the poison fire of the compass. Heroic sacred fire. Every eye can shoot out golden punitive sacred fire and green healing sacred fire, and can manipulate their forms at will. Yu Xian looked at the newly activated ability, and a question mark popped up in his mind. Hero? Is it talking about me? He closed the attribute panel and immediately took out his entertainment phone to check the news. Yu Xian, once saved the entire city by himself, he didn't just become a hero now. Shocking, Yu Xian's tragic past. Listening to Zhang Shou talk about Yu Xian's past, he really deserves it. 30 cities have already applied for Yu Xian, Xianming, and Zhu Yuan to become national treasures. The panda feels very wronged. All universities across the country have expressed their welcome for Yu Xian to enroll. Yu Xian looked at the news that was flooded with himself, Xianming, and Zhu Yuan, and he was completely dumbfounded. No wonder he absorbed so many positive thoughts. It turned out that the whole country knew about what they had done. Could it be that everyone recognized him? He put away his phone and sneaked to the balcony, and sure enough, there were many people outside. Although the battle police were doing their best to maintain order, when Yu Xian stepped out onto the balcony, the next moment, the crowd outside the wall erupted in a tsunami of screams, with many men and women gazing at Yu Xian, shouting things like "I love you." Wow! This was the first time Yu Xian had seen so many people. What scared him more was that the girls stood on one side and the boys on the other, clearly delineated. It was obvious that his looks attracted not only girls but also boys, which frightened him so much that he hurried back inside. Then he felt that it wasn't safe inside either, and instantly teleported to Sujua's house in Tianjing City. He sat on the sofa, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Becoming famous was indeed a double-edged sword. The advantage was that the ability of the heart of the giant snake became better and stronger, but the downside was that his dignity could be threatened at any moment. Girls liked him, which he could barely accept, but what was up with those muscular guys? At that moment, Kirin's phone rang, and Yu Xian took out his phone to see it was Yulai, immediately answering the call. On the other end, Yulai's voice came through. "Little fish, are you awake? For the next month, just relax. If there's anything, we can talk about it in a month. I won't disturb your rest." Wait. Yu Xian was about to speak when the busy tone came from the other end. He sighed helplessly and simply opened Kirin's app to check the news from the past few days. Although Huaxia had already become a cave world, the country was still monitoring the situation on Earth. In recent days, countries that had originally been able to restrain themselves finally could not hold back any longer and launched missiles at Roman Huchen. The entire Roman Huchen was almost washed away by missiles, let alone living people. Even ghosts were probably gone. However, the ancestor of the Blood Clan had not shown up, and countries were still searching for his whereabouts. Then Yu Xian saw the situation of Xianming and Zhu Yuan, both of whom were in a bad state. Xianming was dazed, and Zhu Yuan had gone mad. Although Xianming's wounds had been treated by Zhang Shou and his mental energy replenished, he had issues on a cognitive level, now with an IQ equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child. He was placed in a sanatorium by Xian Wu. Zhu Yuan had fainted in the wild, and as a result, her body had been gnawed on by beasts. When found, she was already on the brink of death. After being rescued, she became erratic, sometimes giggling foolishly and at other times becoming agitated, even showing tendencies to attack others. Her attacks were not random. She used spatial abilities, so she was frozen in ice and was later taken away by the people of Zhuke. Xianming, Zhu Yuan, In the cave world of Li Zhangzong, they had been so wise and composed. After understanding their situation, Yu Xian closed the post and sighed deeply. It turned out that on that day, it wasn't just him shining brightly, there were two others who emitted an even more dazzling light, even burning themselves out completely. A month of rapid progress followed. For the next month, Yu Xian and the people of the nation were all watching the drama unfold. The sudden disappearance of Huaxiao triggered global climate anomalies, with earthquakes and tsunamis affecting hundreds of countries. Fortunately, many countries had dragon-level powerhouses, and with their intervention, the situation was temporarily stabilized. The large pit left by Huaxia's disappearance was sealed off by a barrier. Since countries could not find the reason for Huaxia's disappearance from the earth, they simply blamed it on the ancestor of the Blood Clan. The president of the American Dragon Empire even appeared on television holding a bag of ashes, claiming to have evidence that the ancestor of the Blood Clan had destroyed Huaxia, declaring vampires to be the common enemy of all living beings. Thus, countries launched vigorous campaigns to eradicate vampires. To compensate for the costs of setting up the barrier, dragon-level powerhouses confiscated a large amount of property belonging to vampires, and all the wealthy individuals who had served the vampires were arrested and imprisoned, their assets divided up. Of course, this was just the last frenzy of some short-sighted individuals. Those with a bit of sense among the extraordinary beings were actually searching for Edward's whereabouts. As long as Edward was not found and completely killed, they could not rest easy. The problem was that Edward seemed to have evaporated from the world. Even after the missile strikes, Luo Ma Huchen did not show himself, only secretly draining the blood of vampires. According to post-event statistics, the number of vampires killed by missiles was less than 1% of those killed by Edward himself. In fact, Edward's brutal methods shocked countless extraordinary beings. Many extraordinary races even grew wary of their own ancestors. After all, if the ancestor of the Blood Clan could reclaim the power of their bloodline, what about their own ancestors? It could be said that Edward had set a very bad precedent. In the cave of Huaxia, in Tianjin City, the television in Suzhua's home was broadcasting international news, while Suzhua hummed a little tune in the kitchen as she cooked. "Auntie, where do you think Edward is hiding now?" In the living room, Yu Xian lay on the sofa, watching the international news on TV, and suddenly asked Jinhua Changjing. However, Jinhua Changjing was not fooled at all. She just smiled at Yu Xian without speaking. For the past month, Yu Xian had occasionally pretended to chat with Jinhua Changjing while watching the news, unexpectedly asking her questions. He had asked many questions, but in reality, they were all a cover for the final question. Where is Edward? Mainly, he wanted to figure out where Nora's father, Marcus's body, was. During this month of vacation, he did not completely slack off. He tried to create his own cave world, attempted to manipulate the eye bubbles to overlook the ground from the atmosphere, and also took the time to accompany Nora to Yanqing Vocational and Technical College for some relaxation. Of course, he also quietly controlled the eye bubbles to search for Marcus's body in Rome. Unfortunately, before he woke up, Rome had already been baptized by missiles from various countries, and it could be said that the entire country was riddled with wounds and corpses everywhere. Moreover, most of the bodies were desiccated corpses of vampires, which clearly indicated that Edward had feasted well this time. Yu Xian patiently examined each body, but he did not find Nora's father's body. It was possible that he had been reduced to ashes in the bombardment or had died elsewhere. In short, only Edward knew where Marcus had actually died. "Auntie, can't you really say?" Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing with a pitiful expression, shamelessly trying to act cute. This was a killer move he had painstakingly practiced over the past month, effective against his mother fans. Because he was now so famous that it could be said that those who did not know him were rare, he always encountered fans when he went out to play. Once surrounded by enthusiastic crowds, he would use this tactic to ask his mother fans to help maintain order, quickly restoring chaos to a semblance of order. Unfortunately, this tactic had no effect on Jinhua Changjing. Her expression remained unchanged in the face of Yu Xian's cuteness. Yu Xian was not surprised by this. He merely sighed and lay back on the sofa to continue watching TV. After the international news ended, domestic news began. Well, the first news was about Yu Xian. 53 cities announced that Yu Xian had become an honorary citizen, allowing free use of all public facilities with facial recognition, and a park named after Yu Xian would be built, along with many other benefits and tax exemptions. In short, there were many advantages, hoping that Yu Xian would visit these cities more often. The second news made Yu Xian a bit embarrassed. The TV showed footage of him dining out yesterday, only to be mobbed by a group of girls who kissed him all over, leaving lip prints on his cheeks. The problem was that he was tightly held by these girls and did not dare to teleport away directly, otherwise someone would definitely get hurt. The news anchor joked that Yu Xian was now the dream of 30 million girls, while also advising everyone to remain calm when encountering Yu Xian and not to act excessively. Yu Xian watched the news anchor speak confidently on TV, nodding in agreement. In fact, he did not mind being famous, he was just afraid of everyone being overly enthusiastic and crazy. Now, every day, a large amount of positive energy was flooding into the heart of the Great Serpent, which had become his strongest heart. Over the past month, he had activated the super lungs, super skin, super eyes, super liver, super kidneys, super spleen, and super gallbladder of the perfect organism by sunbathing. But the heart of the Great Serpent was even better. It not only activated the holy fire of heroes but also activated 3 other abilities that had not been displayed during the previous identification of the Great Serpent. The identification did not show these abilities simply because the Great Serpent itself had not mastered them. However, not mastering them did not mean that its genes lacked this potential. For example, its ancestors once possessed such abilities, but it had not yet activated or mastered them. As a result, Yu Xian now grasped this power belonging to the ancestors of the Great Serpent through the heart of the Great Serpent. These 3 abilities were: Dragon Bone Python Muscle, increases the hardness of the body's bones and muscles by 10 times, while also increasing flexibility by 10 times and strength by 10 times. This was a purely passive enhancement ability. Yu Xian's bones and muscles were all strengthened, and his body, which was already strong, became even stronger. Although he was still far from Li Gongqian, among the younger generation, if it was purely a contest of strength, he should be able to rank in the top 3. Heroic power, the power of faith burning within, transformed into heroic power, can significantly enhance one's overall strength, while also strengthening abilities such as 1,000 Eyes and 10,000 Eyes, heroic sacred fire, dragon bone python muscle, and heroic might. This is a purely state skill that requires the consumption of positive emotional energy. Fortunately, he is quite famous now, so the stored positive emotions will last him a long time. Heroic might, use one's own momentum to intimidate the opponent. If one stands on the moral high ground, the intimidation effect is increased tenfold. Yu Xian had quietly used this ability once when he was surrounded by fans, using it to demand that everyone maintain order and not disturb others. The effect, how should I put it? At that time, the effect was very good, everyone obediently followed his words. However, many fans who experienced this event afterward became his fervent followers. In short, their admiration for him became even more fanatical. The problem is that this actually showed some tendencies of Stockholm Syndrome. After realizing this situation, Yu Xian quickly asked the Kirin's psychologist to treat these people, and he no longer dared to use it on ordinary people. 169-star artifact. It was a little past noon. After having lunch with Su Zhua, Yu Xian first sent Su Zhua to her company. Then he teleported to the outer atmosphere of Earth through a spatial bubble. On his way to Mars, he had released many spatial bubbles, some placed on meteors, and some on space debris. Therefore, he no longer needed to enter and exit the cave through the only teapot of Huaxia Cave. He still felt very free, going wherever he wanted. Auntie, is your hometown really that beautiful? Yu Xian sat in a spatial bubble, overlooking Earth, and asked Jinhua Changjing beside him. Although a large part of Earth was missing after the transformation of Huaxia Cave, it was still beautiful. From space, the azure sea was still breathtaking. Jinhua Changjing looked at Earth and said lightly, "My hometown is also Earth." In fact, 1% of humanity in the tree-like universe comes from different parallel worlds of Earth. Tree-like universe? Yu Xian immediately keenly noticed that Jinhua Changjing had mentioned another term he had never heard of. Jinhua Changjing looked at Earth, drew a densely branched lightning ball on Yu Xian's bubble with her finger, and said, "This is the tree-like universe. It clearly looks like a ball. Why is it called a tree-like universe?" Yu Xian asked in confusion, looking at the pattern drawn by Jinhua Changjing. Jinhua Changjing continuously enlarged the pattern. What was originally a very small, branched lightning slowly became enormous, looking like a large tree without leaves but with many branches. She looked at Yu Xian and asked, "What about now? I understand. How big is the tree-like universe?" Yu Xian nodded at the pattern and then asked. Jinhua Changjing did not avoid answering such questions. She continued to enlarge that small lightning, slowly branching and branching again. After an unknown number of branches, she pointed to one of the slender branches and said, "Your world is probably located here. The tree-like universe is too vast." Yu Xian drew a circle on the pattern, looking at the circle and murmuring to himself. Jinhua Changjing shook her head, erased the circle Yu Xian drew, and then continued to enlarge that branch, placing a small dot inside the branch, saying, "This is your world, and within this branch, there are 5, 640, 586, 505, 641, 245, 642, 126, 224, 515, 263, 546 similar worlds." Every time Yu Xian gazed at the starry sky, he deeply felt his own insignificance and the vastness of the universe. but at this moment, he realized that the universe didn't seem that big either. When he was young, he read a popular science book that said the mass of the sun is 330,000 times that of the Earth, and at that time, he thought the sun was incredibly large. Later, a star even bigger than the sun appeared on the screen, and then another even larger star followed it, with new stars continuously emerging. As a result, he realized that the sun, which he thought was so big, had become extremely small in comparison to these stars. At that moment, he understood just how vast the universe is, capable of accommodating so many and such enormous celestial bodies. At this time, the words of Jinhua Changjing opened his eyes to an even larger world, and he suddenly began to understand why the power levels of the universal hierarchy could explode exponentially. In the tree-like universe, perhaps 10 quintillion isn't really such a large number. Even if a certain powerful being has the ability to destroy worlds, how many worlds can he actually destroy? For the tree-like universe, even if he were to destroy 1,000 worlds, 10,000 worlds, it wouldn't even be a drop in the ocean or a hair on a cow. Auntie, can you tell me just how strong Jinhua Changlo really is? Yu Xian swallowed hard and asked. Jinhua Changjing was silent for a moment, wiped the branches off the bubble, and said, "He can easily do that." Yu Xian looked at the bubble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In other words, Jinhua Changlo could instantly destroy 5, 640, 586, 505, 641, 245, 642, 126, 224, 515, 263, 547 worlds. What kind of monster is that? Previously, when he heard Jinhua Changjing talk about the universal hierarchy of the myriad realms and the corresponding power levels, he found it hard to imagine just how strong Jinhua Changlo was, but now he finally had the clearest concept. He was truly a monster among monsters. If their strengths were similar, he would have confidence in surpassing the other, but with such an outrageous gap, he had completely lost the desire to compare. If he were to encounter Jinhua Changlo, he would probably only need to think about two things. 1. How to kneel in a way that looks decent to avoid being killed, and 2. What posture would be more dignified when he dies? Auntie, compared to the risks I'm taking, am I asking for too little? After wiping his sweat for a while, Yu Xian looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked with a face full of regret. Jinhua Changjing smiled at Yu Xian, having gone around in circles, finally revealing her true intentions. Auntie, can you really not say? Where exactly is Edward? Yu Xian knew his trick had been seen through, but he still asked shamelessly. The shock he felt earlier was indeed real, and he was still in a state of shock, but that didn't affect him from achieving his set goal. One must live in the present. Jinhua Changjing's strength was only slightly less than Jinhua Changli's, and Jinhua Changla might not be able to find her position, so the 5, 640, 586, 505, 641, 245, 642, 126, 224, 515, 263, 547 worlds on this branch of the tree-like universe should be safe for now. Just when Yu Xian thought Jinhua Changjing wouldn't answer this question, she spoke up. Now I can say, Edward Vladstock is hiding on the moon. He has successfully advanced to star level by refining a star artifact. Yu Xian was initially excited, but when he heard Jinhua Changjing say that the progenitor of the blood clan had already advanced to star level, he immediately deflated. If the progenitor of the blood clan was dragon level, he would have a chance to fight, but now facing a star level progenitor was tantamount to seeking death. So, Earth is finished. Yu Xian looked at the blue earth and sighed. The next moment, he returned to the Huaxia cave world, mainly because he felt unsafe outside. He lay on the sofa at home, watching the television that was still playing, and suddenly asked, Auntie, what exactly is the star artifact you mentioned? You see, your world is merely a level 1 world, which means it is a world without extraordinary powers. All extraordinary powers in this world come from the abyss, so your powers are very chaotic and lack a system. The consequence is that, barring any accidents, God level, heaven level, is your limit. Your physical and spiritual strength is insufficient, and you will never be able to break through to star level. Edward Vladstock used a very popular cheating method in the myriad worlds, which is to refine a star artifact to replace his own ability to bear star level power. The star artifact is linked to his life. The moment the star artifact is successfully refined, he is equivalent to being promoted to star level, Jinhua Changjing answered in detail. Yu Xian squinted and said, so, as long as we can find a way to destroy Edward's star artifact, he will die too? He thought of an idea, like using a spatial bubble to transport Edward's star artifact to some extremely dangerous place. Wouldn't that mean Edward would be done for? However, when he saw Jinhua Changjing smiling silently at him, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head and quickly discarded that thought. After a month of accumulation, although his power level had risen to 0.08, the problem was that Edward's power level was 100. Moreover, he didn't understand star artifacts at all. he didn't even know what abilities they had. It was possible that before he even made a move, Edward would directly kill him with the star artifact. The television was playing entertainment news. A certain female celebrity boldly confessed her love to Yu Xian and was accused of seeking attention. Yu Xian lay on the sofa, watching TV while chatting with Jinhua Changjing. They exchanged questions and answers, the topics varied, but gradually the conversation circled back. Auntie, why do beings in a level 1 world have insufficient spiritual and physical strength? Because there is a fundamental difference. Although it is the same Earth, on a level 1 world Earth, the limit of physical fitness that humans can achieve through training is only the normal strength of untrained adults on a level 2 world Earth. Why is that? Environmental and dietary influences, and there are also subtle differences in genes. If a person from a level 1 world lives in a level 2 world for a while, can they improve their physical condition? Unfortunately, no. Auntie, the Yin-Yang non-duality C Sutra is also very chaotic. How did Jinhua Wuchang break through to star level? Do you really think the Yin-Yang non-duality C Sutra is chaotic? Isn't it chaotic? Every stage of the Yin-Yang non-duality C Sutra is very pure and not chaotic. Perhaps your understanding has a misconception. What I mean by chaotic and lacking a system mainly refers to the fact that each of your abilities is not pure, with too many sources. Too many sources, does that have an impact? Of course, the power possessed by star-level beings is enormous for you, so immense that it cannot have the slightest impurity, otherwise, it can easily go out of control. If we compare this energy to boiling oil, then the impurities in the ability are like cold water. When cold water enters the hot oil, you should know the consequences. It will explode. Yu Xian, who could cook, certainly knew what would happen. When cold water drips into boiling oil, the water quickly vaporizes, rapidly expands, and then causes an explosion. Suppose an extraordinary person's physical and spiritual strength meets the standards and successfully advances to star level, but they are filled with impurities, then they would explode on the spot at the moment of promotion. Therefore, under the condition that both physical and spiritual strengths meet the standards, most extraordinary beings actually pursue the purity of their abilities, which is also the reason why most people's abilities are singular, not because they don't want to play with variety, but because they can't. Auntie, then, how can one determine whether their ability is pure? Yu Xian thought of a question and immediately asked. Jinhua Changjing smiled faintly, extending a finger to tap lightly on Yu Xian's forehead. Yu Xian's eyes widened instantly, and the abilities within him transformed into a colorful puzzle. When he focused on a particular color, he could see the source of these abilities. The vampire bloodline came from 13 worlds with vampires that were devoured by the abyss, and through the fragments of the laws from those 13 worlds, they merged into the vampires of Yu Xian's world. Simply put, the vampire bloodline of Yu Xian and the others was inherently impure, a complete mishmash of various elements. It could be said that every ability of the vampire was not pure. In Yu Xian's vision, it appeared as red light mixed with many small green and black dots, which was what Jinhua Changjing referred to as impurities. If a star-level powerhouse were to use these impure abilities, they would explode on the spot. Then Yu Xian looked at the abilities of the perfect being, which were even more complex, more so than his vampire bloodline. The super sense of smell originated from a dog with the bloodline of the howling celestial dog, and that dog's bloodline came from the ancestor of the howling celestial dog, whose abilities were derived from the forbidden fruit, and the power within the forbidden fruit came from a certain monster world. Well, this was completely counterfeit. It was not a true howling celestial dog but rather an ability copied from a star-level dog demon, mixed with a bunch of other dog abilities, resulting in such a thing. Yu Xian observed all his abilities and found that none of them were pure, they were all cobbled together. Auntie, is there no way to purify them? Yu Xian asked, somewhat unwilling after reviewing all his abilities. Of course there is. There is nothing difficult in the world, only those who lack determination. There are many methods to remove impurities, but the one suitable for you is simply hard work. Any ability, as long as it is used continuously, will gradually improve in proficiency. When you can use an ability to the point of perfection and completely master it, that ability will naturally become pure. Jinhua Changjing smiled. Although Jinhua Changjing's smile seemed unchanged, Yu Xian had spent enough time with her to sense a hint of cunning in her smile. He swallowed hard and asked, Auntie, how long would it take to completely master an ability? That depends on your talent. Some people can master it completely with just a glance, while others may not be able to master it even after 1,000 years of training, Jinhua Changjing replied. Clearly, the person who could master it with just a glance was Jinhua Wuchang, and as for the latter, Yu Xian suspected that Jinhua Changjing was referring to him. You seem to be quite resistant to the route of upgrading with star artifacts, Jinhua Changjing said, looking at Yu Xian with a smile. Yu Xian nodded naturally, saying, I just feel that using star artifacts to upgrade to star level seems like a crooked path, it feels a bit strange. Star Artifact Upgrade Method is indeed much weaker than the normal upgrade method in the early stages, and it is not a match for normal star levels. However, in the later stages, both sites' potential is not different because there has never been a rule that only one star artifact can exist. Jinhua Changjing smiled. Then Jinhua Changjing elaborated on the characteristics of star artifacts. Star artifacts not only store the host's power but can also store one of the host's abilities. Even if this ability has impurities, as long as the energy delivery pathways are sorted out, it can still exert star-level power. One star artifact can carry one ability, but as long as enough star artifacts are made, it would be no different from a normal star-level powerhouse. If the quality of the star artifacts is good enough, they could even be stronger than normal star-level powerhouses. Auntie, what was Edward's star artifact made from? Yu Xian asked after listening to Jinhua Changjing's explanation. Although he felt a bit unwilling and was still far from the star level, he knew that if he wanted to be promoted to the star level, he could only hope for the star artifact promotion method. After all, even if he practiced his abilities to the point of complete mastery, his body and soul strength might not meet the standards. 200 years ago, Edward Vladstock discovered the corpse of the mid-level demon Lord Otacoma in the abyss. He brought Otacoma's body back and studied it for 150 years, finally learning the star artifact promotion method. Using Otacoma's corpse and its broken star artifact as raw materials, he refined the prototype of the star artifact, the Demon Cross. He secretly accumulated power using the knowledge he gained from studying Otacoma and saw a shortcut to promotion after reaching the dragon level. The Blood True Ancestor talent allowed him to rapidly accumulate power, and Marcus, Gemmies, and Orlando, these three bloodlines, were his closest kin, capable of helping him refine his abilities. As long as he integrated both into the Demon Cross, he could refine the prototype of the star artifact into a true star artifact in the shortest time possible. Clearly, he had succeeded. Jinhua Changjing smiled. It turned out that Edward had obtained the method to promote to the star level so early and had been patiently waiting for the opportunity. What shocked Yu Xian even more was that Nora's father was actually one of the materials Edward used to create the star artifact. This meant that Nora truly had no father, and he could not resurrect Nora's father. But what truly sent chills down Yu Xian's spine was Edward's true nature. Edward was undoubtedly a formidable figure. In the past, everyone had underestimated him. The Blood Clan was not understanding, rather, Edward needed a compliant Blood Clan to conceal his true brilliance. After awakening the Blood True Ancestor talent, the Blood Clan had already been sentenced to death by Edward, and declaring the establishment of a nation was merely to drive the entire Blood Clan into madness. In fact, his strategy was very successful. In just one day, the number of vampires surged under Roman Hu Chen's leadership. Without clan rules to restrict them, the vampires recklessly developed bloodlines, eagerly embracing ordinary people, all fantasizing about a bright future after the establishment of the nation. In the end, they all died, becoming sacrifices for Edward's promotion. After understanding Edward's ruthlessness, Yu Xian suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Edward could absorb the blood of special vampires like him and Nora to gain their abilities. Although he had previously received the protection of the nation and the Blood Clan dared not act against him, Edward must have already known of his existence. This meant that from now on, he and Nora were both Edward's prey. Although temporarily hiding in the Huasha cave heaven was relatively safe, what if something unexpected happened? Yu Xian slapped his cheeks, got up from the sofa, and realized he could not sit idly by. He had to seize every moment to enhance his strength. No matter what the future held, at least getting stronger was definitely the right choice. First, he needed to clarify his advantages and disadvantages. Compared to Edward, Yu Xian felt that his greatest advantage was his spatial ability. He could escape to another world at any time. His disadvantage was that his level was too low, a strength of 0.08 corresponded to the tiger level, which was not considered weak on Earth, but it depended on who the opponent was. In fact, in the face of the star level, the divine level, dragon level, and tiger level were all just ants. Realizing this, Yu Xian understood that at least for now, he could not instantly reach the dragon level, and the divine level was even further away. If he wanted to enhance his strength, it would be more reliable to train his spatial ability. Then he recalled what Jinhua Changjing said about completely mastering abilities to make them pure. Would achieving purity in his abilities also be beneficial at this moment? Yu Xian now had no problem expressing his questions. He immediately looked at Jinhua Changjing and asked, "Auntie, if I continuously use my abilities and train them, would that also be beneficial? Isn't that a given? The higher the purity of the ability, the better the control, and naturally, the greater the power," Jinhua Changjing replied with a smile. Yu Xian pressed on, "Then how should I train my abilities to master them as quickly as possible?" "You won't be able to learn the clever methods, but there is a simple method: combat. Whether it's sparring or life and death battles, it can quickly enhance your proficiency with your abilities, Jinhua Changjing answered. Yu Xian felt a sense of disdain from Jinhua Changjing. After all, he had a super brain. What did she mean by saying he couldn't learn clever methods? He looked at her, unwilling to accept it, and asked, "Auntie, why don't you tell me the clever methods? What if I can learn them?" The clever methods are very simple. Just take a glance to understand the root of the ability, then comprehend its structure, understand every detail, and finally, master it. Jinhua Changjing replied with a smile. Yu Xian silently stared at Jinhua Changjing. This was not a clever method at all, but a perverse one. If he could learn and understand his abilities with just a glance, he wouldn't be hiding in the Huaxia cave heaven now, but rather making a grand appearance on Earth, waiting for Edward to walk into his trap. However, regarding combat, Yu Xian's mind quickly filtered through a large number of suitable opponents. With his current strength, Gong Qian, Gong Jiang Moxia, and Xiong De were all excellent sparring partners. Gong Qian could help him practice his dodging skills, Gong Jiang Moxia could help him refine his techniques, and Xiong De could go head-to-head with him. Despite Xiong De seemingly losing to Nora, he actually lost to the armor refined by Jinhua Changjing. Without that armor, if Nora and Xiong De fought, Nora would probably last less than 2 seconds. But he needed to find a suitable place for sparring. With the destructive power of the three of them, if they really fought, even several mountains wouldn't be enough to contain their destruction. The natural environment in the Huaxia cave heaven was precious and shouldn't be easily damaged. As for sparring outside the Huaxia cave heaven, Edward would likely be very pleased. Yu Xian thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "Indeed, the urgent task is to refine a Hutian world, otherwise, there won't even be a place to unleash my full strength." After saying that, he created a spatial bubble ahead of him, stepped inside, and the next second, he appeared underground on Mars. First, he absorbed the power of space. The spatial power of the Huaxia cave heaven could not be absorbed, but the universe outside was so vast that taking a little bit should be fine. He emerged from the spatial bubble, sitting cross-legged on top of it, and then used the Thief of Heaven technique to absorb the surrounding spatial power. Gradually, the mutated blood energy in his body, which served as the foundation, became more and more crystalline and translucent. When the spatial power was absorbed to its limit, Yu Xian directly returned to the Huaxia cave heaven. He appeared in the back garden of his 3-acre Chinese-style villa, slowly raised his right hand, and a small bubble appeared at the tip of his index finger, which quickly grew larger. Half an hour later, a huge bubble floated above the back garden. First step completed, now on to the second step. Yu Xian looked up at the giant bubble and muttered to himself. Then he entered the bubble, first using the technique of large but without boundaries. The internal space, which could still see the boundaries, instantly became a white expanse. Then Yu Xian used the technique of small but without an interior, causing the originally large bubble to rapidly shrink until it was only about 2 meters in diameter. After releasing these 2 spells, he emerged from the Hutian bubble. Next, he began to use the Nashi Shumi technique on the Hutian bubble, instantly greatly expanding the internal space. The area that was originally equivalent to a village could suddenly accommodate a small town. After confirming that the space had expanded to its limit, Yu Xian once again entered the interior of the Kuti bubble. A bubble appeared in his hand, and then a large amount of seawater gushed out from within it. Somewhere in the ocean on Earth, a bubble was siphoning seawater, and all the seawater that entered the bubble was being transported to Yu Xian's side, causing the originally empty Kuti bubble to gradually be submerged by seawater. When the seawater reached a depth of 10 meters, Yu Xian sat on top of a bubble and quickly flew to the center of the Kuti bubble, causing a large amount of rocks and soil to immediately fall from the bubble he was sitting on. As usual, in a deep mountain somewhere on Earth, several palm-sized bubbles were rapidly digging up soil and rocks, then throwing them all into a spatial bubble. After a day and a night, a beautiful island cave world was formed. Yu Xian laid down a lawn on the island, planted a large number of plants, and after decorating the entire island beautifully, he exited the Kuti bubble. The art of preservation. Yu Xian pressed his hand against the surface of the bubble and activated his ability. In an instant, everything inside the Kuti bubble was recorded and stabilized. He let out a slight sigh of relief. After a day and a night of hard work, he actually felt a bit tired, and casting the spells of the Kuti technique was not without its costs. Both his mental energy and blood energy had been greatly consumed. However, he had not yet completely finished constructing the cave world, so he rested for a moment, placing both hands on the surface of the Kuti bubble, simultaneously releasing the techniques of no loss, no excess, and blending all phenomena. Once the 2 spells were stabilized, no matter how they damaged the plants inside the Kuti bubble, all the plants would regrow after a few minutes. Thus, a perfect battlefield and vacation spot was completed. Yu Xian entered the Kuti bubble, took out a beach chair from his storage ring, walked to the beach, unfolded the chair, and sat on it, watching the rolling waves of the sea, letting out a long sigh. The preparations before the battle were finally complete, and the next step was to gather people. What's wrong with being a bit chubby? Yuxian took out his phone, and after releasing the information transmission permissions of the cootie bubble to the outside, he thought for a moment and decided to contact Zhang Shou first. He had a very strong healing ability, which did not mean that others had the same healing ability, and sparring would inevitably have moments of error, so having Zhang Shou around would allow for timely treatment for others. Although he also possessed healing-type blood spells, the healing effect was several streets worse than Zhang Shou's. Well, okay. The above were all excuses. In fact, Yuxian purely wanted to see the dumbfounded expression of his best friend. The superbrain clearly indicated that Yuxian's current state was like a child who had just received a treehouse, eagerly wanting to show off his secret base to his friends. 10 minutes later, Zhang Shou was transported to the beach through a spatial bubble. He widened his eyes at the vast sea before him, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow, salted fish, you said this is your cave world? Wow, it's amazing." Saying this, he hurriedly took off his shirt and dashed straight into the sea. "I've always wanted to swim in the ocean like the ancient people, completely unafraid of sea beasts attacking," Zhang Shou said as he jumped into the water and swam around, floating on the surface while shouting to Yuxian. Yuxian stood on the beach, smiling proudly. Ancient people weren't unafraid of sea beast attacks, it's just that there were no sea beasts in ancient times, just like in my sea, there are also no sea beasts. Wow! Zhang Shou happily swam back and forth in the water, spinning around 5 times before coming ashore. He walked to a spot not far from Yuxian's beach chair, took out a lounge chair from his storage ring, then placed a table next to the lounge chair, setting down drinks and fruits. Without a care for anyone else, he changed his pants, then lay back on the chair, putting on sunglasses, looking completely relaxed. "This is what life is all about." He sighed at Yuxian not far away. Yuxian laughed and said, "What kind of life is this? People in ancient times lived like this every day, you know. I really envy the people of ancient times, living in such a peaceful era, going to the beach without fear of sea beasts, climbing mountains without fear of monsters." Zhang Shou nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yuxian took out his phone, contacted the bat, and summoned Xiongde, who had been entrusted to the bat, in just a moment. Previously, Xiongde had been taken to the Qilin headquarters, and because Edward was promoted to dragon level and a series of other matters, he had no time to take care of Xiongde, so he asked the resurrected bat to help look after him. Now Xiongde was finally back. Unexpectedly, when Xiongde was teleported to the beach, the entire beach shook slightly. At this time, Xiongde was as fat as a mountain, one hand holding a jar of honey and the other hand holding a large pie. His chubby face was full of helplessness as he asked, "Boss, is there something you need? I still have a lot of your fans waiting for me over there." Originally, he was not noticeable at the Qilin headquarters, but after Yuxian became famous, it was different. At first, people just went to see the bat that Yuxian had resurrected. The bat, unable to bear the disturbance, pushed Xiongde into the spotlight, saying that Xiongde was Yuxian's pet. As a result, Xiongde was directly bombarded with food by the young ladies, and in just a month, he gained a ton of weight. The already plump bear body now looked like a Snorlax from Pokemon. If Xiongde had a somewhat fierce bear appearance before, now that he was fat, he truly looked harmless, and he became the mascot of the Qilin headquarters, with people feeding him wherever he went. In short, Xiongde was now so happy that he wished he could be the mascot of the Qilin headquarters for the rest of his life. "You are Xiongde? How did you turn into a pig?" Yuxian got up from the beach chair, looking shocked at the now unrecognizably fat Xiongde, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. No wonder he felt something was off when he teleported just now. This was too fat. Moreover, when he said Xiongde looked like a pig, it wasn't because he disliked Xiongde's weight, but because when a bear gets to a certain size, it really does resemble a pig, especially since Xiongde had a pink nose, making him look even more like a wild boar when fat. However, Xiongde was not pleased. He quickly finished the pie in his hand and retorted, "Boss, you are the one who has turned into a pig. I am a beautifully plump bear. The young ladies all say I am cute. Salty fish, is this pig monster your friend?" Zhang Shou stepped forward at this time, looking at Xiongde, who was sitting on the beach like a mound of meat, and quietly asked Yuxian. Yuxian knew Xiongde had sensitive hearing, so he looked at Xiongde, whose small eyes appeared even smaller due to his obesity, and shrugged. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. "You are the pig, boss. Can I hit him?" Xiongde angrily stood up, his small green bean-sized eyes glaring at Zhang Shou as he cursed. If Zhang Shou still had his old physique, Xiongde could still mock Zhang Shou for being fat, but the problem was that after completing a mission with the Qingniao, Zhang Shou not only lost weight but also gained muscle, now looking like a rather strong young man. Unable to counterattack based on appearance, Xiongde had to intimidate Zhang Shou on a physical level. "You better be able to run," Zhang Shou said with a smug smile. However, the next moment, Xiongde got up from the ground, and the sand on the beach shook violently as he rushed towards Zhang Shou at an incredible speed, looking down from above and saying, "I can run. Damn, salty fish, today I finally understand what it means to charge like a pig," Zhang Shou said in surprise, looking at Xiongde, who resembled a mountain. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Zhang Shou, Xiongde helplessly said, "Boss, is he not afraid of death?" "Probably. He really isn't afraid of death." Yu Xian lay back down, feeling both amused and helpless. Xiongde knew the stakes and naturally wouldn't really make a move, but the problem was that Zhang Shou had gotten used to danger, and he couldn't be intimidated just by threats. Additionally, Zhang Shou also had a ring made by Jinhua Changjing, so Xiongde really couldn't hurt Zhang Shou. "Brother Xiong, I really think you should lose some weight. Being this fat is not good for your health," Zhang Shou said with a laugh. Xiongde looked down disdainfully and scoffed. "Do you believe that one day you'll wish you were as fat as I am? I don't believe it. I worked hard to lose weight, how could I possibly gain it back?" Zhang Shou said firmly. Xiongde smiled proudly, "Then I'll wait and see." Zhang Shou quietly gave Yu Xian a glance, inquiring about the source of Xiongde's confidence, but Yu Xian didn't know either and shrugged in response. However, 2 minutes later, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou found out the answer. After contacting Gong Qian, it turned out that both Gong Qian and Qing Niao were free, so the two were teleported over. When they saw Xiongde, they immediately ran to him, touching and hugging him while exclaiming how cute he was. This scene left Yu Xian and Zhang Shou dumbfounded. Xiongde looked at Zhang Shou, his chubby face breaking into a proud smile. At the Qilin headquarters, he was super popular with the girls, and everyone praised him for being cute. What was wrong with being a bit chubby? After some playful banter, Yu Xian finally remembered the main topic. He called everyone together, first explaining the concept of star levels, then the methods of promotion, and finally proposed that he hoped everyone could help him practice. Naturally, everyone present was willing to help, especially since this matter was beneficial to them as well. "So who goes first?" Gong Qian looked at Yu Xian eagerly, her fists cracking as she asked. Yu Xian felt a chill down his back, sensing that Gong Qian was itching to beat him up, and quickly stood up, saying, "I'll warm up with Xiongde first, you two can rest." "Boss, I'm going to fight you?" Xiongde exclaimed in horror, pointing at his own nose, looking shocked. Yu Xian laughed, "Don't worry, this time I'll only use my physical skills against you, no other abilities." "Alright, it's a deal," Xiongde sighed in relief and agreed. Qing Niao looked around curiously and asked, "Xianyu, where do you plan to practice? There's no arena here." "Of course, the sea." Yu Xian smiled slightly and pointed towards the ocean. Then he used the mixed phenomena technique, instantly drawing the heat from the sea, causing the entire area of water ahead to freeze rapidly. This scene was quite breathtaking. Zhang Shou and the others were stunned to see the sea freeze at Yu Xian's command, as if he were a deity. "Let's go," Yu Xian said to Xiongde. Xiongde emphasized again, "Remember, boss, you can only use physical skills." "Don't worry, pure physical skills," Yu Xian smiled. He also wanted to know just how strong he was when relying solely on his physical power. The man and the bear stepped onto the frozen sea, walking hundreds of meters away, while the three on shore sat in chairs, pulling out various snacks, ready to watch the show. "Come on!" On the ice, Yu Xian waved to Xiongde. Xiongde immediately let out a roar, raising his paw to strike at Yu Xian. With Yu Xian's reaction speed, he could easily retreat and dodge Xiongde's paw. But he didn't step back. Instead, he also struck out with a palm towards Xiongde. The two palms collided in midair, causing the ice surface to instantly dent and crack. Xiongde gasped. He hadn't expected the seemingly thin and weak Yu Xian to have such strength. "Big Bear is going wild." The next second, Xiongde shouted, wildly slapping his paws towards Yu Xian. Yu Xian stood his ground, also retaliating with both hands at an extremely fast speed, their palms clashing in the air, ice shards flying around, gradually forming a mist of ice. Suddenly, Xiongde curled his body into a ball and leaped, his massive frame soaring 10 meters high before crashing down. His weight was already over 10 tons, and with the added force of his demon power pressing down, the impact was terrifying, conservatively estimated to be dozens of times stronger than his own weight. Yu Xian still did not dodge, watching as Xiongde came down like a meteor. Gritting his teeth, he raised both hands, while the heart of the perfect being thumped violently. "Add some power, super skeleton." In fact, the energy had long been stored up, he just hadn't decided whether to activate the super skeleton or the super nerves first. Now, through this spar, he knew the answer. Although the super nerves could provide him with faster speed, he still preferred to strengthen his defense first. A hard clash was a man's favorite. In an instant, his bones seemed to glow. With the dragon bone python muscle combined with the super skeleton, the hardness of his bones soared again. When Xiongda's massive body came crashing down like Mount Tai, Yu Xian caught him with both hands, his whole body like a tyrant lifting a cauldron, muscles bulging as the terrifying weight pressed down, causing the ice surface to shatter instantly, forming a 10-meter deep pit. Yu Xian's clothes ripped apart. Xiongda's falling attack weighed hundreds of tons, nearly crushing him. His current strength was only about 80 tons, and being able to withstand Xiongda's falling attack was entirely due to the hardness of his bones. However, at that moment, Xiongda's body suddenly twisted, and his bare paw came crashing down on Yu Xian, who was supporting his weight. Yu Xian was instantly sent flying, while Xiongdae landed with a proud smile. In the distance, Yu Xian lay on the ice, sliding for thousands of meters. He took a deep breath, a smile on his face. This feeling was truly amazing. He sprang up from the ice like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and in the distance, Xiongdae called out, "Boss, I'm going to use my spell next." "Come on." Yu Xian laughed. This spar was just that Yu Xian couldn't use other abilities, but Xiongdae could. The V on Xiongda's chest gradually turned red. He let out a low growl, and flames flickered beneath his feet. In an instant, his massive bear form appeared before Yu Xian, delivering a spinning kick right to Yu Xian's abdomen. At the moment of impact, flames erupted from the bottom of his foot, and Yu Xian was instantly sent flying. His abdominal clothing burned through, leaving a bare paw mark. However, Yu Xian possessed super skin. His skin could withstand temperatures of 5,000 degrees and -150 degrees, and it had strong defensive power against impact. So, although his abdomen was hit directly by Xiongdae, he only felt a bit of pain. Compared to the pain, he was more shocked by the ability Xiongdae had used. Rocket Bear Skill. During the process of being sent flying, Yu Xian planted one foot into the ice below, carving a long groove before stopping. He looked down at his clothes, somewhat surprised. It had only been a month since he helped Xiongdae exchange for the Rocket Bear skill, and he didn't expect Xiongdae to master it so quickly. He originally thought Xiongdae would use the moves from his previous spar with Nora. He had already figured out how to deal with Xiongda's black wind, but instead, Xiongdae was using rockets. Don't be fooled by Xiongda's fat physique. His bones and muscles were more than enough to support his agile movements. The fat on him actually had little effect, instead significantly enhancing his defense. Therefore, being fat was indeed beneficial for him. "Boss, take my rocket impact." At that moment, Xiongdae was engulfed in flames. As the flames shot out behind him, he leaped up, his massive body crashing directly into Yu Xian. The speed was fast. However, Yu Xian still chose not to dodge. He quickly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Then, he aimed at the rapidly approaching Xiongdae and swiftly exhaled. Super lungs could compress air. The air Yu Xian expelled was more terrifying than the armor-piercing bullets used by sniper rifles to hunt extraordinary beasts, and it was completely invisible to the naked eye. At that moment, the compressed air bullet accurately hit the rapidly approaching Xiongdae. Xiongdae only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body immediately lost control of the flames. After the flames became chaotic, he fell headfirst onto the ice surface, rolling for a while before coming to a stop. The high temperature of his body instantly melted the ice beneath him, and a large amount of steam rose around him. "Boss, you can't play dirty like this. Didn't we agree not to use any other abilities? Is this still just physical skills?" Xiongdae said, lying on the ground with a pained expression. Yu Xian retorted, "I just took a breath and exhaled. Is there something wrong with breathing? Really no superpowers?" Xiongdae got up from the ice, half in disbelief. Yu Xian had no choice but to take a deep breath and exhale towards the distant frozen waves. In the next moment, the waves were instantly pierced by air bullets. Hiss! Xiongdae gasped at the sight. There were no energy fluctuations, it was purely a physical effect. Xiongdae suddenly felt he had been too confident. Even the boss with pure physical skills was quite terrifying. The waves that Yu Xian pierced were about 5 meters high but over 50 meters thick. If one had seen Katsushika Hokusai's painting of the Great Wave off Kanagawa, one could probably imagine the shape of those waves. It is well known that the lower the temperature, the harder the ice becomes. Since Yu Xian directly extracted the heat from the sea, the hardness of this ice was extremely high, even harder than steel. This was also the reason why the ice surface remained relatively undamaged during the battle between Yu Xian and Xiongdae. In fact, Xiongdae had already noticed the unusual hardness of the ice when he stepped onto it, so he was well aware of the significance of Yu Xian's exhalation. He even suspected that Yu Xian had installed super alloy iron lungs. "Come on, let's continue," Yu Xian said with a smile, waving at Xiongdae. However, Xiongdae hesitated, raising both hands and saying softly, "Boss, how about I just surrender? I've already used my ultimate move, there's no point in continuing. How about this? I won't use any long-range attacks from now on. Is that okay?" Yu Xian said helplessly. He had just started warming up and didn't want to end things so quickly. Xiongdae knew that refusing again would be impolite, so he nodded and said, "Alright then, let's continue." As he shouted continue, he immediately grabbed a piece of ice from the ground and threw it at Yuxian. However, Yuxian had already anticipated this move and lightly tilted his head to avoid the ice block's attack. Then Yuxian quickly charged towards Xiongdae, who instead wanted to create distance. The two engaged in a chase on the ice surface. As Xiongdae ran, he waved at the approaching Yuxian, finally using his supernatural ability, the Black Wind. This black wind was not something flesh and blood could block, and because it was a demonic wind, the black smoke in the wind was visible to the naked eye. In the face of the black wind, Yuxian's response was very simple. He kicked the ice surface, using his skill to shovel up a large chunk of ice. Then he charged forward with the ice, using the tremendous impact to directly shatter Xiongda's black wind. This was the power of brute force breaking through all techniques. Xiongdae never expected his black wind could be countered like this, his eyes nearly popping out. When he realized the black wind was ineffective against Yuxian, Yuxian was already charging at him with the ice block. "Damn!" Xiongdae screamed as the ice block hit his face. In the instant the ice block shattered, Yuxian burst out from behind it and kicked him in the abdomen. It hurt. The pain was excruciating. Xiongdae instinctively bent over, clutching his abdomen, and his body slid backward on the ice surface. But at that moment, Yuxian was sprinting forward, catching up to Xiongdae and delivering a hook punch to his chin. Xiongdae's flabby body shook violently, and his massive frame leaned back before crashing heavily onto the ice. Boom! The ice surface cracked extensively, and Xiongdae felt his head buzzing. He was also competitive. If he was going to fight, he wanted to win. Although his head was spinning, he knew he had to move. He decisively rolled to the right, and sure enough, the next moment, Yuxian fell from the sky, his foot smashing down on the ice where he had just been lying, causing the ice to shatter and countless ice shards to scatter. Black wind! Xiongdae knew that Yuxian was to his left, and he immediately raised his left hand and waved, the black wind sweeping across the ice to his left. No sound? Xiongdae regained his composure, opened his eyes, and looked to his left, only to find that the black wind had cleared a considerable distance, but Yuxian was not there. He quickly looked ahead, and indeed, Yuxian was standing right in front of him, his right hand's muscles bulging exaggeratedly. "Boss, I admit defeat," Xiongdae hurriedly shouted. Yuxian smiled and said, "Too late, go back." After saying that, he threw a punch, and Xiongdae slid away with a scream, finally crashing his head against the beach, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Comfortable. Yuxian stretched his muscles, feeling completely refreshed. Indeed, regular exercise was essential. Although the abilities from his mutated blood were convenient, the thrill of a fist-to-flesh fight was truly satisfying. He slowly walked back to the beach, where Zhang Shou had already finished treating Xiongdae. In fact, Xiongda's injuries were quite minor. He would recover by tomorrow even without treatment. However, Zhang Shou felt that since he was there, it made no sense to let everyone's injuries drag on until the next day. "Salty fish, is it my turn now?" Dong Qian asked eagerly as she saw Yuxian return. She was very curious about how strong Yuxian really was. After all, she had always been the top of the new generation of Qilin, but her achievements were far inferior to Yuxian's. With the media's deep digging, Yuxian's past accomplishments were laid bare: saving Silver City, subduing the zombie king Xing Tian, discovering the perfect biological factory hidden in Silver City. One after another, they were too dazzling. This success ignited Gong Qian's competitive spirit. She also wanted to achieve great things. Of course, first, she had to figure out where she fell short compared to Yuxian. Yuxian sat on a beach chair and smiled. "Wait a moment, I just need to rest a bit before we can start." "That's right, you should rest well, and once you're ready, we can spar." Gong Qian nodded in agreement. She wanted to spar with Yuxian at his peak condition, and since he had just fought Xiongdae, his state would definitely be somewhat diminished, so he needed to rest first. After Yuxian waited for Gong Qian to sit down again, he spoke, "Auntie, can you check if the impurities in my body have decreased?" "You can check for yourself." Jinhua Changjing's finger tapped lightly on Yuxian's forehead again. Yuxian looked at his body, and after a moment, frowned. The impurities were almost unchanged from the last time, clearly indicating that the recent spar had no effect on him. "Auntie, is there any way for me to master the ability to see the impurities?" Yuxian thought for a moment and asked. If he could observe the impurities in real time, he would receive the most direct feedback during battles, helping him understand the direction of his training. Currently, he still needed Jinhua Changjing's help to see the impurities in his abilities, which was quite inconvenient. "You can't master my method, but I do have a legacy that can allow you to acquire this ability. The problem is that this legacy may bring you great danger in the future," Jinhua Changjing said, looking at Yuxian with a slight smile. "Great danger?" Yuxian swallowed hard, the danger Jinhua Changjing spoke of would likely be very perilous. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Auntie, why don't you tell me about it first? I'll decide whether to learn it after I hear it." The tree-like universe has many ancient cultivation methods, but unfortunately, most are incomplete. However, some legacies have been successfully preserved. The most famous among them is the Five Absolutes legacy, which includes 5 types of legacies: Mr. Eye, Mr. Hand, Mr. Foot, Mr. Key, and Mr. Monster. By chance, I obtained the legacy of Mr. Eye. This is a legacy specifically for cultivating the eyes, and it requires collecting various eyes, in hopes that one day, countless eyes can be used as a ladder to cultivate the eye of all-knowing, becoming an existence that knows everything, Jinhua Changjing introduced. Yu Xian was moved and said, "So this legacy can truly make one all-knowing?" "In theory, yes, but in practice, it's very difficult. This legacy requires you to gather the eyes of all beings that possess eyeballs, as well as collect all special eyeballs. There are countless eyes in the tree-like universe, and even I find it hard to collect them all," Jinhua Changjing replied. Yu Xian immediately understood and deduced, "Auntie, the so-called calamity that threatens one's life must come from others who are also cultivating the Eye Master legacy, right?" "That's right. When you collect a certain number of eyes, those who possess the Eye Master legacy and wish to take shortcuts will inevitably come after you. As long as they kill you, the eyes you have collected will naturally become theirs," Jinhua Changjing nodded. Yu Xian smiled and said, "Auntie, I want this legacy." His thought was simple. All he wanted was the ability to see the impurities within his body. As for the attacks from other legacy holders, he just needed to avoid collecting eyes. After all, it was unlikely that various eyes would come knocking at his door. "As you wish." Jinhua Changjing was not surprised by Yu Xian's choice. She gently tapped Yu Xian's forehead, and instantly, a symbol of an eye appeared in his mind. After the symbol appeared, Yu Xian's 2 eyes began to spin wildly, the internal nerves were instantly severed, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes. With his self-healing ability, under normal circumstances, this injury would heal instantly. But this time, his self-healing ability seemed to assume he had no eyes, and the internal nerve network healed automatically. He widened his eyes, and his eyeballs fell out of their sockets, just in time for him to catch his 2 eyeballs with his hands. The first step of the Eye Master's legacy is to have eyes without pupils. Under the influence of the eye symbol, the inside of Yu Xian's eye sockets gradually became pitch black. Even when light shone in, it was all darkness, as if it were an unfathomable abyss. At that moment, Yu Xian felt an endless desire for eyeballs, as if his eye sockets could hold an infinite number of them. He suppressed the desire in his heart, focusing his attention on the eye symbol in his mind, striving to comprehend the essence of the Eye Master legacy. In fact, at this time, others also noticed Yu Xian's change. However, just as Gong Qian was about to step forward, Zhang Shou pressed down on her shoulder, signaling her to observe for now and not disturb Yu Xian. Zhang Shou knew very well that Yu Xian was not the type to care about face. If he truly needed help, he would call for him immediately. Since he hadn't called, it meant Yu Xian didn't need assistance. He guessed that Yu Xian was probably about to awaken some strange ability again. He had grown accustomed to Yu Xian's ever-changing powers. The eyes are the windows of heaven and earth, the pivot of divine mechanisms, responding to the 3 lights above and connecting to the 9 abysses below. Yu Xian stared into the dark eye sockets, gazing at the sun in the sky, then he stuffed his right eyeball into his left eye socket. Instantly, his right eyeball shook violently, and he quickly lowered his head to stuff his left eyeball into his right eye socket, causing both eyeballs to shake madly. They seemed to want to return to their original sockets, but since the original sockets were already occupied, after a struggle of unwillingness, they gradually settled down. Yu Xian kept blinking, and when both eyeballs finally stabilized, he lifted his head to look around. At that moment, his vision was very interesting. The left eye and right eye saw things in reverse, but in his brain, they could form a perfect picture. "Xian Yu, are you okay?" Zhang Shou asked, seeing that Yu Xian seemed to have completed his awakening. Yu Xian looked at Zhang Shou, nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine, I just need to adapt a little to my new abilities. If you need anything, just call me." Zhang Shou nodded, then signaled for everyone to disperse, giving Yu Xian time to adjust to his new abilities. "Okay," Yu Xian replied with a nod. After everyone left, the socket of his right eye suddenly turned pitch black. He created an eyeball bubble and stuffed it into the socket, but the eyeball bubble was immediately expelled, clearly not a real eye and thus not meeting the requirements. His left eyeball reappeared in the right socket, and he frowned at Jinhua Changjing, asking, "Auntie, it seems that the inheritance of Eye Master creates a particularly strong desire for eyeballs. Is there a way to eliminate it?" "That's your thirst for knowledge. The stronger your thirst, the stronger the desire for the eyeball," Jinhua Changjing explained. Yu Xian frowned. "But I still can't see the impurities on my body. Why is that?" "Because you still lack an eye," Jinhua Changjing smiled. After saying that, she reached up and removed her right eye, handing the eyeball to Yu Xian. At the same time, she blinked, and her right eye grew back, smiling at Yu Xian. Yu Xian had originally thought that mastering the inheritance of Eye Master would allow him to see the impurities, but it turned out he still needed Jinhua Changjing's eyeball. Wasn't this the eye coming to him? At that moment, Yu Xian felt as if a flag he planted was fluttering in the wind above his head. Don't you want it? Jinhua Changjing asked. Yu Xian gritted his teeth. I want it. It was already too late to not want it. He reached out and took Jinhua Changjing's right eye, and the next moment, he stuffed it into his own socket. Instantly, his pupil trembled, and his right eye turned green. At the same time, a tremendous sense of satisfaction filled his heart, as if all his desires had been fulfilled. He closed his eyes, showing an expression of enjoyment, and after a while, he opened his eyes, only to find that the entire world had undergone a tremendous change. In the world seen through his right eye, the colors were infinitely varied. The whole world was vibrant, with so many colors that he couldn't possibly describe them with his existing language, as there were no corresponding words to describe these colors. And in front of him, Jinhua Changjing was truly immaculate. Her body had no dust, impurities, or dirt at all, and she was completely transparent, undoubtedly the cleanest living being he had ever seen. He looked at Zhang Shou, Gong Qian, and Chang Miao, and then saw that all three of them had impurities, dust, bacteria, and mites on them. Among them, Zhang Shou had the most impurities, but fewer bacteria and mites, while Gong Qian's situation was the exact opposite, and Chang Miao had a lot of everything. What surprised him the most was Xiongde, as he had very few impurities or other dirty things on him. He carefully stared at Xiongde with his right eye, and then saw the blazing flames burning within him, clearly the reason for his lack of dirt. In fact, besides being able to see the impurities and dirt on others, Jinhua Changjing's eyes could also see many strange things. For example, when he gazed at the top of each person's head, he could see a faint glow emanating from their crown, and when he focused on a person's overall form, he could see the aura on their body. There was also a mysterious sense of good and evil perception. For instance, when he looked at Zhang Shou, he could sense that Zhang Shou had killed many animals and 2 people, Chang Miao had killed 30 people, Gong Qian had killed 26 people, and Xiongde had never killed a person but had killed hundreds of thousands of animals. However, there was no evil aura on anyone, so the people they had killed must have been criminals or those deserving of death. Thus they felt no guilt, evil thoughts, malice, or murderous intent in their hearts. As Yu Xian wanted to further study the abilities of the true self's ever-pure eyes, a small eyeball bubble in space, which was observing the moon, suddenly noticed some movement on the moon. When Yu Xian learned that Edward was hiding behind the moon, he redirected the bubbles he had left behind from his trip to Mars to specifically monitor the moon. At that moment, a cross-shaped scarlet light flashed across the far side of the moon, and then the red light shot towards Earth at an incredible speed. Under Yu Xian's control, countless spatial bubbles quickly transformed into eyeball bubbles, all locking onto the red light. The speed of this red light was extremely fast, maintaining around 300 times the speed of sound, and it was expected to reach Earth in about an hour. Yu Xian continuously analyzed the interior of the red light through the various eyeball bubbles, but the red light was very thick, making it impossible to see what was inside. In fact, it was clear without looking that Edward was definitely inside the red light. He had completely mastered stellar power and had returned. With Edward back, Earth will surely be in ruins. Auntie, can you bear to just watch? Yu Xian kept an eye on the red light while looking at the true self's ever pure, trying to persuade her to see if he could convince her to eliminate Edward. Do you know? Every second, countless beings die in the tree-like universe, far more than all the beings in your world combined. Besides, would you care if 2 ant nests went to war? The true self's ever-pure smiled at Yu Xian and asked. Yu Xian frowned and said, But Auntie, aren't you the embodiment of goodness? Not quite. I am the embodiment of the true self's impermanent goodness, not just goodness. The true self's ever-pure corrected him with a smile. Yu Xian was left speechless. The difference between the embodiment of the true self's impermanent goodness and mere goodness lay in the fact that the true self's ever-pure's kindness was based on the true self's understanding of goodness, rather than the kind of goodness people generally understand. Indeed, not killing or harming others is already a form of kindness. The true self's ever-pure never kills, has never had bad intentions, and is honest, generous, and helpful. For an existence of her level, this is already exceedingly kind. I once discovered some clues in an ancient ruin. Long, long ago, there was a powerful being who was very kind. He wished for world peace, for no more conflicts, for no more killings. Thus, the entire tree-like universe operated according to his will. It was an era without criminals, without evil. Compared to your kindness, his kindness was true kindness, because your kindness has no power, while his kindness genuinely allowed countless beings to enjoy peace, the true self's ever pure said, looking at Yu Xian with a slow smile. Yu Xian was shocked. Is that really possible? Of course, I suspect this powerful being might be a transcendent, but there is no evidence. Perhaps he was a great power as well, the true self's ever pure replied. Yu Xian stopped speaking. He closed his eyes, focusing on comprehending the legacy of Mr. I. Indeed, without strength, even a fart would be silent. He had to seize every moment to grow stronger, to become stronger than anyone else. Only then could he obtain everything he desired and protect everything he wanted to safeguard. The true self's ever pure smiled at Yu Xian, very pleased with his current attitude. The rules of the tree-like universe are entirely set by the strong, and most of the time, it is chaotic and lawless, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Sometimes, death can arrive without reason, leaving most beings unaware of how they died. The true self's ever pure had witnessed powerful beings in combat, where one powerful being used a planet with tens of trillions of lives as a weapon, and in an instant, the lives on that planet were obliterated by another powerful being with a single punch. She had also witnessed powerful beings destroy entire worlds within a branch of the cosmic tree to eliminate enemies hiding there. With a single strike, countless worlds were obliterated. If all the whales of living beings at that moment were gathered together, they could be forged into a fine magical artifact. Most life forms in the tree-like universe were too fragile and too fleeting. Sometimes, she would take a nap on a certain planet, and by the time she awoke, that planet had evolved from the Stone Age to the era of space colonization. The people she knew had long turned to dust while she slept, and their descendants had already proliferated for countless generations. She sincerely hoped that everyone she encountered would have a good ending and a bright future, so she was very willing to help those she came into contact with. As for someone like Yu Xian, a kind yet foolish youth, she didn't mind offering a bit more assistance. In fact, the I symbol that Yu Xian was currently comprehending was already a fast-tracked version of the true self's pure and clean teachings. Normally, to cultivate, Yu Xian would first need to meditate and condense the I symbol in the sea of consciousness. This process would take about 10 to 50 years. Those with poor aptitude might even need 100 years to lay the foundation. After establishing a foundation, one would also need to use the power of the eye symbol to enter a state of having eyes but no pupils. Under normal circumstances, this step would take about a year. Moreover, during that year, the practitioner would truly go blind, which is why most who practiced the eye master's teachings had an almost perverse desire for their eyes. They understood the pain of losing sight all too well. The problem was that Yu Xian was not blind at all. Even in the state of having eyes but no pupils, he still had the eye bubble to observe the outside world. Thus, his desire for actual eyes completely depended on how strong his thirst for knowledge was. At this moment, Yu Xian was comprehending the second inherited ability within the eye symbol. Having eyes but no pupils was merely the foundation, allowing his eyes to accommodate countless eyeballs. What use were these eyeballs? If they merely allowed Yu Xian to continuously swap out eyeballs in his eye sockets, then the eye master's teachings would be too weak. In fact, after mastering the state of having eyes but no pupils, Yu Xian could proceed to the next step of training. This step was called no one in sight. In outer space, an eye bubble that had been keeping watch suddenly changed, its pupil turning a vibrant green. The effect of no one in sight was simple. It could replace another person's eyes, allowing one to see what others saw. If one possessed a special eyeball, they could even use it as a substitute. This technique could be said to be the strongest ability for gathering intelligence on enemies. Unfortunately, Edward was too powerful, and Yu Xian's strength was far inferior to Edward's, so no one in sight could not be used against him. However, while it couldn't be used on Edward, Yu Xian could use it on himself. Thus, he directly replaced the eye bubble with the eye given to him by the true self. Although the eye bubble did not meet the requirements of an eye socket, it could still provide vision. After being replaced by the true self's eyeball, Yu Xian could see more information about Edward. Indeed, when Yu Xian looked at the red light with the true self's eyeball, he saw a fierce killing intent, along with overwhelming hatred and anger. The scene was terrifying. What appeared to be a small red light seemed, in the vision of the true self, like a grim reaper wielding a scythe, ready to harvest the earth. This time, the earth is probably going to suffer greatly. Yu Xian murmured as he watched the red light gradually approach the earth with the true self's eyeball. Fortunately, Huaxia had already transformed into a cave realm. Even if Edward wanted to vent his anger on Huaxia, he wouldn't find a way in. Aside from Huaxia, the most likely target for Edward's wrath would probably be the Meilong Empire. After all, he needed a sufficiently large target to demonstrate his power and make everyone else submit to him. 177. A true river of blood. An hour later, a red light appeared in the Earth's atmosphere. The original target of the red light was clearly Huaxia, but since Huaxia had already transformed into a cave world, what remained on Earth was a large pit filled with barriers. Thus, the red light paused for a moment before veering towards the direction of the Meilong Empire. Yu Xian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but laugh in anger. Indeed, Edward's first target was Huaxia. If Huaxia hadn't transformed, the consequences would have been dire. At the same time, Yu Xian felt a surge of determination. If one day his strength could match Edward's, Edward must die. Meilong Empire, capital, Gowas, Washington. Suddenly, a 5-meter-high black cross, entirely made of 3 grotesque skeletons, descended from the sky. Boom! With a loud crash, the cross smashed down onto the busiest road. The sky quickly darkened with thick clouds, turning day into night in an instant, and the air was filled with a suffocating aura. In an instant, chaos erupted around. Cars swerved to avoid the cross, one crashing into a nearby shop. Several extraordinary beings rushed towards the cross, attempting to clear the obstruction, but as soon as they touched it, their bodies quickly developed numerous cracks, followed by a scream as they exploded. Many bystanders were splattered with the blood from the explosions, collapsing to the ground, their deaths resembling those struck directly by a shotgun, with several even having their heads blown off. Yu Xian, observing this scene through the scattered eyeball bubbles around, couldn't help but gasp. He had previously thought about teleporting the star artifact to another location, but now it seemed that even a mere touch would lead to a gruesome death. At that moment, a ball of red light slowly descended from the dark clouds, finally standing atop the cross. The red light gradually transformed into a massive cloak, and Edward finally revealed his true form, completely different from the image in past videos. In the previous footage, he appeared small, weak, and effeminate, with squinty eyes. But now, Edward stood over 1.90 meters tall, with a tall and upright figure, his red pupils radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. "Supreme Hero, come out," Edward called out, looking into the distance. The policy of the Meilong Empire was for mortals to rule over mortals, while extraordinary beings had complete autonomy as long as they did not affect mortals, essentially a survival of the fittest. In this context, many extraordinary beings banded together, forming various groups. Among them, the Supreme Alliance, led by the Supreme Hero, was the most powerful. One could say the true ruler of the Meilong Empire was not the president, but the Supreme Hero. After Edward's shout, figures began to appear on the rooftops of the surrounding buildings, with several also appearing atop streetlights. The Supreme Hero, dressed in a blue and red battle robe, slowly descended from the sky, hovering before Edward. He possessed super intelligence, super physique, super strength, super speed, super healing, super internal organs, super longevity, super stamina, super force fields, and a super steel body, among other superpowers, and could enhance his abilities by basking in the sun and moonlight. He was, in essence, the closest being to a god in the Meilong Empire. "Edward, you have chosen the wrong path. Now you must face the consequences." The Supreme Hero looked at Edward with a serious expression, the sun on his chest radiating brilliant light. However, to his surprise, Edward showed no signs of discomfort under the light. The sun pattern on his chest emanated a glow that was of the same origin as the sun. Logically, Edward should be screaming for mercy right now. Edward looked at the Supreme Hero and sneered, "So foolish, does a false sun think it can harm a true deity?" However, since the Supreme Hero had already made his move, Edward naturally would not hold back. He instantly appeared before the Supreme Hero, his blood transforming into a long sword that slashed towards him. The Supreme Hero frowned slightly, raising his hands to block, but to his surprise, his hands were immediately severed by the blood sword. "My hand!" the Supreme Hero exclaimed in shock. He possessed a super steel body, and the last time he was injured was hundreds of years ago. However, just as Edward was about to cleave the Supreme Hero in half with a sword, a silver figure swiftly returned, treading on the surrounding buildings. The Iron Hero. When he first gained his extraordinary powers, his speed was comparable to that of a high-speed train, which earned him the title of Iron Hero, but in reality, his speed had long surpassed that of a train, reaching 250 times the speed of sound. Whoosh! The Iron Hero appeared beside Edward, splashing holy water on him, and the next moment, he reappeared on Edward's other side, throwing garlic at him. It is well known that Edward is not afraid of silver and crosses, but he fears the sun, holy water, and garlic. Now, with dark clouds filling the sky, the only things the Iron Hero could think of were holy water and garlic. He thought that Edward would surely loosen his grip on the Supreme Hero to dodge the holy water and garlic, but instead, he saw Edward standing still, coldly staring at him. Not good. The Iron Hero was startled and wanted to escape Edward's attack range, but before he could move, his body was split in two by a blood-red sword. Ah! The upper half of the Iron Hero fell to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. However, the Supreme Hero did indeed buy enough reaction time for others. At that moment, a large number of micro-missiles bombarded Edward's back, but they were all blocked by the blood-colored cloak. The Iron-Armored Hero, clad in armor, flew in the air and said nonchalantly, "Unfortunately, you are now facing the iron-armored hero. I advise you to surrender, Sunlight Heroine, hurry and save the others." Countless pieces of armor flew out from all around, all aiming their missiles at Edward. Yuxian could kill extraordinary beings with bombs, and the missiles on these armors were more than 10 times more powerful than Yuxian's bombs. Such a massive simultaneous attack could severely injure even a dragon-level powerhouse. Edward was splashed with holy water by the Iron Hero, hit with garlic, and then attacked by missiles. Although he was no longer afraid of holy water and garlic, and all the missiles were blocked by the blood-colored cloak, it still made him feel very displeased. The veins on his forehead slightly bulged, and with a thought, the demon cross far away on the road appeared behind him as if teleporting, and the path of the cross happened to pass through the position of the iron-armored hero, so by the time everyone reacted, the iron-armored hero had already turned into a mist of blood. All the superheroes present were stunned, and then everyone noticed the cross behind Edward. The demon and the corpse slowly opened their eyes, and an indescribably powerful sense of oppression emanated from the cross. The air seemed to stagnate, and the surrounding buildings could not withstand this pressure, with windows shattering and walls cracking. "Run!" The Green Titan was the first to react, shouting in terror. After he shouted, he turned and ran, while the other superheroes had not yet reacted, and then everyone saw the cross behind Edward erupting with crimson energy. This blood-red energy shot into the sky, forming an enormous image of the Grim Reaper along the energy column. Edward's eyes shone with red light, and he coldly sneered, "Ants, this is the price you pay for offending the new god, soul-reaping blood scythe." With a wave of his hand, the gigantic Grim Reaper, wielding an immeasurable scythe, immediately swung it around. Boom! The scythe slashed out a circle of red light. The surrounding buildings were the first to be destroyed, and the people hiding inside them instantly vanished. A black stone man stood in front of many superheroes, gritting his teeth and saying, "Go, I'll hold it off." The next second, the red light swept past, and the stone man was shattered into pieces. Before he could utter his last words, a second red light struck again, and his body was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Rock Man! Many superheroes did not expect that the Rock Man, known for his defensive power, would die just like that. Similarly, among those who chose to remain in the red light was the super-strong superhero Badger, who roared as he charged forward. Then the red light swept over his body, and his flesh and blood instantly dissolved, leaving not even a trace of his super alloy bones. "Oh my god, run!" Many superheroes frantically fled from the rooftops. The supreme hero lost both hands but flew at incredible speed, leading the way, leaving a long trail of blood behind. But most superheroes could not outrun the spreading red light and were ultimately swept away, screaming as they died. The range of the red light rapidly expanded, and lovers who were kissing, mothers who had just given birth, families celebrating a child's birthday, and couples at weddings, all countless people saw the red glow approaching in the last moment, everything frozen in that final instant. In just 1 minute, the entire capital of the Meilong Empire, covering more than 5,300 square kilometers, was reduced to rubble. Many tiny eyeball bubbles in the sky watched the scene, their eyes trembling slightly due to Yuxian's emotions, as a city of tens of millions vanished in an instant. What rivers of blood, what suffering of living beings! At this moment, Yuxian finally had a concrete impression. It turned out that these words transforming into reality was so devastating.